This is a world where you can only become stronger by drawing cards. Everyone will receive 3 chances to draw cards when they turn 18. Some may draw combat professions and be admired by thousands, or even draw support professions and enjoy wealth and glory. If unlucky enough to draw a life profession, they will only become a laborer. But it can make billionaires spend all their savings, unable to draw a gold card. Even the school flower with full-level learning talent can only draw a rare-level beast tamer. However, I just casually did a triple draw, which alarmed the top global tycoons, because what I drew was an epic-level profession that had never been seen before. So after practicing for 2.5 years, not only do I wield the 8 Desolation sword, but I also step on the open Skygate formation. Even my daily snacks are Emperor's Taste 6 Emperor pills that I handcrafted. This has made the Flame Rabbit and Thunder Crocodile in the Secret Realm call me Big Brother when they see me. At this moment, I stood blankly in the school auditorium and heard a woman's voice named Lu Ruyan coming from my ear. She held a pink letter in her hand and said to me with a disgusted expression, "Chen Fan, don't confess to me anymore in the future. We are not suitable." The woman's voice was loud, so the commotion quickly caught the attention of others in the auditorium. Some classmates who knew the situation turned their heads and started whispering quietly, "That's Chen Fan. He looks pretty good. I heard that he has been bringing breakfast to Lu Ruyan every day for 3 years. He is really devoted. Pursue, pursue, pursue until you have nothing left. Pursue until you have nothing left." I agree. Lu Ruyan has elevated her status now. It's okay for her not to entangle with Chen Fan anymore. Humph. Neither of them are good people. The surrounding noisy voices came again. I frowned, vaguely realizing what was happening. Then Lu Ruyan's sharp voice came again. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" And the chubby girl standing next to her echoed and said, "Exactly. Why act so aloof? Can you compare to our luck like Ruyans? When you usually simulate card draws, you haven't even drawn a purple card. You probably won't even get a blue one when you draw cards later." The mocking voice was harsh, but a slight smile appeared on my lowered face. I didn't expect to encounter something so interesting just after crossing over. I secretly thought that I finally understood the current situation. A few minutes ago, the young man named Chen Fan once again confessed his love to his goddess. Just like the hundreds of times before, he was rejected again by the other party. Just before the rejection, Lu Ruyan had just completed her card drawing ritual and luckily obtained a rare professional beast tamer class second only to the legendary level. This kind of soaring feeling made the girl's confidence burst, directly rejecting Chen Fan's confession in public. And then the current scene happened. He completely became a joke in the eyes of everyone at school. At this time, Lu Ruyan continued to insist and said, "You don't still have any illusions, do you? Do you think you can be amazing in a moment? Let me tell you the truth. Even if you draw a legendary level profession in a moment, I still can't be with you." As Lu Ruyan's words fell, a ethereal voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The divine level card drawing system has been activated. The novice gift package has been issued. You will draw a legendary gold card in the next 2 draws. Daily benefits have been issued. You will draw a legendary gold card on your first draw every day. The fate cards of this world are divided into 4 levels: white, blue, purple, and gold, corresponding to common, rare, and legendary levels respectively. The voice appeared so abruptly that I didn't react at first, but soon the memories of this body came flooding back, and I immediately understood many things about this world. Once prosperous technology system disappeared, replaced by a magical power called the Fate System. The Fate System assigns a profession to everyone. Powerful professions can move mountains and fill seas, predict the future, while weak professions struggle to make ends meet. What I am about to experience next is the initial step in the Fate System, the Fate Ceremony. Whether to become a glorious combat profession or a mundane life profession, all depends on that moment of drawing cards. At this time, the voice of calling out names came from the high platform of the auditorium. Chen Fan from Class 7 of Grade 3. As the voice fell, I suddenly raised my head and looked at the girl in front of me with a strange and sharp gaze. Lu Ruyan's face changed slightly, and for a moment, she seemed a little frightened. At this point, I did not speak, but reached out and snatched the letter from the other person's hand, then tore it to shreds in front of everyone, and casually threw it into the air. Among the fluttering scraps of paper, I turned and walked away with a resolute and carefree posture. After a few minutes, I stood in front of the Destiny Crystal. Principal Wang Wanyuan, standing beside me, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Please place your hand on the Destiny Crystal to draw a card. The first draw will definitely be a professional card." I took a deep breath and placed my palm on the smooth outer wall of the fake crystal in front of the teachers and students of the whole school. A cool sensation came from his palm. Fangji closed his eyes and said in his mind, "Draw a card." In the next second, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent and only a murmur of inaudible meaning rang in his ears. Immediately afterward, an incomparably bright light suddenly lit up from the fate crystal stone. The Fang Yi could feel the blinding light even with his eyes closed, so he subconsciously opened his eyes and Hera saw the surface of the destiny crystal flashing with a dazzling golden light. Golden. Legend. Fang Yi held his breath, although he had expected that but it still feels stirring when you actually see it. On the high stage, Wang Wenyuan's face was shocked, and his wrinkled face was instantly covered with excitement. This is the legendary rank. The first legendary rank in our third middle school in 15 years. Whoa! Seriously. Legendary profession. Dog luck. The auditorium exploded with shocked voices from all the students and faculty. Zhou Tingting's face instantly turned pale as she looked at the golden light that spread out. That's a legendary grade career card. The existence of the highest grade with the strongest potential. That party chasing. Why did he really get to draw? Then what I did just now was like a clown. Zhou Tingting thought, and suddenly felt a flash of light in front of her eyes. It was as if the students around her were casting sneering glances at her. Ha! Did she just reject a legendary? That's a good laugh. The real clowns still have to look at our school. Tina, what's wrong with you? Teacher, Zhou Tingting has fainted. Fang Yi's homeroom teacher Luya didn't want to care about this ratty female student. She rushed up to the high platform in a few arrow steps, and looked at the name of the profession that surfaced on the card as she fought to tap Fang Yi's shoulder. Good. However, she was only halfway through her sentence when she suddenly got stuck in her shell. Wang Wenyuan also came to Fang Yi's side at this time, but the moment he saw the golden card, the excited expression on his face turned stiff. Under the stage, countless teachers and students froze for a moment as they watched the petrified expressions and movements of the two. What happened? Chapter 2 Triple Gold. The golden-colored legendary grade card shone brightly in Fang Yi's hands, but anyone who read the name of the occupation gave an odd expression. On the high platform, the odd behavior of Wang Wenyuan, Luya, and the rest of the teachers was clearly reflected in the eyes of every teacher and student. Even the school doctor who resuscitated Zhou Tingting cast an inquiring glance between treatments. The cheers in the auditorium quickly diminished, and after a few seconds turned directly into a pinprick of sound. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at the golden card with a mixture of curiosity and doubt. And our client, Mr. Fang Yi, is equally puzzled. He didn't understand why the principal and homeroom teacher suddenly froze. Was there something wrong with this card of his? But the profession of alchemist sounds good, doesn't it? Just then, a clear voice came from the side. Teacher, what's wrong with this student's occupation? Hearing the question, Wang Wenyuan came back to his senses from his daze, looking to his own student who had graduated many years ago and now held an important position in the Education Bureau, Zhuang Yi. Each school will have someone from the Board of Education come and supervise the card drawing ceremony when it takes place. And this year's supervisor for the third grade is Zhuang Yi. No, there's nothing wrong. Wang Wenyuan stumbled slightly when he said this. Zhuang Yi immediately revealed an interested expression when he heard this, knowing what his teacher could do. An ordinary scene would not even cause this old man who had experienced great storms to show such a somewhat out-of-control behavior. He then took 2 steps forward and crossed over the few people who had gathered around to Fang Yi's side. The gold-colored card has an ancient pattern of a small tripod. And on the lower book of the pattern were written 3 small words alchemist. After Zhuang Yi read all the contents on the gold card, his expression also fell into a moment of stagnation. Meanwhile, Fang Yi heard this suddenly appearing Education Bureau official let out a question that seemed to come from his soul. Alchemist? This profession has a legendary rank? Zhuang Yi hadn't deliberately suppressed his voice, so the teachers and students under the elevated stage could also hear him clearly. After a brief silence, the auditorium exploded once more. Alchemist? Isn't that an ordinary level occupation? There are rare grade alchemists, but I've never heard of a rare grade, let alone a legendary grade. It can't be a problem with the Fate Crystal, can it? How can that be? When has the Fate Crystal ever been wrong? A disorganized discussion filled the auditorium in an instant. Fang Yi vaguely heard some of the people discussing it. It was only at this moment that he finally slightly understood why the others had revealed that odd expression after seeing his occupation. That is to say, alchemist grade should be common or rare. This legendary rank of mine has never appeared before? Fang Yi thought darkly in his mind, and then looked at Wang Wenyuan. Expect an answer from the other side. Wang Wenyuan felt Fang Yi's gaze, and his heart became entangled. By all rights he should have paused the card drawing ritual at this point, waiting for Zhuang Yi to report the situation of the legendary profession coming out to the Education Bureau before proceeding with the next ceremony. But now it looked like Zhuang Yi didn't seem to intend to report it immediately. But it was also true that a legendary alchemist was unheard of. They couldn't even rule out the possibility of problems with the fate crystals. So Wang Wenyuan made up his mind and raised his head to meet Fang Yi's line of sight. Kindly and slowly, he said, "Don't be nervous, classmate. You go ahead and do the next card draw. Everything will wait until after the end of the ceremony." Fang Ji actually didn't know what to do at this point. He had only just crossed over. Knowledge of the world was still very sketchy, with only certain memory fragments giving him a bare idea of what was happening and what to do. So he nodded and decided to follow the principal's lead for now. The teachers who had gathered on the high platform immediately withdrew when they saw this. Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi also came to the side where they wouldn't disturb Fang Ji. What do you think about this matter? Wang Wenyuan asked in a low voice to this very good student beside him. Zhuang Yi shook his head as he sniffed, stating that he wasn't sure. I've never heard of a legendary alchemist before, so I'm going to report it to the Education Bureau later. Wang Wenyuan nodded farther and looked again at Fang Ji, who was standing before the fate crystal. However, in the next second, an expression of incomparable shock appeared on his face. There was even an uncontrollable exclamation of shock coming out of his mouth. Gold! Again! Zhuang Yi's reaction was equally large, his mouth open and his eyes full of disbelief. The second gold card. Fang Ji drew 2 legendary levels in a row. The crowd of teachers and students under the high stage hadn't recovered from the discussion they had just had. At this moment, they were all petrified on the spot when they saw the second golden light. Zhou Tingting, who had just awakened, did not fall back in one breath after seeing the second golden light. Ga fainted again. Sins! The school nurse slapped the ground, his expression full of helplessness. Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi had come over by now, so all three saw the contents of the card almost simultaneously. It was an antique-shaped hammer. Legendary profession, forger. Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi were dumbfounded. After looking at each other in unison, they shouted at Fang Yi. Again! Fang Ji scratched his head. His reaction was not as big as these two. It was because he had realized that this Forge Master card might be a never-before-seen situation, just like the Alchemist card just now. He then placed his right hand on top of the Destiny Crystal once again. Next, Ga! The principal smoked it. The auditorium was in a state of confusion, and a school doctor in a white coat flew to the high platform and, the staff in his hand, gently tapped the principal at his forehead. This is overtime for me today. The school nurse roared in his mind. Priest, clarity spell. Within a few moments, Wang Wenyuan woke up leisurely. He did not get up and, instead, he stared with somewhat cloudy eyes, first looking in the direction where Fang Ji was, where there were 3 golden lights. I was right. It's the golden legend again. Wang Wenyuan muttered, a complicated expression on his face. Legendary cards coming out are certainly exciting, but 3 times in a row and by the same person. It's unbelievable, no matter how you think about it. Rune Master. Zhuang Yi suddenly spoke at this moment. What? Wang Wenyuan didn't react for a moment. His 3rd legendary rank is Rune Master. Zhuang Yi took a deep breath and, after calming his agitated and somewhat complicated feelings, I'm going to report this matter up. Teacher, wait for me for a moment. Wang Wenyuan nodded and watched Zhuang Yi leave. Zhuang Yi came outside the auditorium and took out his cell phone to dial the director's number. A few moments later, he recounted what had just happened in the 3rd middle school in its original form to Zhou Shangyang, the highest person in charge of the education system in Jinhe City. However, the director's attitude made Zhuang Yi feel a bit strange. Chapter 3. I'm doing this for your own good. Inside the director's office on the top floor of the Jinhe Municipal Education Bureau, Zhou Shangyang quietly listened to Zhuang Yi's report. 3 legendary levels, Alchemist, Forge Master, Rune Master. Well, Zhou Shangyang repeated softly. There was a sudden sharp flash in his eyes. On the other side of the phone was Zhuang Yi's slightly ragged breathing. Chief, should we report this to the province? Zhuang Yi's words were interrupted by Zhou Shangyang just in the middle of his sentence. No, wait first, Zhou Shangyang said in a quick tone. I'll go over there now and, you keep an eye on that student and the destiny card. Well, duh. Before Zhuang Yi could finish his reply, he heard a blind tone coming from his cell phone. The chief had already hung up the phone, and a strangely alien feeling suddenly rose up from the bottom of his heart. Director Zhou's reaction wasn't quite right, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong right now. So Zhuang Yi shook his head, pushing away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He then came to Fang Ji and Wang Wenyuan's side. Teacher, the director said he'll be here in a while. Let's find a quieter place. I'm sorry, Zhuang Yi said to Wang Wenyuan with a smile. Okay, then go to my office. Wang Wenyuan nodded his head and, reaching out, he greeted the vice principal, who came over to continue the ceremony, while the head teacher headed to the school gate to make some preparations. He then looked at the teenager in front of him and said in a slightly agitated tone, Fellow student Fang Yi, you come with me. Fang Ji raised his head when he sniffed. He understood that his current situation should have attracted the attention of certain people above him, so he was expected to undergo some questioning and investigation next. A few minutes later, the trio paired up and arrived at the principal's office in the administration building. The furnishings of the house were elegant. The brownish-red solid wood desk paired with a couple of well-kept green plants gives the room a classy look. Wang Wenyuan greeted the two of them and sat down on the sofa at the side. Then he picked up the teapot and started to make tea. Fang Ji didn't just sit there and wait. Rather, he intended to take this opportunity to find out more about his 3 cards. So he asked with a bit of organized speech. Headmaster, these 3 legendary cards of mine. What's wrong with them? Wang Wenyuan suddenly paused for a moment when he heard the action of making tea in his hand, but he quickly recovered. Smilingly, he said, I can't say there's a problem. It's just that these 3 professions of yours have never been legendary before. Ever. Fang Ji nodded slightly, thinking that it was indeed the same as what he had just heard and guessed. On the side, Zhuang Yi coldly opened his mouth and interjected. I just checked. There was once a legendary class, apothecary, over in North America, similar to our alchemist, but he died prematurely in the secret realm after only a year of being born. Oh, Wang Wenyuan immediately came to be interested. He knew that, apothecary. That was also a support profession, and it hardly ever appeared above the rare rank. That is to say, there is no problem with these 3 legendary levels from Fang Yi? Wang Wenyuan hurriedly pursued the question. When Fang Yi heard the principal say this, he immediately revealed a speechless expression. You've always thought there was something wrong with me, right? Zhuang Yi smiled, cupped his hands over the tea Wang Wenyuan handed over and said, can't say it's not a problem. After all, this is the first case in our country of China. Fang Ji learned some knowledge that he was not quite sure of from their exchange. Combat professions unlock a skill every 10 levels, as do support professions that ordinary people like him who had just been transferred needed to receive specialized training before they could travel to the secret realm to upgrade. The 3 exchanged words, and in a short time there was a sudden knock at the door of the principal's office. Enter. Wang Wenyuan raised his head as the door pushed open and a young male teacher strides in. Headmaster, Director Zhou and the others will be at the school entrance soon. Wang Wenyuan got up with an open mind. He had just been chatting so much that he forgot to personally go to the school entrance to greet him. Zhuang Yi frowned without moving, feeling that the director seemed to be moving a bit too fast. However, he still suppressed his doubts and rushed to the school entrance with Wang Wenyuan. Fang was soon left alone in the office, and he went to the window and, looking through the glass at the entrance to the school, there were indeed several middle-aged men in black jackets there. 10 minutes later, Fang Ji met the director of the city's education bureau, Zhou Shangyang, inside the principal's office. It was a middle-aged man with a blonde body, his Mediterranean-style hair combed in and immaculate. 2 small eyes darted around looking a little shrewd. If he didn't know his identity, Fang Ji would have thought that this was a small businessman. Fang student right. Ahaha, what a talent. Zhou Shangyang laughed and stretched out his hand, patting Fang Ji's shoulder very enthusiastically. There was an undisguised blazing light in his eyes, as if he had seen something he loved very much. Fang Yi did not move and took a step back, holding Zhou Shangyang's hand with some urgency and excitement. He vaguely felt that Zhou Shangyang's behavior was not right, so do your best to act like an uninitiated high school student. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Shangyang picked up the 3 life cards that Fang Yi had drawn, checking it out carefully, while Wang Wenyuan, who had been standing on the side, suddenly asked coldly, Director, I'm under the impression that these 3 auxiliary professions have never appeared at the legendary level before. Are they okay? Zhou Shangyang put down the card and shook his head very firmly. Of course there's no problem. Any profession has the potential to become legendary, and we can't assume that just because we didn't have it before that we don't have it now. This kind of dogmatic thinking is not desirable. Understand? Yes, understand, Director. Wang Wenyuan's pale face showed a general expression of being taught. Fang Yi's eyes flickered, and his gaze toward Wang Wenyuan took on a hint of closeness. The principal's seemingly inappropriate question was actually a stab in the arm. Since the city superintendent of schools said that there was no problem with the 3 cards, there is basically no problem. This old man with no principled stance would rather be reprimanded by the director than speak for himself. This made Fang Ji feel warm inside. Alright, I would like to talk to this Fang Ji likewise alone, so you guys go out first. Zhou Shangyang suddenly opened his mouth with an undeniable tone. It felt a little strange, but the others in the room headed for the door, and the principal gave the director a deep look before he left the office in a thoughtful manner. After only Fang Ji and Zhou Shangyang were left in the room, the director, who was as shrewd as a businessman, spoke slowly. Fang Yi, these 3 legendary life cards of yours have greatly given the city a wave of face. Zhou Shangyang smiled amiably, but a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. As a commendation for your performance, I'll make the decision that you take your pick of any university within the city of Jinhe. The resource allowance gives you a mention of Class A. Of course, if you'd like to support the city a little bit, if you voluntarily give up your legendary Rune Master card, I can subsidize the resources to bring you up to Super A rank. You, think about it? Chapter 4. When did I ever say give up? Silence fell over the office for a moment. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyang was gazing at Fang Ji with anticipation on his face. It seemed that he was hoping that the teenager in front of him would give an answer that would satisfy him. Fang Yi slightly lowered his head, anger rising in his heart. Empty gloves? Rewarding me with policies I should have been entitled to? On what grounds? On the basis of your big head and neck? Fang Ji controlled his expression and suppressed the urge to break into tears. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to Zhou Xiangyang's conditions, but he couldn't reject the other party too forcefully either. If the person sitting across from Zhou Xiangyang at this moment was a high school student who hadn't experienced social beatings, it might be possible to be fooled by the other party's flowery words, but Fang Ji's decades of life experience before he crossed over allowed him to see through the other party's thoughts at a glance. But it was precisely because he could see through it that he couldn't shoot himself in the foot. It would be too easy to put himself in a passive position. So Fang Ji was silent for a moment, showing the right amount of torn and heartfelt emotion. That director Zhou, can I think about it? Fang Yi said with some haste. Seeing Fang Ji's expression, Zhou Xiangyang's heart was slightly relieved as he nodded his head. With a big smile, he said, no problem. That would have been something to think about. After saying that, Zhou Xiangyang got up and walked towards the door. Before opening the door, he turned back and, in a slightly more serious tone, he said, fellow student Fang Yi, there are actually subtle differences in the cultivation resources of Class A. I believe you are a smart person. Will make the right choice. Fang Ji nodded his head busily and responded quickly under his breath. I understand, director. Zhou Xiangyang nodded with satisfaction and then left the office. Fang Ji gazed at the other parties departing back, his eyes gradually becoming gloomy. It didn't take long for the office door to be pushed open once again, and this time it was the principal, Wang Wenyuan, who walked in. Wang Wenyuan came to Fang Yi's side. With a smile on his lips, he asked, what did the chief just say to you? Fang Ji looked at this old man in front of him, thinking back to the scene just now where the other party would rather stand up to being reprimanded by the director than give himself a peace of mind. His mind began to weigh the situation. After thinking about it, he decided to tell the old man about Zhou Xiangyang's claim for the life card. It would also fit his status as a high school student. Just now, Director Zhou asked me if I could give him the legendary Rune Master. The more Wang Wenyuan listened, the more shocked he became in his heart. How could he not expect that a director of the hall could say such brazen words? So he hurriedly pursued the question. Have you promised the director? Fang Yi shook his head and said, no, I'm still considering it. Wang Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there aren't any. Fang Ji gazed at this old man. The other party's gesture of worry did not seem to be fake. Moreover, he could sense that Wang Wenyuan was a bit eager to speak. Perhaps it was the other party's current status that prevented him from saying certain things. After agonizing for a moment, Fang Yi decided to test Wang Wenyuan to see which side he was on. Headmaster, if I turn down the chief's request, so where do I go from here? Hearing Fang Yi's question, Wang Wenyuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He keenly captured Fang Ji's use of the word way out. The very word means that in this teenager's mind, rejecting the director is a very costly endeavor. It's already not easy for him to see this step. Wang Wenyuan thought secretly in his heart. After a moment, he raised his head, looked at Fang Ji and said, I can help you think of a way, but you have to be honest with me. Are you really going to turn down the chief? Fang Ji was silent for a few seconds, then revealed a bitter smile. Headmaster, even if I agree to this, is it always going to be better in the future? Wang Wenyuan froze at his words, then sighed, having understood Fang Yi's thoughts in his heart. Indeed, Zhou Xiangyang is so greedy right now, it'll probably get even worse when Fang grows up a bit later on. So why don't we just turn the tables now? With 3 legendary level professions under our belts, are we still afraid of not growing up? I understand. Go home and wait for my news. No afternoon classes for now. I'm sorry, Wang Wenyuan said slowly. Fang Yi then stood up and said with a grateful face, then I'll trouble the principal. I'm an old man. Before retiring to make a future for students is also considered to have no regrets in my heart. Wang Wenyuan waved his hand, his expression somewhat complicated. Seeing this, Fang Yi did not stay any longer and left the office after saying goodbye. In the evening, he received a call from Wang Wenyuan as expected. Wang Wenyuan used his connections to find a way out for Fang Yi. Of course, this is bound to be at odds with the Zim River City School District. Fang Yi naturally didn't care. And Wang Wenyuan also made it clear that this matter couldn't affect him much. So the two hit it off. But Fang Ji wanted to do things thoroughly. Anyway, after he rejected Zhou Xiangyang, the two of them had no possibility of maneuvering. Wang Wenyuan, tangled for a moment, also agreed. Young people, open up some of the indifferent. On the other hand, within a certain upscale district in Jinhe City, Zhou Xiangyang dialed a phone number. In a somewhat excited tone, he said, Son, I've found you a legendary grade, Rune Master. Really? Is it really legendary? I'm sorry, came a slightly shrill voice from the other side of the phone. That's right. I've read it. I'll find someone to send it to you in a few days. Zhou Shangyang grinned and there was a rich greed in his eyes. When you become a heavenly talisman master, my Zhou family will surely prosper again. Ha ha, thank you father. The voice on the other side of the phone laughed wildly. After a few more words with his son, Zhou Shangyang hung up the phone. However, before he could put down his phone, he saw an incoming message suddenly displayed on the screen. It was an unfamiliar number, but Zhou Shangyang had already guessed who it was and pressed the connect button and a clear voice came from the other side of the phone. Director Zhou, I'm really sorry for the late night disturbance. Zhou Shangyang smiled faintly and asked in a slow voice. Fellow student Fang Yi, have you figured it out? Yes, I've figured it out and would like to meet with you tomorrow, at home in a neighborhood in Jinhe City. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in Fang Ji's eyes. Good, then let's meet in the conference room of the 3rd middle school tomorrow morning, Zhou Shangyang said in a light tone. Fang Yi answered. Then he hung up the phone. He got up and went to the window. The mind kept calculating what might happen tomorrow. The next morning, Fang Yu arrived at school early in the morning. Outside the main door of the conference room, Wang Wenyuan nodded imperceptibly when he saw Fang Yi arrive. Fang Ji was instantly relieved and pushed open the door of the conference room with a big smile. Inside the room, Zhou Shangyang was talking and laughing with a few education bureau officials. And with a glance, Fang Ji saw the destiny crystals placed on the conference table. A card drawer wishing to relinquish his or her unused fate card must, through the fate crystals. The other party directly prepared the destiny crystals. This is eating him will give up? Sorry, can't give up a bit. Here, have a seat. Zhou Shangyang got up and greeted with incomparable enthusiasm. Fang Ji smiled and nodded, but did not sit next to the destiny crystal. Zhou Shangyang frowned lightly, pointing at the fate crystals. He said, are you unfamiliar with the process of giving up your fate card? Would you like someone else to teach you? Give up? Fang Yi was still smiling. Give up what? Give up your Rune Master life card. When did I ever say I was giving up? Chapter 5 The King's Marquis, the King's Prince, and the King's Son. Inside the conference room of the 3rd middle school in Jinhe City, Fang Yi was wearing a smile on his face. Word for word, he repeated the words he had just said. When did I say I was giving up? Zhou Shangyang looked at the teenager in front of him, and for a moment, he somewhat doubted his ears. His expression stiffened. Subconsciously, I asked, didn't you tell me yesterday that you figured it out? Yeah, I figured it out. Fang Yu nodded his head and, without changing his smile, he continued. I don't think there's any need for me to give up my life card. What do you think, Director Zhou? His smile was bright, but it was extremely harsh in Zhou Shangyang's eyes. If by now he hasn't reacted to what's happening, then he, Zhou Shangyang, has been an official for so many years for nothing. This joke isn't funny at all. Fellow student Fang Yi, Zhou Shangyang calmed down a bit and his face grew somber, and he said in a single word, no. Fang Yu had a face of innocence and simplicity, looking no different than a normal high school student. You asked me to think about it, and I finished thinking about it and figured it out, and the upshot is, I'm not giving up. There was silence in the conference room, and the few officials who came along with Zhou Shangyang also realized what was happening, and they collectively looked at Fang Ji with rather unkind eyes. Those who can sit here at this moment must be Zhou Shangyang's beloved ones. It was naturally impossible to watch his leader being bullied by a small child here, but it wasn't appropriate to flip out directly. After all, the leader hadn't taken a stand yet. Whereupon one of the officers wore a pained expression and, in a very heavy tone, he asked, Fang Ji, are you going to let the director down? The director is also doing this for your own good. Fang Yi glanced at him, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turning into a sneer. Kindness? Trading something I was supposed to get for my life card is called kindness? Fang Yi asked rhetorically. Do you think you can cultivate 3 legendary level professions in your own condition? The officer still won't give up on his persuasion. That's my business, so I won't bother you guys. Fang Yi waved his hand and, redirecting his attention to Zhou Shangyang, who hadn't said a word on the side. Zhou Shangyang's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping water, but he didn't immediately flip out, still maintaining the decency of being a higher power. Mr. Fang Yi, you can mention any ideas or requests you have. You're from Jinhe City. I naturally want to take care of it more. Zhou Shangyang tried his best to sound as gentle as possible. But he felt like a clown now. Fang Ji was silent for a moment, and suddenly took out from his pocket the 3 fate cards he had drawn yesterday. Ordinary people can't fight against professionals. Only professionals can fight against professionals. It's a step up in the hierarchy of life. Fang Ji's action immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Zhou Shangyang's expression changed slightly. I don't know what Fang Ji is planning to do. Director Zhou, I'm just an ordinary person who is counting on the ritual of destiny to turn over a new leaf in this life. Fang Yi held up the Alchemist card as he spoke. I'm luckier than most. My first card was legendary. Although Alchemist has never been legendary before, I have no problem with this card. So it deserves to be supported by state policy, which means guaranteed admission to a first-tier university and a subsidized share of greater resources. As the words fell, Fang Ji's hand movements lurched, and he suddenly crushed the card with great force. In the next second, golden grains of light blossomed from his hands. The debris of the destiny card flew up and down around Fang Ji's body, and then transformed into a dazzling layer of golden light on the surface of his body. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out in an instant. Legendary profession, Alchemist, transfer successful. Zhou Shangyang's face instantly changed, and his voice took on a hint of uneasiness. Fellow student Fang Ji, I'm perfectly fine with the policy you just mentioned, and I'll even give you another Class A resource allowance. Fang Ji smiled and held up another fate card, the legendary profession, Forge Master. I looked up information on the history of the ritual of destiny last night, and from the beginning of the new age to the present, there were only 3 people who obtained 2 legendary professions in the destiny ritual, and except for one who died for unknown reasons, the other 2 are now in high positions. Fang Ji's voice was flat, but it fell on Zhou Shangyang's ears as if it was the whisper of a demon. And I'm not only the 4th dual legendary career, it's also the first triple legend profession possessor since the new era of China. What makes you think you're in a position to suppress me? And with such cheap tactics? Fang Yi's eyes were ice cold, and he exerted force in his hands once again. Ka-ching! The sound of a life card shattering was extremely clear in the conference room. Zhou Shangyang watched as the Forge Master card transformed into a dense power of fate, integrating into Fang Ji's body bit by bit. The surface of Fang Ji's body suddenly blazed with golden light, and the sound of hammering and axing resounded lazily with the void. Legendary profession, Forge Master, transfer successful. Zhou Shangyang could no longer maintain the expression on his face at this moment. He was terrified. His body bent and, in an almost pleading tone, he said, Fellow student Fang Yi, you give Uncle Zhou a chance. Ask for whatever you want, as long as it's something I can fulfill. Absolutely no half-assing it. He is now really panicked. Although the Zhou family before also counted the famous family, but after the new era, the decline was too great. His generation has been completely away from the center of power in China. And if you want to revive the Chao family, the simplest and most direct way was to let his Zhou Shangyang's son complete his career advancement and leap into the most talented young generation in China. Fang Ji's legendary, Rune Master, is the key to that career advancement. And if you miss it, he may not be able to find a more suitable life card again in his lifetime. Fang Ji looked at the somewhat out-of-sorts middle-aged man in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. You really want it? He suddenly slowed his tone and, it looked as if they were actually asking. Zhou Shangyang busily nodded his head and said with a sincere expression, Whatever you ask for, just mention it. I will fulfill you. Fang Ji, however, sighed quietly. The loathsome faces of some of the higher powers in his previous life flashed through his mind. In fact, you're all the same, never looking at us ordinary people in the eye. Fang Ji's voice took on a hint of reminiscence. In fact, a lot of things we all just want an attitude, a chance to communicate as equals, a share of respect for each other. Yet you just want to flaunt the little power you have in your hands. It's as if you were born superior. And we're just dogs you occasionally take pity on. But I don't want that now. Director Zhou, I don't know if you've ever heard of such a saying? Fang Yi suddenly changed his words. Gazing at Zhou Shangyang, he asked. The scandalized director froze slightly and subconsciously asked, What's the word? Wouldn't it be better to have a king and a marquis? As the words fell, Fang Ji raised the Rune Master life card high and suddenly crushed it. Don't! Zhou Shangyang's face changed drastically, and his voice hissed miserably. Chapter 6 Tearing it up. Inside the conference room of the 3rd middle school in Jinhe City, the glow of the 3 life cards mingled with each other. For a moment it illuminated the entire room in a golden splendor. And in the midst of a golden light, Zhou Shangyang's expression went completely crazy. He waved his arms with a grimace, as if he was trying to regroup the Rune Master's life card. But this is just futile and instead makes him look more like a maniacal clown. Fang Yi looked at the director in front of him with an icy gaze, without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Fang Ji, you're asking for death. Zhou Shangyang lowered his flailing arm and, trembling and hoarse-voiced, he roared. Chief, I only used my own life card. How can I say I'm asking for death? Fang Yi still had that bland tone, but in Zhou Shangyang's ears it was like a sharp thorn piercing right through his heart. Zhou Shangyang covered his chest, his face flushed red, and there was killing intent in his eyes. Since that's the case, then you have no value in existing. Zhou Xiangyang was nearly frantic and the robes on his body danced without wind. You cut off my Zhou family's hopes of rising to power. Then you don't want to be good either. Anger getting the better of him, Zhou Xiangyang directly took a step forward and reached out to point at Fang Ji's brow. The aura of the rare grade profession, civilian, burst out steeply. That sense of oppression from a superior instantly enveloped Fang Ji's entire body. Fang Ji was immediately unable to move. One could only watch Zhou Xiangyang's fingers dilate in his pupils. A strong sense of crisis suddenly descended on him, as if the person standing in front of him at the moment was not a human being. Instead, it's a ferocious beast. Is this the power of a high-level professional? Fang Ji's heart subconsciously rose with such a sentiment. Zhou Xiangyang was not a combat profession. His, civilian, was just a life profession. But even so, he was also still capable of erupting at chilling aura and pressure. And it wasn't impossible for him to even take his own life. But Fang Ji wasn't afraid. The 3 legendary level professions had allowed his life level to climb to an extremely terrifying height. And even combat professions wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him in a short period of time. Not to mention a life profession with little combat power. The finger that contained terrifying power suddenly approached. In a matter of moments, it came to a place 1 inch beyond Fang Ji's brow. So what if it's a legendary profession? I'll waste you today. Zhou Xiangyang clenched his back teeth and the voice was as harsh as if it came from the underworld. However, just a moment before his finger touched Fang Ji's brow, the door of the conference room, exploded into several pieces with a bang, and between the splashes of wood chips, a thick voice came from outside. Who are you going to waste? Who can you abolish? Before the words fell, a burly middle-aged man walked into the conference room, raised his right hand and pushed it through the air. A surging force instantly crossed half the room and landed heavily on Zhou Xiangyang's body. Zhou Xiangyang couldn't dodge in time, and his body flew out directly backwards. It didn't stop until it hit a wall not far away. Cough. Zhou Xiangyang covered his chest and stood up in a sorry state. Eyes looked at the doorway in disbelief. Zhao Hangu, why are you here? Zhou Xiangyang snapped in disbelief. This stout middle-aged man called Zhao Hangu raised his eyebrows. Walking into the room and arriving in front of Fang Ji, he looked the teenager up and down while saying back, Zhou Xiangyang, pay attention to the way you talk to me. Zhou Xiangyang was immediately speechless, patting the clothes on his body, gaze resentful at the sudden appearance of this person. Fang Yi's eyes flickered as he similarly observed the burly man in front of him. This is a middle-aged man who just looks really mean. A scar on his cheek from the bottom of his eye to his jaw was extremely conspicuous, and his square face brought people a sense of unruffled authority. It's fine if this person doesn't smile, but once he smiles, it's chilling to the core of one's heart. Seems like the kind of thug who kills without a second thought. Fang Ji could even faintly smell a smell of blood and fire permeating from the other party. Zhao Hangu, the mayor of Dingbei City next door. It was also one of the few existences in the entire country of China that served as a mayor with a combat profession. The person who Wang Wenyuan had found a way out for Fang Ji last night was this person. Since Jinhe City is offended to death, it might as well be somewhere else. Kid, good psychology, not scared less by the enemy. Zhao Hangu stretched out his bushy palm and patted Fang Yi's shoulder, praising him with a smile on his face. Before Fang Ji could thank the other party for his outburst, a grumpy voice came from the side. Zhao Hangu, don't put labels on me. I'm not the enemy you're talking about. Zhou Xiangyang opened his mouth with an ugly face, and several other officials on the side also had similarly unpleasant faces. Zhao Hangu skimmed his mouth and ignored the raving of several of them. Looking at Fang Ji, he asked, have you thought about it? I don't have such convenient living conditions as Jinhe City there. Fang Ji smiled and said in a very sincere tone, of course I've thought about it. At least you don't have such snarling dogs bullying the little ones. Ha ha, good boy, to my temper. Zhao Hangu laughed a few times and a look of satisfaction passed over his face. Last night when Fang Yi and Wang Wenyuan talked on the phone, this old principal who was close to retirement had already briefly told him about the situation in Dingbei City, 4 of the most terrifying greatest secret realms in northern China, 2 of which were within the territory of Dingbei City. In order to resist the secret realm, the entire city of Dingbei has paid a great price. That's why Zhao Hangu said that their living conditions there were no match for Jinhe City. But this environment is not without its benefits. It can be said that the overall atmosphere of Dingbei City is more like the army, with less fighting within it, and everyone is more united. It was for this reason that Fang Ji decided to leave Jinhe City and join Dingbei City. Zhou Xiangyang was listening to the duo's chat at the moment. His heart was angry and at the same time he understood. He pointed at Zhao Hangu, his expression grim as he droned. You want to snatch people from my Jinhe City? How can you call it robbery? Isn't this voluntary? Zhao Hangu grinned. Reaching out, he pulled out a chair and sat down in a big horse. What's the use of him volunteering? The city will never release him, Zhou Xiangyang colorfully said. However, what Zhao Hongwu said next made Zhou Xiangyang's heart sink completely. This is also thanks to you, brother Zhou. Wasn't it you who tried your best to suppress not reporting it to the city after Fang Yi drew the legendary grade life card yesterday? Zhao Hongwu's smile grew even wider. There was even a bit of gloating. So I can transfer Fang Ji's account out without any resistance. Zhou Xiangyang's body softened at his words and nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, a crony reached out and held him in place. Things have come to this point. Zhou Xiangyang understand that he no longer have the possibility of turning the tables. The teenager in front of him was completely out of his control. Chapter 7 Terrifying Talent. Fang Chase, hello, you're good. Zhou Xiangyang leaned against his crony and the face was full of resentment and anger. He still doesn't see a problem with what he's doing up to this point. I just regretted why I hadn't stepped in yesterday to take down this rebel-ridden teenager. But in front of Zhao Hongwu he could only put his tail between his legs. There was no way to fight. Living professions of the same level simply can't compete with combat professions. Not to mention that Zhao Hongwu was also a rare rank combat profession, bloodthirsty berserker. If Zhao Hongwu wanted to, he could even take his own life within 2 minutes. It was easier than in killing Fang Ji. Director Zhou, said Fang Yi at that moment, but he suddenly spoke up. If there's nothing else, I'll just pull out, and we'll see you again sometime later. As he said that, he turned around and walked towards the door, and Zhao Hongwu looked deeply at Zhou Xiangyang. The lips moved but did not make a sound. However, Zhou Xiangyang instantly turned red after seeing Zhao Hongwu's mouth. It was as if it was going to explode the next second. Because the two words that Zhao Hongwu uttered were stupid b. Arriving at the administrative floor, Fang Yi met Wang Wenyuan who had been waiting here. Zhao Hongwu walked up from the back and looked at the old man with a concerned expression. Teacher, today's incident won't affect you in any way, will it? That's right. Zhao Hongwu is also a student of Wang Wenyuan. This veteran principal has been teaching and educating people all over the place all his life. Wang Wenyuan waved his hand smilingly and said, it's fine. I'll retire next month. The formalities are all gone. Can he, Zhou Xiangyang, still give me the card back? Only when he heard Wang Wenyuan say this did Zhao Hongwu put his heart down as he turned his head to look at Fang Yi. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes. I thought you were going to continue fighting with Zhou Xiangyang, but I didn't expect you to just leave. I'm sorry, Zhao Hongwu asked after some thought. Fang Ji smiled helplessly and shook his head. It can't be helped. I'm a man of few words right now. It's hard to do more than that. And it shouldn't be that simple even if you want to directly press Zhou Xiangyang to death. Zhao Hongwu revealed a satisfied expression as he patted Fang Yi's shoulder. Laughing, he said, it's good that it didn't go to the top. I was going to try to talk you into a few things, but now it looks like I won't have to. Fang Yi looked at Zhao Hongwu, and in his heart, he raised his evaluation of this person by a few points. Although he looks like a reckless man, I didn't realize that his mind is also delicate. But it's normal. Anyone who makes it to the head of a city should not be a simple character. Okay, that's it for today. Go home and pack up. Come to Dingbei City in a couple of days to report to me. I'll arrange a follow-up for you. Zhao Hongwu looked at the time on his watch and said slowly, thank you, Mayor Zhao. Fang Yi thanked him very sincerely. Zhao Hongwu smiled and nodded, then walked with Wang Wenyuan toward the outside of the school. Apparently, the two of them had other things to talk about. Fang Ji looked at the departing backs of the two, and the nerves that had been tense in his mind relaxed a little. I didn't realize I just crossed over and experienced such trouble. It can only be said that no matter what era it is, there will never be a shortage of people who are corrupt and degenerate when they have a little bit of power. But, the two of them didn't ask me about my professional talents. I also don't know if I thought that a legendary rank profession must be powerful or if I forgot about it for a moment. Fang Ji suddenly thought of something and muttered. At the moment, a few lines of text floated before his eyes. Profession, alchemist, legendary, rank, 1, talent 1, every time you make an elixir, it will be successful and the amount of materials consumed will be reduced by 30%. Talent 2, you have a 30% chance of double output every time you make an elixir. Talent 3, each time you make an elixir, there is a 30% chance that it will be raised by 1 grade. Fang Ji, while not as good as being particularly aware of the gap between professional and professional, but the talent he possessed just looked strong, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to even say that it was scary as hell. And with a talent pairing as horrible as this, Fang had 2 more sets. Profession, forger, legendary, rank, 1, talent 1, every time you forge an item, it will be successful and the amount of materials consumed will be reduced by 30%. Talent 2, each time you forge an item, you have a 30% chance of adding a special phrase to it. Talent 3, each time you forge an item, there is a 30% chance that it will be upgraded by 1 grade. Occupation, Rune Master, rank, 1, talent 1, each time you carve a rune, it will be successful and consume 30% less materials. Talent 2, each time you carve a rune, there is a 30% chance that its duration will be doubled. Talent 3, each time you carve a rune, there is a 30% chance that it will be upgraded by 1 grade. 3 legendary level professions. 3 similar but extremely terrifying talent sets to match. Any one of these professions placed on an ordinary person could make him soar to the heavens, and Feng Ji had them all. After calming down a bit, Feng Yi looked in the direction of the school building. He was going to go back to his classroom and pack up his textbooks and his belongings. After all, Sukawa City was completely out of the question as of today. 5 minutes later, Feng Ji arrived at the door of the classroom of the 7th senior class. At this time it was between classes. The classroom was abuzz with activity as the crowd discussed yesterday's card drawing ceremony, thinking freely about whether or not you can become a high-level professional admired by millions of people in the future. Feng Ji. A surprised shout caught everyone's attention. Feng Ji looked in the direction where the voice sounded. All he saw was a square-shaped creature running wildly towards him. I'm going. Pang Pang Hai, you slow down. Feng Yi had already recognized this person, who was none other than the original body's nemesis. A terrifying being who is 180 tall and weighs 180. Suffice it to say, the massive sea looks pretty much like a square with a head growing out of it from the back. He's very flexible, though. In a flurry of movement he passed through several rows of tables and chairs and arrived in front of Feng Ji. Congratulations, you're the first legend-ranked professional in our 3rd middle school in 15 years. Huge Hai laughed excitedly, the fat on his body trembling layer by layer. Feng Yi hemmed and hawed, patted Pang Pang Hai's shoulder and said, in the future, if you hang out with me, I'll make sure you starve 9 times in 3 days. Hey, do you know what I drew out of it? Brother by brother. A little pride and reserve showed on the face of the huge sea. Feng Ji looked at him in surprise, thinking that you kid wouldn't be a legendary level as well, right? However, he was obviously overthinking it a bit. Legendary levels were a rarer existence than giant pandas. I'm a rare rank, paladin. Huge Sea puffed out his chest and said very forcefully. Feng Yi immediately revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. I didn't expect it. It's amazing how lucky this fat guy is. As the two spoke, the other students in the classroom cast envious and jealous gazes. And amongst these envious gazes, there was one person who was out of place and extremely conspicuous, for there was a look of uncontrollable resentment on her face. It was as if she wanted to kill the teenager at the classroom door with her gaze. Chapter 8 picked up a treasure. How could Jotingting not have imagined that she would one day become the biggest joke in the entire Jinha City 3rd middle school, rejecting a legend-ranked professional show of love in public? It's really not good enough for her to do it. You really think you're a goddess? Do you think Feng Yi still cares about her? A rare level is superior? Look at Feng Ji, who didn't even say he wouldn't take care of us. The noisy discussions around them reached Jotingting's ears, and at the moment, she only felt endless hatred churning in her heart. She didn't hate herself for doing it wrong. She only hated Feng Ji for being so lucky. He's a lickspittle and an ATM. What makes him a legendary draw? Jotingting never felt that she did anything wrong. She just did what every girl is likely to do. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. She was now filled with only one thought: to make Feng Ji disappear. Only if the other person disappears completely from this world. It's not like anyone would remember that she once turned down a legendary level professional. Jotingting took a deep breath and barely managed to control the hatred in her heart. She looked at Feng Ji, who was surrounded by stars. The mind kept calculating possible ways to make the other person disappear. Feng Yi naturally didn't know what Jotingting was thinking, but it didn't matter if he knew. He now had 3 legendary level professions augmented. Except for those high-level, high-attack combat professions. Other professions will have a hard time doing enough damage to him to be fatal. After exchanging pleasantries with the class, Feng Ji then began to pack up his books and personal belongings. He didn't tell the others about his departure from Jinha City. Saying more could easily cause trouble. He just said that he wasn't going to come to school next. After all, legendary level professions had guaranteed qualifications, and whether or not he went to school this next month wouldn't have much of an impact. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Zhao Hangwu slapped his head and said with a chagrined face, I forgot to ask the kid about his professional talents. Are you still afraid that your teacher will screw you over? Wang Wenyuan asked with a smile as he stroked his thinning beard. How could that be? Just asking to have a preparation. Zhao Hangwu hemmed and hawed. Wang Wenyuan secretly wiped his sweat. He actually couldn't be sure what Feng Ji's talent was like. In case that kind of oddball talent appeared, wouldn't that be the end of it? But he couldn't voice his concerns. What if he said the other side didn't want it? We'll have to give Feng Yishi a chance to fix the North Market. Teacher, I'll be going back then. There are still a few more meetings to be held in the city. Zhao Hangwu looked at his watch again and realized that he really couldn't stay any longer. Slow down on the road there, and I'll have Yuki come over to your side too later. I'm sorry, Wang Wenyuan said with a smile and a nod. However, Zhao Hangu violently stopped the steps he was about to take at the words. What? Little Snow is coming over too? Zhao Hangu asked in surprise. What's wrong with that? You have a great environment there for them youngsters to experience something. Wang Wenyuan still has that smiling look. Teacher, I'm not fooling around there. A little carelessness can kill a person. Can't you let Yuki go to the south? It's better for girls like her. Zhao Hangu hastily refused with a white hand. Just kidding. In case something really happens to Wang Yingxue on his turf, how can he, the student, still face the teacher who treated him like his own son? Zhao Hangu is an orphan. His parents disappeared in the secret realm when he was a child. When Wang Wenyuan learned of the situation, he wanted to take him back to his home, but the young Zhao Hangu was very stubborn and said he would not follow Wang Wenyuan. Wang Wenyuan, who wasn't the principal at that time, couldn't ring it out. He could only let him still live in the small room left by his parents. But every day for dinner Wang Wenyuan would call Zhao Hangu to come home to eat. Over time, Zhao Hangu became a supernumerary of the Wang family. It could be said that it was Wang Wenyuan who gave him the same warmth as his father. So Zhao Hangu didn't want Wang Yingxue to set the North City in any case. Wang Wenyuan laughed and didn't dwell on the topic, but waved his hand and, signaling him to hurry back, Zhao Hangu answered and turned to leave the school. Fang Ji packed up his belongings and skipped towards the school's entrance. He just crossed over less than a day ago. Some things and memories were piling up in his mind in an unusually confusing way, so he wanted to take this time now to run through them. Fang Ji took out his cell phone from his pocket. While surveying the thing that looked as if it was similar to a cell phone in his previous life, he fell into a deep thought. This thing with the warm jade feeling all over it wasn't a cell phone. As he knew it, Fang Yi could confirm this. But the amazing thing is, this thing works exactly like a cell phone. There are even more advanced versions that can be manipulated with your mind. It gave Fang Ji a sense of severity. And many of the things he was familiar with were similar in appearance. But it was something else in real terms. It seemed that the humans of this era had replaced the technological system he knew so well with another system altogether. Fang Ji sighed and slipped the phone back into his pocket. On top of that, the world has changed in many other ways. For example, the sudden appearance of the destiny system, the sudden descent of the secret realm. As Fang Ji thought about it, he suddenly realized that he had arrived at the school entrance. The principal, Wang Wenyuan, was currently standing outside the main gate, his expression full of memories. Headmaster. Fang Yi came to Wang Wenyuan's side and called out softly. Oh, it's Fang Ji. Wang Wenyuan slowly turned around and, looking at the handsome and sunny teenager, she smiled and asked, Are you packed? Well, the school stuff is here, and I'm going to go to Dingbei City early. Fang by and by, he said with a nod. It's not the same over there in Dingbei, so you'll have to get used to it as soon as you can. If you encounter any difficulties, talk to me. I can more or less say a few words with my old bones. Wang Wenyuan's pale voice exuded a few moments of concern. Fang Yi's expression was solemn as he thanked Wang Wenyuan. However, before he could say anything else, Wang Wenyuan's voice then came again. By the way, what is your professional talent? Wang Wenyuan really couldn't restrain his curiosity. He wanted to find out before Zhao Hangu knew, so that he wouldn't really pit this student of his when the time came. Fang Yi hemmed and hawed, placing the book bag on his body aside before narrating it to Wang Wenyuan. He realized that the words describing the professional gifts in front of his eyes were invisible to others, so it could only be told to Wang Wenyuan through oral narration. Wang Wenyuan still had an attentive listening expression at first, but he was in a state of stagnation and petrification by the time Fang Yu spoke later. There was just so much impact from those few gifts that the old man, who thought he had a clear head, was directly confused. He slowed down for a long time before speaking quietly, letting this Zhao Hangu kid pick up the treasure. Chapter 9 Secret Riot. Outside the gates of the 3rd middle school in Jinhe City, Wang Wenyuan froze and looked at Fang Yi for a long time. That look made Fang Ji feel hairy all over. He subconsciously rubbed his arms. Silently, he took a half step back. Wang Wenyuan took a deep breath and patted Fang Yi's shoulder but said nothing. This odd behavior in turn confused Fang Ji. He suddenly began to wonder if there was something wrong with his professional talent. Headmaster, what's wrong with my talent? Fang Yi scratched his head and, a little stuttering for a moment. It's fine. It's quite good. Don't worry. Wang Wenyuan laughed twice and, turning around, he headed toward the campus. People are more angry than people. How many years did he, a rare class, teacher, stay up before he had the chance to advance into a headmaster? The result was compared to Fang Yi's. A complete difference. Can't think about it anymore. I'll cry if I do. Wang Wenyuan shook his head and walked away with a step and a sigh. Fang Ji's eyes looked oddly at the principals departing back, and many speculations arose in his heart for a moment. Hardly. Alzheimer's? Half an hour later, Fang Yi returned home. The house was empty, and there was no movement other than the sound of his packed things. Yes, Fang Ji was also an orphan, but his situation was different from Zhao Hongwu's. He did not have an elder who saw him as his own. Fang Ji's original body has been on his own since he can remember. He has never met his parents, nor do I know my own life. I have survived to this age only thanks to the help of my neighbors and the state's poverty subsidy, though his crossing made Fang Ji a man who had changed his fate from then on. But it's also true that the disappearance of the original body is a little hard to swallow. He hasn't disappeared. You two have swapped souls. A voice suddenly sounded in Fang Ji's mind, and he froze for a moment, then realized. This was the voice of the divine card drawing system. Are you telling the truth? Fang Yi asked in surprise. Please don't worry. This system is absolutely honest. Fang Yi smiled with satisfaction at his words. This is good. Having suffered so much in those previous years, let the original body enjoy itself in returning to the past era of technological prosperity. Having gotten rid of a knot in his heart, Fang Ji's entire body relaxed a bit. We are all orphans. Just don't count that much. He's a very accepting person. And now that he's here, then live a good life in this world and be worthy of being a traveler. On the other hand, Zhao Hongwu had just stepped off the flying machine when he received a call from his secretary. The voice on the phone was somewhat anxious, and Zhao Hongwu's face changed slightly after listening to a few sentences. You mean the third squad to explore the Blood Wolf's lair? As a result, only one team member has escaped now? Zhao Hongwu pursued. Yes, Mayor. The escaped team member is with me right now. The secretary rushed back. I know. I'll be right there, Zhao Hongwu said as his body suddenly accelerated and it turned into a stump in the flying field. As a high-level, bloodthirsty berserker, Zhao Hongwu's speed was terrifying when he exploded at full power. Some of the passengers in the flying field saw nothing but a stump of a shadow drifting past them, a powerful wind whistling, and some of the timid ones turned pale at once. Luckily, though, the staff at the flying field quickly calmed the crowd. Zhao Hongwu returned to the government building in just 10 short minutes, walked into the office and, at a glance he saw the secretary sitting on the couch with the only member of the third squad who had run out. Mayor, this is Zhang Tian, level 20, Dark Assassin. I'm sorry, the secretary said, standing up to introduce herself. Zhao Hongwu nodded and came to Zhang Tiantian's side and asked, what's going on? Give me specifics. Zhang Tian had obviously come here directly after coming out of the secret realm. The clothes on his body were still stained with blood, and his face had a fatigue that was hard to hide. Mayor, here's the deal. It would have been logical for a player of his caliber not to see the mayor, but this time the situation was a bit unique, and the lower office reported it directly. There are 3 first-line combat sequences in the city of Dingbei, which is directly under the government. They are the combat sequence, the exploration sequence and the escort sequence. Zhang Tian belonged to the third squad of the exploration sequence, and his main job on weekdays was to explore the secret realm, search for resources available inside, and this time, they were ordered to go to the Blood Wolf's lair to search for a very versatile material, blood smoke crystals. Originally, this wasn't a particularly dangerous mission, as the Blood Wolf lair was only a grade C secret realm. The danger level is low, but no one expected that the Blood Wolves would collectively go berserk and attack them like crazy. The third squad could only retreat as they fought, eventually withdrawing to a valley and temporarily stabilizing themselves with the easily defensible terrain. But it's not a permanent solution. So Zhang Tian rushed out of the siege with his assassin stealth talent and rushed back to the city to ask for help. Zhao Hongwu fell into deep thought after listening to Zhang Tiantian's account, and in his opinion, there is something more or less fishy about this. Although the Blood Wolf pack was tyrannical and murderous, this kind of collective mobbing was extremely rare. What do you have to offer? Zhao Hongwu asked, stroking his chin. Zhang Tian didn't hesitate. Straight away, I'd like the city to send 2 squads to repel the wolves from the outside. Zhao Hongwu shook his head inside. All the other squads have combat missions right now. It will take 5 days at the earliest to pull back. 5 days. The captain said they could hold out for 2 days. Not much more. Zhang Tiantian's face was a bit anxious. Zhao Hongwu patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, don't be anxious. I'll think of a way to. You go back and clean up and get well. Zhang Tian wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the secretary at the side. It's okay. The city must have a solution. The secretary shook her head gently and, leading Zhang Tian out of the office. Some rundown neighborhood in Jinhe. Fang Yi had already packed all of his personal belongings, and when he said all of them, it was actually just a suitcase full of them. He didn't intend to stay within the city of Jinhe for much longer, although Zhao Hongwu said it would be 2 days later but he wanted to go over there in advance to familiarize himself with the situation. After all, in Wang Wenyuan's mouth, The way of life in Dingbei City was different from that of Jinha City. The earliest airfare was at 5 o'clock this evening. Fang Yi looked at the room, finally decided to just take this flight. Flyer. There were no airplanes as he knew them in this day and age. In its place was an overall shuttle-shaped craft, which was said to be drawn from the destiny crystals in all cities nowadays. This gave Fang Yi some ideas about this. Maybe I'll be able to draw my own flying machine in the future. Fang Yi had just thought so, but suddenly a realization hit. You need a shard of destiny to draw a card. The shards come from the secret realm, so I'm going to have to find a way to get some fate shards if I want to draw a gold card every day. Fang Yi was a bit headstrong at that moment. The destiny fragment thing was still quite rare, and I don't know if it's in the resource allowance. Chapter 10 Urgent Call. In the evening, Fang Yi smoothly boarded the flight to Dingbei City. This airplane-like thing is significantly smaller than an airplane in terms of carrying capacity. Fang Yi and their ship only had a few dozen people sitting on it at most. The comfort level is pretty good though, and the seats are very spacious. There were also some faintly shimmering runes on the surrounding walls, and Fang Yi looked at them carefully for a moment. I vaguely realized that perhaps I would be able to figure them out once my Rune Master level was high. The flight of the craft was smooth and Fang Yi realized that the place where the passengers, were sitting did not have a single window, which made his idea of observing the environment through the window fall through. After about 2 hours, the craft slowed to a crawl and, as a slight bumpy sensation came, the sound of the arrival announcement fell into Fang Yi's ears. The surrounding passengers quickly got up and prepared to get off the bus. Fang Yi took his suitcase and, following the others, he stepped out of the craft. However, before he had a chance to survey the surroundings of the flying field, the phone in his pocket rang. Picking up the cell phone, Fang Yi raised his eyebrows and muttered with some surprise, "Zhao Hangu, what's he calling me for now?" Rewind to half an hour ago. Inside the Dingbei City Hall, Zhao Hangu fretted as he looked at the documents in his hands, his mind constantly calculating how to rescue the third squad from the Blood Wolf mystic realm. If it were usual, he could have taken a leave of absence from his superiors. Then by himself, he went deep into the Blood Wolf secret realm to rescue the squad. But not now, at least not for a month. Since the beginning of the month, the two greatest secret realms suppressed by Dingbei City have been experiencing riots of varying degrees. The xenomorphs within it are constantly attacking the outposts where the garrison is located. Although Zhao Hangu reacted quickly by deploying troops to stabilize the situation. However, this also led to Dingbei City not having any extra troops to use on other secret realms right now. Combat professionals were a minority after all, and there was nothing the military side could do for a while. After agonizing for a moment, Zhao Hangu called Zheng Tiantian over again, taking a closer look at the situation within the Blood Wolf mysteries. After some discussion, Zhao Hangu spoke up and asked, "If the city can't give you enough manpower, what do you think you can do to save the rest of the third squad?" Zheng Tiantian was silent for a long time and suddenly thought of something. Hastily, he asked, "Then can the city give us some elixirs and weaponry? These resources were basically consumed before I left. It's mostly weaponry that's been damaged too much during the course of the battle. Maybe I can sneak back in and then help them force a breakout if I have the gear." Zhao Hangu raised an eyebrow and immediately took out his phone to call his secretary. The secretary revealed a difficult expression after hearing Zheng Tiantian's request. "Weapons and equipment are not much of a problem. It's just that the elixirs have basically all been shipped to the military region. It's not going to come together very well in the next 3 or 5 days." The secretary said helplessly, "There are less than 300 alchemists in the entire Dingbei City, and no more than a handful of them could refine a qualified elixir. The government, especially the military, has high requirements for the quality of elixirs, so these guys really can't get the amount needed for the third squad anytime soon." Zhao Hangu sat behind his desk, tapping his fingers on the desktop with a pensive look on his face. The best thing to do would be to ask other municipalities for help, but he'd need to go through some formalities that there may be a delay. "In this case, I'll figure out what to do about the pills." Zhao Hangu was torn for half a day. In the end, he decided to ask the next few cities to see if they could send a batch of pills over tomorrow. Zheng Tiantian nodded and turned to leave the office. Only the secretary and Zhao Hangu were left in the room, and the secretary said with some hesitation, "Mayor, other municipalities are probably having enough trouble right now. I remember during the meeting 2 days ago Mayor Lu said that something had happened in their city's secret realm as well." Zhao Hangu rubbed his brow, feeling depressed that everything was piling up on top of each other. Otherwise, with the strength of Dingbei City, he wouldn't put a mere grade C secret realm in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Hangu saw a document on the desktop that was Fang Ji's personal information. Since Fang Ji's account was coming over, some of his information was naturally investigated clearly. Zhao Hangu noticed Fang Ji's occupation, alchemist, legendary grade. These few short words instantly shook Zhao Hongwu's spirit. A legendary alchemist must have some special talent anyways, right? Right now, the highest ranked person in the entire Dingbei city is a rare grade alchemist. The other party's talent could make the potion's healing effect go up by 20%. By analogy, Fangji's talent would definitely not be inferior to the other party's. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongwu immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed Fang Yi's number. Thus came the opening scene, with Fang Ji standing in the hall of the flying field. Received a call from Cho Hong Mo. He thought about it, found a place where no one was around and hit the answer button. Zhao Hongwu's thick voice came out immediately. Fang Ji, are you in Jinha City now? No, I'm in Dingbei City right now and just got off the flying machine. Fang Yi was still planning to go around Dingbei City by himself, but since Zhao Hongwu asked, he told the truth. That's just right. Zhao Hongwu's voice immediately became excited. You come to the government building and I have something for you. Okay, Mayor Zhao. Fang Yi immediately agreed and then found a cab outside the flying field. The vehicles of this era were also different from the automobiles Fang Ji was familiar with, but he wasn't much in the mood to observe them right now. The cab's going fast. The driver's driving style did let Fang Yi find some familiar feelings. That kind of rapid acceleration and deceleration as if riding on a boat was really uncomfortable. About 20 minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at the government building. Looking up, the building in front of me was quite imposing. Some kind of mysterious rune that shimmered with a gentle light was engraved on top of the walls of the building, and a solemn feeling came over the building. The security guard at the door naturally noticed the teenager who was acting a bit strange. The look on the other man's face like a bumpkin going to town was concerning. He then walked out of the security booth and took a few steps forward to Fang Ji's side. Comrade, what is your business? The security guard asked with a fairly polite attitude. I came to find Mayor Zhao, Fang Yi answered truthfully. The security guard immediately changed his face when he heard these words, and an inexplicable arrogance appeared on his body. Is Mayor Zhao something you can see just because you want to? The security guard asked in a stern voice. My name is Fang Chase. If you don't know you can make a call to the top. I'm sorry, Fang Yi said indifferently. Fang, Comrade Fang Yi ah. The security guard changed his face again in an instant and the tone of his voice even took on a bit of respect. You said so earlier. Please come in, please come in. I have to say, this security guard is also a talent, and he is gifted in the area of face changing. Chapter 11 First Alchemy. Fang Yi smoothly met Mayor Zhao on the top floor of the government building. The other looked as if he was a little tired, and his whole body was a little listless, but Fang Ji knew that this was just the surface. A high-level powerful professional is one who can go 10 days and half a month without sleep but still be full of energy. Seeing Fang Yi enter, Zhao Hongwu's eyes instantly lit up as he immediately stood up and, greeting Fang Ji, he came to sit close by. Mayor Zhao, thank you for earlier. Fang Yi did not take his seat immediately. Instead, he once again stating his thanks. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing and there was no need to be so polite. He then went straight to the point, and asked, ably and without delay, I was in such a hurry to find you, and, it's because there's a problem in a secret realm, and you should be able to help as a legendary alchemist. Fang Ji scratched his head as he sniffed and said with some hesitation, although I've already succeeded in my transfer, but no alchemy has been performed yet, which, before he could finish his words, Zhao Hongwu interrupted. I understand your concerns. It's fine. Finding you is just part of the plan. I've made other preparations, so don't feel pressured. Fang Yu nodded and said, then what do you think I should do, Mayor Zhao? Well, before we officially start, I'll have to ask you about your professional talents. I'm sorry, Zhao Hongwu asked with a smile. Fang Yi immediately recounted his professional talent to Zhao Hongwu. Zhao Hongwu's expression gradually changed from a smile at the beginning to shock, and in the end, he even stood up directly. What you said is true. Zhao Hongwu excitedly came from behind the desk to Fang Yi's side. It's true. I can show it if you don't believe me. Fang Yi replied with a smile. This shocked and questioning behavior of Zhao Hongwu caused Fang Yi to slightly lower his heart. He still remembered Wang Wenyuan's strange expression, which had caused him to remain a little worried that there was something wrong with his talent. Follow me. Zhao Hongwu gripped Fang Ji's arm and dragged him towards the house. Fang Ji couldn't break free at all. The strength of this brawny man was tremendous. The grip on his arm was like a vice. 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at another building next to the government building, the Dingbei City Professionals Base. This is an officially constructed place for thousands of professionals to study and train. Basically every municipality has a similar building. The managers of the base were a bit surprised by Zhao Hongwu's sudden visit. After all, in the past, the city used to give a heads up every time someone came to town. However, he still quickly prepared an alchemy room as Zhao Hongwu requested, and he arranged for the other staff to go to the warehouse to fetch the herbs needed to refine the spring return pill. Fang Ji somewhat curiously surveyed the room in front of him. The room as a whole was square in shape and small in size. At the very center is a dragon head with a golden yellow body and an ancient shape that is looking up at the sky. There are 2 tables next to the dragon's head. One of the tables had some measuring cups, test tubes, and other items neatly arranged, while the other table had some more sophisticated instruments. Feng Zhi could see what all the things in this room did. Ever since he had switched to alchemist, some knowledge that had to do with alchemy had naturally appeared in his mind, but the instrumentation before him still made him feel a little cutthroat. That huge faucet is the jet for the ground fire. Alchemy requires a flame with a very high and constant temperature, which is why there is this earth fire meter. Ancient geophysical instruments and modern instruments. The collision of ancient civilization and modern science and technology is born. Within moments, the staff of the professional's base walked in with some medicinal herbs. Feng Yi recognized the names and properties of these herbs at a glance. This was perhaps the innate talent of an alchemist. Zhao Hongwu's gaze towards Feng Yi took on a bit of blazing heat. He was already a little impatient to see just how powerful a legendary alchemist was. Just then, some men and women suddenly gathered outside the house and they were all attracted by the news of the mayor's surprise visit. Who is this man? And why did the mayor himself bring him here? I don't know. It looks like an alchemist. I'm an alchemist too. Why isn't the mayor with me? The crowd's discussion was not loud, but it clearly fell into Feng Zhi's ears. Zhao Hongwu, on the other hand, did not stop these people and was still looking at Feng Zhi with interest. Feng Zhi didn't bother with them. He just walked up and picked out the herbs in different categories. Then one by one, the plants began to be processed. Some herbs require fruits, while others only require roots. Juicing, extraction, distillation. Although it was the first time that alchemy, however, Feng Yi felt as skilled as if he had practiced it 1,000 times, and every step of refining the rejuvenation pill was crystal clear in his mind. This hand alone shocked Zhao Hongwu and the rest of the crowd of onlookers to the point where their mouths were wide open. Ordinary and rare-grade alchemists can't do any of this at all. It takes them a while to learn and mimic before they can do each step with uncanny precision. As for rare-grade alchemists, only one rare-grade alchemist has appeared in China since the Blue Star entered the new era, and the other party has now defected from China and joined the American Federation across the ocean. Zhao Hongwu wasn't sure if that traitor could be as untutored as Feng Yi or not, but thought it shouldn't be able to be done. Feng Zhi had never even seen anyone else refining the rejuvenation pill in its entirety before this. He just looked at the Dan formula with the steps written on the paper. This is a true genius, Zhao Hongwu muttered with a wonderful expression. Feng Zhi's movements were fast and steady, and in just half an hour's time, he then finished all the herbs. At the moment, a dozen measuring cups and test tubes of different sizes lay in front of him. It contained a variety of herbs that had been processed, and on another table, the centrifuge was running at breakneck speed. The herbs inside gradually changed as well. Feng Yi took a deep breath. His right hand stretched out flat, and faint golden light suddenly condensed between his palms. Zhao Hongwu held his breath, and the onlookers did the same. Although they weren't alchemists, they could tell that Feng Zhi was unusual. That sense of fluidity and rhythm when handling herbs was something that no other alchemist possessed. They had never seen such a pleasing process even in the decades they had spent in the base. And now, this excessively young alchemist was finally about to proceed to the final step of alchemy. And before they started refining, the crowd also had some curiosity about the party-by-party alchemy furnace. Why is his stove glowing with gold? Holy, what a bright furnace. I've never seen such a beautiful alchemy furnace. What's the point of being pretty? Does being pretty increase the chances of becoming a Dan? That's right. What an alchemist pursues is the quality of the elixir, not the appearance of the furnace. Chapter 12. Is it done yet? Whispers suddenly rang out in the room. Because Feng Zhi's hand at this time appeared a palm-sized golden furnace, and upon closer inspection, the furnace was carved with bizarre totems, which appeared to be ancient ferocious beasts galloping and roaring. It is also as if the mysterious runes record the unknown past. This was every alchemist's original treasure weapon, the alchemy furnace. A desolate and barbaric aura spread out with the cauldron as the center. It quickly swept through the entire room, and the people in the room immediately felt an invisible pressure. It was also the first time that Feng Zhi had summoned his own alchemy furnace, and there was inevitably some excitement in his heart. Summoning an alchemy furnace out of thin air wasn't a privilege of Feng Zhi's status as a legendary ranked profession. In fact, almost about half of the professions would come with their own natal weapon or natal treasure weapon after a successful transfer. For example, Sword Immortal, as long as it's a rare class or higher. After the successful transfer of the profession will come with a flying sword that can be used by the professional, and the power of the flying sword can also be enhanced through subsequent card draws. As for auxiliary professions like Feng Zhi's now, almost all of them came with their own innate treasures. Alchemists have alchemy furnaces, forgers have forging hammers, runesmiths have sealing pens, priests have staffs, and so on. At this moment, inside the alchemy room, Fang Yi held his alchemy furnace and carefully observed it. To be honest, the level of shock in his heart wasn't much less than the others. The scene that had just occurred was truly somewhat magical. Fang Yi didn't even react to how he had summoned the alchemy furnace in the first place. It was as if it was his instinct not to think. Although Zhao Hongwu was surprised as to why Fang Yi didn't continue refining pills, he didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. He was, after all, a high-ranking professional, with a higher eye level than everyone else present. Zhao Hongwu could determine almost at a glance that Fang Yi's alchemy furnace was extraordinary. Even in terms of aura, it was completely not inferior to that cauldron of the first person in China's alchemy today. Phew! Fang Yi slowly let out a breath. Walking over to the dragon head earth fire instrument and placing the alchemy furnace on it, the furnace changed in an instant, and its original palm-sized body quickly expanded several times. A slight click sounded, and the alchemy furnace was steadily fixed on the open mouth of the dragon head. Some fellow alchemists outside the room had realized that the teenager in front of them was not simple at this point, but before the other party actually became a Dan, they still insisted on their opinion. The preparatory work done in the early stages is no more beautiful. It's all for naught. No matter how nice the Dan furnace looks, only by refining qualified pills could one be considered a true alchemist. There's nothing wrong with the saying that peers are enemies, and a teenager so young can get the mayor to accompany him. Would those of them who had been immersed in the Dan Dao for dozens of years not be willing to bow down? Fang Yi, of course, was not aware of these people's mental activities. As he bent down slightly, a switch on the dragon's head was pressed. A blazing flame suddenly spewed out from the dragon's head. Continuously and steadily, it burned at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. Fang Yi waited silently for a moment, and after the temperature inside the Dan furnace reached a critical point, he quickly turned around and cleanly poured in the measuring cups of already processed herbs one by one. Seeing this maneuver of Fang Yi's, several of the onlooker alchemists immediately revealed expressions of disdain. What kind of alchemist makes pills like this? It's not professional at all. It may seem like quite a bluff, but in reality it's just a brainstorm of herbs thrown in that. There was absolutely no observation of the changes in the herbs in the furnace. Only by carefully determining the transformation of the herbs in the furnace could one ensure that the alchemy would not fail. With this maneuver of his I can conclude that this is a layman. I don't know what the mayor sees in him, but it's the mayor's face that he's losing in public. Keep your voice down so the mayor doesn't hear. The people outside the room lowered their voices, but they still clearly reached Zhao Hongwu's ears. He skimmed his mouth and didn't bother with this group of miscellaneous alchemists who only knew how to hook up in their day-to-day lives. The ones who appeared outside the house now were basically unranked alchemists in their teens. They couldn't even refine a rare-grade rejuvenation pill at their level. And they even had the heart to denigrate a legend-grade alchemist here. It's a real travesty. As long as Fang Yi could successfully refine a qualified elixir, then he, Zhao Hongwu, could take this opportunity to properly rectify the atmosphere within the base, saving certain people from not thinking about progress and only knowing how to ostracize each other day in and day out. Although Fang Yi's professional talent ensured that he was bound to succeed in every alchemy, but he wouldn't mess around with it and refine it completely at his own whim. With this initial furnace he basically followed the alchemist's instincts. The refining was carried out to a high and strict standard. Fang Yi dryly placed the last herb into the alchemy furnace and then covered the top lid. Dozens of people both inside and outside the house gathered their gazes above the Dan furnace at this moment. That's right. The crowd is getting bigger. The whole base is spreading the word now. The mayor brought in a young genius alchemist. The genius is in double quotes. Of course, alchemist is a profession that needs to be built up. How can anyone be very powerful just after switching professions? The mayor, while not explicitly stating that, however, a large portion of the people felt that this was the mayor using Fang Yu to knock them down. But with such a young alchemist, I'm afraid that it would be a mistake. As time passed by, a medicinal fragrance gradually wafted up from within the den. The medicinal fragrance was extremely faint at first, but it quickly became strong. Zhao Hongwu huffed, and a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. He had seen many alchemists make pills, but this was the first time he had smelled such a pure medicinal fragrance. That smells pretty good. It seems like the aroma of the medicine is different from that of the others who refined it? Oldly, how come I haven't smelled this kind of flavor when you were making pills? The discussion outside the room resumed, and some alchemists gradually changed their faces as they glanced at each other and a bad feeling arose in all hearts. No way. This young to excessive alchemist really messed it up? The spreading of the medicinal fragrance basically meant that the elixir inside the furnace had already taken shape. Next, simply turn off the geoflame and wait for the furnace to cool down naturally. But the process is not without risk. First of all, the timing of turning off the earth fire meter is very delicate. Early or late will affect the quality of the elixir. Secondly, it is also possible though unlikely, that the elixir will shatter during the cooling process. But it's also true that it's a frequent problem for new alchemists. Fang Ji silently felt the changes within the Dan furnace. And finally, he was certain that everything was complete. It's now. Fang Yi reached out and turned off the switch on the earth fire meter, and the constant wisp of flame receded rapidly. The temperature of the Dan furnace gradually dropped. Everyone's held their breath and stared at the alchemy furnace without blinking. Is it a done deal or not? Fang Ji, however, ignored the movements and questions of the crowd. With a relaxed face, he gathered up the equipment and instruments at hand. Chapter 13 Rare Grade Rejuvenation Pill. Perhaps the only ones present who weren't worried about the situation with the pills were Fang Ji and Zhao Hangu. As the alchemy furnace gradually cooled down, the runes on it that were filled with a savage aura slowly dimmed. Elder Wu, what's the situation with this young man? An alchemist finally couldn't help himself and pulled the base administrator at the side to inquire. Elder Wu laughed and shook his head without speaking. Not that he's trying to be the Riddler. The main reason was that Zhao Hangu had previously instructed him not to tell Fang Ji's identity for the time being. After all, so far only a very small portion knew that Fang Ji had obtained 3 legendary professions at the same time. And if he really wanted to spread the word, Zhao Hangu was worried that he would be noticed by unsuspecting people. There were countless geniuses who died in the middle of the year in China, so it was better to be careful. When the crowd of onlookers saw that Elder Wu did not say a word, their hearts became more curious instead. At this step, is it definitely possible to become a Dan? A clean-looking girl asked to her companion beside her. My companion shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his eyes. Of course not. If something goes wrong when he opens the lid, the elixir won't be refined as usual. The young girl nodded indistinctly and looked once again at the golden cauldron in the room. His companion touched his forehead without a trace, and was a little depressed. The statement he just made does sound right at first glance, but usually, as long as the alchemist didn't have a brain fart, then this last step wouldn't be a problem in any way. So he just didn't want to admit that Fang Ji was awesome at all. Fang Ji cleaned up the table dryly and then came to the Dan furnace. Stretching out his hand very casually, 3 fingers directly pinched the top cover of the alchemy furnace. A little warmth came from the lid of the furnace, and Fang Ji paused for a moment before exerting sudden force. Boo! A soft sound came from the top of the alchemy furnace as it was opened. The rich and refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Several alchemists immediately took several steps back, with complicated expressions on their faces. In fact, by now they don't need to see it. There was definitely at least one extremely high-quality rejuvenation Dan in that furnace. So many years of alchemy experience could not be wrong. After realizing this, they but looked at each other and, the group turned around seemingly intent on getting out of there. Elder Wu let out a light snort as the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Humph. Several alchemists who were leaving heard this voice that contained anger at the same time. They stiffened and stopped in their tracks. Obviously, this was a warning from Elder Wu. Zhao Hangu slightly glanced sideways at the several alchemists and felt a pang of amusement in his heart. He actually had no intention of knocking these alchemists before bringing Fang Ji here. It was only Fang Ji's performance that attracted some people, so he decided to go with the flow. Let's just say it's crooked. Fang Ji was not disturbed by the commotion behind him. He held the alchemy furnace and gently shook it twice. 4 rejuvenation pills then appeared in his hands. Wait. 4? Why are there 4 of them? Some of the onlooker professionals immediately revealed expressions of surprise. They could see it even if they didn't know anything about alchemy. Fang Ji had only prepared a set of rejuvenation Dan's quantity when he first handled the herbs. A set of 2. This matter little cute. All no. So how did this get 2 more out of nowhere? Zhao Hangu naturally wouldn't be the same as the others. He took a few steps forward with an excited expression. Looking at the elixir in Fang Ji's hand revealed an expression of approval. It was indeed the spring recovery pill all right. And it was also a high-grade spring recovery pill. Elder Wu, who was on the side, also came over, and when he saw the elixir in Fang Ji's hand, the whole person then immediately froze on the spot. The entire room then resounded with Elder Wu's shocked and questioning voice. Rare grade rejuvenation pill? Elder Wu's cry instantly triggered the crowd of onlookers. Rare class. Holy, does the rejuvenation pill have a rare grade? Of course there is, but it has to be a high-level rare grade alchemist to make it. The crowd's murmur grew louder and louder, and 2 of the bold ones even planned to come closer to take a look at the. However, before they could put it into action, they were glared back by Elder Wu with a glare. Kidding aside, an alchemist who can make a rare grade rejuvenation pill is a precious commodity. You mere mortals don't want to get close. Elder Wu had already made up his mind. He would say anything to get on good terms with Fang Ji in a while. This kind of genius alchemist would be enough to enjoy a little bit of elixir leaking out of his fingers later on. 4 dark red pills were neatly arranged in his hand. Fang Yi's eyes flickered. The mood was also a little excited. although he was bound to succeed in his own alchemy. But this was the first furnace he had made. Anyhow, it would be a lie to say I'm not excited. The talent of a legendary alchemist is truly terrifying. With enough luck to trigger all three talents at the same time, his potion output would reach a very terrifying level of, and the grade was not at all inferior to the work of the strongest alchemist in China. Zhao Hongwu and Elder Wu looked excited as they held up the elixir and scrutinized it. And at this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. This is the hope of China's future alchemists. This is the hope of China's Dan Dao. Name, Rejuvenation Pill, rare grade. Effect, quickly heals non-fatal injuries, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. The fact that a district level 1 alchemist could achieve such a level, no one would even believe it when they said it. But now the rare grade Rejuvenation Pill is literally in front of their eyes. The two of them are witnesses, and these onlookers around them are also witnesses. But, gotta find a way to keep them secret for a while. Zhao Hongwu had already considered this situation, so he hooked his hand and, whispering in the ear of Elder Wu who came over, Elder Wu nodded, then left the alchemy room. Zhao Hongwu held all of the rejuvenation dan that Fang Yi had refined in his hands. Turning to the crowd gathered in the doorway, he had a smile on his face, but it had an oozing feeling in the eyes of the other professionals. I'm sure all my colleagues know what this is. Zhao Hongwu's voice was steady as he said, I know that people haven't been paying much attention to alchemists or the Dan Dao. After all, my country of China does not have any high-grade alchemists above level 50 so far, but that shouldn't be a reason for some people to give up on themselves. Since you enjoy the privileges given to professionals by the state, you should work hard to refine qualified pills. Zhao Hongwu scanned the crowd, taking in their reactions before continuing. Although I'm talking about alchemists here, other professions are just as. It doesn't matter if you have a low rank or a low grade, as long as what you do is good for Dingbei City and good for China. It's good for the people, and that's a competent professional. This one behind me, a mere first-grade alchemist can achieve this level. I hope you won't be left too far behind by your descendants. Chapter 14 Efforts to Refine. Zhao Hongwu's words hit home. The crowd of onlookers outside the room all wore somewhat mortified expressions, whatever they may think in their hearts. But at this moment in front of the mayor, they have to show that look. Zhao Hongwu didn't expect that a few words from himself could make certain people change, but this is the kind of thing he's going to do eventually. Although today was unintentional, Zhao Hongwu believed that if he did enough, then surely some of them will be on the right track from there. Dingbei City is different from other cities, and hanging around here can get you killed. As Fang Yi listened to Zhao Hongwu's words, his heart was also vaguely touched. In any age there are such redoubtable people who never want to do anything for themselves, but just want to do their part for this country. He didn't think he could do what Zhao Hongwu did, but since I am in this familiar country, I am sure I will do something about it. Just then, Elder Wu walked over with a middle-aged man in tow. In his hands he held a stack of papers that emanated a light silver color. Someone recognized this middle-aged man, and his face instantly became a bit ugly. Contractor, why is he here? It seems that this teenager's identity is not simple. If I had known I wouldn't have come today. Fang Yi looked at the paper in the middle-aged man's hand with interest. He learned the man's occupation from the sound of others discussing it. Contractor. It seems to be a support profession like me. Fang Yi was thinking about it, but he was suddenly pulled aside by Zhao Hongwu. All those who have observed your alchemy today will sign a contract of secrecy. The price for leaking the information is to die with blood vessels collapsing all over your body. Zhao Hongwu said with a calm face. Fang Yi was shocked in his heart. So ruthless? You have an unusual status now. You have to be careful. Zhao Hongwu said with a smile. Fang Ji didn't know what to say. He vaguely realized at this moment that the peaceful life might be far away from him in the future. The onlooker professionals were a bit disgruntled, but they still signed the contract honestly. There is no way. Zhao Hongwu was watching from the side. If he refuses now is not looking for death. Once everyone had signed their deeds, the room fell silent again. Zhao Hongwu made a call to his secretary, and shortly after the time of the secretary and Zhang Tiantian then arrived in the professional base. Let me introduce. This is Zhang Tiantian, a member of the third squad of the exploration sequence. Zhao Hongwu pointed at the young man in front of him who had some sadness in his brows and said to Fang Yi. Fang Yi extended his hand and politely shook the other parties. Fang Ji, just came to Dingbei City. Hello. Zhang Tiantian obviously wasn't very excited as he looked over at Zhao Hongwu. The eyes took on a bit of doubt. Zhao Hongwu smiled faintly and handed over the rejuvenation pill in his hand. If you were given some of them, would you be able to rush out with the third squad? Zhao Hongwu asked. Zhang Tiantian received the elixir and just by glancing at it, his entire body was immediately energized. This is a rare grade? His tone trembled a little. Yes, rare grade. You should have seen the information on the elixir as well. Zhao Hongwu nodded his head and said, I saw it. I saw it. I just can't believe it a little. Zhang Tiantian held the elixir in both hands and, I'm afraid I'll accidentally pinch it. Ordinary grade rejuvenation pills can only slowly heal some relatively minor injuries, and the rare level just speeds up the healing. But it didn't occur to me that the effect of the rare grade rejuvenation pill had unexpectedly expanded directly to such a large range of non-fatal injuries. Zhang Tiantian barely restrained the excitement in his heart as he finally realized something. Surprised, he looked at Feng Ji. Brother, did you refine this? Feng Ji nodded slightly. It's me. It should still be enough, right? It's more than enough. With this elixir, I can guarantee that the entire third squad will not suffer a single casualty. Zhang Tiantian patted his chest and said aloud. Good. Zhao Hongwu immediately clapped his hands and turned his head sideways to Feng Ji. Feng Ji, trouble you to refine this rejuvenation pill today. There are enough ingredients. No problem? That, said Feng Ji, scratching his head in some embarrassment. Mayor, this rare grade rejuvenation pill can't be made every time. Zhao Hongwu froze for a moment, then slapped his head in a daze. He had forgotten that Feng Ji's occupational talent was triggered by chance. That's fine. You work hard and get as much as you can tomorrow as of noon tomorrow. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand. Although Zhang Tiantian was a bit confused, he held Feng Ji's hand at the moment. With an expectant face, he said, Brother, the lives of a dozen people in our squad are in your hands. Help. Feng Yu nodded and said slowly, I will do my best. He wouldn't refuse. Of course, and he didn't have to. Alchemists want to level up in addition to entering the secret realm. Fighting is alchemy. This material tube enough just tube alchemy situation is every alchemist's dream. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhao Hongwu patted Feng Ji's shoulder with fear. He then let Elder Wu and Zhang Tiantian out of the alchemy room. Feng Yi moved his wrists and shoulders, walking over to the table and picking up the ingredients for the second rejuvenation pill. He believed that Zhao Hongwu would arrange everything, so at this moment, he only needed to refine the pills. Still like the first time, Feng Ji first gradually processed the herbs. He's obviously a little more skillful this time around. A certain herb that was more difficult to handle flew up and down in his hands, and was processed in just a few minutes. Replacing the furnace on the dragon's head, Feng Ji then began his second alchemy. Half an hour later, Feng Yi looked at the two pills in his hand and let out a long breath. He's been pretty lucky, though he hasn't triggered the gift of doubling his output, but it triggers the talent of leveling up. That said, the two he had in his hand right now were also rare grade, and as he finished refining, a line of text suddenly appeared. Congratulations, the alchemist level has been raised to level 2. Feng Ji could feel that as he leveled up, his mind became a little clearer. A typical alchemist will unlock a Dan formula every 10 levels, or get a new one by drawing cards. But Feng Ji didn't need to do that. Legendary alchemists didn't need to dwell on the matter of the Dan formula. He only needed to look at the elixir to reverse parse out the formula and steps. Legendary alchemists are just so powerful. So Feng Yi estimated that he would awaken something that the others didn't have after he rose to level 10. He thought as he continued the task at hand. Elder Wu and the two staff members brought him a midnight snack and enough medicinal herbs, and Feng Ji quickly finished eating it before plunging back into alchemy. He wasn't doing it now to fulfill the task set out by Zhao Hongwu. Rather, he genuinely felt that alchemy was very interesting, as if he was fighting monsters and upgrading his game full of coolness. Chapter 15 Completion. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Yi had been refining pills except for a 3-hour break in the middle of the night. By noon of the next day, Feng Yui had refined a total of 50 rejuvenation pills. 21 of them were of the rare grade. This efficiency is extremely horrible. Ordinary alchemists can refine out a dozen or so a day and it's good. Feng Ji, however, directly doubled several times. And Feng Ji's luck was also good. The chance of the talent triggering was close to 50%. 21 rare grade rejuvenation pills were more than enough for the third squad. Feng Yi was counting the consumption of pills and herbs on hand. A knock suddenly sounded at the door of the alchemy room. Enter, Feng Ji said without lifting his head. The door to the room opened and Zhao Hongwu and Zhang Tiantian walked in one after the other. Mayor, the pills are all here. Feng Yi smiled and handed over the 5 wooden boxes. Seeing the wooden box in Feng Ji's hand, Zhang Tiantian's eyes instantly widened. This is all rejuvenation pills? Zhang Tiantian's tone was filled with incredulity, and it was clear that Zhao Hongwu didn't tell him about Feng Yi's professional talent. However, even Zhao Hongwu, who knew the truth, revealed a surprised expression after seeing these wooden boxes at this moment. You can put 10 pills inside a wooden box. Therefore, Zhao Hongwu easily calculated the number of pills in Feng Ji's hands. 50? Zhao Hongwu reached out to take it and asked in a hurry. Feng Yin nodded and said with a smile, 50 rejuvenation pills. 21 of them are of rare grade. Hiss. Zhao Hanguo and Zhang Tiantian simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Even the temperature inside the house rose a little. The rare-grade rejuvenation pill had never appeared before Feng Ji had refined it. And now, they were holding dozens of them in their hands. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongwu's entire body became a little nervous. He could see the value of this elixir that. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had subverted the Dan Dao industry in China today. But it would be difficult to really change the embarrassing status quo of the Dan Dao today with just a dozen or 2 dozen pills. Zhao Hangu opened the wooden box and looked at the rejuvenation pill inside. And a few lines of text appeared before his eyes. Name, rare-grade rejuvenation pill. Effect, quickly heals non-fatal injuries, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Name, rare-grade rejuvenation pill. Effect, quickly heals minor injuries and slightly suppresses serious injuries. Based on the effects of the elixir, the description of non-fatal injuries in the rare-grade rejuvenation pill should include a portion of serious injuries. That is, those injuries that were not fatal enough in a short period of time. Zhang Tiantian reached out his hand trembling and accepted the elixir handed over by Zhao Hangu. This unproductive look of his made Zhao Hangu laugh outright. You kid, branching out a little. This is only a few pills, so shivering ah. Zhao Hangu laughed and scolded. Fang Yi also revealed a smile and asked Zhang Tiantian, Brother Zhang, are the pills enough? I can grab a little more and refine it out if it's not enough. Enough is enough. Zhang Tiantian nodded his head busily and then he collected his expression with a serious face and bowed deeply to Fang Yi. Thank you, Brother Fang. I thank you for the third squad. Don't. Fang Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, this is my part of the job. You go ahead and save the day, and I'll treat you guys to dinner when you get back. Zhang Tiantian nodded heavily and turned around just to say something. Zhao Hongwu's big footplate was imprinted on his ass. Hurry up. Don't waste time. But I'll take you to task if one comes back less. 2 seconds later, only Fang Ji and Zhao Hangu remained in the alchemy room. Zhao Hangu looked deeply at Fang Ji, his expression gradually becoming unusually serious. Fang Yi frankly faced Zhao Hangu's gaze, and in his heart, he had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Fang Ji, your talent is very, very high. Zhao Hangu slowly spoke. I was hoping that you could stay in Dingbei City, which would greatly alleviate my pressure. But you're a third legendary professional after all, so you're bound to go higher in the future. I just hope you'll be able to help out a little bit in Tingbei City when that time comes. There's too much pressure here. 2 greatest secret realms put me on thin ice. Zhao Hongwu's tone was heavy. He knew that he couldn't keep Fang Yi. Then you can only play the emotional card before the other side has grown up. This practice was normal and not at all despicable, but Zhao Hongwu's heart was a little uncomfortable. After all, he had only helped Fang Ji a little bit. Fang Yi could hear Zhao Hongwu's meaning, and he smiled. Sitting on a chair to the side, he said, Uncle Zhao, you fell out with the Jinhe City side to help me, and I'm sure I'll keep this friendship in my heart, so you don't have to. I'll help Dingbei City if I can. Obviously, he was only a 5th-level professional, but these words came out with the aura of a superior person. It also put Zhao Hanwu at ease. On the other side, Zhang Tiantian didn't waste any time. With the pills and the equipment that Zhao Hanwu had given him earlier, he directly dug into the Blood Wolf mysterious realm. The familiar forest appeared in front of him, and Zhang Tiantian took a deep breath. The figure gradually became blurred, and within a few moments, his entire body merged into the shadows between the branches and leaves. Shadow Assassin's natural ability is like a fish out of water in this environment. That was why he was able to escape the Blood Wolf's encirclement while the others couldn't. Zhang Tiantian recognized the location, then charged straight towards the valley. Time passed by, and Zhang Tiantian had been running wildly through the forest for more than 3 hours. Along the way he saw many Blood Wolf corpses, the work of the third squad before they were surrounded. Normally, these Blood Wolf corpses would be taken away by their companions. But now it was exposed to the wilderness, thus showing that there must have been some unknown changes in the Blood Wolf pack. Towards evening, Zhang Tiantian arrived in the middle of the jungle beyond the valley. He didn't rush closer to the valley, because from here he could already hear the sounds of the blood wolves moving around, and he also noticed what appeared to be freshly generated signs of battle outside the valley. This suggests that the third squad has tried to break out in the last day or so, but the results are obvious. They failed. Zhang Tiantian carefully hid his figure and approached the valley little by little. Not far from him was the blood wolf pack that was feeding. There were enemies in front and behind him at the moment, but Zhang Tiantian had no fear in his heart. He brings hope, the hope of saving the squad. At nightfall, the blood wolves launched another attack, and they moved with agility and cooperation. The whole spread out in a fan shape, bringing up a cloud of dust, and the sound of fighting resounded through the valley. Zhang Tiantian could only pray in his heart that this attack by the wolves would not cause any casualties to the third squad. Luckily, the third squad was tough enough to The wolves' attack only lasted less than half an hour before subsiding, and Zhang Tiantian took this opportunity to enter the valley. Night was the assassin's home turf, so Zhang Tiantian smoothly met the members of the third squad. Chapter 16 Qingli Red Flame. In a cave in the middle of the valley, Captain Wang Hu leaned against the somewhat wet wall and, the face was unusually pale and tired. The team members on the sideline showed a somewhat desperate expression. "Captain, I can't carry it any longer." A member of the team who was inside the cave said softly. His body was drenched in blood, obviously lightly injured. "Hang in there." Tianzi went to ask for help. "He'll be back," Wang Hu said decisively. Just then, footsteps came from outside the cave. "Who is it?" The team members guarding the entrance of the cave were instantly energized and asked vigilantly. "It's me. It's me." Zhang Tiantian's voice came from outside. The crew perked up at the sound of the. However, when they saw that there was no one behind Zhang Tiantian, all of them revealed a puzzled expression. Zhang Tiantian, however, looked excited, came up to the group and produced several wooden boxes from a package behind him. The team was even more puzzled, and Wang Hu frowned, pointing at the wooden box and asking, "What is this?" "The pills?" "Right." Zhang Tiantian nodded heavily, then opened one of them. The information of the elixir appeared instantly in the eyes of the crowd, and a few seconds later, a suppressed cry erupted from within the cave. "Holy, so fierce. Awesome. I've never seen such a fierce rejuvenation pill." The several members of the team inside the cave glanced at each other, and there was an undisguised joy in their expressions. Although the city didn't give them manpower support, these pills are enough. It can greatly improve their chances of survival. "There's more," Zhang Tiantian said. From his backpack, he had taken out several palm-sized jade plates, each of which was engraved with obscure and profound runes. Constructed rune stone. Wang Hu let out a low cry and reached out to take it from Zhang Tiantian's hand. "It's a constructor's stone. By activating the runes on its surface it can generate a set of well-fitting armor and weapons. It's not an exaggeration to say that any combat professional would like to have their very own customized construct runestone, but it's just so rare. The mayor gave me 3 of them, and you can see who fits better in them." Zhang Tiantian handed the constructing talisman stone to Wang Hu, and then he began to distribute the rejuvenation pills. Lesser injuries are sent out less often, more often for more severe injuries. The crowd didn't be polite when they received the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp as soon as it was brought to their mouths. In less than 10 minutes, all the people's injuries were healed to the 7th degree. On the other hand, Fang Yi returned to the home that Zhao Hanwu had arranged for him. It was a room in some bachelor's apartment. The overall decoration was quite exquisite, and its furniture and other facilities were all available. The city of Tingbei doesn't have a lot of money, but it does a generous job in these areas. There's nothing of value in the room. Actually, the only one that could easily be coveted by others was the small destiny crystals placed on the coffee table in the middle of the living room. That's right, there's a fate crystal in Fangji's house. This means he can do his card draws at home. And the materials for the card draw he had gotten. Zhao Hanwu asked him what he wanted at that noon meeting. Without even thinking about it, Fangji uttered the words Destiny Fragment. Zhao Hanwu was also generous and directly gave Fangji 2 Destiny Fragments. Each shard is good for 1 card draw, which is 2 gold legends for the side-by-side. Making it to the front of the coffee table, Fangji first took out a Destiny Shard. It was an irregular object with a purple translucent color, somewhat similar to amethyst, but much lighter than amethyst. "Come on, out with the gold," Fang Yi said as he brought the Fate Fragment closer to the Fate Crystal. A burst of light emanated from the crystal, and then the entire shard disappeared without a trace. Fate crystals are not the only big ones. In fact, there is no difference in nature between large crystals and small crystals, both of which can be used for card draw. But big chunks of fate crystals can be drawn in a row multiple times in a day. Smaller pieces, on the other hand, could only be drawn a limited number of times, like the one in his hand, up to 3 times a day. But it didn't matter to Fang Yu, he only needed it once. As the Destiny Fragment disappeared, the Destiny Crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling light that, the glow was an unbelievably pure golden color, illuminating the entire room in a golden glow. Fangji stared at the Fate Crystal Stone with a deadly stare. The golden meteor within it trailed a long trailing flame across the sky, and then a golden card appeared above the crystal. The card dripped and spun. Fang Yi smiled and reached out to hold it. A line of text instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Green Blazed Red Fire, Fire. Description, Qingli Red Fire is one of the highest grade flames in the world. When you rhyme it, it's good for killing enemies and making pills. Fangji froze and looked at this card in his hand. Then his face revealed a look of ecstasy. To an alchemist, the flame is actually something even more important than the Dan formula. A standardized earth fire instrument could not make the most perfect elixir. and a top alchemist must use his own flame to do his best. So at this moment, Fangji drew out the first one that was uniquely his, the topmost flame in the world. Holding down his excitement, Fangji crushed the card with a click. Shards of gold were flying through the air. A palm-sized greenish-red flame appeared leisurely with astonishing heat. The flame was beautiful, taking on a glazed sheen that Fangji was even somewhat unable to bear to destroy its current state, but he eventually reached out and took hold of the fire. A blazing sensation spread from his palm, but it didn't burn his skin. Fangji felt that his entire body was wrapped in a warm feeling. He then saw the fire of Qingli red flame drilling into his palm and traveling down his arm all the way to the location of his heart in front of his chest. By now, the fire had been completely absorbed by him. And what he had to do next was to nurture the fire to make it mature gradually. This kind of foreign fire between heaven and earth would only be able to exert its magical effects after it matured. On the other hand, in the Blood Wolf's secret realm, Wang Hu and the two thick-skinned team members wearing a heavy but not bulky armor were rushing towards the outside of the valley, and behind them, a dozen or so members of the team waited with poise. As long as the captain resisted the onslaught of the Blood Wolves, they would show that heard what the power of vengeance meant. Dare to besiege us, huh? Come on, try another plug now. The battle broke out at once, and an unprecedentedly fierce fight erupted in the valley. With equipment and recovered injuries, the third squad is completely unafraid of these Blood Wolves. They are after all just a bunch of without much brain. Even if they stormed, so what? Early the next morning, with the gentle sunlight flooding the sky, in front of the entrance to the Blood Wolf mystic realm, one figure after another was revealed. Wang Hu, Zhang Tian, Xiao Song. The 15 people in the third squad of the exploration sequence had successfully broken out of the secret realm without a single casualty. The soldiers guarding the entrance saw them and came forward in excitement. Thought something happened to you guys in there. I'm glad it's okay. The soldiers lamented. Zhang Tian smiled faintly, looking at the rejuvenation pill in his hand, which he had yet to take. The heart is filled with gratitude for that teenager. Chapter 17 Flying Rainbow Stone. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Fangji received a call from the mayor's secretary. The middle-aged man with a strong military style went straight to the point. Comrade Fang Yi, the city has decided to arrange for you to undergo special training for professionals. I don't know if you are willing to do so? Fang Yi was still awake at this time. Yesterday's alchemy had exhausted him, so now he was still a bit confused. So he subconsciously asked, special training? What's that? It's a training program for high-ranking rookie professionals. It will allow you to learn about the secret realm and adapt to the battles in the secret realm in advance, the secretary explained patiently. Fangji rubbed his face, feeling a bit more awake. Okay, I'll go, he agreed without much hesitation. There was absolutely no need to refuse such a thing. Fangji knew very little about the world now, simply won't let go of any opportunity to learn something. Well, you come see me at 3 in the afternoon and I'll take you to do the paperwork. I'm sorry, the secretary said and hung up. Fangji touched his cell phone aside, and his entire body collapsed helplessly onto the bed. He was so sleepy, all he wanted to do now was sleep. But Fang Yu had only closed his eyes for no more than 2 minutes when the second call came. Hey, who is it? Fang Yi didn't look at the cell phone, just casually pressed the answer button. It's me, Zhao Hongwu. Mayor Zhao's muffled voice came out from the cell phone, and Fang Yi sat up in a flash. He was more or less paying more attention to Zhao Hongwu. This man was, after all, his leg up for the next while. Mayor Zhao, you have something for me? Fangji asked. The third squad came out of the secret realm, and they said they wanted to thank you properly. Zhao Hongwu's voice carried some relief. Fangji was similarly relieved. It's good to be out, but thanking me is not necessary. His words were interrupted by Zhao Hongwu just as he was in mid-sentence. Don't push it. It's a lifesaver. Zhao Hongwu's voice carried a hint of non-refusal. Fang Yi thought about it and agreed, and Zhao Hongwu laughed. Let Fang Yi go to the biggest restaurant in the city center, the Yingbin Hotel, near noon. To be honest, the name is a bit corny. Hanging up the phone, Fang Ji leaned back on the bed, feeling sleepiness disappear without a trace. After a moment's reprieve, he went to the restroom and washed his face, then sat down at the coffee table again. Yesterday, Zhao Hongwu had given him 2 destiny fragments, so he could draw again. The daily reward for the divine card drawing system has been refreshed. Fang Ji was bound to come out with a legendary gold card in this card draw. He calmed down for a moment, then brought the fate shard in his hand closer to the fate crystal. The same scene as yesterday appeared as the destiny shard slowly disappeared into his hand. In the next second, a brilliant golden light erupted from the destiny crystal. Fang Ji's eyes stared at the top of the destiny crystal without blinking. He's dying for a skip card draw animation option to appear in front of him. After a few seconds, the golden light faded and the A card of pure gold dripped and spun above the crystals. Fong by and by grabbed it over, and the card's information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Flying Rainbow Stone. Description, one of the strongest materials in heaven and earth. Extremely difficult to forge. Fong Ji had just finished reading these contents when the card in his hand changed in some way. He didn't activate the card, which was entirely its own autonomous behavior. It was the first time Fong Ji had seen this kind of situation, and he stood up, slightly nervous. He soon realized he was overthinking it. Though, the card in front of him gradually turned into an irregular object about 2 meters long in a burst of golden light. It was a very large-sized stone that showed a colorful sheen in the sunlight. Flying Rainbow Stone. What's the point? Fong Ji muttered, a little confused for a moment. He knows too little about the world now, so it didn't know exactly what this Flying Rainbow Stone did. However, the mere fact that it was of legendary quality established that it was of great value. Fong Yi did not continue to dwell on it and casually picked up the cell phone on the side and started searching for it. It didn't take him long to find out about the Flying Rainbow Stone. Simply put, it was the best material for making constructed runestones. As for the constructed runestone, think of it as Iron Man's armor in a box, just a little more compact. When activated, the construct runestone creates a set of armor that covers the entire body and has a decent amount of attack and defense power. And the constructed runestones made by Flying Rainbow Stone are the top ones in the entire world. There are only 3 existing sets of the constructed runestones made from the Flying Rainbow Stone, 2 of which are on the bodies of the strongest men of the world, Arak and Zeus respectively. According to the descriptions on the internet, the secret realm that produces the Flying Rainbow Stone is extremely dangerous. That was why there were almost no scattered Flying Rainbow Stones in circulation today, and only a very few of them were still preserved among certain large forces. After Fong Ji finished reading the information, he dropped his gaze back to this Flying Rainbow Stone in front of him. If the info on the web is correct, he may now have the world's largest Flying Rainbow Stone. To be honest, Fong Ji was very excited right now. Yesterday's and today's card draws had given him 2 things that could drastically increase his strength at once, though it would take time for that increase to become apparent. But he has certainly become richer and stronger than before. Constructed runestones are difficult to craft. They require a forge master and a rune master to craft them together to have any chance of completing them. And Fong Ji happens to have both professions. In other words, Fong Ji only needed to level up his 2 professions. He could then become a relentless constructed runestone producing machine, and still be the top of the line. I didn't realize it took 2 card draws to finalize the subsequent course of its own development. Fong Ji leaned on the sofa and looked at the Flying Rainbow Stone on the ground, suddenly realized a problem. You can't keep a piece this big in the house all the time, can you? Wouldn't old Zhao and the others go crazy if they came over and saw it? And he's still shallowly rooted. In case some ill-intentioned person finds out about it, something big might happen. Fong Yi frowned and thought for half a day, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. So he could only move the Flying Rainbow Stone into the corner of his bedroom for now, or at least not put it in plain sight. Near noon, Fong Yi left the bachelor apartment and took a taxi to the Yingbin Hotel. For once he had time to observe the taxicabs of the age. In general it was no different from the cars of the previous world, but the round steering wheel had disappeared, and in its place was a square slab of stone. Complex runes were inscribed on it. Fong Yi stared for a long time, then reacted violently. Isn't this just a form of driving in a former mobile game? It's just that the forward and backward arrow keys have been replaced with a variety of rune patterns. After arriving at his destination, Fong Yi breathlessly got out of the car. Then he saw Zhang Tian, who had been waiting for an unknown length of time, at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 18 Wang Yingxue, Brother Zhang. Long time waiting, Fong Yi said as he walked up and greeted him. Zhang Tian had been eagerly waiting for a long time, and at this moment, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face when he saw Fong Yi. Don't call me Brother Zhang. Zhang Tian waved his hand while laughing. Just call me Tianzi. Fong Yi didn't refuse. He knew that this was a way for the other party to express his goodwill. After the 2 of them briefly spoke a few more words downstairs, Zhang Tian led Fong Yi upstairs. It came to a good-sized room on the 3rd floor. The decoration of the Welcome Hotel was not particularly luxurious, and in Fong Yi's opinion, the place is a very visceral and quaint decor. Pushing open the door of the room, Fong Yi saw a dozen men and women sitting on the round table inside the room. The oldest of them looked to be nearly 40 years old, while the youngest was only in his early 20s, not much older than him. As soon as he had entered, all the people in the room stood up and smiles of joy and gratitude were all over their faces. Fong Yi greeted the crowd in turn under Zhang Tian's introduction, and to be honest, it was still a bit of a pain to remember so many people at once, but today he was the main character and didn't need to use his brain too much. After the pleasantries were over, Fang Ji sat down at the main seat of the round table. The restaurant served the food quickly and had obviously prepared some of it ahead of time. As the people ate and chatted, Fang Ji noticed that the captain, Wang Hu, seemed to have a high prestige. Even with him as the savior of his life today, the others would not be able to help but get rattled when facing Wang Hu. The meal was soon halfway through between pushes and swaps. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Zhao Hangu walked in smilingly. Everyone in the room immediately stood up and politely greeted the mayor. Zhao Hangu waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. I've had my meal. Just happened to be passing by and came for a spin." As he said that, he dropped his gaze to Fang Ji and said, "Fang Ji, the special training for professionals starts tomorrow. The hours are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day for a 1-month period. I suggest you come to Squad 3 after your daily studies to learn some real secret exploration techniques with the group. After all, the first half of the special training is mostly theory." Fang Yi immediately nodded at his words and said, "Okay, Mayor. Then you guys eat. I'll withdraw first." Zhao Hangu declined the invitation to sit together after he finished speaking. Without looking back, he left the private room. Fang Ji didn't know how he left the private room and how he got back home. Anyway, he was lying on the soft bed of his bachelor pad when he opened his eyes. Rubbing his somewhat sore head, Fang Yi reluctantly sat up, and it was already dusk outside the house. The setting sun splashed golden spots on the ground through the glass. The clock on the wall showed that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon at this time. And Fang Ji suddenly had a heart attack. Suddenly he remembered that he had an appointment with his secretary to report to him in the afternoon. "It's broken." Fang Yi immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to apologize to the secretary. Indeed, it wasn't that he wanted to drink so much. It was just that everyone in the squad was so enthusiastic. Before he could dial, though, he saw a text message from his secretary. "Comrade Fang Ji, considering the possibility that you might drink yourself into a daze at a get-together with the third squad, the report on the special training for professionals has been postponed until tomorrow morning." After reading the text message, Fang Ji scratched his head, feeling that the words were a bit awkward. It was clearly a serious tone, but the wording revealed an unusually rough feeling. What does it mean to drink cluelessly? He just drank slightly more. Getting down from the bed, Fang Ji didn't have much appetite to eat. Then he began to search the internet to learn about the secret realm and professionals. Most people in this world will probably never travel to the secret world in their lives, because living professionals didn't need to engage in combat. The information about the secret realm that was publicly available online was sketchy, but Fang Bai was interested in this thing, and he read it hungrily. The next morning, Fang Ji woke up from his bed with a hungry stomach. He didn't eat last night, so now it's feeling hungry. Coming downstairs, Fang Yi found the breakfast place without any problems. After a quick bite, I went to the government building and met the secretary, who had been at work for a long time. The secretary smiled and handed Fang a registration form. Then he slowly said, "The location of the special training is not far away from the professional base, for a period of 1 month, and the instructors are from the top sequence squads in our city. It's mostly theoretical in the early part of the program, but later on, it depends on what's going on. Might take you down to the secret world a few times, teach you in the field and level you up at the same time." Fang Ji nodded at his words and said, "I understand." There wasn't much on the registration form, so Fang Ji quickly finished filling it out. In fact, it was fine whether he filled it out or not. The city is all set for him, but the form is filled out to leave a trail of work and save any trouble later. "Okay, so go over there now, and just give me my name, and call me if you meet anything you can't solve," the secretary said as she put the registration form away. Fang Yi responded and then left the office. "You don't have to take a cab for such a short distance." Fang Ji slipped and then walked from the government building to the professional base. "Hello, may I ask you?" A professional at the entrance of the base stopped Fang Ji, who was planning to enter, but he stopped abruptly before he could finish his question. He stared at Fang Ji for several seconds, then his eyes widened. You're the one who makes pills." Fang Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "It's me. Secretary Liu asked me to come to the special training." "That's right. The mayor's secretary's name is Willow." In fact, Fang Ji had only just learned about it from the notice board in the government building. "Ooh, special training huh?" The professional thought for a moment and then he pointed down to the ground floor and said, "Go to the training ground in the -1. There is someone there to receive you." Fang Ji said thank you, and then found the stairs leading to the -1. And just then his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure. It wasn't really too familiar, but the man had left a deep impression on him. So even in a flash he recognized the other man. Wang Yingxue? What is she doing here? Fang Ji walked up suspiciously. He wasn't going to look for Wang Yingxue. Rather, it's because that's the only hallway in -1. passing through the corridor at his feet. Fang Ji's vision opened up. A huge underground training ground appeared in front of him, with all sorts of training equipment neatly lined up on both sides of the training ground. Class, are you here for the special training? A somewhat cold voice came from the sidelines. Fang Ji twisted his head and saw Wang Yingxue standing behind him in a pavilion. The young girl was wearing a long ice blue dress, and her long silky hair fell naturally over her shoulders. The hair is not overly decorated, but exudes a pure beauty. Her skin was like the first snow, flawless and with a faintly cold glow. The delicate texture seems to melt at the slightest touch. She just stood there, as if the ice had a mold from this moment. Chapter 19 Special Training begins. Although it was the first time Fang Ji was this close to a young girl, he quickly returned to his senses. Didn't let myself act too out of character. Yes, I'm here for the special training. Fang Yi smiled and answered Wang Yingxue's question. The cool young girl nodded slightly, then pursed her lips and, somewhat hesitantly, he asked, so do you know where to report? Fang Yi's smiling expression froze on his face when he heard that. Hopefully, you don't know either. He thought that Wang Yingxue had already reported, but he didn't realize that the young girl had just arrived just like him. I just got here and haven't found a place to report yet. Fang Yi regained control of his face and smiled. Wang Yingxue slightly tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Fang Ji. This ordinary action had a very unique feeling on her body. Cool and nerdy. Fang Ji raised an eyebrow and was about to speak. However, he suddenly saw a young man in a training uniform walk over from the side of the training ground. Wang Yingxue noticed the change in Fang Ji's gaze, so she turned her head and looked behind her. The young man who suddenly appeared came slowly in front of the duo and, in a kindly tone, he said, "Are you two here for the special training?" Fang Yun nodded. He could tell that Wang Yingxue was unsociable, so he took the initiative to welcome him. "Hello, my name is Fang Ji. This is Wang Yingxue. We are here for the special training." The youth looked at the two of them, and his gaze lingered on Wang Yingxue for a long time before saying, "That, come with me." Fang Ji laughed in his heart. If he wasn't a traveler. It is estimated that after seeing Wang Yingxue is not much better than the youth. As the granddaughter of Wang Wenyuan, the principal of Jinha No. 3 Middle School, Wang Yingxue has been in the spotlight since she started school. Almost without the slightest controversy, she became the school beauty of the third form. Fang Ji and her weren't in the same class, but they would occasionally run into each other on campus. In fact, the dream girl of most of the boys in the entire third middle school was Wang Yingxue, and Fang Ji's original body was no exception. Although he was surprised why Wang Yingxue appeared in the special training in Dingbei City. However, Fang Yi didn't rush to ask about it. He could probably guess something that. Moreover, the reason for Wang Yingxue's appearance here was most likely related to himself. The youth's footsteps were not very quick, and it seemed as if they were intended deliberately to take care of the two men that. Or maybe it was just how much he wanted to see this cool, stunningly beautiful young girl. My name is Feng Yi. I'm a trainee of the second phase of special training in Dingbei City. The youth introduced himself as he walked. Fang Ji followed him and asked curiously, "What does phase 2 mean?" "It means training here for 2 months. Feng Yi was slightly embarrassed when he said this. "I didn't pass the test last month, so I have to train here for another month. If I don't pass this time." The second half of Feng Yi's sentence that wasn't spoken, but Fang Yi and the others had already understood what the other party meant. This kind of examination but continue to participate in the situation of Secretary Lu did not say to him before. But it's normal when you think about it. It's not possible to have someone hang around for a month and then count it as completed special training. Under the leadership of Fenghe, Fang Ji and Wang Yingxue crossed the left side of the training ground to the center back position, where there were a few sizable classrooms. Fang Yi saw about a dozen people sitting in one of the classrooms. "This is it. Some of the guys got here earlier than you did, so they went ahead and found their own place to sit." "I don't know," Fenghe said as he came to the classroom door. Fang Ji raised his head and saw the door number on the classroom, Special Training Class 1. Very intuitive and clear name, he was thinking. Feng He had pushed open the door of the room and the people in the classroom all looked over at the sound. The moment they saw Wang Yingxue, the men and women in the classroom all froze for a few seconds. It was as if they were all petrified for a moment. Wang Yingxue ignored the eyes of these people. Straight away, he walked into the classroom, subsequently taking a seat in the middle of the corner. Fang Ji scanned the classroom, then stepped away and walked towards another corner. He hadn't taken 2 steps, however, when he suddenly noticed that someone's gaze had been falling on him. Fang Yi slightly inclined his head and saw Wang Yingxue, who was staring at him motionlessly. The young girl's expression was calm, and her gaze didn't even have a hint of emotion or fluctuation. But Fang Ji just felt a certain emotion and thought from the other side. It seems to say, "Sit next to me." He wasn't sure if what he was feeling was an illusion, but after a moment's hesitation, he still walked towards Wang Yingxue. Wang Yingxue blew her eyelids down slightly after seeing Fang Ji's movements. Nothing seems to be happening. Fang Yi came to sit next to Wang Yingshui, and the two of them did not exchange a single word throughout. The body of this young girl with a cool temperament sat straight, her gaze not lingering on Fang Ji for another second. Just then there was a sound of leather boots on the floor outside the door, followed by a burly young man in a leather coat then walked into the classroom. Fang Yi had not seen this person before, but he sensed a dangerous aura from the other party's body. Seems to be someone who has been through the ringer. The leather-clad man stood at the very front of the classroom, his eyes sharply scanning over the crowd. The room fell silent, and the dozen or so new or old trainees were all silenced. The leather-clad man nodded in satisfaction and then he said in a calm tone, "Welcome to the special training class. I am your instructor for this month, Shintu Peng." As the words fell, Fang Yi noticed that Feng He, who was sitting diagonally in front of him, had his expression instantly turned somewhat bitter. It seems that this person is not simple, Fang Ji thought in his heart. On the other hand, in the exploration sequence stronghold, Wang Hu was sitting in his room. Looking at the rejuvenation pill in his hand, he fell into deep thought. A few moments later, he made up his mind to picked up a cell phone on the side and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. Dodo. The phone was connected after only 2 rings, and Wang Hu heard a somewhat hoarse and old voice. "Tiger, why did you suddenly think to call me?" Wang Hu was silent, and the person on the other side of the phone was in no hurry, just waiting silently. After 10 seconds or so, Wang Hu sighed quietly and said slowly, "Dad, I've found a genius." "Genius?" The person on the other side of the phone seemed to open up with interest. "Tell me more." "It's like this. Zhao Hangwu from the side of Jinhe City." Wang Hu very carefully recounted everything he had learned about Fang Ji. The other side of the phone listened quietly for a long time, then said in a hushed voice, "You wait for my news." The phone hung up, and Wang Hu leaned back on the bed and resumed playing with the rejuvenation pill in his hand. "That's all I'm going to say. Let's start with a 5 kilometer for today's first day of special training." Inside the special training class 1 classroom, Shintu Peng revealed a somewhat shallow smile. Chapter 20 Some History. The classroom turned silent, and although everyone was of a not-so-low-grade profession, but physically they are all on the same level weaklings, this was not Fang Ji's conjecture or guess, but rather Shintu Peng's comment to the crowd 10 minutes later. Inside the training ground, Fang Ji moved his body with weak feet, constantly gasping for air. He was on the verge of not being able to hold on any longer, but he was still a good distance away from 5 kilometers. Shintu Peng's sharp words came from outside the runway. "You're just a bunch of weaklings. Rookies. Running down even a measly 5 kilometers is bound to be a waste that drags down your teammates in the secret world. What are you staring at me for? Run!" Fang Yi didn't really care what Shintu Peng shouted. However, there were some trainees who obviously couldn't stand this kind of verbal attack as they looked at Shintu Peng with reddened eyes, as if they wanted to kill with their gaze. Luckily, there were no real idiots in their group. Otherwise Fang Ji was really afraid that he would be implicated. Not far away, Wang Yingshui had been maintaining a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. Fine beads of sweat hung on her forehead, and her flushed face after the strenuous exercise added a bit of a different beauty to her. As you can see from Wang Yingshui's performance, combat professions were more or less stronger than other professions in this regard, but everyone was a low-level professional, and this gap was not very obvious. Time passed by. Fang Yi ran to the end of the run was completely based on willpower to hold on. He felt like his legs weren't his own at all anymore. 5 kilometers? It doesn't sound long, but it's a very difficult thing to actually run down. It's difficult, at least for most of the trainees in the special training class right now. Of course, there are exceptions. Feng He and a few other Phase 2 veteran trainees can naturally run down this area of 5 kilometers with relative ease. But how could Shintu Peng let them be so comfortable? So these 3 were happy with the extra 5 kilometers, and Shintu Peng asked them to finish the second 5 kilometers before the last of the new trainees finished the 5 kilometers. Feng He was dumbfounded after hearing this, but he didn't dare to resist Shintu Peng. It was because the other party was a well-known and ferocious person in the entire Dingbei city. Finally, Fang Yi gritted his teeth and crossed the finish line, completing his 5 kilometers. The moment he crossed the line, Fang Ji felt his body go limp and nearly fell to his knees. In the next instant, however, a soft force held his body in place out of thin air. And then Shintu Peng's voice rang in his ears. "Walk forward slowly and don't stop." Fang Ji nodded with difficulty and hunched forward. Wang Yingshui walked in front of him with a similarly heavy pace. Whether you're a combat professional or a support professional, before level 10 it could only be considered the realm of ordinary people, and only after exceeding level 10 and awakening the first skill did it officially possess transcendent power. And what Shintu Peng was doing now was strengthening the physical fitness and fighting skills of the crowd. These 2 points will never go out of style at any level. After the run comes the theory of. Shintu Peng very patiently and meticulously explained to the crowd that there was knowledge about the secret realm. As you should know, the secret world descended in the year 2100 A.D. It is now widely believed around the world that it was the descent of the secret world that led to the decline of once prosperous technology, but that part of history is too confusing. We can only glean some information from only a few accounts, but one thing is certain. That is, the destiny system we are using now did not come with the mysteries. It was first born in 2110. That is to say, mankind had 10 years to do nothing with the secret realm until the destiny system appeared. Professionals appeared and combat professions came to the forefront before humanity began to gradually stabilize the situation. When Shinto Pang said this, one person in the classroom raised his hand. Instructor Shinto, I've heard that humans once used technological weapons to suppress the secret realm for a period of time. Why do you yet say that during that time the humans could do nothing with the secret realm? Fangji raised an eyebrow and looked at the cadet who was speaking. It was a very ordinary-looking boy with black-framed glasses, about 20 years old. The body was thin and a little pale. Fang Yi remembers this person. He just ran 5 kilometers when he was the bottom of the list. Mechanic. A profession that is almost impossible to get out of in this day and age. Wang Yingshue's voice suddenly came from the side as she whispered, keeping her eyes on the front. Fang Yi froze for a moment, then reacted that Wang Yingxue was talking to herself. Then why was he chosen for the special training class? Fang Ji asked in the same very low voice. Because he's a rare class, mechanic, and it's rumored to have awakened a very powerful occupational talent. But I don't know exactly what it is. Wang Yingxue spoke very quickly. It sounds like bouncing beans. Fang Yi nodded thoughtfully. It also sort of makes sense why the other person would ask questions that have to do with technology. On the podium, Shinto Pang shook his head and said in a deep voice, that part of history you're talking about may have existed, but ultimately, no substantial evidence was found, so you shouldn't dwell on it now. Instead, we need to find a way to improve ourselves as quickly as possible first. The teenager who had just spoken was rendered speechless by these words from Shinto Pang's top. Had to sit back down. Fang Ji frowned, always feeling that the disappearance of technology was something else. Shinto Pang scanned the crowd and continued. The core of the destiny system is card draw. All can gain power from the fate crystals, but need to provide the fate shards to the fate crystals. There's a lot that can be drawn out of the fate crystals. This includes, but is not limited to, career cards, weapons, equipment, materials, etc. You may later acquire a second career from the fate crystals. You may also get high-level items and materials. But remember that once a card with a black glow appears, just immediately report it to the highest administrative authority in your location. Understand? Shinto Pang was extremely serious in both tone and expression when he said this. Fang Yi immediately put it in his mind. Although the other party did not say what black meant, this color was definitely not normal. The first day of training ended successfully in the afternoon. Fang Yi dragged his tired body and rushed to the exploration squad stronghold located in the eastern district of Dingbei City. According to Zhao Hangu, he could communicate with the third squad more emotionally when he had nothing to do. Fang Yi estimated that Zhao Hangu had other follow-up arrangements. Just that the other party did not say anything for the time being. The cab threaded its way through the streets of the city of Dingbei without Fang Ji noticing that something had been following him, and every now and then a pair of eyes would surface on the road. In the trunks of the trees. In the signs on the side of the road. Keep a close eye on where he is. Chapter 21 Sudden Arrival. In the exploration squad stronghold, Fang Ji smoothly met the crowd of the third squad. Zhang Tiantian was the first to come over and introduce the situation within the stronghold for Fang Yi with an excited face. Wang Hu walked behind a few people. A trace of imperceptible complexity flashed in his eyes. However, he soon returned to his normal self and spoke to Fang Ji with bravado. The area of the stronghold is not large. And apart from the living quarters, there is only one training ground. The overall layout is just a scaled-down version of the professional's base. There's another mission from above. We leave the day after tomorrow. Returning to the living area, Zhang Tiantian made a cup of tea for Fang Yu somewhat depressed. So nervous? Can't you rest for 2 more days? Fang Yi asked as he sipped his tea. There have been riots of varying degrees in all the major secret realms during this time. The top wants us to find the cause of the riot. Wang Hu explained from the side. Fang Bai nodded. And before he could speak, it was then that Zhang Tiantian revealed an embarrassed and hesitant expression. He instantly laughed inwardly. These people in front of themselves wouldn't bring up the subject they just had for no reason. So the answer is obvious, they have something to ask. So what? Said Zhang Tiantian, scratching his head. Stuttering, he said, can you help us refine some more rejuvenation pills? We can pay for it, and we'll pay for the materials. Zhang Tiantian added. Fang Yi smiled and put down his teacup and said dryly, yes, but I'm still in special training and I don't have a lot of time in the day. No problem. Zhang Tiantian and the others instantly revealed smiles as they laughed and raised his teacup to replace the wine with tea. Then let's start now. Zhang Tiantian pulled up Fang Yi's arm and urged. Ha? Fang Yi was filled with question marks? 10 minutes later, Fang Yi looked at the alchemy equipment prepared for him in front of him and fell into deep thought. He felt like he might have been punked, but had no proof. On the side, Zhang Tiantian and the others looked at Fang Yi with anticipation on their faces. It made him feel an invisible pressure. Looks like there's no way to say no. 3 hours passed in a flash, and Fang Yi extinguished the flame on the dragon's head. He copied the elixir aside and handed it to Zhang Tiantian, who had been waiting at the door. 6 rare grade. 4 rare grade. A total of 10 rejuvenation pills. Zhang Tiantian received it with a face full of joy, and thanked him under his breath. Fang Yi, on the other hand, waved his hand with a tired face. He was now certain that he had been punked by Zhao Hangu. What with coming over to exchange feelings, totally here to get him as labor. However, Fang Yi didn't really take this matter to heart. This kind of random alchemy opportunity could not be found by ordinary alchemists. Outside the stronghold, a car has been waiting for a long time. This is arranged by Wang Hu, the special car used to transport Fang Yi. This service is not bad. Fang Yi got into the car with peace of mind. A wave to the crowd was a goodbye. Wang Hu watched the vehicle go away, his expression appearing lost in thought for a moment. As much as I hate to do this, they need you, Wang Hu muttered, then turned around and returned to the stronghold. Fang Yi quickly arrived at the single apartment and opened the door. He didn't even take off his clothes before he just laid down on the bed. Physical training, theory training plus 3 hours of alchemy. Fang Yi felt like he was going to waste away, and Zhang Tiantian, they didn't even take care of the food. According to these guys, the high-energy food they are eating now, Fang Yi can't eat it yet, and it is easy to eat bad intestines. So just forget about it. Fang Yi was very speechless, and decided that in the future, he would only let these few people beg for themselves before refining pills. Picking up the cell phone on the side, Fang Yi ordered himself a takeout that looked quite tasty. Early the next morning, Fang Yi opened his eyes in high spirits, but before he could get out of bed he felt a soreness coming from his legs. Yesterday's workout was really a bit over the top, except for the 5K. There was an even more inhumane physical training in the afternoon, but Fang Yi had become a bit numb by the end of the practice. After breakfast, he slipped away to the professional's base and began a new day of training. Wang Yingshui had arrived a bit earlier than him, so at this moment, she was already sitting in the same seat she had yesterday. Fang Yi thought about it and still came next to the young girl. Seeing Fang Yi's movements, the corner of Wang Yingshui's mouth hooked up into an imperceptible arc. In the morning, it was still 5 kilometers, but this time Shintapeng limited the time. Anyone who doesn't run in the allotted time will need to add more practice. Fang Yi felt a deep sense of malice. Still, it was a heavy pace to start the day's training. On the other hand, on the outskirts of Dingbei City, several men and women in strange trench coats walked slowly through the forest. The leader hid his appearance under a hood and exuded a fierce aura. "Captain, why are we doing this?" A voice suddenly came from behind him, and the captain said softly, without turning his head, "Don't ask. That's an order from above." Okay. That voice took on a bit of helplessness. They were fast, and in no time at all they were in the city. Yet a strange scene appeared. These trench-coated men walked down the street without a single passerby noticing them, as if these men didn't exist at all. Some passersby didn't even notice in the slightest when they brushed past them. Inside the government building, Zhao Hangu put down the teacup in his hand, and his gaze suddenly became sharp and he stood up and went to the window, looking straight in the direction of the Quest Squad stronghold. At this time, Fang Yi had just finished running 5 kilometers not long ago, and he was gasping for air, dragging what appeared to be legs that no longer belonged to him. He walked slowly around the training ground. Shintapeng's voice came from the side. "The two of you didn't finish within the allotted time. Keep up the extra practice after the theory course." Fang Yi turned his head sideways and saw who Shintapeng was talking to. One of them was none other than the somewhat soft mechanic. It is reasonable to say that this occupation deals with machinery all day long, so the physical quality should not be so poor. Fang Yi thought about it and guessed that it might be because the opponent's level was too low, so the advantage of the mechanic has not yet been realized. Back in the classroom, the next day's theory instruction began, and the content learned today was more practical, and Shintapeng had organized some videos and pictures, all of which were common environments and exotic beasts in the secret realm. Fang Yi watched intently, absorbing the knowledge like a sponge sucking up water frantically. At that moment, somewhere in the corner of the classroom, a pair of empty eyes suddenly opened and, looking in the direction where Fang Yi was, outside the professional's base, the trenchcoat squad stood side by side at the gate, as if they were gatekeepers. But the weird thing was that all the professionals entering and leaving the base didn't notice their presence. You can't even get close to them without circling around. It was a very bizarre scene, but none of them realized it. Chapter 22 Hidden Squad. Outside the professional's base, a voice suddenly sounded ghostly. Yama, why have you suddenly come to my hole of a place? As he spoke, Zhao Hongwu's figure stepped out from the shade of a tree to the side, his arms wrapped around his chest. The face was not sad or happy. It's Mayor Zhao. The trenchcoat man at the head of the group looked in the direction the voice came from and the hood was then removed, revealing a scarred face. I'm here on a mission. Scarface, also known as Yama, said slowly. Zhao Hongwu frowned and asked in a deep voice, there's a mission? How come I wasn't notified? Yen pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a stiff and ugly smile. Mayor Zhao, there's no need to notify you every time of our stealth squad's mission, right? Zhao Hongwu didn't immediately pick up on his words, but stared at Yen for a long time, and then he shook his head and laughed softly. You still talk so badly. I always do, Yen said succinctly. The scene was quiet for a while. The trenchcoat squad didn't say anything, and Zhao Hongwu didn't say anything either. After a long time, Zhao Hongwu turned his head and looked in the direction of the base. His gaze didn't fall on the building, but below the ground. Yen slowly sighed. Mayor Zhao is still so perceptive. What is your mission? Zhao Hongwu didn't answer. Instead, he asked a different question. Yen shook his head and said, I can't say, for now, because there are some things we haven't determined yet. I understand. Zhao Hongwu nodded his head and continued, come find me anytime if you need anything. As the words fell, Zhao Hongwu's figure slowly disappeared into thin air. How does he, a berserker, master this instantaneous movement ability? I don't know. Someone in the trenchcoat squad suddenly asked. Yen didn't answer, and turned back to give the team member who had spoken a hard stare, and the team member was instantly silenced, not daring to make another sound. Underground of the professional's base, Fangji ended the morning's lesson, limping towards the cafeteria located on the first floor. I have to say, the food on the base is pretty good. Fangji can find his favorite dishes every time, and this era of China still maintains the tradition of the country of big eaters. The dishes are colorful and flavorful. Class, can I sit here? A voice suddenly rang in Fangji's ears, and he turned his head sideways and the physically tender mechanic was seen. Yes, no problem, Fang Yi said and moved a seat to the side. The mechanic was a clean-cut looker, and if you went by appearance alone, he's kind of similar to those stars of a certain cosmic country that one doesn't even associate with his profession. Fang Ji couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart. He wondered why the teenager in front of him was suddenly sitting next to him, and just as he was torn, the teenager suddenly spoke. My name is Zhao Debao, rare level, mechanic, currently level 3. The teenager's voice was a little soft, sounding like a whisper between lovers. Fang Ji suddenly shivered. No way, he wouldn't be, right? Fortunately, the next words Zhao Debao uttered made Fang Ji settle down a little. I wanted to ask you what the name of the girl who usually sits next to you is. Fang Yi sniffed a little speechless. You kid play curve to save the country, is it? He laughed, shook his head, and said, ask yourself, if you want to know. It's not good for me to tell you directly. Zhao Debao's face instantly turned bitter as he sighed and start concentrating on the meal in front of you. Fang Ji didn't say anything else, and mulled over the matter of the destiny fragment as he ate his meal. At the rate we're going, the only way to get a fate shard was to wait for his super resource allowance to come down, but that was actually kind of a waste, and his godly card draw system had a chance to go gold once a day. With enough shards, it was entirely possible for him to arm himself for a short period of time. So Fang Ji wanted to obtain some destiny fragments as soon as possible. The big deal was to exchange them with pills. The rare grade rejuvenation pill could only be refined by him right now. No one else. At least not among the people he knew right now. Fang Ji didn't notice that not far from his feet, underneath the dining table, a pair of eyes slowly opened, eyes rolling to survey his every move. On the other hand, on the rooftop of the top floor of the professional's base, the trenchcoat squad sat cross-legged and one of them suddenly opened his eyes and said in a dull voice, Captain, from the looks of it, there is nothing unusual about this person. Yen nodded slightly and replied, continue monitoring. What are you suspecting, Captain? A female voice suddenly came from under some skinny trench coat off to the side. Yen shook his head and didn't explain this. The afternoon training started as scheduled, and Shin Tupang walked into the classroom, carrying a large, silver-white metal box in his hand. He glanced at the crowd then he said in a deep voice, the above has specially applied for you to use the strong body pill to enhance your physical quality. One for each of you. Take it and follow me to the training ground. Shin Tupang said, reaching out and opening the box, in which a dozen pills were neatly placed, and underneath the elixir, There were 5 sets of syringes which held a light blue potion. There is a very small percentage of people who experience the side effect of bursting their blood vessels after taking the strong body pill. It's times like these that you need to get a blue shot like the one below. Shin Tupang held up a tube of syringe and continued. This is an agent from the American Federation. It's a high value, so I want none of you to experience side effects. The crowd then lined up to receive an elixir that Fang Yi had analyzed the refining process and raw materials of the elixir the moment it was in his hands. The power of a legendary alchemist was evident. Name, Body Strengthening Elixir, Rare Grade. Effect, small increase in constitution. Very few people would be unable to withstand the power of the drug and suffer the side effect of bursting blood vessels. Fang Yi carefully observed the elixir before swallowing it in one gulp. A warm sensation instantly ran through his throat, followed by a flame boiling in his heart. A few seconds later, fine beads of sweat appeared on Fang Yi's head and body. The others were in a similar situation to him, but Wang Yingshui on the side seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Fang Yi took a deep breath and slightly suppressed the heat in his heart, turning his head to Wang Yingshui. This stunningly beautiful young girl's face was somewhat abnormally pale, and the energy within the body strengthening pill did not affect her skin at all. It's not normal. Fang Yi's mind instantly flashed through the various herbs within the body strengthening pill, and he carefully identified them, and then immediately realized a problem. Something had happened to Wang Yingshui. The very instant the thought came into his mind, Wang Yingshui's skin suddenly became bright red in an instant, forming a huge contrast with the pallor she had just experienced. Fang Yi immediately stood up and rushed towards Shin Tupang without hesitation. Chapter 23 Body Strengthening Pill. Shin Tupang also realized at this moment that something was wrong with the situation. He reached out and copied the injection inside the case, then handed it to Fang Yi. Fang Yi grabbed a fierce turn, completely ignoring the aches and pains coming from all parts of his body. With 3 steps, he came to Wang Yingshui, and a needle pavilion was directly stuck on the other party's neck. The scene looked more or less rough, but at the moment there was nothing to care about. The light blue medicinal liquid entered Wang Yingshui's body in an instant. A few short seconds, but it seemed as long as centuries. Fang Yi stared at Wang Yingshui's skin dead in the face, and finally, the abnormal red color on her skin gradually faded, slowly shifting towards a normal skin tone. Fang Yi leaned against the table with a slight sigh of relief. Luckily, he found it in time, or something could have happened. Shin Tupang's reaction was indeed not slow either, but compared to his own, he was indeed slightly farther away from Wang Yingshui. At this moment, Shin Tupang stood next to Fang Yi, looking at Wang Yingshui, who was gradually returning to normal. With a pang of fear in his heart, he hadn't really expected this to happen among his batch of trainees. According to incomplete statistics, there is only one person out of millions who can't afford the medicinal power of the body strengthening pill, and Wang Yingshui's career grade was very high, so it was reasonable that she shouldn't be one of these millions. Fang Yi was slightly silent, and already had a guess in his heart that the medicinal power of the rare grade body strengthening pill was more violent. To Wang Yingshui, this kind of physique may indeed have problems. After 10 minutes or so, Wang Yingshui completely recovered, and she gratefully glanced at Fang Yi. He then thanked Fang Yi and Shin Tupang. Shin Tupang nodded. Looking to the crowd in the classroom, he said, "Now everyone follow me to the training grounds." On top of the rooftop of the professionals' base, a trenchcoat man briefly recounted what had just happened in the classroom to the captain, also known as Yen. Yama nodded slightly at his words, picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, his expression suddenly becoming a bit heavy. In fact, he can't quite make out the change in expression on this face. Several scars stiffened his facial muscles, but the players who knew him well were keenly aware of this. "Captain, what's wrong?" one of them asked. Yen Wang frowned slightly and put down his cell phone and said slowly, A secret area riot in Magic City. The alien beasts broke through the second line of defense, and the top urgently drew support from other city military districts and professionals. The crowd all revealed somewhat surprised expressions after hearing that. It was a magic city, the city with the highest number of high-level professionals in the southern part of China. How could 2 lines of defense be easily breached by the Fae? Well, don't think too much about it. The state can fix this. Yama's words brought back the worried mood of the crowd. He looked at the sky and then continued. The others will go with me to open a hotel first. Big Eye, you stay. The young man known as Big Eyes pulled a face. He sighed and complained. Captain, I can monitor the place even if I go to the hotel. Cut the crap. It's the only place you can't miss details, Yen said with a wave of his hand. Big Eye sighed again and nodded helplessly. In the training ground, Fang Yi was running like crazy. He now only felt that there was a fire within his body spreading to all his limbs and bones, which caused his entire body to be in a state of extreme exuberance and full of power. It had to be said that the effects of the strong body pill were really good. Everyone else is in pretty much the same state of. The training ground was filled with the exuberant hissing of teenage girls for a while. But beside the runway, Wang Yingshui sat on a chair and looked at the crowd with an expressionless face. Her body can't withstand the strength of the strengthening pill, so this time she could only watch the others vent their energy with impunity. After about 10 minutes or so, Fangji felt that feeling of being filled with power gradually fade away. He stopped and slithered to Wang Yingshui's side. My guess is that it's your profession that conflicts with the attributes of the strong body Dan. Fang Yi went straight to the point cleanly. Wang Yingshui raised her head and looked into Fangji's face. If you need it, I can try to improve the formula for the strong body pill, make its medicinal power a little gentler. Fang Yi did not avoid Wang Yingshui's gaze, looking straight at the other party and continued. Of course, if you don't want to forget it. Fangji now had a not-so-mature idea. He wanted to try the side effects of the strong body Dan that he'd resolved on his own, and then use the improved strong body Dan to approach the city for the Destiny Shard. This will increase the number of times you can draw cards, and Wang Yingshui happens to be a very good material for experimentation. Of course, it's a little offensive to say that about a beautiful lady. However, Fang Yi would definitely make sure that the elixir he had refined was fine before giving it to Wang Yingshui. Wang Yingshui didn't reply immediately. She just looked at Fangji blankly, and after about 10 seconds or so, she nodded slightly and said, okay, thanks. Fangji didn't mind this cold attitude of the other party. She had always been like this. It's even possible to go a day at school without talking to your classmates, and the others have long since adapted. A few minutes later, Fang Yi found Shen Tupang and explained his idea. Since there was an alchemy room right in the base, it was a simple matter for him to want to concoct pills. It's just the material that needs to be taken care of by Fang Yi himself. Hearing this request, Fangji immediately frowned, although he still had some savings, but the price of medicinal materials is high, especially the refining of such sought-after medicinal materials as the strong body pill is even rarer. He couldn't afford it on his own. Fangji didn't want to refine an ordinary body strengthening pill. He wanted to improve the formula, so it costs a little more. Shen Tupang also understood Fangji's thoughts at this moment. He rubbed his chin for a moment and said slowly, you can ask Secretary Lu to see if the city can fund your research. It's kind of good for the community, after all. Fang Yi's eyes lit up at his words, and he immediately asked for the details of his funding. Shen Tupang was still very good at talking outside of training, and that ferocious aura of the whole person faded quite a bit. The city has a special grant fund. As long as your research project meets the criteria and is promising, there shouldn't be any problems, Shen Tupang explained. Fang Yi nodded and walked aside to pick up his cell phone to flip out Secretary Lu's number. After a few busy sounds, Secretary Ryu's meticulous voice rang out. Fang Yi organized his words. After embellishing the words he had just said to Shen Tupang, he said it again to Secretary Lu. Secretary Willow didn't say yes or no. He just asked Fang Ji to come to the office tomorrow morning to fill out a form. It's okay for him to take a hard shot at this kind of thing, but in his position, there are more things to consider, and there is no need to complicate things that can be done through the process. On the rooftop, Big Eyes took out his cell phone and edited a message to Yen. The surveillance stance then continued. Chapter 24 Improved Program. In the evening, when the second day of special training ended, Fangji thought for a moment, still decided to check out the exploration squad. Exchanging feelings with the third squad is one thing, but more to the point, Fang Yi was trying to learn more about the professionals in this era through the third squad. The official professionals were usually not that easy to get in touch with, and he just had the opportunity to do so. It is indeed a shame not to cherish a little. Just after walking out of the professionals' base, Fangji saw a car parked at the entrance. That car looked familiar, and it had 4 big words plastered on it: Exploration Sequence. Got. Wang Hu and the others sent someone directly to pick them up, so it's impossible not to go now. Fangji shook his head and let out a light laugh, then pulled open the door and got into the car. The car started up and quickly drove away from the professionals' base, and at the entrance to the Wang Yingshui looked at the car that had just been there and thoughtfully looked towards the eastern part of Dingbei City. On the rooftop, Big Eyes stretched long and hard, muttering under his breath, they've all gone to the hotel to rest, and I'm the only one left here. No way. I'll have to make them treat me to a nice meal later and rip them off. After muttering, he looked in the direction of the car pulling away and then leapt high off the rooftop. It was a 12-story building, and Big Eyes just jumped straight down. It was a very astonishing sight, at least in Fangji's perception. Who had never thought a professional could be this powerful? But alas, Fangji didn't see the image of Big Eyes jumping off the tall building. About 10 minutes later, Fangji arrived in the stronghold of the exploration sequence. This time it was Wang Hu who received him. This big and bold-looking man very cheerfully welcomed Fangji in and then brought him all the way to the alchemy room. Fangji at once on the clam port to live. Not. You guys don't pretend anymore, right? Come up here and refine pills. That's no way to use an ass. Looking at the medicinal herbs already prepared in the alchemy room, Fang Yi sighed while asking, "Brother Tiger, is the secret realm you guys are going to this time dangerous?" Wang Hu poured a cup of water for Fang Ji and replied, "Grade B secret realm. It's a bit dangerous, but we should be able to handle it. Don't we still have your elixir?" "Right." Fang Ji turned around and, as if he suddenly thought of something, he casually said, "Brother Tiger, can you exchange the wages from alchemy for the destiny fragment for me?" Wang Hu froze, and then revealed a somewhat difficult expression as he stroked his hair and, after thinking for a moment, he said, "It's not impossible, but we don't have a lot of fate shards in our hands. Tell you what, I'll give you a shard this time. When we come back, if we still need you to refine pills, we'll settle at the normal price." Fang Ji nodded as he sniffed, and now that he had gone through 2 days of special training, having already roughly understood the value of the destiny fragment, this thing was indeed precious. Since there were only 3 secret realms in the entire country that could produce fate fragments, Wang Hu's proposal was considered generous. "Good, then you can refine it first, and I'll go get the shards for you." After Wang Hu left, Fang Yi started today's alchemy business. Because he had taken the body strengthening pill, he was now in a much better state than yesterday. Moreover, as he became more and more skillful in refining the rejuvenation dan, certain steps could be simplified a bit more than before. An hour later, Wang Hu returned to the alchemy room. He was holding a palm-sized fragment of destiny in his hand, and seeing that Fang Ji was in the middle of the crunch of refining the elixir, he didn't make a sound and, instead, he sat down and waited it out. After another hour, Fang Yi extinguished the flames of the dragon's head. Wearily, he sat back down on a stool. Only then did Wang Hu have a chance to speak, even though Fang Ji's level was very low, and his level was not as good as his. But respect for technology is something he understands. "The destiny fragment was put here for you," Wang Hu said with a smile. Fang Yi nodded and took out the elixir from his own alchemy furnace and handed it over. "Still 10. 3 rare grade, 7 rare grade." Wang Hu took it with satisfaction and put it away very solemnly. Come, have a bite to eat before you go." Wang Hu greeted warmly. Taking Fang Ji's arm, he headed towards the stronghold's cafeteria. "Didn't you say your meals were too high in energy for me to eat, Tiger?" Fang Yi asked with some confusion. You'll be able to eat some after you eat the strong body pill, but remember not to eat too much." "I'm sorry," Wang Hu explained. Fang Yi nodded and followed Wang Hu to the cafeteria. In some unknown corner of the stronghold, Big Eyes was filled with shock. A pair of eyes glowed with a faint white light as they stared dead on at Fang Ji, who had just walked out of the alchemy room. What did he just see? It was surprisingly easy to refine the rejuvenation pill. For this hand alone, Fang Ji was a valuable person. Big Eyes hastily took out his cell phone and sent a message to the captain. While he was trying to put it away, the captain's reply then followed. "You come back first. The address has been shared with you." Big Eyes froze for a moment, then put away his cell phone and straightened the trench coat he was wearing. And then the whole person suddenly disappeared into the corner, as if he had never existed. In the cafeteria of the stronghold, Fang Ji saw ingredients that he had never heard of before. Purple heart lotus, blood wolf meat, large white bamboo shoots. Each ingredient comes from the secret realm, which contains an extremely powerful energy that ordinary people would die after eating it because they couldn't handle it, and only combat professionals and a few auxiliary professionals could enjoy it. Fang Yi served himself less as one who instructed, then sat down next to the third squad and began to enjoy it. Honestly, he hadn't thought the meal would be this strong. At 3 in the morning, Fang Ji sat on his bed, feeling full of strength. It was similar to how he felt when he had just consumed the body strengthening pill, but the power of the food was a bit softer. Since he couldn't sleep, Fang Ji also began to think about the matter regarding the strong body pill. He'd found some inspiration in the food he'd eaten during the night. Perhaps certain herbs could be replaced with more mild ingredients to alter the potency. Fang Ji got out of bed while pondering this, took out a piece of paper and plopped it down on the desk and started writing and drawing. In a hotel in Dingbei City, Yan Wan looked at the information in his hands and frowned without saying a word. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Yan's face was glazed over, but he relaxed again after sensing the aura at the door. "Captain, are you asleep?" A somewhat flirtatious voice came from the doorway. Yan sighed and asked helplessly, "What's wrong, pair? There's something I'd like to ask you, Captain, if you'll open the door." "No, I fell asleep," Yan said firmly. "Captain, you're not sleeping. I can hear your heartbeat." Xiaoli's voice took on a hint of pout. Yama closed his eyes and lay back to control his breathing and heartbeat. It quickly went into a state of fake death. Outside the door, Pear stomped her foot and left with a puffed-up face. Chapter 25 Lifting. Toward the early morning, Fang Yi finished his conception. Relying on the knowledge he had acquired out of thin air after switching to alchemist and the learning he had done during this time, He had designed a body-strengthening elixir that was theoretically stronger in medicinal properties but gentler in potency. Of course, whether this elixir is useful or not has to be verified. Stretching his back, Fang Ji saw the time displayed by the clock on the wall aside. It was already 4 in the morning. He dragged his tired body up to bed, and had set himself an alarm for 8 o'clock that, since he had to go to Secretary Ryu, he could skip this morning's training. At 8 o'clock in the morning, there was a hotel in which Yama walked out of the room with a big black eye. He'd slept late last night, and had been disturbed a bit by Pear, and though he'd gotten the other to leave by faking his death, but not rested after all. Downstairs in the breakfast parlor, Big Eyes glanced at the captain, then at a puffed-up Pear. In his mind, he wondered what had happened, but before he could ask, King Yen was the first to bring up the matter of this mission. Big Eyes, you continue to monitor Fang Ji today. Madman, you'll go to Jinha City later. Investigate if there are any abnormalities before and after the Fangyishing Destiny ceremony. The information we have now is not detailed enough. Understood, the two young men said in unison. Well, the others are coming with me to the Bloodwolf mystery today. The top suspects that there is something unusual about this massive secret riot. The others nodded as much as they could, then quickly finished the breakfast in their hands. In the government building, Fang Ji meets Secretary Liu and gets an application form. You have a good idea. The side effects of the strong body pill are unlikely to occur though, but it also affects a lot of people, and it would be nice to save the money the country spends every year importing pharmaceuticals on this. I'm sorry, Secretary Ryu said with a smile, and Fang Yi scratched his head. He hadn't really thought about saving money for the country. He just wanted to refine the improved version of the strong body pill and trade some fate shards with the government. Thinking of the destiny fragment, Fang Ji suddenly remembered that the one Wang who had given him yesterday was still in his pocket and hadn't drawn a card. Let's go back and smoke it at night. The shards are low right now anyway, so it's the same as using it any day. Fang Yi thought as he filled out the application form. Secretary Liu nodded after receiving it and said, yes, that's all. You go back and wait for my news. Oh yeah, your resource allowance has been approved and will be coming down in the next few days. Fang Ji's face was delighted. He had been waiting for this subsidy for a long time, but there was no way that, the higher the level, the slower the approval of resource subsidies, and according to Zhao Hongwu, there were many rare materials within the Great Air Resource Allowance. These materials need to be deployed from all over the country, so the time frame will definitely be slower. Leaving the government building, Fang Yi rushed to the professional's base. While he had a legitimate reason to be late, the special training was important to him, so it was better to try to get back early. In the Blood Wolf mystic realm, Yan Wang led a group of team members as if they were in no man's land. Even the Blood Wolf King couldn't last more than 3 moves under his hands. But this was the Blood Wolf's home turf after all, and there was no way for them to purge the enemy in a short period of time. The secret world is a peculiar thing, and no matter how much havoc you've wreaked on it before, after killing as many foreign beasts in the secret realm, it would recover as good as new in a very short period of time, and the same was true for the resources inside. This allowed Yama and the others to strike with impunity. Half an hour later, the stealthy squad arrived at the deepest part of the Blood Wolf mysterious realm. There was a most powerful Blood Wolf pack coiled here. And according to the above, this Blood Wolf King was most likely related to the riot in the Blood Wolf mystic realm. Yet Yama and the others had only just cleared a path that hundreds of blood wolves of enormous size then rushed out from the depths of the secret realm. Those blood wolves are different from the common blood wolves. They are not only huge in size, and with a layer of light red flames burning all over their bodies. From the perspective of their aura, these blood wolves were not inferior to certain members of the hidden squad at all. Yama immediately changed his face slightly, and reached out his hand and waved it out of thin air. A strong black air current whistled as it rushed towards the blood wolves, and the other members of the squad also executed their own means, instantly setting off a bloody storm in the secret realm. Coming, Shintu Pang looked at Fang Ji, who appeared in the doorway. The corner of his mouth curved up in a cruel arc. In a while, you won't take a lunch break and run the 10 kilometers you fell behind in the morning. Fang Ji froze. He didn't expect to hear such bad news when he had only just returned to the professional's base. And, why 10 kilometers? Shintu Pang didn't explain. He just lifted his chin, signaling Fang Yi to return to his seat first. It was the time for a theory class, and he didn't want to delay it. Fang Yi sat back in his seat with a bitter face, and Wang Yingshui inadvertently sidled her head a little. The eyes quickly fell on Fang Ji while having moved away. Time always passes very quickly when you study seriously, and Fang Ji felt that he had only just gotten into the swing of things. Shintu Peng sighed then announced his dismissal. After lunch, Big Eye sat on the rooftop and watched with interest as Fang ran laps, one by one, individually. He was now interested in the improvement of the strong body Dan proposed by Fang Yui. as he was also in that rare situation of not being able to take the strong body Dan. Although the strong body pill is now useless to him, it did cause some distress back then. It nagged at Big Eyes when he occasionally thought about it. Fangji had never felt so relaxed about running before. The strong body pill coupled with the energy-rich food directly caused his physical fitness to soar. And if he hadn't slept so little last night, he would have even been able to run the 10 kilometers in a much shorter period of time. Towards evening, Fangji had ended his special training, and the third squad had already departed for the secret realm, so he doesn't have to explore the sequence stronghold today. And it was at this time that his cell phone rang. Secretary Liu brought Fangji the good news that his application had been approved. It will be possible to conduct experiments at the professional's base with immediate effect, and all expenses incurred in the course of the experiments will be borne by the city. Fangyi really didn't expect this approval to be so fast, but I think it should be Secretary Liu or Zhao Hangu gave him to make strength. After all, this kind of project is frankly the city a word of matter. Since he had his own lab, Fangyi was in no hurry to go home. He found the administrator of the base, and successfully obtained the key to an alchemy room, as well as a certain amount of credits. Materials within the quota do not need to be notified to the manager, but can be picked up directly at the warehouse. And if the experiments cost more than the limit, Fangji needs to resubmit his application and list of consumables to the city so that others don't mistake him for enriching himself and taking advantage of the situation. Without rushing to the alchemy room, Fangji planned to draw the card first. Fate shards always feel itchy if you don't use them in your hand. The room where the cards are drawn is located on the second floor of the base. Fangji quickly found the room called Fate's Favor. Chapter 26 9 Revolution's Spiritual Heart Pill. It's a very spacious room. As soon as Fangji walked in he saw a huge fate crystal, much larger than the one he had seen in the third middle school of Jinha City. At this moment, before this crystal stone, another dozen men and women are drawing cards with a nervous face. They each had a destiny shard in their hands. Fangji was a bit red-eyed at that moment. You said how nice it would be to give me so many shards. I'll guarantee that I can make gold. He took a deep breath and forced his eyes to turn to the other side of the room. There are a dozen or so cubicles there, private spaces for those who need them. No one knows what you draw in this card draw. Of course Fangyi would not draw cards in public. It would be troublesome if it caused a commotion. An ordinary person may not be able to get a few golds in his life even if he draws every day. And if he did draw a gold card in front of a lot of people, he could be famous throughout the base tomorrow. Someone noticed Fangji, a new face, and looked over curiously. The entire city of Dingbei has not as many professionals as some of the first-tier cities, though. However, not everyone had seen this teenager who had refined the rare great rejuvenation pill a few days ago. Fangji ignored the gazes of these people and walked straight to one of the innermost compartments. When he pushed open the door, his eyes were greeted by a destiny crystal that was a circle larger than the one at his home. Other than that there was a stool and a table, and the whole layout and furnishings of the house were rather Spartan. But it didn't hurt that he had come over to draw cards anyway, not to sleep. Fangji very cautiously locked the door of his room, then pulled out the destiny shard from his pocket. He first looked around to make sure there were no cameras and then he planned to do the card draw. However, before he could put the destiny shard on the crystal he suddenly reacted. There was no such thing as a camera in this era. Or rather, no such thing as the kind of camera he knew of that was set up in the nooks and crannies of a room. Thinking of this, Fangji shook his head and let out a dark laugh. He's been traveling over here for a while, though, but there are times when you don't quite adapt to the changing times after all. Fangji didn't dwell on it and raised his hand to place the destiny fragment on top of the destiny crystal. After a brief pause, a golden light instantly erupted from the surface of the crystal, and thankfully, the compartment was well enclosed, and the golden light didn't spread to the outside. Those professionals who were in the hall didn't realize that a gold card had appeared beside them. Fangji was no longer as excited as before after a few consecutive golds. He waited quietly for the special effects to fade, and soon a golden card floated on top of the destiny crystal. I wonder what it is this time. Fangyi thought and reached out to remove the gold card. A few lines of text surfaced before his eyes. Name, 9-turn spiritual heart pill. Description, living dead. White bones. Reanimated for a second life. Seeing the introduction of this card, Fangji almost didn't hold it steady and threw it on the ground. Holy, so fierce, he muttered, his expression filled with shock. What was drawn out this time was horrible, and as long as it wasn't an instant death wound, Fangji Du could swallow the elixir to revive with full blood, and there was some deep meaning in the phrase reliving the second life. It seemed that in addition to healing his injuries, the 9 Revolution spiritual heart pill can also increase lifespan? Fangji couldn't be sure of that, but based on the card descriptions then it's a very likely thing. To be honest, what he drew out today surprised him even more than the green blazed red flame and the flying rainbow stone, because this kind of life-preserving thing can be completely used as a base card. After all, Staying alive is better than anything. Fang Yi took a deep breath. The excitement in his eyes could not be contained. He took the card and looked at it left and right, and finally crushed it with a violent force. Golden light scattered in the air, and a flowing elixir appeared in his palm. Fang Yi also still had insight into the ingredients and production method of the elixir the instant it appeared this time, but then he broke into a bitter smile. Not to mention the fact that the herbs were ones he had never seen or heard of. Just the refining steps alone were not something he could do right now. Those steps were incomparably tedious. A 9-revolution spiritual heart pill had to be refined for 99 to 81 days without any problems at each step. During this period the alchemist cannot sleep, cannot rest, and must always keep an eye on the changes in the herbs, in the event of an unforeseen situation to immediately stop alchemy. According to the knowledge in Fang Ji's mind, this kind of elixir is against heaven, and will encounter the wrath of heaven when it comes out of the world. So even if the 9-turn spiritual heart pill was successfully refined after 81 days, in the end whether it could actually appear or not would depend on whether the alchemist could resist the heavenly wrath. So this one in Fang Yi's hand is of immense value. After a long time, Fang Ji finally recovered as normal, and he placed the elixir in a medicine bottle. He then placed the pill bottle close to his body. He had already decided that this pill could not leave his body no matter what. Push open the door to the cubicle. Fang Ji saw that the ones who had just drawn cards were a few professionals sitting dejectedly on a side bench. Obviously the results of their card draw just now were not very good. This is the norm for card draws, and the odds of an ordinary person trying to draw a high-grade card are just too low. On the rooftop of the base building, wide-eyed in his already large eyes, the whole man was in a state of stupor. He saw the gold card come out. That's a golden legend. Big Eyes has only even come out with a purple card twice in his short half-life, which is at the rare level, and the gold card he couldn't even think of. But that teenager was a hair of gold. Although Big Eyes didn't know exactly what effect that elixir had, he thought that it should be very strong. How can a gold card be a waste? He took out his cell phone and couldn't wait to send the message to the captain. Yama didn't reply immediately, and Big Eyes didn't think much of it. After all, it was in a secret realm. It's normal to not be able to check your cell phone in time. This kid has horrible luck, counting on his fateful rituals. He's been out of the gold card 4 times. Big Eyes muttered. What he didn't know was that Fang Ji had also drawn a gold card twice, which meant that this teenager who had 3 legendary rank professions in one had now drawn out a total of 6 legendary ranks. Pushing open the door of the alchemy room, Fang Yi sat down at the long table and began to ponder over the improvement of the strong body pill. Last night he had cleared his mind, and had organized a rough idea of the herbs and ingredients he would need. So now all it takes is a little refinement to go to the warehouse and pick up the items you need. About half an hour later, Fang Yi arrived at the backyard of the professional's base. There was a warehouse there that covered quite a large area, and arcane runes glittered on the doors and walls of the warehouse. He could recognize the general function of those runes. Perhaps this was the talent of a legendary rune master. I need some materials, Fang Ji said and handed the list to the guard at the door. Chapter 27 Discovery. The guards, naturally, have received orders from their leaders to. So quickly the list of Fang Yi was submitted to the administrator of the warehouse. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi returned to the alchemy room with a large bag. This side of Dingbei City has more secret realms, though, and most of them are dangerous as well. But this also has the advantage of being richer in all kinds of materials, which is perfect for experimentation. After organizing all the materials into categories, Fang Yi began to experiment with his idea. He needed to set up some control groups, so the whole process of alchemy was slow. Fang Yi thought about it and decided to use the computer to help him with his experiment. The concept of a computer still exists in this day and age. It was just very different from the computers Fang Ji had used before, but after familiarizing himself with it for a while, he slowly got the hang of it. But the computers in this era are very rudimentary, not at all as advanced as in the age of technology. All Fang Yi could do was to simply calculate some data through the computer. More than half an hour later, the first furnace of pills was completed. Fang Yi opened the furnace and carefully observed the state of each pill. A legendary alchemist's talent would allow him to succeed in every alchemy, but whether the potion was effective or not was not certain. A moment later, Fang Yi put the elixir aside and suddenly uttered a puzzling sentence. I'm curious as to who you guys really are. The room was quiet for a moment, and the pupil of the eye in one of the corners suddenly shrank and, shocked, he stared at Fang Ji. I had thought that the sense of surveillance, if any, that I had 2 days ago was just an illusion, but I really sensed your presence when I just drew my card. I don't know if you're friend or foe, but you've been treating me with no ill will these past few days. Think there should be a high probability that it's not an enemy. Fang Ji spoke slowly, twisting his head to look at the corner of the room. He didn't know why he could sense those eyes, either. Maybe it was some occupation that enhanced his sixth sense. On the rooftop, Big Eyes was slightly flustered. He didn't expect his surveillance to be discovered by Fong Ji, and it looked like the other party had actually noticed it before. This is the first time he's ever encountered this. He's never been caught with his surveillance before. At least it hadn't been discovered by a professional with such a low rank. So Big Eyes was a bit overwhelmed for a while, but soon he calmed down and leapt off the rooftop in a single leap of strutting toward the base. Fong Ji could spot him, but that didn't mean the others would. This trench coat he was wearing was a rare level equipment. Fong Ji sat in the alchemy room, looking at the eyes that suddenly disappeared in the corner, scratching his head in confusion. Scared off? What the hell is this thing? He's not worried about his safety. It was unlikely that if someone really wanted to do something to themselves they would be in the base. There were several high-level professionals here after all. A few moments later, Fong Yi heard a knock from the door. Since the other party was able to enter the base, that means I was right. Fong Yi opened the door of the room while thinking about it, and then he saw a man wearing a trench coat. The other person had a very ordinary face, the kind of face that no one would even notice if they put it on the main street. He was about 20 years old, with a slight childish look on his brow. Fong Ji noticed that the other party was looking at himself with eyes full of curiosity and doubt at this moment. Hello Fong Chase, my name is Big Eye, the trench coat man said and extended his right hand. Fong Yi did not immediately shake hands with the other party, but first put his left hand into his pocket, snapped the 9-turn spiritual heart pill that he had just drawn out. While the odds were that the other party was not hostile, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Hello. Fong Ji gently shook the other party's hand, then fell silent and he didn't know much about the situation, so he wasn't going to speak first. Seeing this, Big Eye smiled and pointed to the alchemy room. Aren't you going to invite me in to have a seat? What are you? Fong Ji ignored the other party's question and asked in return. Big Eye sighed at that. The situation was getting a little out of hand at the moment, and so the initiative was now in Fong Ji's hands, and he could only go along with his opponent's rhythm. You don't have to worry, I'm official. Without explaining in too much detail, Big Eyes, there are some things that can't be told to Fong Ji right now. Fong Ji frowned, looking Big Eyes up and down for a moment. This outfit doesn't look too good. Is there any proof? Fong Ji asked. Big Eyes was dumbfounded by the question. He did have proof of that, but it's very likely that Fong Ji won't recognize the token of the hidden squad when he takes it out. Just a moment. Big Eyes turned around and took out his cell phone to edit the message on the fly. Fong Ji just quietly watched the others' movements. In fact, he was now basically sure that the other party was most likely the official personnel. After all, how could any enemy be so polite? 2 minutes later, Big Eyes handed over his cell phone somewhat helplessly. Secretary Willow's on the phone. Fong Yu nodded and reached out to take it. Sure enough, Secretary Ryu's serious voice came over the receiver. Fong Ji, this person is a member of the National Stealth Squad, and has come to see you because he has something to discuss with you. Don't worry, they mean absolutely no harm. I understand Secretary Liu. Thanks. Fong Yi smiled and returned the hand back. Now can you believe me for who I am? Big Eyes said with a sigh. Fong Ji sidestepped his body and pointed inside the room. Come in and talk. Even though Secretary Liu vouched for it, but I can't exactly trust you. But I can still let you come in and talk. Big Eyes walked into the house somewhat breathlessly. Fong Ji's left hand always in his pocket. Even though the other party's identity had been certified by Secretary Liu, he still didn't dare to trust this person in front of him. After all, no one wanted to be monitored all the time. Would you have been monitoring me if I hadn't found those eyes? Fong Yi asked as he sat on the stool. Big Eyes shook his head and said, We'll officially contact you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Reintroducing myself, I'm a member of China's secretive squad, Team Yen Wang. This time it is to test you. Fong Ji froze at his words. Examining me? Yes, the test to see if you have the qualifications to join the hidden squad, Big Eyes said solemnly. Because of my legendary profession? Fong Ji asked rhetorically. Yes, you're the first tri-legendary level professional since the new era in China. The potential can be said to be unprecedented, so the top wants to recruit you into the hidden squad. Of course, if you don't qualify for the hidden squad, and we're not going to cast a net over your talent. Fong Yin nodded and asked again, so have I passed the examination now? Big Eyes took off his hood and scratched his head. I don't know. You don't know? Fong Ji was instantly a bit confused. Chapter 28 The Scent of the Abyss. What the hell? You just don't know. Didn't you come over to test me? Fong Ji stared suspiciously at Big Eyes and kept staring at the other party until his forehead was sweating. So what? It's not up to me to pass or not. It's up to the captain. I don't know, said Big Eyes, waving his hand in a huff. And your test isn't over yet. And the captain hasn't told me exactly what's going on. What about your captain? Fong Ji asked. Off to the secret world, on a mission. Big Eye replied. Fong Bai nodded. spreading his hands and said, "That is to say, it was an accident that we met today." Daiguy nodded heavily. "Yeah, I didn't think you'd be able to spot my secret eye. It's not like I can pretend nothing happened, so I had to come over and see you. We're all here, so introduce me to the hidden squad," Fangji said with a smile. Daiguy was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. "Alright then, I'll be brief with you. The Hidden Squad is an organization that directly belongs to the Chinese Elder Academy, and there are 3 squads in total. It's mainly responsible for solving emergencies that ordinary professionals don't have the means to deal with. This urgency does not refer only to the mysteries of the. Some real-life emergencies require us to step in as well. The minimum professional in a covert squad has to be a rare, but there is one exception to that rule. That person's talent is so special that he made an exception and joined the Hidden Squad." Daiguy's expression was subtle when he said the last sentence, and Fangji instantly reacted. "That exception you speak of wouldn't be you." "Ahahaha, that's exactly what I am." Daiguy laughed twice and admitted with great pride. Fangji looked at the other party somewhat speechlessly. He realized that the man's personality was a bit different from what he thought. Having expected the other man to be one of those reticent, socially inept types, it turned out to be something else entirely after those few words. "So you're a rare class occupation?" Fangji asked. Daiguy nodded. "Yes, the only rare-leveled professional to join the Hidden Squad." Fang Yi applauded very falsely. Then for a moment he didn't know what to ask again. There are questions that the other person clearly won't tell him or her, and it's futile to ask them. Daiguy hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth and proposed, "So what, bro? Can you just pretend that nothing happened with this today? The others would have to laugh at me if they knew that I was discovered by a low-level professional." Fang Yi pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a thought, "This must not give a hush money." Daiguy's expression stalled, and his whole body stiffened for a moment. Then he slowly asked, "What do you want?" "Not too much. I'm not too rich." "Not much. 5 destiny fragments." Fangji was all smiles, showing his 2 rows of big white teeth. Daiguy jumped up from his stool at once. "You'd better get this out of your system. I don't want this face." Seeing this, Fang Yi quickly consoled. "Don't be in a hurry, brother. Discuss it again." Daiguy hesitantly sat back down. "You call this not much?" "The first thing that came out of my mouth was 6 months of my salary." Fangji was really a bit surprised this time. It took half a year to get 5 destiny fragments. Wouldn't that make it hard for him to do daily card draws anytime soon? Which would be a waste. "How many can you give me?" Fangji asked. 2. At most." White Eyes struggled for a moment, and reported a pathetic number. "Very sad, indeed. It took the strongest squad of professionals in China to only be able to take out 2 destiny shards, but it was understandable that most people smoke the first time they get a shard. Very few people can hold back all the time." "Okay, 2 is 2. Fang Yi slapped his thigh and said, "Today's matter is known to heaven and earth. You know and I know. There will not be a third person to know, and you still use your eyes to spy on me." Daiguy sniffed with a smile that was worse than a cry, then slowly pulled out 2 palm-sized fragments of fate from his pocket, which was all he had in stock for the past 2 months, and it really hurt a bit to take them out all at once. Fang Ji was in a good mood, and now he would have 2 more gold cards in his account. "Then if there's nothing else you can withdraw, I'm going to continue the experiment." Fang Chase gave his expulsion order. Daiguy stood up, depressed, and headed for the door, and just as his hand was about to push the door of the room open, Fangji's voice suddenly came from behind him. "By the way, don't peek when I'm in the shower. Who's going to see it?" "I'm not that interested." Daiguy yelled angrily and then pushed the door and walked out. Fangji laughed and gathered himself to continue starting the experiment. In the Blood Wolf Mystery Realm, King Yen stood at the very front. His eyes were ice cold as he gazed at the Blood Wolf King that was as huge as a mountain. The other man was now lying on the ground, dying. His body was covered with hideous and horrible wounds of all sizes, and blood gurgled, coloring the ground a blood red. "Captain, I sense the aura of the abyss in its body." One of the team members frowned and said in a serious tone. King Yen nodded slightly. He could also sense that the Blood Wolf King was out of sorts. The black smoking wounds on his opponent's body had almost put the answer in front of everyone's eyes. As is the case elsewhere, the cause of the secret riot is the abyss. "I'm sorry," Yama muttered. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the Blood Wolf King's forehead, where something didn't seem quite right. Before he could make a move, the Blood Wolf King's brow suddenly burst open with fishy blood instantly sprayed into midair, falling towards them in droves. Yen was shocked, and a member of the team surged forward, reaching up to the top of a translucent shield was held up in midair. The next moment, a stabbing and pulling sound came from that blood actually seared the barrier and made it tremble. "How can it be so corrosive?" the team member holding up the barrier exclaimed. His talent, while not weak, was, but the blood was harder to deal with than he had expected. Yanwan looked sharply at the corpse of the Blood Wolf King. Yes, just after that blast, the Blood Wolf King then completely lost his breath of life. At this moment, in a bloody hole in the enemy's forehead, deep enough to see the bone. It seemed like something was trying to get out. Yama let out a low gulp, and his body suddenly transformed into a black shadow that, in an instant, he arrived at the Blood Wolf King's body. He raised his arm, and a thick black mist spread out and, in an instant, it enveloped the Blood Wolf King's forehead and drilled straight towards that bloody hole. However, he was still a step too slow, and almost the instant the black mist came into contact with the hole in the blood, a black mass of objects rushed up into the air with a brush and quickly fled into the distance. What's that? Someone exclaimed. After them, Yen bellowed and took the lead, and the rest of the team rushed to follow. Each casting their talents to frantically accelerate. Chapter 29 Abyssal Progenitor. Feng Ji frowned, looking at the elixir in front of him in deep thought. He has just tested it with a nearby instrument, and the results can't be said to be the same as the old model. Let's just say it's unchanged. Even the medicinal properties of this new model of his elixir were not as good as the old one. This was really beyond Feng Ji's expectations, because according to his conception last night, the new model has to be ahead of the old one in at least one area, but it seems to be. It didn't work out at all. Feng Ji scratched his head, although he knew full well that it was impossible to succeed in one go at such a thing as improving an elixir formula. However, it was still inevitable that a bit of frustration would arise when one actually failed. After all, a legendary alchemist had never failed so far, but he quickly calmed the sense of loss that came with his defeat. The data from this experiment was recorded, then a new round of alchemy began. A single failure couldn't possibly defeat him. He knew very well about things like experiments. The most important thing is to be persistent. The color of the sky thus changed from dim to pitch black in one experiment, and Feng Yi rubbed his brow, finished the fifth alchemy and looked up at the clock. By now it was 1:30 a.m. And he had failed exactly 5 times. According to the instrument, the medicinal properties of all these pills are not as good as the old ones. But think about it. The old version of the body strengthening pill had been around for so many years, after all, and had been improved by many generations of alchemists. And it's a fool's errand for him to try to make a new model after just a few experiments. Feng Yi recorded the detailed data of each failure. He then locked the door of the alchemy room and left the professional base. His current physique was not what it used to be, and staying up a few days wouldn't affect his daytime training too much. On the following day, Feng Yi had just arrived at the base when he saw Shen Tuping walking over with a hurried face. He left the classroom in a hurry after throwing down a sentence that had no beginning or end. Training is suspended for the day today. Looking at Shen Tuping's departing back, Feng Yi always felt that something bad was happening. The other party was the captain of the first squad of the battle sequence in Dingbei City, and it wouldn't be too much to say that he was the strongest professional in the entire city of Dingbei City. It can make him appear to be out of sorts. It's fishy how you think about it. Something happened in the secret realm. To the side, the young girl's iconic, clear and cold voice rang out. Feng Yi was slightly stunned, then looked at Wang Yingshui and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "It's not particularly clear. Just listening to the other professionals I heard discussing it this morning," Wang Yingshui said expressionlessly. Feng Yu nodded and got up, coming next to Feng Yi. "This kid is more familiar with the others on the base, so he should know some of the insiders." Sure enough, as soon as Feng Yi passed by, he heard that he was bragging about what he knew with the others. "Have you guys heard about it? Something big has happened in the Blood Wolf mystic realm." "What? What great things can happen in a Grade C secret realm? And don't you believe it, but it's rumored that a monster ran out of the... All the official professionals in the entire city of Dingbei have gone to round up that monster." "A monster? Is it some kind of mutated beast?" "It doesn't seem to be, and I'm not sure exactly what it is." Feng Yi was excitedly discussing with a few companions around him, and Feng Ji silently listened for a while, then felt a gaze that had been watching him. He turned his head and realized that Zhao Debao had come to his side at some point. This somewhat tender teenager asked Feng Yi in a very small voice, "Feng Yi, are you interested in this matter?" Feng Yu nodded and pulled Zhao Debao to the side. He seemed to know something, but didn't look like he wanted anyone else to know. So Feng Ji asked in a low voice, "Do you know what's going on?" "Well, my dad told me." Zhao Debao had a serious look on his face and, after a 2-second pause, he continued, "But you have to give me Wang Yingshui's contact information." Feng Yi was a bit speechless when he heard this. He felt like he hadn't come into contact with any normal people in the past 2 days. All of them were players with more or less abnormal brains. "Then go directly to ask Wang Yingshui if she wants to hear it," Feng Ji said, and then pointed with his chin to the cool young girl not far away. Zhao Debao's face instantly reddened, and he wriggled and rubbed the corners of his coat with both hands. It looked a few degrees more shy than a girl. Fang Yi sighed and said slowly, "Forget it, I won't ask you." Seeing this, Zhao Debao immediately and urgently said, Don't, I'll say. But you have to call Wang Yingxue over to listen with you." Fang Yi considered for 2 seconds, then nodded. He guessed the young girl wanted to know what was going on. So Fang Yi waved to Wang Yingxue, signaling the other party to come over for a moment. Wang Yingxue frowned a bit, but still moved lightly with lotus steps to come over. "Alright, you can say it now." Fang Yi spread his hands and looked at Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao gave Wang Yingxue a very shy look. Then he slowly spoke. An abyssal progenitor appeared in the Blood Wolf mystic realm, and the squad chasing it made a mistake, allowing it to break out of the mystic realm and run into the suburbs. Mayor Zhao has gathered most of the high-level professionals and is now hunting down the abyssal progenitor in the suburbs. After Fang Yi heard this and Wang Yingxue exchanged a glance, he could hear what had probably happened. But what the hell is an abyssal protozoa? Seeing the confusion of the two men, Zhao Debao continued to explain. The abyssal progenitor is a terrifying species that suddenly appeared and has the ability to corrode and assimilate. Once possessed by it, you will lose consciousness for a short period of time, completely reduced to a beast that only knows how to kill. Fang Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. This thing did sound a little scary. But, can't a high-level professional deal with it? Although he had never seen a high-level professional go all out. But according to some information can also be roughly deduced that they have the power to say that moving mountains is a bit too much. But like Superman should still be able to do. You can't even handle that abyssal progenitor with this kind of strength? Fang Ji certainly wouldn't hold the question in his heart, so he organized his words, asked his doubts out. Zhao Debao sighed. Helplessly, he said, ordinary high-level professionals really can't deal with that kind of monster that is extremely fast and extremely hard to be killed. Once a professional makes a mistake in a battle with it, that's what happens when the consciousness is obliterated. Fang Ji nodded gruffly, moving his gaze away from Zhao Debao. Looking in the direction of the suburbs, there's supposed to be a battle going on there, but the common man and the underclass professional who are in the same city know nothing about it. This reminded Fang Yi of a saying from his own time. There's no such thing as a good time, but someone else is carrying your weight for you. This era of China still protects her citizens very well. The high-level professionals and soldiers alike rose to the occasion and topped the most dangerous places. Maybe something can be done. Fang Ji thought darkly. Chapter 30 Ink Pills. Of course Fang Ji wouldn't be foolish enough to go directly to the suburbs. With his current rank and combat level, going there is a total death sentence. Although he had 3 legendary professions, the support professions weren't good at head-on battles. So to help those professionals could only rely on elixirs. Thinking of this, Fang Yi excused himself to go to the restroom, came outside the classroom and dialed Secretary Ryu's number. Secretary Ryu's voice was a little tired, as if last night's events had consumed a lot of his energy. Fang Ji, what's the matter? Fang Yi didn't beat around the bush and said straight to the point. Secretary Lu, is there anything I can do to help with the abyssal protozoa? Secretary Lu froze for a moment and said slowly, you're pretty well informed. He laughed softly and continued, it's all right, the city's going to sort this out. You just keep on experimenting. Can we relieve their pressure with the help of pills? Fang Ji was undeterred. After all, he has suffered a lot of care of Dingbei City. How can he stand by and do nothing when something happens? Well, there's an elixir that emits a scent that attracts abyssal progenitors. Try to refine some if you want to help. You'll get the materials inside the base. Okay, I'll go now. Fang Ji was immediately energized and, hanging up the phone, he headed for the warehouse. The warehouseman has gotten the message that's why Fang Ji had already prepared all the herbs when he came over. However, the formula for this ink scent Dan was more complicated. So Fang Ji asked the warehouse for another defective product. The finished products had all been transferred to the suburbs, so Fang Yi could only get the remnants now. However, even if it was a defective product, Fang Ji was still able to understand how the ink scent pill was made by touching it. He didn't waste any time and quickly moved the herbs to his alchemy room. Secretary Lu didn't seem to be aware of Fang Ji's talent, so he just said that he would let Fang Ji try. But Fang Ji could make his every alchemy a sure success, even if this was his first time refining the ink scent pill. But the pre-processing of the ink scent pill was troublesome. Fang Ji thought secretly as he packed up the herbs. Perhaps in the future, he could find an apprentice to specialize in helping him with his herbs, or if he couldn't, build some instruments. Now the instruments in the alchemy room and Fang Yi only have a medicinal property analyzer that is better used. It was the same thing he used to test his new pills yesterday, and Fang Ji could see that most of the principles of this instrument seem to be related to runes. Since Rune can do all this, he can do it, too, in the future. Legendary rune masters are no joke. About an hour later, Fang Ji had successfully refined a furnace of ink scent pills. Judging by the medicinal properties analyzer, these Maxiangdan were completely fine, but one furnace was a bit too little. Fang Yi decided to have another batch. Near noon, the second furnace of Mo Xiangdan was also officially completed, and this time Fang Yi was lucky. Having triggered both Talent 2 and Talent 3 at the same time meant that he now had a total of 6 Murky Dan in his hand, 3 of which were all of the rare grade. It seems that the probability of Talent 2 is calculated by the furnace, while the probability of Talent 3 is calculated by the pill. Fang Yi thought for a moment. Then he put the pills away and got up to leave the alchemy room. He can't travel to the outskirts right now, so he'll have to give the elixir to the professionals who've come back to recuperate. While giving the pills to these people, Fang Yi also chatted with the other party for a few moments. Things aren't looking particularly good in the suburbs right now. That abyssal progenitor is very cunning. Professionals piggybacking on carelessness can be caught by the other side. In just 3 or 4 hours, the city of Dingbei had lost 2 high-level professionals. It wasn't that simple for a combat professional to be cultivated. This loss caused Zhao Hanguo a heartache, but it's not possible to capture this abyssal progenitor. Once it's allowed to grow in the real world, it was likely that it would cause immeasurable damage and loss to the city of Dingbei. After all, there had been cases where mature-bodied abyssal protozoa had destroyed cities. Zhao Hanguo, in order to catch the abyssal progenitor as soon as possible, he had already called back all the squads that were free in the secret realm, and he had even thought of asking the military region to send the army over directly. But that would be more or less a disgrace. After all, the military region and he is the same level. A little thing to ask for help from the military region. Looks like he as a mayor has little ability. Just then, the phone on Zhao Hongwu's desk suddenly rang. As soon as he picked it up, he then heard the good news. Mayor, Fang Ji's side got out a few rare-grade inkscent pills. Might be helpful in capturing the abyssal protozoa. Secretary Lu said quickly. Someone has already rushed to the suburbs now with these ink-scented pills in their carriers. Okay, great. Zhao Hanguo immediately revealed a smile. Keep me posted on any progress. In the professionals' base, Fang Ji didn't continue to worry about this matter after refining the Mo Xiangdan. There was only so much he could do. After organizing the herbs on the table, Fang Ji continued to try the new model of the body strengthening pill. He had just produced a few new thoughts while refining the ink scent pill, so perhaps he could try something. Fang Yi quickly devoted himself to alchemy, and Big Eye, who had been spying on him, had long since disappeared without a trace, and there was no way that Big Eye could have stayed out of last night's events. This person's rare class occupation works wonders in dealing with this kind of scene, and during the time when Fang Yi was refining pills, Wang Yingshui actually came to the suburbs alone. It was extremely risky behavior on her part. You could even say she was looking for death. But Wang Yingshui's heart didn't have the slightest bit of fear. This stunningly beautiful girl like ice and snow approached the center of the suburb at an extremely fast speed. It wasn't long before dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder and rain were brewing in the firmament. And Fang Ji looked up between alchemy sessions, and there was an unconcealable worry in his expression. It's going to rain hard, he muttered. Gathering up the furnace of pills that had just failed in his hand, he quickly took out 2 fate shards. He had just suddenly reacted. Since there was no way to help the suburban professionals now, might as well draw a card then, just in case you come up with something useful. Fang Ji left the alchemy room and took 3 steps to the fate-favored hall. There were significantly fewer people here today to draw cards, and he scanned around, selecting a room that looked more agreeable. He was going to believe in metaphysics for once today and follow his heart in everything. Locking the door to his room tightly, Fang Ji first took out a destiny shard. Heavenly Spirit. He murmured a few prayers in his mind and, then slowly, he brought the destiny shard to the destiny crystal. Golden light instantly erupted away, and a golden meteor flew down through the destiny crystals within the. Fang Ji held his breath, his gaze tightly fixed on the sky above the crystals. A few seconds later, a golden card slowly emerged, and Fang grabbed it one by one. A few lines of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Chapter 31 Strengthening the Alchemy Furnace. Name, Alchemy Furnace Strengthening Stone. Description, increase the success rate of elixir by a small margin, and increase the size of the alchemy furnace by a large margin. Small reduction in alchemy time. When Fang Yi saw the item description, he first froze for a moment, and then he slapped his thigh. There was a smile on his face. Yeah, that's a good one. Not only would it be useful for this alchemy, it would also be useful in the future. Without hesitation, Fang Yi summoned his alchemy furnace with a flourish of his palm. A savage aura came over him, holding the alchemy furnace strengthening stone close to the alchemy furnace. Just for a second. The strengthening stone then turned into a stream of light and merged into the alchemy furnace. Immediately thereafter, a startling change took place. Only to see the alchemy furnace in Fang Yi's palm spinning in a dripping circle. The whole thing expanded to more than 3 times its original size. The savage beasts on it seemed to be a few points more solid and refined. After expanding the size of the alchemy furnace, more pills can be made in one furnace. Fang Yi judged from experience that right now he could probably produce 6 to 8 pills in this furnace. It can also produce more if the talent is triggered. Putting the alchemy furnace away, Fang Yi hurriedly returned to his laboratory. It was the same alchemy room that the administrator had granted him. He decided to refine some rejuvenation pills out of it. The battle in the suburb was sure to see some casualties. It wasn't like Dingbei City had a lot of stockpiles of rejuvenation pills right now, so it was very crucial how much he could refine right now. There were still a lot of materials for the rejuvenation pill. Fang Ji directly packed 5 medicinal herbs out this time. They were then thrown into the alchemy furnace in a brainwave. Anyway, the stove is big enough to hold 5 servings. About half an hour or so later, Fang Yi smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. He turned off the flame at the head of the dragon and slowly tilted the alchemy furnace. A clattering sound rang out, and a dozen pills rolled out directly from the alchemy furnace. That's too efficient. Fang Yi joyfully examined them one by one. A total of 14 rejuvenation pills. There are 4 in the rare class, and this one is slightly less lucky, but it's acceptable. Rare grade rejuvenation pills are not bad at all. It's just right to give it to those with minor injuries. Fang Yi put these pills away and then opened another furnace. On the other side, in the suburbs, Wang Yingshui was somewhat in a sorry state as she sped through a deserted building. She had just discovered the Abyssal progenitor's trail, but for the sake of safety, Wang Yingshui didn't approach and just seduced the other party. But she didn't expect the monster to be so fast. In the blink of an eye the enemy closed in on her, and just in the nick of time, another professional rushed to her rescue, the other carrying the ink scent elixir. So it smoothly attracted the attention of the Abyssal progenitor. Wang Yingshui had wanted to help. Her profession actually worked wonders in this situation. It's just that she didn't realize that she was too low level to even have a chance to face the enemy. This crisis made her recognize herself, and Wang Yingshui began to reflect on her impulsive behavior. Even if she felt she had been careful enough, the rare rank profession made her uncontrollably blindly proud. Luckily, there were other people to help her. Otherwise she really could have died here today. Wang Yingshui patted her full breasts as she ran. Never take a risk like that again, she thought secretly in her mind. Pass the special training as soon as possible, then go to the low-level secret realm to upgrade. I want to have the power that can protect others as soon as possible. Rain began to fall at this moment. The sky was overcast and the ground began to get wet. Wang Yingshui gently waved her hand. All the rainwater then drifted down her body to other places as if there was an invisible barrier around the young girl. Rare class occupation, Ice Goddess. Born with the power to manipulate ice and snow. Rain is considered a form of ice and snow, so she can manipulate it as well. Leaving the suburbs, Wang Yingshui remembered that her backpack was still at the base, so she changed her direction and came to the nearest station. Fang Ji had already refined the elixir by now, and he looked for a large wooden box. Putting all of the rejuvenation pills in, he then went to the first floor of the base. There were indeed a few professionals here who had withdrawn for a while and were now planning to head to the suburbs. Each of them carried injuries on their bodies, but none of them had the slightest intention of retreating. Fang Yi stepped forward and handed over the wooden box in his hand. In a quick tone, he said, "This is some rejuvenation pill. I reckon you guys will use it." This professional immediately showed a surprised expression. He took the wooden box and thanked him repeatedly. Fang Yi smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "How is the situation in the suburbs now?" Upon hearing this question, the smiles on the faces of several professionals disappeared. 3 of my brothers are dead. That Abyssal progenitor is just too cunning. And now that it's dark, it's even worse to spot him, a professional said with a sad and angry expression. Fang Ji frowned, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort. He was silent for 2 seconds and then he spoke. "Have the next occupiers who come back to recuperate come to me in the number 2 alchemy room on the 3rd floor, and I'll get you some more pills." "Alright, many thanks brother." After saying that, these few professionals turned around and left the base. It was also at this moment that Wang Yingshui walked in from outside the door. Her clothes weren't wet from the rain, but her face didn't look too good. Fang Yi raised his eyebrows and hurriedly took a few steps forward to Wang Yingshui's side. "What's the matter with you? It doesn't look too good," Fang Yi asked with concern. Wang Yingshui shook her head and said softly, "It's fine. I just went to the suburbs." "You went to the suburbs?" Fang Ji was instantly shocked as he looked at Wang Yingshui and, "I can't help but feel that the other party is really lucky. That professional just said that the suburb is in a bad situation now. All 3 of the high-level professionals are dead, and for a low-ranked professional like her to come back alive was a blessed life." Wang Yingshui hummed and didn't look in a good mood. "Injured?" Fang Ji asked again. "No." Wang Yingshui shook her head. Suddenly without a clue, he said, "I'm still too weak." Fang Ji was a bit confused. He didn't understand what Wang Yingshui meant by this sentence, but a moment later he also reacted. Guess it was normal to be irritated by other high-level professionals in the suburbs. So what are you doing here at the base now? Said Fang Ji, who had wanted to ask her if she was going to train extra overnight. However, the opponent's mental state is obviously a bit poor, so I guess it's unlikely that extra training will be necessary. Take something. Wang Yingshui had basically calmed down now that it's back to that icy calm look it had before. In fact, it's kinda reassuring that she's got this look about her. That little panicked, chatty feeling she had just had didn't fit her persona in any way. Fang Yan nodded and didn't speak to Wang Yingshui anymore, so the two of them parted ways in the stairwell. Chapter 32. Thanks. Fang Ji returned to the alchemy room and continued his experiment. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. It turned into a torrential downpour in just half an hour's time. Water began to pool on the roads and the drainage system in Tingpei was overwhelmed. More and more streets are flooded with dirty rainwater. This is true for the city, let alone the suburbs. Fang Ji looked out the window and said that this rain came at a really bad time. He turned off the flames of the dragon's head. Today's experiment had unsurprisingly failed. Again. Fang Yi found some ideas though, and he felt like he was on the right path. With all this rain, even though he lives in an apartment not far from the base, but walking back like this would still get drenched, so Fang Yi decided to stay at the base today. This way in case a professional came to him for an elixir he could immediately start refining it. And before going to bed, Fang Ji packed up a few more ingredients for the spring return pill, and they were placed in the most accessible position on the table, and the herbs would be turned into rejuvenating pills in 10 minutes or so, whenever the need arose. It was past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Fang Ji had just fallen asleep not long before there was a knock on the door outside the house. He immediately got up and opened the door to his room, and sure enough, it was the professionals who had come back to rest and recuperate, and they came with good news. Caught. The abyssal progenitor caught it. One of the professionals, though full of fatigue, blood was still flowing from his body, but his spirits were high. Good. Great. Fang Yu clapped his hands, then he immediately asked, how are the casualties? Somewhat disastrously. I came over here to ask you for the rejuvenation pill. They say you have ones here that work better. Fang Bai nodded his head. Coming in front of the dragon's head while summoning the Dan furnace, he said, wait for me for a quarter of an hour. I'll open the furnace now. Good. The professional sat down in the doorway when he finished. It seemed that he was worried about the blood from his body staining the clean floor of the house. Fang Yi glanced at him, then threw all the prepared herbs into the alchemy furnace. The strengthened alchemy furnace works very well. The rejuvenation pill that originally needed to be refined for about 20 minutes now only needed a quarter of an hour. Although the shortened time didn't seem like much, but the time saved by refining more often is still optimistic. At this time, inside the small white building at the rear of the professionals' base building, a dozen bloodied professionals were being treated by doctors and priests. Some of the professionals whose injuries had been mitigated soon recovered most of them. The remaining professionals with more serious injuries were unable to recover immediately. There's a limit to what doctors and priests of lower ranks can do. They could keep their injuries from getting worse for a while, but they couldn't make those hideous, horrible wounds heal, especially since these wounds carry the power of the abyss with them. Fortunately, a quarter of an hour later, a professional came hurrying over to. He was holding several warm pills in his hands, which were none other than the rare-grade rejuvenation pills. Fang Ji had just been lucky. That furnace of pills had triggered both Talent 2 and Talent 3 at the same time. It was also the effect of doubling the quantity and increasing the grade, so he refined 10 rejuvenation pills, 8 of which were of rare grade. But this amount is not really enough. This time, the vast majority of high-level professionals in Dingbei City were injured to varying degrees, and 5 even died at the hands of the abyssal protozoa. Fang Yi's furnace of elixir could only ease the pressure of medical treatment but not directly solve it, so he asked for the herbs needed to refine the rejuvenation pill from the warehouse again. His alchemist rank had risen to the 8th level after these days of non-stop refining, only 2 levels away from awakening his first skill. Fang Yi had been refining pills non-stop from 12 o'clock until 6 o'clock in the morning. It was only then that he finally stopped, because most of the professionals in the little white building had recovered from the remaining small portion wasn't something that could be solved by the rejuvenation pill, and required a high-level medical professional to do so. Having been busy for almost a day and a night, Fang Ji felt dizzy, almost to the point where you can fall asleep as soon as you close your eyes. He sent a message to Shintapang and then fell asleep in the alchemy room. I don't know how long it took, but Fang Ji was awakened by a loud noise outside the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and hurriedly got up from the improvised bed made of stools. The door of the room was knocked at this moment. Fang Ji took 2 steps forward, and the moment he opened the door of the room, he saw that the building was filled with dozens of different-looking professionals. all with smiles on their faces, both grateful and excited. Fang Ji suddenly froze. What is this doing here? Without waiting for him to react, a somewhat familiar-looking professional pushed his way from the back of the crowd and, with excitement, he said, Fang Ji, thank you for the elixir. Fang Yi stared at the professional for a couple of moments, and then reacted. This is the same one who spoke to himself in the hall last night. What are you guys? Before Fang Ji could finish his sentence, the other professionals were chattering and laughing. Fang Yi listened to a few sentences and finally understood. These people had all come to thank themselves for the free gift of pills, and according to them, this time, he was able to capture the Abyssal progenitor thanks to the ink scent pills he provided, and those rare grade ink scent pills had a huge attraction to the enemy. It also takes a considerable amount of pressure off others. Fang Yi quickly waved his hand, not daring to take all the credit for this. Yet these professionals clearly thought otherwise. One of them even directly flung himself onto his knees. Thank you. If it wasn't for the timely delivery of your spring restoring pill, I might have been lost by now. My daughter-in-law just had a baby. If I don't have it, how will they both live? This professional shed tears as he spoke. Fang Yi rushed forward and helped the other party up. I just did what I could. There's no need to be like that, big brother. Fang Yi looked at this youth who was not much older than himself and said sincerely under his breath. No, that's the way it should be, replied the professional, firmly. Fang Ji had no choice but to look at the others while holding up this youth with true feelings. The others weren't as excited as this person, but that unusually sincere gratitude was still very obvious. It's good that everyone survived. There's no need to specifically come over to thank me, Fang Yi said after some thought. Thanks should be given. Before the words of these, then they all took out one item from the packages they carried with them, and the hallway was instantly filled with all kinds of colorful light. Fang Ji was immediately shaken by these things and couldn't open his eyes. It was the first time he knew that a portion of items with grades would emit light when in an energized state. Take it, brother, it's not worth anything. A few professionals said that they were about to stuff the things in their hands into Fang Ji's arms, and Fang Ji hastily backed away, somewhat crying and laughing. Chapter 33 Hercules? I really can't take it. It's something you guys were born to get your hands on. Fang Yi still intends to refuse. He really didn't care what these professionals gave to him. And in fact, Fang Ji wasn't liking anything right now, and what he really wanted these professionals couldn't provide. These professionals can't come up with a few fate shards in total, so it's better to do a favor and draw closer to them and pave the way for yourself later. After 2 more tugs, Fang Ji realized that most of them were professionals who were sexual beings. They were genuinely trying to thank themselves, and if they didn't take it, they might have been standing in the hallway. Just as Fang Ji was struggling with what to do, a voice suddenly came from the end of the stairway. All right, break it up. In the future, when you have the chance, you can each help Fang Yi accomplish one thing. Shin Tepeng had appeared at just the right time, and his words had successfully relieved Fang Yu. The gathered and thankful professionals looked at each other, then agreed to Shin Tepeng's proposal. That's really a good way to go. So they left after saying a few words of thanks again. Fang Ji then let out a sigh of relief and looked towards Shin Tepeng who was walking towards him. Instructor, thanks a lot. It's still you who has experience. Fang Yi smiled and said to the other party. Shin Tepeng also revealed a smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 shards of fate and handed them over. You can take their stuff or not, I guess, but I must take mine. Instructor, what do you mean by that? Fang Ji asked suspiciously. Without your ink scent pill, it's absolutely impossible for us to kill the Abyssal progenitor in just 1 day. And once the other party becomes a mature body, it's a disaster for the entire city of Tingbei. So it's not too much to give you some rewards, Shin Tepeng slowly explained. This is a reward from the city? Fang Ji asked curiously. Shin Tepeng nodded and said, this is only the first step. There are some rewards on items in the back, and Mayor Zhao wants to apply for military honors for you, which will be good for you in the future. Fang Ji immediately revealed an expression of surprise, which was somewhat out of his expectation. He had thought that he had only done a small thing, but he hadn't expected to directly lay the groundwork for the frontline professionals to win. Then I'm flattered. Fang Ji hemmed and hawed, received the destiny fragment from Shin Tepeng's hand. Good, there's not much else going on. Special training resumes tomorrow, so you get some rest today. After Shin Tepeng finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the stairway. Fang Yi clutched the 2 destiny fragments and turned around to lock the door of the alchemy room, headed straight for the Hall of Fateful Favors. The hall is noticeably livelier today, and the atmosphere is not as heavy as it was yesterday. Fang Ji lightly opened the room where he usually drew his cards, and it was really empty. It seems most people like the feeling of drawing cards in full view of the public. Fang Yi smiled and muttered, then closed the door to his room. He's in control of his emotions now. Gold card. Every time. It's really no fun at all. It's like if you go to car shows every day, and after a while you don't feel anything for the models. They may even feel like an eyesore. Fang Yi moved the Destiny Shard closer to the Destiny Crystal while Versailles. The shard slowly disappeared, and a burst of golden light erupted from the crystal. Fang Yi didn't even bother with the special effects in front of him, reaching out and directly holding the gold card on top of the crystal. Name, Dali Pill, Dan Fong. Description: it can greatly enhance the strength of the user in a short period of time. After the end of the duration, it will be weakened for a period of time. The higher the grade, the shorter the weakening time of the Dali Pill. Fang Yi frowned and took a closer look at the gold card in front of him. Why does this thing look so much like a charlatan's pothole? While the card description says it all, the name does seem a little out of place. After 2 seconds of silence, Fang Yi crushed the golden card in his palm, and a golden rain of light fell down on a somewhat yellowed, ancient paper appeared in his hand. The paper had a dozen or so small, densely written lines. Fang Yi's pupils quaked after just reading the first line. What is this? How come I've never even heard of these herbs? Fang Yi can't help but whimper out, though he hadn't been properly schooled in the science of elixir. But his mind was full of knowledge about herbs and potions. That was the power of a legendary level profession. That knowledge was as if it was innate. But Fang Yi was also clear that he couldn't possibly finish all the paths of an alchemist in a few days. So that knowledge wasn't comprehensive. And it was only natural that there were some herbs he hadn't heard of. But it's not normal to have never heard of all the herbs in the entire formula. Fang Yi even began to doubt the authenticity of this Dan formula. But the thought lasted less than a second before it dissipated. There was no way that the things drawn from the fate crystals could be fake. So the only possibility was that these herbs happened to be in the blind spot of his knowledge. Ugh. Another thing I can't use right now. Fang Yi sighed and put away the Dan formula in preparation to leave the room. He hadn't realized that he had now, without even realizing it, made a demand for card draws that, even if it was a gold card, he would be disgruntled. Returning to the alchemy room, Fang Yi continued his experiments on the improved body strengthening Dan, and in the training ground of the base, Wang Yingshui worked on her fighting skills moment by moment. Last night did produce a great deal of excitement in her, so much so that this ice maiden was now filled with only one thought: getting stronger. On the other hand, in the hotel, Yama facetiously chipped off a dark piece of flesh from his calf. Flesh and blood fell to the ground with a zippy sound. The floor tiles of the hotel were suddenly eroded out in a small crater. Captain, Pear exclaimed, coming up with concern, and she looked at the wound on Yan's leg and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Yan glanced at her, then continued to treat the wounds on his body. Next to him, Big Eye sighed and touched his pockets, and only after making sure he still had enough money on him to pay for the damage to the hotel did he calm down. He wasn't worried about the captain's injuries at all. That was Yan Wang, the strongest of the younger generation in China. A few moments later, Yama let out a long breath, his body covered in wounds but there was no longer any of that dark, obviously abnormal flesh and blood. There's a problem with the abyssal progenitor this time, Yama suddenly said without a clue. Could other countries be behind this? One of the team members asked. Don't rule out this possibility. You guys work an extra shift and hurry up to write a report to send to the top. I'm sorry, Yama commanded. Understood, Captain. Well, then we'll discuss Fong Chase next. I'm sorry, Yama said, looking over at Big Eyes, who was standing by. Chapter 34 Growth Program. The room was quiet for a moment as everyone waited for the captain and Big Eyes' next words. As the person who had been spying on Fang Yi for the past 2 days, Big Eyes was actually the most qualified to judge Fang Yi. But his mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene from that day when the two of them met, as well as the 2 shards of destiny that he had lost. And the words of evaluation were stuck directly in his throat. Well, I think, Big Eyes uttered without uttering a complete sentence. Yan Wan looked at him suspiciously, as if to say, what's wrong with you, kid? Put here to pretend to be mute? Big Eyes noticed the captain's gaze and let out a bitter laugh, finally stifled. I think the kid's okay. He was truly at a loss as to what to say about Fang Yi, and he felt his heart ache so much he couldn't breathe at the thought of the shards of destiny he'd lost. But there was no way around it, and Big Eyes was more than willing to let others laugh at him. It was too humiliating to be discovered by a low-level professional like Secret Eye. Yen looked at Big Eyes for a moment again in confusion. He always felt that there was something wrong with Big Eyes. But can't say what's wrong with it. We're just looking at Fang Ji's alchemy talent right now. He also has Forge Master and Rune Master. Should we find a chance for him to show them off? Big Eyes hastily changed the subject. Yama nodded slightly at his words, thought for a moment, and said, yes, you'll contact the city of Timbuktu and ask them to find a reason to test it. If the tests are okay, we'll meet with him. When Yan Wang said this, the crowd all showed a slightly surprised expression. Shaoli spoke directly and asked, Captain, you Planning to take in Fang Ji? When Big Eyes heard Shaoli ask this question, he suddenly slapped his head. Somewhat speechless, he said, "You think the captain is the Tang monk?" Inside the alchemy room of the professional's base, Fang Yi opened the alchemy furnace with great anticipation, poured out the 2 pills within it. As the boiling hot elixir entered his hand, Fang Yi somewhat impatiently placed the elixir on the medicinal analyzer. These 2 pills had poured a lot of his efforts from the selection of materials to the production process. Basically, it also represented Fang Ji's highest level of alchemy right now. If it failed, he might have to wonder if this legendary alchemist of his could be an imposter. Luckily, the results on the medicinal analyzer didn't disappoint him. The medicinal properties of the improved body strengthening pill were stronger, but the medicinal power wasn't as violent as before. Even if an ordinary person eats it, it will not cause any discomfort, but the side effect of burst blood vessels is still there. This is not a problem that can be solved overnight. After all, that side effect is not only related to a person's constitution, but also to the occupation of the person taking it. Fang Ji could only think of ways to summarize the pattern of side effects that appeared and then target them. A stage victory is also a victory. Fang Ji joyfully put away these 2 pills. Then on a piece of paper at the side, he quickly wrote down the refining method of the improved body strengthening pill as well as the ratio of the raw materials. 2 hours later, Fang Yi put away the 5 new types of body strengthening pills he had refined. Turning around, he left the alchemy room. He intends to report his results to Secretary Ryu. First, this helps him to subsequently continue to cheat. Apply for funding. Arriving at the government building, Fang Yi smoothly met Secretary Liu. This meticulous middle-aged man rubbed his brow somewhat tiredly and gave a kind smile. "I was just about to find you," Secretary Willow said slowly. "Anything?" Fang Ji asked as he placed the wooden box containing the new body strengthening Dan on the table. "The city intends to test your Forge Master and Rune Master. It's good for us to help you develop a specialized promotion plan later on." Secretary Willow took out a piece of paper and handed it over. Fang Yi got up to receive it and saw that it described in detail the city's next arrangements for him. The first is a test for 2 occupations that, subsequently, based on the results of the test, Fang Ji was arranged to learn the theoretical knowledge of alchemy, forging, and runes, and finally, a special escort was arranged for Fang Ji to go to the secret realm to raise his career level, get all 3 professions to level 20 or higher as soon as possible. Unsurprisingly, Fang Ji would complete his first career change before the start of university, thoroughly become the backbone of China. Fang Ji showed a surprised expression after reading it. He felt as if Dingbei City was very desperate and very anxious for him to grow up. At normal speed, a professional needs more than half a year of theoretical studies and combat skills before he can enter a low-level secret realm, and subsequently level up to level 10 in the secret realm. After level 10, another half year or so of training would be required to enter a higher-level secret realm. All of these things are basically done at the university. It was already considered very fast for a professional to complete a transfer before graduation, and one that had completed a transfer in more than a month like the planner had almost never appeared in the entire country of China. For professionals, level 20 is a watershed moment that, when you reach level 20, you can change jobs, and your career will be improved in all aspects after you change jobs. Fang Ji was well aware of the upgrade speed of a normal professional. It would take about 2 to 3 years for level 10 to rise to level 20, and that's if nothing unexpected happened. Level 10 to level 20 could take 4 or 5 years if one was often injured in the secret realm and needed to recuperate for a long time. Up to level 20 in a month. Unless there was a squad of high-level professionals who would directly bring Fang Yu into the high-level secret realm and allow him to achieve rapid upgrades through babysitting battles. Is this necessary? Fang Ji couldn't help but have this doubt. He knew the value of his legendary career was high, but according to the planner, the Tingpei City is planning to devote all its efforts to nurturing him, so that he can grow up rapidly within a very short period of time, even at the cost of more resources and costs. Is it worth it? Even if Tingpei doesn't. Fang Yi was also able to grow to the point where he could be of great use within 3 or 4 years, so there was absolutely no need for Mayor Zhao and the others to be in such a hurry. Seeing Fang Ji's doubts, Secretary Liu spoke with a serious expression and explained, "The next year or 2 may not be peaceful. We need your strength." His explanation was a bit vague, and even sounded like he was making an excuse that. However, Fang Yi keenly detected an unusual meaning in the other party's words. The country is about to make a big move? Or is there an unsolvable problem in the secret world? These 2 conjectures instantly flashed through Fang Ji's mind. Don't get carried away. You're a legend-ranked professional. Have some confidence in yourself. I'm sorry, Secretary Willow said with a smile. Fang Yu nodded and pushed the wooden box in front of him over. Secretary Liu, my improved body strengthening pill is partially completed. This is the finished product. Oh, let me see. Secretary Lu's heart shook and she hastily picked it up. Chapter 35 Testing. Secretary Willow took the wooden box and opened its upper lid with a snap of her fingers, revealing the 5 pills neatly inside. Fangji scratched his head and said, I haven't solved the side effect of burst blood vessels yet, but this one's body strengthening pill is a bit more effective than the one we're commonly using now, and that's what the medicinal properties analyzer shows. Secretary Lu nodded slightly and pinched the strong body Dan, placing it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. Actually, he couldn't see anything, just that it would make him look more professional. A moment later, Secretary Lu put the elixir back into the wooden box. Smiling, he said, I'll get someone to experiment a bit, and you can continue to do your research and try to eliminate the side effects completely. Fang Yi responded, then held up the plan in his hand and asked, Brother Lu, when do I start on this plan? Tomorrow. Secretary Willow gave a mysterious smile and there was a playful glint in his eyes, but when Fang Yi went to look closely, Secretary Lu's expression was as usual again. It was as if the way he had just acted was just an illusion on his part. An ominous premonition rose in Fang Yi's heart. He had a feeling he might be in for some unpredictable situations tomorrow. Your reward is going through the process and is expected to come down with your resource allowance. Secretary Lu paused for a moment, then continued, remember to go to the base at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to look for Shintu Pang, and not much else. Fang Yu nodded and got up to leave the office. Walking out of the government building, he thought about it and planned to go home for the rest of the day. For today, he had tossed himself around for the past 2 days, even though he hadn't been personally involved in the battle. That plan alone is horrifying to think about. The daily schedule was expected to be full, and today it was hard to be lazy for a day, so Fang Yi immediately decided to go home and lie down. He wasn't a particularly introspective person to begin with, having only just crossed over earlier. He had to push himself in order to survive, and now that he was on his feet, it was time to lie down. With this thought, Fang Ji directly turned a corner and walked towards the single apartment. Half an hour later, Fang Ji laid down on the bed, and wanted to check his cell phone for a while. It didn't take long for the results to go straight to sleep. By the time he opened his eyes again it was 5 o'clock the next morning. Rising from the bed refreshed, Fang Ji looked out the window at the sky that had just dawned, intending to organize the knowledge he now had in his mind about alchemy, forging, and runes. Legendary professions bring with them a formidable store of knowledge. But all that knowledge needed to be organized and digested by him, which was why the more dawn Fang Ji refined the more skilled he became. He sat down at his desk and first straightened up his knowledge of forging, having been alchemizing pills before, so the understanding of forging is still at a very preliminary stage. Time passed by, and when Fang Yi came back to his senses, he realized the clock on the wall was pointing to 7. Go have a breakfast. Fang Yi closed the notebook on the table and got up, ready to leave the room. Before he left, he pushed open the bedroom door and examined the flying rainbow stone, which was covered by a sheet. Although this method of hiding was rudimentary, Fang Ji really didn't have a better way right now. We'll just have to make do with what we've got for now. After making sure that there was no problem with the flying rainbow stone, Fang Yi left the apartment, picked up a pancake cone on the side of the road. Other than that, the food in China really won't get tired of eating it for years and years. I also wonder how much effort previous generations went through to preserve these delicacies in times of pandemonium. As Fang Yi ate and arrived at the professional's base, he went straight to the underground training ground. He was able to find Shintu Pang, who had just finished breakfast like him. Coming, Shintu Pang raised his chin to Fang Ji and, then pointing to one of the huts off to the side, he said, go wait for me there while I set up the others for training. Okay, instructor. Fang Yi nodded in response. While the two were talking, Wang Yingxue happened to walk in from outside. She was dressed in a power suit suitable for the event, and with her high ponytail tied back behind her head, she had a heroic look about her. Why is she here so early today too? Fang Ji thought curiously, nodded at Wang Yingxue. Wang Yingxue revealed a faint smile. Coming in front of the duo towards Shintu Pang, he said, Instructor, I'm going to go train first. I'll go over during the theory class in a while. Alright, you go. Shintu Pang smiled and waved his hand. Fang Yi then saw the young girl turn around and walk into the training ground and start running up in a circle. He turned his head sideways and asked curiously, Instructor, what's this about her? It's been like this for the last 2 days. The training has been extraordinarily energetic. It seems like she was a little irritated the night she caught the Abyssal progenitor. Shintu Pang thought for a moment and said, that's quite good. She's got a strong talent. Increasing the intensity of training allows for faster growth. Fang Yin nodded without asking any more questions and turned around to walk towards the hut next to him, pushing open the door of the room. Fang Ji saw the anvil table placed on the floor at a glance. He slapped his forehead and sat down on a stool with a sigh. Sure enough, it's all about pumping iron. He thought the city would test his talent in some other way. I didn't expect to end up with iron. After waiting for a few moments, Fang Yi got up and came to the anvil table and carefully looked it up and down. He then waved his right hand and an ancient forging hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The overall material of this forging hammer was extremely special, and Fang Yi had never heard of it nor seen it before. Looking closely, the hammer had the same pattern of savage ferocious beasts as the alchemy furnace. A savage aura gradually emanated out as Fang Yi swung. This was the legendary Forge Master's talented forge hammer. Fang Yi had a feeling that at this moment, the forging hammer in his hand was like an extension of his limb. He could control the hammer perfectly, even if he was only summoning it for the first time. Putting the forging hammer aside, Fang Yi waved his hand once again. A brush emitting a golden light suddenly appeared in his palm. The quill was similarly carved with patterns of savage beasts, and the overall aura of savagery was also emanating. Fang Yi had a vague feeling that his 3 pieces of equipment seemed to be a set. Maybe call them savage suits. Just as he was about to properly study the forging hammer and seal talisman pen, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Shintapang and a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor walked in. Fang Yi had never seen this middle-aged man before, but he politely extended his hand. Let me introduce. This is the strongest forger in Dingbei City, Mr. Su Zhang, Shintapang said in a serious manner. Hello Mr. Su. Fang Yi shook the other party's hand and couldn't help but look at this person twice more. To be honest, the other party doesn't look like a forge master at all with this appearance. Not to say you're a muscle man, but at least you have to be rugged to look like that. Chapter 36 Master Forger. Su Zhang revealed an elegant and easygoing smile. The voice was also gentle as he said, Hello Mr. Fang Yi, thank you for what happened 2 days ago. Fang Yi was slightly stunned. Then he realized that the other party should be talking about him helping the professionals capture the Abyssal progenitor. I just did my part. Fang Yi smiled and did not take credit. It's the professionals who die in battle that should be remembered more. He, honestly really didn't give anything. If it weren't for your rare grade rejuvenation pill, my nephew wouldn't have survived. That's why you are our Su family's benefactor. Su Zhang said very seriously. Fang Yi did not know what to say for a moment, and could only smile and continue to be modest. He did feel a bit uncomfortable with this feeling of unknowingly becoming someone's savior. A few words later, Su Zhang pointed at the anvil table and said, Let's get ready to begin. Fang Yi nodded, his mood slightly tense. It wasn't that he was worried that he wouldn't pass the test, but he was in awe of the true masters. Su Zhang didn't notice the change in Fang Yi's expression as he waved his hand and an iron block the length of an arm and the thickness of a thigh then appeared on the ground. Forge the iron block first and I'll take a look. Su Zhang said with a smile. Fang Yi reached out and placed it on the anvil table. Then he picked up the forging hammer on the side and started clanging and banging. It stands to reason that this type of forging requires that the iron be heated to soften it first. However, Fang Yi subconsciously felt that he didn't need to do that. His forge hammer seemed to be able to knock everything in the world. Su Zhang's eyes instantly froze when he saw this scene, and his breathing became slightly shortened. 10 minutes later, the iron block in front of Fang Yi actually changed shape like Play-Doh. Su Zhang dwelled on this for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Continue forging as you see fit. Just give me a finished product at the end. Fang Yi froze for a moment and nodded, swinging the forging hammer in his hand once again. Sparks flew from the iron, and Su Zhang's eyes grew brighter. Fang Yi's forging is completely contrary to all standards and laws, but the iron block in his hand just kept changing, and without realizing it, a flash of cold light had burst out from it. This couldn't even be described as godly anymore. Fang Yi was completely doing magic. Su Zhang felt like the decades of forging experience he'd had before he was born had completely collapsed. He had never imagined that forging could be such a simple thing, that all it took was a bit of pounding with a hammer and a weapon could take shape. He looked to the side at Shintapang, and this iron blood instructor also had a shocked look on his face, like seeing a ghost. Su Zhang muttered, a legendary forge master this strong? Boy, what the hell is this? Shintapang couldn't help but exclaim. Fang Yi didn't pay attention to the two. He was now fully engaged in the forge. The forging hammer in his hand flew up and down, and a rough long sword was already taking shape on the anvil table. Su Zhang's hands shivered a little. The scene in front of him brought back memories of the time when he was still an apprentice, when his master's forging skills seemed to him to be exquisite and incomparable, and could not be imitated at all. But Fang Yi's technique, let alone imitating it, he couldn't even read it. Half an hour later, Fang Yi stopped tapping, and at that moment, resting on the anvil table was a delicate longsword that emitted an eerie silver light. What burning? What forging? What quenching? Nothing at all. Just a forging hammer. As long as Fang Yi was allowed to hammer away, the weapon would instantly take shape. Fang Yi wiped the sweat from his head and said to Su Zhang with a smile, Master Su, What do you think of this one of mine? Su Zong took a deep breath and slowly came to the anvil table to pick up the long sword. Name, fine iron long sword, rare grade. Description, forged and molded in one piece. Sturdy and sharp long sword. Special word, small increase in durability. Su Zong didn't say anything for a long time after reading Longsword's message. When did a weapon with a special phrase get forged so easily? Fang Ji didn't know how well he had forged it. He hadn't been very lucky this time. It didn't trigger the Forge Master's Talent 2 and Talent 3. So he looked at Su Zong and waited for the other party's evaluation. Generally speaking, only weaponry of rare grade and above will come with special words that. Only a very small percentage of the rare class come with special words. The longsword that Fang Ji had forged wasn't really particularly subtle, but he was only forging it for the first time, and it comes with special words. It took Su Zong a great deal of effort to get his emotions under control, and all he wanted to do now was ask God that, why can there be such a big gap between rare and legendary level professions? That's right. He's a rare class forge master. This grade basically represented the highest grade of forging masters before Fang Ji appeared, and rare grade forging masters had also never appeared. But what about Fang Ji? Not to mention pulling up the grade by his own strength, it also dealt a heavy blow to the self-confidence of all the forgers. So it's possible to have a legendary career without a teacher. Actually, I blame Secretary Liu and Zhao Hangu for this. They hadn't tested each other side by side in alchemy in the first place, so they didn't understand the power of a legendary level profession. They just assumed that Fang Ji had studied alchemy before, and there's so few legendary professions, so few examples to reference that. The combination of multiple factors led to the fact that no one knew exactly how powerful Fang Ji was. Su Zhang set the longsword aside, nodded with a serious expression, and said, well forged. It's good enough to do that for the first time. Fang Yi heard this and then put his heart down. He wasn't sure just how far an ordinary forger could go, and although he had an alchemist as a reference, the two were different fields after all. It might be possible in case the forge as a whole is just more powerful than the forge in this era. Then am I considered to have passed the examination? Fang Ji asked. Su Zong twisted his head somewhat breathlessly and glanced at Shin Tepang. Also passed the test. This level is considered mid-range for forgers in the country. A little nurturing will bring you to the upper echelon. What else is there to test? But Su Zong wasn't sure what the city meant at this point, and he thought for a moment that, in the end, he decided to press Fang Ji a little bit. After all, the other party was still young. It wouldn't be good if he was proud. Well, you barely passed. Although there were some issues with the forging process but it can all be solved through learning, Su Zhang said in a deep voice, his master's demeanor unmistakable. Fang Bai nodded, thinking that it was true that in front of a true master, his forge is still too young. Shin Tepang more or less knew a bit about forging, and when he heard Su Zhang say this, almost couldn't strain the expression on his face. Good, that's it for the forge then. You wait here for a while and we'll move on to the next item. Shin Tepang tried his best to maintain a calm expression and said, Chapter 37 The Young and the Restless. Su Zhang took the longsword that Fang Ji had refined and left the room. He was still a bit dazed to this day. Fang Ji's performance was almost about to destroy his confidence and collapse his worldview, but after all, Su Zhang had already been in society for so many years, and was still able to barely keep his emotions in check. He felt he had to report this to the Forge Master Association. The legendary profession was too powerful. Powerful to the point of completely exceeding his expectations. One step ahead is a genius, but 5 or 10 steps ahead, that's a demon. Actually, it's not just forges that have associations. Most of the auxiliary professions have their own associations, but the situation in Dingbei City is special, and most of the government's efforts are focused on the secret world. That was why the Alchemist Association hadn't known of the existence of such a legend-level creation as Fangzhui until now. Jin has city side of the natural more impossible to say out that is not to hit their own face. Shin Tepang also left the room, and Fangji sat on a stool, recalling the entire process he had just forged. Honestly, forging was a little easier and less stressful than he thought it would be. Legendary forge masters really live up to their name. Still, Fang Yi tried his best to find his mistakes in the forging process. While he could guarantee that he succeeded in every forge, he might be able to improve the quality of the output items if he did a good enough job. After waiting for a short while, Shin Tepang walked in with another old man, who was not tall but the eyes were extremely sharp. The old man looked at Fangji as soon as he came in, and Fangji immediately had a feeling of being seen through. It was as if he didn't have the slightest secret in front of the old man here. Fangji inhaled slightly, trying his best to make his expression look normal. Little friend, no need to be nervous. The old man took 2 steps forward and came before Fangji. A kind smile appeared. Hello, my name is Fang Yi. Fang extended his hand and said very politely. This old man's aura was too much stronger than Su Zhang's. and just by standing like this, just gives you a feeling of breathlessness. You can call me Master Gu. The old man nodded slightly and that unruffled aura of oppression. Alright Master Gu, Fang Yi said while turning his gaze to Shintapang. Shintapang sensed that the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit off. But thinking about it, Master Gu wasn't too easy to get along with, and ordinary people weren't really able to talk and laugh with him. So Shintapang stepped forward to round up the two. Don't you have a meeting later? Master Gu, why don't we get ready to start now? Shintapang said with a smile. Well, good. Grandmaster Gu glanced at Fang Ji, then violently stretched out his right hand and two false drawings in midair. In the next second, an arcane rune appeared in midair and suddenly shot towards Fang Ji's chest. Fang Ji was shocked and hastily dodged sideways, but the speed of that rune was extremely fast and he had only just dodged half a step before he was struck hard in the chest by it. Put! Fang Ji's entire body was directly knocked backwards and flew out of the room. It smashed heavily against a wall not far away before stopping. Shintapang's face changed slightly, but he ultimately did not stop Grandmaster Gu's movements. Fang Ji coughed and climbed up from the ground, even though he just flew out 2 or 3 meters backwards. But there were no injuries, just some soreness in his body. Master Gu, are we coming up here to play such a big game? Fang Ji moved his shoulders and subtlety grinned. Grandmaster Gu smiled and reached out to continue carving runes in midair again. Fang Yi reacted quickly this time as he directly summoned the seal talisman pen with his backhand. Carve up the air as well. 2 seconds later, the engraving of the runes in front of Grandmaster Gu was completed. Instead, the rune in front of Fang Ji was only half completed. Not good, Fang Ji said in his heart. His outstretched right hand suddenly retracted and, deftly, he dodged to the side. Boo! With a dull thud, the rune carved by the ancient master grazed Fang Ji's body and crashed into the wall behind him, and a small crater appeared in the wall made of some unknown material. Fang Ji sucked in a breath of cool air. The rune just now was much larger compared to the first rune in terms of force alone, and if it hit one's body, wounds were bound to appear. He didn't hesitate, and immediately resumed carving runes after getting up from the ground. When Grandmaster Gu saw this scene, a trace of imperceptible appreciation flashed in his eyes. He deliberately slowed down a little bit so that Fang Ji's runes could be carved smoothly. 5 seconds later, a subtle rune appeared in front of Fang Ji's face. The rune spun half a circle in the air, then shot straight toward Master Gu. Grandmaster Gu lightly grunted, not flickering or avoiding. Surprisingly, he was going to choose a hard resistance. Boo! The rune impacted on the chest of the ancient master, who stood in place, and it was as if the blow was not felt at all. However, upon closer inspection, some tiny breaks appeared in Master Gu's robes. A small portion of pale skin was exposed. Well, come again. Grandmaster Gu nodded slightly, his expression not changing in the slightest. But in reality he had been so shocked that he was even close to exclaiming in shock. How could there be a professional who had just become a rune master and could carve out runes with such a powerful attack? Rune master is actually an amazing profession that it can not only add various special effects to weapons and equipment, but can also be transformed into half a combat profession when the need arises. That's why 2 people can use runes against each other. And Rune Master can be combined with Talisman Master, advancing to become an even more powerful, Heavenly Rune Master. It was a profession that had almost no weaknesses in both offense and defense. Of course, it was still too early to say this. Fang Ji was still far from even being able to transfer. Grandmaster Gu thought as he carved out a certain peculiar rune in midair, and in the next second, his entire body then disappeared into the room. Fang Yi froze for a moment, then realized that this was the other party turning on the invisibility charm. In that case, without hesitation, he directly used the seal talisman pen to make a light point at the center of his eyebrows. There was a sudden change in the vision of the eye. The old man's illusory and blurred figure appeared in Fang Ji's eyes. Heaven's eye! Master Gu was truly clammed up this time. What kind of low-level rune master would open the eye of heaven? Master Gu finally realized this time that, why did Suzong just show that lifeless but somewhat delighted feeling when he left? It's true that there's no way to live in the face of a demon. There's really nothing they can do about professionals like them who have risen up through the ranks. The old man didn't launch another attack, his silhouette becoming clearer and clearer in the air. The expression on his face was odd. Seeing this scene, Fang Yi stood up straight and put away the seal talisman pen in his hand with some confusion. The Shintapang on the side was also divided as to what had happened. Why did the test suddenly stop halfway through? It's really a fearful future generation, the old man said quietly. Chapter 38 Passing the Test. Fang Ji didn't quite understand the words, or rather, he didn't feel that his performance was that bright. Grandmaster Gu had obviously withdrawn his strength, or else with the other parties drawing out of thin air without the need for a sealing brush itself. Fang Ji felt that he would be rubbed on the ground by his opponent within 5 moves. It's a normal situation. Master Ku was getting older. The combat experience and level were too much better than him. So Fang Ji didn't feel much discouragement in his heart. But all the same, he doesn't think he's that good either. A legend-level rune master was certainly not bad, but he was still young compared to a true master. But that's not what Master Ku was thinking. He was now thinking similarly to Su Zhang. It was amazing that a legendary rank profession could be uninstructed and skillful in using those techniques that they had fumbled for years to master. This kind of enlightenment, this kind of talent is too terrifying. As long as it is slightly cultivated, it will be able to directly ascend to heaven in one step. It's not an exaggeration to say that Fang Ji's appearance directly subverted these professions. As long as the country gives him time to grow, he will eventually become the most powerful auxiliary professional, bar none. Master Gu suddenly burst out laughing as he thought about the aura of unruffled authority on his body was gone. Fang Ji couldn't figure out what was happening. Shin Tepeng did see a bit of a doorway. After all, he had already appreciated Fang Ji's skill when he had just tested the forge. Grandmaster Gu. This test of student Fang Yi. Before Shin Tepeng could finish his question, Grandmaster Gu then laughed aloud, looking to be in quite a good mood. Ha ha, of course it passed. Mr. Fang Yi is worthy of his legendary profession. Our Dingbei city is going to produce a great talent. Grandmaster Gu didn't mince words in praising the other side by side, which made the teenager feel a bit flushed. Which is which? Fang Ji scratched his head and revealed a somewhat goofy smile. He knew he had a strong career, but wasn't sure how strong it would be. It was only at this moment, after Su Zhang and Grandmaster Gu's praise, that he finally realized that perhaps his talent was truly ridiculously strong. Even if it makes the top forges and rune masters in China seem to be, no one could surpass Fang Ji's talent. Well, student Fang Yi, I wonder if you would like to join the Rune Master Association? Master Gu suddenly spoke. After joining the association, you will be able to learn a lot of knowledge and materials that ordinary runesmiths can't come into contact with. 100 benefits and no harm. Fang Yu froze and looked at Shin Tepeng with some confusion. Shin Tepeng immediately explained. The Rune Master Association is an organization with a semi-official background. There are strongholds within each city, places where runesmiths usually interact and learn. Fang Yu nodded in understanding, but he then realized a problem. Since there is a Rune Master Association, is there an Alchemist Association and a Forge Master Association? So he put the question out. Shin Tepeng blurted out as if he hadn't thought about it. Of course I have. How come no one told me? Fang Ji asked suspiciously. Shin Tepeng immediately slapped his head. Bad. He didn't really seem to have mentioned it to Fang Ji. It wasn't that Shin Tepeng had forgotten, but he felt that this matter should be common knowledge. But now that he heard Fang Yi ask this, he realized that he might have made a mistake. But it's not a big deal. It's not too late to talk about it. So Shin Tepeng quickly explained. Most of the auxiliary professions have their own exclusive associations. If you want to participate, go to the headquarters of the Professionals Association in the Southern District to sign up, then pass the examination. Fang Yi nodded indistinctly and didn't pay much attention to this matter. Shin Tepeng secretly wiped his sweat. Luckily, no one noticed his lapse in work. So is student Fang Yi coming to our Rune Master Association or not? Master Gu smiled and, glancing at Shin Tepeng, then continued to ask. Fang Ji hardly hesitated. This was because he had already learned the role of these associations from Shin Tepeng's words, which was useful to him now. Well, I agree. Fang Yi smiled and said to Master Gu. Okay, I'll get back to you on that. Just remember to stop by the association one of these days. Master Gu once again laughed out loud. After the three of them chatted some more, Master Gu left. He had a very important meeting in a while, and Fang Ji guessed that it might be related to the Abyssal progenitor. Fang Ji and Shin Tepeng were the only two people left in the room at this time, and Shin Tepeng patted Fang Ji on the shoulder. An expression of envy and approval gradually appeared on the face that hadn't shown much of a smile. Very good. Very good. The city really didn't look at the wrong person. When Fang Yi heard that, he understood that Shin Tepeng was also an informant of the plan. That growth plan about himself seemed to be known only to a very small portion. Or else Su Zhang and Grandmaster Gu wouldn't have been so courteous to themselves just now. At that moment, outside the room, in some unseen corner of the Yama likewise showed a smirk. It was hard to make much of an expression on his scarred face. The smile even looked a little grim to the others. Good. It's time to make contact with him. Yen finished. The body then slowly disappeared into thin air. Fang Yi put away the forging hammer and seal talisman pen on the table and looked at Shin Tepeng and asked, Instructor, what do I arrange next? Let's train first. You have good potential but you're still young. I'm sorry, Shin Tepeng said in a soft tone. When Fang Yi heard the other party say so, he suddenly shivered for a moment. He always had the feeling that the instructor was holding back something bad by being so gentle all of a sudden. Leaving the room, the duo made their way to the training grounds. just as the others had finished assembling. The potential test Fong Ji had just conducted had only taken a little over an hour, so it was now just about time to come to the normal training session. According to what was written in yesterday's planner, Fong Ji's test today was mainly to see his potential. The city then arranges his next training program, but Fong Ji had a vague feeling that the city actually really wanted to see it's what his legendary career actually looks like. Alchemists, forgers and runesmiths have never produced a legendary, so these people weren't sure exactly what a legendary profession could do, and they could only arrange a test to find out Fong Ji's bottom line. Fong Ji didn't mind being known by other people about his ability. Professions couldn't be hidden, and after being known by the city he can also do some things openly and honestly, such as carrying out the improvement of the strong body Dan. What he really wanted to hide was the fact that he was able to draw gold cards every day, until it gets a foothold in the world. There was no way Fong Yi would let others know that he could make gold every day. That would bring him endless trouble. It's not even out of the realm of possibility that they could be arrested and used as card drawing machines. Inside the mayor's office at the Dingbei Municipal Building, Yan Wang placed the teacup he had just taken a sip from on the table and said in a deep voice to Zhao Hongwu, Yan Wang's squad will officially make contact with Fong Yi tomorrow. Chapter 39 Going to the Secret World. Zhao Hongwu didn't have much of a surprised expression when he heard this. He seemed to have expected it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hongwu picked up his teacup and slowly asked, he passed the examination? Passed. Good performance. Aha. Zhao Hongwu nodded and the expression was so bland that one couldn't tell what was in his mind. With Fong Ji's help, your casualty rate is estimated to drop quite a bit. Stealth Squad doesn't talk about casualties, we only talk about sacrifices. Yan said word for word. Poof. Zhao Hongwu revealed an expression with a meaning that was hard to understand. It's not that he feels bad about the sacrifice, just kind of don't like the way Yama hangs on to sacrifices like he does when he moves. I want to be present tomorrow when you guys make contact with Fong Ji, Zhao Hongwu suddenly said. Yama froze slightly and was silent for a moment before nodding his head and saying, yes. At this moment, in the professional's base, Fong Ji was lying on his desk, unable to move. He'd just run 15 kilometers at the fastest pace he'd ever run in his life. After the run he even vaguely saw his Teiyukai. Fong Yi couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Damn, what an inappropriate person. He had expected just 5 more kilometers of physical training today. However, he didn't expect Shin Tu-Peng to directly raise a flying sword to follow those of them. As long as someone slowed down, Shin Tu-Peng would directly use his longsword to strike through the floor under their feet. No one dared to bet on whether or not Shin Tu-Peng's attack would land on his body, so they had to scatter, and Shin Tu-Peng controlled the rhythm very well, so that the long sword had been in the stage of to fall or not to fall. That sense of fear forced Fong Ji and the others to not dare to slacken off at all. Now it wasn't just Fong Ji who was feeling weak, everyone else was in a similar state. Wang Yingshue's condition was slightly better. She was a rare rank combat profession after all. Physical fitness can go up with a little practice. Fong Yi gasped for a long time before he slowed down. He looked at Wang Yingshue, who was as normal as ever. There was a slight sigh. How come you can't draw a combat profession? Even a very common combat profession can add some physical fitness. But it was as if Fong Ji had a magic spell. The gold cards drawn every day just didn't have anything to do with professional cards. Right. Fong Ji's spirit shook as he suddenly thought that he hadn't drawn any cards today. Now he still had the destiny fragment in his hand, so it was a waste of time to use it. But just as Fong Yi was about to leave the classroom, Shin Tu-Peng's voice, however, came in from outside the house. All be quiet, there's no theory class today. I'll take you to the secret realm. I'm sorry, Shin Tu-Peng said as he walked into the classroom. The classroom was instantly quiet. The crowd's breath stuttered as they all looked at Shin Tu-Peng in surprise. It's really one of those things that no one saw coming. Originally, according to the plan, they were supposed to head to the secret realm a week later, but now it was even earlier? Fong Ji realized almost instantly that this was most likely because of him. It's because of the 1-month growth program. It was also at this moment that Shin Tu-Peng's gaze looked over, and Fong Yi and the other party exchanged glances. It was as if that look said, it's all in the eye of the beholder. Well, it seems the city is really in a hurry enough. Don't all freeze. Gather outside the room. Shin Tu-Peng clapped his hands and then left the classroom. The crowd stood up at once, chattering and discussing. Brother Fong, what's going on? Didn't you say it would be another week before we could go to the secret realm? A young-looking professional asked. Fong He was now puzzled, too. However, he still tried his best to give his guess. The city might have other arrangements. I heard that the secret realm is not peaceful right now, so I guess they want us to adapt as soon as possible. Then wouldn't you be like a fish out of water? Brother Fong. Ha ha, average. I can't tell which secret realm I'm going to yet. Fong He gave a smelly smile as he was blown away by his little brother. He's a typical limber and simple-minded guy who can't listen to the usual theory classes at all. But when it comes to training and fighting, it's a two-eyed whale. The secret realm. That's still really Feng He's home turf. He finished third in practical training at the last special training session. A good score at the bottom of the theory test is why he was beaten back from above for the second phase of special training. The crowd quickly assembled at the training ground outside the house, and Feng Ji's mood was inevitably a bit excited. He had been hearing about how the secret realm was since he crossed over, but he had never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. Now that he finally had the chance, he decided not to blink for a moment and keep all the details of the secret world in your mind. But where exactly is the secret place? Feng Ji thought about it and realized that he surprisingly did not know where the secret realm of Dingbei City was. Shin Tupeng didn't talk about it when he gave them a theory class. Feng Ji wasn't the only one with such doubts, but Shin Tupeng quickly answered their questions. The secret realm in Dingbei City is in the suburbs, so don't ask or look too much while you're on the road in a while. You don't have free passage in the secret world yet. Understand? Yes. The crowd replied in unison and with great vigor. Shin Tupeng nodded. It seemed that this period of training had not been in vain. He then led the crowd out of the training grounds on the negative level. Turning left and right brought us to the back entrance of the base, where a bus was already waiting at the curb. Everyone got into the car in order, and Feng Yi rightfully sat next to Wang Yingshui. The others have been afraid to approach this ice goddess until now. Only Feng Yi could get along with Wang Yingshui like a friend when the other party acquiesced and he was thick-skinned enough. The bus started up, and Shin Tupeng stood next to the driver's seat facing the crowd. With a serious expression, he explained the precautions to be taken before and after entering the secret realm. You may visualize the secret world as a separate little world, but there's no civilization in this world that can communicate. Only an infinite number of alien beasts that. Those foreign beasts will find a way to break through the secret door to our world every once in a while. We usually call this kind of collective attack by foreign beasts a secret riot. Nowadays all the professionals are working for one thing, and that is to purge the Fae. Build our own bases in the various secret realms and use the resources within for our use. But there's no end to the foreign beasts in the secret realm. Even if we raise our nation's strength to kill all the foreign beasts in a certain secret realm, they will still appear some time later. That's why there must be a professional presence in the secret world at all times. Monitor the Fae while controlling their numbers. We're traveling to a low-grade secret realm this time, the Fire Rabbit secret realm. When you go in later, don't run around. Listen to my command the whole time, and report any ideas to me first to get my approval before you do anything. Although the Fire Rabbit is a low-grade Fae beast, it's not something you new recruits can handle. One must always be careful. Chapter 40 Entering the Secret Realm. Shin Tupeng droned on like an old mom. If this appearance of his were to be seen by a professional who knew him well, he would be astonished. Because Shin Tupeng was in everyone's impression as a cold-blooded warrior's model. And only at this moment does he show a very different side of himself. Because these people in front of them were the hope of Dingbei City, the future pillars of China. After the bus left the base, it took the nearest entrance to the highway. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly, and it wasn't long before they left the city limits. About an hour or so later, Feng Ji saw several strange buildings appear at the end of his vision. That's why they're weird. It was because those buildings looked like a scaled-down version of the Sydney Opera House, with a hemispherical body made of some unknown material that glistened in the sunlight. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be a dozen or more of these strange buildings lined up. Before Feng Ji could ask the others what that was, then he heard Shin Tupeng's voice coming from the front of the bus. Inside those buildings are the secret doors. Each secret door leads to a different secret realm. Feng Ji was a bit surprised when he heard this. He had thought that these secret realms were scattered throughout the suburbs, but I didn't realize they were clustered together. From where they now stood, the secret gates were huddled together in 2s and 3s. It occupies a much smaller area than expected. The bus continued on its way, and the crowd soon neared the secret door of the came to the foot of a mass of spherical buildings. A sense of oppression greeted us from above those buildings. There was something fantastical and divine about the polished, jade-like unknown metal. Heavily armed soldiers can be seen everywhere along the roads connecting these secret gates. Certain parties passed by in a parade of never-before-seen standardized machinery. There is an army station near the secret realm gate all year round. What you are seeing now is the 3rd Professional Regiment of the Northern Military Region. Shin Tupeng introduced the crowd. He was obviously familiar with this place. Some of the patrols consciously stopped after seeing the bus and watched Feng Ji and the others pass by. It was not long before the bus passed the first post of the journey was unimpeded to the depths of the secret door complex. An occupier trainee suddenly spoke up and asked, "Instructor, don't we have to undergo an inventory check?" "No. From the second you came into this area, all of you have been probed clearly. Even what underwear you wear the command room knows," Shin Tupeng said quietly. Wang Yingshui and a few other girls all skimmed their mouths at the words. There seemed to be some discomfort with the rude language. A few minutes later, the bus slowly stopped, and Shin Tu-peng began to greet the crowd as they got off. Fang Ji fell behind the crowd, and the moment he stepped out of the carriage, the ghostly oppressiveness of the spherical building came back. It was hard for him to describe how he felt at the moment. It was as if some kind of existence that only existed in sleep had suddenly descended into reality, and the runes shining on the walls were as if they were the veins of a gigantic beast, causing the mind to tremble. Alright, come with me when you've seen enough, Shin Tu-peng said coldly. At this moment, Shin Tu-peng gave people a feeling of iron blood and killing. All the people all collected their moods. Follow him silently. Walking into a metal door, Fang Ji and the others saw the inside of the spherical building. It was an immensely wide hall, at the end of which there was a huge portal that swung like a stream of water, and that's the real entrance to the secret world. And next to the entrance to the secret world, dozens of large, strangely shaped but powerful creations were neatly aligned, their dark tubes sticking out pointing towards the portal at the end of the hall. Without the need for Shin Tu-peng to explain, the crowd understood the usefulness of those large creations just by looking at them. That was the penultimate line of defense for the secret door, and once the beasts in the secret door broke out of these creations would then launch a powerful attack that would wipe them all out. Of course, it is not true that the government has not considered the worst kind of possibility. If the attacks from these weapons don't work, and the alien beasts in the secret realm completely charge into the real world, then they, the professionals, will form the last line of defense to guard the safety of China and its people. Shin Tu-peng walked at the front and greeted the soldiers who welcomed him. He then took a document from the backpack behind him and handed it over. Welcome. The soldier finished reading the document and gave a clean military salute. Well, we're planning on being in there for 6 hours. If there's an accident in the middle, I'll call for help from the outpost, Shin Tu-peng said in a serious manner. There won't be any accidents with Captain Shin leading the team. The soldier responded with a smile. Shin Tu-peng waved his hand, gently giving the other a round on the shoulder. If your fighting skills were half as good as your mouth, you'd be a squad leader by now. The soldier scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassed. Alright, enough talk, we're going in, Shin Tu-peng said and waved his hand behind him. Fang Ji and the others immediately followed. Standing in front of the secret door that swirled like water, Fang Ji could not help but hold his breath. The secret door is beautiful. It's so beautiful that you just can't take your eyes off of it. That sparkling feeling was like the most regal lake in heaven and earth. Let's go, Shin Tu-peng said softly, then lifted his leg and walked in. His figure blended into the surface of the lake, and little by little he disappeared into It disappeared without a trace in just a few seconds. The ripples in the lake that had just been caused by his entry gradually subsided. The entire portal quickly fell silent. The crowd looked at each other with expressions of some excitement and thrill. Fang Ji raised an eyebrow. He didn't think that Shin Tu-peng didn't care about them people. Instead, he let himself into the door of the secret realm, but immediately afterward, he reacted that this was to prevent some sort of accident in the secret realm. After all, the situation within the secret realm could not be understood in real time by those outside, so Shin Tu-peng had to act as the vanguard to see the situation within it first. Sure enough, a few tens of seconds later, Shin Tu-peng's silhouette drilled out of the current-like portal again. He nodded to the crowd and, then pointing to the one at the front, he said, "Go inside in order." The team moved instantly, with Fang Ji at the end of the line. After everyone had entered the secret realm, Fang Ji came before the portal. The only ones who remained outside at this point were him and Shin Tu-peng. This iron-blooded instructor revealed a faint smile. "Don't stray too far from me in a while, I understand," Fang Ji responded, then lifted his leg and walked towards the door. A soft white light obscured his view of Fang Ji only felt that his 5 senses were blinded by something in an instant, and his body became light as if it didn't have any weight in an instant. Chapter 41 Outposts. So this is how it feels when you enter a secret realm, Fang Ji muttered. At the moment he had passed through the flowing portal, yet consciousness was slow to return to his body. Fang Ji didn't know exactly how long this state lasted until a voice came from his ears. At first it was only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, and then there was the indistinct and distant sound of talking. Gradually, Fang Yi felt that those voices had a distance, and the men speaking voices seemed to be right next to his ears. And the wind slowly moves away. Finally, those white lights in his vision began to disappear as well, and Fang Yu saw a blurred view of the people and buildings are overlaid as if they were giant mosaic blocks. It was only after another moment that Fang Ji's vision became completely clear. He saw the students of the special training class, the low-rolling complex of the sight of heavily armed soldiers passing in front of him or her, and a very different view of the secret world. Awake? Shin Tu-peng's voice sounded behind him. Fang Ji turned around and asked with some confusion, "What's going on? How long have I been unconscious?" Everyone experiences this loss of consciousness the first time they pass through the secret door. You may feel like you took a long time to awaken, but in reality, you were only confused for no more than 2 seconds, Shin Tu-Peng slowly explained. A legendary profession is indeed enviable. The others came in before you but none of them have awakened yet. Fang Yi immediately looked around him, and sure enough, all of his classmates were stagnant at the moment. Eyes are dull. Even Wang Yingxue was like that, but she was usually very face-palmed. So now it looks kind of dorky and cute. Fang Ji took his eyes off the crowd and looked at the buildings that were closer to them. It was a neat barracks, likewise constructed of some unknown material. The overall presentation is dauntingly austere. This is the outpost, where China has its roots in this secret world. But the Fire Rabbit mysterious realm was only a low-grade mysterious realm, after all. So there weren't a lot of soldiers stationed in the entire outpost, and the barracks area didn't cover a very large area. However, it was the first time that Fang Yi had seen this kind of scene, and his heart was inevitably a little excited. It was at this moment that a sudden wailing sound came from his side. Fang Yi followed the sound and found Wang Yingxue blinking her eyes, her pupils regaining their vigor. Awake? Fang Yi asked. Following Shin Tu-Peng's example, Wang Yingxue nodded slightly, looking not at all surprised by the situation. It was Fang Ji's turn to be surprised, because in his impression, Shin Tu-Peng had never spoken about the matter of losing consciousness by going through the secret door. You weren't there the day the instructor spoke about the do's and don'ts of the secret door. Wang Yingxue seemed to guess what Fang Ji was thinking and said coldly. Fang Ji was a bit speechless. Well, that's reasonable. After a few more moments, everyone snapped out of their daze and Feng He is no less of a martial artist type, and can be ranked in the top 5 of all people in terms of awakening speed. From now on, all of you must follow my orders to the letter, and without my permission, can't leave 5 meters from my side. Understand? Shin Tu-Peng said very sternly. Yes, everyone said in unison. Well, follow me. Shin Tu-Peng turned around and walked towards the campground after saying that. At that moment, just about 100 meters away from them, 2 groups of soldiers had already formed up and their hands held standardized weapons, and their eyes revealed a ferocity that was hard to hide. In a few moments it will be up to me and 2nd and 3rd platoons to keep you safe. Your job today is to watch and see every detail of what's coming next, and don't think about making a move. To make a move is to do everyone a disservice. Although Shin Tu-Peng's tone was flat when he said these words, everyone could hear his seriousness. If someone doesn't do what he says, I'm guessing it'll be death training when we get back. Feng He was well aware of the intensity of the special training. In fact, what they were experiencing now was just an appetizer. Running and fighting training alone can only improve a person, but it cannot do a metamorphosis. Only life and death combat in the secret realm can make a person truly grow up. Of course, what's here now is clearly not a life and death situation. A few moments later, Shin Tu-Peng led the crowd to rejoin the 2nd and 3rd platoons. In order to protect their safety, the army in the Fire Rabbit Mystic Realm directly sent out 50 people. More than 50 elite combat professionals protecting 13 people. Anyone who looks at it has to say luxury. Depart. Shin Tu-Peng waved his hand. The 2nd platoon, which was located in front of the crowd, then slowly made their way out of the camp. At this moment, Fang Ji, these raw bastards were located in the center of the entire team. In front of them was the 2nd platoon, and behind them was the 3rd platoon, with Shin Tu-Peng standing right beside the crowd, responsible for responding to urgent emergencies. The camp was not large, and the group was out of the confines of the base after about 10 minutes on foot. Still, the towering sentry towers could be seen all around them now, which meant they were still in a cordoned-off area. Continuing on, the scenery around us changes. The vast endless prairie appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That was what the Fire Rabbit secret realm really looked like. The dirt field on which they now stood had been remodeled by the army with a great deal of effort. If it hadn't been remodeled, then it would have been just like the prairie with weeds half a man high. The ferocious fire rabbits would then scurry out of their burrows to give them a sneak attack in the cold. Everyone cheer up, we're going in. Shin Tu-Peng's voice rang out in the group. Fang Ji instantly drilled his fists tightly, and there was a vague flicker of light in his hands. That was the sign that the seal talisman pen was about to appear. He can only rely on runes for his attack and defense now. Alchemists and forgers don't have much fighting ability, but there are quite a few things that a legendary rune master can do, and if there's actually a chance to make a move, he might not perform any worse than the average combat profession. The 20 or so soldiers of the 2nd platoon were the first to step into the half high grass of the green grass in these secret areas is very strange. People will walk up after a kind of as if the wheels in the epoxy flooring twisting creaking sound. Fang Ji didn't feel anything different, but one woman in the group had a look of being all over the place, her arms wrapped around her chest, both hands rubbing each other's other big arm. Follow the crowd carefully. Today's mission is simple. Follow the meadow all the way. Walking to the vicinity of Green Shade Lake in search of the green fire mine. Whether we can find it or not, we have to return in less than 6 hours. I'm sorry, Shin Tupang said aloud to the crowd again. And just as he spoke, a pattering sound suddenly came from amongst the tall grass, and more than 50 soldiers took up their fighting stance the first moment they heard it. Chapter 42 Fire Rabbit Attacks. Fang Ji and the others were uncontrollably nervous. They had never really faced a foreign beast before. I wonder how powerful those existences that almost destroyed human civilization really are. The only one in the entire special training class who had actually faced a foreign beast nowadays was Feng He, but he couldn't say that he was calm either. After all, those things are the ones that actually kill people. In the next second, a rabbit with the size of a Tibetan mastiff pounced out from between the bushes. It was covered in fiery red, and its speed was strangely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived at the diagonal front of the group. The leader of the soldiers drew the long sword behind his back, and with a stern cry he met them. A man and a rabbit were instantly entangled together. The other soldiers were on guard around the area and didn't strike first. Fang Yi carefully observed the soldiers' fighting style. That long knife kept waving in the other party's hand, and a trail of residual shadows even appeared in the air. In less than a minute, several long wounds appeared on the body of the fire rabbit. But those wounds weren't fatal, and the fire rabbit was still able to run and jump, moving with agility to launch attack after attack. And just then, several fire rabbits reappeared in the bushes. This foreign beast with fiery red hair all over its body directly launched a siege on the crowd. The special training class trainees present, except for Feng He, all showed surprised expressions. The crowd didn't expect to meet this situation just after stepping out of the outpost. The soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd platoons quickly met the trained to fend off the fire rabbit's first attack. Fang Ji noticed that some of the soldiers were not using long swords. Instead, it's some sort of gem-studded staff. In the military we usually categorize professions into warriors, mages, priests and assassins. Shin Tupang's voice rang out in the ranks. Generally speaking, the professions that use weapons to fight enemies at close range are warriors. Those that fight at long range are mages. And those with healing abilities are called priests. As for the assassins, they're probably the elite squad that decapitated the enemy's leader. Or it could be a scout deep behind enemy lines. The army doesn't scrutinize your profession. Here, you're just a soldier. Soldiers who obey orders to fight for their country and their people. Between Shin Tupang's words, the soldiers who were using their staffs had already prepared themselves. Fang Ji saw different shapes of spells appear in front of them. Fireballs, ice cones, meteorites, and even dark skulls. In the next second, all of these spells shot out, and instantly there was a succession of explosions in the air. The fire rabbits that surrounded them were all seriously injured before they had time to dodge. I have to say, the view of a mage fighting is really much better than a warrior. After the mages had unleashed a round of flurry fire, the soldiers of the warrior profession grouped 2 by 2 and the final annihilation of the fire rabbits begins. The battle was quickly coming to a close, and the wounded fire rabbits were no match at all for the well-coordinated soldiers. It was a textbook encounter with precision coordination. It took less than 5 minutes for the 50 or so soldiers to take care of all the enemies, and only 2 or 3 of them were unlucky enough to receive minor injuries. That kind of injury doesn't even require a priest's hand. The soldiers simply stopped the bleeding and considered the treatment complete. Is it because you think the fire rabbit is easy to deal with? Shin Tupang suddenly asked. The trainees were all stunned, and a few of them even subconsciously nodded. Naive, childish, Shin Tupang said nonchalantly. They were able to kill the fire rabbits so easily because of years and years of fighting. Instincts formed from one life and death struggle after another. And any of you, who dares to say that you won't back down in the face of an attack by a fire rabbit, it doesn't create fear? You may have a high enough career-specific grade, but you're too young now. And if it's a life and death struggle, anyone present right now could kill you in 3 moves. Speaking of this, Shin Tupang gently inhaled a breath and his eyes swept sharply over the crowd. I won't say anything else. It's up to you guys to understand. Fang Yi could understand what Shin Tupang was trying to express, but he always had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The procession moves on. The crowd encountered 2 more sieges of fire rabbits in the next hour or so. The first time was fine. The number of fire rabbits was still within the soldiers' ability to handle. But on the second occasion the number of fire rabbits suddenly surged to 30, and the soldiers fought desperately too. Various means were used, but there was still no way to get rid of it in a short period of time. Seeing that the situation was rapidly deteriorating and about to jeopardize the safety of the trainees, Shin Tupang coldly snorted. The long sword behind him suddenly came out of its sheath, cutting a graceful arc in the air and instantly decapitating 3 fire rabbits. Shin Tupang was worthy of being the captain of the combat sequence squad. The rare great profession, Sword Immortal, exerted unparalleled combat power. And with his help, the soldiers in the second and third rows gradually stabilized the situation. Beat back the fire rabbit's attack. Rest in place. Shin Tu-Peng wiped away the blood on his longsword and said with a serious expression. Fang Yi sat on the lawn, recalling the scene he saw today. Suddenly, he realized a problem. It seemed that the destiny system of this era was not as mature as he thought it was. While professionals can do a lot of things that, however, the whole thing brought Fang Ji a very rough and shallow feeling, as was the case with those sentry towers and the battle at hand. If you put it in the technological age, things like sentry towers, while not completely disappearing, it can and will not be the primary means of detection. All kinds of detection equipment and instruments can do better than the sentry towers. And the fighting too. Obviously the professionals have magical powers that, but only a very small percentage of it actually plays out. This was what Fang Ji had always found somewhat incongruous. Obviously the destiny system could do more, but most of the time he couldn't feel it at all. At this moment, he had vaguely realized that the destiny system is still at the stage of relying on the power of the individual. Although there are formed and sized armies here, the soldiers fight in a primitive way. It's as if Wakanda, with the most powerful technology, is still fighting with cold weapons like spears. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Fang Ji felt like there was a layer of window paper in front of his eyes. Just poking it through will capture the crux of the problem. He scratched his head and looked up. The destiny system can definitely do more. And with a change of mindset, China will take off from there. But what is this thought process? Fang Yi's cognition that had been cultivated by the technological age constantly collided with the thinking of the current age. And he unconsciously stood up and, walking towards a soldier not far away in the crowd's puzzled gaze. The soldier was likewise very puzzled, but he asked politely and courteously, "Classmate, what's the matter with you? Can you show me your weapon?" Fang Ji suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 43 Route to Destiny System. The soldier froze for a moment, not understanding what Fang Ji meant by this statement. The platoon leader on the side looked at Shin Tu-Peng the first time he heard Fang Yi's question. Smiling after receiving the other party's affirmation, he said, "No problem, classmate." The platoon leader picked up the long knife commonly used by soldiers directly from the ground and handed it over. Fang Ji thanked him and held the long sword in his hand. He scrutinized the standard longsword, the information about it already floating before his eyes. Name, standard long knife, ordinary grade. Description, an ordinary weapon made by an ordinary forger, which can slash enemies. The long knife is mediocre inside and out, and the item's description is even more nonchalant. Fang Ji thought for a moment, put down his long sword and picked up a nearby staff again. The staff seemed to be a bit more delicate than a long knife, but the information that surfaced told Fang Ji that it was almost indistinguishable from a long knife. Name, standardized staff, ordinary grade. Description, an ordinary weapon crafted by an ordinary forger, capable of releasing simple spells. Fang Ji didn't say anything and looked down at the other soldiers' waists and the ground in front of them. There lay the weapons they had just used. Unsurprisingly, all of them were using these very common, standardized weapons. Not even the platoon leader. "What's the matter, Mr. Fang Yi?" Second platoon commander, a dark-faced and well-built youth asked suspiciously. Fang Yi came back to his senses and quickly said, "It's fine. I'm just a little curious. I'll go back to the warehouse and get you one if you want it." The dark platoon leader smiled brightly. Fang Yi nodded and turned around to return to the academy team. Wang Yingshui glanced at him with a thoughtful look in her gaze. Shin Tu-Peng got up and came to sit beside Fang Ji, pointing to the standardized weapons. He asked, "Doesn't it feel sketchy?" Fang Yi looked at the other party in surprise. He didn't expect that this big, burly man would be able to see through what was going on in his mind at a glance. Well, these soldiers are so poorly armed. This long blade doesn't really have much offensive power at all. It's completely the simplest of weapons. Shin Tu-Peng sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "Everyone knows that but there's nothing we can do about it." "Why? There shouldn't be a shortage of materials to forge these weapons, right?" Fang Ji asked in disbelief. "One of the most critical reasons for this situation is the number of forgers that a common or rare ranked forge master needs 3 to 5 years of study before he can forge a qualified weapon. And if these forgers draw other professions during their studies, then the probability is that they will all choose to give up their subsequent studies as forge masters. This has led to the fact that we have always had a relatively small number of forgers in our country. Even fewer grow up to be able to stand alone. The army has a high demand for weapons. That's why a forger can't spend a long time to make a fine weapon. They have to forge the most weapons in the shortest time possible. So these standardized weapons were born out of necessity. The standardized longsword and the standardized mace you see have gone through several iterations, making the style that takes the least amount of time and is of the best quality. A forger can produce 2 of these long knives a day, With the number of forgers our country has now, it can basically meet the needs of the military. Shin Tu-peng said a lot in one breath, and the more Fang Yi listened, the more silent he became. He thought he'd gotten the point. The reason the destiny system is still in such a primitive stage, the most important and decisive reason is that it has not really developed industrialization. Perhaps because card draws increase inertia. Or maybe it's because professions limit people's thinking. Anyway, in any case, humans in this day and age don't go down that route. After all, the route that was enough to turn everything upside down. Fang Yi took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Shin Tu-peng. In a firm and strong tone, he said, "Instructor, I know what I have to do from now on." Shin Tu-peng was a bit confused at his words. What are you doing? Why didn't I understand? Seeing the other party's expression, Fang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. The time for rest and recuperation was over. So Shin Tu-peng didn't ask any more questions and got up to greet the crowd as they prepared to depart. A minute later, the squad set off once again toward Lake Greenshade. After a few battles the people in the special training class realized that this place was extremely dangerous, and that without the protection of the soldiers, at least half of them had to have died in that previous hour. The secret realm is cruel. You have to fight for your life if you want to survive. And this time they were being protected by someone but not the next time. Without realizing it, the crowd had advanced through the secret realm for another hour. Under the protection of the soldiers and Shin Tu-peng, all of them managed to reach the Green Lake. As Fang Yi looked forward, a huge lake with an overall dark green color appeared in his eyes. This was the center of the entire Fire Rabbit Mystic Realm, and the most valuable location in the Mystic Realm. Originally, the military wanted to station an army right here. This would allow for a continuous output of the special materials in the Fire Rabbit Mystic Realm, but they soon realized that this wouldn't work. This was because the Green Lake was constantly surrounded by powerful fire rabbits. Those fire rabbits were probably the elite of the pack, with tyrannical personalities along with extreme aggressiveness. It was difficult for the soldiers to complete their daily production work under the attack of the other side, so the military could only withdraw to the vicinity of the secret door. A low-grade secret realm is still like this. It's hard to imagine the kind of difficulties that would arise in a high-level secret world. Green flint is a green and red stone. It's very recognizable. So don't separate them, folks. Follow us in our search. The second platoon leader stood at the front of the group and shouted. Yes, the cadets answered in unison. And just as they had just walked out along the edge of the greening pool for but a few hundred meters, two fire rabbits as large as wild boars suddenly rushed out from some inconspicuous corner. These two fire rabbits look like elites. Not only have they gotten bigger in size, and the fur on his body was also more fiery red and bright. From a distance it looked as if it was two flames flying close to the ground. The soldiers did not panic at the sight, and they took up a defensive formation. A few thick-skinned journeyman soldiers were at the forefront, buying time for their mage teammates at the back to release their spells. This level of fire rabbit is fine for Shin Tu-peng. With a little effort he could kill him, but he wouldn't do it easily. After all, no one could be sure that there was no greater danger behind him. He had to save his strength. Fang Yi looked at the soldier standing at the very front, and his mind suddenly moved. He thought of a certain occupation in himself that might help these honorable soldiers. Instructor, I'm applying to use runes to help the soldiers fight, Fang Yi said to Shin Tu-peng. Shin Tu-peng raised an eyebrow and immediately nodded in agreement. He didn't know if others could help the soldiers, but Fang Yi certainly could. Chapter 44 Fire Thunder Crocodile. Fang Yi stepped out of the group, and the seal talisman pen had already appeared in his hand. Knowledge of runes surfaced in his mind. Fang Yi quickly determined the rune he was going to draw. At this time those two elite fire rabbits had already approached the soldiers' defense line. Fang Yi no longer hesitated. Waving the seal character brush, he drew an arcane rune in the air. Go! Fang Yi softly droned. The solid stone rune dribbled and spun around in midair, then flew straight to the front of the defense line. In the next second, an invisible fluctuation spread out and the talisman culture made a barrier that enveloped his soldiers. At the same time, Fang Yi's second rune was drawn, with the sharp blade rune following close behind. Quickly, he came to one of the highest-ranked soldiers. The soldier watched in amazement as the rune merged into the long blade he held in his hand. He then felt an unspeakable sharpness emanating from the blade. The sharpened blade rune triggers the second talent of the Fang Chase Runemaster. This makes it last a full hour. Boom! A muffled sound came from the fire rabbit's attack, which had landed on the frontmost soldier's body. Those few soldiers who were good at defense managed to block the fiery rabbit's onslaught with their long swords and solid stone runes. If it were normal, these few soldiers would definitely fall back a distance after blocking the attack. After all, the power of an elite fire rabbit was far superior to that of an average professional. But this time, with Fang Yi's rune, not only did they not retreat, instead, there was still room to tussle with the fire rabbit. The soldier who had gained the sharpened blade rune certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass as he bullied his way forward and, the long blade in his hand that had been strengthened aimed at the enemy's neck and chopped down suddenly. Put! The long knife entered the flesh, and a stream of blood instantly splashed out. The somewhat fragile neck of the fire rabbit was directly opened by the long blade, and its head was flung aside. The soldiers looked at the scene with surprise, and Fang Yi did the same. He didn't expect the power of the runes to be so strong that it almost resulted in a fire rabbit in just one strike. And at that moment the other fire rabbit, seeing the death of his companion, screamed and, opening his mouth wide, he bit at the nearest soldier. Fang Yi was closer to the enemy and could clearly see the hideous fangs in the fire rabbit's mouth. Naturally, the soldier could not sit back and wait for death. He raised his long sword and crossed it in front of him. And, the foot exerted force not to advance but to retreat, directly splitting on top of the fire rabbit's open mouth. An invisible barrier shimmered, and the runes of solid stone smoothly withstood the enemy's attacks. Instead, his long knife ripped the lips of the fire rabbit right to the back of his head. The other soldiers on the side quickly surrounded them, and one person cut down the fire rabbit. 2 elite fire rabbits died in this way, surrounded by the crowd, and the soldiers put away their long swords and, with a grateful face, he looked towards Fang Yi and the group. They knew very well how they, the people, were able to kill the fire rabbit so easily. Fang Yi's runes directly pulled up their attack and defense by a level, and those elite fire rabbits looked no different from ordinary fire rabbits to these soldiers. Xintopeng also had a surprised look on his face as he patted Fang Yi on the shoulder. Without mincing words of praise, he said, "Well done." Fang Yi smiled coyly and reached out his hand to draw another rune in the air. This is a warning talisman. If an enemy approaches within 15 meters of the crowd, the party chase will then receive an early warning. Start looking for green flint, the second platoon leader said in a loud voice to the crowd. The soldiers quickly dispersed after receiving the order and started searching the ground around them in a circle of squads. Green flints are generally found only around the perimeter of the Green Shade Lake. The creation of that strange stone seems to be linked to the lake, so the military has so far not found green flint anywhere else in the Fire Rabbit mystery. The military initially thought about fencing off Greenwood Lake when they found this ore. This would allow for a steady stream of green flints, but then they realized that all the foreign beasts in the secret realm would come to drink from the Greeny Lake. They would attack in a frenzy once they spotted a human, as was the case with those elite fire rabbits. Moreover, after detection, the military also found that the generation time of greenflint is not fixed. That's why the above eventually gave up the idea of establishing a stronghold here. That would really be a bit of a loss. Although green flint is not bad in low-grade materials, there's no need to fill it with human lives. More or less collection has little effect on the overall picture. Fang Ji and the rest of the trainees were now also allowed to move freely for the time being. However, the range of activity cannot be far from the soldiers' guarded area. Wang Yingshui and some other trainees didn't even bother with green firestone. They had little interest in this kind of war. Instead, he came over to the fire rabbit's body to check it out. This was the crowd's first real contact with a foreign beast. This being, whose looks and habits were so different from those of the blue star animals, soon attracted all their attention. Fang Ji then came to a few soldiers and began to search for green flints with them. He's an auxiliary professional. He doesn't even need to actively participate in combat under normal circumstances. So there was no need to get together with everyone to study the Fae, and it was most important to familiarize oneself more with the green flame stone. It didn't take long. A soldier then found the quest item, a palm-sized green flint, in the mud at the edge of the lake. The soldier drew the long knife at his waist and carefully removed the green flint from the dirt. Fang Yi carefully observed the soldier's movements, and then firmly memorized the characteristics of the green firestone in his mind. And just as the soldiers were collecting green flints one after another, not far away, a somewhat strange hissing sound suddenly came from within the Green Lake. The instant they heard the hissing sound, the three soldiers who were closer to the lake suddenly turned pale and, ignoring the green flint that had already dug halfway to the perimeter quickly, they yelled as they ran, "Pull back! Pull back!" Fang Yi immediately stood up and ran in the direction away from the lake without the slightest hesitation. But not everyone reacted as quickly as he did. One of the trainees from the special training class froze in place, obviously not realizing what was happening. Seeing this, Xintopeng immediately folded back and grabbed the trainee's arm to forcefully yank him outward. In the next second, the lake burst open with a bang, and a column of water shot up into the sky. The turquoise water of the lake fell in all directions, and in the midst of this water column, a fire-red creature of enormous size slowly emerged. It was like a crocodile that had been enlarged several times, and its eyes exuded the killing intent that belonged to a cold-blooded animal. Fang Ji immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, while immediately after that he realized that Xintopeng and that trainee are in danger. Fire Thunder Crocodile. It's really this thing. The soldier's muttered voice sounded behind Feng Ji. This is the most dangerous creature in the secret realm of the fire rabbit. The last time the soldiers had seen the Fire Thunder Crocodile was a year ago, and that time they had paid the price of a whole 100 or so men to kill this monster. In other words, it was possible that the strength of this Fire Thunder Crocodile was not below Shin Tu-Peng. Chapter 45 A Miracle. At the edge of the Greeny Lake, Shin Tu-Peng tugged the trainee's arm and ran 2 steps outward. However, the speed of the Fire Thunder Crocodile was significantly faster, and the distance between the two sides was instantly closed as the massive beast lunged forward. Seeing the enemy approaching, Shin Tu-Peng turned around and his longsword instantly flew up and it stabbed straight towards the right eye of the Fire Thunder Crocodile. His royal sword art was very good at times like this, and the Fire Thunder Crocodile had to sidestep his head to dodge it. Shin Tu-Peng seized the moment when the enemy stopped, and with the force of his feet, he directly took the trainee and flew up. With a prancing movement, he fell into the defensive line of the soldiers. At this time, Feng Yi had already calmed his mind, and holding the seal character pen, he began to outline runes in midair. The first one he drew was still the rune of firm stone, a rune that could be considered a jack of all trades in battle, no matter what type of enemy there. The runes of the firmament all increased the survival chances for the crowd. The Fire Thunder Crocodile hissed, its thick limbs stepped heavily on the ground, and rushed towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Feng Ji raised his eyebrows, and the rune he had just drawn was instantly pushed out by him. It quickly turned into an invisible barrier in front of the soldiers. Facing an enemy with such a strong sense of oppression, Feng Ji's heart was ultimately unable to completely calm down. It would also more or less affect the speed at which he could draw runes. The soldiers let out a low cry and formed a defensive formation to clash solidly with the Fire Thunder Crocodile. Boo! A surging huge force suddenly came. The soldiers were still unable to block it even with the solid stone runes. Thumped back a few steps, but it's not as bad as it seems. The soldiers suddenly realized that the Fire Thunder Crocodile's strike hadn't done much damage to them. What's going on here? The soldiers looked with some surprise at the invisible barrier floating in front of them. They vaguely realized that it was Feng Ji's firmstone rune that had taken effect, but just now when facing the fire rabbit this barrier didn't seem to be as strong as it is now. And it was reasonable to say that a low-grade rune master couldn't draw a rune that could withstand the Fire Thunder Crocodile. It's actually pretty self-explanatory, and the others aren't sure why this is that. However, Feng Yi was not surprised at all. The firmstone rune he had just drawn departed both rune masters talent 2 and talent 3 at the same time. This caused the grade of this firmstone rune to directly soar to the rare grade. No matter how strong the Fire Thunder Crocodile was, it couldn't possibly penetrate a rare grade rune in a single strike, unless it was a level 40 or above powerhouse. But then Feng Ji and the rest of them wouldn't have to fight back and just lay down and wait for death. Feng Ji didn't stop drawing the runes, and not far away, the Fire Thunder Crocodile had already launched a second attack. Shin Tu-Peng summoned his flying sword to zap the enemy's neck from the side, where it was at its weakest point. I don't know how the Fire Thunder Crocodile grows, either. Other than the slightly softer scales at the bottom of the neck, the scales of this huge-sized beast were even harder than fine iron. Boo! The Fire Thunder Crocodile and the soldiers collided together once again, and the invisible barrier instantly rippled. It looks like the surface of a lake after a stone has been thrown. Luckily, though, the Fire Thunder Crocodile's attack didn't work, and its large head seemed to be a bit dazed by the impact, and it shook a few times to let out a hiss of disbelief. It's never met a human so hard. The ones it ran into before were either killed by a headbutt or a bite, and these humans in front of it completely exceeded its expectations. That kind of hardness even caused this Fire Thunder Crocodile to develop a little bit of withdrawal. But a phase brain can't consider anything too complicated. When it saw these humans showing provocative expressions, raging killing intent instantly went to its head. Keep attacking until you kill these humans. Feng Yi had already finished drawing the sharp edge rune at this point, so another soldier's weapon was empowered by the rune. The horn of counterattack blew at this moment, and 2 rune-empowered soldiers drew forward. The long knife in his hand sharply slashed at the enemy's neck, while the mage soldiers also finished reciting their incantations, and fireballs, ice picks, and other spells shot out in unison. The Fire Thunder Crocodile's forward charge was directly interrupted as it turned its back and, choosing to parry the round of attacks with the scales on its back. At the same time it began to flick its stubby tail in an attempt to break the barrier with frequent attacks. Boo-hoo! The spell landed on the Fire Thunder Crocodile's body. And the opponent's tail hit the barrier hard. Mud churned, smoke rose, and the battle between the two sides went into a white heat of. The defense of the Fire Thunder Crocodile was indeed not bad, and even after being attacked by so many spells it still did not lose its ability to move. Feng Ji certainly wasn't idle as he continuously drew the sharp blade rune and the firm stone rune. Ensure that the team's offensive and defensive capabilities are always ahead of the enemy. Finally, After the two sides had engaged in battle for 10 minutes, the Fire Thunder Crocodile was the first to show signs of weakness. The blood coming out of it had stained large swaths of the dirt floor. Fortunately, the Fire Thunder Crocodile was huge and had a sufficient amount of blood in its body. Otherwise it should have died from blood loss a few minutes ago. As the Fire Thunder Crocodile's movements gradually slowed down, Shin Tu-Pang finally seized the opportunity to. The longsword penetrated the weakest spot under the enemy's neck like lightning. Blood gushed out like a fountain. And the Fire Thunder Crocodile struggled a few times before finally slumping helplessly to the ground. Completely lost the breath of life. Everyone who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief. And Fang Ji even sat on his butt on the ground. He had just drawn a total of 8 runes. And at the moment, he only felt his brain fogging up. A wave of dizziness coming over him like a tidal wave. If it wasn't for the fact that the legendary rank profession had strengthened his mental strength, at this moment he would have long passed out. Shin Tu-Pang looked around. His expression not much relaxed. Others could slack off. But not him. The city will definitely give him disciplinary action if there are really casualties in this secret adventure. That's why Shin Tu-Pang had to be in high spirits. Fortunately, the appearance of the Fire Thunder Crocodile had shocked the other foreign beasts around it. Those elite fire rabbits all chose to make a detour after smelling the Fire Thunder Crocodile's scent. There were actually more than just one type of foreign beast, the Fire Rabbit. In the Fire Rabbit mysterious realm, it was just that there were too many of them. The main enemy the soldiers face is the Fire Rabbit, which is why this place is named the Fire Rabbit Mystery. And to say that the most powerful beast in this secret realm is undoubtedly the Fire Thunder Crocodile, which is scarce in number, but every one of them is ferocious. Even a medium to high-level professional like Shin Tu-Pang would feel a bit overwhelmed when facing it alone. Most of the low-level secret realms are filled with low-level exotic beasts, though, but that didn't mean that there weren't fey beasts here with a battle strength strong enough to rival that of a high-level professional. And every time this foreign beast appeared it would cause the army stationed in the secret realm to suffer a considerable loss. But not this time. Not a single one of the 50 or so soldiers died. This had undoubtedly created a miracle in the low-grade secret realm. Chapter 46 Return. After determining that the vicinity of the Green Shady Lake was safe, the two platoon commanders began to organize the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. The corpse of a Fire Thunder Crocodile is very useful. Its internal organs can be used to make pills, and its bones can be used to make weapons. Even scales and nails make items. So it was impossible for the crowd to give up on this kind of foreign beast that was covered in treasure. Of course, Shin Tu-Pang hadn't forgotten their mission for coming to the secret realm today. Don't huddle up, you guys. Split up and go find the green flint. Shin Tu-Pang shouted at a few cadets. Feng He reluctantly stood up and skulked toward the lake. He's not the least bit interested in green flint. Now all I want to do is see what those soldiers did with the Fire Thunder Crocodile carcass. But it was obvious that Shin Tu-Pang didn't want him to put all his energy into the fight. A good warrior must be knowledgeable about other aspects besides combat as well. The soldiers knew how to handle the Fire Thunder Crocodile, even though they rarely encountered it. It's just a matter of dismemberment. A beast of this size doesn't need to be handled too carefully. It doesn't matter as long as the damage isn't extensive. About an hour later, the carcass of the Fire Thunder Crocodile was disposed of, and the group of trainees managed to find a sufficient amount of green flint. Good. Prepare to withdraw. Shin Tu-Pang waved his hand, his expression finally relaxing slightly. Before departing, Fang Yi used the seal rune pen to draw a firmstone rune for the team. He was now becoming more skillful at drawing runes out of thin air, and consumed much less mental energy. And just after a period of rest, Fang Ji felt that dizziness and discomfort in his brain subside a little. Under Shin Tu-Pang's organization, the crowd began to walk in the direction they came from. The soldiers still escorted around the special training class trainees, while Shin Tu-Pang stood next to Fang Ji, like a patron saint. After the two battles just now, Shin Tu-Pang realized that Fang Ji's value was simply immeasurable. The runes drawn by this kid could actually resist the attack of the Fire Thunder Crocodile. That was a foreign beast that even he had to be careful of. So he had now made up his mind that as long as he, Shin Tu-Pang, was around for a day, Fang Ji wouldn't have been able to get hurt. The crowd returned a little slower than they had come, because the soldiers and trainees were carrying the green firestone and the corpse of the Fire Thunder Crocodile, which were really heavy. They could only slow down their pace for safety. But the good news was that on the way back they basically didn't meet any fire rabbits that came to sneak up on them. The only other time was also detected in advance by Fang Ji's alert rune. So Shin Tu-Pang commanded the trainees to come forward to meet the battle, and Feng He took the lead. It directly tangled with the fire rabbit. Wang Yingxue waved her staff in her hand, and a blizzard hit her. In a matter of moments, it restricted the fire rabbit's ability to move. Several other cadets borrowed the soldiers' long knives and charged in anger, and in less than 10 minutes the fire rabbits that came to sneak up on them were then all decimated. They were, after all, high-grade professionals. even if they were a bit lower in rank. But even in this kind of secret realm you can fight back and forth in style. The crowd finally returned to the outpost near dusk in the afternoon. Because of the sudden appearance of the Fire Thunder Crocodile, the originally planned 6-hour stay was slightly extended. The second platoon leader and the others handed over the carcass of the Fire Thunder Crocodile and the Green Firestone to the base's logistics. The Dark Man then said to Shin Tu-Pang, "Captain Shin, do you want the materials from the Fire Thunder Crocodile or will you be given other items that are converted to the same value? It may be a few days if we want other items. We need to go through the approval process." Shin Tu-Pang didn't make an immediate decision, but instead looked at Fang Ji who was on the side. Fang Yi was going to say that it would be good to let Shin Tu-Pang watch and come. However, he suddenly thought that some of the materials on the Fire Thunder Crocodile were still relatively rare. So he tried. "Can we have the spine? If not, replace it with a skull." The legendary Forge Master had bestowed Fang Ji with a lot of knowledge about weaponsmithing, and since the vertebrae and skull of the Fire Thunder Crocodile were both excellent materials for making weapons, it wasn't impossible to make 2 rare-grade weapons if his talent could be triggered. Hearing Fang Yi's request, the second platoon leader raised his eyebrows. With a somewhat complicated expression, he said, "Good eye." Shin Tu-Pang laughed out loud, patting Fang Ji's shoulder. He said, "Don't underestimate me as a cadet." The second platoon leader immediately shook his head at his words. "How dare I underestimate? Student Fang Yi saved so many pairs of our soldiers in the battle just now. I will definitely apply for military honors for him." "Alright, I'll remember." Shin Tu-Pang nodded his head heavily and, with a serious expression, he said, "I'll go back and wait. If the military honors don't come down in half a month I'll personally go to the military governor." The second platoon leader sighed, rubbed his brow and, it was silent for a long time before he said, "It is estimated that it is a bit difficult to give you the entire vertebrae, so I will apply to the top and make sure that you will be satisfied in the end." "That's more like it." Shin Tu-Pang's expression eased a bit. Fang Ji is now the baby of the entire Dingbei city, of course his needs must be satisfied. What's so hard about some materials? If it wasn't for the fact that the military region and the government belonged to 2 separate sequences, Shin Tu-Pang would have just made a direct decision. However, it was fine to have military honors. Fang Ji could use them to exchange for some even rarer materials, so Shin Tu-Pang didn't dwell on the matter of 1 or half a vertebrae. This first exploration of the secret realm is now considered to be over. After Shin Tu-Pang sought out the military to submit the departure formalities, he led Fang Ji and the others towards the secret realm gate. China treats the secret world differently than most countries do. Western countries like the United States and the British Kingdom all have a laissez-faire attitude, which means that all professionals can go in and explore the secret realm. The resources explored are recovered at the state's expense. Unlike China, where basically all the secret realms are under the control of the state, every secret realm is guarded by an army, so that the safety of the people can be guaranteed to the greatest extent possible. There will be no secret riots attacking the city, and ordinary professionals who want to enter the secret realm to explore must submit an application to the government and the military. You can only enter after you pass the audit, and it doesn't matter if you turn in the resources you explore. The country doesn't care about that. It's hard to say who's better or worse in these 2 ways, but in Fang Ji's opinion, the way China manages the secret realm is a bit conservative, but it's safe enough that as long as the army doesn't die out, ordinary people aren't in danger. But those Western countries are driven by profit. It's easy to have a situation where there's a riot in the secret realm and no professionals to deal with it, and their armies don't normally enter the secret realm. Even when they enter they don't lay down their lives as fearlessly as China's military. That was why Fang Yi was now gradually developing a greater sense of identification with this post-apocalyptic China. Even through many storms, our mom still loves her children. Chapter 47 Solidifying Spirit Pill. Standing in front of the secret door, Fang Ji looked back at the outpost again. Those soldiers are basically common and rare level combat professions. They might not be able to rise above level 30 in their lifetime, but they played a greater role than many mid to high level professionals. Manning the secret world is a dull and deadly occupation. No more than 50% of these soldiers eventually retired alive, but they still stood firm and never retreated a step. Without Fang Yi's help at the Green Lake, more than half of those 50 or so soldiers could be dead or wounded. This is actually a situation that shouldn't be happening, and if these soldiers were better equipped, if there was more advanced tech support, then they could definitely survive before decommissioning. Fang Yi had realized what he should do at this moment. He is not the kind of person who rushes to the front of the battlefield to chisel the formation with his own strength, nor is he the kind of person who sits steadily in the rear and moves troops and generals with a snap of his fingers. He should use his advanced ideas from the technological age to advance the destiny system, if only a little. He alone is not strong. The whole country of China is truly strong. Everyone, prepare to cross the secret realm. Shin Tu-Pang's loud voice interrupted Fang Ji's thoughts. He lifted his head and brought a hint of determination to his expression. Walking through the door of the secret realm, Fang Ji felt a slight sense of vertigo, but he didn't experience that loss of consciousness this time, and came to his senses in just a few seconds. The spherical hall reappeared in front of Fang Ji's eyes. A dozen or so stubby gun barrels pointed at where he and the others were. Alright, are all here. Shin Tupeng scanned over the crowd and, after silently counting the number of people, he headed out of the hall. The bus that brought them here is already waiting outside the military base. Fang Yi and the others smoothly boarded the bus and began to return to downtown Dingbei City. Shin Tupeng stood next to the driver's seat as he had come and spoke solemnly. Today, you didn't experience life and death because of Fang Ji. If it wasn't for him, you will see your comrades die beside you. Don't think that the secret realm is nothing more than that. It's just the lowest level of the secret realm. The Fey beasts you have seen are still only using their flesh to launch attacks, and it's not impossible for truly powerful Fey beasts to move mountains and fill the seas. Let's take that most dangerous class, a secret area in the North City that I've set up. The army sacrifices thousands of people in it every year to stabilize its interior. You may also be part of the defense of the secret realm in the future, and you may also face life and death every day. At that point, do you think you'll survive every battle? Speaking of which, Shin Tupeng looked out the window and, in a serious tone of voice, he continued to speak. The level of occupation grade is indeed important, but that is not the most crucial factor in whether or not you can survive. Only by being strong. So strong that you can protect yourself and those around you. Protecting all that is dear to you is what gives you the true power to be called strong. In this age, you can only be strong and must be strong. Becoming strong is the only way. There's no other choice. Shin Tupeng's speech ended, and the carriage was silent. Everything that they experienced today in the secret realm came to the forefront of everyone's minds. The battles, the killings, the scene of those soldiers fighting to the death was so clear. Yeah, if Fang Yu hadn't stepped in, if Shin Tupeng hadn't helped, this gathering mission of the soldiers can be described as perilous. Even 9 deaths. Fang Ji's rune was in a sense equivalent to a level 20 or above level 40 or below professional, while Shin Tupeng himself was a level 40 or above professional. It took the two of them together to save the soldiers before they killed the Fire Thunder crocodile. What if there were no two of them? How did the soldiers of the other secret realms fend off the foreign beasts? At the thought of this, the crowd all wore unspeakably complex expressions, especially Wang Yingxue, who was of a very haughty disposition, but it was unacceptable to her that she hadn't helped at all in the previous secret realm. So at this moment, Wang Yingxue secretly made up her mind to continue doubling her training after she went back. One must grow up in the shortest time possible and become a powerful professional who can help. Fang Yi actually understood Shin Tupeng's words very well. He had already determined his next path, so he would have done what he wanted to do even if the other side hadn't cock-blocked them. The bus sped down the road, and just under half an hour had passed. Fang Yi and the others then returned to the city. There weren't many vehicles on the road at night. The bus driver even pressed the gas to the bottom. After stepping off the bus, Fang Ji felt his dizziness and discomfort intensify a lot more. That driver really drove the bus like a race car. At this point it was already past 7 in the evening, and Shin Tupeng began to greet the crowd for dinner. Fang Ji rubbed his stomach, and hunger struck him at the same time. He sat down on the curb and took 2 deep breaths, barely clearing his mind. Seeing Fang Ji in this state, Wang Yingxue frowned and came next to Shin Tupeng to ask a few questions. This iron-blooded instructor also showed a slightly worried expression as he thought for a moment. From his pocket, he pulled out a small palm-sized porcelain vase and poured out an elixir that emitted a green light. Give this to Fang Ji and eat it, Shin Tupeng said with a meaty expression on his face. Wang Yingxue ignored the other party's entanglement and directly took the pills to Fang Ji's side. Fang Yi froze for a moment, then noticed the elixir. He stretched out his index finger and gently tapped it on top of the elixir. 2 lines of text instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Pill of Fixed Spirit, Rare Grade. Description, stabilizes the spiritual world, calms turmoil in the sea of consciousness, and increases spiritual power by a small margin. Fang Ji raised his eyebrows. This is good stuff. Shin Tupeng was worthy of being a top-notch character among the professionals of the fixed North City, even carrying this kind of elixir around with him. The instructor gave it to you. Eat it. Wang Yingshue's cold voice came from the side and, however, Fang Ji still vaguely heard the implication of concern in the other party's words. He smiled and gave a thank you to Shin Tupeng, then took the elixir and ate it. A cool sensation went down his throat and directly into his stomach. Fang Ji sucked in a breath of cool air. A refreshing sensation came down his throat as if he had eaten a mint. After a few seconds, the discomfort in his brain began to subside. Fang Ji's eyes gradually became mesmerized. The effect of the solid god pill was really good, and Fang Ji quickly recovered. The aftereffects of the excessive consumption of mental energy had basically disappeared. Such an immediate effect made Fang Yi somewhat surprised. He immediately realized that the value of this kind of god-solidifying pill was even greater than he had imagined. Refine a few to keep on hand when you have the chance. And take the time to return this one of the instructors to him as well. Chapter 48 Resource Subsidies. Dinner was a hot and exceptionally tasty fondue. In this day and age, animals like sheep aren't seen much anymore. In its place, however, was a similarly palatable donkey-like creature. After going through some things, something has quietly changed in the special training class that, perhaps even they themselves do not realize that certain seeds have begun to take root in their hearts. Returning to the single apartment, Fang Yi tiredly laid down on the bed. It's been a little too hectic a day for him. From the beginning of the test to the subsequent journey to the secret realm, Fang Yi had been in a state of mental tension. Even after taking the god-solidifying pill, that mental exhaustion hadn't completely eased. After all, the main function of this elixir was to stabilize the spirit, not to restore it. Fang Yi yawned, strongly bracing himself and lying down on the desk to record the method of making the solid god pill and the materials to be used. He was worried that his current state would cause his memory to blur, so writing it down on paper is the safest way to go. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi put down his pen, and with a roll, he rolled onto his bed and lost consciousness. By the time he woke up again, the sun was shining brightly outside the window, shining straight in his face. Fang Yi yawned and took out his cell phone to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock the next morning, and he had slept almost 12 hours this time. Getting up from the bed, Fang Yi felt that his exhaustion from yesterday had disappeared without a trace, and he also noticed that the levels of all three of his professions had changed. Maybe the change had happened before and he just hadn't been aware of it. Right now, the levels of Fang Yi's three professions are Alchemist, level 9, Forge Master, level 2, Runesmith, level 5. There are two ways of upgrading the secondary professions. Apart from gaining experience by fighting in the secret realm, paraprofessionals can also level up by using professional abilities. This was the case with Fang Yi, who had basically been using his professional abilities. Moreover, after a secret exploration, his alchemist had already reached level 9, only one step away from awakening his vocational skill. Although the Forge Master and Rune Master were still very low in rank, there was no doubt about the power of the legendary level professions. Fang Yi could now even do what many level 20 or so professionals could only do. He didn't dare to think about how powerful he would be after he leveled up. And just as Fang Yi was about to go out for breakfast, the cell phone on the side suddenly rang. He picked it up and the contact shown on the screen turned out to be Secretary Ryu. "Why did you suddenly call me this early in the morning?" Fang Yi muttered. Suddenly a possibility came to mind and his eyes lit up. He immediately pressed the connect button and said politely, "Good morning, Secretary Liu." "Good morning, Feng Chase." Secretary Willow's voice was tinged with a bit of laughter. "Your resource allowance and military honors are down. Come see me in the office and I'll take you to collect them." "Alright, I'll go over now." Feng Yi's face was happy and he said that it was true. Other than those two things there was no way Secretary Willow would call him in the morning. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yi quickly left the apartment. He had waited for the resource subsidy for a long time, and as long as there were enough destiny fragments in it, he would be able to grow up in a short period of time. A dozen minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at the government building. The meticulously dressed Secretary Ryu was met in the secretary's office, and then the two of them went out of the office in pairs, got into an official car and headed to the logistics headquarters located not far from the downtown area of Dingbei City. Subsidies for high-ranking professionals are provided directly by the capital. Smaller quantities would be distributed directly to the hands of the professionals, but this one from Fang Yi was indeed a bit much, so the two of them had to go and collect it in person. Sitting in the official car, Fang Yi asked the question he had been concerned about. "Secretary Liu, what's in this allowance of mine?" Secretary Liu smiled and said slowly, "Destiny fragments, pills and various materials. Resource allowances are tailored to each individual situation, so you'll get a lot of materials, which will help you level up your profession quickly." Fang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. These were all things that he desperately needed right now. In addition to that there are a number of Dan recipes, forging drawings and rune illustrations that, all things you need to learn. Secretary Willow paused and continued, "Unsurprisingly, there's enough of these to last you until about level 40. Fang Yun nodded, a strong sense of anticipation rising in his heart. It did not take long for the official car to arrive at the logistics headquarters, which was a warehouse covering a rather large area. It was very carefully divided into several areas, and Fang Yi and his team were going to the professional materials area located in the center of the headquarters. That is, the most important district. No one dared to stop the city government's official car, so Secretary Liu led Fang Yi into the warehouse smoothly. After passing through a series of tall buildings, Secretary Willow pointed to one of the largest warehouses not far away and said, The resource subsidies are in that warehouse. Fong Yun nodded, his gaze already drawn to the ubiquitous runes around him. He can read the runes, and also basically understood what kind of runic array existed within this warehouse. It's a large-scale rune formation that combines protection, defense, attack, and preservation. While the idea is not complicated, the implementation is difficult. Fang Ji could draw talismans out of thin air, but that was really just a means of emergency. The really good runes were inscribed on top of rare materials. That way they were not only stable, but also lasted for a much longer period of time. The official car slowly stopped at the entrance of the warehouse. Fong Yi and Secretary Lu got out of the car. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut and a blonde body immediately greeted him in the warehouse. Secretary Lu took out a document, and the middle-aged man checked it for accuracy and then waved his hand violently, bowed in a very warm greeting. Come on, go here. I've checked everything. It's absolutely fine. This attentive look contrasted sharply with Secretary Lu's unsmiling expression. Fong Ji almost laughed out loud. The three of them had been walking inward along the corridor inside the warehouse, which was large, and Fong Ji felt like he had to walk for almost 15 minutes to reach his destination, and it looked like this was not the end of the road from where he was now. Old Xing, you're sure that Fong Chase's resources are right on target, aren't you? I'm sorry, Secretary Willow asked, looking at the two large metal boxes nearly a man high in front of her. This overly attentive warehouseman nodded his head busily, said with great certainty, absolutely no problem. But if you can't match the number, you'll rip my head off and kick it as a ball. Secretary Willow nodded slightly and stepped forward to open one of the boxes. In the next second, a dazzling light appeared, and Fong Ji instantly narrowed his eyes. This feels like an out-of-the-box special effect in some games. Chapter 49 Inventory of Resources. The glow inside the box lasted about 7 or 8 seconds before it subsided. Fong Ji also got a good look inside the box at this time. The first thing that strikes the eye is the neat rows of destiny shards that the shapes of these destiny fragments were very regular, much different from what he usually saw. If the usual shards of fate are irregular polygons, what's in that box is a standard shaped square or rectangle, and below the shards of destiny were stacks of green crates of varying sizes. Fong Ji didn't need to think to know what was contained in those wooden crates, the medicinal materials used in alchemy. Herbs are a more expensive thing, although the hardness of the wooden box that holds them is not bad after special treatment, but in case of a bump it is easy to cause damage to the herbs. That's why they are placed in the very center. Immediately adjacent to the herbs are various types of pills, a rough estimate of more than a dozen kinds of hundreds of pills. Fong Ji could even faintly smell some medicinal fragrance coming from the box. At the bottom of the metal box were stacked all kinds of rare materials, in order to distinguish them from the herbs. The boxes holding these rare materials were all painted grayish-blue, and without any surprises. These materials were enough for Fong Ji to raise his Forge Master level to above level 15. While the books such as the Dan formula and rune illustrations that Secretary Lu had mentioned earlier were tucked away in the corners of the box, this knowledge wasn't considered to be something particularly confidential. It doesn't matter if Fong Yi passes it out. Even if you are not a forger or rune master, even if you get these books and learn the knowledge inside, it's useless. It can't be cast at all. Secretary Lu held the list in her hand and very meticulously counted the items inside the box for Fong Yi. Although Old Xing used his own head to guarantee that there was absolutely no problem with these resources, Secretary Lu had to personally go through them to feel at ease. Fong Yi followed behind Secretary Lu's back, checking along with the other party's movements. He knows some professional knowledge now, but there is a risk of not being able to get it right without having seen it in the flesh. So some consolidation is still necessary. These starlight crystals are very valuable, and nowadays they are only produced in the starfall mysteries of the capital. You turn around and don't waste it. If you're not sure, don't use it easily, Secretary Lu said very seriously to Fong Yi. Fong Yun nodded, looking at the 50 grams of starlight crystals in front of him, and fell into deep thought. This was a peculiar crystal that appeared white in the sunlight but had a 7-colored glow in the night, and it served only one purpose, and that was to raise the grade of the item. That's right. Items that had starlight crystals added to them had a certain probability of being upgraded by 1 grade after the forging was completed, which was a bit similar to Fong Ji's forger's talent too. This is the flying rainbow stone, Secretary Lu suddenly lamented. The tone of his voice carried intense surprise and disbelief. I didn't expect the top to think so highly of you, to give you such a large piece of flying rainbow stone. Fong Yi sniffed and looked over. Then his expression froze on his face. He saw a fingernail-sized flying rainbow stone. It's too damn big. How the hell can you call this big? Such a large piece of flying rainbow stone, if it is separated and added on top of 2 or 3 items respectively, you'll be able to obtain at least 2 items that have special phrases. Secretary Lu couldn't help but plan for Fong Yi. Fong Ji listened with a blank stare. Not a rainbow stone the size of a fingernail. How did you break it into 2 or 3 pieces? And even if it did get divided, such a small amount wouldn't be enough to qualitatively change the item, right? What kind of a hard life do you guys lead? Are things like the flying rainbow stone gouged like this? Fang Yi knew that flying rainbow stone was a very precious and rare material, but he didn't expect it to be as rare as it was. That, Brother Lu, is this flying rainbow stone so precious? Fang Yi asked with some uncertainty. He was afraid that Secretary Ryu was playing a joke on him. After all, he had a whole chunk of it in his hands. Of course, don't think it's such a small piece, but for what it's worth, the starlight crystal just now can't be compared to it at all. Secretary Lu seemed to be a bit agitated right now, speaking a bit differently than usual. Fang Ji was silent for a long time, not daring to speak. He had to work very hard to be able to control his emotions. Even felt a little sorry for Secretary Ryu and the others. Secretary Lu didn't notice Fang Ji's abnormality as he gently put down the flying rainbow stone, checking up on the other items again. About 10 minutes later, Secretary Willow put down the list and let out a long breath. This time the resources are subsidized somewhat more than Secretary Ryu could have imagined. In addition to the starlight crystals and the flying rainbow stones, 2 very rare but highly effective pills had been brought out above. If Fang Ji took them all, his physical quality and mental strength would be able to have a considerable increase. Common sense dictates that Fang Ji was likely to have a physical quality at level 20 that was no weaker than that of a low-grade combat professional of the same rank, which was a very terrifying thing. It was unlikely that a normal support professional would be able to arm wrestle with a combat professional no matter how powerful they were, but Fang Ji would probably be the first. Secretary Ryu settled down slightly, then began to examine the second box. After the experience with the first chest, he checked the second box significantly faster. Fang Yi didn't follow the other party to check this time. He had already basically learned about these items, and for a legendary level professional, one familiarization would be enough. He just suddenly remembered that he still had a destiny shard that he hadn't used, and that he had wanted to use it before. But the rhythm was interrupted by Shintupang. Fang Ji had just counted. The above had given him a total of 20 destiny fragments. This amount could be half a lifetime savings for the average professional, and even a high-grade professional would have to struggle for years to obtain this amount of destiny shards. He is equivalent to going straight through the path of others for several years or even a dozen years. Besides, Fang Yishi can produce a gold card every day. You can draw 20 legendary items in less than a month. 20 legendary. As long as Fang Ji doesn't have any bad luck, he could even stand directly on top of China's paraprofessionals for 20 days. Of course, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say so. After all, Fang Ji's level was still very low, but he did have 1 foot in the ranks of the top professionals in China. Right, Brother Lu? Where do I usually put these materials away? Fang Ji suddenly thought of this. Secretary Willow rubbed her chin. As an afterthought, he said, "You're still living in a bachelor pad, aren't you?" Fang Bai nodded. Right. It does seem a bit small there, and it's also prone to safety issues. Secretary Lu said slowly after a moment of contemplation. I'll report you for approval when I get back, and tomorrow I'll let you live in the neighborhood with the highest safety factor in Dingbei City. Fang Yi instantly brightened up and thanked Secretary Lu in a hurry. Chapter 50 Military Merit. It was a little after 10 a.m. When Secretary Ryu finally finished checking out all the items in the. He closed the lid of the metal box and turned to old Xing, the warehouse keeper, who was beside him. Get someone to help me carry the boxes to the car. Alright, I'll arrange it now. Fatty Xing said and clapped his hands. 2 burly men soon came in at the door, and they looked like they had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Good man. What an arrangement. Fang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Fatty Xing was indeed a talented person. Think ahead to what Secretary Ryu wants to do. The weight of these 2 boxes is really not light. Just now when Secretary Lu counted, Fang Yi tried it. It turned out that I couldn't lift it at all. He's not weak now, so it's logical that this shouldn't be happening. The only explanation then is, there are items in the box that are extremely dense and actually weigh a lot more than they appear to. And these 2 burly men look like they're in some sort of power-related profession. They carried the crate easily and then headed for the door while shouting their horns. Secretary Lu walked beside Fang Ji and said softly, "Put your things at my place first today. I'll find you an apartment tomorrow before you move there." Good. Then I'll trouble Brother Ryu. It's fine. No need to be so polite. Secretary Lu waved her hand. The duo then got into their official car and returned to the government building downtown. And after entering the office, Secretary Lu gave Fang a document from the drawer, whose header had 4 big words in bright red: recognition of military merit. This was the military merit that Fang Yi had reported after assisting in capturing the Abyssal progenitor earlier, and it finally came down today. In fact, this military honor should not come down so fast according to the normal approval process. However, Yesterday's incident in the Fire Rabbit Mystic Realm made the military realize Fangji's value, so they decided to give it a push along the way and make a good karma. China has changed the system of military service since it entered the new era, and the top brass, in order to stabilize the situation, a set of judging criteria was created specifically for non-military professionals, divided into 4 grades, A, B, C and D. What Fangji obtained this time was a grade D military honor, although it was the lowest, but it's also extremely difficult for the average professional to have A. With this D rank military honor, Fangji was then able to exchange some extremely rare materials from the military on a normal day, and had certain privileges in the secret realm. It can be said that if a professional wants to navigate through the secret realm unimpeded, military credit is something that has to be gotten somehow. Fangji is now a big step ahead of the others. Even a time-tested, high-ranking professional like Shintapang had only ever obtained 2 D-rank military honors. Of course, Shintapang has other levels of military service. However, it was still very rare for a person like Fangji to have a military honor before he even went to college. Don't be proud. Keep up the good work, Secretary Willow said with a smile on her lips. I know, Brother Lu. Fangji looked at the military commendation in his hand and exhaled slightly. And he's finally taking a solid, steady step forward in this era. You rest for a while, have a meal at my place at noon, and in the afternoon I'll go and take you to meet someone. I'm sorry, Secretary Willow suddenly spoke up. Fangji froze for a moment, barely able to follow the other party's train of thought. What? Who? Good for you. Secretary Willow pursed her lips without explaining too much. But Fangji's mind had already conjured up a person's figure. Is that them? That hidden squad? Fangji thought silently in his mind. However, Secretary Lu clearly didn't want to say more, so Fangji didn't ask any more questions. Secretary Lu quickly threw herself into her work, and Fangji silently exited the office, came outside the government building. He had just counted the resource subsidies when he suddenly had a thought about the improvement of the strong body Dan. A little anxious to try it out now. At this time, there was still an hour before noon. Fangji flew into the professional's base. He first went to the warehouse to claim some of the medicinal materials used in refining the strong body pill, and then returned to his laboratory. Fangji refined his thoughts while organizing the herbs. He had been trying to solve the side effect of the strong body Dan that the blood vessels burst, and after many times of experimentation, Fangji had vaguely grasped the key. On the other hand, the same scene was being played out in the Forgemasters Association and the Runesmiths Association. Su Zhang and Grandmaster Gu stood in front of each of the 2 association presidents, vocally recounting the images of their contact with Fangji that day as they patted their chests, swearing that Fangji was definitely the hope for the future of Forgemaster/Runmasters. So the 2 presidents thought about it for a long time and finally made the same decision. Formalize your contact with Fangji and sign a growth contract with the other party. Resources must be given enough, and he must not be allowed to focus all his energies on forging/runes. Fangji naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by 2 large organizations. He had just now turned off the flame of the dragon's head and waited for the alchemy furnace to cool down naturally. 10 minutes later, Fangji opened the alchemy furnace with a face full of anticipation, poured out the elixir inside it. These body-strengthening pills looked to be slightly larger in size. Fangji picked up one of them and the information of this elixir immediately surfaced before his eyes. However, after reading the message, the expression on Fangji's face stiffened for a few moments. He then placed the elixir into the medicinal properties analyzer. At the same time, Fangji's phone on the table rang. He picked up and pressed the connect button. Fangji, where have you been? Secretary Lu's voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm doing an experiment at the base. I'll be right back, Fangji said in a hurry. Well, there's no need to rush. There's still a little while until dinner. I'm sorry, Secretary Willow said and hung up. Fangji put his phone down and looked at the results displayed on the medicinal analyzer. It's still a failure, Fangji said softly, a somewhat despondent expression on his face. He felt that he had done a lot of hard work, but why couldn't he succeed? Strong body Dan formula from inside to outside he has studied many times. Said it is recited backwards and forwards or not too much. But what went wrong when the most critical problem could never be solved? Fangji sat aside and thought for half a day, then suddenly realized that it was already time for lunch, so he grabbed the door and ran toward the government building. Captain, do you think Fangji will agree to us? Big Eyes was sitting in the corner of the cafeteria. Looking across the room, Yen asked. I don't know. Yen shook his head, concentrating on the meal in front of him. It seems as if the other side doesn't care about side-by-side comments. Captain, you just pretend. You say you don't know, but in fact your heart is particularly apprehensive. Right? Big Eyes bristled, poking at Yama's inner workings. Yen snorted coldly, and the chopsticks in his hands instantly turned as black as ink. A chill erupted from his body. Captain, I was wrong. Chapter 51 Meeting. Here you go. Hit yourself up for what you want to eat. Secretary Willow smiled and pointed to the cafeteria window. The meal card was handed to Fong Ji. This was the first time Fong Ji had eaten in a government cafeteria, and there was some difference between those meals in front of him and what he expected. He had expected to see some dishes from this era that he had never heard of or seen before, but this scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with bean curd, and stir-fried cabbage were a little too homely, right? What's wrong? No favorite food? Secretary Lu saw that Fong Ji didn't immediately go to fetch food. Curious, he asked. No, I just thought your food was a little ordinary. Fong Ji thought for a moment. He ended up using the ambiguous term common, but he would have preferred simple, because in his time, after all, he had a lot to say. The slightly better government cafeterias are usually buffet style, with hot and cold dishes. But here, there are only 3 hot dishes and only 1 neat dish. Ha ha, how well do you think we can eat? Secretary Willow laughed and, patiently explaining, we're just living professions or auxiliary professions, so naturally we don't need how complicated and upmarket the meals are. The really good stuff is reserved for the frontline combat professionals. They can only defend their country if they have enough to eat. Fong Yi's heart sank as he sniffed. It seems that in this era even the once agricultural powerhouse like China has also experienced a lack of food resources, and the government can only provide limited assurance that the front line is secure, and that the civilian staff in the rear can just fill their stomachs. He sighed and grabbed his dinner plate to get himself a meal, and just as Fong Yi was about to find a seat, his eyes suddenly glanced at Big Eyes in the corner of the cafeteria. The other party had just finished eating at that moment and was picking his teeth unimaginatively. Big Eyes detected Fong Ji's gaze, and he was very sensitive to such stares, so the two of them locked eyes, and Big Eyes' expression froze for a moment. The toothpick in his hand was lodged directly in the bed of his teeth. Hiss! It hurts! Big Eyes instantly whimpered out. Yen quirked his head in confusion and glared at him, and the rest of the team shared the same disgruntled expression. Big Eyes immediately lowered his head and acted as if nothing had happened. Although the covert squads are of high rank, they usually can't reveal their identities, so this public humiliation is still a little too conspicuous. Fong Ji naturally saw all of Big Eye's movements, and he laughed darkly in his heart. Turning around, he came and sat down next to Secretary Willow. The food was a little skimpy, but it tasted good, and Fong Ji was not the type of person with picky tastes in the first place, and he could even eat watery noodles for more than 10 days in a row under extreme circumstances. About a quarter of an hour later, Fong Yi and Secretary Lu put down their chopsticks at the same time, and on the other side, Yen Wang and the others went to get another meal. They're combat professionals, they usually have larger meals, and the government cafeteria side gives smaller amounts each time, so you have to make several servings to get a full meal. Big Eye is the smallest eater in the Yama squad. He can only eat 3 servings. The biggest eater, Stone, can eat 8 servings in one sitting. Captain, is it okay if we swipe Mayor Zhao's meal card like this? Shaoli asked. A little worried. She just retyped a meal as well. It's fine. Eat, Yen said succinctly. Shaoli nodded, completely letting go of her heart. Since the captain said it was edible, then it was edible. Just let the captain take the lead if something happens. Fong Ji actually wanted to have another one, but he was a bit embarrassed. So eventually, he left the cafeteria with Secretary Ryu. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the conference room of the government building, Fong Yi met Zhao Hangu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Are you used to living here for a while? Zhao Hangu said as he stepped forward and pinched Fong Yi's arm. It seems to be checking to see if he's lost any weight. It's quite good, Uncle Zhao. Everyone takes very good care of me. Fong Yi revealed a bright smile. Zhao Hangu can be considered as his nobleman, and for him alone, he has crossed swords with other cities. This kind of behavior is really touching. If you have any difficulties or needs, you talk to Willow, and if he can't make the call, you talk to me. Dingbei City is your home. Don't ever be polite to us, understand? Zhao Hangu continued to speak, his eyes full of doting. Although he hadn't lifted with Fong Ji during this period of time, he understood Fong Ji's every move. Whether it was capturing the Abyssal progenitor or the occupation test or helping the soldiers defeat the Fire Thunder crocodile in the secret realm, each and every one of these things taken out was of great significance. Fong Ji's value had now even surpassed that of some mid to high level professionals. Even if Zhao Hangu was rough, he could realize that he had picked up a treasure. Sit down, sit down, Zhao Hangu said as he pointed to the stools next to the conference table. Fong Yu nodded and sat down on one of the more remote seats. He naturally couldn't sit in the main seat, and there was a 99% chance that the people who would come over in a few minutes would be older or higher in rank than he was, so he had to sit in the corner. It's courtesy, not some bureaucracy. Do you know who's coming over today? Zhao Hangu opened his mouth and asked. Fang Ji shook his head and said, I don't know. No one told me. Have you heard of the hidden squad? Zhao Hangu asked again. Fang Ji laughed darkly, thinking that it was really them, but he still maintained his expression. Puzzled, he asked, what's a hidden squad? Zhao Hangu smiled slightly and explained slowly. Fang Ji actually already knew the general situation of the hidden squad, but he had already promised Big Eyes not to tell anyone outside, so he could only listen to Zhao Hangu explain it to himself again. So that's how it is. After Zhao Hangu finished speaking, Fang Ji revealed a dazed expression. Then what do they have to do with what happened today? It's hard to believe that the ones who came to me were the hidden squad. Fang Yi pretended to exclaim in hindsight. Zhao Hangu nodded with a smile and said slowly, that's right, it's a covert squad, and it's the second-ranked squad in China right now. Fang Yi immediately revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Zhao Hangu. Stumbling a bit, he asked, they came to see me. What for? You'll know in a moment. Zhao Hangu sold his words, but he followed it up with another sentence. And this sentence made Fang Ji feel a little weird. Whatever they say to you that they wish you to do, you must not immediately agree to it. Think carefully. A lot of things are not as simple as you think. As soon as Zhao Hongwu's words fell, a somewhat cold voice came from outside the house. Mayor Zhao, what do you mean by those words? Zhao Hangu didn't turn around. He sat on the stool and directly spoke out in response. It means nothing. You think too much. Humph. Yan snorted coldly and walked into the conference room. Behind him, 9 men and women in trench coats fishtailed into the. Fang Yi felt an unspeakable sense of oppression from their bodies, as if he had been targeted by a wild beast in an instant. Chapter 52 Tangled. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit eerie, as Yama stood in front of the conference table and, eyes sharpened as he stared at Fang Ji. Zhao Hangu was sitting on the main seat, looking old and relaxed, but in fact the whole thing is in a state of tightness ready to attack. Fang Yi had already stood up by now, and he looked at the two men who seemed to be somewhat at odds with each other. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, but could only remain silent and wait to see what would happen. Big Eyes scratched his head, having somewhat missed what was going on in the room right now. How come the captain and Mayor Zhao are suddenly at each other's throats? The eerie atmosphere in the room lasted about a minute or so before someone finally broke the silence. Don't stand around everyone. Sit down all of you. It was Secretary Willow who said this. He greeted them very warmly, looking a bit like the warehouse manager. Fatty Xing. Yan nodded slightly and sat down beside Zhao Hangu. The other Yama squad members also took their seats at the conference table. After another 10 seconds or so of silence, Yan looked at Fang Ji and a very ugly smile appeared on the somewhat hideous face. Hello, I'm the leader of China's hidden squad, Yan Wang Squad, Yan Wang. Mr. Fang Yi, I'm here to formally invite you to join us. Your talents and gifts can only be utilized in a hidden squad, and the country needs people like you. Yama was very sincere in these words. The other team members also looked at Fang Ji with an expectant gaze. Fang Yi, however, did not answer immediately, but lowered his head as if he was torn in considering something. Seeing this, Yan continued, the treatment of the hidden squad is far ahead of the rest of the country. We'll arrange for specialized professionals to help you level up, so you don't need to have any worries. Fang Yi remained silent as he remembered the words that Zhao Hangu had just admonished him with. Don't make decisions lightly. Think carefully. There seems to be something unusual about that statement when placed on this occasion. If the hidden squad was really as good as Yan Wang said, it was unlikely that Zhao Hangu would have specifically ordered such a sentence. Although Fang Yi didn't particularly understand Zhao Hangu, but it was also clear that the other party really wanted him to achieve something, and was not the kind of person who would limit his development for the sake of fixing the interests of the North City. So there must be something about the hidden squad that you don't know yet. After thinking about it, Fang Yi chose to use a stalling tactic. Captain Yan, can I think about it? Yan. Captain Yan? When the players heard Fang Ji's name for this instantly revealed odd expressions, and Big Eyes tried to control it or almost laughed out loud, Yan glared at him at once, and the atmosphere in the room immediately became much lighter. This is also intentional on Fang Ji's part. He was worried that something more troublesome would happen under that atmosphere just now, and in case Yan Wang and the others said a few heavy words, Zhao Hangu might actually slap the table, so easing up a bit would also help him to put this off for a while. Cootie. They can all tell that Zhao Hangu doesn't seem to be dealing well with Yan Wang and the others. Still, everyone was more restrained. After all, the matter was official business. Sure, Yama looks like he's being very nice to talk to. The corners of his mouth naturally wore that very ugly smile as he continued. We'll be in Dingbei City for the next few days, so if you think about it feel free to give me a call. Yan Wang said and took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Fang Ji. Fang Ji was not surprised by the other party's actions. It was still very easy for an existence of the opponent's level to get his cell phone number. That's all for today then. Yama didn't stay in the house much longer. After saying this, he got up and prepared to leave. The rest of the team did the same, while Pear winked at Fangji. It looks a little seductive. Fangji's face did not change, but in reality, he felt an evil fire suddenly rise up in his belly. This sudden turn of events had caused a shock in his heart. However, Fangji still tried to restrain his expression and movements, lowering his head and pretending that nothing had happened. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly as she followed Yen out of the conference room. Zhao Hongwu noticed Xiaoli's small action, but he didn't stop it. This kind of underhanded seduction tactic would most likely backfire, as long as Fangji wasn't the kind of person who was a spermatozoa. Outside the conference room, King Yen stared at Xiaoli with an icy expression, and there was an undisguised anger in his eyes. Who told you to do that? Yen asked in a cold voice. Xiaoli didn't speak, but looked at Yen with a pitiful gaze, randomly using professional abilities on civilians. What audacity! Yama took a deep breath and, the anger in his eyes did not subside in the slightest. Let me find you once more and I'll personally expel you from the squad. After saying that, Yen turned around and left the building first regardless of the crowd. Several members of the team had varying degrees of shock on their faces. They had almost never seen the captain get so angry. And Xiaoli was even full of aggression, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Big Eyes could actually understand what the captain was doing, and it might not be clear to others but he knew best what the captain was thinking. In the captain's mind, Fangji had almost become a target he was bound to win. Any move that has the potential to create complications should not be made. And Zhao Hongwu's remark had already upset the captain. Pear was squarely in the firing line. In normal times, we might be able to muddle through with a few jokes, but today's occasion really shouldn't be a redundant move. Not everyone rushes to the rescue when they hear that their country is in need. Fangji's tangle illustrates this, so it would be better to approach the other side privately instead, trying to use more patriotic feelings to get Fangji to make up his mind. But Xiaoli's use of her professional ability to seduce Fangji was really a bit out of place, nor is it in keeping with the usual style of covert squads or even state agencies. No wonder Yama was so angry. Inside the conference room, Fangji closed his eyes slightly, and after calming down for a long time, the strange feeling in his body gradually subsided. He stood up and looked out the window with a slightly ugly face. Zhao Hongwu smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Don't think too much. They definitely don't have any malicious intentions. Fang Yan nodded and thought for a moment and asked, Uncle Zhao, what about this hidden squad? Zhao Hongwu seemed to have guessed that Fang Yi would ask this. After a moment of silence, he said, Yan Wang is right. The treatment of the hidden squad is indeed the best in the entire country of China. And once you join, you'll basically be able to level the playing field and have the possibility of asking for the strongest professional. But, Zhao Hongwu said here with a twist of words, but you have to understand that everything comes with a price. As much as you get, you have to give accordingly. I won't tell you much, and I can't stop you from joining the hidden squad. I just want you to think it through and not make an impulsive decision. Chapter 53 Dabino. Fang Yi nodded at his words, already having a rough guess in his heart. But even if Zhao Hongwu hadn't said this to him, Fangji also didn't want to immediately agree to the invitation of the hidden squad. The other man's meeting with him today seemed rushed. There seemed to be a feeling of wanting to say something but not wanting to say more, which made Fangji feel awkward. However, he could guess that there might be something else going on in this matter. So Fangji didn't ask any more questions. Although he was gifted with a high grade, something like potential couldn't be counted, so there weren't many choices he could make. If he really refused Yen, Fangji must first give a suitable reason for doing so. And you can't be at war with the other side. He was deep in thought when there was a sudden knock on the door outside the house, followed by Secretary Ryu walking in. Mayor, the application for Fangji's house exchange has been drawn up. Secretary Liu came to Zhao Hongwu's side and handed over a document. Zhao Hongwu casually picked up a pen and signed his big name. Then he looked at Fangji and revealed a smile. In a moment, let Xiaolu take you to the new house to have a look there. Feel free to talk to me if you have any needs. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Thank you, Brother Liu. Fang Yi hurriedly thanked him. It was indeed good to have someone in the dynasty. The new house was approved in less than a day. But that's normal. This matter is ultimately Zhao Hongwu clap. When he says there's a house, then there's a house. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand, still smiling. No need to be so polite. You can just don't forget to set the North City if you get even later on. Fangji knew that this was the other party looking for a guarantee, so he nodded heavily. Said, don't worry, Uncle Zhao. Alright, no more talking. Go ahead. Zhao Hongwu grinned, obviously in a very good mood. Fang Yi responded and then went out of the conference room with Secretary Liu. At the entrance of the government building, the crowd of Yama's squad had just gotten into an official car. They're going over to the military to learn something about the secret world. There have been massive riots in secret places all over the country in a short period of time. There seems to be something special about this side of the city of Jinbei, so they need to communicate with the military about what's going on. As the official car was about to leave the building, Yan suddenly turned his head and, seeing Fang Ji, who had just walked down the stairs, his eyes flickered as if he had made some sort of determination. He had just been the first to leave the building, but he hadn't really left without saying goodbye. Instead, he chose to wait for his team at the entrance of the building, confident that after his reprimand, Pear should be able to realize the error of his ways. Go! Yan gently spat out 2 words, then withdrew his gaze. The official car started and the 2 SUVs carried the crowd out of the government building. Fang Yi, on the other hand, got into another car with Secretary Lu. He actually wanted to try his hand at driving a car of this era, but ultimately didn't open his mouth to bring it up for the simple reason he didn't have a driver's license. The chauffeur started the vehicle and drove smoothly towards the most upscale neighborhood of professionals in Dingbei City today, North Central Neighborhood. A name that sounds a little corny. However, it is the best decorated, most secure, and most advanced neighborhood in the entire city of Dingbei. Fang Ji looked at the beautiful surroundings, the exquisite and elegant 2-story small building. The whole group was in a state of astonishment. The North Central neighborhood isn't too far from the center of town, so Fang Ji and the others arrived here after just sitting in the car for a quarter of an hour. From the observed environment alone, this place could be said to be the most awesome neighborhood Fang Ji had ever seen in his previous life, and the beautifully designed greenery gave him a feeling like he was in a paradise. And the security teams everywhere add a bit of seriousness to the neighborhood. Although these security guards were not necessarily as powerful as the professionals who lived inside, their presence still brought a strong sense of security. After all, no one can stay at home all the time. The official car entered from the entrance of the neighborhood and then turned into the garage. Secretary Lu waited for a few moments, pointing to the space where the official car was about to be parked. He said, "This will be your parking space from now on, and when you have a car you can just park in it." Fang Bai nodded. Looking at the parking space couldn't help but estimate it in his mind. This parking space would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in my time. Stepping out of the official car, Fang Yi followed Secretary Lu directly onto the straight staircase not far away. Secretary Lu took out a small purple card and swiped it somewhere inside the elevator, after which the elevator began to slowly rise. 10 seconds later, Fang Ji saw his new home, which was a small villa with 2 floors above and below. It reveals a sense of sophistication and luxury from the inside out. Solid wood furniture carved with intricate patterns, flowing chandeliers, warm jade-like floors. Everywhere you look, you can't take your eyes off it. Well, is it still satisfactory? Secretary Willow asked with an open arm and a smile. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Fang Yi didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. He had never imagined that he would one day live in such a grand and luxurious house, and it even gave him a sense of unreality. "I'll have someone put those 2 boxes of resource allowances in the first floor storage room for you. The contents are your own. Feel free to use them." Secretary Willow pointed upstairs and, continuing, he said, "On the 2nd floor, there is an alchemy room and a forging room. The equipment inside may not be too complete. If there is anything else you need you should speak to this person." Secretary Willow said and picked up a card from the table. "There's a name and a phone number on there." Fang Yu nodded and casually asked, "And this is?" "The villa's housekeeper," Secretary Willow said slowly. Fang Ji was immediately shocked. "What kind of condition is this? Giving himself a housekeeper? Don't think much of it, it's not your housekeeping alone." Secretary Lu explained. "Every 5 villas in the North Central neighborhood is a group, and each group is equipped with a housekeeper who is responsible for the daily needs of the residents." "Understood," Fang Ji responded. Secretary Lu then went on to introduce Fang Yi to the various facilities and rooms up and down the villa. Fang Ji wasn't finally sure he'd moved into the grand house until now. In the evening, Secretary Lu left the villa, and Fang Ji had wanted to invite the other party for a meal. After all, today Secretary Lu accompanied himself for nearly an afternoon of tossing and turning, but the other party was dead set against it, and said that it would not be too late for this meal to be eaten later. He had other things on his mind today. Fang Yi had no choice but to give up on this idea for the time being. After waiting for him to be the only one left in the room, Fang Yi laughed twice and, laying down directly on the wide floor, the cold ground finally cleared his head. To be honest, he's even a little bit vain about it. After all, he never felt he had contributed enough to live in such a nice house. Fang Ji's conscience was more or less over the moon at the moment, so he decided to refine some pills and send them to the city as soon as possible, which was also a way to slightly put his mind at ease. Chapter 54 Late Night Meeting. And just as Fang Yi was about to place the alchemy materials and weapon refining materials in the house on the 2nd floor in separate categories, The phone beside the armrest of the sofa in the living room on the first floor suddenly rang. Fang Ji took 2 quick steps to the sofa to see the number displayed above the landline. Isn't this the housekeeper Zhou's? I'm sorry, Fang Yi thought as he pressed the speakerphone button. Hello Mr. Feng, I'm Zhou Mo, your butler for this villa. A clear voice came out of the landline. Hello, what can I do for you? Fang Ji asked curiously. I wanted to ask you what you were planning on having for dinner tonight. We provide Chinese food, Western food and other national specialties. Of course, some of the more complicated you may not be able to eat tonight, that need to be booked in advance. Butler Zhou narrated in a smooth voice. Fang Ji immediately froze. Good guy. This service is really thoughtful. He thought about it and decided to just take a bite and forget about it. He had business to attend to after all. Let's have Chinese food then. Just give me any 2 dishes in the main course. Okay Mr. Feng, please wait a moment. Butler Zhou was obviously very experienced and then he continued. Do you have any contraindications? No, normal meals are fine. Fang Yi was a bit worried that the other party would come out with some hole-hunting creatures from the secret realm, so he added this. No problem. So is there anything else you need? No, you can just leave the food at the door later. Fang Yi thought that if he was in the process of alchemy in a while there was a possibility that he would not be able to hear the knock on the door. So he said. After hanging up the phone, Fang Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day is really a bit beautiful. Eating and drinking are under the control of someone. There is also a big house to live in. That is, Dilly Hotba to come over have to follow us hard to enjoy the happiness. After lamenting for a short while he got up and prepared to get back to work. All the materials inside that big metal box of resource subsidy he had now sorted and organized. The next step was just to move it up to the 2nd floor. In fact, there was another place in this villa that surprised Fang Ji. That is, in the function room on the 2nd floor there was actually a fate crystal placed, which meant that he could draw cards in the villa with impunity. You can even smoke it upside down without worrying about being seen. That fate crystal in the previous bachelor pad was too small, and had a cooldown after successive card draws. And although the fate crystals in the base are good, but there are many people there. In case the others see him out of gold time and time again it is easy to cause trouble. So the fate crystals in the function room now solved that problem. The destiny crystals that equip the villa are certainly not the stingy little nuggets that, judging by the size, this crystal could at the very least allow Fang Ji to draw about 10 to 20 consecutive life cards. This was enough. After all, Fang Ji only had a total of 20 destiny fragments in his hands right now. About half an hour later, Fang Yi finally moved all of his materials into the various function rooms. At this time the time came to more than 8 o'clock. The stars and moon were already high outside. He rubbed his stomach and, suddenly I realized I hadn't eaten. Where's my rice? Fang Yi exclaimed softly, suddenly remembering that he had asked the butler to leave the rice at the door. It's not cold. Fang Yi hurried to the door and opened the delicate security door. A very upscale insulated lunchbox was then seen placed in the doorway of the room. It's so detailed and thoughtful. Fang Ji took the thermos box back inside and quickly finished his dinner, and it had to be said that this lunchbox holds heat really well. Even after sitting outside for over an hour the meal inside didn't get cold. And just as Fang Yi was about to go upstairs to start refining pills, a regular knock came suddenly from the direction of the door. Who is it? Knocking on the door at this hour? Fang Yi immediately frowned and stood up from the sofa. Coming to the door, he asked softly, who is it? It's me, Yen. A somewhat familiar voice came through the door and Fang Ji froze at once. This is quite an unexpected situation. How could he not expect Yen to come over to find himself in the middle of the night? As a matter of common sense, if Yen wanted to meet with himself he should have found a quiet place during the day, not a sudden visit to his home, and he'd only just lived here for a short while. This uninvited behavior. After a few seconds of silence, Fang Yu stepped forward and opened the door to the room. Standing outside the room was indeed the Yama squad leader in a trench coat. Captain Yen, please come in. Naturally, Fang Yi would no longer address the other party as Captain Yen. That's just a random name to liven things up. Yen looked at Fang Ji, his signature grimace appearing on his face again. How does it feel to live here? Yen asked as he walked toward the house. It's pretty good. Fang Ji didn't know how to answer this. One can only go along with what the other person is saying first. Yen nodded, and after scanning the room he sat down on the couch and Fang Yi thought for a moment and felt that he still had to pour the other party a glass of water. This was basic etiquette. So he turned around and went aside to find a teacup to pour hot water. Yen Wang silently watched Fang Ji's movements. Suddenly he opened his mouth and asked, what do you think of our hidden squad? Fang Yi's movement of pouring water violently lurched, and he turned his head with some surprise. Hesitantly, he said, I don't know you guys well enough to comment. Just from what you know now, what kind of a being do you think we are? Yama continued to ask. It's great to give yourself to your country and its people. Fangji finally decided to talk about the big picture, and how it wouldn't be wrong to say so. He'd already learned from others what the cryptic squad did, and in short, it is to deal with emergencies that arise in the secret world as well as in reality that are extremely harmful. However, Yama shook his head after hearing these words and, softly, he said, actually, I don't want to do any of this. If I could, I'd just like to open a tavern and be a normal person. Fangji didn't say anything and just silently placed the hot water in front of Yen. But the world is not safe, and some things have to be done eventually. Yen Wang continued in a calm tone, I don't know if you understand the situation in other countries. Now most of the countries in the world are in a stormy situation. Only China and a very few 2 or 3 big countries have the power to fight against the secret realm. We must stand up for ourselves, if only for our loved ones. Fangji, you're very talented, but if you're just in Dingbei City, this talent would be wasted. The country needs you now. It needs someone to step up to the plate. You should understand that there is a country before there is a family. Yen Wang's words were sincere, and Fangji believed that this was what the other party thought, but he always felt that he was not gifted enough to be on the front line of the. If it's a combat profession, that's a different story, but a support profession, there should be other ways out. Chapter 55 Doing Research. The villa was quiet for a while. Yen Wang didn't say anything, and Fang Yi was similarly silent. However, a moment later, Yama suddenly spoke again. By the way, I have to apologize to you for what happened at noon today. My team members took the liberty of striking out at you and caused you some trouble, so I hope you don't take it personally. As he spoke, he took out a small porcelain vial from his pocket. These are 2 god-fixing pills. Take them and, it's a sort of reparation. Fang Yi raised his eyebrows and directly reached out to take it. Don't want it for nothing. Although he was an alchemist, he didn't have all the ingredients. The herbs required for the solid god pill were relatively rare, so he might not really be able to refine them in a short period of time. Thanks. Fangji fell silent again after saying that. He's thinking of one thing, if it can be done. His 3 auxiliary professions definitely played a much bigger role than going to the front line of combat, but it was unknown if they could do so. Yama didn't seem to be in a hurry, as he took a sip from the teacup in front of him and eyes fell to the various decorations in the room. Fangji took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He looked toward Yen Wang and said in a tone that did not carry the slightest hesitation, Captain Yen Wang, I don't want to join the hidden squad. When these words came out, Yen Wang's expression froze on his face. His gaze even took on a bit of shock. According to the results of their investigation, although Fangji is not the kind of person who is extremely patriotic, but it shouldn't have been such a dry rejection. Fang Yi smiled and met Yen Wang's gaze as he continued, even if I don't join the hidden squad, it's just as well to contribute to the country. Yen controlled the expression on his face and slowly asked, what are you going to do? I have an idea. I just don't know if you guys will support it. Fangji was now relaxed. He sat down on the sofa, organized his thoughts and continued, I'm an auxiliary professional, and it's also a legendary level auxiliary professional that has never appeared before. I should be doing research instead of fighting. Research? Yen frowned for a moment, seemingly not understanding Fangji's meaning. That's right. In case you guys didn't know, I've improved the strong body pill, expanding its efficacy and reducing the impact of the medicine on the human body. So now even small children can take the body strengthening pill I made. Fangji's face gradually took on an air of pride, and the cost of the herbs used in this version of the strong body pill has been reduced. The country thus possesses the possibility of massively promoting the strong body Dan. But that's not quite what I expected, and I plan to completely eliminate the side effects of the strong body pill and I've got an idea now. So I believe I'll be able to refine it before too long. Which do you think would be more beneficial to the country if I did this or if I fought? Fang Yi's words were loud and clear, and Yen Wang froze directly on the spot after hearing them. He probably understood Fang Ji's idea now, and it was a line of thought that had almost never occurred to him. For most people in this day and age, especially combat professionals, research is a strange word because there is not enough energy. It's already not easy to stabilize the situation in the secret world. Where is the energy to think about anything more? This is even more true of paraprofessionals, where class limits their development. Common and rare levels have a hard time trying to grow up, let alone do any research. Only a very few gifted people in history have been able to fight and study both. In fact, what Fang Ji didn't understand was that, now that the countries of the world have been in a period of stagnation in the development of alchemy, potions, forging and runes, and fortunately for the secret realm, things haven't gotten too bad in recent years. Otherwise there will definitely be some big countries falling apart as a result in a short period of time. At this moment, Yen gradually figured out some of the joints, and he frowned and asked with some uncertainty, What are you going to do if you're allowed to let go and work on it? Fang Ji answered almost without thinking. He had thought about it many times before, and the trip to the secret realm had brought him some inspiration. Start with the basics. Basic potions, basic weapons and defenses and basic rune combinations. The body strengthening pill is just the first step. Next are other similar elixirs that can boost the strength of low-level professionals. Those elixirs all have some side effects, more or less, and those side effects have led to them not being mass-marketed. If I could reduce the side effects and cost of 2 or 3 pills to a certain level, then the ordinary people of China will be able to possess a certain amount of strength before the destiny ceremony, thus enhancing their combat power after the transfer. The same goes for weapons and defenses. If the army can all use stronger and sharper weapons at low cost, then our army can reduce casualties in some low and medium level secret worlds. It can also free up more manpower to suppress high-level secret realms. Fang Ji's thoughts were clear, and the more Yan Wang listened, the brighter his eyes became. If this teenager in front of us can really do it, then China will have unrivaled power. The new generation of professionals will have higher growth potential and more possibilities. What a wonderful scene that was. Yan couldn't help but feel his heart stirring. He hadn't felt this kind of emotion for a long time. As one of the top professionals in China, Yan Wan was actually well aware of the country's current predicament. To put it bluntly, one sentence sums it up. Can't fight, can't withdraw. The secret world is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all men. No one knows when it will fall, when it will deal the death blow to mankind. However, right now, all the major countries had no way to resist the secret realm, and were even at the stage of losing ground. China has lost nearly 1/3 of its land so far. Those places have been taken over by foreign beasts and can be called forbidden areas. The state has had to lay down troops on the borders on a large scale to ensure domestic tranquility. But this is not a permanent solution after all. And in an effort to minimize panic among the domestic population, the state rarely reports on the situation at the border. Fang Ji even learned about these things from the classroom of the special training class only before, which also disguisedly made him firm up his thoughts. Yen pondered for a long time before speaking again. How sure are you about all this? Fang Yi pondered for a moment, then stood up and said, mouths speak for themselves, so I'll show you my hand. Yen immediately revealed an interested expression as he stood up and walked up to the second floor with Fang Yi. Opening the door of the alchemy room, Fang Ji directly took out the ingredients for the new type of body strengthening pill. While handling it, he said, I'll refine an improved version first to prove that what I said before wasn't a lie. Yen nodded and took a seat next to him. It was hard to describe how he was feeling right now. There is a sense that the future is about to appear before your eyes. Chapter 56 Convincing King of Hell. Fang Ji cleanly disposed of all the herbs at hand, although Yen did not know how to make pills. However, he was still surprised to see Fang Ji's flowing movements. It wasn't like something a low-level alchemist could do, and he'd seen other alchemists that, usually those who could handle herbs so cleanly and aesthetically were older alchemists. Fang Ji naturally didn't know that his hand had shocked King Yen. He was even less aware of the number of people who had actually been shocked by him. After handling the herbs, Fang Ji turned on the flame of the dragon's head. That's right, the ground fire apparatus needed for alchemy is also set up in this villa, and it looked like the quality of this earth fire meter was pretty good, emitting a constant and extremely high temperature flame. Fang Ji summoned his alchemy furnace and then dropped the herbs in. Yen finally dared to speak up at this time. He had just watched Fang Ji concentrating on the, fearful that he had influenced the other by opening his mouth. Who did you learn this alchemy technique from? Since the state intends to recruit Fang Ji, they'll definitely check him out. However, Fang Ji's life experience did not have anything related to alchemy at all, which was why Yan Wan was so curious. Self-taught, Fang Yi revealed a smile and, continuing to explain, a talent unique to legendary rank professions. I learned to make pills from the moment I switched professions. Yan Wan's expression changed slightly. He had thought of this possibility before, but he still couldn't help but be shocked when Fang Yi admitted it himself. Legendary professions turned out to be so strong. No, it should be that a legendary level support profession is surprisingly this strong. Yama has also learned about the legendary combat profession. The strongest man in the world, Arak, was a legendary, both being from China. Yan Wang naturally had some contact with the other party, but even Arak didn't show such horrible talent when he just changed jobs. Of course, it's possible that the other side deliberately hid this, but whatever the case, this kind of talent of Fang Ji's was all very astounding. After about half an hour, Fang Ji got up and extinguished the flame of the dragon's head. A medicinal scent emanated through the house. Yan Wang took his thoughts back and looked at Fang Ji, who was taking out the pills. This is the new type of body strengthening pill. Take a look, Fang Yi said and handed over the elixir. Yen took it, and the information about the elixir instantly appeared before his eyes. Although it had been anticipated that, but he still revealed a surprised expression when he actually saw the information about the elixir. He had been shocked by Fang Ji several times in a row today. Now there was even more of an unspoken complexity coming up. At this moment, Yen realized that his previous thinking had fallen into a misunderstanding that contributing to the country is not the only way to enter the secret world and fight. What Fang Yi was doing now was nothing less than them fighting to the death to solve the crisis. From the perspective of contribution alone, Fang Ji was even ahead of most professionals of this era. In addition to the elixir, I was able to build basic weapons at a much lower cost. Fang Yi smiled and picked up the fine iron on the side and prepared to start forging. His forging process was different from that of a normal forger, and with the legendary talent of it's still pretty easy to get a weapon at low cost. However, Yama stopped him and spoke slowly. No need. I've got you figured out. Fang Ji stopped what he was doing and looked up at him. Yama was silent for 2 seconds and continued. Maybe you have a point, but I can't give you a guarantee that. You know, the only place you can really call an institute these days is the Rune Institute in the capital. Fang Yun nodded. In fact, he could see this. Compared to alchemy and forging, runes were used a bit more in everyday life. Not to mention that he could see a lot of things related to runes in the villa he was living in now. But going by what he had seen from the perspective of someone who had been there, this level of rune application was not considered brilliant. It's not even an exaggeration to say that it's rough. How do I need to cooperate in this matter? Fang Yi thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. Wait for me to report this first, Yama said, rubbing his brow. He had basically given up on the idea of letting Fang Ji join the hidden squad now. Cootie. Both can see that Fang Ji doesn't aspire to this, and is clearly more talented in other areas. Of course, Yama doesn't dare to give any guarantee to the other side by and by now. Although the Alchemist Association and the Forge Master Association usually had some small studies, that was certainly not what Fang Ji wanted. Although Fang Ji didn't say it explicitly, Yan Wang could feel it. What this teenager wants is a research group, or institute, led by him, because he's the only one who has it. Yen looked at the elixir in his hand, and after calculating in his mind for a while, he said, in this way, you'll give me some more of your research. Weapons-wise, if you have them as well in one piece. Fang Bai nodded his head, suddenly remembering that all of his research materials were in his bachelor pad and professional base. He rubbed his nose and said, it's a bit late today, and the materials aren't in this villa. It's okay, just give it to me the day after tomorrow. I'm in Dingbei City for the next few days. You can also write the information and your thoughts in more detail. Yama gave a grim but amiable smile. Fang Yi did not know how he could tell that this smiling and amiable. An hour later, Yan Wang left the villa with the strong body pill and a basic longsword. That's right, Fang Ji ended up refining a longsword. Yen planned to hand these two things over to the country's top brass along with Fang Ji's information, which would also be a bit more convincing. Today's development of events has actually completely departed from Yan's expected trajectory. He had thought that he would be able to get this teenager to agree to join the hidden squad by talking to Fang Ji about his life's ideals and his family's feelings, but I didn't expect to change my mind after the talk instead. Of course, this was also because Fang Ji's idea was indeed feasible, and because Yen realized that it seemed a bit condescending to have a legendary level auxiliary professional specializing in combat on the other side's untutored talent. With a little training, definitely able to grow into a top professional in China in a short period of time. In comparison, something like fighting was more or less a waste of his talents. Since Yama can come here unnoticed, he can leave unnoticed. That's why Fang Yi also just sent it to the entrance of the villa. He was soon the only one left in the room, and the bright light of the Fang Ji sat on the sofa and checked up on his career information. After the alchemy just now, his alchemist profession level had risen to level 10, also awakened the first professional skill. Fang Ji was very much looking forward to it now, because it was impossible for the skills of a legendary ranked profession to be weak. I just don't know how powerful it will be. Skill name. Chapter 57 Other Countries' Movements. Skill name, Flame Mastery. Skill attributes, passive skills. Skill description, you have precise control over the temperature and duration of the flames. Each of your alchemy will be shortened by about 20%. Fang Ji saw the first career skill he had awakened. At first, he thought that this skill was a bit mediocre. It only reduced the alchemy time by some, and it didn't seem like it would be of much use. But when he really thought about it in detail, he realized that this skill was a godly skill for Fang Ji himself. What is the concept of 20% of alchemy time? If one were to refine the same kind of elixir, other people would be able to refine at most 4 to 5 stoves over a period of time, while Fang Yi was able to refine 5 to 6 furnaces. It sounded like this was only a difference of 1 furnace. But what if his natural skill was triggered? What if the number of elixirs in the furnace doubles? It's a horrible situation just to think about. Fang Yi himself was ahead of the vast majority of alchemists in terms of alchemy efficiency, and now with this skill, It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. He was now the equivalent of a collection of a dozen alchemists by himself. Fang Yi suddenly had the urge to come to a furnace at this time. He wanted to try the effect of this skill. Let's see if the shortened alchemy time is noticeable or not. As soon as he thought of it, Fang Yi stood up from the sofa and took a step straight up to the second floor. Inside the alchemy room there were still some of his remaining ingredients for the body strengthening pill. Fang Yi organized them briefly, and then he planned to start refining the pills. But just as he was about to put the herbs into the alchemy furnace, instead, his eye suddenly glanced at the spirit-clearing grass that was placed aside. It is an herb of a somewhat peculiar nature, and generally, Ling Cheng herb are all only used to neutralize the power of certain herbs, making them milder and more stable. And the reason why Fang Yi noticed it now was because there were 2 or 3 medicinal herbs with stronger potency within the strong body pill, which seemed to be just the right amount to neutralize it with. But this will also give birth to a lot of new problems. Take a certain competitive online game from Fang Chase's era. What many people don't realize is that, in fact, all the heroes in that game have the same hero code for acceleration, blood return, shield set skills, and skills with the same effect in their equipment. In a nutshell, it's the fact that every time you use or enjoy the effects of these skills there's an unseen zither lady casting spells next to you in choo-choo-choo-choo. If this game redos or removes the Chin girl, the consequences would be obvious. The game basically ceased to exist. Fang Yi is having the same problem right now. If he added spirit-clearing grass to the new Dan formula that he had experimented with great difficulty, then this strong body Dan would need to rebalance the medicinal properties between the individual herbs. But Fang Yi's mind had a flash of light. If it could be done, then the side effects of the strong body pill might actually have a chance of being resolved. He was instantly excited and hurriedly began to squeeze the grass juice from the spirit-clear grass. Meanwhile, Yama returned to the residence where the squad had been since this time. The team quickly gathered around and asked the captain about the results of the day. However, Yama's next words left them dumbfounded. Fang Yi declined my invitation, and I also promised him a request. Yama's tone was smooth but the crowd all wore surprised expressions after a brief moment of stupefaction. What's the situation? The captain himself failed? Yen laughed and didn't immediately explain, but sat on the sofa and sipped his water. He waited until the crowd had basically calmed down before continuing. Fang Yi said he's not fit for fighting and is more suited to go into research. Big eyes froze after hearing that. In fact, he had a strange feeling when he used his secret eye to monitor Fang Yi before, and now he finally knew where that feeling came from. It was an aura that belonged to scholarly experts that was out of place with all of them. The knife-edge combat professionals. Research? Is he planning to refine pills or weapons? A team member asked softly. It's all there, and Fang Yi even wants all 3 areas to go hand in hand. Yen gave a complete account of the ideas he had heard from Fang Yi, and then said slowly, I think there is some truth in what Fang Yi has said. His legendary career is truly beyond our wildest dreams, and the country does have similar plans now, only much more conservative than his ideas. But he's only just transferred. He's got no experience whatsoever. Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a to-do to go straight to the research? Another member of the team said after some thought. Yen thought for a moment and nodded approvingly, but then shook his head and said, maybe the problem you mentioned exists, but it's not something we need to consider. I'll report Fang Yi's idea, but exactly what the top will do is out of our hands. All the members of the team agreed when they heard these words. It's really not up to them to make the call on this one. Although the idea Fang Yi proposed was not particularly earth-shattering, it was still somewhat beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the other hand, in the villa in the north-central district, Fang Yi looked at the elixir in his hand with some surprise. He made it half. Although these strong body pills did not have the side effect of bursting blood vessels, the medicinal properties were drastically reduced. It basically lost what the strong body Dan was supposed to do. It was a failed elixir, but it also proved that Fang Yi's thinking was not wrong. Adding Ling Cheng herb and reformulating the individual herbs does eliminate the side effects. So he took out a new notebook and continued to try after jotting down his thoughts. The exertion turned to the early morning of the next day. Fang Yi came to the bedroom with a big black eye, then fell headfirst onto the bed and lost consciousness. He had already determined the formula for the latest type of body strengthening pill after a night of refining last night. However, the final product was a bit underwhelming, so Fang Yi wanted to try again to see if he could do better. And in those few hours that he slept, something big happened across the ocean. There are 3 classes secret areas within the United States of America that are experiencing extraordinarily large-scale riots at the same time. The soldiers of the United States Commonwealth were rapidly assembled, and all the professionals involved in the war were promised with heavy money. It's true to say that a heavy reward is a good reward. Tens of thousands of professionals entered the middle of the secret realm in great numbers. A fierce war broke out directly between the two sides. In the short span of 3 hours, the U.S. Federation and the Fae have paid a huge price for their broken arms and limbs could be seen everywhere in the secret realm, and blood flowed into small rivers, in order to give the professionals the power to continue fighting in the secret world. The U.S. federal government urgently summoned all the pharmacists in the country and worked overtime to start mixing potions with healing abilities. Compared to the physically frail Rev, a bottle of potion was obviously more suitable for that meat grinder-like battlefield, but immediately afterward, the U.S. federal government realized that their stockpile of herbs was insufficient. Trying to supply so many people at the same time is no easy task. The consumption of herbs exceeded everyone's expectations, so the U.S. federal government made an immediate decision. Chapter 58 Black Light. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness and internal security of professionals, the U.S. federal government has taken out the vast majority of the stock of medicinal herbs in its national treasury and is urgently deploying all types of medicinal herbs and potions from its dependencies, unlike alchemist, apothecary, as an auxiliary profession unique to the West, in some ways more suited to this very critical situation, since apothecaries mixing basic potions hardly ever need to use flames. They only needed to mix the various herbs in proportion and supplement them with magic formations. So in a short period of time the USF could take out a large number of basic potions, adding a layer of protection for professionals on the front lines of combat. But this must consume a great deal of herbs to do so. After all, even if a high-level pharmacist went to mix a potion, it was impossible to be 100% successful. In less than 6 hours, the U.S. federal government swept away all the herbs and medicines circulating on the international market, and seeing that this was not enough, the U.S. federal government began to buy herbs from other countries at high prices. No one would turn down this kind of business, it's practically giving away money on the other side. And so the medicinal herbs of all nations flowed rapidly to this great Western power. Even China didn't hold back and took advantage of the fire to take out some of the herbs. Half a day later, the situation within the United States Commonwealth began to improve. The combat professionals managed to withstand the two most powerful attacks of the alien beasts with the aid of the potions. But according to the judgment of the higher-ups, the enemy won't be retreating anytime soon. They have to hold out longer. Of course, this incident was unknown to our Fang Yi students. He was currently organizing his previous research materials in the professional's base. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Fang Yi first went to the bachelor pad. After figuring out how to transport that whole block of flying rainbow stones back to the villa, he then began to organize the information and planned to hand them over to King Yan tomorrow. In the evening, Fang Yi asked Shen Dupang for tomorrow's vacation. Now is the last moment of researching the strong body Dan. Something like special training. Let's talk about it later. After returning to the villa, Fang Yi dialed Zhao Hongwu's phone. He told the other party about his rejection of the hidden squad from beginning to end. Zhao Hongwu was silent for a while after hearing this before speaking. You've already decided? Yeah. I've always felt since the beginning that I'm not good at fighting people head-on. A behind-the-scenes researcher is what suits me better. Fang Yi said in a firm tone. Think about it then do it. No problem. I trust you. Zhao Hongwu's tone was filled with blessings and laughter. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yi began to carry out the research of the body-strengthening pill again. He documented every step of his maneuvers and set up a control group to ensure that the research process did not go astray. Near midnight, Fang Yi put down the failed pills in his hands, turning to another function room off to the side. There was a sizable fate crystal placed here, and he hadn't drawn a card in a few days. Now that I have a destiny shard in my hand, it's time to come over and draw it twice. Fang Yi deliberately chose the time of midnight. The daily reward refresh time of the divine card drawing system was 12 o'clock midnight, which meant that he could draw the next one immediately after he finished drawing one now. Get 2 gold legends straight away. Fang Yi came to the fate crystal and brought one of the fragments in his hand over. In the next second, a burst of golden light blossomed in the room, and a golden meteor suddenly crossed the room. He reached out his hand and very skillfully grasped the gold card that had just appeared floating on the destiny crystal. Name, Alchemy Furnace Strengthening Stone. Note, Fang Yi revealed a helpless expression after seeing the name of this gold card. This was the first time he had ever drawn a duplicate gold card. While the Alchemy Furnace Strengthening Stones would be useful to him, but Fang Yi still wanted to draw something that enhanced his strength or could help him in his research. Sighing, Fang Yi summoned the Alchemy Furnace and directly chose to use it. The Alchemy Furnace Strengthened Stone instantly turned into a mass of liquid and merged into the surface of the furnace. And within a few moments, Fang Yi's Alchemy Furnace then expanded by a few more points, and the pattern of savage beasts on it became even more solid, and its aura was even more astonishing. The reinforcement soon ended, and Fang Yi suddenly realized something vaguely. If there are still strengthening stones in the future and they continue to be strengthened like this, The alchemy furnace may undergo a qualitative change at some point in time. There should be some amazing changes by then. After realizing this, the loss he had just drawn a strong fossil subsided a bit. Retrieving the alchemy furnace, Fong Yi looked at the time. It was now exactly 12:01 midnight. A second card draw can be made. He took the second destiny shard out of his pocket and, however, the fragment had only just touched the fate crystal when the mutation occurred. A burst of black light suddenly erupted from the fate crystal, and that black light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was engulfed, and Fong Yi's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, unable to reach out. Black light. Fong Yi suddenly remembered what Shin Tupang had emphasized before. If a black card appears when you draw a card, be sure to report it quickly to your local supreme administrative body. At that thought, Fong Yi directly took out his cell phone and quickly dialed Zhao Hongwu's number. Even though it was just a black light now, this kind of abnormality wasn't something he could handle. Since the gold light is followed by a gold card, it makes sense that the black light would be followed by a black card. There was a blind tone coming from the phone. Fong Yi's face was anxious and he tried to dial again. Still a blind tone. Still no one connected. Fong Yi's heart sank. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The seal talisman pen was held tightly in his hand. The runes are in this case in attack and defense. Fong Yi was now very glad that he still held the power of runes. The darkness lasted for about 5 minutes before finally showing signs of dissipation. The first thing Fong Yi did was to look at the top of the destiny crystal. There was indeed a black card floating there. He didn't take any rash action. After all, the black card looked questionable. To be on the safe side, Fong Yi dialed up the phone again, but neither Zhao Hongwu nor Secretary Lu answered, and even Shin Tupang's phone couldn't be reached. By this point, Fong Yi had realized the strangeness of the situation. One person not answering the phone could still be busy, but everyone else not answering the phone. Cootie. All can see there's a problem. Looks like we can only rely on ourselves now. Fong Yi muttered and slowly took 2 steps forward. He moved closer to the destiny crystal to scrutinize the black card, and from the looks of it, the black cards are no different from normal life cards except for their color. Fong Yi thought for a moment, picked up the seal symbol pen and began to draw runes on his body. Before reaching out to touch this card, he had to make sure he was at the top of his game. Runes of steadfastness, runes of self-healing, runes of thorns. Fong Yi drew most of the runes he had mastered in one breath. Luckily, he had enough mental power now, or else he would have likely passed out straight away from such a set alone. Chapter 59 Black Small Sword. Inside the function room of the luxurious villa, Fong Yi's expression was taut, deadly staring at the fate crystal stone and the black fate card above it that emitted a black glow in front of him. Separated from those black lights were the 7 colored rays of light that flickered from the various types of runes on Fong Yi's body. He was ready now, ready to touch the black card. Fong Yi took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand and, carefully, he touched the black card hovering above the destiny crystal. Next, a feeling of icy coldness suddenly swept through Fong Yi's entire body from the life card along his fingertips, as if he was in an ice cellar that was tens of degrees below zero. Fong Yi couldn't help but shiver. The outstretched hand directly became stiff and even lost consciousness. He struggled for control, attempting to jerk that arm backhand, but the black card unexpectedly transmitted a suction force, firmly attaching his finger to the card. At the same time, the various types of runes on Fong Yi's body glowed greatly. Those arcane and obscure runes slowly emerged, erupting with amazing power to form a confrontation with the black card. With the appearance of the runes, the cold and stiff feeling on Fong Yi's body was slightly better. He let out a low gulp, and in his heart, he directly opened his palm to grip the black life card. Boom! It was as if a sledgehammer had hit the back of the head hard. Fong Yi's eyes blinked and he nearly fainted directly. A sharp sensation of pain followed, and he turned pale for a moment. And the figure flopped to its knees with a shudder. But this level of injury wasn't enough to make Fong Yi give up. He gripped the card tightly and, with a scowl on his face, he stood up. At this time, the black light on the fate crystal stone had completely dissipated. Only the life card in his hand was still emitting an eerie and unbearable black light. But the black card seems to be different from the regular life card. The card descriptions that were supposed to appear never surfaced before his eyes. And just as Fong Yi was about to crush the black life card to see what it really was, a piercing pain suddenly came from his palm. Fong Yi immediately cried out in shock, his face becoming even paler. What the is going on here? He cursed and looked down, only to see that the palm holding the life card had lost its flesh and blood at some point, leaving only a hideous, ghastly white bone. Fong Yi immediately changed his expression. This was the first time he had experienced such a horrible scene, but immediately afterward, he felt a cool sensation coming from his body. It was the self-healing runes at work, barely suppressing the pain in his palm. It can't go on like this. Fang Ji's mind was racing. Using all his strength to ignore the sharp pain coming from his palm directly crushed the life card in his hand. The room was instantly quiet, and it was as if heaven and earth had lost their voices at that moment. An uncountable number of black points of light suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ji's eyes. An unspeakable feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know what was going to happen next, but there was no way in hell he was going to sit around and wait for it to happen now. Fang Yi waved his left hand and the seal talisman pen reappeared in his hand. Calm down. Must be calm. As Fang Ji thought in his mind, the seal talisman pen in his hand had already begun to carve runes in midair. The items or professions contained in the fate card will only be revealed when crushed. Fang Ji didn't know exactly what was in the black card right now, but there was nothing wrong with planning for the worst after all. As expected, in the next instant, a black gas coalesced out of midair and, straight to his face. That black gas was extremely fast, and Fang Ji had no time to react, but the runes he had inscribed on his body earlier came into play. A translucent barrier suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ji. The black chi hit the barrier with a heavy thud. However, the barrier that even the Fire Thunder Crocodile was able to block down only lasted less than a second before it shattered apart with a bang. But it was enough. Fang Ji subconsciously ducked his head to avoid it. The black gas grazed his head with a whoosh, and it was in this moment that Fang Ji saw what the black gas looked like. It was a small black sword. It's about the length of a small arm. This made Fang Ji's heart feel a little bit more at ease. He thought that it was some kind of ferocious foreign beast, or a legendary creature of the abyss, but if it's just a cold weapon. In this instant, many thoughts flashed through Fang Ji's mind, and between the flashes of lightning and flames, he had already thought of a solution. How dare a small sword in the district make a move? Fang Yi snorted coldly, and the seal symbol pen in his hand accelerated steeply. Quickly before the dark figure could react, he drew a rune that he had never displayed before. Rune of Confinement, Molding. At this moment, the black shadow had already closed in on Fang Ji once again, but the imprisoning rune suddenly accelerated in midair. Straight away, it clashed with the small black sword. That's not all. Fang Yi didn't stop with the sealing brush in his hand. The second forbidden rune was also rapidly taking shape in front of him. Go! Fang Yi gulped lightly, his spirit unexpectedly appearing in a momentary trance at this moment. He knew that it was a sign that he was about to reach the end of his tether. Drawing multiple runes in a row was still a bit too much of a stretch for him. But the good news was that the little black sword was restricted in midair by the two imprisoning runes. It charged wildly but couldn't break out of the rune's range. Fang Yi took this opportunity to turn around and pick up a god-fixing pill from a side table and directly took it. Luckily, he had placed the god-fixing pill in the function room earlier, or else this would have been too late to go to another room to get it. The solidifying pill melted in his mouth. Fang Ji instantly felt that his weak spiritual energy had been slightly replenished, and that feeling of dizziness began to subside. He couldn't think too long and immediately began to draw the third confinement rune. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi sat down on the ground, panting. There was an unbearable tingling sensation in his brain. He had just forcibly and consecutively drawn 4 confinement runes without fully recovering his mental power. And although he had successfully restricted the small black sword, his mental power had also completely reached its limit. In this situation even taking the god-fixing pill again didn't have much effect, because the overdraft was too great. Rare grade elixirs simply couldn't make up for it. At this moment, in the room, the black aura above the small black sword had disappeared. The main body was exposed in front of Fang Ji's eyes. It was a small sword that looked somewhat ancient, and Fang Ji looked at it carefully. Surprisingly, I found that there were delicate patterns engraved on the sword. Patterns? Fang Ji muttered, barely bracing his body to come next to the small sword. And this time, he saw the patterns thoroughly. It was the flood beast, shrunken tens of times, hundreds of times. Fang Ji immediately froze in place, because those flood beasts were just like the ones on his alchemy furnace, almost carved out of the same mold. Is this a coincidence? Fang Ji spoke softly and reached out to grip the hilt of the small sword. Chapter 68 Desolate Sword. Under the effect of the self-healing rune, Fang Ji's right hand had regrown flesh and blood. Only the time of self-healing was still short. There was no skin on top of the flesh and blood, and it looked bloody and horrible. At this moment, after his palm held the small sword, the long-lost item information finally appeared. Name, 8-Waist Sword, Abyssalized, Legendary. Description, originally the first of the 8 Wastelands set. It is invulnerable to cracking mountains and rocks. Fell into the abyss for unknown reasons. Power eroded by the abyss is 1 out of 10. Each time you use it, you have to pay a price. Fang Ji frowned as he finished reading the item description. He had already vaguely guessed it before. The probability was that the black light that could make high-level professionals talk about it would have something to do with the abyss. It was just that he didn't expect the abyss to possess such a bizarre power. Legendary items are eroded. So what if it's a person? Does it also erode the abyss? Fang Ji recalled the abyssal progenitor incident that had caused great casualties some time ago. The abyss seems to erode anything, he muttered. Suddenly, he realized another question. Why wasn't I eroded by the abyssal power on the 8 desolate swords? Could it be that this erosion has to fulfill a certain condition to work? Fang Ji frowned and couldn't get an answer to his question for a while. He sat on the ground and placed the 8 desolate swords in front of him, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. The self-healing rune had dissipated, and his right hand had basically grown back. And from the looks of it, the skin of the newly grown right hand is much paler than the left. But that vertigo in the brain hadn't quite subsided yet. And Fang Yi's overdraft this time was even greater than the last time he was in the secret realm. And he felt that he would need to slow down for 2 or 3 days at the very least before he could return to normal. After 10 minutes, Fang Yi stood up from the ground. Staggering to the bedroom, he flopped down on the bed and passed right out. Jingle bells! Jingle bells! A sharp ringing of a cell phone. Fang Yi struggled to reach out and touch the phone that was placed on his pillow. He lifted his cell phone and pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice came through the speaker. Fang Yi, are you home? How is the information organized? It was the voice of King Yan, and Fang Yi immediately heard it. With a mental jolt, he looked at the time displayed on his cell phone, 2:25 p.m. Holy, I slept for 2 days. Fang Yi exclaimed out in his mind as he rolled over and sat up, saying into the phone, I'm at home. The information is pretty much organized, too. Okay, I'll be there in a while. Yan Wang hung up the phone after saying that. Fang Yi immediately got out of bed and went to the restroom to wash his face. Then he came to the alchemy room to skim the information again. After 2 days of rest, he had now largely recovered from the Rune Master's level also came to level 5. After waiting for about half an hour, there was a knock at the door. This time, Yan was quite polite, choosing to use the door instead of sneaking in by some special means. The two quickly took their seats within the living room, and Fang Yi handed over the research materials while speaking. Captain Yan, I've now found an effective way to remove the side effects of the strong body pill from my body. In less than a week I should be able to refine a strong body pill that has no side effects at all and a stronger medicinal effect. Yan's eyes lit up at his words, nodded without immediately answering, and, instead, he looked at the research material in his hands. There was something strange about Fang Ji's method of recording that Yan hadn't seen before, but he soon understood some of the data. About 10 minutes later, Yan put down the information, a surprised yet ugly smile on his face. Not bad, even for a layman like me. Then is there any hope that the idea I brought up will be realized? Fang Ji asked in a hurry. Yan thought for a moment and still gave an ambiguous answer. I'm not sure that there's never been an example like yours in the country, so I can't say what the top will do in the end. The policy now remains in favor of fighting, but someone has already noticed the value of the secondary professions, and I can help you try. Fang Ji nodded slightly. He could hear the meaning in Yan Wang's words. It would have been almost impossible for him to set up a research group of his own if things had gone normally, but it wasn't absolute that. After all, he was legendary. Thanks a lot. Fang Ji solemnly thanked him. Yan did not stay in the villa for much longer. He collected the research materials on the table and left. Fang Ji returned to the function room after bidding farewell to King Yan. He first looked at the 8 desolate sword on the floor. The small sword that had nearly killed him underwent some changes, and an ancient-style scabbard had appeared on the sword at some point. This was a good thing, and I wouldn't have to worry about the sword cutting myself when I carried it on my body in the future. Fang Yi picked up the 8 desolate sword and put it aside, then looked at the fate crystal. He's refreshed his gold card count, but after what happened 2 days ago, Fang Ji now had a slight hesitation about the matter of drawing cards. What should I do if I encounter that black light again? This time he was lucky. The power of the 8 desolate swords was 10-1, and he possessed the means to restrain his opponent. But what if he drew one he couldn't handle? Fang Ji didn't dare to take the risk, although he had the 9-turn spiritual heart pill on him to save his life. But he still felt he should make some preparations to avoid falling into a similar crisis again. Thinking of this, Fang Ji turned around, came to the wall and began to ponder over it. He was going to carve some runes into the walls of the villa some runes that lasted a long time and had powerful enough effects, so that in case a similar situation arose, the runes could buy him some time. At the very least, it would allow him to figure out how to contact the outside world. Fang Ji had now basically figured out that the reason why he couldn't get through to the others before, most likely it was because of those black lights, the power of the abyss distorting things. It seems that what Chen Tepang said at the time wasn't accurate, and that once that happened, the best thing to do would be to leave the destiny crystals and ask for help in person. The phone didn't work well at that point. Fang Ji contemplated for a while, already having an idea in his mind. He came to the side of the forger and, taking out some of the rarer materials suitable for carrying runes from the pile, he then returned to the function room. Pop! Fang Yi snapped his fingers, and a wisp of flame instantly emerged from his fingertips. This was the Qingli red flame in his body, and now after a small period of growth it was already able to leave his body and release it. Putting those materials on top of the flames, it didn't take long for the materials to be melted by the flames. It turned into a pile of liquid. Fang Yi took out his seal talisman pen and gently tapped it on top of the liquid. And when the tip of the pen fully absorbed the liquid, he went to the wall and began to draw a medium-sized rune array that. It was just like the rune formation he had seen there at the logistics headquarters before. It wasn't difficult for a legendary rune master to draw a rune array, even if he was only at level 5 now. Chapter 61 Rune Formation. It didn't take long for rune after rune to appear on the walls of the function room. These runes linked up to form an oddly shaped but strangely beautiful formation. The faster Fang Yi drew, the faster he drew, the seal character brush in his hand even waving out residual shadows in front of him. About half an hour later, Fang Yi stopped moving and wiped his sweat somewhat tiredly. Sit down on a stool and rest up. He hadn't finished drawing the rune array yet, but at the moment, his mental strength was already a bit too much to hold up. Fang Yi had misjudged the amount of mental power needed to draw this kind of runic array. He realized that it was almost impossible to draw it out in one breath with his current rank and level, so he could only take a break halfway through, and he wasn't idle during his break. Picking up a side of research materials and passing to mull them over, what he handed over to Yama was, of course, a photocopy. The original was still in his possession. Fang Yi utilized technological thinking to break down alchemy into very detailed steps. Even the amount of each type of elixir used was clearly calculated. He had realized before that people in this era did not have a systematic way of documenting the research process, and although there was a legacy from the olden days, most people didn't really understand it thoroughly. Of course, it's possible this also has something to do with the fact that people don't pay attention to research. So this method of recording by Fang Yi is really doing research in a sense. Will the juice of the spiritual clearing herb affect the other herbs if it is reduced by 5 grams? Fang Yi pondered as he scribbled and drew on the paper, and in his opinion, alchemy is no different from chemistry, but chemistry has a periodic table of elements and scientific calculations, but alchemy is still a blank slate. Perhaps some alchemists had summarized some laws, but laws that were not systematic could not be on the table after all. Of course, he couldn't summarize the rules of alchemy. Yet, it was an extremely difficult task, but Fang Yi believed that he should be able to do it in the future. He was still young. There is still a lot of room for career growth. Soon Fang Yi filled up the draft paper in his hand. He recalculated the formula of the elixir according to the law he had summarized, and found an idea that was feasible with a high probability. Then he put down his draft paper and, turning back to the wall, he continued to draw runes on it. He wasn't in a hurry to go to alchemy. It was important to draw the rune array on the wall first. Once this rune array was completed, Fang Yi's villa would have some ability to defend itself. It's not just this function room. The other rooms will be radiated by the rune array, and at that point, Fang Yi could then completely control this villa. Actually, there's one rather troubling aspect of this rune array that is, there seems to be some sort of interference between runes and runes, which can lead to a decrease in the power of the runes themselves. The larger the rune array, the worse this interference will be. This medium-sized rune formation of Fang Yi had a similar problem, but he could still solve it. It was just a bit more troublesome. It was busy until the evening when Fang Yi finished drawing the rune array, and he let out a long breath of air. A hungry smile leaked out as he looked at the flickering runes on the walls. This was the first time he had ever drawn this kind of runic array, and the moment he finished it a sense of satisfaction surged through his heart. And the rune master's rank came to level 7 by the way. The rune array was a lot of work, so the experience provided to Fang Yi was objective. If he's a low to mid-grade rune master, then it would take days at the very least to complete such a set of rune formations that combine offense, protection, and monitoring, but he was a legendary, so it would only take an afternoon. After dinner, Fang Yi began to refine the body-strengthening pill he had in mind. Meanwhile, in the capital of China, King Yan arrived in some small, unknown attic. Pushing open the door of the room, Yan saw a 3 hale and hearty old man. They were sitting around a coffee table, laughing and discussing something. Seeing the visitor, one of the old men put down his teacup and waved very cordially. In a kind tone, he said, "Little Yan, sit down." Yan answered and sat down obediently. He looked at the 3 people in the room, his heart filled with respect. These are the 3 men who now stand at the pinnacle of power in China. The slightly chubby one on the left-hand side was the 3rd elder, who was friendly and mainly in charge of domestic affairs, and on the right-hand side was the 2nd elder, with a stalwart, rough-and-tumble personality, mainly responsible for interstate affairs. So naturally, sitting in the center is the grand elder, who is in charge of the whole situation. Having led China through thick and thin, struggling to move forward in this chaotic era, and having never made a single misstep in decades, the success has allowed China to stand and become one of the most powerful countries in this world in this era. At this moment, the third elder was the first to speak. Little Yen, I've read the report you submitted up here. Are you saying that there's a young genius professional in the city of Tingbei who wants the state to fund his research? Yen nodded and said slowly, yes, third elder. I've talked to this person. Although he has only graduated from high school, he is quite organized in his speech and behavior, and he is also in possession of 3 legendary level professions, so it can be said that he has great potential. The third elder nodded and pulled out a stack of reports from somewhere and flipped through them. Yama's excellent eyesight naturally allowed him to see what those reports were. It was Fang Ji's biography and the research he had submitted. After a moment, the third elder spoke again. Did you bring the improved body strengthening pill? Bring it. Yen handed over a small, delicate wooden box. The 3 elders immediately came forward and carefully looked at this body strengthening pill. Not bad. The idea is very clever. The second elder nodded slightly and spoke. A legendary rank profession is indeed extraordinary. This is such an achievement after just switching jobs for less than a month. The third elder also praised, then looked at the grand elder. The one who ultimately made the decisions in this room was still the grand elder located in the center. Others can only give opinions. However, the grand elder only smiled slightly and did not comment, as he looked at the information and, suddenly a seemingly irrelevant question was asked. What's going on over at the U.S. Commonwealth? The crowd froze, but it was the second elder who was the first to react. He frowned and, in a deep voice, he said, the situation is fine for the time being. The 3 secret realms shouldn't be able to break through their defenses in a short period of time. But from what I have deduced, the odds are that the USFWS side has created this illusion of smoothness with enough agents. And once the supply of agents runs low, the foreign beasts inside the greatest secret realm will definitely launch a large-scale attack immediately. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Well, the situation there is actually not too optimistic if you look at it that way. King Yen didn't interrupt, only silently listening to the 3 elders' discussion. A few moments later, the Grand Elder picked up the report on the table and asked as he flipped through it, you guys say that shouldn't we also stock up on elixirs for emergencies? Chapter 62 Strengthening Tendons and Bones Pill. On the couch, the second elder and the others looked at each other. Actually, this has been mentioned by others before, but in the end, they all fell through for various reasons. China is really dominated by alchemists today, and there were no more than 50,000 alchemists who had a success rate of more than 50% in refining basic pills. This number is extremely small, if not pathetic. China's population has plummeted after several upheavals, and today there are less than 700 million, and there were only 50,000 alchemists. It was pitiful to think about. So the top brass can't do anything about it. Stockpiling elixirs is really a good way to cope with the crisis. But the problem is, there aren't that many elixirs. The crowd was somewhat confused as to what the Grand Elder's intentions were in suddenly bringing up this topic at this time, even if what happened in the U.S. Commonwealth spurred them on. China doesn't have the conditions for that right now. Although, apothecary is no match for alchemist in the middle and late stages, but they have a huge advantage up front. Even freshly converted apothecaries can achieve a success rate of over 70%, and alchemists, for the most part, don't have a mid to late stage that. Too few people actually stick with it. If Fang Yi can solve this problem, there's no harm in the country giving him some support. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke again, his tone casual, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no importance. But everyone else in the room revealed varying degrees of shock after hearing this. Letting a young man who hasn't been transferred for long solve something so difficult? You're kidding. Although the Grand Elder didn't explicitly say what the problem was, all of us here were smart people. It was easy to figure out the back and forth. First of all, the First Elder began by saying, do you want to stockpile some pills? The statement itself carries another layer of meaning, which is the problem of not having enough alchemists mentioned above. If you want to stockpile elixirs, you have to make sure that there is a surplus of elixirs after supplying the nation's consumption. Let's not talk about storage if there's not enough of it in the country itself. So the problems Fang Yi had to solve were multiple issues such as the number of alchemists, the number of pills, and the method of storing the pills. This whole thing is outrageous. No matter how you think about it, they were completely beyond the ability of a young man, even if the other party was a legendary level professional. Yen hesitated for a moment, but he still opened his mouth and asked, Grand Elder, would this be somewhat? He was interrupted by the Grand Elder before he could finish. Don't be so quick to say no. There's no harm in trying. The Grand Elder smiled gently. It's not like there's any punishment. Since young people want to do research, They need to have a bit of heart to do it. Having said that, Yama had no way to say anything. In fact, this is also a kind of support in disguise. The state cannot let the party won by one individual to study such a difficult problem, so there will definitely be support from all quarters when the time comes. It couldn't be that simple for the top brass to consider the issue, and Fangji should have expected it. Then I'll turn around and talk to Fangji so that he can get ready. Yen nodded in agreement. 2 days later, in the villa, Fang Yi let out a loud laugh, his excitement overflowing. He had succeeded and managed to refine a strong body pill that met his requirements. Name, strengthening bone pill, rare grade. Description, strengthen the body, enhance physical fitness. The power of the drug is mild and no side effects. 1 per person. After many refinements, the name of the strong body pill had changed, but it didn't matter as long as the effects haven't changed and the side effects are completely eliminated. The limit of 1 serving per person doesn't really matter, because Fang Yi had also come up with some secondary body strengthening pills during his research. There was no limit to the number of times those pills could be used, so it wouldn't hurt to take a few more of them. Finally got it out. Fang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed Secretary Ryu's number. Secretary Ryu gave him a lot of support in this matter. That's why it's definitely important to notify the other party as soon as you have the results of your research. Inside the government building, Secretary Liu was reporting to Zhao Hongwu when she felt the phone vibrate and he looked down and realized it was Fang Ji's phone. Mayor, it's Fang Chase, Secretary Liu said as she picked up her cell phone. Well, pick it up. Zhao Hongwu nodded. The two of them then learned the news about the research on the strong body pill being successful. Zhao Hongwu slapped the table and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Good, great. He thought for a moment and said into his cell phone, hurry up and tell this news to Yama. It might get you something more. Fang Yi immediately responded. Right-o. I'll call now. After saying that, Fang Yi hung up the phone and rummaged through the address book to find Yen Wang's cell phone number. Yen had called him once before, so Fang Yi found it quickly. When he pressed the dial button, a blind tone came over the phone. A few seconds later, Yen Wang's somewhat icy voice came from the phone. Fang Yi, I was just about to call you. Fang Yi froze at his words and subconsciously asked, is there something wrong, Captain Yen Wang? Well, I was trying to tell you that the tops agreed to your request for but there's one thing that needs to be accomplished by you first. What is it? Fang Yi revealed a smile and continued to ask. The state wants you to be able to. Never mind. I can't tell you over the phone. Come to the capital in the next couple of days. There are specialized personnel to interface with you. Yen Wang suddenly stopped in the middle of his sentence, almost suffocating Fang Yi. No. Why are you still selling out here? Fang Yi was a bit teary-eyed. Things are slightly troublesome. You'll know when you get here. Yama didn't know what to say to that. The only option was to digress. Did you call me for something? Oh yeah. I meant to say that I got out the body strengthening pill that has no side effects. I don't know. Fang Yi said with a smile. Yama's breath stuttered upon hearing this, and then he couldn't help but praise. Surprisingly, so fast. It's truly worthy of being a legendary ranked professional. He thought for a moment and then continued. When you come to the capital, bring this latest type of elixir and research materials with you, and I'll give you credit for it. Fang Yi thanked him, and the two of them hung up the phone after a few more words of small talk. He got up from his chair and organized the remaining herbs, then left the apartment. I need to talk to Zhou Hongwu face-to-face about going to the capital. After all, he might not be back until sometime after this departure. Arriving at the government building, Fang Yi smoothly met Zhao Hongwu in the mayor's office. The gruff mayor looked a little sad and was standing at his desk staring at the map on the wall. Hearing Fang Yi's voice, Zhao Hongwu turned his head and revealed a smile. What are you doing here all of a sudden? Didn't we just talk on the phone? Zhao Hongwu pinched his brow and, curious, he asked. The higher-ups have agreed to the request I made to Yama earlier, so I'm going to the capital in the next 2 days. I don't know, Fang Yi said softly. Zhao Hongwu nodded slightly, his smile a few points more heartfelt. Good. This is a good thing. Chapter 63 Leaving Dingbei. Fang Yi was a bit at a loss as to what to say. Chinese people have always been more introverted when it comes to expressing their emotions. To Fang Yi, Zhao Hongwu was like an honorable elder. The other person wants to make something of himself, wants him to travel to the wider world, and what he wants. But it's just a way to help out in any way you can when you're in trouble in Tingbei City later on. This caused Fang Yi's feelings to be a bit complicated, no matter what the other party's purpose was in the first place. But now he could really feel Zhao Hongwu's tangible concern for himself. Zhao Hongwu saw Fang Yi's expression. Smiling, he came to his side and patted his shoulder, saying, don't think too much. We're all doing this for the country. For the people. You just don't forget Uncle Zhao and the people of Dingbei City. Aha! Fang Yi nodded heavily. Oh yeah, The military honors from the previous Fire Rabbit Mystic Realm should come down tomorrow. Come over again before you leave. Zhao Hangu thought for a moment and added, I'll make the arrangements on the special training class side. You are assured of going to the capital. Okay, Uncle Zhao. Fang Yi nodded again. After leaving the government building, Fang Ji went straight to the professional's base, since he was going to leave. Then the alchemy room that had been distributed to him before definitely had to be returned. Not to mention that the key to the alchemy room was still in his hands now. The base administrator took the key with a grin, and he thought for a moment that, let the staff aside to go to the warehouse to fetch a dozen kinds of materials. These are Dingbei City affluent and will not be used for a while. I don't have anything else here, so these are just for you to practice on. The administrator handed over the large box containing the materials. Fang Ji wanted to refuse, but after some tugging and pulling he accepted it. And after seeing this material, Fang Yi suddenly remembered that he still owed Shintapang a god-fixing Dan. Although the other party did not ask him to return it, it would be difficult to have the opportunity after he left. So Fang Yi bid farewell to the administrator and took the elevator to the -1. The special training class is really in the -1 classroom. In fact, by this stage of the game, the special training class was already able to go to the secret realm for a long period of training. But Shintapang seemed to think that the crowd's theory was not solid enough. Then they were given a few extra days of theory classes. Fang Ji didn't enter the classroom, and to be honest, he didn't have much classmate affection for most of the trainees in the special training class, except for Wang Yingxue, of course, but he also wanted to make a special trip to Wang Yingxue before leaving Dingbei City, so there's no need to make a big deal about meeting with other people right now. Shintapang had naturally noticed Fang Ji's arrival. He was a high-level professional after all. That probing ability is still there. So he left some homework for the crowd and turned to leave the classroom. Instructor. Fang Yi greeted him, holding a wooden box in his hand. You are? Shintapang asked suspiciously. I'm leaving for the capital in a couple of days, and I'm not sure when I'll be back. So this solid god pill instructor. You take it. Fang Yi said and handed over the wooden box in his hand. Shintapang was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and said, It's fine. I still have it here. He laughed and continued. Looks like you're going to the capital to join the stealth squad. Congratulations! Shintapang didn't know the specifics of Fang Ji and the hidden squad. He had only heard about it from the Dingbei City high-level meeting, so he was now making a wrong judgment. Fang Yi didn't explain, but insisted on returning the fixed spirit pill to him, and Shintapang humbly conceded twice. It was finally taken in. This scene was as if Fang Ji had just rejected the base manager's material. After returning the Shintapang solidifying spirit pill, Fang Ji basically had no more attachments. But he remembered someone else at that moment, Secretary Ryu. The no-nonsense military-style secretary had been helping him all this time. It would be a bit hard for Fang Ji to leave without showing a little something before he left. So he returned to the villa and went to the alchemy room to fall into deep thought. In fact, it would be most appropriate to give Secretary Lu a solidifying elixir. Fang Ji realized that this kind of elixir seemed to be hard currency in the group of professionals. But what was rather embarrassing was that he didn't have all the ingredients to refine the god-solidifying elixir right now. And it's a little too late even to go looking for it now. After thinking for a while, Fang Yi decided to give Secretary Lu a small rune array. He still had more than enough stuff on hand to draw runes now, and it wasn't difficult to get a runic formation disc with defensive power. 2 days later, Fang Yi boarded a flying machine bound for the capital. The clouds whistled past the window, and he looked at the city of Tingbei, which was growing distant. And there was a thoughtful expression on his face. Be sure to help them out if you can. Fang Ji thought about slowly closing his eyes and entering a state of shut-eye. A day ago, he went to see Wang Yingxue after handing over the defense rune disc to Secretary Lu. This ice maiden was briefly surprised for a moment after hearing that Fang Ji was about to head to the capital. However, she quickly returned to her usual cold expression and slowly uttered a few words of blessing. Of course, Fang Yi had prepared a gift for her. It was a strengthening bone elixir that had been improved by him as well as a staff that contained the power of cold ice. Of course he remembered the matter of Wang Yingxue being unable to take ordinary body strengthening pills. Granted, the occupation of the opponent's rare class brings with it some degree of physical enhancement. But everyone had it but Wang Yingxue didn't. Fang Yi could actually feel her loss. And the staff was interesting. Fang Ji had wanted to forge a small piece that, it was also something like jewelry. But he had forged 6 or 7 in a row without forging a suitable special word. With no choice but to return these small pieces to the furnace and reforge them. Fang Ji. It turned out that the 6 or 7 small pieces came together to be exactly the size of a staff. And so this rare grade, Ice Burst Staff, appeared. Name, Ice Burst Staff, rare grade. Description, containing the powerful and violent power of ice and snow. Rare and below grade professions can't handle it, but the power of the staff will decrease a little in warm environment. Special word, all ice spells have their power increased by 30%. This special phrase is very simple and brutal. It simply increases the attack power of the. It was perfect for Wang Yingxue, and even using it to a high level was no problem. Wang Yingxue wasn't very polite. She took it with a smile and, there was a strange gleam in his eyes. Honestly, a beautiful girl like that would be good for anyone who came along. However, Fang Ji did not think too much about Wang Yingxue. He still wanted to focus mainly on dealing with the secret realm right now. This is not to say that Fang Bai has such a great sense of responsibility and family sentiment. He's just trying to better survive in this day and age. The threat of the secret realm is so great that more than 50% of the countries on the blue planet are now dead because of it. If it continues like this, China may not be able to hold out until the end. So, living is most important. Chapter 64 Negotiation. The craft isn't going very fast. It was only after about 5 hours that Fang Ji saw the outline of the capital from the window. I have to admit that the architecture of the capital is much more magnificent than that of the city of Dingbei even just from the sky. The skyscrapers and bright, dazzling lights are still visible at night. In fact, if you look closely at the layout of the capital, you can still find shadows of the time when Fang Ji used to be there. But after so many years of development, the footprint of the capital had been so massive that it was somewhat beyond his imagination. After a period of time, the understanding of Fang Yi realized that this era of China had already abolished the administrative unit of province, leaving only the level of city. Perhaps it also has something to do with the descent of the secret world. After all, China has lost a large part of its land now. It is a bit of a luxury to use the term province for division. Without realizing it, the craft had landed on the ground. Fang Yi carried his small bag and walked down the flight along with the crowd. He hadn't brought much with him, and all he had in his bag was a change of clothes. And those resource subsidies and whatnot didn't need to be carried by him personally. Yen had arranged a special transportation team for him. However, how to hide that large piece of flying rainbow stone still gave Fang Ji a headache for a long time. Eventually he decides to hide it in a large box and pretends it's a resource allowance he's been given from above. As long as the transportation team did what they were told, his flying rainbow stone would not be exposed. This was a helpless move. After all, he didn't have the strength to handle the flying rainbow stone right now. At that moment, outside the flying field, two men dressed in black were holding up a sign with serious faces. A large line on the sign was extremely eye-catching. Warmly welcome Comrade Fang Yi. The moment he saw the sign, Fang Ji slapped his forehead. Somewhat breathlessly, he muttered, "What's with all the fuss?" He then took 2 quick steps and arrived in front of the 2 men in black. These black-clothed men obviously already knew Fang Ji's appearance. They gave a professional smile and led Fang Ji towards the outside. After getting into an old-fashioned automobile, Fang Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we going next?" A man in black twisted his head from the passenger side of the car and said with a smile, "The captain has already made arrangements for. I'll take you to your quarters to get cleaned up before you report to the second base." "Captain?" Fang Ji revealed a curious expression. "You're from Yanwan's squad?" "We are the logistics staff of Yanwan's squad. You can address me as Yen Air and this is Yen San." "I'm sorry," said the black man in the passenger seat, pointing at the driver. Fang Ji nodded indistinctly. Just now he did not ask more questions. "I just saw the other person's ID and got in the car. And now I'm kind of completely relieved. His safety should be guaranteed in the capital of China. It would be easy to think of a stealthy squad trying to do such a thing." The car sped down the road, and in no time at all it stopped before an opulent high-rise. Fang Ji stared with a slightly surprised expression. Just from the outside, there were at least 3 medium to large runic arrays inscribed on top of this tall building. This is extremely extravagant behavior. After all, in the city of Dingbei the same level of rune array only exists in very important locations. And at the moment, in the capital, they are actually carved into a tall building. Although Fang Ji didn't know the exact purpose of this tall building. However, it was thought that it should not be a government office or some important place, because the government of China has always been relatively low-key in this kind of aspect. You will stay here for the next few days, and may change places after other arrangements are made subsequently. Yen Air pulled open the car door for Fang Yi and pointed at the building. This treatment is really a bit good. Fang Yi is not too adaptable to get out of the car. Hurriedly, he said, "Be casual, and don't use the word you. Just call me Fang Yu." "It's okay, Mr. Fang, this is what we should do." Yen Air maintained his courteous demeanor and continued, "This is the Capital International Hotel. I'll take you to the formalities." 10 minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at his temporary residence in the capital, a luxurious suite in a hotel. According to Yen Tu, the above originally wanted to arrange a dormitory for him directly inside the second base, but for some inconveniently explained reason, Fang Yi needed to live outside for a few days first, awaiting follow-up notification. Yen Air didn't explain too much, but Fang Ji also had a rough guess. What existed in this body of his was, after all, a soul with decades of life experience. And this kind of political maneuvering was not uncommon to him. Fang Yi gladly accepted Yen Er's arrangement. There was no harm in enjoying 2 days. Although he didn't know what the higher-ups would arrange for him to study next, he thought it would be difficult. So it was a good idea to take advantage of these 2 days to relax and unwind his brain. After arranging the accommodation, Yen Er and Yen San left. Fang Ji laid down on the fluffy and luxurious king-sized bed and made a call to the transportation team, confirming the progress of the transportation and the situation of the various materials. After learning that everything went well, Fang Ji wanted to find something to eat. In fact, when organizing the materials before, there was another place where Fang Ji was entangled for a long time. That was the rune array he had just drawn in the function room of the Dingbei City Villa. He hadn't realized before that the notification from the higher-ups would be so quick, and the set of rune formations that had just been drawn couldn't go to waste. So Fang Ji thought of a lot of ways to finally gouge the runes off the wall. And yes, it's just gouging. Fang Yi spent half the night dismantling the rune array into several wall panels. Anyway, the transportation team had enough capacity to bring a few more wall panels with them, so it wasn't a problem. On the other hand, in a conference room somewhere in the capital, a middle-aged official sat at the conference table and, with a serious expression, he looked over the report in his hands, and a moment later, he raised his head and looked at the people sitting around him and spoke in a deep voice. I am opposed to letting Fang Yi do his research independently. As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, another official on the side then couldn't help but open his mouth and questioned. This is the decision of the elders. What do you mean by opposing it? Of course I know it's the elders. The middle-aged man who was the first to speak said unhurriedly. I also agree with the elders and understand that China needs to stockpile some elixirs for emergencies, but the matter should not be dominated by an 18-year-old with no previous experience, even if he's legendary. So what do you mean? The official sitting across from the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked. Let the high-ranking alchemists form a research group, assisted by Fang Yi, and the state sends specialists to supervise them. I'm sorry, the middle-aged man said. Word for word, the conference room immediately quieted down. In fact, the middle-aged man had a point. Fang Ji was too young after all. I object. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, and an old man walked slowly into the conference room. Calmly, the eyes swept over the people present. All the officials immediately stood up and said respectfully, Elder Zhou. Chapter 65 Decisions. Zhou Tinghua slowly came to the very front of the conference room. Looking at the middle-aged official who had been voicing his opposition, he said, Your idea has some truth to it, but, since the 3 elders have harmonized their opinions, that would mean that Fang Ji does have talent in this area. He paused, then continued, It's certainly true that it's better to be thorough, but has it ever occurred to you that such high-minded young men could never stoop to the level of the, if we follow your idea, Fang Ji will most likely develop a rebellious mentality, affecting the progress of the research. The middle-aged man was silent for a few seconds and, then without flinching, he responded, I don't deny his talent in alchemy, and legendary rank professions are indeed powerful, but doing research is different from fighting. After all, he's only just come into contact with alchemy. If he takes the wrong path, won't he be delaying the future of China? We don't have much time for trial and error. What kind of path do you think is considered wrong? Zhou Tinghua suddenly asked a question that the middle-aged man had not expected, and he froze for a moment. Then he realized how he seemed to be answering the question incorrectly. Before Fang Yi, the legendary alchemist, appeared. The highest-grade alchemist in China is only rare. Of course, there are some high-grade alchemists who have completed their career advancement. It wasn't weaker than a rare-grade alchemist in terms of strength alone, but the profession is ultimately too weak to. There were no more than 10 people in China who could be called master alchemists to date. So compared to the achievements of pharmacists in Western countries in the area of potions, China's side is just as bleak. And now that the U.S. federal government is relying on enough agents to forcefully suppress the riots in the secret realm, this is a shock to other countries. Naturally, China has been spurred on a bit by that. There had been an intention at the top to tilt policy toward research. After all, the development of combat professions seemed to have hit some sort of bottleneck up to this point, and so taking this opportunity, the House of Elders quickly deliberated and passed a series of bills and policies to promote research. Fang Ji's request could be said to have been raised at just the right time. If he had been a little earlier, the executives would never agree to let him lead the study, and if it was later, the executives might shy away from it due to certain concerns. Only now, having come up with the idea and proved himself with the improved strong body pill, coupled with Yan's relentless push, it was only then that Fang Ji finally obtained this almost impossible opportunity. Zhou Tinghua's words still carried a lot of weight, and he could be said to be under 3 people in China. He was jokingly called the 4th elder. It was precisely because of this that his current tough attitude made the crowd feel a bit surprised. In fact, to put it more coincidentally, Zhou Tinghua happened to receive a call from Yan Wang before he came to the conference room. The captain of this hidden squad directly spoke out of big news. Fang Yu had researched a body-strengthening elixir that was completely free of side effects and had a better effect. This news directly solidified Zhou Tinghua's thoughts. Such a talented young man should never be buried, and those old guys couldn't do it anyway, so they might as well let Fang Yi try. This led to the scene of Zhou Tinghua stiffening other officials at the moment. The middle-aged man has a bit of a dilemma right now. To be honest, how would he know what kind of path was considered wrong? He wasn't an alchemist. But if you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, Zhou Tinghua would then definitely push for Fang Ji to dominate the matter of alchemy research. It's not that he really wants to hinder the development of China. It's just that, as a member of the conservative faction, this behavior of directly appointing an inexperienced young man as the leading researcher of elixir research was still a bit too risky. Fang Yi can lead the research on pills. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he said again. But he can't be the only research group in terms of pills. I propose that the Alchemists Association from all over the world form a second or third group to synchronize their research. Prevent surprises. Zhou Tinghua nodded slightly at his words. The request the other party made was not out of his expectation. Conservatives' reluctance to put their eggs in one basket is a reasonable approach. Yes, that's it. A day later, inside the Capital International Hotel, Fang Yi stretched and climbed up from the large soft bed. Although this bed is very comfortable to sleep in, but Fang Yi still misses the bed he slept on for more than 10 years. He doesn't recognize the bed. He just misses the peaceful era. After having breakfast, Fang Yi left the hotel, intending to go around the downtown area of the capital. He wanted to see just how different the future capital was from what it used to be. As a result, Fang Ji had just walked out 2 blocks. A loud noise not far away caught his attention, and he looked sideways to see a man and a woman arguing loudly in front of some store. And beside these two, the crowd of onlookers all showed expressions of eating. Fang Ji was also a bit curious, so he lifted his leg forward and prepared to get closer to listen. But he had only just taken a few steps when a sudden sense of crisis suddenly descended upon him. Fang Ji was startled in his heart and hastily backed up. Meanwhile, at the place where the man and woman were quarreling, a black smoke suddenly rose. Fang Yi observed the black smoke as he backed up, and the crowd of onlookers had scattered in all directions by now, and they could sense the danger coming. Hurry up! A mellifluous voice came from the end of the street. The next second Fang Yi saw a dozen uniformed police officers running wildly. They're all ready to fight, their weapons raised high in the air. A burst of energy fluctuations spread quietly in all directions. Fang Ji also withdrew to the side along with the crowd. He hadn't figured out the situation yet, and so it won't be rushed. At this moment, the black smoke was rapidly converging in mid-air. It didn't take long for it to become a humanoid silhouette that was 3 meters tall. What is this? Fang Yi exclaimed in his heart, and the seal talisman pen was already in his hand. The officers were a little surprised after seeing the black figure, but they rushed forward and the melee professions quickly closed the distance, and the long-range professions fired attacks that contained all kinds of power. There was a sudden explosion in mid-air, but the black figure barely changed. It lowered its hazel head, and its eyes gradually became scarlet beyond recognition. Quick, contact the hidden squad. One of the officers shouted at the top of his voice, his face quite anxious, and at the very instant his words fell, the black silhouette fiercely launched a swift and extremely powerful black chi, aiming at the very police officer who had shouted. The constable's face plummeted, but he was too late to react. One could only watch as the black aura closed in on him. Boom! In the next second, a semi-transparent barrier suddenly appeared, stopping in front of the black gas. Took the hit for the officer. The officer was overjoyed and at the same time a little puzzled in his mind. What happened? As he thought about it, he looked around just in time to see Fang Ji smiling and gesturing at him. Chapter 66 Shadow Demon. On the street, Fang Yi stood proudly with a seal symbol pen in his hand. It was a stark contrast to the onlookers who were scattering in all directions. The constable reacted almost instantly that this was a powerful professional. At this point, with the rest of the police officers attacking, the black figure finally appeared to have some injuries. Those black chi surrounding it thinned slightly, and underneath the black silhouette, the man and woman who had just been quarreling were already paralyzed with fear and unable to move. Fang Ji quickly saw what the police officers were thinking to involve the enemy and then save them, so he took a few steps forward, and the seal talisman brush flew and drew in mid-air. The runes of firm stone and sharp blades quickly took shape and flew towards several police officers who were not far away and ready to save their lives. Move faster, the runes may not hold up for long. Fang Ji shouted loudly. and several police officers suddenly accelerated after hearing his words. The black figure turned his head slightly sideways, his scarlet eyes looking down at the feet of the. It saw these little human maneuvers, but couldn't stop them in the first place. Because some other humans are harassing it consistently. Those spell attacks didn't do much damage to it, but they were really annoying. The black silhouette hissed, and his body's black aura suddenly erupted. It spread out in all directions like a sandstorm. Fang Ji's heart was startled, and the isolation rune in front of his body was ready to fire. It was the most useful rune he could think of in a short time. But the problem was, he didn't really understand the black figure that. So there's no way to be sure how useful your runes will be. The higher-ranked officer on the side instantly changed his face after seeing the black gas that filled the room. He obviously knew this monster. So without hesitation, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Retreat! Retreat! Don't go near the black gas." "What is this?" Fang Ji immediately turned his head and asked. The constable opened his mouth quickly and explained. "Shadow demon. An existence that's half fey, half abyssal. Those black auras have a corrosive effect, and once you're enveloped you'll die in less than 3 seconds. Fang Ji sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the isolation rune in front of him flew out with a brush. 2 seconds later, the isolation rune appeared in front of several of the officers closest to the shadow demon. It was also at this moment that those black gases filled the air. Prickly, prickly, prickly. A sound as if drops of water were falling on a boiling iron pot rang out, and the protective shield formed by the isolation runes trembled fiercely under the corrosion of the black chi. But the good news was that the shield basically blocked those black chi. It bought time for the officers to evacuate. And the police officers who saved the man and the woman who risked being corrupted by the black gas actually brought the man and the woman out of the shadow demon's attacking range. And their occupational configurations seem to have been well thought out. So there is some self-preservation in the face of black gas. But in the next second, the shadow demon's figure shifted and that huge body flew close to where Fang Ji was. It had already seen that the most annoying thing right now was that most handsome-looking human. Fang Ji hastily retreated. But he wasn't a combat professional. How could it possibly outrun such a powerful monster? The officers not far away reacted quickly. Almost the instant the shadow demon rushed up, it cast a variety of means and attacks, but they can't beat the shadow demon either. And honestly, if the shadow demon was on fire, the constables would have been wiped out in less than 10 minutes. And the reason why the crowd was now able to tangle for a few moments with the other. The main reason was that this shadow demon had just run out of the secret realm and was still a bit curious about its surroundings. And its aggressiveness wasn't that strong yet. Of course, Fang Ji's runes had also had some effect, but even if he didn't make a move, the officers could also barely hold their own with the support professions in their ranks, and there would just be some casualties. At this moment, the shadow demon had already approached within 5 meters in front of Fang Ji. Fang Ji could even vaguely smell the fishy, pungent odor on the other party, as if a can of herring had fermented for dozens of more days in the humid, stuffy environment. A majestic black aura suddenly attacked, almost instantly about to envelop Fang Ji. In a flash of lightning, a figure flashed in front of Fang Ji, grabbing his arm and violently bringing it outward. Fang Ji managed to avoid the attack of the black chi. The figure didn't stop, tugging Fang Ji back another dozen meters. After regaining his footing, Fang Ji saw who it was that saved him. It was none other than the one he had met with Pear, that member of Yama's squad who had once used his natural ability to seduce him in Dingbei City. Xiaoli noticed Fang Ji's gaze and smiled charmingly, running a hand through the tips of her hair at her temples sweetly. She said, "I saved your life, so we're even." Fang Ji naturally knew what the other party was talking about. He nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked towards the other members of Yama's squad who were attacking the shadow demon not far away. They're worthy of being the strongest team of professionals in China. That huge and oppressive-looking shadow demon didn't even last 5 minutes under their hands. With a miserable scream, the shadow demon was directly broken into pieces by an attack. The black gas in the air quickly dissipated. Fang Ji exhaled slowly and looked at Xiaoli. "You guys arrived quite quickly." The corners of Pear's mouth quirked up as she replied in a soft tone. "Of course, that's what we do." The officers relaxed at this point, and they greeted the stealthy squad of. With that, they began to clean up the battlefield. Fang Yi scratched his head after seeing this scene. Even ordinary police officers know about the existence of the hidden squad. You guys really don't have much use for a name like that. He didn't ask, though, because Yama had come to his side. "Good luck stumbling upon this kind of thing as soon as you arrive." Yan Wang patted Fang Ji's shoulder and there was a hint of laughter in his tone. "I'd rather have bad luck." Fang Ji skimmed his lips. "Yeah, good luck, indeed. If the stealthy squad had been slower to arrive, he would have almost lost it himself. Well, it just so happens that I bumped into you, so come with us." Yan finished. looking up and around. After making sure the officers were able to handle the aftermath, they led the team to the other side of the street. Fang Ji nodded and followed. He knew that there should be news from above. As luck would have it, 2 blocks out, Yama was the first to speak up. And the moment he opened his mouth, an invisible energy fluctuation enveloped the crowd. Fang Yi then realized that his figure seemed to have disappeared into the eyes of the passers-by, as it was surprising that not a single person paid attention to such a large group of them walking along the road. It's the gift of big eyes, Yama first explained, then continued. The higher-ups have agreed to let you lead the research on pills, but you shouldn't be too happy too soon because your research project is difficult. Fang Yi's face was happy at his words. As long as the country supported, then everything was fine. As for difficult, doing any kind of research was difficult, and he hadn't wanted to play easy. Chapter 67 Second Base. After the crowd had been walking through the streets for about half an hour, Fang Ji finally realized where Yen Wang and the others were going. This is the direction of the base? Fang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Yeah, I'll take you to the second base. Yen smiled and, slowly, he said, go through the formalities first, and then you can come back in a couple of days to arrange the lab and equipment for you. Fang Yi nodded slightly, then asked in puzzlement, why did you walk over here? Don't we have any other transportation? Yama sniffed without the slightest change in his expression and said in a calm tone, there is a special car in front of the. It's just a little further on. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi looked at the bus in front of him and fell into deep thought. This is a specialty car? How is it not quite what you thought it would be? Big Eyes coughed, and the already small crowd on the bus hooted and hollered and got off. Go up, Yen said and took the lead. Fang Ji froze for a moment and looked at Big Eyes on the side with a puzzled gaze. Big Eyes hemmed and hawed, leisurely explaining. This car was supposed to be a shuttle bus to the base. Only the driver would usually still take it out once in a while to earn some extra money. Those passengers? They are some of the people who work near the base, and they are quite familiar with us, so don't worry about it. I don't know, said Big Eyes, waving his hand, full of concern. Fang Ji nodded breathlessly and followed Big Eyes onto the bus together. The base shuttle. The shuttle driver smiled and greeted the crowd, then started the car and drove towards the base. Fang Ji looked at the driver. Puzzled, he asked, it's okay to come out so blatantly to earn extra money, is it okay? Oldly has dedicated his life to the country. It's okay to earn some extra money. I'm sorry, Big Eyes explained patiently. That's right. Fang Ji didn't ask any more questions, but instead looked out the window. The skyscrapers of the city quickly receded before his eyes, and before long the crowd was on the highway. Flying towards the suburbs. Because of the elimination of the province level. That's why most cities are larger than the time when Fang Yu was there. But at the same time the speed of these Rune vehicles has increased. After all, the number of vehicles owned in each country is now much lower, so cars can be let loose on the roads. After about 2 hours, there was a very noticeable change in the surrounding landscape. The skyscrapers had all disappeared, and what was left were some low-rise cottages and buildings. Fang Ji knew that this was entering the suburbs. The base is in that direction. I'm sorry, spoke Big Eyes, pointing to a stretch of buildings not far away. Fang Yi followed the direction of his finger, and there were dozens of buildings of different shapes and forms as far as the eye could see, including some sort of particularly conspicuous spherical structure. Yes, the base contains the portal to the secret world. The bus is gradually approaching the base of the. The driver drew a sign from under the seat and hung it diagonally in front of the main driver's glass, and Fang Ji was sitting in a position where he could just about see the contents of that sign, the second base pass. Well, that makes sense. Once the passes were shown, the buses flowed freely, pulling the crowd directly to the center of the base. Here was the tallest building here, an administration building. Yen Wang and the others got out of the car. Fang Ji followed behind the crowd and entered the building together. After passing through several long corridors, Fang Ji arrived at the destination of his trip. The one in charge of docking with Fang Yi was the second in command of the second base, a middle-aged beautiful woman named Bai Fu. She wore a red dress with a shapely and flavorful figure. After seeing Fang Ji, Bai Fu revealed an elegant smile as she stood up and, with lotus steps, she arrived in front of Fang Ji, looking up and down at this young man who had already made a name for himself among the higher-ups. So young, Bai Fu said softly, his voice a hint of husky and flirtatious. Fang Ji immediately froze. He didn't know how to answer. He could only slightly owe his body and, politely, he said, hello, Mr. Bai. Bai Fu covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her voice softly saying, just call me Auntie Bai. It's too raw to call Mr. White. Aunt Bai. Fang Ji called out in a very well-behaved manner. Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction and looked to Yen, who was on the sidelines. Disgruntled, he said, you guys don't know how to say hello to me. You don't know as much as the other newcomers. Yen and the others immediately revealed somewhat embarrassed expressions. Most of them were actually about the same age as Bai Fu, and they were more or less speechless at this point when they were spoken to like that. But Bai Fu was just that kind of character, and no one is going to really count. Fang Ji also just learned from other people before he came here. The professional bases on this side of the capital are not quite the same as those in Dingbei City, and 2 years ago, the 4 professional bases within the capital underwent a reform that they became Professionals Group I, Group 2, Group 3, and Group 4 companies, respectively. That was why he had just addressed Pei Fu as Mr. Pei Fu. Fang Ji actually doesn't quite understand whether this kind of reform is good or bad for the country. However, this second base was indeed much more lively than the side of Dingbei City, and the faces of the professionals were almost all wearing smiles, as if they were full of hope for the future. Pei Fu joked with the crowd for a few moments. Then he turned around and pulled out a form from his desk, handed it to Fang Ji and said, "Fill it out, then you go back and wait for the news. Oh yes, in the next 2 days you can look for members of the group, and if you see anyone you like, give me his information directly, and I'll do the transfer procedure for you. Thanks Auntie Bai." Fang Yi received the form with delight. "Come aside to the coffee table and start writing." On one side, Yen called Bai Fu to the door, and whispered a few. Pei Fu then showed a surprised expression. She thought about it. In a low voice, he said to King Yen, "Then can you ask for one of these strengthening bone pills for me?" Yama didn't react for the first time when he heard the other party say this, but soon he realized something. "It's for Yen, I think." Bai Fu nodded and said with a sigh, "Yes, Xiao Yan can't eat ordinary body strengthening pills, and since she's a support profession, her health is too poor. I'm afraid she won't survive." "Well, I'll try asking. This elixir has just been researched and I don't know the specifics." Yama was actually lying with this statement. When the crowd was on foot on their way to the shuttle bus earlier, Fang Yi had already told him the specifics of the strong tendon and bone strengthening pill, and one of the team members had even gone to the hotel to find the information Fang Yi had mentioned, which means that Yen now has the full study in his hands. There's even a strengthening bones elixir, but there's no way he's going to say yes to Bai Fu so easily, because the top was now interested in this elixir. No one had the right to decide where this elixir belonged unless Fang Yi took the initiative to gift it. Fang Ji naturally wasn't too aware of what a few people were chatting about, as he filled out the form quickly, sweeping from top to bottom to make sure there were no problems before standing up. Chapter 68 Selecting Talent. "Is it written?" Pei Fu asked with a smile. Fang Bai nodded and handed over the form. After receiving it, Pei Fu just looked at the beginning and put it away. "Aunt Bai, what is this?" Fang Ji was interrupted by Bai Fu before he could finish his question. "That's fine. No problem. Your paperwork will go quickly." Bai Fu elegantly stroked her hair, then took out another pile of information from the drawer. "This is the biography of some alchemists that's all anti-white can mobilize here. Just ask if you see who can help." Fang Ji's heart was happy when he heard this. He had thought that he still had to find an alchemist by himself. I didn't realize that the other party had already prepared him. But, why was this first time Bai Fu being so nice to herself? Fang Yi's mind suddenly flickered with a possibility that came to mind, so he tentatively opened his mouth and asked, "Auntie Bai, I don't know how to thank you for this. If there's anything I can do to help you, just ask." Bai Fu was overjoyed when she heard Fang Ji say this, and she didn't need to ask King of Hell anymore. "You will be able to ask for it yourself." Can you give me a strengthening bone pill?" Shifu squirmed and spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression. Then she added, "Of course, if you're having trouble just forget I said anything." Fang Yi said in his heart that it was really like that. He gave a dark smile and said slowly, "No problem Auntie Bai. A mere elixir. I'll send it over to you in a couple days." "Great." Bai Fu was overjoyed, and a flush appeared on her delicate face. She took 2 steps forward and patted Fang Ji's shoulder with admiration in her eyes. After the application form was filled out, there was nothing else to do on the base side, and Fang Ji bid farewell to Bai Fu, followed Big Eye out of the administration building. If we go back, Fang Ji won't have to take the shuttle bus. Big Eye's pro skills work well in solo banding, so half an hour later, Fang Yi returned to the International Hotel. Back in the luxury suite, he sat down in front of his desk and began to scrutinize the information on those alchemists that Bai Fu had handed over to him. After reading for about 10 minutes, Fang Yi closed the information and sighed helplessly. Most of these profiles are of low-grade, low-level alchemists, and the career skills are pretty average. Of course, it wasn't Bai Fu's fault. The profession of alchemist was really awkward now. There isn't even a rare class within the new generation. Not only that, but most alchemists don't consider alchemy as their main profession these days, and under the Fates system, there is no limit to the number of professions one can transfer. You can even transfer dozens and dozens of professions if you want to. but no one does his all. After all, one person's energy is limited, and in general, a professional whose first profession is an alchemist will find a way to get other combat professions or support professions, and develop their second profession as if it were their main profession. Alchemist is at most an occasional upgrade. Just make do with it when you need it. That's why there are very few professionals in China who are actually willing to refine pills today. Even less could be seen by Feng Ji. To be honest, Feng Ji didn't expect this to become the first difficulty he encountered in his study of alchemy. There's no way he can accomplish research on a particularly large scale by himself, not even if he's legendary. The reason is simple: not enough energy. Feng Ji can't do everything himself. Some trivial and less important things still need help to be done. After pondering for a while, Feng Yi reopened the information of these alchemists. There's no other way but to be the tallest of the short. After pondering carefully for half an hour, Feng Yi pulled out 2 pages from this information. These two have the best talent, as well as resumes, of anyone. Feng Yi decided to get in touch with them. After reading the 2 profiles again from beginning to end, Feng Ji got up and dialed the number recorded on one of the copies. And after a few blind tones, Feng Ji heard a clear voice. "Hello, who is it?" Feng Chase paused for a moment and slowly said, "Hello, Comrade Wan Yu. My name is Feng Chase. It's an alchemist." There was silence on the other side of the phone for 2 seconds before the voice came out again. "Hello there. May I ask what's the matter?" It could be seen that this young man named Wan Yu was still very polite. "Do you know about the upcoming formation of an elixir research team from above?" Feng Ji thought for a moment. It was decided that it would be better to probe the other side first. Wan Yu froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Feng Yi to talk about this matter. He hesitated for a few years before saying, "I've heard about it, but it shouldn't have anything to do with me. I don't know if you have time now. How about a little chat on our part?" Feng Yi didn't explain too much, but instead made an invitation to meet. Wan Yu was also unaware of this sudden call. What was the meaning of this man who had suddenly found himself? But after a moment's agonizing he decided to say yes. After all, he was really developing his career as an alchemist as his main profession. "Sure, name a place and I'll be there in a bit." Feng Ji's heart was delighted at his words. The other party could only be willing to see him. That would mean that the person was not resistant to the study of alchemy, and there would be a chance to pull him into his group. Although Bai Fu indicated who Feng Ji wanted her to mobilize directly, Feng Ji didn't want to do that. He still wanted to get in touch with the other guy and get to know him before making a decision. "Let's go to the Sunrise Cafe then." Feng Yi named a very iconic location. This Sunrise Cafe could be described as a gathering place for paraprofessionals and was quite famous in the capital. "Okay, I need about half an hour." Wan Yu hung up the phone after saying that. Feng Ji looked at the time, and then at the second piece of information in his hand. Thought better of calling the person now. It's a bit inappropriate to see 2 people at the same time, so it's better to get in touch with Man Yu first. Half an hour later, Feng Yi was sitting at a small table in the corner of the cafe. Sipped gently on a coffee from this era. Honestly, it's not even remotely the same as before. The only difference might be that coffee beans in this era don't come from as many origins. Only a very small portion of Blue Star still grows coffee beans these days, so the price of coffee is somewhat outrageous. But it didn't matter to Feng Ji. He had plenty of money. King Yen had once given him a bank card that, inside was a sum that seemed, at least to him, horrifying. This cafe is tastefully decorated. Dark wood furniture and delicate yet elegant murals bring a vintage feel. Feng Yi listened to the classical music that drifted from nowhere, and his mood gradually calmed down. Judging from the attitude of all parties towards him now, there should be no problem in successfully forming a research group. The only problematic point was how to maximize the resources at hand. After all, his roots were still shallow, and there should be resistance to doing some things. Chapter 69 shocked Wan Yu. It didn't take long for a cup of coffee to go down the drain. When Feng Yi called the waiter and was about to order a second cup of coffee, a young man dressed a bit scruffy suddenly walked outside the door. Feng Yi recognized the other party at a glance, as the information Bai Fu had given him had a portrait of this person. Actually, it's not quite accurate to say that it's a portrait, in Feng Ji's opinion. It was some kind of record between a photograph and a portrait. That's right, there were no real cameras in this day and age, so there is no such thing as a real photo. But that portrait is still very clear and vivid. Feng Yi could recognize this person as Wan Yu at a glance. He immediately stood up and waved his hand, and Man Yu also swung his arm and slowly walked over. The two of them sat down. Feng Ji first ordered 2 cups of coffee and then said, "Reintroduce yourself." "My name is Feng Yi, the head of the Elixir research team." Wan Yu revealed a somewhat surprised expression at his words. He was already a bit of a comedian-looking guy. The 2 clusters of eyebrows together looked like an embarrassment. "You're in charge?" Wan Yu couldn't help but ask. Feng Yi smiled and nodded his head. taking a sip of the new coffee coming up in front of him. Slowly, he said, I don't know how much you know about this whole elixir research thing, but I'm really one of the group leaders, and if nothing else, what I'm about to form is the Potion First Research Group. Yu was even more surprised now. He couldn't help but take a sip of coffee and then suddenly something occurred to him and he chanted softly, yes, there is indeed a rumor that the study of pills has been divided into 3 groups. The head of the first of these teams is a young man and has never been seen in public before. Fang Yi listened to the other party's words with a smile on his face, then spoke out and added, that's right, I'm the one you're talking about. He paused for a moment and continued, I'm sure you've guessed what I've come to see you about. Today, I've read your profile, and from a normal alchemist's point of view, you're doing very well, and fit my requirements perfectly, so I'm here to extend an invitation for you to join my team. You didn't expect Fang Yi to be so open and honest, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. To be honest, you actually wanted to participate in the research of pills. However, he had originally planned to go to his teacher in the Alchemist Association to discuss the matter and see if he could be placed in the group of a certain alchemy master, but he was called out by Fang Yi before he could get to the teacher. On the other hand, Man Yu, as a native of the capital city of, instinctively, there was still more trust in the native alchemists, and Fang Ji, who had been parachuted in, although it wasn't discriminatory, it wouldn't be particularly valued either, so he began to think of reasons to reject the other man. Yet just as his mind was racing and he was about to open his mouth, Fang Yi suddenly placed a wooden box on the table and then pushed it over. Yu froze, not understanding what this meant. Bribe me? Am I worth that much? Just as this thought popped into his mind, he heard Fang Ji's voice coming from the opposite side. I know you're skeptical of my abilities, but you can read this first. Yu frowned for a moment but still reached out to take the wooden box, then slowly opened it. Inside the wooden box was an elixir that looked plain. This is? Yu did not pick up the elixir, but looked at Fang Yi first and asked, you should read its description first. Fang Yi didn't explain too much and just said with a smile. Yu suppressed the curiosity in his heart and reached out to pick up the elixir, and in the next second, a few lines of text appeared before his eyes. A moment later, Yu's breath stuttered and his expression abruptly froze on his face as he raised his head and, somewhat surprised, he looked at Fang Yi. This is, improved from which elixir? Fang Yi sniffed and raised an eyebrow. The eyes are good well. Surprisingly, he was able to tell at a glance that it was an improved elixir. It's the body strengthening pill. Fang Yi answered truthfully. Surprisingly, it really is it. Yu muttered, looking surprisingly rather complicated in his expression. What's the problem? Fang Yi asked softly. No. Yu was indeed in a complicated mood right now, but he didn't say what was on his mind. This is based on my strong body Dan as a prototype. A brand new elixir obtained after improving the formula. Although each person is limited to taking one, the effect is much better than the strong body Dan. Fang Yi continued. Yu nodded. He was an alchemist so he could see more information from the item description. What Fang Yi said was true. This elixir was indeed much better than the strong body pill. Moreover, this elixir that Fang Yi had taken out for him was of rare grade quality. He had only seen rare grade elixirs twice in his life. Yu remembered very clearly that it was refined by chance by his own teacher's teacher. But this teenager in front of him, the first time he made a move, it was a rare grade. The quality of this elixir? Yu didn't know what to ask. Only such an ambiguous statement could be uttered. Fang Yi smiled. He knew what Yu wanted to ask, but the answer to this matter required some know-how, to leave the other person with some mystery. After a few moments of silence, Fang Yi slowly said, you won't believe me when I say that pills of this quality are the norm with me. But this really isn't difficult for me. Yu sniffed and looked at the elixir and fell into deep thought. Honestly, Fang Ji's ability was a bit beyond his expectations. Both the improved body strengthening pill and the quality of the rare grade made him feel that it was a bit outrageous. However, before he could even think of what to say, Fang Yi gave him an extremely powerful piece of news. The reason I can say this with such confidence is because my grade of alchemist is high. Very high? Yu blared for a moment. How high is very high? You can guess. Fang Yi didn't say it explicitly, but picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Having said that, the coffee in my cup is getting a little cold. Fang Yi hurriedly took 2 sips, pouring in all the already cold coffee. Yu looked at the teenager in front of him in silence. Occupational grade is high? What kind of grade would that be? Rare class? Or is it a legendary level that has never existed before? Thinking of this, Yu suddenly widened his eyes once again. If it's just a rare grade, it was unlikely that the higher-ups would allow this person to be directly parachuted in as the head of the alchemy team. After all, the rare class, while hardly ever seen, but but certain alchemy masters are also not at all weak to rare ranks after transferring. So Fang is legendary rank. The more Wan Yu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and at this moment, his right hand holding the coffee cup was trembling a little. You're a legend rank? Wan Yu asked with a trembling voice. Exactly. Fang Ji raised his head slightly, an appropriately proud expression on his face. He did have this capital. Legendary Great Alchemist. No one before or after. Chapter 70. Wan Yu was confused. Inside the cafe, Wan Yu's expression was quite complicated. He wasn't sure what kind of mood he was in right now. Shocked? Doubtful? All sorts of complex emotions rose and tumbled through his mind. And there was even a hidden voice saying, he can't be faking it, can he? But as Wan Yu looked at Fang Ji's proud little expression, he couldn't really doubt it for a moment. If you don't believe me, I could show you, but it's kind of late in the day. I don't know if you're doing anything tomorrow, said Fang Ji, looking a bit hesitant as he wanted to speak. Wan Yu immediately came into the spirit. It's fine. I'm fine. Brother, you must show me. I have to say, Man Yu's change of face is also very fast. After hearing that Fang Yi was a legendary great alchemist, this somewhat scruffy and usually slightly slow-witted young man's mind suddenly brightened up. But in fact, this was Fang Ji's intention. He just wanted to use these words to make the other party take the initiative to take the bait. This will somehow increase the trust of the other person. After all, people prefer to believe what they see with their own eyes. Then, let's find an alchemy room, Fang Yi said and stood up. Man Yu stood up as well, and he glanced outside the cafe. After thinking for a moment, he said, there's a private alchemy room not far from here. I have a good relationship with their boss, so borrowing it should be fine. Fang Yu nodded and said with a smile, then I'll trouble you. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the private alchemy room that Wan Yu had mentioned and walked inside. At a glance, Fang Yi saw the extremely delicate earth-fire instrument in the center of the room. For alchemists, a good ground fire meter can make alchemy twice as easy with half the effort. Of course, with the exception of alchemists using their own flames, Fang Ji's Qingli red flame could be too much better than the earth flame instrument. It was only that his flame was still too weak to complete the alchemy from start to finish right now. That was why Fang Ji was still using the earth fire instrument now. Fang Yi didn't let Wan Yu prepare the herbs for refining the strengthening tendon and bone dan. After all, this was now considered to be his unique secret, and there were quite a few medicinal herbs stored in this alchemy room, and Fang Ji looked at them. Basically, it was also quite complete, and it was not a big problem to make a whole normal body strengthening dan, so he picked out a dozen herbs from the. Very confidently, he came to the console and started to get ready. As soon as Wan Yu took a look at the herbs Fang Yi had selected, he knew that he wanted to refine the strong body pill. Although he wanted to see the strengthening tendon and bone pill, he also knew that thing Fang Ji shouldn't reveal it easily. The strong body pill was fine. And anyway, he only wanted to confirm Fang Ji's alchemist grade. General. Professionals can show their professional rank to others by touching the fate crystals. And the colors that light up on the fate crystals represent different ranks. But compared to the fate crystals, Wan Yu was more interested in watching Fang Ji make pills. Fang Yi didn't pay any more attention to Wan Yu, but started refining very skillfully. He was now on the verge of puking from refining the strong body dan, and it was no exaggeration to say that he had memorized the steps backwards as far as the strong body dan was concerned. Wan Yu had been shocked by Fang Yi at this point, and as he watched the other party's flowing maneuver, full of one-word art, as an alchemist, he was more than able to discern many doors from the. Wan Yu felt that he wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with Fang Ji's techniques even if he practiced for a few more decades. Is this genius? Wan Yu muttered, feeling that the first 20 or 30 years of his life had been in vain. What he didn't know was that almost everyone who had seen Fang Ji alchemize pills felt the same way. It was as powerless as a genius who grew up with smooth sailing in a fairy cultivation novel meeting a son of Qi. Fang Yi pressed the switch on the earth fire meter, and a cluster of flames instantly rose up. Not bad. This flame is really good. Fang Ji couldn't help but praise it. He's really not being polite here. The ground fire meter in this private alchemy room spits out a constant and gentle flame that is highly beneficial for alchemy. Alchemy requires a very high flame. Not that the higher the temperature of this flame, the better. Rather, it was about keeping the flame constant and not escaping heat to the outside within a temperature interval, which this earth fire instrument basically did, which was why Fang Ji couldn't help but boast about it. Moreover, Fang Yi realized that since he had obtained the vocational skill, flame proficiency, the requirements for flames were getting higher and higher, and he really didn't want to use ordinary flames right now. Wan Yu didn't say anything. He felt that it wasn't unusual for Fang Ji to be able to see this. How could a legendary alchemist be somewhat overpowered? After handling the herbs, Fang Yi reached out and waved his hand. A medium-sized alchemy furnace then appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this alchemy furnace, Wan Yu's eyes immediately widened. As a rare great alchemist, Wan Yu had thought that his alchemy furnace was already very good, but compared to Fang Ji's it was simply the difference between a genuine and a pirated version. The patterns, motifs and textures were so exquisite that he was somewhat incredulous. Moreover, Wan Yu also felt a sense of oppression, if any, from Fang Ji's alchemy furnace. It was as if some kind of flood beast had descended on this world. Fang Yi noticed Wan Yu's little expression at this moment, and he laughed in his heart. The herbs that had already been processed were put into the alchemy furnace in turn. The next step was the waiting time. Fang Ji came to the side and wiped his hands. Looking at Wan Yu, he asked, "Which kind of pills are you usually good at refining?" Man Yu scratched his head. Embarrassed, he said, "I usually refine the rescue pill and the 100 poisons pill." Fang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was needless to say that the rescue pill was the most basic pill. It was also an elixir that some combat professionals must bring with them when they travel to the secret realm. And what he really cared about was actually the second type of elixir that Wan Yu was talking about, the 100 poisons elixir. This is a relatively rare elixir. Or rather, it was an elixir that was relatively rare in the capital and other neighboring cities because, according to Fang Ji's understanding, there were almost no foreign beasts that used poison as their main means of attack in the several nearby cities. And the 100 poisons pill was created to cure poison. As you can tell from the name, this was an elixir that could detoxify dozens or even hundreds of toxins. And it was extremely popular in certain southern cities. But of course, it was also very difficult to refine. The information Bai Fu had given him only stated that Wan Yu was good at refining pyrrhic pills. It didn't say that the other party was also good at refining 100 poison pills. So this was a pleasant surprise. I'm also interested in the poison Dao. Fang Ji smiled and twisted his head to look at the alchemy furnace. He does have a thing for poison. And from a practical standpoint, if we can develop a toxin or poison pill that targets foreign beasts but is harmless to humans, then the pressure on the secret realm will be much less. But people in this era don't pay much attention to poison. But that may also have something to do with the fact that alchemists are in decline these days. About half an hour later, a strong medicinal fragrance came from the alchemy furnace. Fang Yi ended his chat with Wan Yu and got up to turn off the flame of the earth fire instrument. Next, it's time to witness the moment of the elixir. Fang Ji ended up not being so middle of the road to say those words. Chapter 71. Supplies arrive. Inside the alchemy room, Wan Yu stared at the alchemy furnace in Fang Ji's hands with a deadly stare. He already had a vague hunch, but he would have to see for himself if that was the case or not. Fang Ji was actually a bit nervous now, because there was no way for him to determine if his talent had triggered before he saw the elixir. However, he had prepared this furnace according to 5 pills, so he couldn't have triggered none of them. Thinking of this, Fang Yi reached out his hand and opened the lid on top of the alchemy furnace. A stronger medicinal fragrance emanated out, and Wan Yu took a deep breath. Feeling that his spirit had cleared up a little, he knew that this was a sign that the elixir was of extremely high quality. In fact, by now, Wan Yu was basically certain that there was definitely a rare grade present in this furnace of elixir. However, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes, as he had yet to actually see the scene of a rare grade elixir coming out of the world. If Wan Yu's thoughts were known to Fang Ji, Fang Yi would definitely burst out laughing. It's not like there are any special effects like golden light when the elixir comes out. Which grade is actually the same? Fang Yi raised his arm and slowly tilted the alchemy furnace. Puff, puff, puff. 6 pills rolled out dripping. Wait, 6? Immediately, Wan Yu realized that the number of pills didn't seem right, because he had just watched the entire process of Fang Yi's handling of the medicinal herbs, and those medicinal herbs could only be refined to produce 5 pills at the most. So how could there be 6 of them now? Fang Ji didn't explain this, but pinched one of the pills. Hold it up in front of your eyes and look at it twice. Finally, not point blank to the worst degree, his talent successfully triggered that. The one in your hand right now is the rare grade. On top of that, Wan Yu had also found another rare grade body strengthening pill. He could barely speak as he squeezed the elixir. It's so awesome. It's a rare grade when it says it's a rare grade. Fang Yi smiled and said modestly. Fortunately, it worked once. Wan Yu took a deep breath and, placing the body strengthening pill aside, he slowly said, I will seriously consider your invitation. That's good. No need to rush me with an answer. I'll be in the capital for a long time if nothing else. Fang Yi put away the body strengthening pill he had refined and looked at Wan Yu and said, he didn't plan on leaving these pills here, although he used some other people's herbs, but it's not like he's not paying. After leaving this private alchemy room, Fang Yi said goodbye to Wan Yu, and it was already evening. Seeing that the second person on the profile was a little too late in time, so Fang Yi planned to go back to the hotel to rest for the night. However, on the way back, Fang Yi saw a roast duck restaurant. In his previous life, He'd never had authentic capital roast duck before, and at the moment, he walked in with hardly a moment's hesitation. We're here now, how can we not try it? An hour later, Fang Yi picked his teeth and walked out of the restaurant with satisfaction. It tasted good and kind of didn't disappoint him. After returning to the hotel, Fang Yi sat at his desk and combed through the next process of forming a research team, then went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. He had been through quite a lot today, and he was exhausted long ago. Early in the morning, the sunlight sprinkled on Fang Yi's body through the curtains, and he opened his eyes in a daze. Got up from the bed. He had slept well this night, and at the moment he woke up only feeling refreshed. Have the waiter bring in a breakfast? Fang Yi picked up the second person's profile and read it again from beginning to end while eating, and just as he was about to call this person, his cell phone was the first to ring. Seeing the number displayed on the screen, Fang Yi's face was delighted and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. A familiar voice did come from the other side of the phone. Comrade Fang Yi, we've arrived at the second base in the capital city. Do you have time to receive it now? Yes, it was the transportation team that called. They had already shipped all the supplies for Fang Yi. There's time. I'll go over now, Fang Yi said and started to put on his clothes. He's been wanting to draw cards for ages. He'd had enough of having a destiny shard in his hand but not being able to use it. 5 minutes later, Fang Yi left the hotel and reached out to stop a cab. He didn't have the cab come straight to and from the second base. Instead, he had the driver drop himself off at the shuttle bus location. It can't be helped. Although the base of the professionals on this side of the capital had been changed to a group of companies, there was still no way for non-internal life professionals to approach under normal circumstances. Fang Yi's luck was good. He caught the last shuttle bus just as he stepped out of the cab. It's still morning, so the shuttle bus driver did not pose as a bus driver to go out to earn extra money at this time. Otherwise Fang Yi will have to wait for a long time to sit on. A slight buzz sounded and the shuttle started up, heading quickly toward the second base. After a somewhat boring drive, Fang Yi smoothly arrived at the entrance of the base. He asked the soldier at the door for the location of the warehouse, and after realizing that it wasn't far from him he ran straight there. Finally, after tossing and turning for nearly a morning, Fang Yi met the leader of the transportation team, a capable middle-aged soldier. Standing in front of the leader of the group, Fang Yi gasped for air while firming up the thoughts in his head. Must get a car soon or it's too much of a hassle to get out during the week. The group leader smiled and shook Fang Yi's hand. He then led Fang Yi to start inspecting the supplies he had transported over. No problem. The transportation team did their job perfectly. There was no loss or damage to the party's supplies. The second base had left a medium-sized warehouse for Fang Yi to use to hold his things, and it was no surprise that this warehouse would also become a special warehouse for their research team in the future. After placing some commonly used herbs and materials in plain sight, Fang Yi couldn't wait to pick up a few destiny shards, and then he looked at the time, intending to call the second alchemist on his profile first. Ask the person when they have time. Taking out his cell phone, Fang Yi dialed the other party after checking his cell phone number. After a few blind tones, he heard a soft female voice that was somewhat rushed. You, hello, who is it? Fang Yi took a soft breath and tried to make his voice sound smooth and kind. Hello, my name is Fang Yi. I am an alchemist. Is something wrong? The voice on the other side of the phone still sounded a little nervous. I'm about to form an elixir research group. Wanted to ask if you're interested in coming along to do research. Fang Yi could feel the other party's caution and nervousness so he didn't make a rash request to meet. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a few seconds, then slowly said, I am not very good at research. Didn't pay attention. Fang Yi's tone was still gentle. Can we meet and talk carefully? There was a sudden silence on the other side of the phone. Chapter 72 Dan Dao Canon. Fang Yi didn't say anything and just waited patiently. According to the information, this young alchemist named Simu Nan was of this somewhat sociopathic character. Of course, the other party's talent isn't bad. Rare grade alchemist. Occupational skill for increasing some alchemy success rate. Though this talent wasn't worth comparing to Fang Yi's. However, in the whole group of alchemists, it was also considered to be in the middle of the pack. So Fang Yi wanted to pull the other party into his team. And generally speaking, people of this character are more capable of quieting their minds and the odds are that it's better suited for research. And Simunan's comment that he's not good at research is mostly an attempt to politely decline. After an unknown period of silence, it was only then that Simu Nan's gentle voice came out again. Are you the alchemist who suddenly parachuted in to form the first group? Fang Yi raised an eyebrow at his words. Since the other party knew about him, it would be better. Yes, I am. Fang Yi admitted sharply. Then he thought for a moment and, adding, I made contact with Wan Yu yesterday, so if you're not sure about me you can ask him about it. Most of the alchemists in the capital know each other. So Fang Yi said Wan Yu's name because he wanted to reassure Simu Nan a bit. I'll think about it. Simu Nan suddenly uttered this sentence, then hung up the phone. Fang Ji scratched his head, and for a moment, he didn't figure out what the other party meant by this. He put his cell phone away and got up and headed to the Destiny's favorite hall on the base. If it weren't for the fact that the fate crystals in the hotel weren't covered in any way, Fang Ji also wouldn't choose to draw cards in the base where the professionals gathered the most. No way. Well, at least the card draw here has the option of compartmentalization. It didn't take long for Fang Ji to arrive at the Hall of Fate's favors in the second base, and it had to be said that the facilities in all aspects here in the capital were quite a bit stronger than those in Dingbei City. And those fate crystals that shimmered with a shimmering light were more than a circle larger than the ones in the vocational base in Dingbei City. Fang Ji directly chose one of the innermost compartments, although this location was somewhat remote. However, if a black light appeared, he would be able to notify the others first, which was a good choice. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi walked out of the cubicle with a calm face. He walked out the door as if nothing had happened, but if one looked closely one could see that Fang Ji's hands had been trembling unconsciously, indicating that his heart was extremely unsettled. Earned big. It's really big. Fang Yi roared furiously in his mind, and his right hand subconsciously touched the position of his chest. There was a book-shaped bump there, though it wasn't particularly noticeable. Name, Dandao Codex, Legendary Grade. Description, a tome documenting the most essential knowledge of Dandao. Read it and you'll be the undisputed no. 1 in Dendo. This stuff is so useful. To the other party by and by, the value of this tome surpassed everything he had drawn before. It wasn't that the Flying Rainbow Stone and the 9-turn Spiritual Heart Pill were of low value. Rather, it was because he now needed to rely on the Dandao to fulfill his career and plans. So the appearance of this tome allowed him to almost put one foot in the door of success, while the other foot was on the doorframe, threatening to follow it in at any moment, as long as the support from the state side comes as expected. After Fang Ji took a deep breath and made sure that the Dandao tome would not be lost, he turned and headed for his lab. Although the paperwork hasn't quite come down yet, but this side of the base has long prepared laboratories for the 3 research groups, and in order to minimize unnecessary trouble, these 3 laboratories were identical in terms of equipment and size, which saved Fang Ji a lot of work. And just as he was checking out the inside of the lab, across the ocean, an unexpected situation has suddenly occurred in a secret realm within the United States of America, and the professionals originally stationed within it are showing signs of mass, unexplained poisoning. The U.S. federal government quickly dispatched a shipment of antidote to but that unknown toxin spread far faster than officials expected, and in less than an hour's time, half of the professionals in that secret realm had fallen into a coma, and some even died outright without even waiting for a potion. The urgency of the matter has been mentioned again and again in a very short period of time, but the situation has not improved in the slightest. Even worse situations have arisen. Several of the professionals who were poisoned in the beginning left the secret realm by some unknown means, so this toxin began to spread in the barracks, in the professional bases. 3 hours later, 3 of the U.S. Federation's professional bases are nearly paralyzed. Thousands of professionals died. Officials made an immediate decision, and they ordered all apothecaries to drop the existing work at hand and make the antidote with all your might and as quickly as possible. However, this kind of toxin can't be dealt with by normal grade potions at all. Only antidotes of rare grade and above are effective. In order to stabilize the situation as soon as possible, the U.S. federal government had to look to other countries for a possible antidote to the poison. And once again, they have begun sweeping the international market for herbs. In less than half a day, all the herbs related to detoxification were swept away from the international market. The market for herbs is once again in great turmoil. 2 sweeps with very short intervals between them triggered a cascade of consequences. And this time, even a country of China's size is not immune to being affected. The most intuitive feeling is the rise in the prices of herbs. Fang Ji realized that he had shelled out roughly 20% more than usual when he settled the herbs for that private alchemy room. The rise was not large, but it did cause Fang Yi a bit of heartache. But he didn't care too much. After all, the price of this thing called herbs was affected by many factors, so he didn't really think about it. He just thought that maybe it was because of the higher prices here in the capital. But in the evening when he returned to the hotel, an unexpected phone call overturned his earlier thoughts. Fang Ji, the captain told me to tell you that something unexpected might happen in a few days. That's why you need to pull together a research team as soon as possible. It was Big Eyes who called, and I don't know when it started. Big Eyes became the person dedicated to communicating with him. What happened? Fang Ji frowned and hurriedly asked. I'm not particularly sure, but it seems to have something to do with herbs. I don't know, said Big Eyes with some uncertainty. Herbs? Fang Yi repeated softly, then slowly said, I'll be as quick as I can on the research team side. Well, The captain also said that if you hadn't found the right man for the job, just go to Shiro and ask her to give you a recommendation. Anyway, whatever it takes to pull the research team together first. They guys then added, okay, thanks a lot. Hanging up the phone, Fangji fell into a deep thought. Originally, he was left with plenty of time from above to form the group, and it could even be argued that there was no rush, as many things would take some time from top to bottom. But why the sudden rush now? What's going on? Chapter 73 Unlucky Federated States of America. In the middle of the hotel, Fangji sipped his red wine while pondering over the phone call that Big Eyes had just made. The red wine was from the freezer in his room. He hadn't had much red wine in his previous life. Now I have the chance to try it. Fangji realized that he could often experience things he hadn't experienced in his previous life since he came to this era, which was considered good news. Actually, Big Eye didn't reveal much on the phone. It just tells Fangji to form the group as soon as possible and states that this sense of impatience is due to certain things that are about to happen. Related to herbs? Then can it be related to the sudden rise in the price of herbs in the past 2 days? Fangji hadn't fully entered the upper circle of professionals yet, so there are some situations that he knows less about and can only deduce from the available intelligence. Then let's assume that the price of herbs is about to rise. He rubbed his chin, muttering softly, what is causing the rise? Is there a scarcity of herbs or is there an organization and a state deliberately raising prices? It seems like either one would be detrimental to my next research. It's better if the price is deliberately raised. It will only cause temporary difficulties, but it would be troublesome if herbs were scarce. That can only mean one thing, something has happened to the secret realm. Thinking of this, Fangji's expression changed slightly, and he vaguely realized that one's own guess might be the truth, or one couldn't explain why the top was suddenly in a bit of a hurry. Those who specialize in politics must be looking at the longer term than themselves. So if it was just a normal price fluctuation, they would never show that kind of emotion. So the truth is clear. There are problems in certain secret areas that are not very well solved in the short term. And this problem will lead to all sorts of things happening to the herbs over the next period of time, which by the way will also affect your own research. And the reason why the top wants to get itself set up as soon as possible as a team. It was presumed that they wanted to solve certain difficulties and problems in this through them, the alchemists. But of course, there might be worse scenarios as well, but that was beyond Fangji's ability to know. After roughly clearing his thoughts, Fangji took out his cell phone, and the screen was fixed on the dialing page. The number displayed on it was Simunin. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't call the other guy. This girl's attitude was really a bit unclear, and Fangji was worried that this kind of behavior might cause the other party's resentment. So after thinking about it, I decided to call tomorrow. So he sat down at his desk and flipped through the Dandao canon that he had just drawn today. 10 minutes later, Fangji looked at the first page of the tome and fell into a state of self-doubt. How come it's so hard? Why couldn't he even read the first page? Fangji stood up and stretched, sort of changing his mind. In fact, it's not that he can't read it at all. It's just that the book is all written in the literary language. And he'd been out of school for over a decade. And all that literary groundwork had largely been returned, so there was really not much he could remember now. And, of course, there's another very important reason. That is, the words within such canonical texts are so vague that they seem to be rightly interpreted from several angles. This also led to Fangji pondering how to be twisted, not being able to catch the right idea at all. But he wouldn't give up so easily. After all, this book recorded the most essential principles of the Dan Dao. It was very helpful for his next research. Settling his mind, Fangji resumed reading up. Time passed, and he did not know how long he watched, but gradually Fangji realized that he could understand the meaning of some of the sentences and discovered some of the problems he had with his previous alchemy. This change made his heart rejoice. Perhaps this was the meaning of reading 100 times. In the middle of the night, Fangji put down the tome and lay down on the bed in a deep sleep. Time back to 2 hours ago. In the professional's base, Simunin walked through the long corridor and it came to the door of an alchemy room. She raised her hand, but her fingers stopped just as she was about to touch the door panel. This behavior is still a bit radical for her, and on a regular basis. Simunan had almost never voluntarily stepped out of her alchemy room, so now she hesitated. After 2 deep breaths, though, she knocked heavily on the door. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened and a somewhat scruffy young man appeared in the doorway. Simunan? One you called out the other party's name with some surprise. He knew this person, who was said to be a very introverted and socially terrified alchemist. How could he suddenly come to himself today? A hint of shyness appeared on Simunan's pretty face. It seemed to take a great deal of effort for her to speak. Can I ask you something? Of course, although one you didn't know what the other party wanted to ask. but there was no way he was going to say no. Come in and talk, Won Yu said and stepped aside. Simunan nodded slightly and slowly walked in. After the two were seated, Won Yu opened his mouth and asked, "What does senior sister C want to ask?" "I know everything I can say as long as I can say it." Won Yu's call for this senior sister was very smooth, because he did become an alchemist a year earlier than Simunan, and the two of them still had quite an affinity with their teachers. "I want to ask about something that has to do with the alchemy research group." Simunan's voice was soft. "Pill research group?" Won Yu repeated one side of the. Then came the question. "In what way, exactly?" "Senior brother Won, have you heard of this person? Fong Ji?" Simunan hesitated for a moment. Eventually the question was asked outright. Unexpectedly, Won Yu directly revealed a surprised expression after hearing this person's name. "How do you know about this person?" Won Yu subconsciously asked, and then immediately responded. "He went to you? He didn't reach out to me, he just talked to me on the phone, so I wanted to ask you if this guy is reliable. Dependable should be dependable. It's just..." Won Yu was suddenly a little unsure of what to say. Night on the Chinese side happens to be daytime on the American Federation side. The herbs previously procured from various countries have now begun to arrive in the territory of the United States of America. However, the situation remains very bleak. Although the U.S. federal government had quickly closed those few secret realms where the situation was the most serious, the professionals inside couldn't really be left alone. The apothecaries had managed to concoct a batch of rare grade and above quality antidote potions with their persistent efforts, but they were simply not enough to solve the problem, and could even be said to be a drop in the bucket. If this keeps up, the USF is going to lose at the very least nearly a fifth of its land as a result, which is unacceptable to all of them. In a time of crisis, the United States federal government made a decision, directly choosing to have all support professions with purification abilities enter the secret realm. The toxin must be resolved in the shortest amount of time possible. And yet, the crisis had only just begun. Chapter 74 Agreeing to an Invitation. Early in the morning, Fangji was once again awakened by the ringing of the phone, and he picked up his cell phone in a daze. Saw the number displayed on the screen. "Won Yu? He figured it out?" Fang Yi muttered as he pressed the answer button. "Brother Won Yu, calling so early in the morning. I hope you're bringing good news," Fang Yi said with a smile. He intentionally called the name affectionately. This would help to bring the two sides closer together. Sort of good news indeed. Won Yu's tone was actually a bit hesitant, and Fang Yi vaguely heard some of it. "It's better to meet up and talk. The usual place." Won Yu quickly followed up with another sentence. "Okay." Fang Yi hung up the phone after saying that. He actually didn't quite understand what Won Yu meant, but since the other party was willing to meet, there was the possibility of continuing the conversation. But what should be done on Si Munan's side? Fang Yi was a bit worried at this time. He shuffled around for a bit, then temporarily suppressed the nagging emotions in his mind and got up to leave the hotel. More than half an hour later, Fang Yi arrived at the Sunrise Cafe, and as soon as he walked through the door of the cafe, he then saw Won Yu sitting in the corner and joking with someone, and the person joking was none other than Si Munan. Yo, these two are really together. Fang Ji immediately felt joy in his heart. If Si Munan wasn't interested in this matter, she wouldn't have shown up here, and now that she did, it meant something was up. Although Won Yu had been talking to Si Munan, the young girl was really a bit stuffy. Often he says a dozen words before the other person says one back, so every now and then, while he's chatting, he'll look over at the door. Hopefully Fang Yi would come over quickly to break this awkward situation. And after seeing Fang Ji enter the door, Won Yu's entire body finally relaxed quite a bit. He waved his hand to Fang Ji, and beckoned the waiter to prepare a coffee order. 5 minutes later, the three of them were sitting around a wooden table. Fang Yi took a sip of his coffee and took the lead. "Have the two of you thought about finding me here today?" Man Yu put down his coffee. Looking straight at Fang Ji, he said, "I now have 2 questions I need to ask first." "Well, you say. First is the research project. Team leader Fang never told us what project you were in charge of." Won Yu raised a finger and asked. Fang Yi revealed a bitter smile at his words and slowly said, "I don't know." "No?" Won Yu was a bit surprised, and Simunan on the side had the same expression. "It's never been clear from the top what my next research project will be, but extrapolating from the information available, the project may be difficult." Fang Yi informed the two truthfully. Won Yu and Si Munan glanced at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. They would have asked about the specifics of the research program before making a final decision, but now it seems, it's just a gamble. Then the second question. Won Yu sighed softly and, continuing, "What kind of deal can you give us if we join? It's an issue that can't be gotten around that." Alchemists had always ranked in the lower middle of the pack among all auxiliary professions, so if Fang Yi wanted to attract other alchemists to join him, the treatment would have to be a lot better than they are now to make it work. You don't have to worry about the treatment. Fang Yi revealed an expression that was wrapped up in me and said, this is a project supported by the state, and it can definitely give you a satisfactory treatment, and as long as we can get out the results of our research, there will be additional incentives from the state. Although Fang Ji's words sounded a bit empty, but what Wan Yu and the others wanted was actually such a promise. After all, it was unlikely to give too high a treatment given their qualifications and level, so how are you two considering it? Fang Yi had probably understood their thoughts by now, but he still had to ask for clarification. We, said Wan Yu, pausing for a moment as he looked at Si Munan. Only after making sure the other party made no move to shake his head did he continue. We've decided to join your group on one condition. Hearing the duo say this, Fang Ji's heart finally settled down. He restrained the urge to laugh and said, but say what you will. If a situation arises in the course of the research that jeopardizes our lives, we have the right to choose to refuse and leave. Wan Yu said in a deep voice. Fang Yu nodded and immediately agreed. No problem. In fact, this was a very reasonable request, and Man Yu and the others knew their level very well. For them to become the core of this research group of Fang Ji was already a very good result given that they were not ranked at the top of the list in terms of rank and grade. Of course, they could have gotten into another group if they'd looked for connections, but exactly what they're responsible for is unknown. Whereas here at Fang, they can at least do the core research. Fang Ji's current mood was, how can I put it, complicated, happy and somewhat helpless. Happy because Man Yu and the others accepted their invitation, and it's hopeless because one really doesn't have much roots in the capital, to the point where it's very difficult to find a few fellows. If it weren't for Bai Fu, he might have needed to find someone in the Alchemist Association himself. That's exponentially more difficult. One more thing, although the state will arrange for some professionals that, however, the core researchers must only be those he has personally interviewed or made some achievements. Otherwise it would be difficult for an alchemist who was mediocre in all aspects to keep up with his pace and research progress. It's a bit of a pain in the ass when the time comes instead. Thank you both for your trust in me. I'll get the paperwork all set up and you can go back and wait for the news that. Let's start once everything is in place. Fang Yi said as he stood up and extended his right hand. Wan Yu smiled and shook Fang Ji's hand, and Si Mu Nan hesitated for a moment. He also stood up and gently shook Fang Yi's hand. After chatting briefly for a few more moments, Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan were ready to leave. They had their own business to attend to and couldn't stay away for too long. Fang Ji sent them to the entrance of the cafe, and after watching the two of them go away, he thought for a moment, decided to take a trip to the base to find Sherv. This beautiful young woman was his immediate charge, and, in brief, it was that Fang Ji could approach the other party for any work difficulties, and he wanted to confirm two things with the other party now. First, how far has the study group gone in its formalities? When can he start conducting research? Second, what exactly is the research task of his group and what kind of prep work is required? Although Fang Yi wasn't in a particular hurry, a lot of things were a bit ambiguous right now. He wanted a definitive answer. Near noon, Fang Ji arrived at the base and smoothly met Bai Fu in the administration building. This beautiful woman is wearing a black stepmother dress today. Her temperament is charming and elegant. It's Fang Ji. Bai Fu covered her mouth with a light laugh and asked, what's the matter? Don't worry and talk to Auntie White. She will help you if she can. Chapter 75 Zhou Xiao? Fang Yi sat down across from Bai Fu and said with a smile, I wanted to ask you about the research group. Oh, you were going to ask about formalities. Shiro gave a chuckle and, taking out a stack of papers from a drawer, he said, it's all here. It was only issued in the morning, and I've only just finished signing it. Fang Yi's expression was delighted at his words, and he reached out to take the document. Bai Fu continued, this has the research project you need to be responsible for and the next work arrangement. The specific how to do it is written above. If you encounter difficulties, talk to me. Auntie Whiteside will absolutely support you 100%. Fang Ji nodded heavily and thanked him while reading the document in his hand. The first thing he saw was the research project he was going to be responsible for, the storage of elixirs and the feasibility study of large-scale refining of elixirs. The moment he saw the research project, Fang Ji's heart felt as if a big stone had been pressed down. Honestly, this research program is really hard to. He hadn't even considered it in that direction before. Fang Ji had thought that the above would let him continue his research on pills. That is to say, improve some pills that have more side effects but the actual effect is still good, so that it can enhance the national strength of China in a short period of time, and the resources consumed will not be too much. After all, the strong bone strengthening pill he had displayed was improved from the strong body pill. He already had experience in this area, and continuing similar research could be considered a professional match. But now that the state has put him directly in charge of a different program, A program that sounds daunting. The bit about storing pills is slightly easier. The reason why there is no way to store pills for a long period of time is because ordinary containers are unable to inhibit the flow of medicinal properties within them, and their efficacy will be greatly reduced after a long period of time. The solution is twofold. First, figure out a way to work on a container that will inhibit the flow of medicine. Secondly, the rate at which the medicinal properties flowed out was slowed down by some means when refining the elixir. Both of these approaches have actually been tried by alchemists' associations across the country. There just hasn't been a breakthrough, and Fangji can take some inspiration from their results. And what was really difficult was actually that research project in the back, the large-scale refining of elixirs. This is almost an impossible thing for China to accomplish nowadays, if there is such a thing. Even just increasing the output rate of elixirs by about 20% would raise China's national strength as a whole by one level. But alas, so far, no association or individual had found a similar approach, because there was a very serious problem in front of the crowd, and that was the success rate of alchemists. The success rate of ordinary as well as rare-grade alchemists usually doesn't exceed 40%. Even the success rate of the pills they were most familiar with would not exceed 50%, which resulted in more than half of the herbs being wasted in the refining process. China wouldn't be able to massively batch refine an elixir, because each person specializes in different elixirs. The success rate is also different. Fangji sighed and turned the page of the research project over. The latter is mainly about work arrangements and welfare benefits, and the state will fully support them during the period when they are conducting research, with no upper limit on funding, as long as they can produce results. Well, that's good news. China is, after all, one of the most powerful countries on this planet. The resources Fangji and the others could obtain with full support could be completely described as terrifying. How's that? The conditions given by the state are good, right? Bai Fu sipped her tea and, smiling, he asked. Fang Yu nodded and sincerely lamented. It's very generous, and I'm even a little bit ashamed of it. Ha ha, then don't fail the country's expectations of you. Bai Fu paused here before continuing. Fangji, the first 3 batches of resources obtained by your first team were the most of any team. I don't need to tell you what that means, do I? Fangji's face stiffened when he heard the second half of the sentence. Of course he knew what this move by the country represented. It was trust and expectation. And to be honest, he was under a lot of pressure right now. I understand Auntie Bai. I will try my best. Fangji took a deep breath and, word for word, leaving Bai Fu's office, Fangji didn't linger, headed directly to the lab located in the southeast corner of the base. The reason why this place was called a laboratory instead of an alchemy room was because there were many highly sophisticated instruments inside, much better than in the alchemy room in Dingbei City. Fangji had already seen these instruments before, and they were indeed all new things that he hadn't come into contact with before. However, he quickly figured out what these instruments did and how to use them. And joking aside, the legendary Rune Master saw through the keys inside the instruments almost at a glance. Although the mechanical creations of this era have fallen out of favor, but runes actually replaced the role of machinery in many ways. It's just that in Fangji's opinion, the professionals of this era haven't developed runes enough. This magical power should be able to do much more. Of course, this is not the focus of Fang Yi's work right now. He had to start working on the pills as soon as possible, because the document sent to him from above implicitly states that China needed the power of the elixir to deal with the crisis that might come next. The United States Federation had already suffered great losses as a result, and China could not afford to make the same mistake. Fang Yi first moved some of the supplies he had placed in the warehouse, then took out a destiny shard and walked out of the lab. I haven't drawn today's card yet, so I'll talk about it later. Destiny's favored hall is not far from the lab, so Fang Ji quickly arrived at the same compartment where he had drawn his card earlier, and just as he was about to start smoking, a somewhat noisy sound suddenly came from outside the house. Fang Ji frowned for a moment, collected the destiny shards and opened the door of the house. Soon he could see the source of the cacophony, just a short distance from his cubicle. There was a group of people who were pointing at a man and a woman, and Fang Ji instantly recognized the girl who was being pointed at. It was actually Si Munan. What's going on here? Fang Ji had originally held the attitude that it was better to do more than less, but since one of them was Si Munan, then he couldn't remain indifferent. After all, the other man was a member of his group, and he might even become his close friend. It's only logical to help. So Fang Yi closed the door to the cubicle and lifted his leg to walk over. Come to the edge of the crowd. Fang Yi heard a certain onlooker muttering in a low voice. I don't know what Si Munan was thinking, but he even turned down Zhou Xiao's invitation and had to go to a group that was not well known. Fang Yi froze for a moment when he heard this. What's going on? Why does it feel like it has its own thing going on? That's right. It's rumored that the person called Fang Yi is just an alchemist who just switched jobs a few days ago. What can he be? Can he be as powerful as Zhou Xiao? Chapter 76, Unwarranted Disasters. There were more and more questioning voices of all sorts, and the more Fang Ji heard, the more wrong he became. How is it that this group of people have such a strong opinion of themselves? I don't think he's messed with anyone. After a few moments of loud discussion, the crowd gathered around the very center of the man standing across from Simyunin spoke. See, I can give you a chance. If you leave that group right now, you can then come to me as a researcher. This man named Zhou Xiao had an overbearing look on his face. It was as if it was such an honor to be in his group, and the things he said sounded like handouts to a roadside puppy to Fang Yi. That's still tolerable? Fang Ji's face changed slightly, and he suddenly reached out his hand to push away the crowd of onlookers, but he didn't immediately walk over to Simyunin, because he still wanted to hear the young girl's answer. He can be firm in his choice of someone else, but only if that person is also firm in their choice of him. After a short silence, Simyunin raised her head, which had been lowered, and she looked at Zhou Xiao. Firmly, he shook his head, his voice soft but audible to all present. I've promised him, and I can do more with the first group than I can with you. Quiet. The entire hall of faithful favors suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the young girl in surprise. None of them could believe that she would say such a thing. And only Fang Ji broke into a smile as he pushed his way through the crowd once again with all his might. Slowly, he came to the young girl's side. Am I still attractive? Fang Ji said softly. He met Simyunin's surprised gaze. Why are you here? Team leader? Simu Nan couldn't help but blurt out. My group was bullied, so I came. Fang Yi said rightfully. It was more or less a pretentious statement, but he just said it in a dignified manner. You're Fang Ji? As the two spoke, an annoying voice suddenly interjected. Fang Yi turned his head sideways and looked at this so-called Zhou Xiao. I have to say, the other guy was okay looking, quite handsome, but that despising attitude made his air seem extremely awkward. Fang Yi shook his head in disgust and said slowly, I am Fang Yi. What is my instruction? Zhou Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes looking Fang Ji up and down, his eyes full of disdain. It's as if you're looking at an ant. I'm giving you the same chance now. Zhou Xiao stretched out a finger and said slowly, take the initiative to disband your research team and leave the capital. I can spare you the trouble. Fang Yi almost laughed outright when he heard the other party say that. How can there be someone so out of his mind? Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? What if I don't? Fang Ji was now completely relaxed. Facing an opponent like this, he even found it a little funny. Still, he intended to go all out and throw one punch to avoid 100. Fang Ji had thought about it before, that he would definitely be targeted by the others. Although with the support of the state those people won't come openly, but private actions are certainly rare. But I didn't expect such a douchebag to show up and come up and try to rob my own group. It's intolerable to try to get yourself disbanded from the group. You should have some skills, or the higher-ups wouldn't have let you lead a group on your own. Zhou Xiao straightened his clothes and said sternly, I challenge you, if I win, you have to disband the group and leave the capital by yourself. Challenge? Fang Yi let out a light laugh. The expression took on a rich disdain. Who do you think you are to say you want to challenge? Zhou Xiao became furious at his words, yet before he could speak, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, Young Zhou is the grandson of the strongest alchemist in China. Zhou Mu, challenging you is giving you face. Don't toast me. What a dedicated lapdog. Fang Yi sighed in his heart, then slowly responded, your grandfather and I each lead a research group, so your current status is not qualified to challenge me. We are not on the same level. Zhou Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at Fang Ji, he said viciously, if I lose, I'll give you 2 alchemy furnace strengthening stones. Is this condition enough? Fang Yi's heart rejoiced when he heard these words. Alchemy furnace strengthening stones are a good thing, even though he's already drawn them twice. But who wouldn't want more of something that strengthens them? Fang Yi pretended to ponder for a while before speaking again. Not enough. Zhou Xiao was really anxious now, even if his grandfather was one of the strongest alchemists in China. But it wasn't that easy to take out 2 strengthening stones at once. After all, this thing was legendary grade. Add another ancient Dan formula. Zhou Xiao said through gritted teeth. Ancient formula. That's a good one. However, the Dan Dao Codex that Fang Ji had drawn also contained quite a few Dan formulas, so it would be tantamount to a waste if they were duplicated. So Fang Ji thought for a moment and said, I don't want the Dan formula. I want the herbs. 30% of your group's first herbal quota. Zhou Xiao was confused as soon as these words came out. He didn't have the right to do so. It was his grandfather's research group, not his. Even if he had a certain amount of say, it was impossible for him to give out 30% of the herbs at once. No way. Zhou Xiao instantly refused. Then I won't compete. Fang Yi said lazily. He really doesn't want to compete. And if the other guy can't come up with the right chips, He then didn't want to waste time in a contest that was simply meaningless. However, Zhou Xiao was not as relaxed as Feng Ji, and at the moment, he was completely racked up. If he went along with Feng Ji's wishes now and said that there would be no competition, then his face would be completely lost here. After agonizing for about 2 minutes, Zhou Xiao clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, pointing at Feng Yi. He roared, 20% of the herbs, take it or leave it. That's the maximum he can come up with. Actually, that's not accurate. Zhou Xiao himself had quite a few medicinal herbs, so if he really lost in the end, then he would take them from his own arsenal of medicinal herbs. But Zhou Xiao doesn't think he'll lose. He was personally instructed by the strongest alchemist in the country of China. How could he lose to an unknown teenager? Feng Yi once again pretended to ponder for a moment. It was only when Major General Zhou was about to completely explode that he nodded his head and slowly said, yes, that's it then. How do we compare? How to compare? Zhou Xiao still had that gnashing of teeth. Each of you will refine 3 potions, and the winner will be decided based on the success rate and quality. Speaking here, Zhou Xiao paused for a moment and, taking out an elixir formula from his pocket, he continued, this is an elixir formula I just obtained. I haven't tried it yet, so I'll use it to compete. Feng Ji didn't answer immediately, but instead, he turned his gaze to the Dan formula. The name of this elixir was conveniently written at the top of the slightly yellowed paper, Clear Heart Pill. Chapter 77 Thoughts. Name, Pure Heart Pill. Description, calms the mind and slightly improves reaction speed. This elixir is considered a purely auxiliary elixir in terms of its effects. Exactly how much it will work is estimated to depend on the quality of the elixir. Although Zhou Xiao said on the surface that he had never refined the Clear Heart Pill before, but no one knows if it's been refined or not. But Feng Ji didn't care about that. To him, it didn't matter if Zhou Xiao had experience in refining or not. It wasn't like he was going to fail anyway. Fine, just do as you say. Feng Yi sneered. Walking closer he picked up the Dan formula. When does it start? Feng Ji asked again. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers were all agitated. They had witnessed an astonishing contest. For the alchemist community, this level of competition had almost never occurred before. See you in the lab tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Zhou Xiao put down such a sentence and turned to leave. Feng Ji watched the other parties departing back and did not make any movements. Until after the crowd of onlookers had dispersed as well. He turned his head sideways and looked at Simeunen on the side. I didn't expect you to be quite determined. Feng Ji said with a smile. I promise. Simeunen lowered her head and said softly. Don't worry. It will be done. It's not clear if Feng Yi's words were meant for Simeunen or to cheer himself up. After a few seconds of silence, Simeunen suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Team leader, what is our research mission? Feng Yi sniffed and stroked his hair, saying helplessly, follow me. Simeunen nodded and slowly followed Feng Ji. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at the lab, when Feng Ji suddenly touched his pocket, realizing that the fate shard he was supposed to use up was still in his pocket at this point. Well, we'll just have to wait for Simeunen to leave before we draw cards. Have a seat. I'll contact Manu again. Feng Yi said and picked up his cell phone to dial Wanyu's number. Wanyu happens to have time today, too. So the 3 of the first group met in the lab for the first time. Sitting around the lab table, Feng Ji took out the document that Bai Fu had handed over to him. He then looked at the 2 men who were sitting upright and said, we have a heavy and difficult research task ahead of us, and the rest of the staff should be arriving within the last 3 or 4 days. At that point we'll officially start working on it. During Feng Yi's speech, Wanyu and Simeunen had already picked up the documents and read them carefully. They are well educated, so they read up on documents quickly. Not long after, Wanyu put down the document with a shocked expression on his face that was hard to hide. How could this be the subject? Look at the words people use, the subject matter, how professional it sounds. Feng Ji would just talk about research projects. Simunan's reaction was slightly better than Wanyu's. Of course, this could also be due to her own introverted personality. I was shocked when I first started seeing it too, Feng Ji said with a bitter smile. In fact, after seeing this subject, Feng Ji appeared to have a moment of regret. He felt that he should have greeted his superiors in advance. After all, even if he was able to research too complicated a subject, it would be best if he did so after he had risen up in rank. Now he had only just passed level 10 not too long ago after all. But there are no pills of regret in this world, and at a time when the country is clearly at a certain juncture. At a time like this it wouldn't look good if he suddenly said he was going to change the subject. So it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it the hard way. After the room was quiet for a short while, Simeunen asked in a thin voice, Team leader, can we work it out here? Yes, why not? Feng Yi as the leader of the group had to be more determined than the others in order to make it work. So even though he was a little less confident now, he still had to stand firm and say it was okay. Fang Yi took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Before the others are in place, let's make some preparations first." With that, he took out another stack of white paper from the drawer and said, "They all happen to be here today. Then let's discuss which aspect of the potion storage should be more appropriate." Hearing this question from Fang Ji, both Wan Yu and Simu Nan fell into deep thought. They looked at the papers in their hands and for a moment simply didn't know what to say. "Honestly, there are ideas, but I don't know how to implement them." The two thoughts that Fang Ji had once thought of they also knew about. It's just a matter of going from the storage medium and the elixir itself. But it's easier said than done. If it's really very easy to find the right storage medium, a breakthrough on the alchemist's side is long overdue. And since there hasn't been anything that could do that up until now, just goes to show that trying to store elixirs for a long time is a nearly impossible thing to accomplish. The apothecaries in the West are doing much better than the alchemists in this regard. They discovered early on what environment the various potions should be stored in, and magic can go some way to keeping them fresh. Pills and elixirs are actually two different systems so there is no way to refer to their experience on the elixir side, and you can only cross the river with your own stones. Fang Ji didn't rush the two of them either. As he took the Dan Dao tome and, sitting on the sidelines, he read carefully, and when he read something he couldn't understand, he had to pick up some herbs and experiment with them. Without realizing it, the time came to the afternoon that Simu Nan and Wan Yu had come up with several ideas in the course of those few hours, but either one was difficult to realize, or almost impossible. But just because an ordinary alchemist couldn't finish something didn't mean Fang Ji couldn't. He looked at the thoughts that the duo had discussed out. After thinking for a while, he said, "We can try starting with pills first." The reason why he chose that was because there were so many mediums that could store elixirs that there was no way to find something suitable for a while. But it was different on the elixir side. Although the herbs used for each elixir are different, the basic elixir is actually not complicated. Most of the basic pills used up to 5 herbs, and used a minimum of 3 herbs. Summarizing and generalizing might be able to find a breakthrough. So Fang Yi first looked at Wan Yu and said, "You collect all the Dan formulas for the basic pills. The fuller the better." And then he looked at Simu Nan. "You summarize all the items on the market right now for storing pills, and also the more complete the better." Although Fang Yi intended to start with pills, he wouldn't completely give up on the other idea. "Prepare first, in case you need it." "Understood, team leader," the two said in unison. Since they had decided to follow Fang Ji, they would do a good job from the very beginning. "Okay, that's it for today. Starting tomorrow, if you have nothing else to do after you're done with yourselves, come by the lab and we'll start as soon as everything is ready." Fang Yi smiled and said to the two. Chapter 78 The competition begins. Wan Yu and Simu Nan left the lab, and Fang Yi sat down at the table. Looking at the Dan Dao tome in his hand, he fell into deep thought. He just read something very interesting in the canon. This stuff seems to be able to be used in their subsequent research. Fang Ji picked up a few herbs next to him and prepared to start this experiment. On the other hand, Yama's squad has returned to Dingbei City. Their previous mission of exploring the secret realm had not been completely completed, and there were still some doubts that needed to be ascertained by traveling there again. Walking through the jungle in the secret realm, Big Eyes looked around alertly. His abilities are best suited for scouting and stealth, so he now becomes the eyes of the team. "Captain, why do we keep coming to the secret realm on this side of Dingbei City?" Walking, Big Eye suddenly asked curiously. He had always had this doubt but hadn't had the chance to ask it before. Yama was silent for 2 seconds before replying. "According to the Trigram Master's deduction, there's something wrong with the secret realm here. It might be related to the riots of the Fae in recent years." Hearing the captain say that, not only Big Eyes, but the others also showed a surprised expression. They had thought that there were heavenly treasures or extremely rare resources in the secret realm of Dingbei City, but they hadn't expected it to be related to the riot of foreign beasts. Normally, Yama wouldn't tell his team members the specifics of the mission. It wasn't a fear that the team would leak, but there were some missions where even Yen didn't know the specifics until they actually started. So saying it too much can be a bit misleading instead. Just like this mission, Yama didn't know if he could find the cause of the alien beasts riot, so he hadn't said much before. And just as the group was about to enter a swamp through the jungle of the secret realm, a black gas suddenly rose up from the deepest part of the secret realm, and that black gas was extremely conspicuous. Even if the crowd was separated from it by a long distance they could see it. Yan's eyes stared, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Turning his head sideways, he asked, "Can you tell what that is?" Wide-eyed, holding his breath and looking carefully into the distance. There was a sudden flash of light in the dark pupils. "Can't tell, like the scent of the abyss, but somehow different." "I don't know," Big Eyes said with some hesitation. "Then go over and take a look," King Yen directly ordered without hesitation. The crowd nodded and headed forward in standard battle formation. The reason why Yama told Big Eye to take a look at the situation from a distance first was because in some cases, the black gas has nothing to do with the abyss, although in most people's perception it is a sign of the abyss. However, Yen Wang and the others knew very well that some high-level secret realms or high-level foreign beasts could produce black chi. Half an hour later they drew nearer to the black aura, which seemed only a little farther, but the real distance was actually much closer than the crowd expected. However, the moment they got close to the black gas, the ground suddenly tumbled and a violent earthquake directly swept through everyone in Yen Wang's squad without any warning. All of a sudden, the dirt splattered, the ground shook, and the ground cracked open several deep gullies in a very short period of time, as if it were a spider's web. Yen and the others reacted extremely quickly, flying into the air before the ground completely dented and collapsed. But not all of them had the ability to fly, and a very comical scene ensued. Only a few members of the team with the ability to fly were seen with others hanging off of them. They had their teammates hanging from their right and left arms and legs, with one wrapped around their waist. Big Eyes was deadlocked on the ankle of one of his teammates, a look of fear on his face. "Don't you fly around, ever." The team member's expression sneered, and he was about to lift his leg and throw Big Eye out right then and there. Don't. Big brother, I'm scared." Who would have thought that the members of the hidden squad would be afraid of heights? Seeing this, Yen shook his head and gently chided. "Stop it. Be careful of the danger." The crowd immediately tightened up at the word, but the earthquake never subsided, and not far away, some kind of amazing change seemed to have occurred in that black gas. Early the next morning, Fang Yi woke up from his apartment in the middle of the second base. Yes, he had already checked out of his room at the Capital International Hotel and would be living in the base's apartment from now on. Honestly, Fang Yi first thought he was in the wrong place when he first started to see the apartment at the second base. The simple yet luxurious decorations, the furniture that looked plain but actually had a lot going for it all confused him for a moment, and the apartment was so surprisingly large that he was living in a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment, all by himself, 150 square feet. Compared to this apartment, the one in Tingbei City is not much different from a dog kennel, but of course Fang Yi couldn't possibly compare the infrastructure of an ordinary city to the capital. Coming to the cafeteria within the base, Fang Yi bought a few donuts, nibbling on it as he made his way toward the lab. He and Zhou Xiao had arranged to have a bout in the lab today. Although this match didn't seem to make much sense to Fang Yi, it would ultimately be able to plug some people's mouths, so it was better to be slightly more attentive. By now, dozens of people had gathered at the entrance to the lab. There were more onlookers on their way, and Fang Yi struggled to squeeze inward as he ate his donuts. "What are you squeezing for? In a hurry to cast off?" Someone who was squeezed by him said with dissatisfaction. Fang Yi was a bit speechless, and was about to say that "I'm the main character you're watching today." Someone suddenly shouted from the side. "You're Fang Yi. You're the one who's going to race against Zhou Xiao?" The crowd turned their heads in unison when they heard these words and countless pairs of eyes stared straight at Fang Yi. That's me." Fang Yi put down his donut and smiled as he greeted the crowd. So amidst all the contemptuous, kind, approving, and hostile gazes, Fang Yi walked into the lab. The room was empty. Zhou Xiao hadn't come yet. Fang Yi wasn't in a hurry, so he found a stool and sat down. The professionals outside the door were quite qualified. They just gathered at the door and there was no intention of entering the lab. Fang Yi didn't care at all about how many people were watching their match today. In fact, the more people watching, the better. That would make him famous a little faster. Taking out the Dan formula that Zhou Xiao had given himself yesterday, Fang Yi sat on the stool and leisurely read it. At this moment, inside the administrative building of the base, Shiro stood in front of a huge glass. Eyes went to the lab not far away. "Do you favor Fang Yi or Zhou Hong?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Bai Fu turned around and saw an old man in a tang suit slowly walk into the office. "Why did Elder Zhou suddenly come to my place?" Bai Fu didn't answer the other party's question and instead, she had a soft smile and asked rhetorically, "It's not like you're in some sinister secret realm here, so why can't I come?" A faint smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. Chapter 79. Zhou Xiao was confused. "The competition is about to start. Aren't you going over to take a look?" Bai Fu lightly moved her lotus steps, coming aside to pour the old man a cup of tea. The old man's face still wore a warm smile as he took the teacup and shook his head. Said, "There's nothing to see and nothing to compare it to." "You mean who can't beat who?" A flicker of urgency flashed through White Fu's eyes. "Nonsense." The old man took a sip of tea and Yui said, "Just my grandson, that level can I not know? Making a simple elixir is okay. Refining an elixir recorded in an ancient elixir recipe." "Oh." The old man suddenly laughed twice in disdain as he said this, with a look that completely disbelieved his grandson. Pei Fu smiled back. The old man was quite honest. Indeed, she also knew the virtues of that Zhou Xiao. Although his talent in alchemy was not too bad, he was still too young. A lot of the details simply aren't in place. And Fang Yi, that's a legendary alchemist. Don't the others know that they're not clear? That's the first legendary class in China, with powers beyond imagination. The mere Zhou Xiao, even he, Master Zhou, doesn't dare to say that he will definitely win against Fang Ji. There's no harm in young people fooling around a bit. It's not a bad thing for the side-by-side. I'm sorry, Master Zhou said slowly as he sat on the sofa. Aren't you jealous of Fang Ji? Bai Fu also came to the edge of the sofa. So young and so gifted, and robbing you of resources for your research. What's there to be jealous of? Master Zhou gave Bai Fu a puzzled look. It's a good thing that I'm happy to have a successor in the country. Why should I be jealous of him? Speaking here, Master Zhou smiled and continued. It's not just me. The old king wouldn't be jealous. Bai Fu nodded, and in her heart, she couldn't help but admire the old man a few points more. On the other hand, in the lab, Zhou Xiao naturally didn't know that he had been sentenced to be negative by his grandfather. At this moment, he was still confident and said to Fang Ji with a fierce expression, "Come on, let's see what you've got." Zhou Xiao was not late, one might even say punctual. He jammed his way to the lab surrounded by his minions and laid down harsh words to Fang Ji. Fang Ji smiled and got up to the lab table that belonged to him as well as before the dragon head. The medicinal materials for alchemy had already been prepared by the staff within the base. Both Fang Yi and Zhou Xiao had that right. You probably don't know my talent. To me, alchemy is like. Zhou Xiao's second round of harsh words was interrupted by Fang Yi before he could finish. Okay, hurry up and get started. Zhou Xiao's expression was stagnant, while the base staff member acting as the referee nearly burst out laughing. In fact, this contest was supposed to be hosted by a more senior leader, but Elder Zhou secretly stopped it. It's okay to be embarrassed, but not too embarrassed. Compare it in private. Just have some people know about it. It wouldn't be good for anyone if they raised the altitude. Then I declare the contest open. The crew made a top-to-bottom chopping motion like the hand signals used to start a car in a racing competition. Fang Ji let out a light laugh and didn't rush to start alchemy as he picked up the herbs and, turning his gaze to Zhou Xiao on the side. Zhou Xiao was in a hurry and started to handle the herbs with his hands and feet, and there was not the slightest bit of beauty in that movement. Instead, they were as flustered as they could be. In the crowd of onlookers, Wan Yu gently shook his head when he saw the scene. From the aspect of handling medicinal herbs alone, Zhou Xiao was then too far behind Fang Ji, and without looking, the result of this match had already been finalized. Simu Nan stood beside Wan Yu and frowned at the laboratory. She had never seen Fang Yi make pills before, so I don't know how strong my group leader really is. However, she had also learned some information from Man Yu, mainly the rainbow farts that the other party had been taking one by one. There's really no need to look at it. The group leader's level is simply not something that ordinary alchemists can understand. I'm sorry, Wan Yu whispered. Simunan nodded slightly, not refuting or agreeing. She still wanted to see with her own eyes just how strong a legendary alchemist was, and apart from the two of them, the reactions of the other onlookers varied. Some people thought that Fang Ji was pretending, while others thought that Fang Ji was taking the enemy lightly. Although some people were hoping for Fang Yi to win, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts when they saw the other party's couldn't care less appearance. Fang Ji wouldn't care what other people thought. He waited for a while and he didn't start until Zhou Xiao had processed the herbs halfway through. The people present to eat were basically all alchemists. So when Fang Yi finished handling 3 or 4 herbs, these people were confused. Holy, it's not real. What's the magic trick? How did he do that? How did such a thick stick of herbs disappear in the blink of an eye? Boor, does he handle herbs without even using an instrument? The discussion suddenly got louder and almost everyone was shocked by Fang Ji's divine handling of the situation. Simunan was no exception. She was a very attentive girl. That was why she was particularly meticulous and careful and quite knowledgeable in handling herbs. But after seeing Fang Ji's maneuver, her entire being was not well. Just kidding, Simunan whispered to himself. Wan Yu let out a laugh then said, I had the same expression when I first saw it, as unbelievable as you are. At this moment, although Zhou Xiao heard the discussion of the crowd, but he didn't have time to see what was going on, because the herbs in his hands were at their most critical moment. However, the more hasty you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake. Zhou Xiao clearly needed to keep the stamen when handling one of the herbs, but he threw away the stamen leaving the root. After realizing that he had made a mistake, Zhou Xiao hurriedly came to the side to fetch the spare herbs. No alchemist could guarantee their 100% success, so it was still necessary to prepare some spare herbs. And just as he had returned to his lab table ready to continue the process, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Fang Ji on the side, and he was instantly captivated by Fang Ji's smooth movements. Zhou Xiao is sometimes arrogant and domineering, but he knows his own level. Maybe not bad for his age, but not good enough for a true master. At this time, in the eyes of Zhou Xiao, Fang Ji's skill in handling herbs with that hand was no different from that of a true master. After discovering this, Zhou Xiao immediately became slightly skeptical of his move to challenge Fang Ji. However, he quickly had another thought. What if Fang Diang was only talented in handling medicinal herbs and was average at actually refining pills? And for Zhou Xiao, there's no way back for him now. He couldn't announce to the crowd that he had abstained now. So where would his Zhou Xiao's face go? So Zhou Xiao's heart crossed and he once again began to process the herbs. He believed in his talent, and as long as Fang Ji wasn't a pervert, he had a hope of winning. But unfortunately, Fang Ji was the genius. Chapter 80 Successful 4. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of eaters, the two quickly finished handling the herbs. Although Fang Ji started later than Zhou Xiao, the two of them completed this step almost at the same time. Moreover, Fang Yi did not make the slightest mistake during the entire process, and the processed herbs were neatly arranged on the table with a unique aesthetic. But Zhou Xiao's side was different. The remnants of the herbs were haphazardly discarded aside. It looks disorganized. Next comes the most exciting moment: alchemy. This step was the real key to victory. As Fang Yi waved his right hand, a pot of alchemy furnace then appeared in his hand. Zhou Xiao's side made the same move. However, the difference between the alchemy furnaces of the two was really a bit large in a way. Other than that, just by looking at the volume alone, Fang Ji's alchemy furnace is 2 times the size of Zhou Xiao's alchemy furnace, and that's not even counting the delicacy of the pattern on it. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge can see how big the difference between the two is. It was also at this moment that Zhou Xiao's remaining bit of confidence completely disappeared. Even if Fang Ji's talent in alchemy was really average, just based on that other party's alchemy furnace alone, he also ended up with a higher success rate than himself. Presumably. What's wrong? Scared? Seeing that Zhou Xiao had been looking at his alchemy furnace in a daze, Fang Yi couldn't help but ask. Afraid? Zhou Xiao immediately came back to his senses. How could I be afraid? Still pretending to be full of energy, he continued. So what if your alchemy furnace is bigger? I don't believe you can pull it off every time. Fang Yi shrugged indifferently at his words and said, try it then. After saying that, he picked up the herbs on hand and threw them into the alchemy furnace in turn. Put! The flames on the dragon's head in front of the 2 sprayed flames almost simultaneously. Fang Yi slowly placed the alchemy furnace on top of the flame. His movements were very gentle, as if he was worried that the flames would not be able to completely cover the alchemy furnace. On the side, Zhou Xiao made the same move. Apparently, his talent in alchemy was indeed not bad either. By this time, the discussion outside the house had gradually died down, and these onlookers knew very well that the more you get to the last minute, the less you can disturb the 2 people in the room. Inside the room, Fang Yi kept rotating the alchemy furnace to ensure that the furnace was evenly heated. The herbs can be fully refined. In fact, he didn't need to do that at all. With the talent of a legendary alchemist, he could end up making pills even if he threw the alchemy furnace on the flame randomly. To that would be too eye-catching. Zhou Xiao then hid his face behind the flames, so no one could see his expression. Truth be told, he was far less calm inside than he showed. Xiao Shu is actually very good. At least there were few rivals among his peers, even those who were about 5 or 6 years older than him. As a rare great alchemist, the talent was again very rare and increasing the chance of success in alchemy. Zhou Xiao had been defeated only a handful of times in his short 20 years of life, so this had allowed him to develop an arrogant and domineering personality. However, today, after seeing Fang Ji alchemize pills, his once bursting self-confidence was crumbling, and at the moment there was very little left of it. The only hope that remained was that the number of pills that Fang Ji ended up with was less than his. About this point Zhou Xiao still slightly have so little confidence, because with the blessing of his talent and vocational skills, his success rate could reach an extremely terrifying 70%. This was already an almost impossible height to reach in an ordinary alchemist. But in front of Fang Ji, 70%? That's no different from failure. The refining of the first furnace of the elixir gradually came to an end. Fang Ji didn't look at his alchemy furnace anymore. Turning around, he began to pack up the herbs needed for the second furnace of the elixir. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiao was creeped out. Even the alchemy furnace in front of him shivered. This kind of behavior from Fang Ji was no different from seeking death in a low to medium grade alchemist, because the temperature and intensity of the flame need to be tightly controlled at the last minute, unless it was a high grade alchemist whose control of the flames had reached the point of purity. So at this moment, Zhou Xiao had a feeling of delight instead after he finished being surprised. He felt that his chance had come. As long as Fang Ji made the slightest mistake, then he would be able to take the match without any trouble. Zhou Xiao gently inhaled a breath. barely suppressing the emotions that had risen and fallen in his heart. He appeared to be staring deathly at the alchemy furnace in front of him, but his afterglow kept skimming in Fangji's direction. Fangji ignored the surprised expressions of the crowd and just silently handled the herbs in his hands. Simu Nan glanced at Wan Yu in surprise and asked softly, "Is this really okay?" Wan Yu scratched his head and said with some hesitation, "I'm not sure. Although the group leader is very strong, but his level shouldn't be high yet, and this kind of behavior is indeed a bit risky." Not long after, a soft sound suddenly came from inside the laboratory. It was the sound of Zhou Shao closing the dragon's head. This soft sound signified that his first furnace of elixir had been refined. Fangji also put down the medicinal herbs in his hands at this time and turned around to similarly close the dragon's head. The light medicinal fragrance wafted inside the house and gradually drifted outside, and as the crowd smelled it, all of them felt clear in their minds and relaxed in their bodies. "I wonder who succeeded more in this furnace," someone whispered. "I think it's Zhou Shao. He didn't leave the alchemy furnace for a single step during the alchemy process from start to finish." Yes, young Zhou's talent can also increase the chances of becoming a Dan. The crowd almost subconsciously ignored Fangji's stunning performance in handling the herbs. Moreover, the other party's sudden act of not caring at the end of the refining also had an impact on the completion of the Dan. Zhou Shao removed the alchemy furnace, his eyes staring at Fangji with a deadly stare. He felt that he still had a chance. No matter how powerful Fangji was, he couldn't have succeeded in refining all of them 100% of the time. Fan Yi met Zhou Shao's gaze and smiled. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly opened the top cover of the alchemy furnace. Zhou Shao's eyes straightened instantly, and he stretched his neck and, trying hard to see the situation inside the alchemy furnace, but the two of them were separated by a small distance, and the alchemy furnace was pitch black, so no matter how he stared, he couldn't see how many pills were inside. "Are you first or am I first?" Fangji did not pour out the elixir immediately. Instead, he asked with a kind and smiling expression. Zhou Shao was also a bit hesitant for a moment, as he gently shook his alchemy furnace. It felt like the sound of spheres colliding from inside. At least it became 3. Zhou Shao's heart was a little more at ease, and he decided to overwhelm Fangji in terms of his aura. So he said aloud, "I'll go first." After saying that, Zhou Shao tilted the alchemy furnace and poured out all the pills inside. The crowd outside the room all watched intently. They couldn't wait to run straight to Zhou Shao's side. But that would be a bit too much. In the next second, 4 round pills instantly appeared on the plate on the lab table. It rolled in a drippy circle then slowed to a stop. Chapter 81. I lost 4. I refined 4. Zhou Shao immediately showed a look of ecstasy, his mouth and face rising wildly as his self-confidence began to burst forth again. A furnace could normally produce 5 pills, and he was lucky enough to only fail 1. Zhou Shao raised his head and looked at Fangji with a burning gaze. "Fangji, it's your turn." Zhou Shao raised his neck slightly, a disdainful expression on his face. He thinks he's going to win this round. Holy 4. Zhou Shao is awesome. This is the kind of battle you get when you strike. The onlookers also let out a few exclamations of surprise, and even more actually wanted to directly celebrate Zhou Shao. But he stopped it. "Don't be so flippant. The contest isn't over yet." The expression on Zhou Shao's face clearly conveyed the words, and though he was agitated, but it also kept its sanity and didn't crack open the champagne halfway through. At this moment, Fangji looked at the expressions of the crowd and let out a light laugh in his heart as he slowly tilted the alchemy furnace and, pill after pill fell like rolling beans. 1, 2, 3, 5, Zhou Shao silently counted, and when he counted to the end the whole person suddenly jumped up in shock. 5 of them, and they all worked. Zhou Shao couldn't believe his eyes. He counted again, and the result was exactly the same as the number he had just seen. Either way, it's unlikely that anyone can miscalculate addition or subtraction within 10, right? Holy, how is that possible? It's fake, isn't it? Is it pretending to be a potion with something? Am I seeing things right? Are there really 5? In an instant, the discussion outside the room exploded, and everyone couldn't believe the scene in front of them. In fact, it was not unheard of for all the pills in a furnace to be successful. How can an alchemist who has been refining Dan for his entire life appear once or twice? But the shock of appearing in this kind of competition was just too great. Simu Nan was even more wide-eyed. His face, which was already a bit dopey, looked unusually cute at the moment. She blinked slowly and murmured in surprise, "Is the leader of the group that good?" Wan Yu had some mental preparation, so he looked a bit more calm than the others. But even the second time he saw the scene he was still holding back the outcry in his mind. Zhou Shao snapped back from his shock at the loss, and he staggered back 2 steps. Bracing his right hand on the tabletop he barely steadied himself. You cheated." Zhou Shao thought of the possibility that, squeezed the words from between his teeth. Fang Yi laughed and handed over the wooden box containing the pills. See for yourself. Zhou Xiao subconsciously reached out and took them, then examined them one by one. He had thought that Fang Ji was using some kind of blindfold. That is, I don't know what means to get out a few pills that are exactly the same as the clear heart pill to pretend to be, but after checking it, Zhou Xiao's heart was completely cold. All of them were heart-clearing pills, and they were of amazing quality. Although Fang Ji had not triggered his own talent of doubling the quantity in this furnace of pills, but it still triggered the talent of leveling up twice. In other words, of the 5 clear heart pills that Zhou Xiao was now holding, 2 of them were of the rare grade. It's unscientific. In an instant, a feeling of powerlessness surged through Zhou Xiao's heart. He was the grandson of the strongest alchemist in China, so he had naturally seen many rare grade pills in his normal life. Therefore, what Zhou Xiao was truly shocked by was not the 2 rare grade pills, but rather Fang Yi's state of idleness from start to finish. At this moment he had vaguely understood somewhat that the Fang Ji's true strength completely exceeded his imagination. Fighting this kind of opponent, he could only see his opponent's back. That's right, just like now. After figuring this out, Zhou Xiao's entire face was ashen. Even if you attribute Fang Ji's 5 pills this time to luck, but luck is also a part of strength. Zhou Xiao has already lost 1 game at this point. If he stops now he might still be able to save some face, but if you keep fighting and keep losing, Zhou Xiao didn't notice the change in himself. Yes, that is, after seeing these pills, his fighting spirit was completely gone, and all that was left was the fear of the other side by side. Outside the house, the eaters were still discussing it, and they were typical of those who watched to see. However, most of the alchemists present were still forced by Zhou Xiao's lecherous authority and did not quite dare to say some not-so-nice words. Fang Yi had been watching Zhou Xiao's expression. After seeing the other party's face that kept changing in a short period of time, he was basically certain that this kid had been intimidated by himself. Cut. You haven't even pushed yourself yet. Why can't you? Of course, Fang Ji didn't say this out loud. He wasn't the type of person who liked to tease his opponents too much verbally, so he simply set the alchemy furnace aside and waited for Zhou Xiao's next reaction. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiao's face looked slightly better as he took a deep breath and, stifling his heart, he said, I lost this round. But, Zhou Xiao had wanted to put in a few more harsh words, even though he was already planning to admit defeat. But he couldn't lose too badly. Or wouldn't he? Young Master Zhou, lose face completely? Even though it was now lost. But Zhou Xiao still wants to try to make himself decent. And just then a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd of onlookers. A voice that wasn't too loud but everyone in the room could hear it clearly. Well, that's it for today. As he spoke, a hale and hearty old man in a tang suit slowly stepped forward. His body vaguely revealed an aura of superiority. The crowd all consciously made a path the moment they saw the old man. There were even some alchemists among them who slightly lowered their heads and respectfully shouted, Master Zhou. Well, don't be polite. I just came over to take a look. Elder Zhou waved his hand smilingly and then he looked at his grandson in the lab and collected his expression and said seriously, I've just been busy for 2 days. That's what you've gotten me into? Hearing his grandfather's words with a reprimanding tone, Zhou Xiao immediately collapsed his face. The whole thing was like a frightened lamb. Fang Ji naturally saw Elder Zhou as well, but he didn't make any extra moves, just politely said, Master Zhou, I've heard a lot about you. After his opening statement, he paused for a moment and, continuing, he said, Brother Zhou and I are just sparring. We are all young people, learning from each other. Although Fang Ji looked young, what lived inside his body was a mature soul after all, so he immediately heard the meaning of Master Zhou's words, that the words of reprimand were actually meant for him to hear. The purpose is to give my grandson a leg up. So Fang Yi picked up where the other party left off. He was now on par with Master Zhou in terms of rank. So naturally, he couldn't really be on general terms with Zhou Xiao, and since both of them might have to work together in the future, there was absolutely no benefit in making things impossible now. Chapter 82 Joint Research? Elder Zhou looked at Fang Ji, and the smile on his face grew a bit more. I'll make amends to you on behalf of my grandson. The kid doesn't know any better and has caused you trouble. China's strongest alchemist isn't just hard enough in business. In this aspect of dealing with people is also watertight. The old man Zhou's words may seem as if they are folding their own face, but the reality is that the impact of this incident was minimized. Everyone there knew there was no point in continuing the contest, and once Zhou Xiao conceded defeat himself or lost directly to Fang Ji was too ugly. In this case, Master Zhou himself took a step back instead and would give people a feeling of generosity and pattern. Of course, there must be maligners. After all, Zhou Xiao's purpose was not pure in the first place, but as time goes on, the matter won't make any more waves after all. Although Fang Yi was young, Elder Zhou had never had the intention of belittling the other party. Moreover, After experiencing what happened today, no one would dare to belittle this young man anymore. In that case, it would be better to sincerely befriend each other. Fang Yi similarly responded with a sincere smile to Master Zhou, "You're too kind. Young Zhou also has something to learn from me, which is no trouble and will do me good." Elder Zhou laughed in his heart. He could naturally hear what Fang Yi was talking about in terms of benefits. However, he didn't care much. It was best for this matter to end here. Fang Yi had already gone along with the steps, and that was enough. A few moments later, two loud laughs erupted from the lab. From Fang Yi and Elder Zhou respectively. What a fearful later generation. Elder Zhou laughed for a while before slowly saying, "I'm still far from you." Fang Yi also began to commercially blow each other up. Ha ha, the duo burst into laughter again, directly dumbfounding Zhou Xiao, who was standing at the side. The onlookers were also dumbfounded, and some of them reacted quickly enough to understand something, vaguely, but most of them wondered how the atmosphere that had just been tense with swords suddenly became so cordial. Wan Yu withdrew his gaze from the laboratory. Whispering to Simu Nan, he said, "Team leader, he is indeed powerful." Ha! Simu Nan had a puzzled look on her face, her two big eyes blinking and blinking. It was obvious that he didn't understand what Wan Yu was saying. After today's incident, the leader of the group, he gained the endorsement of Elder Zhou. It's the first team leader recognized by the strongest alchemists in the country of China. Other than that, our situation alone will be much better, Wan Yu softly explained. Oh, Simu Nan nodded his head, looking as if he understood and didn't understand. Wan Yu smiled and shook his head, no longer continuing this topic with the young girl beside him. He may look a little scruffy, but he's got a heart of gold, a rare talent, to say the least. Inside the lab, Fang Yi and Elder Zhou finally ended their business blowing each other up, and they got up together and, toward the door. The crowd immediately clamored and dispersed to the side, and Master Zhou waved his hand and, turning to the crowd, he said, "All go back to your business. There's nothing else going on over here." Yes. As the onlookers dispersed, Elder Zhou pointed in the direction of the window and said, "Go have a seat in my office." Yet, Fang Yin nodded and followed the old man. Behind them, Zhou Xiao scratched his head, not knowing what he should do for a while. Walking out of the lab, Fang Yi followed Elder Zhou around a few corners within the base. Then came the administration building. Elder Zhou was not only the strongest alchemist in China, but he also held some other positions as well. So having an office is a normal thing. The office is not lavishly decorated. Yet the reddish-brown solid wood furniture still reveals a sense of understatement and substance. I can see that Zhou is a very nostalgic person, because the sofa that appeared in front of Fang Yi at this moment had no soft package from top to bottom, and the whole solid wood structure gave people a rather retro look and feel. This couch is actually very nice, except that it hurts your butt a little when you sit on it. After the three of them entered the house, Zhou Lao twisted his head and glanced at Zhou Xiao, pretending not to be too happy. He said, "What are you still waiting for? Pour tea for Comrade Fang Yi." You're welcome," Fang Yi said in a hurry. Zhou Xiao was confused for 2 seconds, and then silently came to the tea table aside, and he realized that he is now the lowest of the three. Grandpa doesn't dare to mess with him, and Fang Yi can't beat him, so he can only do odd jobs. There should be something else you're looking for me this time, right? Fang Yi withdrew his eyes from the room and, looking toward Elder Zhou, he asked. Zhou Lao nodded and took a sip of the tea that his grandson had just poured for himself and said, "I would like to ask, do you have any thoughts on the project of large-scale refining of elixirs?" Fang Yi paused in his tea-drinking motion at his words. To be honest, this question was a little too abrupt, and in a sense, there are three groups that are actually in competition with each other. There are only so many resources allocated by the state, and whichever group produces results first will get more resources. So Master Zhou's questioning was actually equivalent to spying on confidential information. Fang Yu couldn't grasp what the other party really meant for a moment, so he snorted and said, "I'm just starting to figure it out, and don't really have any specific ideas." Master Zhou laughed and said slowly, "Don't think too much. I've discussed it with old Wang's side. This project is not something that can be accomplished overnight, and it is difficult for a single group to do it justice. So then I wanted to ask your side of the story." Speaking here, Master Zhou paused for a moment and continued, "If you agree, then our three groups will work together, sharing resources and research progress to break this project in the shortest time possible. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree, and I'm not going to press you with seniority. Let's keep everything in perspective." Elder Zhou's words were sincere, and Fang Yi could feel it. He was silent for a moment before he spoke. "I'd like to think about it." Your proposal makes sense, but it's not a trivial matter after all." Elder Zhou smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem, that's the way it should be." On the other hand, in Dingbei City, The Yanwang squad rushed out of the secret realm and sat down on the ground in some distress. They had injuries all over their bodies, and one team member even lost his left arm outright. "Captain, what the hell was that?" Big Eyes asked, somewhat startled. Yama took a deep breath and, turning his head to look at the secret realm, he said in a deep voice, "That is probably the most terrifying existence in the abyss, and I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it." "So, Dingbei City?" Big Eyes didn't finish his question, though, but Yama had understood him. "Report it to the top. Something big might be about to happen." Yan Wang's tone couldn't hide his worry. Chapter 83 Monster Appears. Fang Yi didn't stay in Elder Zhou's office for too long. This old man was wearing several hats. Weekdays are still pretty busy in all areas. Zhou Xiao no longer had his previous arrogance at this time. He lowered his eyebrows and smiled at Fang Yi. Fang Yi was then sent to the door. After leaving the administration building, Fang Yi thought for a moment. "Think it's better to draw the cards you didn't draw before." His match with Zhou Xiao was a bit sudden, so it disrupted his plans to draw cards. Now there is time just to go to smoke. Save what Lu Xiao Zhang Xiao appeared again to disrupt his plans. The Destiny's Favors building wasn't far from the administration building, and Fang Yi had also learned about it from other people. There was an entire building in the second base that was used for card draws, and what he had gone to before was merely the first floor. That's good news for the other side, because he could have chosen a floor with fewer people on weekdays, which would have ensured that no other people would know about him drawing the gold card. And there's another situation to care about. That would be the black card. Fang Yi wouldn't choose the kind of floor that was completely empty. That way he wouldn't even have a chance to call for help in case of a black card. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at the 18th floor of the fate-favored building. He chose this floor deliberately, because many people were jealous of the number, so there weren't a lot of people on this floor. Just what Fang Yi wanted. Standing at the stairway on the 18th floor and looking inward, there were rooms neatly lined up on both sides of the building. Unlike the scene on the other floors where people were constantly coming in and out, this side of the 18th floor only had people coming out of it every 10 minutes or so. Fang Yi selected a room in the center and walked in. After closing the door, he took the destiny shard out of his pocket. Honestly, since the last time there was a black light and black cards, Fang Yi now had to do a bit of mental construction every time he drew a card for fear of encountering that life-threatening situation again. He took a deep breath and went to the fate crystal and placed the fate shard over it. In the next second, golden light erupted steeply. Name, Forge Hammer Enhancement Stone. Description, slightly increase the success rate of forging, slightly increase the probability of special words appearing. After reading the description of the item in his hand, Fang Yi instantly felt a bit speechless. You're really in trouble with the strengthening stones yourself. Every day, it's either this or that. Why don't you stop making me smoke? Just give it to me. Actually, Fang Yi didn't dislike this kind of strengthening material. It just came up too many times he felt a little numb. The forge hammer couldn't be used for a while now, so it would be better to give him the alchemy furnace strengthening stone. But Fang Yi quickly also cleaned up his mood. And in the future out of the gold card is still a lot of times. It's not like you're going to get hung up on this 1.5. With that figured out, he summoned his forge hammer and brought the stronghold stone in his hand closer. There was a flash of light that wasn't particularly dazzling, and the reinforced petrification stone turned into a stream of light and merged into the forge hammer. Fang Yi could see very clearly that as the strengthening stone entered the pattern on the surface of the forging hammer became a few points clearer, and the sense of oppression that came to seem like a flooding beast also became a few points stronger. This feeling of oppression was familiar to him, and it was equally present on the alchemy furnace and seal symbol pen. It looks like I have big boobs in these three things, Fang Yi muttered. The loss of the strong fossil he had just drawn had completely disappeared. He was even tempted to just whip out 10 or 8 strongholds to see what would happen. With today's card drawing task completed, Fang Yi didn't stay in the fate-favored building for much longer. He still had experiments to do and had to get back to continue his previous train of thought as soon as possible. It just so happened that Wan Yu and Si Munan were also there when Fang Yi returned to the lab. The two of them didn't have many alchemy tasks today, so they were able to come over and conduct research in the area of elixir storage. For the average alchemist, their main source of income on weekdays is the orders from the combat professionals, and the more famous alchemists can manage to eat and drink without worrying. But it's impossible to get rich and famous. It can't be helped. The success rate of alchemy limits their achievements. Even an alchemist like Zhou Xiao, whose alchemy success rate could reach 60% to 70%, had no way to guarantee that he was earning money on every single order under normal circumstances. Inside the lab, Wan Yu and Si Munan began to summarize the information according to Fang Yi's previous request. Instead, Fang Yu took out the Dan Dao cannon to try that very interesting thing he had seen earlier. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi looked at the lab table in front of him with a contemplative expression on his face. He thought for a moment. Turning his head to Wan Yu, he said. Go over to the warehouse and get 2 of each of all the medicinal herbs on the market right now. Ha! Wan Yu was confused for 2 seconds, as if he didn't understand what Feng Ji meant. That's literally it. All the herbs come in 2 of each kind. Go! Feng Yi ordered again. Okay. Wan Yu put down the information in his hands and hurriedly left the lab. He didn't ask Feng Yu what he wanted to do. The group leader would naturally tell them when he wanted to. Meanwhile, a portion of Yama's squad had already boarded the craft returning to the capital. After reporting the situation in the secret realm to the higher-ups took it very seriously and immediately gave instructions. Yama's squad left 3 of its members stationed in Dingbei City, while the rest returned to the capital to report in person. And it put Dingbei City on a state of war readiness, and the nearby military districts increased their troops to Dingbei City. Such a decisive order naturally indicated that the situation Yan Wang and the others had encountered in the secret realm was not ordinary. Even though they had already left the secret realm at this moment, they still felt palpitating when they recalled what they had just encountered. Yama was sitting in the corner of the craft, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly all business as usual. Still, his slightly trembling hands showed an inner unrest. It's reasonable to say that Yan Wang is already the top professional in China. Having been in countless battles in his day, he shouldn't have reacted with such a good deal of fear. But the situation in the secret world was a little too exciting. Yan clearly remembers that after that black gas dispersed, a terrifying creature like a mountain slowly appeared in the middle of the secret realm. And from the looks of it, the thing had a hideous and ghastly head that, with a pair of black as ink goat horns on top of its head, it had a human-like body, while on its back were 2 bat feathers enlarged hundreds of times. Its lower limbs are somewhat slender, and seem disproportionate to its upper body. But the turned-over joints and the hoof-like paws of the beast added a touch of terror. That monster is somewhat similar to the demons in the Western legends, but the feeling of oppression was not known to be many times more powerful than the demons. Hades has seen the devil. He had once fought a high-level demon for 4 hours for real in the secret realm of a certain country in the West, so he naturally knew what demons were capable of. But this monster in front of me, the demon is not even worthy of its shoes. It was also after realizing this that, without the slightest hesitation, Yama escaped directly outside the secret territory with the team. Chapter 80. For the situation has changed. Yet Yama and the others were still slow. That monster attacked the moment it appeared. The endless black gas instantly transformed into a hideous ghost and whistled toward the Yanwang squad. At the critical moment, these top professionals of China showed their superb fighting skills. They each did their own thing and circled the monsters with their professional abilities and skills. For a moment, several light flashes containing extremely strong energy were scattered from the players' bodies. Some were responsible for fending off attacks, some for counterattacks, and some for interfering with the enemy's line of sight. Although they did not know the exact strength of the enemy, however, they also knew that in haste, those of them would most likely not be able to defeat them, and running away was the most correct plan. However, the exit of the secret realm was just too far away from where they were now. Yen quickly realized that they were likely to suffer casualties before rushing out of the secret realm, so he ordered the others to continue their escape, while he himself turned around to break the back for the crowd. This is a situation that no one wants to see, but other than the captain, the others didn't have the ability to fend off the monsters either. Although they were the strongest hidden squad in China, but in terms of combat power, there are still 2 squads above them. Yama's squad is mainly responsible for investigation and stabilization on weekdays. Those 2 squads were the ones who really stepped up to the plate when they met the tough ones. So at this moment, only Yin can buy time for the crowd to escape. Big Eyes was anxious as he watched the situation deteriorating further and further. He tried to do something with his abilities, but his skills lasted less than 2 seconds before they expired under the enemy's onslaught. Just then, Yen King was unable to dodge and was directly hit by the monster's black chi on his left shoulder. The imagined scene of blood bursting forth did not occur. The black chi actually directly corroded a large pit in the flesh on Yan's shoulder after the hit. Under the pain, Yan's movements slowed down for a beat, and the monster's second round of attacks had already ensued. Seeing that he had lost the space to dodge, Yan Wang's heart crossed and he prepared to utilize the occupational skill that cost him the most. But at this moment, a member of the team suddenly flashed and directly blocked in front of Yan Wang. Put! The sound of blood and flesh separating rang out, and the team member's arm snapped off at the root. Blood sprayed, and the faces of the players instantly turned pale. Yen returned to his senses, and the power in his body surged wildly. Protecting the crew while launching a counterattack against the monster. With the concerted efforts of the crowd, they finally got away from the monsters and successfully broke out of the secret realm. However, the price paid was extremely heavy, and almost all of the team members were injured by the monster. Fortunately, The Dingbei municipal government had arranged for auxiliary professionals with healing abilities early, and had taken out some of the more cherished elixirs. But the player with the broken arm had some difficulty trying to revive his severed limb. The monster's power is extremely corrosive, and that power must be removed before we can figure out how to grow the arm back. The only good news is that there was no way for such monsters with extremely high power levels to pass through the secret door in a short time, and there was still time for China to find a way to destroy the monsters. On the other hand, in the laboratory of the second base of the capital, Fang Ji got the herbs that Wan Yu had retrieved from the warehouse. It was a pain in the ass over at the warehouse because of the small amount he needed. It was delivered directly in 3 large boxes, and the reason why Fang Ji needed so many herbs, it was because he had discovered a very amazing phenomenon through the Dan Dao canon. That is, almost all herbs can react with the juice of the yin-yang flower, and it shows different colors. Fang Ji keenly perceived that these colors contained a certain pattern. If he could find this pattern, then his future research would be twice as effective. The amount of work involved in this experiment was not small, so Fang Yi decided to try some common herbs on his own first. The rest of the herbs will be completed by the second-level researcher who will be assigned tomorrow. In order to do a better job, Fang Yi decided to name the fellows he personally interviewed as Level 1, and the fellows assigned by the base as Level 2. This facilitates his work distribution and scheduling. Bai Fu's side was really nice to him. Fang Yi had just read the information on the second-level researcher. All are young men with a very serious work ethic. Of course, even with Sherv in her care. However, the overall hard power of Fang Yi's group was still not as good as that of the second and third groups led by Elder Zhou and Elder Wang. There's no way around it. There's too much of a difference in heritage. In fact, Zhou's proposal is a good thing for the other side by side, in the sense that this was Elder Zhou helping Fang Ji in bringing up newcomers. But there are two sides to everything. If it were anyone else, they might have agreed to Elder Zhou's proposal. But from Fang Ji's point of view, he preferred to complete the research on his own, as he had too many secrets on him. The power of a legendary great alchemist was something that even Elder Zhou and the others hadn't really realized. If too many people knew about it, Fang Ji would most likely get into trouble because of it. The point about sharing research progress is something to consider. Though, after all, his group had so few people actually responsible for the research that it was possible to be slower than the other two groups in terms of progress. Of course, Fang Ji wouldn't make a decision so early. There's no real rush now that the groups have not really started their research. In the evening, Fang Ji ended his experiment and leaned back in his chair with some fatigue. Wan Yu and Si Munan's progress wasn't very fast. About a fifth of the information was organized in more than half a day. At this rate it will take about a week or so to finish organizing the information. Fang Ji planned to have the secondary researcher assist them in organizing it starting tomorrow, which would be more or less faster. On his own side, the progress was even slower, as it took time for the herbs to react with the yin-yang flower. Therefore, Fang Ji had only completed less than 1/10 of this half-day. Back at the apartment, Fang Yi simply combed through today's research progress and tomorrow's research tasks before lying down on the bed and falling asleep. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, it's daytime in the United States Commonwealth, with clear, sunny skies. But the mood of all the professionals of the American Federation was not as favorable as the weather. The unexpected happened again. That inexplicable toxin mutated in a very short period of time. The antidote that the U.S. federal government is now using has lost its effectiveness, and the original quarantine measures have somehow all failed. The toxin began to spread wildly across the U.S. Commonwealth proper. In this situation, the U.S. federal government can only resort to the most extreme means of. They had a portion of the auxiliary professions use a sealing formation at the same time, sealing off all the toxin-infected professions in one area. It's like building a cage. But this is not a cure after all, and there is no alternative but for the United States Federation to ask for help from other countries. Hopefully, the countries with room to spare will find a way to crack the toxin. Chapter 85 Abyssal Monarch. China's top brass attaches great importance to the U.S. Federation's plea for help, as the only two major powers in the world today. If the U.S. Confederation suffered a heavy blow as a result, then the future situation of China would not be too good either. Though the term lips and teeth is a bit inappropriate. After all, the two countries are so far apart. But the changes in the secret realm were unpredictable to all. What if this toxin also appeared in the secret realm of China? If the U.S. Federation can't solve it, can China definitely solve it? So based on this consideration, China must do something. Of course, it's not for no one to take an opposing view, and these people have a simple idea that, if the United States Federation really declined as a result, then China would have a chance to become the hegemon on this planet. But this kind of behavior involves great risk, and is somewhat unworthy for today's China. Humans should have joined forces to resist the secret realm after all, instead of watching their compatriots die without doing anything about it. Of course, China wouldn't mind doing so if there was really a chance at all. Only now it really isn't necessary. The United States of America has a use for it. After all, they can be used to help China accumulate experience in the relevant areas and figure out what's going on in the secret realm. So the next day, Fang Ji received an order from above just as soon as he arrived at the lab. Suspension of all research. Make all antidote pills and deliver them to the warehouses of the bases within 2 days. This was an order directed at all alchemists, and naturally Fang Ji was no exception. Moreover, the order he received was even more detailed, and it directly stated the elixir he was to refine. Those were 2 types of pills that had an extremely high failure rate for ordinary alchemists. Fang Ji looked at the Dan formula in his hand. Extremely detailed refining steps appeared directly in his mind. For him, no matter how difficult the elixir was, it wasn't a problem. The legendary profession gave him abilities beyond imagination. With the arrival of the fellow 2, Fang Yi no longer needed to fetch herbs from the warehouse by himself or by sending Wan Yu and the others. The task of these ordinary alchemists was very simple. They only needed to refine some ordinary antidote pills, so having them do odd jobs is just right. Not long after, a dozen piles of medicinal herbs, big and small, appeared in front of Fang Ji. After inspecting the herbs one by one, Fang Yi ordered the second-level researchers to start processing the herbs. Of course, he hadn't been idle, and there were quite a few of those herbs. The fellows alone are expected to take a long time to process it. The day passed quickly. Fang Ji was frantically refining pills under the blessing of his legendary rank profession. That efficiency can be described as horrible. Of course, he didn't let the members of his group be present when he made the elixir because it was too scary. In order to pursue efficiency, Fang Ji didn't follow the normal process of refining pills at all. He practically threw the herbs into the alchemy furnace in a brainwave, then just waited for the elixir to come out of the furnace. The buff that the alchemy was bound to be successful allowed him to pretty much ignore all the guidelines of alchemy. But this should never be seen by outsiders. This near-rule ability is just too counterintuitive. In a sense, as long as Fang Ji wanted to, as long as there was a flame, an alchemy furnace, and medicinal herbs, he could then refine pills whenever and wherever he wanted and was sure to be able to make the pills he wanted. Enhanced by this ability too, Fang Ji had completed the entire amount of tasks explained down from above in only half a day. In order to cover his tracks, Fang Ji told the group to continue organizing the herbs. At the same time, he began to use these herbs to carry out experiments that he hadn't finished before. And anyway, there was enough space in the experiment room too. Fang Ji then specially organized a room as his own exclusive research room and did not allow anyone to enter. 3 days passed in a flash, and in the laboratory Fang Yi looked at the information that Wan Yu and Si Munan had compiled and nodded with satisfaction. Yesterday he had already handed over the pills needed on it. After determining that there would be no follow-up tasks in a short period of time, Fang Ji planned to continue his research in the area of elixir storage. He doesn't care much about what's going on over there in the Confederate States. Let's put it that way. Fang Ji is a staunch racist who believes that only Chinese people count as human beings, and no one else's, so those white blacks and whatnot, live and let live. Of course, he wouldn't say such things in the open. After all, it was easy to get into trouble. After reading the information, Fang Yi pondered for a while. Pointing at a few of the materials, he said, let's try all of these kinds of materials. Maybe there's something in there that can be used. Also, find the Alchemists Association around the world and ask around. Look at what the lower-ranked alchemists usually use to store their elixirs. Oh yeah, and ask the combat professionals too. They might have some earthy ways. That's all for now. Wan Yu, you go and take charge of gathering information in this regard. Fang Yi looked at Wan Yu and nodded, then dropped his gaze to Si Munan, who was at the side. Munan, you and I will conduct an attempt at these materials. Yes, team leader, the two said in unison. The secondary researchers quickly fetched the materials Fang Ji had just referred to. A new round of experiments began in full swing. Fang Ji realized that he couldn't finish his experiment with ordinary herbs and yin-yang flowers for a while, so he commanded the 2 more nimble of the secondary researchers to conduct experiments in this area instead of himself, which wasn't technically difficult anyway. Just keep good records and make sure there are no errors during the experiment. On the other side, the craft headed to support the U.S. Confederation have taken off. 3 giant craft. It was filled with all kinds of antidote pills, a whole 300 tons. This was certainly not all. All the alchemists in China had more than that to show for 2 days. However, the senior management naturally cannot send all the pills over. This time to pay nearly 30% of the medicinal herbs refined out of the pills. China certainly want to leave a part of it. Be prepared. And in a conference room somewhere in the capital, Yan Wang's squad was face-to-face reporting to the higher-ups about the situation in the secret realm of the fixed North City. The good news is that the higher-ups have found something on this monster that, after comparing them, they were now basically certain that it was an abyssal monarch, an existence 3 levels higher than the abyssal progenitor, an overlord of the abyss, so to speak, one of the most powerful beings. This would explain why Yama's squad was virtually defenseless against the enemy. Monsters of this level have only appeared once since the secret realm descended on Blue Star. And that was the time that the European Union is in shambles, with several of its once developed countries coming close to extinction. In the end, it was the joint efforts of Iraq and Zeus that killed the enemy on the surface of the sea. And now, an abyssal monarch has appeared in China's homeland. This is bad news that keeps everyone up at night. Once the abyssal monarch is allowed to break out of the secret realm, then China will be devastated. Find a way. We must find a way to kill the abyssal monarch in the middle of the secret realm. Chapter 86 Ice Cold Elixir? The crowd in the conference room began a heated discussion, and they were red-faced and no one can convince anyone. In fact, according to some people's thinking, China has appeared in such a crisis situation. Should be the first time to contact the desert. After all, he is a Chinese. It is impossible to stand by and watch the country in deep crisis. But there is a segment of the population that is opposed to. Iraq is now working with Zeus to suppress the emergence of a superclass A realm in Australia, and the situation is said to be not very optimistic. Calling the other team back at a time like this is likely to result in a collapse on both sides of the ball, and for another very important reason. That is, all 3 of the current elders were inclined to take the abyssal monarch out on their own through domestic forces, and although this seemed unlikely, China had never lacked the courage of man's determination. So in the end, after half a day's discussion, the executives decided to try it first, and it would be best if they could kill them in the secret realm, and if they couldn't they would have to find a way to limit the monarch's power. Make sure it doesn't break out of the secret realm anytime soon. Of course, the matter must be reported to Arakan, but he doesn't need to do anything about it yet, so it's also just notification. As the high-level meeting came to an end, an order began to be conveyed to the lower levels with great speed. The military districts from all over the world responded quickly, and in just half a day more than 100,000 people were mobilized from all over the country towards Dingbei City. At the same time, 2 covert squads that were out on a mission had been transferred back. All of them were stronger than Yan Wang's squad, so they would be the main force when facing the abyssal monarch in the future. In addition to these combat professionals, the executives also attempted to seek a breakthrough from non-combatant professionals, and the group ceiling of the Confederate States of America inspired the paraprofessionals are a force to be reckoned with when used properly. 2 days later, Fang Yi ended the round of experiments at hand and sighed helplessly. These materials seem pretty good, statistically speaking. However, the actual application is not as effective as it could be. Black cherry wood, as the most common material for storing pills nowadays, is extremely cost-effective though. However, it cannot store elixirs on its own for long periods of time. So Fang Yi they tried to add various herbs to the black cherry wood to enhance the effect. However, the maximum preservation time is not more than 2 days. After 2 days the medicinal properties of the elixir will be rapidly lost. Moreover, during the experiment, Fang Bai also found that the shape of the container also affects the storage effect. Simply put, the bottles preserve better than boxes, which in turn preserve better than boxes. It's barely enough for daily use by professionals. After all, 98% of the medicinal properties were less likely to affect the outcome in less intense battles. But what Fang Ji and the others really wanted to make was a container that could store pills on a yearly basis. How are the results of the investigation? Are there any new findings? Fang Yi looked at Wan Yu and asked. Wan Yu sniffed and immediately replied, "Yes, team leader, take a look at this." With that, he took out a reddish wooden box from his pocket, and Fang Yi reached out to take it. The plain box was scrutinized. There really isn't anything that stands out from the exterior alone. Wan Yu then opened his mouth and explained, "This is a box I found from the neighboring counties. It is said that Stop the Bleed can be stored in it for more than 7 days, but I haven't tried it yet." 7 days. Fang Yu nodded and opened the wooden box to look inside. It turned out to be nothing special. What about the material? Fang Yi continued to ask. It hasn't been tested yet, but from the looks of it should be red tongue wood. Wan Yu replied. To test the material, it is important to find out if there are any other materials added to this box besides the red tongue wood. Fang Ji placed the wooden box on the table and frowned in deep thought. He felt as if he had fallen into the wrong zone. If this was a world where there was actually some kind of material that naturally stored elixirs perfectly, it should not have been discovered until now. After all, the first condition to be met by this material is that it is easy to obtain. Otherwise there would be no point in using it if the container was worth more than the potion. but they've tried all the common materials on the market. The inability to meet the standards for either individual materials or blends begs the consideration of the other possibility that their efforts are misdirected. You guys continue the experiment first. Fang Yi got up and left the lab after saying that. He wanted to go for a walk outside for inspiration. He's hardly slept a wink in the past 2 days in order to test the actual effects of these materials. Been soaking in the lab and not leaving. And now that he realized that his thinking didn't seem quite right, he was going to change his mind. Fang Yi walked aimlessly through the base. Without realizing it, we came to the field where the professionals were training. The training ground at Base 2 is large and very well equipped with all kinds of training facilities. Most of the professionals who did not come down to the secret realm on weekdays would choose to train here. Fang Yi walked around the training ground. Suddenly, he noticed that several professionals were talking and laughing around a facility that he didn't know what purpose it served. He looked closer and realized that the facility could spew icy cold air from a pipe opening in front of the cool down for professionals who feel hot and dry after training. Isn't this just air conditioning? Fang Yi muttered with a smile. And in the next instant, the expression on his face froze abruptly. Air conditioning? Regulate the temperature? Refrigerator? No, that's not right. Pills aren't vegetables. They don't need to be kept at a specific temperature. Fang Yi felt that he had vaguely grasped the key, but there was a layer of window paper that he just couldn't pierce. He turned his attention to the training ground once more. A professional was seen suddenly taking out an elixir from his pocket and bringing it to the facility that could emit cold air. A few moments later, a layer of frost covered out on the surface of this elixir. This professional smiled as he placed the elixir in his mouth and revealed an expression of satisfied intoxication. I'm telling you, it feels so good to eat it this way. It's cool and exciting. Just like eating ice cream. The professional speaking voice reached Fang Yi's ears, and he realized that he had unconsciously walked to the side of the crowd. The other professionals followed suit and tried out the taste of this elixir ice cream. Fang Yi thought about it and also took out an elixir from his pocket and brought it over. The others didn't have much of a reaction to seeing this suddenly appearing teenager, but continued to talk and laugh. It feels good. I've got this one hot and cold. Ha. 5 minutes later, Fang Yi put the elixir in his hand, which was already covered in frost, into his mouth. An icy coldness immediately spread in the mouth, while in the next second, the elixir melted and the warm medicinal liquid flowed down the throat and into the stomach. A very novel experience indeed. As Fang Yi was thinking in his heart, his eyes suddenly widened. It's not right. The medicine is not right. Chapter 87 New Ideas. Ordinary professionals might not feel much after taking this kind of chilled elixir, but Fang Yi could taste a lot of different things from it, aside from the fact that the taste is far different from taking it directly. The most important thing is the change in the medicinal power. Fang Yi can clearly feel that after the chilling of the elixir, the release of the medicinal power is more gentle, but the most important thing is the change in the medicinal power. The body also absorbs it faster. This was an unexpected discovery, and it's true that under normal circumstances alchemists wouldn't think in this direction. After all, almost no one will deliberately chilled or refrigerated potions before eating them. Let's just say that the wisdom of working people is infinite. They might just feel that it was more comfortable to eat this way, and only an alchemist of Fang Yi's level could discover the mystery with deliberate intent. I don't know if this can be done for all elixirs. Fang Yi rubbed his chin in contemplation. One could carve a cold rune on the container to do this. Some elixirs with more violent medicinal power might be able to lower the threshold for taking them after this treatment. Fang Yi thought as he walked towards the outside of the training ground. He was going to go back to try and. This is more or less a valuable discovery. And just as he was leaving the training ground and walking down the street, an idea popped into his head that, in the next second, Fang Yi's body shook and he directly froze on the spot. If you can draw frost runes inside a container, why can't you draw other runes? If some sort of rune with a preservation effect is drawn within a container, wouldn't it be possible to drastically extend the storage time of the elixir? After his thoughts opened up, countless ideas emerged from Fang Yi's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was a wild ride straight up toward the lab. Wan Yu was currently testing the wooden box he had brought back earlier. He realized that there was indeed something unusual about the material of this wooden box, which seemed to incorporate other materials besides red tonguewood, while Simunin led a group of secondary researchers to continue to try the program they started with in the first place. That is, by combining different materials to find the elixir substance that can be stored. Boo! The door to the laboratory room was violently pushed open, and the crowd followed the sound of the. All of them showed a surprised expression after seeing the person who came. Team leader, what's wrong with you? Wan Yu reacted the fastest and, putting down the wooden box in his hand, he greeted Fang Yi, who had never seen Fang Yi sweating profusely and somewhat out of shape. Put it all aside. I have a thought. Fang Yi took 2 heavy breaths and, excitedly to the crowd. 2 minutes later, everyone stopped what they were doing and the crowd sat around the conference table in the corner of the lab, waiting for Fang Yi to speak. Fang Yi had returned to his normal state by now. He looked at the crowd and spoke his thoughts quickly. I think we can think differently. Besides looking for the right materials, we can try to draw runes with preservation functions inside the container, and slow down the loss of the medicinal properties of the elixir through the power of the runes. For example, there is a large rune array in a warehouse on the base right now. This rune formation possesses a variety of functions, and some of the more cherished and perishable materials can be preserved for a very long time when placed in this rune formation. So if we simplify the rune array and keep only a portion of its functions, wouldn't it be possible to draw it in a container to store the elixir for an extended period of time? So I think we can split into two groups now. One group continues to search for materials that can naturally store pills, and one group searches for cheap materials that can hold rune arrays. What's everyone's opinion? After Fang Yi finished speaking, he let out a long breath and swept his gaze over the people present. He was just on his way back to the lab when he suddenly realized that it would be difficult to rely on one or two runes alone to meet the above requirements, as the energy of a single rune was limited and would disappear on its own after consuming the energy. And if you want the runes to last, you have to draw a rune array. Make the runes have the ability to absorb the energy between heaven and earth on their own. Only then can the container store the stored elixir for a long time. Everyone was a little dazed for a moment, and they narrowly failed to follow the train of thought that was going on at the top. However, a moment later, Simu Nan was the first to react, and a strange luster appeared in her bright, large eyes. The rest of the people also revealed surprised expressions one after another, but immediately afterward, Wan Yu frowned, because suddenly something came to mind. Team leader, the rune formation scenario is something I remember some other alchemist once attempted, but they didn't end up with a passable container. Fang Yi sniffed and looked at Wan Yu, pondering for a few seconds before asking, do you know the reason for the failure? Wan Yu shook his head. He was only a low-grade alchemist, usually didn't pay much attention to the intel on this. If he hadn't suddenly joined Fang Ji's group, he guessed that he would never figure out the elixir storage aspect in his life. And the reason why he remembered that someone had tried the rune formation, it was still because I had heard a few alchemists mention it when they were looking for materials before. You go and look for information on the experiments of those alchemists. It doesn't matter if they failed. It's good that we can learn from their failures. Fang Yi nodded and said, I see. Wan Yu responded, okay, Simunan, take a couple of men with you. Use the equipment to test how well the common materials now fit the runes. Fang Ji ordered again, methodically. He wasn't worried about the rune array at all. Just because other runesmiths couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't do it. Legendary level runesmiths were no joke. However, the exact effect of the rune formation is also limited by how well the material fits the runes. Fang Ji and the others had to find materials with a high enough fit to ensure that the rune array would not be damaged during long-term use. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed by. Fang Yi had managed to simplify the runic array in these 5 days, drawing a runic array that could slow down the loss of the medicinal properties of the elixir for a long period of time. But he's only accomplished the first step. Next, Fang Yi needed to miniaturize this rune array as much as possible to ensure that it could be drawn in any kind of container that could store pills. This step is very difficult because there is some kind of unknown interference between the runes and when the interference has accumulated to a certain level, the rune array will fail as a whole. The denser the arrangement of runes, the stronger this interference will be. Large rune arrays can avoid this interference by dispersing the runes, but small rune arrays cannot. Therefore, Fang Yi needs to find a balance to ensure that this interference does not affect the effectiveness of the runes. Simu Nan and the others had tested nearly 100 materials in those 5 days. Finally, he managed to identify 3 materials with a high degree of rune fit. So Fang Yi led the crowd to start the next step of experimentation on these materials. Chapter 88 Another Storm. Miniaturizing a rune array can be a pain in the ass. So Fang Yi decided to draw normal-sized rune formations on these materials first to see the effect. A few minutes later, Wan Yu and the others moved the pre-prepared materials to the experiment table. That's right. They need to combine their efforts to move this material, because what Fang Yi needed was a 5 meter by 5 meter board, and only a board of that size could hold the simplified rune formation. How could Wan Yu and Simu Nan not expect the group leader to have such high attainments in runes as well? They had thought that Fang Ji would go to the Rune Master Association to find a master to take a shot, but it turned out that Fang Ji ended up messing with it himself, and also completed the simplification in just 5 days. At this moment, they all looked at Fang Ji with admiration, only to see a flash of light that an ancient seal symbol pen was then held steadily in Fang Ji's hand. All get ready and wait for my order. Fang Ji twisted his head and barked at the crowd. Then it began to draw runes on the board. The raw material of this plank was exactly the red tongue wood that Wan Yu had found earlier, and after testing that, The red tongue would had an extremely high fit for runes, ranking in the top 3 of all known materials, so Fang Yi decided to experiment with it first. And just as Fang Yi was devoting himself to the experiment, a storm is brewing against him. China, Jinhe City, within a certain upscale neighborhood, Zhou Xiangyang smoked a cigarette and leaned back on the sofa with a haggard face, while across from him, a man who looked similar to him but much younger showed a scathing expression. "Dad, is this just going to go away?" the man asked in a shrill voice. "Or what, do you have another way?" Zhou Xiangyang let out a bitter smile. The essence of the once highly placed man disappeared without a trace. There must be a way. A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, and his fists clenched at the side of his legs. The bone joints were even slightly white because of the excessive force. This person was Zhou Xiangyang's eldest son, Zhou Feiyu. So what if that little brat gets the eye of the state? Does he still want to make much of a splash as an auxiliary professional? Zhou Feiyu said viciously. He caused our family to fall into such a state. This matter must not be forgotten. When Zhou Xiangyang heard his son's words, a pained look appeared in his eyes. He did not think that Feng Qi, that little boy in Dingbei City after a period of time, was actually the country. A leap to become the head of a research group. It's a bit of a mirage. He should not have climbed so fast for a support profession even if it was a legendary level. Zhou Xiangyang realized that something bad had happened as soon as he learned the news. Because the country would definitely investigate Feng Xi's resume before he was officially appointed. Then it would be impossible to hide what his side had once done. Suppressing newcomers, coercing, taking by force, and even trying to take each other's lives. Any one of these items would be enough for Zhou Xiangyang to drink a pot. And he did it all in those 2 short days. So the top management was thunderstruck and directly jerked Zhou Xiangyang to the end. If not, Zhou Feiyu begged his teacher to intercede. Coupled with the Zhou family elders running around, it is estimated that Zhou Xiangyang is now inside the prison. This is quite a heavy blow to the Zhou family. The Zhou family's little bit of heritage of the famous family was pretty much consumed this time. A fallen family, adding insult to injury. Incidentally, the Zhou family that Zhou Xiangyang was from was not the same family as the Zhou family that the strongest alchemist, Elder Zhou, was from. After all, Zhou is a big family name, and with such a large population in China, it's not unusual to have a few Zhou families. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu's heart was filled with hatred. He hated Feng for not agreeing to his father's request at first. If the opponent then agrees and surrenders the Rune Master life card, then he would have been a heavenly Rune Master by now, and both were equally legendary professions. So it was impossible for the country to go after their Zhou family again. Zhou Feiyu also hates the state for not caring in the slightest about the old days. Their Zhou family has made a lot of achievements, and when the secret realm just descended, they even threw their heads and spilled their blood for the country of China. As a result, we are now in this situation. The Zhou family had completely lost hope of rising to power. Since this was the case, Zhou Feiyu looked at his father and secretly made up his mind. Definitely make Feng Ji pay. At this moment, if Feng Ji knew what Zhou Feiyu was thinking, probably couldn't help but snort out a laugh. How does a loser who can only achieve something by the shadow of his elders have the nerve to blame the state? If it wasn't for old times' favor, how could he, Zhou Xiangyang, have escaped the law? Acting in such a manner, it is no wonder that the Zhou family has fallen. Of course, Feng Ji didn't know this now. The state also did not tell him about Zhou Xiangyang. But honestly, Feng Yi did not care about this former Jinhe city official who had once caused trouble for himself at this time. The two were no longer at the same level. With Feng Yun's current rank, it was naturally no big deal to sanction a mere Zhou Xiangyang, but he didn't want to waste his time on this kind of thing. And Feng Ji didn't want to think about anything else until there was a major breakthrough in the subject of the research mission. There's plenty of opportunity for that later anyway. He was not a saintly mother and would not easily spare someone who wanted his life. Meanwhile, good news has finally arrived from across the Atlantic. After trying thousands of potions or elixirs from various countries, the United States federal government has finally found an item that can perfectly remove the toxin, the triple transformation poison elixir. It's a potion from China. A common grade triple transformation poison pill would be able to restore a slightly poisoned professional back to normal, while a rare grade would be able to cure a moderately or severely poisoned person. However, the difficulty of refining this kind of elixir was not small. Even China would be hard-pressed to come up with enough to cure all the moderates in the American Federation in a short period of time. But it was, after all, the hope of the American Commonwealth. So after a brief hesitation the U.S. Federation decided to pay a large enough price to buy this elixir from China. China's top brass are naturally happy to see this situation. No matter which way you look at it, it was all a surefire business, but only if China could come up with a sufficient number of elixirs within a specified period of time. On the other side, All of the additional reinforcements sent by the state of China to Dingbei City had already arrived in the vicinity of the secret realm gate on the outskirts of the city. According to the plan, they're going to send a tentative attack against the Abyssal Monarch in 3 days. Find a way to feel out the strength of this Abyssal Monarch while ensuring that you won't lose too many troops and professionals. Zhao Hangwu has been so busy these past few days that he's not touching the ground. He had never imagined that such a menacing situation could occur in his small Dingbei city, and compared to the Abyssal Monarch, the riots in those previous secret realms were nothing. If we really let the Abyssal Monarch rush out of the secret realm, then the entire Dingbei city might cease to exist. So he had to prepare for the worst, which meant being prepared to evacuate the entire city of Dingbei. Chapter 89 Formation Mastery. Move all boxes to the corner and mark them. Record the changes in the medicinal properties of the elixir within it at 10 o'clock every morning, and notify me promptly of any abnormalities. Fang Ji looked at the people in the lab and said solemnly. He'd just drawn simple storage rune arrays on each of the 4 materials, and then he made 4 large boxes with these materials as the main body. The next step is to test the storage effectiveness of these boxes, by means of a potion. This was something rather boring and simple, so Fang Ji didn't intend to do it himself. After arranging the work, Fang Ji returned to the room in the laboratory that belonged to him. Somewhat wearily, he rubbed his brow. To be honest, drawing 4 rune arrays in a row was still a bit too much of a stretch, but under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Fang Ji finally finished putting up this pussy, but at a price. He's going to have a headache for a long time. Not without good news. Of course, Fang Yi's rune master level had officially risen to level 10 just now, smoothly awakening his first professional skill. At the moment, he just wanted to see what his first skill as a rune master was. After fixing his mind slightly, Fang Ji opened the rune master's profession interface with a single thought. He then saw the name of the skill, Formation Proficiency. Skill name, Formation Mastery. Skill attributes, passive skills. Skill description, your knowledge and control of rune formations has gone to the next level. The consumption and time required for you to draw a rune array is reduced by 20%. After reading the skill introduction, Fang Ji immediately had a happy expression. This skill was not at all weaker than the Alchemist Profession Awakenings, Flame Proficiency, and it was just the right time for him to use it as well. Other than that, just the point of better control and understanding of the formation is very practical. Fang Yi was worrying about how he should miniaturize the rune formation. This was really a sleepy time to send a pillow, but he didn't have the energy to scrutinize how this skill would improve him at the moment, because the headache was too much. Fang Ji narrowed his eyes and fumbled around in the drawer of the desk in front of him for a while. He then took out a small porcelain bottle containing an elixir. Opening the bottle cap, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Fang Yi twitched his nose and, being sure that he hadn't taken the wrong one, this was indeed a god-fixing pill. He poured out the elixir with a flip of his hand before sending it into his mouth with a slap. The elixir melted in his mouth and flowed down his throat in no time. Yet moments later, Fang Yi, however, frowned, his face full of heartache. Damn it, the fixed spirit pill had been put away for too long, and less than 50% of the original 10% of the medicinal properties were left. It's such a waste. The god-solidifying pill is one of the most troublesome pills to refine. Even Fang Ji couldn't figure it out for a while now, as the herbs were relatively scarce. So now he's heartbroken and regretful, and at the same time, he's firming up his thoughts that the container for storing the elixir must be gotten out as soon as possible. Just as Fang Yi was digesting the medicinal power of the solid god pill, there was a flying machine that slowly landed at the capital flying field, and a few moments later, a stern-looking youth slowly stepped out of the flying machine, and he raised his head and, looking at the somewhat dim sky, the corner of his mouth curved up in a cruel arc. Fang Ji, I've come to take revenge, Zhou Feiyu muttered, then took a cab outside the flying field to a certain upscale neighborhood. Although the Zhou family has declined, there are still more or less some connections left. Zhou Feiyu is looking for a close friend of one of his elders, who is quite powerful in the capital, so he wanted to learn about Fang Ji through this elder. Inside the exquisitely and lavishly decorated living room, Zhou Feiyu was a bit formal as he took the tea handed over by the servant. He took a gentle sip and looked over at the old man sitting across from him. It was a rather rich-looking old man, and the other was wearing a fiery red tang suit that, the whole person had an aura of unruffled authority. Feiyu, how's your grandfather these days? The old man took a drag on the cigar in his hand and asked while exhaling a smoke ring. Pretty good. From time to time, my grandfather tells us juniors about the deeds of you and him fighting together in the secret realm, Zhou Feiyu said with a compensatory smile. Ha ha. The old man laughed twice and, in a good mood, he said, he was always stealing my pills at that time, so go back and tell him to give them back to me. I returned it. Zhou Feiyu patted his chest and said, I'll turn around and find you some high-grade pills. The old man smiled and nodded. exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhou Feiyu before getting down to business. I want you to help me investigate someone. Zhou Feiyu stated the purpose of his trip. What man? Fang Yi is said to be the head of China's elixir research group now. I want you to help me check his whereabouts, Zhou Feiyu said very frankly. The old man was silent for a moment and frowned slightly. Fang Qi. I've heard this name before. You recognize? Zhou Feiyu asked with some surprise. No, don't know him, just heard certain things about him. The old man took a drag on his cigar and, in a deep voice, he said, what do you want to do with this information? Let me tell you, he's not at a low level now. Zhou Feiyu hesitated for a moment before slowly opening his mouth when he heard the old man's question. He decided to tell the truth to this old man, because the other party was a life-and-death friend with his grandfather, and at the very least, he wouldn't harm himself. My dad used to suppress him before, so after he rose to power my father. Zhou Feiyu did not finish his sentence, but the old man had already understood his meaning. So it's because of him. I mean, why is your dad suddenly being punished so much? I'm sorry, the old man lamented. In fact, he was fully aware of what was going on with Zhou Shangyang, but in this case, it's better to play dumb. From the old man's point of view, there's something wrong with the winds up there these days. He was worried that he would be implicated as a result, so he didn't make a move in the previous matter. But at this moment, Zhou Feiyu personally came over to beg for himself. Then he more or less had to do something. I see what you mean. The old man stubbed out his cigar and, with a serious face, he said, I'll help you investigate Fangji's situation, but you haven't come to my place today, and there's even less conversation between us. Understand? Zhou Feiyu immediately revealed an expression of surprise when he heard this, and he hurriedly got up to thank him, deeply bowed to the old man. All right, you go back first. I'll let you know if there's any news. The old man waved his hand and gave the order of eviction. Zhou Feiyu answered, and then followed the servants to leave the villa. 2 minutes later, the old man was the only one left in the room, and he sighed quietly and, as if muttering to himself, he said, trying to make a move against the head of the pill research team. You're really bold as well. On the other hand, inside the laboratory, Fangji slowly opened his eyes and, standing up and heading out of the lab, it was time to eat, and the sky was the limit when it came to eating. Chapter 90 Playing Tactics with a Dirty Heart. Inside the cafeteria of the second base, Fangji met the members of the other two groups. Elder Zhou and Elder Wang were sitting opposite each other, eating and communicating about the research progress of their respective groups. They're not even trying to compete in this thing. It doesn't make sense. Two old men who have dedicated their lives to their country, with terrible purity of purpose in their hearts. As long as China can be strong, they can do anything. Fangji admired this kind of person, but he was also very hesitant. If he really agrees to Elder Zhou's proposal, that is, the three groups share resources and experimental progress, then he inevitably has to show something in front of the crowd. And these things are likely to lead to trouble once they become known to outsiders. Even more aggressively, Fangji even suspected that someone would turn against him. It's not that he doesn't trust China, but he's worried about other countries. Humanity never stops infighting. Even in the face of a great enemy, some countries still do a lot of disgraceful things. That's why Fangji had been hiding himself since the beginning. He needed a safe environment to do his research, instead of the daily fear of always feeling that someone is going to harm you. But now that he had met Elder Zhou and Elder Wang, it was only natural for him to go up and say hello. The two old men also noticed Fangji at this time. They smiled and waved their hands, signaling Fangji to go over. Fang Yin nodded and typed in a meal, then sat down next to Elder Zhou. I just heard the two of you seem to be discussing large-scale refining of pills? I'm sorry, Fang Yi asked as he took a bite of his meal. Right, Elder Zhou responded, then explained, the top has taken a big order, but it's hard to give it a go within the time limit at our current level, so there has to be a breakthrough in technology. Big list? How come I don't know about it? Fangji asked curiously. Elder Wang smiled. This old man with some old codger's temperament slowly spoke. The specific documents haven't come down yet, and I only realized it when I was chatting with the white girl. White girl. Fangji felt that this title was somewhat amusing. It was more or less strange for a beautiful young woman like Bai Fu to be called a maid. The U.S. federal side needs large quantities of the triple transformation poison elixir. However, this kind of elixir can only be made by a small number of alchemists in our country, and old Wang and I were just thinking of ways to see if we can increase the production. I'm sorry, added Elder Zhou from the sidelines. Fangji sniffed and his mind swiftly floated to the orders issued by the higher-ups earlier as well as the recent situation of the American Federation. Oh, it's that unknown toxin thing. Fang Yi understood. The triple transformation poison pill can remove the toxin. So the U.S. Federation gave us an order. Yes, that's right. Zhou Lao smiled as he finished the last bite of his meal. While wiping his mouth, he looked at Feng Ji. Do you have any ideas? The time limit for this list is kind of urgent. Feng Yi slowly shook his head and sighed. No, I don't have a thought process for a while. I've been working on the subject of storing pills for the past 2 days, and I've hardly given this matter any thought. Ugh, it's kinda a pain in the ass. And the U.S. Confederacy is really good at finding things. Elder Wang suddenly said this at this time. Elder Zhou and Feng Yi instantly laughed when they heard each other say that. Neither of them liked the Confederate States of America, so naturally they felt little sympathy for each other when they saw the other suffer. Of course, they still try to fulfill the tasks issued by the state. After all, this list has all the benefits and none of the disadvantages for China. I guess the order will come down later. We'll be busy for the rest of the day. With that, Elder Wang stood up and said to Feng Yi, You eat, I'll go out for a walk with old Zhou to cool off. Alright, you two slow down. Feng Yi smiled and, with that, he began to concentrate on the meal in front of him. Towards evening, Feng Ji really saw the mission order that the two had mentioned. It didn't mention any other requirements. It just asked all alchemists to provide 100,000 triple transformation poison pills within 10 days. Seeing this amount, Feng Ji almost subconsciously thought that the mission order was written wrongly. 100,000 pills. In 10 days. The equivalent of 1 day they would have to refine 10,000 pills. It's fine if it's a basic elixir. Alchemists can do it with hard work. But this kind of intermediate level elixir isn't so simple that a low-grade alchemist can't make it. The middle and high-level alchemists were also extremely difficult to refine such a huge quantity in a short period of time due to their success rate. Wan Yu frowned as he looked at the mission order and thought for a long time before slowly speaking. I think it's tops if I can get out 50,000 pills in the end. Feng Yun nodded. He was actually more pessimistic than Wan Yu. Because the existing medicinal herbs in China could not necessarily satisfy the consumption of these alchemists of theirs. So in the end there might not even be 50,000 pills. And there's a very crucial question. That was that the medicinal properties of the elixir would continue to be lost within these 10 days. And a rare grade poison transformation elixir would most likely turn out to be not even as good as an ordinary grade after 10 days. In that case, it was doubtful how effective these elixirs would actually be. However, before Feng Ji had a chance to speak this question out, an aura suddenly appeared in his mind. No, the state is doing this intentionally. The executives were well aware of the rate at which the medicinal properties of the elixir were lost. And since they hadn't chosen to send a batch of elixirs to the United States Federation every day, it meant that the higher-ups wanted to achieve some sort of purpose through these 10 days. Purpose? Feng Ji pondered for a moment, and a terrifying possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. No way. Could it be that the country is trying to use this opportunity to massively cut down on the number of professionals in the United States Federation? Feng Ji was startled by the idea that popped into his head, but the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Otherwise there is no way to explain this somewhat fishy behavior of the state. That's pretty tough, Feng Yi commented, then returned his gaze to the mission order. What, tough enough? Wan Yu heard Feng Ji's last words and, somewhat puzzled, he looked up and asked, It's fine, it's not important. Feng Yi waved his hand. Rubbing his chin, he asked, Is there any way you can increase the success rate of refining the triple transformation poison pill? Wan Yu shook his head dryly. He was only a rare grade alchemist and his rank was not high. I had never thought about this aspect before, so I had no thoughts at all at the moment. Feng Yi sighed, patted Wan Yu's shoulder and said, Alright, let's get off work for today first. We'll think about this tomorrow. After understanding the state's intentions, Feng Ji did not intend to do his best to refine the triple transformation poison pill. That's really not necessary, as long as he can refine a portion of it every day without being lazy. As for whether there were enough of them, well, there was nothing he could do about that. And at this moment, in the other laboratory, Elder Zhou revealed a somewhat sinister smile. They play tactics with dirty hearts, Zhou Lao commented slyly. But even if that's the case, we can't refine too little or we won't be able to explain it to the top. I'm sorry, said Elder Wang with a smile. I understand how something like this can't be made too obvious. Chapter 91 A way to boost your success rate? Early the next morning, Feng Yi wobbled to the lab while nibbling on a donut. It's a little hot in the lab. A dozen or so second-level researchers stood at the lab table in the center handling the herbs while Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan refined the pills in front of the dragon's head. Feng Ji watched for a while. It was discovered that what they had refined was none other than the triple transformation poison pill. Wan Yu himself knew how to refine this elixir, so the whole process seemed much smoother than Si Mu Nan, who carefully rotated the alchemy furnace. The concentration didn't even notice Feng Ji's arrival. Feng Yi waved his hand to the rest of the people, signaling them to keep quiet, not to mention not to disturb the duo's alchemy. He could tell that at this time the two were at a critical moment in their alchemy. The slightest breeze might affect the final rate of pills, and although Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan had good talent, they were still in the realm of ordinary people, so you have to be careful and careful and careful at the last minute. Fang Ji silently came behind the duo, ready to cover for them. The key point in refining the triple transformation poison pill lies in the temperature of the flame, and the two of them are still a bit young in the area of fire control, so the chances of them failing at the last moment are high. Fang Yi thought so in his mind. It was also at this moment that he suddenly noticed the alchemy furnace by Si Mu Nan's hand shivering for a moment. A wisp of fire scurried up to the top of the alchemy furnace in a good way. Bad! Fang Ji exclaimed in his heart and hurriedly took an arrow step forward to turn off the flames on the dragon's head. In the next second, a black smoke rose from Si Mu Nan's alchemy furnace, and the entire furnace body shook and trembled. It was as if there was some kind of energy gestating within it on the verge of exploding. However, Fang Yi reacted in time and did not allow the flames to further catalyze the reaction within the alchemy furnace. So this explosion was eventually held in the furnace and extinguished. Si Mu Nan stood by the side in a restrained manner, a slight look of fear in his eyes. Fang Yi put the other party's alchemy furnace aside, smiled and patted her shoulder. It's fine. It's good enough to do it at this level for the first time, he said, turning his head to look at Wan Yu. Wan Yu's side happened to have extinguished the flames of the dragon's head as well. The accident that had just occurred on Fang Ji's and their side had not affected his refining, and at this moment, he had already completed the last step, and a faint medicinal fragrance was coming from within the alchemy furnace. In this way, it seemed that Wan Yu's mental quality was still very good. How about a few? Fang Yi asked with a smile. Wan Yu smiled after hearing the question and opened the lid to pour out all the pills inside. 3. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yi's eyes lit up. If everyone else could be as efficient as Wan Yu, 100,000 pills was actually not impossible to do. However, there were really not many that could reach this level of Wan Yu, and Si Mu Nan was a living example. Only 3. Well, Wan Yu furrowed his brows, clearly meaning that he was not too satisfied. Si Mu Nan instantly revealed a dissatisfied expression when he heard the other party say that. She grunted softly and said quietly, "You still want to be as good as the leader of the group? What an unawareness." Wan Yu smiled in embarrassment and scratched his head without saying another word. Fang Yi laughed, patted Wan Yu's shoulder and said, "Go on, it's doing quite well." "Okay, team leader." Wan Yu responded and then began to pack up the alchemy furnace. On the side, Si Mu Nan also re-prepared herself, so the two of them went back into alchemy. Fang Yi examined the herbs that the secondary researchers had processed and nodded with satisfaction. The researcher that Whitehall transferred him over to was really good. There was hardly any slacking off when it came to work. Thinking of Bai Fu, Fang Ji suddenly remembered that he had promised to give the other party a strong bone strengthening pill, but because I had been busy experimenting before, I hadn't thought of refining it. Pick a day. Let's do it now, Fang Yi muttered. He then came to the side and picked out the herbs needed for the strengthening bone pill. The elixir given to Bai Fu Dan naturally had to be selected to be of the best quality. That was why Fang Ji did not arrange to have the other researchers help him with the herbs, but instead took to it himself. After all this time researching the party chase, I realized that he had a higher chance of triggering the talent with the pills he made by handling the herbs himself, and he wasn't sure if it was just his own illusion that the elixir given to Bai Fu should try to be the best it could be. The morning passed quickly, and Fang Yi once again bumped into Elder Zhou and Elder Wang in the cafeteria. The two looked red-faced, as if the mission order had no effect on them at all. Seeing this scene, Fang Yi realized that the country really did have some ulterior motives, so he came up to the two, a somewhat grin on his face. This smile immediately amused Elder Wang, who laughed unimaginatively. "Your kid's reaction isn't slow." Elder Wang laughed for a long time before collecting his smile. Pointing at Fang Ji, he whispered. Fang Ji hemmed and hawed, placing his dinner plate on the table and said, it's all right. Not as good as you two. And meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately." Wang Lao glared at Fang Ji, pretending to be disgruntled. He said. Elder Zhou also laughed as he gently knocked on the desktop, signaling the two to collect themselves. It's a story that only a small number of people know about now, and the fewer people who know about it the easier it is to pull it off too, so they try to keep a low profile when discussing it. And I don't know just how big a contract the top has with the United States Federal. It would be nice to know the exact number. Elder Wang suddenly lamented. Elder Zhou shook his head as he sniffed and said, "If I let you know the number of, will you still be able to act like you're acting like this? What if you reveal it to the others?" "Makes sense. All will just go steady now. Since the state has no next instructions, it means that no matter how much we have refined, the quantity is definitely enough." Elder Wang nodded slightly, agreeing with Elder Zhou. Fang Ji, on the other hand, looked a little preoccupied on the sidelines. What's wrong, Fong? Any difficulties? Elder Joe noticed Fongji's expression and, concerned, he asked. I'm thinking about how to increase the success rate of alchemy. Fongji sighed and said with some fretfulness, no matter what, the mission given to them from above is real, even if there's something fishy in the middle. But they can't be too obvious about being lazy. To be honest, in Fongji's opinion, the plan above was actually a bit risky. The American Federation is not a cutie pie after all, and in time they will naturally notice. So according to Elder Joe and Elder Wang's plan, they had to get out more than 40,000 pills within 10 days in order to do so. Fong Yi had just learned about this amount when he talked to the two men, and he calculated it in his mind. It was found that this was still an almost impossible number to accomplish. That means they have to find a way to boost their success rate in the next few days. That was why Fong Ji had a worried look on his face. Chapter 92 Artificial Assembly Line. Elder Joe was silent for a while and looked at Elder Wang and asked, will that program you said before work? Elder Wang sighed when he heard the question and gently shook the chopsticks in his hand and said, it's very difficult. I got someone to try it out. And there's not much of an efficiency gain. Fong Yi took a mouthful of rice, then looked curiously at the two old men in front of him. What program? Old Wang wants to improve the efficiency of alchemy through an assembly line. That is, each step of refining an elixir is disassembled and accomplished by a different alchemist, respectively, and the final ones in charge of refining pills are alchemists whose talent can enhance the success rate, Elder Joe meticulously explained. Fong Bai nodded and couldn't help but praise. That's a good thought. However, Elder Wang glared at Fong Ji for these words and growled in a low voice. Good for nothing. Each one of them is a waste of space and can't handle a single herb. Fong Ji froze for a moment, then realized and revealed a bitter smile. Nice plan, Mr. Wang. But that's based on the premise that everyone can accomplish that step for themselves. However, in practice, it is easy to appear this step is not completed. The next step cannot be connected to the situation. So in the end, efficiency is not improved much instead, and even reduced in some cases. It can't be helped. Alchemists are of varying standards, but even if they got together a few people with similar levels, that assembly line alchemy wasn't as painful as letting them make their own alchemy. That's why Elder Wang was a bit angry and didn't know what to do to perfect his plan. Right, do you have any ideas, little Fong? Elder Wang quickly calmed down and, looking to Fong Ji, he asked. They've gotten to know Fong Ji's profile, knowing that this young legendary great alchemist had improved the body strengthening pill before, and that kind of strengthening tendon and bone pill is quite valued by the top management. Unsurprisingly, large-scale refining will begin after a while. That's why they take Fong Ji's opinion very seriously. Besides, young people's minds might just be a little more open than their older counterparts. When Fong Yi heard Elder Wang's question, a contemplative expression appeared on his face. In fact, in Fong Yi's opinion, Wang Lao's thinking was correct. The assembly line could definitely increase the efficiency of alchemy, but there was no proper machinery in this era, and everything could only be done by human labor. There's no equipment in any lab right now that can help an alchemist make pills. The instruments that Fong Ji and the others commonly used were only able to perform the testing of some common substances and elixirs, while the others could not do so at all. So, can only find a way to improve the level of alchemists? That seems like a dead end. As Fong Yi looked at the exquisite meal in front of him, an aura suddenly flashed in his mind. His eyes snapped open, and he muttered involuntarily. Meals, herbs, labor, machinery. Elder Joe and Elder Wang on the side heard Fong Yi's incoherent words. A puzzled expression appeared on their faces as they glanced at each other, completely unaware of what the teenager in front of them was talking about. A moment later, Fong Yi returned to his senses and said with an excited gaze, I've got a thought, but other professionals will be needed to help. Other professionals? Zhou Lao subconsciously repeated, his expression becoming even more puzzled. For his part, Elder Wang thought of something and his eyes lit up. Somewhat uncertainly, he said, are you trying to use other professions to help us increase our success rate? Yes. I have two thoughts right now. Fong Yi put down his chopsticks and raised two fingers. First, getting certain special professions to help apply gain effects such as luck or efficiency improvement to us so that we can increase the efficiency of the assembly line. Elder Joe and Elder Wang nodded at his words. This was indeed a good thought. There was no shortage of special professionals in China, and it wasn't difficult to find a few people who could help them. In fact, Fong Ji had been thinking about this thought for a long time, and there were quite a few special professionals within the base. On weekdays, Fong Ji also had some contact with them to a greater or lesser extent. These professionals have so many different abilities that it's not quite accurate to say that they're paraprofessionals. That's why everyone calls them special professionals. However, these people were usually of low rank and grade, so not many people noticed them. and Fangji was trying to utilize their abilities to help those of them in their own alchemy. Elder Zhou and Elder Wang usually came into contact with professionals who were all higher-level existences. It was normal to not be able to notice these people, but at this moment, hearing Fang Yi mention it, their thoughts came alive for a moment. I remember there are a few people in the base who have quite interesting abilities, Elder Wang said softly. Elder Zhou nodded and was about to echo a few words, but suddenly a thought came to mind. I'm remembering that none of their levels are high. Right. So boosting efficiency shouldn't raise much. Right. Fang Yi responded. Then he said slowly, this thought does not completely solve the current problem, so what I really want to talk about is the second thought. You say. Elder Zhou and Elder Wang glanced at each other, waiting curiously and seriously for Fang Yi's next words. Second thought. I want to try to help alchemists improve their alchemy efficiency and success rate through rune devices. Fang Yi didn't hide his thoughts. He knows that the technological system of the present age has collapsed, so trying to make a technological and rune fusion creation on your own is almost impossible. His idea wasn't really that complicated. Since the assembly line in the era he once lived in could be done by machinery, it should be possible in this era. And with the help of the runes, the assembly line should be more efficient in this day and age. However, this was not the case in reality, and Fang Yi had some understanding of rune formations. As far as he could remember, rune arrays with this kind of function didn't exist at all. And those common rune arrays are limited in what they can accomplish, so he'd have to redesign the rune array if he wanted to blend the runes with the machinery. And there are mechanically adept people who redesign the assembly line, one or the other. Fang Yi very meticulously told the two old men in front of him about his thoughts. As his words fell, Elder Zhou and Elder Wang fell into a state of shock. They didn't expect Fang Yi to actually have a way. Originally, they had only gone to ask Fang Yi with the mindset of trying. After all, this kind of thing was very complicated. Many alchemists were now having difficulty even succeeding, let alone refining on a large scale, and those people were simply not qualified to consider this matter. As for Fang Yi, although qualified, he is still young after all. It's not true that he has an open mind, but he lacks experience. It's easy to look good on paper, but I didn't realize he could actually give out workable ideas. In the duo's opinion, Fang Yi's second thought was a bit pie in the sky. Things like using machinery and runes to aid in alchemy were too rare, but the first idea was still fine, and it was available in the special occupier base. Chapter 93 Wang Chongshan. After the shock, Elder Zhou and Elder Wang were silent for a while, apparently organizing their words. Fang Yi was in no hurry and just continued to eat the meal in front of him. He knew that his words contained a lot of information, so these two would definitely have to digest it for a while. After a long time, Zhou Lao slowly raised his head and, in a calm tone, he said, your first thought we can find someone to try something this afternoon, but the second. He paused at this point, seemingly unsure of how to continue. Elder Wang smiled and smoothly picked up. The second idea is too complicated to realize. Gotta go back and plan it all out again. Fang Yun nodded. He heard the meaning in Wang Lao's words. It was obvious that neither of these two men felt that the second idea would work. Perhaps Fang Chase's second thought is indeed subtle, but the point is, something like using machinery and runes to assist an alchemist in making pills sounded almost impossible to achieve. No one wants to put their energy into something where the outcome is unknown, unless Fang Yi has a way to justify the prospect of this line of thinking. But he wasn't the least bit displeased after hearing the two say that. Geniuses are always unappreciated, especially so when it's a genius like him who carries a secret. Fang Yi smiled. Putting down the chopsticks in his hands, he slowly said, then let's try calling those special professionals over first. There might be some surprises. Good. Zhou Lao nodded and picked up his dinner plate. He had already finished eating and, at this point there is some impatience to try it. Fang Yi hurriedly picked up 2 mouthfuls, then followed the 2 old men. On the other hand, in front of the secret realm of the spectral ghosts in Dingbei City, inside the military camp, a middle-aged man in a military uniform walked at a fast pace, and in just a few minutes he arrived in front of a rather large barracks. The soldier guarding the gate stopped the other and asked seriously, "Password, regicide." The officer replied without the slightest hesitation, "Go in." The soldier guarding the gate sidestepped, making way for one person to walk through. Walking into the command room, the middle-aged man saw the army's supreme commander, General Wang Chongshan. This person gave off an invisible sense of oppression just by sitting there, making people not dare to look directly at him. It's a legend, a true legend. Wang Chongshan was originally just a junior soldier in the army, without the slightest background. He had fought his way through life and death in the army, and had been stationed in the secret realm for more than 20 years, which alone made him a legend. No one would have thought at the time that such an unassuming soldier would eventually become one of the highest commanders of the Chinese military. and the army he led was even more invincible, annihilating 4 secret realms in a row. The recaptured 2 cities that had fallen for China. And now that the Abyssal monarch has appeared, after many considerations by the Chinese military, in the end, it was decided that Wang Chongshan would lead the team. He's got enough experience. Even if that Abyssal monarch was so powerful that the entire army could not cope with it, at least Wang Chongshan could guarantee the safety of the people of Dingbei City. As a matter of fact, Wang Chongshan had an in-depth chat with Zhao Hanguo about this issue on his first day here. The two quickly came to the consensus that they had to evacuate as early as possible, not wait for danger to strike, which would be too late. So at the moment, all districts in Dingbei City are being evacuated in an organized manner. The city next door, South River, took it upon itself to take on all the citizens of Dingbei City and guaranteed that for a month they would all be able to take refuge in South River City without fear or favor. The line of sight returned to the command room, where the middle-aged man stood before a wooden table. A cold sweat was constantly breaking out on his back, because the murderous aura on Wang Chongshan's body was just too heavy. The kind of killing aura that had been cultivated by killing an unknown number of foreign beasts was enough to easily break the spirit of an ordinary person. So the middle-aged man felt as if he was facing a fierce tiger that chose to devour people. He managed to control his expression and movements well, though, after all, has followed the general to travel around for so many years. If you say that you still cannot withstand the general's aura, that would not be too shameful. A moment later, Wang Chongshan put down the teacup in his hand and raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife. But soon he gathered his aura and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Oh, Wu, what's wrong?" As these words fell into his ears, the middle-aged man surnamed Wu only felt the pressure on his body plummet. He gave a standard military salute and said aloud, "General, we just got word from Dingbei City that the evacuation will be over by 12 o'clock tonight." "Well, that's good," Wang Chongshan nodded, looking sideways out the window. "And that's where the secret world is headed. Tell everyone to get ready for the official start of the secret exploration tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Let's meet this Abyssal monarch properly." Wang Chongshan stood up as he said that, his eyes angered with sky-high killing intent. And at that moment, across the Atlantic, in a towering building in a city in the United States Commonwealth, a tall white man hammered violently on the long table in front of him, his expression grim as he roared, "A bunch of losers who can't even replicate the kind of pills from China until now?" Across the long table, a somewhat somber-looking old woman wore an awkward expression of. She rubbed her wrinkled hands together and, with a hoarse voice, he replied, "The alchemy of China and the pharmacology of our side are two systems of things, so it's true that we can't learn it in a short period of time. Is there no other way? Can we only wait with bated breath for the pills from China to be delivered?" The white man questioned sternly. "It seems to be the only way to go now." The old woman, who looked like an old hag from a TV show, spread her hands and said helplessly, "Waste. Waste." The white man spun around the room in exasperation. He's actually well aware of the difficulty of the matter. The difference between those flowery potions and the elixirs of China is indeed too great. Getting a group of people who had never touched a potion before to replicate it in a short period of time was almost impossible. What's the situation with the professionals? The white man turned his head and looked toward a slim-bodied young man standing in the corner of the room. Less optimistic. Some of the mildly ill professionals are gradually turning into serious cases after 2 days of delay. The young man's expression was very hard to see. The white man sighed, frowned and looked again at the old woman sitting at the table. He couldn't really do anything to this old woman even if he was angry, because this person was the head of the entire Apothecary Association of the United States Federation, and her status was no lower than his. "Beatrice, do something to help the professions who are suffering with potions that they are the bedrock of the United States of America, and without them, the United States of America will fall flat on its face." The old woman drooped her eyelids slightly as she sniffed. She was silent for a long time before she said, "I'll figure it out." Meanwhile, inside the laboratory of the second base in the capital of China, a dozen or so special occupiers stood in neat rows, waiting for orders from the 3 people in front of them. Chapter 94, Revamping the Assembly Line. Elder Joe and the others moved quickly. It was just a short time of less than an hour to gather all the vacant special professionals in the base. At this moment, Fang Ji looked at these professionals with all the strange names of their professions. There was a somewhat torn expression on his face, although he'd had the idea of using his special abilities to help alchemists make pills before. But after all, I hadn't gotten into it, so I didn't know how to start for a while. Elder Joe was quite experienced in this area. He clapped his hands and let the crowd start by describing their professional abilities and talents. A young man standing on the far left was the first to speak. "My name is Wang Jun, 15th level, gambler. The talent is to be able to make a lucky judgment on yourself or another person once a day, and if the judgment is successful, then that person will be lucky for the rest of the day. The occupational skill is called ****** luck, and the effect is to double your luck for the next period of time. Under normal circumstances, professionals can't see the specific information of each other's professions. That was why Feng Ji and the others needed these occupiers whose specific abilities could not be seen at all from their names to introduce themselves in as much detail as possible, and it was an hour or so of introductions, with some of the professionals, though strangely named, but the ability was unexpectedly good. Feng Ji was listening and recording at the same time, and he already gradually had a few ideas in his mind. Finally, after all the special professionals were introduced, Feng Yi looked at the crowd and, slowly, he chimed in with a few names. Wang Jun, Lu Ying, Su Lei, you guys stay here, the rest of you go back first. Trouble you all today. No trouble, an occupier said as he hurriedly waved his hand after hearing Feng Ji's polite words. Feng Yi smiled and signaled the researcher at the side to bring out the pre-prepared pills. You guys split these pills? You might have a chance to work together in the future. Feel free to ask if you need us, a youth said with a pat on the back, knowing full well that as long as one could get a little involved with these research groups, then life would be much better in the future. If it doesn't work this time, there might be a next time, and it's not a lot of work to make a good impression on the other side. As the others leave, in addition to the researcher and Feng Ji, there were only 4 people left in the lab, 2 males and 2 females, with a harmonious ratio. Feng Yi let them reintroduce their professions, then nodded with satisfaction. Turning to Elder Zhou and Elder Wang, he said, they should come in handy. Let's try it now. Give it a try. Elder Zhou slapped the table and then led the 4 towards Elder Wang's laboratory. I haven't even said anything yet, how do I have to start? Wang Lao cried and laughed as he followed. The second base side is adhering to the principle of one size does not fit all. The laboratories given to Feng Ji and the 3 of them were all of the same size, and the equipment and instruments inside were not any different. However, Wang Lao's side obviously had more staff than Feng Yu's there. After all, he was also a veteran alchemist, and could attract many idle alchemists based on his fame alone. At this moment, inside the laboratory, a dozen or so alchemists were gathered around the experimental table, each busy. This is the assembly line, Elder Wang said and stepped forward. Pointing at the crowd, he said, each person is only responsible for handling one type of medicinal herb, and according to my calculations, this will shorten the time by roughly 1/3. Feng Yun nodded and came to the experimental table and carefully observed it. He'd had that thought before, but the fellows on his side were a bit worse, from both rank and experience. Moreover, they were now mainly focusing on the research of storing pills, so they didn't attempt assembly line alchemy. Just then, a soft cry suddenly came from the side of the dragon's head. Feng Yi then turned his head and an alchemist was seen removing the alchemy furnace from the dragon's head with his hands in a mess, his gray head and face in a sorry state. Someone's failed at alchemy. Seeing this, Wang Lao rushed forward and was relieved only after he was sure that there was no danger of explosion. He returned to Feng Ji and Elder Zhou's side and said somewhat helplessly, it can't be helped. The success rate of alchemy has severely limited the efficiency. Now as long as we can raise the success rate, then I estimate that the efficiency can be another 20% faster. Feng Yi pondered for a moment, then reached out and pointed in the direction of the 4 special professionals, said, let them try it and see how much the boost can be. A few minutes later, each of the 4 special occupiers cast their occupational abilities. Several alchemists were refreshed by the naked eye. In addition to the lucky bonus, they also applied positive statuses such as agility and mental strength increase to the other fellows in the assembly line. How does it feel? Feng Yi asked as he arrived in front of an alchemist. It seems like it's more certain than before. This alchemist's eyes glittered with light and, spiritedly, he said, with the addition of 4 or 5 positive states, the efficiency of the assembly line has increased significantly. The researcher who handled the herbs even waved his arms and processed a strain of herbs into the prescribed shape at an unprecedented speed. Elder Wang instantly revealed a smile as he nodded his head in satisfaction. There was no mincing words of praise for the 4 special professionals. However, Feng Yi soon realized that no amount of efficiency on Wang Lao's side would help. How many pills can they produce in total in 10 days? 1,000? 2,000? The output of this one lab is a drop in the bucket compared to the goal of 40,000 to 50,000 pills. Based on what the congregation has learned, the total number of all the alchemists in the country of China who could refine the triple transformation poison pill now did not exceed 1,000. That's right, less than 1,000. There's no way these people could accomplish that amount in 10 days, even if they put their lives on the line. Moreover, it was impossible for Feng Yi and the others to gather these 1,000 people to form an even larger assembly line, so the actual delivery of pills after 10 days might be much less than expected. Even if that's intentional on the top, there's something really unappealing about too little. Sure enough, just as they were adjusting the assembly line, Bai Fu's call came to Fang Ji. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at Bai Fu's office and met the gorgeous young woman. Bai Fu put down the coffee in her hand and, pretending not to think about it, he asked, "How is the refining of the poison transformation pill going on your side?" Fang Yi let out a bitter smile. "Not good. This elixir requires a higher level of alchemists. Everyone else's success rate is horribly low except for me. It's pretty much the same on Elder Wang and Elder Zhou's side, but we're trying to figure out a way to. There are also a little bit of results now, but it's still very difficult to accomplish the goal." He said this in a level-headed way, first complaining and then emphasizing the efforts of those of his own people, and that they are doing their best. "Well, I know you have difficulties, so the higher-ups won't force a quantity of 100,000 pills." Bai Fu uttered a sentence that came as no surprise, but the next sentence immediately afterward caused Fang Yu to stare blankly. Chapter 95 New Job. The office didn't. Bai Fu looked at Fang Ji with a smile on her face. Word by word, he said, "Although the higher-ups won't mandate the final quantity you deliver, you have to take out at least 3,000 here." 3,000? Fang Ji was instantly shocked. 10 days? He's asking for 3,000 pills for this one group? Couldn't even figure it out by killing him. Fang Yi had roughly estimated the efficiency of his side before. Even if everyone only slept 5 or 6 hours a day, coupled with his 100% success rate, he would only be able to take out about 2,000 at most. This was still on the premise of triggering his legendary alchemist talent. If it doesn't trigger or something happens in the middle, probably only 1,000 or so of them will end up coming out. And this opening of 3,000 by the top brass, are you kidding? Fang Yi suddenly noticed Bai Fu's expression at this moment. The other person was not in that serious state of saying something serious, but instead had a sense of gloating. What's going on here? As Fang Yi's mind moved, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "This quantity, is there any room for negotiation?" Bai Fu looked at Fang Yi for a moment, looking straight into Fang Yi's heart before speaking. Yes, the executives gave 2 options. First, your group delivers 1,000 rare-grade triple transformation poison pills or 300 rare-grade transformation poison pills. Second, improve the Dan formula to make it less difficult to refine and more potent. There's a lot of pressure at the top as well, and it doesn't matter much how much ordinary-level deliveries are made, but there has to be enough of the rare class, or there will be no final payment from the United States federal side. Fang Yi sighed at his words. He knew it would be like this. The triple transformation poison pill is better than the U.S. Federation's own potion. Though, however, you still need a quality of rare or higher to cure a severe case. At the level of the vast majority of alchemists in China now, it's almost impossible to make a rare grade, but there's no way the United States of America is going to stand by and watch all those critically ill people die. That's why they must have specified the number of rare grades when they signed the contract with China. Those rare grade elixirs are the hope to save the United States of America. China can't get enough rare levels, that's for sure. Then there is only one way to go without defaulting. Let the common grade triple transformation poison elixir also cure critically ill patients. It wasn't as if Fang Ji couldn't come up with 1,000 rare grade poison transformation pills if he tried hard enough. After all, he was gifted, but that was just too conspicuous, and he still knew the truth that what shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. So Fang Yi would have to choose to improve the Dan formula. There was no third option. This is something I'll have to fight for. Fang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. The brass also said that if you could finish the subsequent research funding and material subsidies will be increased by 50% for you. Bai Fu threw out a heavy bomb. Fang Yi immediately brightened up. 50%? This was a considerable amount of money. Why don't you look for Elder Zhou and Elder Wang? Fang Yi asked in disbelief as he returned to his senses. Their skills are clear at the top. Experienced enough but not innovative enough. So it's down to you. Bai Fu came to Fang Ji's side and patted his shoulder solemnly. Fang Yi could smell the fragrance of the other party's body, if any, but he had no charming thoughts. All he could think of now was one thought: what to do to get the 50% extra funding and supplies. Oh right. At this moment, Fang Ji suddenly remembered the request that Bai Fu had made earlier, so he took out a wooden box from his pocket, and inside were none other than 2 strengthening bone pills. This wooden box uses Fang Yi's latest research they've been working on. It can ensure that the medicinal properties of the elixir will not be lost for 10 days. This is also thanks to the kind of wood one you found. Of course Simu Nan and the researchers also got a lot of credit, and after mixing a variety of materials, Fang Yi obtained this container. 10 days is still too short, though. Now their hope was the rune array with the power of preservation. As long as it was certain that the rune formation could work, then Fang Ji could start miniaturizing it. successfully figured out containers that can store elixirs for long periods of time. When Bai Fu saw the elixir in Fangji's hand, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she hadn't opened the lid, she knew what Fangji was holding for her when she thought about it. Here are 2 strengthening tendon and bone pills. Auntie Bai, take them. I've asked you to take the trouble of arranging the alchemists and researchers before. Fang Yi said very politely. He was very kind to Bai Fu. The other party had helped him a lot, so what was a mere 2 pills? Moreover, one of them was the one that Bai Fu had asked for. Whether in his past life or in this life, Fang Ji was a person who knew how to return favors, and if there was no Bai Fu, the formation of his research group would not have gone so smoothly. Even with state support in an unfamiliar capital, it's not so easy to pull together a group. After all, hearts and minds are unpredictable. Then I'll take it. Bai Fu joyfully received the wooden box, and then opened it up. After seeing that the grades of the strengthening tendon and bone pills inside were all of the rare grade, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is too valuable. A rare grade elixir. I've only seen it 3 times. As a high-ranking member of the professionals base, Bai Fu had naturally seen many rare items on a regular basis. However, rare grade pills were really rare, and even with her status, she hadn't seen them a few times. This is not valuable to me. Fang Yi smiled and pushed the wooden box forward. Then he got up and took his leave. He had already decided to start by improving the triple transformation poison pill. Back in the lab, Fang Ji realized that Elder Wang's side had quieted down, and the assembly line has returned to its previous efficiency. With the crowd looking a little drained, Fang Yi froze for a moment, then walked over to Wang Lao and asked, "What's going on here?" Elder Wang sighed and said helplessly, "The bonus time for the positive status has expired." Fang Ji immediately looked up at the clock on the wall as he sniffed, and he mentally did some math, realizing that he had just gone out on this full trip for only an hour. How could the bonus time of the positive status be over so soon? Off to the side, a special professional scratched his head and, somewhat embarrassed, he said, "We're a bit low-leveled, and our skill bonus is rather short." "That shouldn't be either," Fang Yi subconsciously said. Elder Wang sighed once again. "There's a place we all overlooked before. That's the fact that the effects of the skills of low-grade professions are all average, and even more so when they're applied to others. The most effective of the lot of them can only inflict a positive status on the others for an hour. The short one is even only 20 minutes. Fang Bai nodded, understanding the problem. In general, professional skills are most effective when applied to the caster himself. And if you inflict it on someone else, it will be affected by the profession level. The higher the level, the better the effect. And they didn't pay attention to the duration before, which is why it's happening now. Chapter 96, Going to the Secret Realm to Upgrade. In fact, some professions have very vague skill descriptions that, from the few lines of text in the description alone, it was impossible to understand the specific role of this skill, and it could only be mastered by the casters fumbling over and over again. And generally, skill descriptions don't quantify such data as duration. It will only be described in terms of lasting a short time and lasting a long time. So Fang Ji and the others were kind of empty-handed this time. For special professionals could only improve the efficiency of the assembly line for less than an hour, which was more or less a pity to eat and discard. But after a brief moment of thought, Fang Ji felt that he could still struggle a bit more. He inquired in detail about the ranks of the 4 special professionals that. Then he looked at Elder Wang and asked, "Would it be better if we took them to the secret realm to upgrade?" Elder Wang stroked his beard and nodded his head. "If the rank goes up, the skills should work a little better too." "Alright then, find someone to make arrangements to go down to the secret realm." Fang Yu clapped his hands and made a decision right away. He now also wanted to see just how much a special professional could help with alchemy. Although Fang Yi preferred to use machinery and runes to assist in alchemy. But until this program is officially off the ground, those special professionals can be of no small use. Moreover, Fang Ji actually had no thoughts on improving the triple transformation poison pill right now. Don't see that he had already improved the body strengthening pill, but the difficulty of the two was not on the same level. So he wanted to go out and take a break from the world, just in time to follow these special professionals around the secret world. Wang Lao's side quickly communicated with the base, and there were quite a few vacant professionals in the base. So a 10-man squad was quickly formed, and they would be responsible for the safety of Fang Ji and the special professionals in the secret realm. The departure of this squad is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Time is running out. Fang Ji and the others must go and return quickly. After leaving Elder Wang's lab, Fang Yi returned to his side. Inside the room, Wan Yu and Si Munan were leading a group of researchers in refining the triple transformation poison pill. They were inspired by the assembly line, and at this time they also divided up the alchemy of the more tedious step of handling the elixir was split up by category and was done by the fellows individually and independently. because of the small number of fellows on Fang Yi's side, so it can't be broken down as finely as on Wang Lao's side. But the actual experience has probably improved efficiency by 10% to 20%. Of course, if Simu Nan's success rate in alchemy went up some more, the refining efficiency could probably still be improved. But Fang Yi didn't care about this little improvement. After all, an assembly line without mechanical and rune assistance is ultimately incomplete. Team leader, when Wan Yu saw Fang Yi enter, he immediately got up and greeted him. It's fine, don't mind me. You guys continue. Fang Yi waved his hand and returned to his room. He first spread the formula for the triple transformation poison pill onto the tabletop. A pen and paper were then pulled out to copy down each herb in order, followed by the. Fang Yi then wrote other herbs of similar nature to each of them. The first step in improving the formula is to replace the higher value and rarer herbs with cheaper and more readily available herbs. But of course, in the process of such replacement, the medicinal properties of the elixir itself must not be greatly altered. Otherwise, there is a high probability that it will not be able to become a dan. Usually, cheap and easily available herbs are much less difficult to handle than rare ones, and the probability of failure during the refining process would also be a bit lower. This was because on weekdays the alchemist used more cheap and easily available herbs and knew more about them, so the success rate of alchemy is naturally higher. It's as if a person used to driving a family sedan would have a hard time mastering a sports car in a short period of time. What Fang Yi was doing now was to make the difficulty of refining the triple transformation poison pill go down, and as long as it did, then some lower-ranked alchemists would be able to refine it, and delivering more pills would not be a problem at that time. This herb substitution is just the basics, though. Fang Yi also could not guarantee the medicinal properties after the replacement. He could only make some attempts first based on his experience and knowledge, but it was hard to say how effective it would be. The time rolled on to the next morning. Fang Yi arrived at the agreed-upon meeting point in the base wearing a combat uniform. There was still half an hour left before we had to leave for the secret realm. This was the second time that Fang Yi had gone down to the secret realm, and to be honest, he was calmer now than he had been the first time. The 10 occupiers who accompanied Fang Yi and the others had already assembled at this moment. These battle-hardened combat professionals were in full gear, exuding an amazing aura. In order to ensure the safety of Fang Yi and the 4 special professionals, Elder Wang purposely arranged for vacant professionals whose ranks were in the first and second echelons of the base, meaning that these people were basically all strong players around level 30. For professionals, every 10 levels is a hurdle. A leap in strength would occur once they crossed over. So these middle and high-level professionals were fully capable of ensuring Fang Yi's safety for them. Alright, get ready to go. The leader of the pro squad clapped his hands and, looking toward Fang Yi and the others, then I'll trouble Captain Li. Fang Yi said with a smile, no harm, no foul. This stout man waved his hand and, with that, he led the crowd towards the door of the secret realm. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi and the others arrived in front of the door to the secret realm. Captain Li began to check the supplies and equipment on his body with the other combat professionals, while Fang Yi took the opportunity to look at the information on this secret realm. The one they were about to enter was the Storm Bear Mystic Realm, an intermediate-level mystic realm on the capital's side. The main thing that existed inside was a powerful alien beast named Tyrannical Bear that was over 3 meters in size. No exaggeration. Even the weakest tyrannical bear in here had the combat power of the professionals at around level 15. And the powerful ones were even comparable to the level 30+ professionals. But after so many years of exploring, the professionals on this side of the capital had mastered a relatively safe traveling route, and Captain Li was planning to lead Fang Yi and the others to walk around on this route, kill weaker storm bears along the way to level up. Fang Yi finished reading the information about the secret realm, then touched the inner pocket of his combat uniform. There were 2 items in here, both of which Fang Yi had obtained after drawing out the legendary life card and activating it in the past 2 days. They were a dagger and a scroll, respectively. In this case, the scroll is a disposable item that, when used, it will rain down enough meteorites to destroy a city, and if they do encounter an irresistible crisis in the secret realm, then Fang Yu could activate the scroll to fight for the survival of the crowd. The dagger, on the other hand, was an existence similar to a concealed weapon, and Fang Yi could manipulate the dagger with his spiritual power. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the dagger was like an extension of his arm. Indestructible and extremely fast. With these 2 items, Fang Yi was confident that he, as well as the others in his team, would not encounter life-threatening situations in the secret realm. Chapter 97 followed closely by. Meanwhile, in a hidden location in the capital, Zhou Feiyu looked at the person in front of him, asked in a small voice, is the news accurate? Are they really going to enter the Storm Bear Mystic Realm? Accurate. If all goes well, they should already be in front of the secret realm gate ready to enter. The man was shrouded in black robes and looked mysterious. A hideous smile appeared on Zhou Feiyu's face as he sniffed, gritting his teeth and saying, "Feng Yi, it's your time to die." Saying that, Zhou Feiyu reached into his pocket and handed over a porcelain vase in his pocket, a little token of appreciation. "You take it." The black-robed man calmly took the porcelain bottle, opened the lid and sniffed it. Then he slowly said, "The formalities have been completed. You will be able to enter the secret realm after 12 o'clock noon. Remember, if you are found out, don't say anything extra. Understand?" "Understood. Understood." Zhou Feiyu nodded his head busily and respectfully watched the black-robed man leave. When he was the only one left in this hidden room, Zhou Feiyu finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha, Feng Ji, you actually dare to go down to the secret realm. What a heavenly opportunity. Heaven forbid I don't kill you." On the other hand, inside the second professional base of the capital, Feng Ji and the others were completely prepared. The squad leader, Li Guangwei, submitted his application to the soldier guarding the gate, and then he took the lead and walked in. Feng Ji stood in the middle of the group and also entered the secret realm with them. White light obscured the vision, a light weightlessness came over me, and after an unknown period of time, the scenery that Feng Ji heard and saw had changed, and at the moment, he was standing in the middle of a barracks. Moist and earthy air burrowed into his nostrils. Feng Ji looked around. The escort squad and a few professionals were standing around him, and a little farther inside the house stood a few heavily armed soldiers, their expressions serious and full of caution as they looked towards them. This should be a routine check. 2. Even if Feng Ji and the others had gone through the examination on the other side of the secret realm's door, they would still have to be vetted and examined once more when they arrived within the secret realm. The only thing left in the barracks besides the people was some equipment that I don't know what it was for. Feng Yi suddenly noticed the weapons in the hands of those soldiers, which were the standardized long swords and shields. It didn't look the slightest bit different from the weaponry of those soldiers in Dingbei City. Let's start thinking about improved weapons once we're done with this at hand, Feng Ji thought in his mind. A few minutes later, Captain Li completed the identification of the crowd. Then he turned back and copied the large ringed sword placed aside and walked towards the door with his head held high. Feng Ji froze for a moment. He had thought that Captain Li would talk about some kind of precautions, but I didn't expect the other guy to just walk out with a big grin on his face. A member of the team next to me said with a grin, "It's safe inside the outpost. Don't worry, team leader Feng. There's absolutely no problem with us." Feng Yi saw the other party smile and relaxed a bit. 10 average level 30 professionals plus the 2 items in their hands. Although they could not be called invincible within this secret territory, there was absolutely no problem to return in one piece. Walking out of the outpost, Feng Ji saw the real scenery of the Storm Bear Mystic Realm. Here was a huge forest that could not be seen at a glance, with countless thick sky-high trees growing their branches wantonly toward the sky. Countless unknown birds winged their way through the forest. If we didn't know the ferocity of the Fae, Feng Ji really thought that this was some kind of beautiful primitive forest. Outside the base, Captain Li stood on a path that had been cut out by hand and, with a serious expression, Feng Yu and the others instructed, "Although we won't normally encounter particularly powerful tyrannical bears on this road, we can't take it lightly. If we encounter any foreign beasts that we can't solve, just take care of yourselves and find a chance to contact the military." "Okay." Feng Yu nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Alright, then let's set off now." Captain Li waved his long sword and said with great vigor, just as Feng Ji and the others officially entered the secret realm to start leveling up. In the command room of Wang Chongshan in front of the spectral ghost mystery realm in Dingbei City, several staff officers were looking at the map hanging on the wall with serious faces. It's a map that the city of Dingbei provided them with, but honestly, it was likely that the terrain would change after the Abyssal Monarch descended, so the military side didn't know the accuracy of this map, but they can make a pre-combat plan, based on the map. No matter what the situation was on the Abyssal Monarch's side, the military side had already made ample preparations. Entering the secret area in an hour, informed the army to do a final check. Wang Chongshan gave the order after making sure there were no mistakes in the battle plan. In fact, all of them had no idea in their hearts. After all, no one had any experience in facing the Abyssal Monarch. Before that, dozens of contingency plans and battle plans were made on the side of the staff. But this was not enough for them. No matter how much preparation was done in the face of such a terrifying existence, it was not enough. Wang Chongshan also understood this very well, so the odds were that they would have to improvise when the time came. An hour passed quickly, and in front of the door of the secret realm, Wang Chongshan looked at the clock on the wall. With a serious expression, he ordered in a loud voice, "All troops depart." At the same time, in the secret realm of the Stormy Bear where Feng Ji was located, a young man wearing a black short sleeve walked out of the door of the secret realm. He looked at the soldiers who came to inspect him and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Hello, let me ask, Did a squad of about a dozen people just come by? The youth who asked was Zhou Feiyu, who at the moment was radiating a sunny and upward aura all over his body. It didn't look the least bit as menacing as it had before. The soldier thought for a moment, looked at Zhou Feiyu and asked, "Are you with them?" Zhou Feiyu nodded his head and said very naturally, "Yes." They went one step ahead and, turns out it didn't tell me which direction it went. The soldier vaguely felt that something was wrong, and his instincts from years of being stationed in the secret realm told him that there seemed to be something wrong with the youth in front of him, but he didn't know what for a moment. So after a short silence, the soldier pointed in one direction and said, "They went there." "All right, many thanks." Zhou Feiyu said his thanks, then ran in the direction the soldier pointed. At this moment, in the middle of a path in the Storm Bear mysterious realm, Feng Ji was holding the seal character pen. Runic power was applied to several of the professionals who were fighting the Storm Bear. What they encountered was a violent bear about 2 meters tall, a height that could only be considered normal for its size. The combat strength was also average. The escort squad could be easily dealt with, but Feng Ji still put a shield on them. Swords have no eyes. In case of injury can affect the next advance. 3 minutes later, Captain Li's body accelerated violently, and his large ringed sword slashed diagonally out of, right in the neck of the Storm Bear. Blood splattered, and the Stormy Bear's body fell heavily to the ground, losing its breath of life. Chapter 98 Black Mist. After entering the secret realm, Feng Ji and the others had been advancing along this path. The scenery around them hadn't changed much, and the 1,000 giant trees and plants were a bit boring to look at, but they hadn't stumbled upon any mighty storm bears. So far, the escort squad, these professionals, coped perfectly well. I have to say, the secret realm is a really good place to level up. Feng Yi estimated that he could raise his alchemist to level 20 before he left the secret realm, while his forge master could rise to level 10. As for the others, if you look at the efficiency of the current, for special professions should not have a problem awakening another profession skill. Feng Ji had also learned a lot about professionals now, so he understood that, the higher the grade, the more difficult it is to upgrade a profession. And in the same situation, a rare grade professional goes up 5 grades. That legendary level professional might only go up a level or 2. That's why it's much easier for these level 10 special professionals to upgrade than him. At this time, Captain Li, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and turned his head sideways to the crowd. "There's a stretch of open ground ahead, so you guys be safe if you run into a storm bear." When Captain Li had just finished speaking, his eyes caught a glimpse of Feng Ji, and then he slapped his head. "I forgot. Team leader Feng has a strong enough defense." Feng Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "I can only play as a support. The hard battle is still up to you guys." After exchanging a few brief words, the crowd continued on their way. After having about 5 or 6 minutes, Feng Yi and the others arrived at the open area that Captain Li had mentioned. It was a huge swampy area situated between 2 forests, with no tall plants. Because of the soft soil, there were only a few low shrubs growing in a staggered pattern, but to say it's open space seems a bit inappropriate as well. Captain Li pointed to the swamp in front of him and explained to the crowd. In the earliest days this was indeed a hard muddy land. Then a few stormy bears fought here, and the military used some special means in order to protect themselves. So such a swamp was formed. The crowd nodded, and then heard Captain Li continue. "Stay close to me for a while. There are places in the swamp where you can't step, and even I can't save you if something really goes wrong." Feng Ji immediately expressed his understanding, and the crowd went on their way once again. The loose soil was like a big ball of cotton, so that one could step on it without the slightest sense of security. Feng Ji carefully followed behind Captain Li and a group of other combat professionals. He wasn't feeling too good right now, because this kind of place wasn't suitable for fighting. If a bear storm comes at a time like this, dang! Feng Ji had just thought of this, but a loud bang suddenly came from his ears. Captain Li and the others were instantly alert, their eyes widening as they, deadpan stared in the direction the voice came from, but their view was just about obscured by the thick trees that, although the area of this swamp was not small, there was little mist at the moment, and the crowd could clearly see the forest in the distance. Smoke and dust rose suddenly, and a huge tree collapsed without warning. Luckily they were far enough away from the forest that the debris and branches brought up by the giant trees didn't splash into the swamp. What happened? A special professional couldn't help but ask. Captain Li shook his head as he sniffed. He couldn't tell right now, but he thought that it shouldn't be good. "Let's get out of here. The swamp is not suitable for fighting," said. Captain Li then had a few other team members set up a few special professionals. After all this time on the march, Captain Li had found that these special professionals were in poor physical condition, and were completely unable to keep up with the pace of the others traveling at full speed. So in this case it's faster to just carry them instead. Feng Ji could barely keep up with them. Taking the strengthening bone elixir had already pushed him close to a level 15 or so combat professional in terms of physical quality alone, and the forge had brought about a slight increase in physical quality after the upgrade. With the two phases stacked on top of each other, Fangji's speed in the swamp was not too slow, yet there are many unknown dangers in the swamps. Besides the mire that can swallow everything, some unknown beasts also launch sneak attacks from time to time, hiding in the mire and trying to attack any creature that passes by. Captain Lee was familiar with the Storm Bear Mystic Realm, but he couldn't guarantee that the crowd would be 100% safe, so he kept an eye on the situation in the forest while scouting the way for the crowd. On the other hand, in the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, Wang Chongshan's army had stationed itself in a valley. At the moment, the entire secret realm was divided into two parts, and as far as the eye could see, the half of the secret realm was shrouded in black mist, while only the valley they were currently in and the mountain range in front of them were still normal scenery. This change was unexpected by all, and since the appearance of the Abyssal monarchs, the soldiers originally stationed in the secret realm were all withdrawn, so the changes that occurred in the secret realm in the past few days were not known to the military. That's not to say the military hasn't done anything at all, though. They tried to probe the situation in the secret realm with the talents of some special professionals, but under the influence of some unknown power, all these attempts were in vain. In other words, it was only at this moment that the military could see the changes taking place in the secret realm. What's going on here? A staff officer put down his binoculars and couldn't help but mumble. Have the stealth squads and scout battalions explore the mists. Tell me the first time you find traces of the Abyssal monarch. Wang Chongshan came back to his senses and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. The crowd responded in a loud voice, and then the entire army moved swiftly. The stealthy squad immediately closed in before the black mist that, as the squad with the highest combat power in the entire country of China, they naturally possessed the power to resist the abyss for a short period of time. And the scout battalion side had also sent some of their professionals to assist the hidden squad in their exploration. Within a short time, the situation in the black mist was transmitted back to the command room, and Wang Chongshan stared at his eyes and, for a moment there was some disbelief. What do you mean? Those black mists are alive? Yes, General. Those black mists possessed seem not to be our common abyssal black mists. They are like shadow demons magnified countless times. A soldier from the scout battalion replied quickly. Can you guarantee that your judgment is correct? Wang Chongshan continued to ask. The soldier was silent for 2 seconds and, then he nodded firmly. This is the speculation given by the captain of the secret squad. Wang Chongshan immediately frowned. If it was an ordinary black mist, then it wasn't impossible for him to arrange for some medium and high-level auxiliary professionals to cope with it. But if that black mist was alive, would the existing means still be able to cope with them? If we can't enter the black mist, then how should we probe the Abyssal monarch's information? Waiting for the other side to come forward? Not to mention whether the other side will come out. Just this kind of sitting around waiting for death was not Wang Chongshan's character. Chapter 99 The First Meeting with a Stormy Bear. Not good. Dodge. Captain Lee gave a low shout and, fiercely, he swung his large ringed sword to meet the flying boulder. Boo! The boulders shattered and stones flew. Fang Ji and the others dodged and dodged, avoiding the mindless strike from Stormbear. That's right. That boulder just now was the aftermath of the battle between the two violent bears in the forest. At this moment, Fang Ji and the others had arrived at the edge of the swamp, but the situation wasn't too good. The position they were in now was less than 100 meters away from those tyrannical bears, and this kind of distance was just a matter of seconds for the powerful tyrannical bears. It can't be helped, though. It's complicated around the swamp. They were already standing in one of the safest areas at this point. That storm bear has to be 5 meters, a special professional exclaimed. Captain Lee glanced sideways, then pointed in a direction and said, hurry up and, we can't afford to mess with it. This should be 2 storm bear leaders who are fighting over territory. The storm bear chiefs were the most dangerous existences in the entire secret realm, each one of them being over 5 meters in size. Professions below level 30 have no resistance against it at all, and even a level 30 or above professional was no match for it alone, and only a team of 3 or more people could possibly kill it. Fang Yishi and his team had a few dragons with them, so it should never be hard with the other side. So led by Captain Lee, the crowd quickly moved away in the opposite direction, but they had only run a few dozen meters when one of the violent bears in the middle of a fierce battle suddenly roared, turning around and running furiously at breakneck speed towards where they were now. The people's faces changed greatly. Captain Lee reacted extremely fast and immediately leaped into midair. The large ring blade in his hand drew a swift arc, and a blade energy suddenly shot towards the approaching storm bear. The speed of the blade gas was extremely fast. In an instant it came in front of the leader of this tyrannical bear. The leader raised his arm to block it. In the next second, the knife chi directly cut through its arm, leaving a deep mark that blood burst out with a snort. Seeing this scene, all the people were slightly relieved. Captain Lee is still fierce. Surprisingly, he didn't lose in the face of the Storm Bear Chief, but Captain Lee said in his heart that it was not good. The defense of this Storm Bear Chief was beyond his imagination. He had just used his strongest attack skill, and under normal circumstances, this blade was able to directly cleave through the body of an ordinary tyrannical bear, but when it landed on the tyrannical bear leader it only gave it a non-fatal cut. Can't beat them. Go! Captain Lee dropped back to the ground and yelled at the crowd that, then turned and walked away. Several members of the escort squad immediately followed, and Fang Yi also exploded his fastest speed. However, that stormy bear leader was already enraged at the moment, and it hissed and, completely disregarding the enemies behind him, he fiercely accelerated towards Fang Ji and the others. Damn! Is this stupid bear out of his mind? A team member cursed out. Indeed, it is clear that the real enemy is behind us, but the Storm Bear Chief was dead set on their group. Fang Ji looked sideways, quickly estimating the strength gap between the two sides in his mind. He soon realized that if he ran like this, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for them people to be caught up by the storm bears. No! Something has to be done. Fang Yi's mind moved, and the seal symbol pen in his hand waved rapidly, and a few seconds later, an arcane rune appeared in front of him and quickly disintegrated. Points of light fell down like rain, and the crowd immediately felt that their bodies were much lighter. A rune of swiftness that increases the speed of everyone in range for a short period of time. With the rune boost, the crowd pulled away from the storm bear leader by a small distance and a few twists and turns. But the danger wasn't over yet. After all, the runes had a limited duration. It was impossible for Fang Yi to get the crowd out of danger with a single rune even if he was a legendary rune master. Team leader Fang, do you have any other methods? Captain Lee sidled up and asked in a loud voice. I'll give you guys attack and defense boosts. Can you beat these two tyrannical bears? Fang Yi immediately returned. Drawing talismans out of thin air was a very spiritually draining move, and he was too low in level right now. There were some powerful runes that simply could not be drawn out of thin air, so at this moment, Fang Ji was limited in the means he could utilize. When Captain Lee heard Fang Ji's question, he immediately looked at several other members of the team, and they all looked at each other. A heavy nod followed. Can fight. Those runes of team leader Fang are as strong as, a team member said in a deep voice. Good. Then fight. Captain Lee made up his mind, and his speeding figure came to a violent halt. Turning around, he stared at the approaching storm bear. The other members of the team acted in the same way. As they stopped in front of Fang Ji and the other 5 people, a human wall was formed. Fang Yi didn't hesitate. The surging spiritual energy instantly attached to the sealing talisman pen, and immediately after that, one rune after another was drawn out of thin air by him. Storm Bear is rapidly closing the distance between him and the crowd. Fang Ji had managed to apply runes that could drastically increase the combat power of all of the escort squad at this last minute. Captain Lee bellowed, and charged up against the storm bear, with the rest of the team assisting from the flanks. Both sides stood in an instant, and in the distance, the other storm bear leader who was approaching at great speed slowly stopped when he saw the scene, seemingly not intending to make a move now, but wanting to be the yellow bird of the mantis catching cicada. At the level of the alpha, the Fae possess a certain level of intelligence. So it wasn't so surprising that this stormy bear made such a move. Fang Yi let out a cold snort, and the seal symbol pen in his hand waved once again. This tyrannical bear in front of the crowd had been suppressed by Captain Lee and the others, and with the help of the runes, they were able to burst out with a combat power comparable to that of a level 40 professional. Under the concerted siege of many, this already injured tyrant bear quickly showed signs of weakness, and it was at this moment that the drawing of the runes in front of Fang Ji was completed. Go! Fang Yi let out a low shout, and the runes flew out quickly. It suddenly transformed into a cage emitting golden light in midair. The tyrannical bear chief couldn't dodge in time and was directly enveloped by this cage. Captain Lee and the others saw a bright light in front of their eyes. So naturally, they couldn't possibly let go of this opportunity to attack. They bulldozed forward, and the weapons in their hands all glowed brightly. When the storm bear chief saw this scene, an uncontrollable panic crossed his eyes. It frantically swung up its sharp claws in an attempt to break free of its cage and escape. But the cage made of runes is quite tough. This was something that could even trap the abyssalized 8 desolate swords. Would it be something that a storm bear chief could just break free from? In the next second, more than a dozen attacks landed on various parts of the storm bear chief's body, and blood instantly soared. A bull-sized crater appeared in the chest of the storm bear, which was blasted out by a professional with a magic bullet. Fang Ji slowly let out a sigh of relief as he saw that the luster in the eyes of the storm bear was fading away. The breath of life slowed to a halt. A storm bear leader. Dead. Chapter 100 The Living Black Mist. In the secret realm of the tyrannical bear, next to the swamp, A tyrannical bear that was over 5 meters in size fell to the ground with a loud crash. The ground was instantly covered in smoke and dust. And in the forest, not far away, the other storm bear leader who witnessed this scene in its entirety widened his scarlet eyes and turned around to run with little hesitation. Captain Lee watched Storm Bear move away and snorted, his expression disdainful. The battle in which he had just killed the Storm Bear leader had made him burst with self-confidence, but he was also well aware that the main credit for being able to kill the Storm Bear leader so easily on his own was still attributed to Feng Ji. Without Feng Ji's rune, it was absolutely impossible for them to face the Storm Bear chief with such ease. There may even be casualties. Okay, moving on, Captain Lee said, bending down. He cut the claws off the leader of the Storm Bear. This grade of Fey material can fetch a good price. Now that I've come across it, it's naturally impossible to let it go. The crowd continued on its way. The battle just now had allowed Feng Ji and the other 4 special occupiers to gain quite a bit of experience, and their occupation levels had also seen a considerable increase. If we keep going at this rate, some of them could even awaken 2 career skills before leaving the secret realm, but this kind of thing is just a thought. If the Storm Bear chief is really that good to kill, this wouldn't be a mid-level secret world. According to Captain Lee and the others, once the Storm Bear leaders died one after another in a certain area, then the even more powerful tyrannical bear lord will appear. That's a powerful alien beast with a body size of over 8 meters. Each head possessed the ability to kill them easily. Therefore, Feng Ji and the others could only go and kill those ordinary tyrannical bears if they wanted to brush up on their experience. On the other hand, in the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, Wang Chongshan commanded a portion of the army to the front of the Black Mist. After a short period of hesitation, Wang Chongshan decided to find a way to dispel the Black Mist, and even if it couldn't be dispersed, it was still necessary to try to figure out the movements of that abyssal monarch and determine where the enemy was located. Everyone prepare. Wang Chongshan looked at the Black Mist rolling in front of him and raised his arm, and just as he was about to give the order, the Black Mist suddenly changed in some way. Only to see the original only small-scale rolling black fog as a small river in the frightened fish and shrimp as violent and fast swimming up. In the next instant, an insufferably shrill sound came from the Black Mist of some lower-ranked professionals retreated and spat out blood on the spot, while Wang Chongshan also felt an invisible pressure suddenly descend. He, as a high-ranking professional, the vast majority of the Fey beasts in this world wouldn't give him so much pressure, but now, he had indeed felt the kind of pressure that was like a mountain that made one completely unable to put up resistance. Just a single roar had such great power. Wang Chongshan's heart was incomparably appalled. Is that the Abyssal Monarch? One of the staff officers looked into the black fog and there was a tremor in his voice. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath and calmed his slightly flustered mood. He looked toward the black fog and ordered in a deep voice, "Mage Battalion, dispel magic at the ready." The words fell, and a portion of the army quickly raised their arms, and the next moment a wave of energy spread out, and white light began to converge in their hands. After all, the soldiers in the mage camp are ready. Wang Chongshan looked at the black mist and shouted loudly, "Release!" The sound traveled a long way, and a few moments later the magic in the soldiers' hands flew straight into the black mist like meteors. Although the hidden squad site says this black mist is alive. However, Wang Chongshan still chose to dispel the magic, because from what he knew now, the black mist could be a summon, which meant that they were summoned by the Abyssal Monarch. And dispelling magic not only dispels mist's toxins and other presences, but also most summons. If dispelling magic really worked at this point, it meant that the black mist thing was not something to be feared. Yet things didn't go as well as they expected. After those dispelling magic flew into the black fog, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea, and there was no sound in just a moment. Wang Chongshan was silent for 2 seconds, then he had the mage battalion release another round of dispel magic, yet the black mist still didn't respond in the slightest. And just then, a sharp roar once again came from the black fog. Roar! This roar was even more powerful than the one just now that some of the soldiers who were close to the black mist even fainted directly. Seeing this scene, Wang Chongshan's face changed and he hurriedly ordered his army to retreat, away from the vicinity of the black mist. He would have had the mage battalion try it first. Then the warrior battalion and the scout battalion went into the black mist to investigate the situation. Of course, the auxiliary battalion would release some skills to assist in the exploration. But the 2 consecutive roars in the black fog made the exploration plan directly fizzle out. He could not order his soldiers to die, so he could only temporarily withdraw to the base. Inside the command room, Wang Chongshan looked at the map on the wall with a grave expression. This was a map that had been redrawn after they had entered the secret realm, and it indicated the area that was shrouded in black mist. "General, is it possible for us to go around the back of the black fog?" A staff officer looked at the map and presented his thoughts. Wang Chongshan pondered for a while. then shook his head. There's no getting around it. The terrain in this area is so difficult to navigate that only a very small percentage of professionals can traverse it. How effective would they be even if they went around? The room fell silent for a moment, and the crowd was now at a loss as to what to do. Those black mists can't be dispersed nor can they be rushed in. And there's a good chance that the Abyssal Monarch is in there. The deadlock, surprisingly, had become a deadlock without realizing it. Could we only wait for the Abyssal Monarch to come out of the black mist? No one knows what's going on in the black mist. That would mean that the Abyssal Monarchs would be completely unaware if they were doing something more dangerous. No, we can't wait so dryly. Wang Chongshan slammed the table and, making up his mind, have the auxiliary battalion energize the stealth squad and the scout battalion, and enter the black mist in 2 hours. Yes, a clean answer came from the command room. Meanwhile, in the Storm Bear Mystic Realm, Zhou Feiyu split the bushes in front of him, wiping a handful of beads of sweat from his forehead. He sat down on the floor in some distress. He had been traveling through the secret realm for several hours, but he hadn't even seen Fang Ji's shadow of them. This made Zhou Feiyu wonder if the soldier had pointed himself in the wrong direction earlier. But the two of them have no grievances, and there's nothing broken in them. That shouldn't be happening, should it? After a few moments of agonizing, Zhou Feiyu stood up and decided to walk forward a little further to take a look. What if it was just because Fang Ji and the others were faster? And just then, his eyes glanced at the pavement beneath his feet and suddenly realized something. Wait, if they did go this way, that can't be a storm bear that we haven't encountered. Chapter 101 Secret Battle. Zhou Feiyu's mind exploded. He just met 2 storm bears all this way over. But in retrospect, aside from those 2 stormy bears, there were surprisingly no fresh signs of a battle on the entire road. Which means nothing. It means that the road has not been traveled for at least 2 or 3 days. Other than that, he hadn't seen any storm bear carcasses. It was always impossible for Fang Ji and the others to be so lucky. Zhou Feiyu was well aware of the purpose of Fang Ji and the others. They had come to the secret realm for leveling up, and if they didn't encounter the storm bear, it wouldn't be a wasted effort. So by this moment, Zhou Feiyu was already certain that he was on the wrong path. Damn! Trick me! He cursed loudly, and the long sword in his hand slashed heavily on top of a huge tree beside him. Boo! Wooden debris flew, leaving a deep mark on the giant tree. Calm down, calm down. Zhou Feiyu took a breath and forced himself to calm down and he took the map out of his pocket and then looked around trying to confirm where he was now. There's no such thing as navigation software in this day and age. Trying to find your way around can only be done in a very primitive way through paper maps. And maps aren't 100% accurate in the secret world. Some powerful alien beasts would change the terrain during battle. So the map in Zhou Feiyu's hand at the moment could only be used as a reference. After looking around for about a few minutes, Zhou Feiyu determined that he should be on the west side of the secret realm right now. And if his judgment wasn't wrong, then Fang Ji and the others should be on the safer path on the east side. It's a bit far, Zhou Feiyu muttered as he looked at the map. But suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at the map with a surprised expression. Is it possible to get through here? Zhou Feiyu's finger moved slowly along an irregular line on the map. And soon, he was sure of his thoughts. Just a short distance away from where Zhou Feiyu was now there was a little pathway that few people took. Following this path, he could come directly from the west side of the secret realm to the east side. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the Storm Bear Mystery Realm itself wasn't very large. Otherwise, even if he found the path, he wouldn't be able to cross it in time, and Fang Ji and the others would have run away without a trace. After determining the route, Zhou Feiyu vigorously rubbed his face with the palm of his hand. Eyes fierce, he stood up and stormed out. And on the eastern side of the secret realm, Fang Ji and the others were caught in another bitter battle, with Captain Li in the lead. It clashed hard with an alpha storm bear. The rest of the team guarded the 4 special professionals, including Fang Yi, fending off the dozen or so ordinary storm bears that popped up out of nowhere. The sounds of killing were unceasing. Fang Ji's expression was heavy as he continuously drew runes in midair. The invisible energy fluctuations spread out, and the movements of one of the team members immediately became a few degrees swifter. I thought this trail was relatively safe. A special professional couldn't help but ask. Their kind didn't enter the secret realm much on weekdays, because of their special occupation. Even if they entered, they were going to some low-grade ones, and it was the first time for them to go to a medium-grade one like the Storm Bear Mystic Realm. After all, no one would want to bring a moppet in the secret realm. Fang Ji actually had this doubt. How come we always run into the Storm Bear leader when we say the trail is safe? With the configuration of their squad, it's not like they can't beat the Storm Bear leader when they meet him. It was just that the level of danger would increase drastically, and Fang Ji didn't want to have casualties as a result. One of the team members took a few steps back, caught his breath and replied, I don't know. I've been here before, and it's rare to meet a Storm Bear leader on the east side. After he finished flying, he once again greeted them and fought with an ordinary storm bear. Fang Yi's runes do work well, but there's no way he can inflict them on many people at once. This led to a stalemate in the battle for a while. Captain Lee had unleashed two of his strongest attack skills during the battle in the swamp. Therefore, he can only guarantee that he would not lose the wind when facing this storm bear chief now. But it was a bit difficult to kill the other party. As time passed by, the few members of the team escorting Fang Yi killed the normal storm bears, then immediately backed up Captain Lee. Things are starting to look up. Captain Lee seized the opportunity to slash a bone-deep wound in the storm bear leader's chest. Under the pain, the storm bear leader hissed and turned around to run. Fang Yi hesitated for a moment. It did not use the banning rune on it. Of all the runes he had mastered, the imprisonment rune was the one that consumed the most mental energy. If used multiple times over a period of time, Fang Yi felt that there was a high probability that he would experience a mental overdraft. And in a dangerous environment like the secret realm, he wanted to make sure he was in shape to deal with the greater dangers that might come next. Captain Lee swung up his great ring sword, and was about to go after the wounded chief of the storm bears. Fang Yi hurriedly stopped his opponent. Captain Lee, don't chase. There's something wrong with the situation now. Captain Lee froze for a moment, then reacted. Indeed, it was reasonable to say that they shouldn't have encountered the storm bear leader consecutively, and compared to the experience gained from killing the other party, ensuring safety was the most important thing. Indeed not right. Captain Lee lowered his large ringed blade and, coming to the group, he said, I only encountered 2 alpha heads the entire time I was here last time. Captain Lee said in a deep voice. Fang Yi pondered for a moment and said slowly, that is to say, this trail isn't safe right now. Is it possible that something has changed in the secret realm that we don't know about? It looks like the probability is this. Captain Lee's expression was a little hard to see. If that's the case, they should evacuate the secret realm as soon as possible. Report this to the military. But they had no substantial evidence, and the appearance of the chief storm bear, though fishy, however, it was not yet certain that a bad change had really occurred in the secret realm, so Fang Yi made up his mind after dwelling on it for a moment. Keep moving forward into the depths of the secret realm. It was true that Captain Lee was the master of this squad on the surface, but it was Fang Yi who really spoke the truth. Then since Fang Yi had already made his decision, the others could no longer refute it. The small group set off once again and began to walk towards the depths of the secret realm. On the other hand, in the secret realm of the ghosts, the 2 hidden squads and the hundreds of elites from the scout battalion rejoined before the black mist, and this time, all of them were emitting a Tao of light. That's the trace of a variety of supplementary skills added to the body. A moment later, Wang Chongshan's muffled voice rang in their ears. Everyone get ready. Enter the black mist in 5 minutes. And if you encounter an abyssal monarch, probe the other side until you're assured of their safety. Got it? Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. The 5 minutes passed quickly. These most elite soldiers walked into the black fog with an unrelenting momentum, and the fog that seemed to be alive drowned them all in just an instant. Chapter 102 The Killing Chance in the Black Mist. Wang Chongshan could sense their location with the help of a certain auxiliary skill. You can even talk to them. But in an unknown environment like the Black Mist, this tactic still doesn't give much security either. Will they make it back alive? A staff officer suddenly couldn't help but blurt out. Wang Chongshan immediately turned around and glared at the other party. Saying such words now was really out of his mind. The staff officer was instantly silenced and scratched his head in some embarrassment. At the moment, amidst the black mist, the elite soldiers slowly advanced. There was only pitch black in their sight, and those black mists seemed to be so thick that no light could illuminate them. The secondary skills more or less play a role, though. The soldiers could sense each other's position of their companions and could also simply recognize the direction so that at least they wouldn't get lost. 10 minutes after entering the black fog, a soldier suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise, and the cry of alarm didn't travel too far through the black mist that it was as if something had swallowed the voice, and a few of the soldiers who were closer hurriedly approached when they heard the sound. They had all looked at the map before they set out, and knew that the crowd was now on a plain of. The surroundings were pretty good, except that you couldn't see anything in the black mist. Xiao Zhang, can you hear me? A soldier called out softly, not daring to raise his voice, and because it's not known if there are any foreign beasts present here. As the words fell from his lips, the soldier listened carefully to the movements around him. But there was no sound whatsoever in the black mist, as silent as death. Such an eerie scene sends chills down the soldier's spines. However, he still sensed the location of the compatriot just now through his mental link and slowly approached. However, a few minutes later, the scene that appeared in front of his eyes directly caused the soldier to shudder, and it was as if the blood had frozen. Only a short distance away, a dried-up corpse lay on the ground in an extremely twisted position. The reason the soldier could see the body. It was because the other party's body was emitting a not-so-dazzling but constant glow, and he was familiar with those glows. The traces left behind by the auxiliary skills added to his body. In the darkness, the soldier came to the body and crouched down to examine it. And just then a not-so-sharp footstep came, and the soldier hastily looked up to see his compatriot stepping out of the darkness. "What's going on?" another soldier asked. "I don't know." The soldier shook his head inside, restraining his sadness. "Come on, keep exploring." Meanwhile, in the command room of the secret realm of the ghosts, Wang Chongshan's expression was ugly. In the short span of 10 minutes, 20% of the elite soldiers who had entered the secret realm had already died. In Wang Chongshan's spiritual link, a single point of light was disappearing rapidly. The good news is that the entire stealth squad survived. The bad news is, at this rate of death, these soldiers couldn't detect much useful information at all. It's dying for nothing. Everyone, chime in if you can hear me. Wang Chongshan called out in the mental link. 2 seconds later, the soldiers' voices rang out in turn. 1, 2, 3, 63. The last soldier reported that the counting had stopped, and Wang Chongshan pinched his brow. After organizing his thoughts, he said, "If there is no harvest after 10 minutes, return immediately and don't stay in the black mist for much longer." Yes. Half a day later, in the Storm Bear mysterious realm, Fang Ji and the others arrived before a lake. Captain Li leaned back on a tree stump, a slightly relaxed expression on his face. "It's a third of the way there. We'll rest in the cabin next to it tonight." Captain Li pointed to a somewhat dilapidated cabin not far away. Fang Ji looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but frown. Honestly, this cabin was in more disrepair than he could have imagined. The rickety door panels and the large holes broken in the walls couldn't help but make you wonder if the cabin was going to collapse the next second. And after getting closer, Fang Ji also smelled an unpleasant musty odor. That's the smell of wood after it's rotted. "Can we live here?" a special professional couldn't help but ask. Captain Li smiled and didn't immediately explain, but led the crowd towards the interior of the cabin, pushing open the old and rickety wooden door. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a messy environment inside the house. All kinds of items were casually thrown on the ground. Dust covered everything in sight. Fang Ji saw that there were footprints of varying depths between the dust on the ground. They were left by others who had come to the cabin, and the depth of dust covering those footprints varied according to how early or late they arrived. Captain Li put his palm in front of his nose and fanned himself, as if he found the environment somewhat uncomfortable. Still, he took the lead and walked in, coming to a collapsed wooden cabinet. The crowd stared at his movements. In fact, of all the people present, only the 4 special professionals and Fang Ji were confused, while everyone else knew what Captain Li was planning to do. Soon, Fang Yi saw Captain Li holding up the wooden cabinet. The large ring blade in his hand gave a hard knock somewhere on the ground. A toothsome sound rang out, and the wooden floor moved slowly up After only a few seconds, a hole in the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. Fang Ji looked at this scene with some surprise. Captain Li smiled and explained, "Down there is where the occupiers temporarily rest. Come with me." With that said, Captain Li made a gentle leap and fell directly below the ground. The others followed him into the hole in the ground. The cavern in the ground was not as gloomy as one might have expected. The passageway was brightly illuminated by night jewels that were everywhere on the walls. The crowd followed Captain Li forward for about a few hundred meters before a wide hall comes into view. The hall, which is located on the ground floor, contains a number of living materials, and at the end of the hall you can see several rooms. The rooms are your choice, and you can use as many supplies as you want, but keep track of how much you use. Report it to the military when you go back out. Captain Li smiled and said to Fang Ji and the others. At this moment, the sun in the sky was sinking in the west. The evening sunset at dusk illuminated the secret realm beautifully, but Fang Ji and the others who were underground could not see this beauty. In the cavernous room formed by hollowing out the dirt, Fang Yi sat cross-legged and check up on your career information. After more than half a day of fighting, his 3 professions had each risen 1 or 2 levels. It was really difficult to upgrade a legendary rank profession, and it took 2 Storm Bear chieftains to get him up a level. Yes, they later encountered another Chief Storm Bear. Counting the 2 before, 3 heads were encountered in just a third of the way. It's really not normal, but so far they're coping with it. So it was decided to continue on the road after a night's rest. Chapter 103 Bodies in the Forest. At this moment, in the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, Wang Chongshan was anxiously running wildly. Soon it was in the slightly rudimentary makeshift hospital in the barracks. At the moment, in the not-so-spacious corridor of the hospital, a medical staff including paraprofessionals with healing abilities were frantically traveling from ward to ward. The situation has developed beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Chongshan walked into the ward, and all he heard in his ears were the screams and wails of the soldiers. These ironclad men normally wouldn't scream out even if they suffered great pain, but this time, they really couldn't help it, and it all started a few hours ago. After Wang Chongshan realized that the situation was not right and asked the soldiers to return after exploring for 10 more minutes at most, the black fog that was so thick that it suddenly changed. From the outside it looks as if it's just suddenly swollen, but the soldiers in it all felt a tingling in their heads and, immediately afterward there was a voice that was so mournful that it sounded in their minds as if it came from the underworld. "Griffin, how dare you try to step into my domain?" As the words fell, an invisible fluctuation spread out and, a mark as black as ink suddenly appeared in the soldiers' minds, and the moment that mark was formed, all of them fainted, unable to withstand it. Even the high-level professionals of the hidden squad were unable to resist. Luckily, this unknown attack was only effective against those in the black mist, so Wang Chongshan escaped, but he soon realized that if the soldiers were allowed to pass out in the black mist of the consequences would be unimaginable. And there were also the high-level professionals from the hidden squad. They were even more unable to die in the secret realm for nothing. Therefore, Wang Chongshan hardly hesitated and directly had the warrior battalion and mage battalion close in on the black fog. He could sense the position of the soldiers and the hidden squads, so under the cover of the mage battalion, the warrior battalion rushed into the black fog bringing out all the unconscious soldiers. Things didn't get any better, however, and the unconscious soldiers were soon back in the barracks. They also woke up an hour later, but when they wake up, they have no control over their bodies at all. More so, it felt as if the soul was burned by the flames with intense pain, and the screams immediately resounded throughout the entire barracks, with all the doctors and auxiliary professionals at their wits' end. Wang Chongshan immediately reported the situation to the Elder Academy. The response from the Elder Academy side was also extremely fast, and in less than an hour's time, the strongest medical team in China was rushed to Dingbei City. Originally, according to the plan, Wang Chongshan needed to transport all the injured soldiers back to Dingbei City to receive treatment. However, they soon realized that the soldiers could not leave the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost. As soon as they pass through the secret door, the soldiers' bodies will rot and dry out within 5 minutes. No amount of powerful skills can save it. The medical team had no choice but to let some of the professionals enter the secret realm, and fortunately, these professionals possessed the skills to ease the pain of the soldiers, but it's only a relief. It doesn't allow the soldiers to fully recover, and they're completely confused about what's going on, what to do to actually get the soldiers healed. At this moment, a trace of intolerance crossed Wang Chongshan's eyes as he looked at the tragic situation in the temporary hospital. Only extreme pain would make them cry and wail like children. The night passed quickly. The medical team finally got all the wounded soldiers into a deep sleep before dawn. It was the only way they could ease the men's pain. At this moment, in the secret realm of the Storm Bear, Fang Ji and the others drilled out of the cave. And it had to be said that it was indeed very safe to rest underground. And for this night the crowd did not worry at all about the storm bears, because at the size of a storm bear it just can't get down. After leaving the hole in the ground, the group continued along the lake, which was large, and surrounding them also survived some foreign beasts that Fang Ji had never seen before. There isn't just one type of beast in the secret realm, and usually the secret realms were named after the most powerful foreign beast, the Fire Clan, in that secret realm. But that didn't mean that there were no other dangers besides this foreign beast. Captain Li introduced them to Fang Yi as he walked. This is a four-clawed loach, a very fast beast, but they're weak in attack. With a little precaution there is no danger. This is a gray wolf lizard, an aggressive beast, but they're few and far between. The strength is above that of a normal storm bear, but it can't catch up with the storm bear chief. Fang Ji memorized the information of these alien beasts with his heart, which was something he couldn't learn about in the base just that. Although the base's library had many books that introduced alien beasts, pictures were after all pictures, not as intuitive as the real thing. 2 hours later, the group entered a dense forest of. The environment of this area was much like their initial entry into the Storm Bear mysterious realm, with giant trees over 15 meters in diameter everywhere. The dense canopy of trees like an open umbrella shades the entire sky. Only the scattered gaps in the leaves will penetrate the weak sunlight. Be careful. We've now officially entered the interior of the Storm Bear mystery. Captain Li gripped the large ringed blade, his expression irrepressibly slightly tense. Even if the strength of their squad was good, this was a secret realm after all, and danger was everywhere. Fang Yu nodded, then reached out and touched the dagger and scroll in his pocket. The heart was slightly more settled. In fact, in addition to these two items, the other 2 pockets of Fang Yi's combat uniform also contained the 8 Desolate Sword and the 9-turn Spiritual Heart Pill respectively, which were the real life-saving things. There was no way Fang Ji would take them out before encountering a completely irresistible danger. and the 8 desolate swords will emit a gust of black gas when activated. That black gas could not be disconnected from the abyss at a glance, so Fang Ji was still a bit wary of it. And just then, Captain Li, who was at the front of the line, suddenly realized what was going on, and he took 2 quick steps and came under a huge tree. The crowd all gathered around, and Fang Ji directly sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing the specific situation. Only 2 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, and from the appearance of they had all experienced violent battles before they were born, countless wounds all over their bodies, and the combat uniforms on their bodies were only a few strands of cloth left. In this era, mankind has actually made a lot of efforts to fight against the Fae. The combat suits are one of them. However, this kind of extremely strong defense and lightweight clothing cost a lot of money, so the average professional can't afford to buy it. There was even less of a way to massively promote it, so the 2 corpses in front of us should be of notable status. Captain Li crouched down and felt carefully on the corpse. He was also a veteran professional after all. They were still very comfortable facing corpses, but the 2 special occupiers wore constipated expressions and even wanted to vomit a little. It's someone from the first base side. Captain Li quickly made a discovery that he fished out an identity tag from the body, which recorded some information about the 2 men. Chapter 104 Stormy Bear Emperor. Deep in the secret realm of the Storm Bear, in a dense forest, Captain Li looked at the identity tokens and stood next to the 2 corpses and said softly, Wang Mang and Tian Hongfeng, registered professionals of the first base of the capital city, entered the secret realm 2 days ago and later died due to unknown reasons. Fang Ji looked at the corpse on the ground and slowly shook his head. He knew the secret realm was dangerous, but he hadn't really seen death until this point. Previously, whether in Dingbei City or here, he had protected everyone's safety with the runes. But the secret realm is dangerous. After all, he can protect 1 person or 2, but not everyone. He entered the secret realm 2 days ago, which means he came a day earlier than us. A team member slowly said, well, according to the records on their identity tags, these 2 are both level 30 or above professionals. Normal storm bears can't kill them. Captain Li pondered for a moment and said, the only possibility is that they also encountered several storm bear leaders. The storm bear mystery is one of the safer of all the mid-level mysteries, and it's not a big place. Storm bears are also sparsely distributed, so usually the number of squads exploring this place won't be more than 5. Fang Ji and the others were considered a special case. The 2-person squad in front of me was well within the realm of normalcy. Of course, not to rule out the other possibility that they still have teammates, only now they've left the area. The sudden appearance of corpses in front of us made the mood of the crowd a little heavy. And it seemed to confirm some of their earlier suspicions. In this case, it's optimal to return to the portal to escalate the matter. But this time, Captain Li, however, raised an objection. I'd like to go a little deeper. If these 2 don't have any other teammates, then we might be the first ones to realize that something is wrong with the secret realm. Captain Li paused for a moment and continued. This isn't like an ordinary secret realm riot. To be honest, Fang Ji didn't know much about the secret realm. He wasn't particularly accurate in determining what was normal and what was abnormal in the secret realm, so listening to the advice of a professional was the best option at times like this. That is, do what Captain Li says. But he had to be responsible for everyone's safety as the de facto head of this squad. So he opened his mouth and asked, what if we encounter multiple storm bear leaders again? Although Fang Ji had powerful weapons and scrolls in his hands, but there is no guarantee that you will be able to save everyone in case of danger. Captain Li thought for a moment and said, if we do encounter a storm bear alpha that we can't beat, you guys run straight ahead and I'll break the back. Fang Yi sighed at his words, and he saw Captain Li's determined eyes. That was the other side's insistence as a professional. When there's a problem in the secret world, other people can retreat, but not them, the professionals. It has to be topped. Good. Then go deeper. Fang Yu nodded and agreed with Captain Li. But before they leave, they'll have to dispose of the bodies of the 2 professionals. First, a few members of the escort dug a large pit under the giant tree, then carefully placed the bodies of the 2 men in it. Filling in the soil, Captain Li cut down a stout branch that 2 names were carved into it with a large ring cutter. This place was far away from the secret realm gate, and it was impossible for Fang Ji and the others to take 2 corpses with them on their way, so it had to be done first. Suddenly, Captain Li's expression changed drastically, and Fang Ji's right hand immediately reached into the pocket of his combat uniform. They sensed an extremely strong aura that was even more powerful than the Storm Bear Chief. One by one, the others also noticed something. They raised their heads and looked deeper into the forest in horror. Something there is approaching at breakneck speed. In the next instant, the crowd heard the rumbling sound of a giant tree collapsed in the dense forest. It was a scene like the one they had experienced in the swamp yesterday. The difference. though, was that the Fae causing the destruction were much more powerful this time. Even with a distance of nearly 100 meters, the crowd could clearly see the huge body of the beast. The countless giant trees couldn't stop the other party from advancing. Captain Lee sucked in a mouthful of cool air as a horrified expression appeared on his face. That's the Storm Bear Emperor. Fang Ji froze for a moment, then realized that this was an even more powerful existence than the Storm Bear Lord. In the past 2 days, Captain Lee had popularized some information about the Storm Bear mystic realm with him. There are 4 classes of tyrannical bears here. Namely, ordinary tyrannical bears with a height of about 3 meters, and tyrannical bear chiefs with a height of more than 5 meters. Storm Bear Lords that were over 8 meters tall, as well as Storm Bear Emperors that were over 15 meters tall. And what they were seeing now was a Storm Bear Emperor that was nearly 20 meters tall. Just kidding. There were only 2 tyrannical bear emperors in the entire tyrannical bear mysterious realm. And they actually stumbled upon a head on a safer trail? Fang Ji felt that he was really lucky, and that he could buy a lottery ticket when he went out. Based on all these years of exploration, the military has basically figured out the territory where the Storm Bears live. The 2 most powerful clans were located on the east and west sides of the secret realm, and under normal circumstances neither of these 2 tyrannical bear emperors would leave their territories. But now, one of the Storm Bear Emperors had not only left the territory, and showing up where they shouldn't. Captain Lee was the first to react as he looked at the ever-approaching Storm Bear Emperor. Almost without hesitation, he shouted out, "Quick, retreat, back to the entrance of the secret realm." When he finished speaking, he did not take the lead in leaving, as he had done before, but instead walked at the end of the crowd and always keep an eye on the movements of the Storm Bear Emperor. Unlike ordinary tyrannical bears, the tyrannical bear emperor was extremely fast, and the slightest mishap might result in casualties. Even with their current speed, they couldn't even escape the range of the Storm Bear Emperor's attack. "Are they targeting us?" a special occupier asked as he ran. "I don't know, and even if it isn't, how much do you dare bet?" Captain Lee asked without looking back. The professional was silent. Indeed, no one would dare to bet that because the next best thing to losing a bet is losing your life. Meanwhile, near the Storm Bear Emperor, a figure was dodging the collapsed giant tree and the splattered debris and dead wood at great speed. He looks very woefully out of shape, but he narrowly avoids the deadly attacks at every turn. And the Storm Bear Emperor seemed to be in hot pursuit of him, his huge claws leaving a deep, sunken crater every time he slapped the ground. "Damn, didn't I just accidentally hit you? As for being so crazy," Zhou Feiyu cursed and dodged one of the Storm Bear Emperor's attacks. A yellow paper talisman suddenly appeared between the 2 fingers of his right hand. "Go!" Zhou Feiyu let out a low gulp as the talisman transformed into a ball of fire in midair and suddenly flew towards the Storm Bear Emperor. Boo! The fireball exploded on the Storm Bear Emperor, and the flames instantly ignited the opponent's thick fur. A burnt odor spread out. Chapter 105 Meeting of the Parties. Although the Storm Bear Emperor was extremely fast, its huge size made it impossible to avoid Zhou Feiyu's attacks, and flames are the most effective means of limiting the opponent. However, the fireball sent out by Zhou Feiyu was too small for the tyrannical bear emperor. Even though the flames burned its fur, it only patted and extinguished the flames that were about to spread. Zhou Feiyu's expression was anxious and alarmed. He knew that if he didn't want to come up with a proven solution again, then there's a good chance you'll die here yourself. And the reason why Emperor Stormbear was chasing after him had to start half an hour ago. At that time, Zhou Feiyu had just come through the forest to the eastern side of the secret realm. Originally, his journey had been quite smooth, and he had not encountered any other more powerful existences other than a few ordinary tyrannical bears, so he felt that he wouldn't be too far behind Fang Ji and the others, and would even be faster than them. After coming to the eastern side of the path, Zhou Feiyu began to look for traces of Fang Ji and the others passing through here. After a short search, he realized that he was indeed faster than Fang Yu. Because the most recent footprints on this trail were also a few days ago. Overjoyed, Zhou Feiyu decided to ambush the surrounding area so that once Fang Ji and the others passed by, he could then look for an opportunity to make a sneak attack. But of course, if there were many people and tight protection, he wouldn't make a rash move. Soon, Zhou Feiyu found a tree hole. This hole in the tree is located above the canopy of some giant tree, and is hard to spot from the outside. The only way to enter it is to climb up the trunk and then enter from above. That means that part of the trunk of this giant tree is a vacuum. Zhou Feiyu entered the tree hole without any problems, and he had hollowed out a not-so-small hole in the trunk, which was his window to the outside world. And just then, Zhou Feiyu suddenly realized that there was a strange-looking fruit growing in some bush not far from this giant tree. He recognized the fruit almost instantly. Holy Spirit Rhythm Fruit. It's a fruit that can drastically increase mental power. It was very useful for both combat professions and auxiliary professions, and if Zhou Feiyu could get one, then his talismans would be even more powerful. Cross-country challenges aren't a problem either. Actually, in the community of combat professionals, it wasn't just the occupation level and grade that truly determined combat power. The physical strength and mental power of the occupants themselves were also important. For example, if both parties are equally level 30 and rare, talisman master, then the side with higher mental power can use more talismans in the same amount of time, and the effects of the talismans will be better, and the side with weaker mental power will be at a natural disadvantage. This disadvantage is hard to make up for with skill. That's why Zhou Feiyu's entire body was directly excited after seeing the spirit rhythm fruit. He hurried out of the hole in the tree and darted toward that bush. However, in the next second, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was spiritual power warning him. Zhou Feiyu jerked to a halt and fixed his eyes on the back of the bushes, and as expected, a massive, violent bear was hiding somewhere. The fur of that stormy bear was a sort of gray-green color, which happened to blend perfectly into the environment. It was so close that he almost missed it under the cover of bushes and tree trunks. Zhou Feiyu retreated 2 steps back and returned to the giant tree with a palpitating heart. He had also briefly understood the level division of the storm bear before entering the secret realm, so at this moment, he realized that he had met a being of the level of a storm bear alpha or above. That's right, he's in no position to make an accurate judgment, because most of the body of this tyrant bear was hidden in the bushes that were nearly 1 person high. There was no way to see the entirety of the other party's body from the angle that Zhou Feiyu was at, but he wasn't willing to give up the spirit rhythm fruit just like that, so after dwelling on it for a moment, he decided to take a chance. In the next second, 5 talismans appeared in Zhou Feiyu's hand, all of which were fireball spells. His plan was simple: light the bush on fire, taking advantage of the chaos to seize the spirit rhythm fruit while disturbing the storm bear. It was impossible for him to secretly remove the spirit rhythm fruit in the face of a foreign beast of this level, so it's just a matter of putting it together. So a minute later, a thick flame burst into flames in the bushes. Zhou Feiyu instantly approached the bush, picked up the spirit rhythm fruit and turned to run. The stormy bear was disturbed, and rolled over violently. Until then it was only then that Zhou Feiyu realized that his grandmother was not a storm bear chief, but a storm bear emperor. It's logical that a body that large couldn't possibly be that well hidden in the underbrush. Zhou Feiyu couldn't possibly misrecognize 2 existences with such a large difference in size even if he was blind. But he just didn't notice it just now. He didn't have time to dwell on his eyes, though, for the enemy had discovered his position, and those scarlet eyes, as huge as basketballs, brought with them an endless sense of oppression. Zhou Feiyu felt his body tingle and his soul tremble. Run! You must run! Without hesitation, Zhou Feiyu accelerated his pace, bursting out with the fastest speed in his life. The storm bear emperor followed close behind, knocking down giant tree after giant tree. So Feng Ji and the others heard this sound. The furious tyrannical bear emperor was seen in the distance. Look, guys, is there a figure in the woods? I'm sorry, shouted the wildly running escort. Suddenly in a loud voice, Feng Ji sniffed and looked backward. And sure enough, there was a rather distressed-looking figure jumping up and down in the forest in the distance. Could he be a teammate of those 2 professionals? Another team member asked. Hearing this, a few people in the group suddenly looked at each other. If that was the case, then the other side might know what was really going on in the secret world. After a few seconds of silence, Captain Li snapped, "Save them!" After saying that, he turned around and rushed out, closing the distance between him and Zhou Feiyu in a single arrow step. Seeing this, Feng Yi gritted his teeth, and the seal symbol pen in his hand drew several delicate curves in the air. A rune flew and took shape in mid-air. The swiftness rune suddenly accelerated and landed on Captain Li's body, and his speed immediately skyrocketed. Feng Ji was lucky. This rune triggered the rune master talent, which was very strong. A flash of surprise flashed through Captain Li's eyes, but he quickly reacted to it. A thumbs up was given towards Feng Yi. Zhou Feiyu saw that Feng Ji and the others, who had originally fled, suddenly turned around to come to his rescue. The heart could not help but rejoice. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Help me! Help me! Zhou Feiyu shouted in a loud voice. It was a good choice to be able to mix into Feng Yi's team. Even in a moment, if he really fought with the Storm Bear Emperor, then he could take the opportunity to lay his hands on the other side by and by, and as long as he did it stealthily enough, with the help of the Storm Bear Emperor to kill him, then it was impossible for the others to say anything. Thinking of this, Zhou Feiyu's desire to survive skyrocketed, and he violently flung out a few talismans that, with the help of the flames, he slightly blocked the pace of the Storm Bear Emperor's pursuit. At this moment, Captain Li and his 2 team members were less than 100 meters away from Zhou Feiyu. Chapter 106 Escape. A distance of 100 meters is a matter of seconds for a mid-level combat professional. Speed-type professionals could even arrive within 2 or 3 seconds under full sprint. Captain Li's speed wasn't slow, and with the Feng Yi rune's enhancement, he was almost flying close to the ground in general. This was also thanks to his familiarity with the forest environment. The professionals on the capital's side were basically able to roll through the forest like monkeys, but the Storm Bear Emperor was too fast, and a beast of this size looked bulky and heavy. Virtually every step can top a professional by several steps. 2 seconds later, the Storm Bear Emperor arrived behind Zhou Feiyu. Captain Li, however, was still a few meters away. Too late? A special professional couldn't help but speak up. Feng Ji's gaze flickered, and he was already prepared to draw the confinement rune. In the next second, Captain Li let out a low gulp, and the large ring sword slashed out violently, the light of the blade appearing at first. It struck the Storm Bear Emperor's thick lower leg straight on. It's really bulky and can't hide from the crowd, but the super high defense made it unnecessary to dodge at all, and it didn't matter at all if it took a hard hit. But this ferocious blow more or less served as a momentary deterrent to the Storm Bear Emperor's forward momentum lurched, and Zhou Feiyu saw this and hurriedly took out a talisman and slapped it fiercely on himself. A green glow lit up instantly covering Zhou Feiyu's entire body, and his speed instantly skyrocketed. At this moment, the other 2 members of the escort team also came to Zhou Feiyu's side. They raised their lances and swords in their hands and each executed their strongest attacks. Strong energy fluctuations exploded in mid-air, and the Storm Bear Emperor hissed and, carrying the shock trying to accelerate again, Feng Ji let out a cold snort, and a rune that had never been used before surfaced in front of him. The rune of stagnation, which drastically weakens an enemy's speed. If it reaches legendary level it can even freeze space. Of course, Feng Ji could only use the rare grade stagnation rune now even if he triggered his talent. This arcane rune swayed slightly in mid-air, and Feng Yi seized the opportunity to wave his hand. Go! The talisman culture suddenly flew towards the Storm Bear Emperor as a stream of light. He's using the rune of stagnation because the enemy's too big for him. It was difficult to directly envelop them with conventional confinement runes, so they could only use stagnation runes to slow down the opponent first. The rune hit the Storm Bear Emperor's leg with a bang, and the next second, a sticky force spread out, directly wrapping around the enemy's legs, and the speed of the Storm Bear Emperor was once again reduced. However, neither Feng Ji's runes nor the attacks of the previous few members of the team caused the slightest damage to the Storm Bear Emperor. This existence that stood at the top of the Storm Bear mystic realm wasn't something that a few of their medium professions could break their defenses against. Zhou Feiyu seized this opportunity. The burst of speed instantly pulled away from the Storm Bear Emperor by a distance, but they could only run for their lives now, and they simply couldn't get away from the Storm Bear Emperor's pursuit. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu had already converged with Feng Ji and the others. He ran wildly while pretending to look at Feng Ji without thinking, the resentment and viciousness in his gaze flickering away. Feng Ji didn't know what Zhou Feiyu was thinking as he once again drew a stagnation rune. Restricting the Storm Bear Emperor also gave Captain Li and the others time to disengage from the enemy. A few seconds later, the tyrannical Bear Emperor broke free of the rune's restriction and scarlet eyes looked towards Feng Ji and the others who had already escaped a few hundred meters. It hissed and fiercely bent down and yanked up a huge tree. With a wave of his thick arm he threw it. As the giant tree came whistling, Captain Li's face changed and he raised his longsword to unleash his skill. The blade light met the giant tree, but compared to the size of the giant tree, the blade light looked somewhat small. The other professionals also launched their skills at the same time, and several rays of light flew out and, with Captain Li's blade light hitting the trunk of the giant tree one after another. Boo! The trunk of the tree turned into debris and exploded in mid-air. The Storm Bear Emperor took the time of the crowd strikes to quickly close the distance between the two sides. Can't run away. A look of despair appeared on the face of a special professional. Storm bears as a race don't have much in the way of long-range attacks. However, the Tyrant Bear Emperor's size and strength were immense, so as long as they threw something to attack they couldn't cope with it, let alone escape. Feng Ji also had an ugly face. He did have a way, but he also needed to find an opportunity before he could use it. The attack of the Meteorite Rain Scroll is indiscriminate, meaning that once he activates the scroll, a meteorite rain from the sky might kill them as well, and that would be a last resort to end up with the same person. Not to be used now. Then, he was now left with only the dagger and the 8 desolate sword to use. Feng Yi took a deep breath and suddenly slowed down his pace, and the crowd was shocked to see this. Team leader Feng, what are you doing? Captain Li couldn't help but cry out in shock. Zhou Feiyu also looked at Feng Ji, with a puzzled look in his gaze. The mind, on the other hand, can't help but think, what's he going to do? Kill himself? That would be great. Feng Yi didn't explain too much and just said slowly, let me try. After saying that, he waved his right-hand seal character brush, and the stagnant runes rapidly took shape in mid-air, and at the same time, His left hand reached into the inner pocket of his combat uniform and pulled out a dagger only the size of a palm. Captain Lee and the crowd of escorts looked at each other and also chose to slow down their pace. It was impossible for them to directly abandon Fang Ji and escape. As escorts, they had to fight to the death to protect Fang Ji's safety. Though this escort is only made up of idle combat professionals from the base, but they were well aware of the importance of Fang Chase. That's the hope of the future Dan Dao of China. The hope of countless professionals to survive in the secret realm. It was the hope for the rise of the people of China. And they had to take Fang out of the secret realm. Go! Fang Yi let out a low shout. And the stagnation rune instantly flew to the body of the tyrannical bear emperor. In the moment when the enemy's movements were slowed down, the dagger in Fang Yi's left hand trembled slightly in midair and suddenly turned into a stream of light that rushed up to the sky. The sound of breaking wind came, and the dagger pierced straight into the Storm Bear Emperor's face. Scarlet blood splashed out like a fountain. Ow! The Storm Bear Emperor ate the pain, and his body stopped violently, and his big furry claws touched his cheeks. There was a wound there, a wound that opened almost half of its face. Fang Ji's heart was delighted. This dagger was worthy of being a legendary grade weapon. Just one strike broke the opponent's defense. Again! Fang Ji's spiritual power wrapped around the dagger, circled back halfway in midair, then stabbed at the Storm Bear Emperor once again. A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the Storm Bear Emperor. It had thought that the humans in front of it didn't have the power to harm itself, but it didn't realize that one of them had such a sharp weapon. The dagger once again transformed into black streams of light and shot out. The Storm Bear Emperor didn't dare to eat it hard and hurriedly dodged with his head down. Fang Ji snorted coldly, controlling the dagger to change its flight direction in midair. It directly stabbed into the back of the Storm Bear Emperor's neck. Put! The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh echoed through the forest. Chapter 107. There is an elixir called Emotion Dan. The Storm Bear Emperor's figure violently paused as it felt a sharp pain that drilled through its heart coming from the back of its neck. At the same time, the body began to rapidly lose its strength, a sign that the bones had been pierced. Scarlet blood flowed down from the wound like a small stream, staining a large portion of the fur on its back. The Storm Bear Emperor struggled to straighten his upper body, and there was a hint of fear in his gaze in addition to panic. If it hadn't bowed its head at that time, the dagger would most likely have pierced right through its skull. No more chasing. The Storm Bear Emperor immediately made up his mind and turned around to run, completely ignoring the wounds on his body. Fang Ji let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that. The dagger flew back into his hand as a stream of light. The crowd saw how the tyrannical Bear Emperor was fleeing in a sorry state. All of their faces showed a look of incredulity and ecstasy. Run away! The enemy has escaped! We survived! Team leader Fang is awesome! The sounds of emotion and praise reached Fang Ji's ears, and he smiled. Instead, there was an undisguised look of exhaustion in his eyes. Continuously drawing runes and using the dagger had already drained him of his mental energy. It wasn't overdrawn yet, but it was basically out of the fight. Zhou Feiyu similarly revealed a smile, but underneath the smile there was a well-concealed killing intent. Captain Li came to Fang Ji's side and softly inquired, "Team leader Fang, are we going back now?" Fang Yan nodded and looked at the forest that had been destroyed by the Storm Bear Emperor. Heartily, he said, "Withdraw. Return to the entrance and hurry to report the situation to the military." It was an extremely unusual thing for the Storm Bear Emperor to leave his territory. If the Storm Bear Mystic Realm really had an unusual alien beast riot, then the military must respond as soon as possible. To be honest, if the Storm Bear Emperor hadn't retreated just now, then those of them would have been in danger, because Fang Ji was already having a hard time launching his next attack with his dagger. If the Storm Bear Emperor didn't relent, he might actually have to use the Meteorite Rain Scroll. That's a forbidden spell that will destroy the entire secret realm. There is a good chance that there will be a chain of unforeseen consequences and that the troops stationed here will suffer as a result. It couldn't be helped. Maneuvering the dagger with his current strength was still too much of a stretch. That was a legendary weapon after all. After treating their injuries, the crowd began to return to the entrance of the secret realm. Zhou Feiyu frowned slightly as he followed a few members of the escort team. He thought it hard to find a chance to kill Fang Ji as things stood now, and once they returned after that, he would have completely lost his chance. No, we must look for opportunities and create them even if we don't have them. Zhou Feiyu lowered his eyelids and a sinister color flashed in his gaze. On the other hand, in the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, Wang Chongshan's heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell. Thanks to the efforts of the country's top healing professionals, those injured soldiers had recovered. That's right, they found a cure for soldiers. According to the statement given by Holy Light Patriarch Lu Huiguang, the thing that makes the soldiers suffer so much that they can't control their bodies is a vicious existence called Abyssal Soul Seal. This was an attack unique to Abyssal monsters, and it was quite difficult to resolve. But Lu Huiguang happened to have awakened his level 50 vocational skill 5 days ago. and that skill happened to be miraculously effective against this means of attacking the soul. So under his sleepless treatment, these soldiers basically recovered. But this time, the incident made Wang Chongshan's heart palpitate, and he had reacted very quickly too. He made a decision the instant he realized the situation was wrong. But the Abyssal Monarch really couldn't be deduced by common sense, and the enemy's attack came silently and fatally. And those black mists are so horrible. So far they hadn't been able to figure out what the hell those black mists were. Not only that, but the soldiers brought back some pretty bad news. That is, most of the dead compatriots in the black mist were turned into dry corpses and died in a very miserable state. This means that the deaths of the soldiers had nothing to do with the soul marks. It was a different attack that caused those deaths. At this moment, the matter of exploring the black mist had become a complete dead end. There was no way Wang Chongshan would let his soldiers go inside the black mist and die for nothing. Unless he could find a better way to either dispel the black mist. Either that or you can just determine the location of the Abyssal Monarch. In the command room, Wang Chongshan looked at the map and fell into deep thought. In fact, he wasn't completely helpless. As a general, Wang Chongshan had encountered all sorts of situations before. It's not like it's not more complicated than it is now. But that method was costly, and as long as there was a hint of any other way, Wang Chongshan didn't want to use it. After thinking for a long time, Wang Chongshan had a flash of light, and something seemed to suddenly come to his mind. He turned around. Looking at the group of staff officers behind him, he asked, "Do I remember anyone saying before that there was an elixir that could attract the Abyssal Progenitor?" Abyssal Progenitors were extremely rare. Even Wang Chongshan hadn't encountered them a few times. He had too many things going on in his day-to-day life. So naturally he had little recollection of such minutiae. A staff officer immediately replied, "It's the ink scent pill, which can attract the Abyssal Progenitor. So what do you guys say? Is this elixir effective against the Abyssal Monarch?" Wang Chongshan continued to ask. Hearing the question, the crowd was stunned. They hadn't really thought about it. In fact, the matter of the ink scent pill being able to attract Abyssal Protozoa was also discovered by several occupiers by chance. It was 15 years ago, when an Abyssal Progenitor suddenly appeared in Narukawa City. And that Abyssal Progenitor didn't even care about the other professionals. It just chased after the professionals with the ink scent pills to kill them. The scene was bloody and chaotic as people didn't react at first to that. It wasn't until after all the professionals who possessed the ink scent pill had died that someone finally realized it. As of this moment, the ink scent elixir has turned into a reserve elixir for all cities, used to deal with the Abyssal Protozoa that would appear at some point. But whether this elixir could attract the Abyssal Monarch or not, no one knew. After all, the other party was one of the most powerful existences inside the abyss. But it's certainly a thought, and in keeping with the idea that it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. The staff side quickly contacted the city of Dingbei and then received good news. Tingbei City has a very high grade of ink pills, so it might really be able to do some good. So Zhao Hanwu organized a squad of battle-ordered professionals to send over the ink scent Dan. Wang Chongshan's side also began to formulate a plan. The ink scent pill needed to be close to the black fog or enter the black fog for it to be potentially effective. So they must go on another adventure. Meanwhile, in the Storm Bear Mystic Realm, Fang Ji and the others returned to the vicinity of the swamp. Normally they should have rested here, but Zhou Feiyu proposed that the group continue on their way and return to the entrance of the secret realm as soon as possible. After all this rushing around, Captain Li and the others also learned that Zhou Feiyu was not a member of those two professionals. But the other party did know something about the secret realm as well. After all, Zhou Feiyu had come from the other direction, and what they had learned could corroborate each other. Chapter 108 Assassination. Walking through the dense forest, Fang Ji felt a wave of dizziness begin to pass through his brain. That was a side effect of having mental energy in a deficit for a long time. He took a deep breath and held Captain Li's arm aside without moving. The two of them were located at the back of the line and so Zhou Feiyu, who was in the center, did not notice this action of theirs. Captain Li looked sideways at Fang Ji, who shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. To be honest, Fang Ji had a vague feeling that something was wrong somewhere, but he really didn't have the energy to think about it. Right now it was already considered superb that he could still stay awake, and if he hadn't been in the secret realm, Fang Ji felt that there was a high probability that he would just lie down on the bed and not be able to get up. The crowd crossed the swamp cautiously, and just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, the swamp not far away suddenly tumbled, splashing mud in all directions and dousing a professional directly into a mud man. The scene was so comical that the professional had only two large eyes still out, but the crowd couldn't stop laughing, because the swamp had obviously changed in some way. A powerful beast had emerged from the mire. Captain Li exclaimed in shock at the first sight of the other party. Holy, green-winged poisonous frogs, it's an exotic beast that looks very similar to a frog from the outside, but with a much different coloring. The average green-winged poisonous frog is grayish-black overall, and has a pair of large green fleshy wings that look hideous. At this moment, what appeared in front of Fang Ji and the others was a green-winged poisonous frog with a height of 2 meters. This size was already terrifying for this type of beast. Quick! Run! Captain Li shouted, and escorting Fang Yi, he ran to the side. In fact, it's not like they can't be beaten with their current fighting strength. There's just no need to get tough with the other side. It's hard to get rid of something like poison once it's stuck. Not to mention that the green-winged poison frog's toxin was very weird and intense. Just a little bit of it could make corrode through the flesh of a medium-ranked professional. Perhaps a portion of the professionals with high flesh strength could block it, but no one in the room dared to bet on it. Escape! Another desperate escape. Fang Ji felt that he hadn't had any good luck with this since he came to the Storm Bear Mystic Realm. Storm Bear leaders are coming out of the woodwork, and the Storm Bear Emperor has even come with one. Now, he even encountered the difficult green-winged poisonous frog. This kind of foreign beast's wings were not for show. They were really capable of short-distance flight. Captain Li's expression was hard to read, for he was already tired and the intensity of the battles in the past 2 days was just too high, and even he was a bit unable to carry it. However, the green-winged poisonous frogs are in hot pursuit. Fang Yi doesn't know why this thing is targeting them people. In the team, Zhou Feiyu's eyes flickered as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, the unpleasant cry of a green-winged poisonous frog came from behind the crowd. Then there was a sound of breaking wind. Zhou Feiyu reacted quickly, sidestepping his body the instant the sound of the breaking wind sounded, and the next second, a green light grazed his back and flew past, landing straight at Fang Ji in front of him. Fang Ji was already unable to avoid it at this moment. He was already slower to react than the others, and that green light was extremely fast. The light pierced into Fang Ji's body, and a fishy odor instantly filled the air. Fang Ji lowered his head and saw that a large hole appeared in his combat uniform at the small of his back. A tingling sensation came from his skin inside the hole, and in the next second, his skin began to melt, revealing the red flesh and blood inside. Captain Li immediately showed an expression of surprise and worry as he gritted his teeth and, leaning Fang by Fang against one of the team members, he himself charged up against the green-winged poison frog. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard Fang Ji's voice coming from behind him. "Don't go. Run along piece by piece. I'm fine." Captain Li twisted his head and looked at Fang Ji in astonishment. I don't know if this genius team leader Fang is trying to be brave or if he's really okay. Fang Yi forced a smile and took out a porcelain bottle and poured out an elixir and swallowed it quickly. In just 2 breaths of time, the toxins emitted by the green-winged poison frog actually stopped corroding. Even the bleeding stopped at the wounds on Fang Ji's body. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feiyu's pupils shrunk, and his expression of pity flickered away. Fang Ji didn't notice this. He was a bit uncomfortable all over right now. The dizziness in his brain was still going on, and the pain was still coming from time to time even though the wound in his belly had stopped bleeding. At this moment, 2 professionals had already engaged the green-winged poisonous frogs. They were barely able to maneuver around the other party with their skills, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the 2 professionals couldn't hold out for long. Fang Yi took a deep breath and was about to draw the runes with a hard-on when Zhou Feiyu, who was on the side, suddenly made a move. Only Zhou Feiyu's fingertips suddenly surfaced a yellow paper talisman, which flickered with a faint electric light. Go! The talisman flew out and landed on the body of the green-winged poisonous frog. An orb condensed from electric light appeared steeply. A violent explosion ensued in the body of the green-winged poisonous frog. Move! Zhou Feiyu turned around and held Fang Ji's shoulders. The desire was to bring Fang Ji out of the green-winged poison frog's attack range. This was a very normal move on his part and would not have created suspicion in anyone's eyes. But in the next second, a talisman once again appeared in Zhou Feiyu's hand. It was a talisman with a black light and full of evil power. Fang Ji's pupils shrunk, but he was too late to dodge. A hint of ruthlessness and pain after revenge flashed in Zhou Feiyu's eyes. He had even thought of the scene where Fang Ji was turned into blood after being killed by himself. As for how to escape after killing Fang Ji, that's simple. Directly throw out the talisman on the body so the escort squad is already at the end of its strength, definitely unable to carry the continuous bombardment of talismans. He could then directly take advantage of the chaos to escape. Die! Zhou Feiyu let out a low shout, and the talisman slapped heavily on top of Fang Yi's already injured belly. Fang Ji's eyes widened as he looked at Zhou Feiyu beside him in horror, and at this moment, the surrounding team members hadn't reacted to what was happening yet, as most of their attention was still focused on the green-winged poison frog. The talisman burns rapidly and it then turned into a ball of black chi about to follow Fang Ji's wound and drill into his body. That's the power that comes from the abyss. It was the power of the abyss that Zhou Feiyu had unintentionally obtained, subsequently imprisoned with the power of the talisman. He'd tried it before, A single strand of black gas could turn an ordinary person into blood in water. Even low-level professionals couldn't carry the corrosion of the black qi, and Zhou Feiyu was now directly using all of his black qi. Professionals of Fang Ji's level were simply powerless to resist. A sharp pain that drilled through his heart came from the small of his back. Fang Ji looked down and the flesh and blood that had just stopped bleeding was now melting fast, just like a snowbank in the early spring sunshine. "What are you doing?" Captain Li burst out, violently rushing towards Zhou Feiyu. Chapter 109 Counter-Kill. Ha ha. Zhou Feiyu laughed maniacally in the forest next to the swamp in the Storm Bear Mystic Realm. A pained expression of great vengeance was on his face. Captain Li's eyes were wide with rage. He didn't realize that he had protected Fang one way or the other. In the end it fell on one good intention. Fang Ji didn't expect it. Ha ha. Zhou Feiyu let out a loud laugh and tears were even shed as he looked at Fang Ji, who had fallen to his knees with a black aura constantly emanating from his body, and his heart ached with pain. "Seek death," Captain Li hissed, raising his large ringed sword and slashing down heavily towards Zhou Feiyu. Zhou Feiyu did not dodge and 5 talismans suddenly appeared in his hands. If he hadn't had no chance along the way, he wouldn't have struck out in front of the others. And since we've already struck out, it's good to just get it over with. Zhou Feiyu threw the talisman viciously at Captain Li and the rest of the group. The crowd hastily dodged and made counterattacks at the same time, but the previous battle had consumed too much of their strength. At this moment, facing the sudden attack, he was actually a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Of course, it was impossible for Zhou Feiyu to fight against the entire squad by himself. He's just taking them by surprise and attacking them. Captain Li swung his large ring blade to cleave through a talisman, and his body suddenly accelerated and a strong killing intent permeated his body as he charged straight towards Zhou Feiyu. Zhou Feiyu didn't panic, and a retardation charm was thrown at his feet. Then with a stomp of his legs, he retreated violently towards the back. Captain Li's figure slowed down immediately, but he didn't give up and, surprisingly, he threw the large ringed sword in his hand. The blade spun through the air, faster and faster. Surprisingly, a circular knife wheel was formed in just a few seconds. This skill is basically not something that Captain Li would normally use, because once he used it meant he would lose his weapon next, but he couldn't care less now. The knife wheel whistled through the air and flew towards Zhou Feiyu, whose face changed drastically. The talisman in his hand was already too late to inspire. In a moment of crisis, he fell backward, violently and barely avoiding the blow with a very lopsided stance. Still, the edged wind from the knife's wheel chipped away a small piece of flesh from the left side of his face. Blood instantly flowed out, filling half of Zhou Feiyu's face, looking hideous. Zhou Feiyu let out a low gulp and rolled on the ground in a half circle, then stood up and ran violently into the distance. The effect of the slowing charm ends at this point, but Captain Li and the others had lost their best chance to pursue each other. This was because Zhou Feiyu had applied the acceleration status to himself and flung the retardation talisman to the rear once again while escaping. Faced with that continuous restriction of the enemy, Captain Li was really anxious and angry, but he really didn't have the slightest idea what to do now. Professional skills are on cooldown, and their power is less than 50% of what it was in its heyday, and so is everyone else's. In this situation, trying to chase down a high-grade profession was a fool's errand. Is there no way out? An expression of immense pain passed over Captain Li's face as he looked at Zhou Feiyu, who was drifting away. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. However, just at this moment, a black light suddenly flew out from behind him, and that black light was extremely fast. In just an instant, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and immediately after that, the black light quickly grew larger in mid-air, transforming into an ancient long sword. Captain Li couldn't see the lines on the long sword, but he could feel an unspeakable sense of oppression. Strong flood power steeply filled the air. Zhou Feiyu ran wildly through the forest. His most corner hooked up a cruel arc. As long as he left Captain Li's pursuit range, he could make a detour back to the entrance of the secret realm and be the first to leave this place. Once he left the secret realm, it would be difficult for Captain Li and the others to find him again. Zhou Feiyu could have taken the nearest flight and left China directly. At that time, countless countries are at his disposal. Anyway, when we entered the secret realm, we used a false identity. Even if the top investigates, it can't investigate his Zhou family's head. But just then, Zhou Feiyu felt a sense of crisis rise in his heart. It was as if they were being watched by some kind of flood beast. He was instantly startled, and hastily turned his head to look, and on seeing what was behind him, Zhou Feiyu's pupils shrunk, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. That long sword was extremely fast. Zhou Feiyu could not react in time before it caught up with him. At the moment, the long sword was hanging above his head, like the scythe of death. Looking at the cold light that flickered on the blade of the long sword, Zhou Feiyu only felt an icy chill in his heart. He had a premonition of his own death. A death that was completely defenseless. No! Zhou Feiyu bellowed as a dozen talismans appeared in his hand. However, before he could throw them out, the 8 desolate swords had then slashed down heavily. The heavens and earth fell silent for a moment, as if all the eyes in this world were focused on that sword. The speed of the 8 desolate sword was not fast, but Zhou Feiyu, who was under the blade, did not make the slightest movement. This was because he was completely unable to move because he was suppressed by the 8 desolate swords' aura. So, Zhou Feiyu could only watch as the 8 desolate swords landed on his face, splitting his own brain, skull and running through his entire body. Just like cutting tofu, Zhou Feiyu's entire body instantly dissolved into 2 pieces. Captain Li and the others could even see a cross-section of Zhou Feiyu's organs from that half of the body. Blood. Countless amounts of blood splattered out. The ground was dyed red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The escort and the 4 special professionals all looked at this scene incredulously. They didn't even react to what was happening. A moment later, Captain Li was the first to realize what was going on, and he turned his head and, surprised, he looked at Feng Ji who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, this severely injured teenager slowly raised his head, his gaze calm and icy cold. Team leader Feng Yu was interrupted by Feng Yi before Captain Li could finish his words. I'm fine, Feng Ji said and stood up. The wound at the small abdomen unexpectedly stopped rotting. Those black auras had long since disappeared without a trace. Captain Li rushed to Feng Ji's side and reached out to support him. Although Feng Yi said that he was fine, his pale face looked weak. Fortunately, after he took out the 8 desolate swords, the green-winged poisonous frogs that were originally chasing after him stopped attacking. The beast seemed to have been shocked by the aura of the 8 desolate swords, and was currently lying on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Feng Yi coughed twice, raised his arm and waved it, and the distant 8 wastelands sword shuddered lightly with a, then flew back. After flying close to the front, the 8 desolate sword size shrunk extremely fast, and soon turned back to the size of the palm of his hand. A ray of black light emerged from it. Captain Li looked at the small sword in front of Feng Ji in surprise, and his face suddenly produced a slight change in color. That's... Feng Yi patted his shoulder and shook his head while handing over a bottle of elixir. Captain Li instantly understood what Feng Ji meant. He smiled and took it without moving. Then he misplaced his gaze at the 8 desolate swords. Abyssal breath? What's that? I've never seen it. Chapter 110 Taking the Spirit Rhythm Fruit. Not bad. Not bad. You've gone wide. Little old me. Feng Yi looked at Captain Li with satisfaction. The other party clearly sensed the abyssal aura of the 8 desolate sword. There was also a slight suspicion about the weapon, but as long as the other party kept their mouth shut, then the incident could be treated as if it had never happened. A mere abyssal weapon isn't going to make much of a splash, but it's nice to avoid some trouble. Feng Ji sent a breath of relief and put the 8 desolate sword into the pocket of his combat uniform. In the next second, he rolled both eyes and fainted without warning. Captain Li was shocked in his heart and quickly reached out to support Feng Ji. Team leader Feng, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Feng Yi didn't respond, Captain Li was instantly flustered. He hurriedly checked Feng Ji's body, and only after confirming that the other party still had a heartbeat did he settle down a little. If he had judged correctly, Feng Ji should now be imperializing that weapon, causing his mental power to overdraw and fall into a coma. And that was true. But the situation was a bit more complicated than Captain Li thought. After Zhou Feiyu used that abyssal talisman, the power of the abyss immediately invaded Feng Ji's body. But just when Feng Ji thought that he needed to use the 9-turn spiritual heart pill this time, the 8 desolate sword in his pocket suddenly trembled. A suction force surged out madly from the 8 desolate sword. It only took a few seconds to absorb the majestic abyssal force condensed into a black aura. At the same time, Feng Ji sensed that the 8 desolate swords appeared to be agitated, so he tried to suppress the 8 desolate swords with his spiritual power. But he didn't realize that this weapon, which had been eroded by the abyss, had erupted with great power. It flew straight out of the pocket to strike the distant Zhou Feiyu. As the power of the abyss disappeared, Feng Ji's flesh and blood naturally stopped dissolving, but his spiritual power was completely depleted. It wasn't the first time that Feng Ji had experienced the feeling of mental energy overdraft, but this time it was particularly serious. So he passed out straight away and fell into Captain Li's arms. Quickly, look for a healing elixir, Captain Li said to the crowd in an urgent tone. All the team members and special professionals rushed to rummage through their pockets, but after a few seconds they suddenly realized something. Without determining the exact extent of Feng Ji's injuries, what medicine should they, the non-assistant professionals, give to Feng Ji? Captain Li also froze, as he held the elixir that he had rummaged through Feng Ji's body. There was a confused look on his face. He wasn't an alchemist, so how could he know what all these pills were? It wasn't like there was a name written on them. Go see what's on him. Captain Li pointed at Zhou Feiyu, who was broken in two in the distance. and said, "The opponent isn't weak, and it looks like he's a professional who favors mental power. Maybe there could be some nourishing elixirs on them. That stuff should be more useful than the trauma elixirs they had on them." Sure enough, in just a few moments one of the team members made a discovery. "Captain, look, what's this?" The team member found a fruit from Zhou Feiyu's body and it was then handed to Captain Li. Captain Li looked carefully, always felt that this fruit was somewhat familiar, and after 10 seconds or so, his face was so happy that he couldn't help but blurt out, "Spirit Rhythm Fruit. This is the Spirit Rhythm Fruit." For most professionals, the Spirit Rhythm Fruit belonged to the kind of treasures that they had heard of but had never seen before, but Captain Li was different. He had once seen a Spirit Rhythm Fruit with his own eyes at an auction. He remembered very clearly that the Spirit Rhythm Fruit was eventually auctioned off for nearly $100 million. This is a treasure that only the truly powerful can enjoy, and at the moment, Captain Li looked at the Spirit Rhythm Fruit in his team member's hands and struggled immensely inside. If he had kept the Spirit Rhythm Fruit private, then after leaving this secret realm, he can then turn over a new leaf and live the life of a man who doesn't need to take risks. But if the Spirit Rhythm Fruit was given to Feng Ji, this kind of treasure would definitely benefit Feng Ji's injuries. Captain Li was pretty sure of that. It's a very tough choice and one that everyone will hesitate to make. As time passed by, Captain Li looked at the Spirit Rhythm Fruit, and his entire body didn't move at all. The team members and the 4 special professionals didn't know about the Spirit Rhythm Fruit, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Thought the captain was pondering the efficacy of this thing. Finally, Captain Li made a decision, and with a stroke of his heart, picking up the Spirit Rhythm Fruit, stuffed it into Feng Ji's mouth. What a ing loss. Captain Li cursed as he placed Feng Yuping on the ground. This is to prevent the juice of the Spirit Rhythm Fruit from flowing out. In fact, Captain Li also knew very well that it would be difficult for him to swallow the Spirit Rhythm Fruit privately, because the dozen or so people present had seen the fruit and he couldn't help but call out the name of the Spirit Rhythm Fruit himself. By then, if they really want to find out, they'll definitely be able to find out about him. So, even though he was very reluctant, he could only choose to give Feng Ji the option to eat it. Of course, Captain Li had thought about taking the Spirit Rhythm Fruit out of the secret realm. However, he gave up after a moment of agonizing. Feng Ji's life could be much more important than a fruit. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, Feng Ji's tightly closed eyes suddenly trembled. And then, as the crowd watched, Feng Yi slowly awoke. Captain Li's hanging heart instantly relaxed. He gently held Feng Ji's shoulders. Concerned, he asked, "Team Leader Feng, how are you feeling?" Feng Ji looked around, his eyes gradually glowing, and at the same time, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed through his entire body up to his brain. That dizzy feeling from before disappeared without a trace at some point. Feng Ji only felt that his spiritual power was incomparably strong and his brain was unusually clear. "I feel good." Feng Ji revealed a smile and stood up from the ground. The crowd all breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, and the spirit that had been tense eased a bit. Feng Ji lowered his head and looked at the wound on his belly. Fortunately, the abyssal power hadn't corrupted his internal organs, or things would have been in trouble. As a legendary alchemist, Feng Ji would usually refine all kinds of pills when doing experiments. Other than some of the rarer materials, he had most of the basic elixirs on him. What he had just detoxified as well as given to Captain Li was a good grade elixir that he had previously refined. Feng Yi once again fished out a porcelain vase from his pocket. He then poured out a rare grade rejuvenation pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A few seconds later, the wound at Feng Ji's belly began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Let's go. Leave the secret realm first." Feng Yi smiled and said to the crowd. Half a day passed quickly, and at the entrance to the Storm Bear Mystic Realm, in front of the military garrison army, a small group of a dozen people slowly walked out from the forest. They looked tired and had patches of blood on their bodies. Fortunately, though, the men didn't appear to be heavily injured. They were none other than the party-by-party pedestrians who had returned from the secret realm. Looking at the military camp in front of him, which was filled with a solemn aura of death, a long-lost smile appeared on Feng Ji's face. Chapter 11 Attracting the Black Mist. Finally back. A member of the team waved his arms and there was a look of relief on his face. Everyone was also smiling, and although they looked tired, their eyes were much brighter than before. This secret quest is so not easy. The continuous high intensity of the battle had everyone screaming in agony. The final assassination even almost killed Feng Ji. If Feng Ji really died in the secret realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain Li didn't even know how he should face Elder Zhou and Elder Wang. After all, he had once been saved by these two old men. Others may not be as psychologically burdened as he is, but if that really happened, it probably wouldn't be good for anyone's heart. A few moments later, the crowd arrived at a heavily guarded barracks in the military camp. Fang Ji met a middle-aged man in the barracks with a stoic look and a gloomy color wearing a green military uniform. The other party had a deep scar on his cheek and did not look like an easy person to deal with. Before Fang Ji and the others could say anything, this middle-aged man was the first to ask, "Met the Storm Bear Chief?" "Right." Fang Yi had just uttered this one word when the middle-aged soldier suddenly sneered and interrupted his next words. "Humph. It's just a few Storm Bear Chiefs, there's no need to talk to me." The middle-aged soldier waved his hand and, continuing, "I know you're taking that route in the third area, and while it's usually safer, it's rutting season for the riot bears. It's normal to be more active than usual." Fang Yi looked at the other party, his gaze deep and calm. He was not much disconcerted by the man's two words. Some soldiers had been in such a brutal environment for a long time, and it's normal to be a bit of a loner. And if it weren't for the lack of cell phone reception in the secret realm, he wouldn't have needed to report to the other side. Face to face, it's easy to ask for help directly through a cell phone. Besides, professionals with the ability to communicate remotely are rare. This mid-level secret is notably not equipped in this mid-level secret. It's not just Chief Stormbear. Fang Yi waited for the other party to finish thoroughly before speaking slowly. "We met the Storm Bear Emperor." As the words fell, the middle-aged soldier's face changed, and his original somewhat impatient expression instantly disappeared. Staring sharply and incomparably at Fang Ji, he asked word for word, "Are you telling the truth?" 1,000 times over. Hiss. The middle-aged soldier sucked in a breath of cool air, rubbed his brow and realized that the situation may be more serious than you think. "Well, give me the specifics." After he sat back down at his desk, "The attitude is obviously much better." Fang Yi smiled. He began to talk to the other party about all the situations that he and the others had encountered after entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Phantom Ghost Mystery Battle Base, a staff officer excitedly pushed open the door of the command room and shouted to Wang Chongshan in a loud voice, "General, it's working! The Maxiang Dan is working!" Wang Chongshan sniffed and immediately showed a look of delight as he looked at the staff officer. Hurriedly, he pursued, "Tell me in detail." "Yes. We sent the Maxiang Dan that we took over from the Dingbei city side to the farthest black mist from the barracks. And then," the staff officer's speech was fast, and Wang Chongshan listened intently. It quickly became clear what was happening. The Inked Dan does have the ability to attract the abyss. However, the actual situation was not quite the same as what Wang Chongshan thought. He had thought that the ink scent pill would attract the Abyssal Lords in the Black Mist. Yet the real attraction was those black mists. The black mist surged madly toward the location where the ink-scented Dan was located. And in just an hour's time, the black fog in other areas even became thinner. But compared to the huge area of black fog, this change had little effect on the battle. Wang Chongshan sat behind his desk, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop. He was thinking about how he should make the ink scent pill more effective. Since he was sure that this kind of pill was useful, he should make the best use of it and dispel the black mist as soon as possible. Find the location of the Abyssal Lords. If there were more of the Incan pills, is it possible to completely disperse the black fog in a part of the area? Wang Chongshan looked at the staff officer and asked. The staff officer thought for a moment, nodded and said, "It's possible that however, the amount of Maxiang Dan needed should be large, and the Dingbei city side can't take it out at once." Speaking of which, the staff officer suddenly thought of something that, hastily, he added, "We have found that high-grade ink-scented Dan has a stronger attraction to the black mist, and if there is a batch of ink-scented Dan of rare grade and above, maybe it will draw the black fog away from an area." Wang Chongshan nodded and ordered, "Get in touch with the side of Dingbei City. Send in some more ink-scented dawn as soon as possible. Find as many as you can of high grade, and I want to see a second batch of ink-scented dawn by noon tomorrow at the latest." "Yes." The staff officer gave a standard military salute and then left the command room. Wang Chongshan leaned back in his chair, his eyes deadpan on the map on the wall not far away, constantly pondering the next battle plan in his mind. He had already begun to consider the various situations that would arise after the black mist disappeared. This is something that must be considered in advance. Thank you for informing Team Leader Fong. I will definitely scout the movements of the Storm Bears from my side. In the Storm Bear Mystic Realm Barracks, the middle-aged soldier sent Fang Ji and the others to the entrance of the Mystic Realm Gate, said with a big smile. Fang Yi shook hands with the other party, outwardly as usual. In the back of my mind, I'm spitting. I still like that untamed look you had at the beginning. The middle-aged soldier in front of me was named Yang Xingwu, a very pure soldier. The reason why the other side was impatient with them at first was that there were always professionals who lied about military intelligence in the past 2 days. And after ascertaining that there was really an unexpected situation in the secret realm, Yang Xingwu immediately got serious and, recording the situation described by Fang Ji in detail, he then even personally sent them to the secret realm gate. Team Leader Fang, Have a safe journey. Yan Xingwu waved his hand and bid farewell to Fang Yui pedestrian. An hour later, Fang Yi returned to the second base and they stood in front of the administration building. The crowd then separated. Captain Li, they're going to go to the head of the combat professionals to get their orders back, while Fang Yu needed to go to Bai Fu to explain the situation. As for the 4 special professionals, naturally, they went to report to Elder Wang. Bai Fu had already gotten the news that Fang Ji and the others had left the secret realm. She even knew part of what was happening in the Storm Bear mystery, and her cell phone got a signal just outside the gates of the mystery, so she was waiting in the office early. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and Bai Fu's beautiful eyes lit up. Enter. Fang Yi pushed the door in with a faint smile on his face. However, when Bai Fu saw the mottled blood and torn combat uniform on Fang Ji's body, his face instantly changed. She hurriedly stood up and jogged 2 steps to Fang Ji's body, looking up and down at the teenager who was being looked at by the state. His gaze was filled with worry. Chapter 112 Back to base. Anti-White. I'm a little embarrassed that you're looking at me like that. Fang Ji hemmed and hawed. Slowly, he explained, it's all the blood of the Fae, and I basically didn't get hurt much. Instead of ignoring Fang Ji, Bai Fu carefully surveyed his entire body several times before letting out a sigh of relief. It's true that, as Fang Ji said, there were no visible wounds on his body, but the combat suit had a large hole torn open at the small of the back, and it looked as if it had been wounded. You hear, reacted Shirk before she could finish her sentence. Fang Ji must have taken a high-grade healing elixir, and when he looked closely, the skin on the small of his back seemed to be a bit whiter and clearer. It was new growth of flesh and blood. It's fine anti-white. It's normal to get injured in the secret realm. Ugh. Shiro sighed. Of course she understood that, but compared to the others, Fang Ji is the type of person who absolutely can't have any accidents. He is the head of the first team of elixir research appointed by the state. It's the hope of the future Dan Dao of China. In fact, at the very beginning, Bai Fu didn't agree with Fang Qi going down to the secret realm, wanting to upgrade his alchemy just fine. What do you have to go to the secret world for? But Fang Ji insisted and said that he would run away once he encountered danger. Pei Fu had no choice but to agree in the end. Luckily, nothing happened to Fang Ji. Pei Fu calmed down and made up her mind in her heart that, in the future, if Fang Ji goes down to the secret realm he must arrange for him to have at least a team of 100 men, and if necessary, directly have the military send a serious combat battalion to protect him. Anti-Bai, what are you thinking about? Anti-Bai? Fang Ji looked at Bai Fu suspiciously. The other party suddenly stopped talking after sighing, and his expression changed even more several times. Pei Fu reacted to the question. Oh, it's fine. She stretched out her white hands and straightened out Fang Ji's torn combat uniform for him. Then he opened his mouth and asked, what's next for you? Well, improving the potion assembly line and the formula for the triple transformation poison pill. I didn't level up a few levels this time. The alchemist profession hasn't awakened any new skills either. Fang Yi spread out his hands, his expression suddenly serious. Other than that, there's one more thing I'd like to investigate. What is it? Bai Fu saw Fang Ji's expression change and suddenly realized something. I was assassinated in the secret realm. As Fang Yi spoke out of turn, Bai Fu's eyes directly widened and her face instantly turned a little pale. 10 minutes later, Bai Fu knew the ins and outs of Fang Ji's assassination, and her face changed several times. It was like a face cramp. Okay, that's a bit too blunt a description. I understand. I will help you investigate who tried to assassinate you. Bai Fu reacted quickly and, after listening to Fang Ji's story, he realized what he meant. Then, thank you Aunt Bai. Fang Yi bowed slightly, then left the administration building. Instead of immediately returning to the lab, he headed for the cafeteria. For more than a day of exploring the secret realm, Fang Ji hadn't had a proper full meal. Coupled with the reinforcement of the spirit rhythm fruit, he felt like he could now eat a cow. It was close to noon. The cafeteria was full of people, and Fang Yi was picking out his meal. Suddenly, he saw Elder Wang and Elder Zhou also walk in from the doorway. Little Fang, you can't be so risky next time. Elder Zhou came to Fang Yi's side and, patting him on the shoulder, he said, yeah, you scared us to death. Elder Wang carried his dinner plate and, looking at the blood on Fang Yi's side, I'll be careful in the future. Fang Yi could feel the two old men's concern for him, very sincerely. After lunch, he returned to his apartment to change into clean clothes, then went into the lab. Wan Yu and Si Munan hadn't been idle in the past 2 days, and while they were refining the triple transformation poison pill, while testing the properties of various materials, when they saw Fang Yi come in, their faces showed excitement. Team leader, are you alright? Wan Yu took the lead and walked over, asking with concern. It's fine. How have you guys been these past 2 days? Fang Yi smiled and nodded his head. Then he opened his mouth and asked. Wan Yu immediately came aside and, pointing to the dozen or so wooden boxes on the table. He said, "We've been refining the triple transformation poison pill, and Elder Wang's side has optimized the process, so it's now more efficient than before." Fang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Si Munan. The young girl was mainly responsible for finding materials that could be used to store pills for a long period of time. "How are things going on your end? Have you found more suitable materials?" Simunan bowed his head slightly and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. I'm not getting anywhere. It's fine. There's no rush on this project. It's important to refine the poison transformation pill first. Fang Yi smiled and there was absolutely no point in blaming Si Munan. This project was not something that could be accomplished overnight, so there was no point in being anxious. Fang Ji left after staying in the lab for a while longer. He wanted to check out the situation on Elder Wang's side and see if the special professionals who had just been upgraded could play a greater role. At this moment, in Elder Wang's laboratory, 4 special professionals stood side by side. They looked a little tired, but their eyes were glittering with excitement. For these professionals, being able to work in a lab is a dream come true. Without Fang Ji, they would have to work in some small companies that don't have any prospect of development. For the rest of his life, he'll just be a low-level professional. But things are different now that they've joined a state-funded lab, and as a result, he also raised his career level and awakened new career skills. They still understand the principle of repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. In order to stay in the lab, these 4 special professionals have no other choice but to work hard. This was why they came straight to the lab without much rest after returning from the secret realm. Okay, next you use your skills in turn. Still the same as last time, got it? Elder Wang looked at the 4, with a vague expectation in his heart. Yes, the professionals responded in unison. Just then, the door to the lab was suddenly pushed open, and Fang Yi walked in from outside. "Xiao Feng, come on, look at the effect after they upgraded." Elder Wang revealed a kind smile and waved his hand at Fang Yi. Fang Yi nodded and came to Elder Wang's side. Eyes went first to the dozen or so researchers who were standing by at the ready, standing at attention, each responsible for one part of the assembly line. "How many poison transformation pills have you guys refined in the past 2 days?" Fang Ji asked curiously. Elder Wang pursed his lips and revealed a proud expression. Reaching out, he pointed to a lab bench not far away. Fang Yi followed the direction of his finger and immediately revealed a surprised expression. "That much? That's for sure. I've been optimizing the assembly line for the past 2 days. The efficiency is now nearly double that of before." Old Wang's wrinkled face was filled with smiles. Chapter 113 Crater. "This has to be a large few hundred, right?" Fang Yi roughly estimated and opened his mouth to ask. 1,000. A whole 1,000. Elder Wang said word for word. "My side has 300 more than old Zhou's side." When he said the second half of the sentence, Wang Lao was as if he had won a battle. Fang Yi revealed a crying and laughing expression at his words. The efficiency of the assembly line did shock him though. That's an exorbitant amount. If the assembly line is really that efficient, doesn't that mean that there are so many assembly lines that can finish the quantity of 100,000 pills that was explained down from above within the specified time? It's not right, is it? It feels suspicious any way you think about it. Fang Ji looked at Elder Wang suspiciously, and suddenly came to the experiment table. A wooden box was open to check it out. What are you looking at? Elder Wang was instantly a bit flustered as he hurriedly came to Fang Ji's side and, tugging on his arm, he said, "Let's look at the skills of these professionals first." Fang Yi glanced at Wang Lao and said slowly with a smile, "Wang Lao, you haven't slept much in the past 2 days, have you? You've been refining the poison transformation pill, haven't you? Don't be ridiculous." I'm not. Seeing this reaction from the other party, Fang Ji smiled in his heart and confirmed his guess. In fact, the dark sockets around Wang's eyes illustrate this. It is estimated that more than a third of these 1,000 pills were refined by Elder Wang. This old coot treats his output as if it were the result of an assembly line. But it doesn't matter. The brass won't look into it. Anyway, just as long as you can deliver enough quantity in the end. Fang Yi guessed that he just wanted to press Zhou Lao on the matter of the assembly line. And really the older he got, the more childish he became. Good, then let's see the effects of their skills first. Fang Yi did not dwell on this matter any further. Turned to the assembly line. Elder Wang was instantly relieved, and with a hefty smile, pointing to the 4 special professionals, he said, "You guys start." A few moments later, Fang Ji saw the assembly line running at full power. The researchers were moving extremely fast, and there were even some parts that even Fang Ji couldn't fully see. And the success rate of alchemy is amazing. The alchemists at the end of the assembly line skillfully completed batch after batch of pills, and by rough estimation, their success rate stabilized at 70%. This success rate is already very high and it is extremely difficult to stabilize. The crucial question, though, is this? How long does the positive status added to them by special professionals last? Fang Yi didn't stay in Elder Wang's lab for much longer, as he still had his own mission. Just come back later in the evening and see how things are going. After returning to the lab room that was solely his own, Fang Yi looked at the research materials on the desktop. It seemed that Wan Yu and the others hadn't come in for the past few days, and those materials were neatly placed, unchanged from before he left. Sitting in front of the table, Fang Yi sketched on the information while organizing his thoughts. Improving the triple transformation poison elixir is not a simple matter that. This middle to high-grade elixir was much more difficult to improve than the strong body elixir. It took Fang Ji a long time to improve the body strengthening pill in the first place. This elixir, on the other hand, had to be completed within 5 or 6 days, which, to be honest, was almost impossible. But Fang Yi had no other choice. He couldn't possibly start refining pills without sleep from now on. That would be too torturous. Time passed by, and Fang Yi soon devoted himself to alchemy. A day later, in the spectral ghost mystery realm of Dingbei City, thousands of soldiers lined up in a neat and tidy manner. He then sped towards the edge of this secret realm. An hour ago, the city of Dingbei delivered the last batch of Maxiang Dan they could find. Zhao Hangu, in order to be able to fulfill Wang Chongshan's request, had no choice but to go to another city overnight to borrow Dan. It took borrowing from 5 surrounding municipalities to finally get 3 cars together. After receiving this batch of elixir, Wang Chongshan directly asked the generals at all levels to distribute it to the soldiers under them, and quickly finalized the location to place the ink spice Dan. In fact, the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost isn't that big. It was even considered to be a relatively small category among all the secret realms. Wang Chongshan discussed with his staff for a long time and finally decided to place the ink scent Dan at the edge of the secret realm, above a volcanic crater. With the soldiers of the Scout Battalion running at full speed, it would only take about a day to arrive. This is also thanks to the special environment of the current Phantom Ghost Mystery Realm. Otherwise the soldiers might have spent more than 5 days on the road alone. Psyghosts were a very difficult beast to deal with. In fact, it wasn't quite accurate to call them Fae. Because most phantoms existed as soul bodies, ordinary physical attacks inflicted very limited damage on them. Only an energy attack can wipe it out. The amount of troops that Zhao Hangu had invested in the Phantom Ghost Mystery Realm since he took office was completely no less than those 2 great mystery realms. But even so, the Phantom Ghost Mystery Realm would still have problems from time to time. But ever since the appearance of the Abyssal Lords, those ghosts have all disappeared for some reason. This was good news in a sense. At least for a while the city of Dingbei would not be infested with ghosts. It was also for this reason that the soldiers of the Scout Battalion could move at full speed through the secret realm of the terrain itself is relatively flat here, and the Scout Battalion is dominated by speed-type professionals. So the time spent on the road was in the realm of what Wang Chongshan and the staff could accept. Time passed quietly, and 20 hours later, Wang Chongshan heard the call of the Scout Battalion commander from the mental link. Calling command. The entire Scout Battalion has arrived at the crater. It is being placed according to the plan for the Incanese Dan. Very well, continue with the plan and report back if anything happens. Wang Chongshan was slightly relieved, and his always tense expression eased a bit. As long as we can successfully reach the crater, then this battle plan is considered to be a small half completed. The next step will be to see how well the Ink Dan can work. It didn't take much time to place the Ink Dan, although the terrain around the crater was a bit difficult to navigate. But they were, after all elite soldiers who had fought hundreds of battles and were able to fulfill their tasks well in the harsh environment. Reporting to command, all the ink shards have been placed. The black mist is now converging near the crater. How is the speed of convergence? Wang Chongshan immediately asked after him. Not very fast. Probably only twice as fast as the last time. The battalion commander sounded a little depressed. They've obviously put in more moxidectin, in greater quantity and better quality. The results, however, were mediocre and did not at all meet the requirements of the staff. Wang Chongshan's expression was immediately gloomy when he heard this. It was not as if they had not thought about this kind of thing before, but the fact that the speed at which the black mist converged had only doubled did make it a little difficult to accept. Continue to observe, and keep me informed if there is any change in the rate of convergence of the black fog. Roger, the battalion commanders dryly responded. At this moment, beside the crater, the lean and tall battalion commander lowered his binoculars and, eyes staring straight at the black mist in the distance. Chapter 114 Good Efficiency. The movement of the black mist was completely within his expectations, but this speed of convergence, honestly, slow and pathetic. At this rate, it could take months for the black fog to dissipate. A few months. The yellow flowers are cold. The battalion commander looked toward the crater not far away, where thousands of Inky Dan were placed at the top of the mountain, and at that moment, The infinite black mist was attracted by the ink-scented pill. Above it converged into a huge black ball as black as ink. It was only an insignificant fraction of the black fog, and from the naked eye, the black mist was only slightly thinner, not reaching the point of dissipation at all. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but murmur at this scene. What's going on here? Didn't those ink-scented pills work? Is there not enough of them? Should we not let the top get some more? I have a feeling it's not a matter of quantity. It could be a matter of not having enough grades. The battalion commander listened to the soldiers' discussion and a few guesses arose in his mind. Well, don't all gather around here. Let's try sending the ink-scent Dan a little closer. The battalion commander decided to try again to see if there was any possibility that it was because of the distance. Now that the location where the ink spice Dan was placed was actually a small distance away from the black mist, that's because it's hard to get around the crater, and it's harder to get any closer, but they'll have to get over it. Now, try placing the ink Dan next to the black mist, leaving as little distance as possible. So the soldiers moved in, collect the ink Dan on the crater and prepare to approach the black mist. Meanwhile, the battalion commander called command over the mental link. Calling command. There is no change in the rate of convergence of the black fog. I've decided to relocate the mercurial Dan. Place it 1 meter next to the black fog. There was silence in the mental link for a moment, and then Wang Chongshan's calm voice came out. Yes. Be safe. Yes. After getting the go-ahead from above, the battalion commander began to lead his soldiers closer to the black fog. About 2 hours or so later, the soldiers crossed the crater to the other side closer to the black mist. The journey was indeed excessively difficult, and the soldiers had to be careful at all times to get through it. But finally, they arrived at the target location, and the battalion commander began to direct the crowd to drop off the inked pills. At the moment, the black mist was less than a meter in front of them and an unspeakable feeling of palpitation spread through the battalion commander's heart, and he took a deep breath, urging on the crowd, move quickly, and retreat after putting down the ink-scented Dan. The soldiers moved a few moments faster. Thousands of ink-scented Dan were quickly placed next to the black mist. The battalion commander looked at the black fog. That sense of unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and he clenched his teeth and, waving his arms, he shouted, retreat! The crowd immediately began to retreat, moving away from the black fog at full speed. Just then, however, the black fog suddenly rolled violently and, with an unstoppable momentum, it surged wildly towards Emotion Dan. This convergence was much faster and swifter than just when they were in the crater. A dozen soldiers couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying out a dozen meters by the hardtop of the black mist. The once insubstantial black mist seemed to have become a terrifyingly heavy hammer at this moment. It could seriously injure a mid-level professional just by landing on his body. The soldiers fled frantically, trying to get away from the black fog. Fortunately, the black mist wasn't aimed at them. The attraction of those ink-scented Dan was far greater than the crowd had imagined. But there seems to be an upper limit to this attraction, and after 10 minutes or so the speed at which the black mist converged slowed down, slowly returning to the speed it had before when Emotion Dan was in the crater again. The corners of the battalion commander's mouth that were originally hooked up suddenly dropped. Luckily he didn't report the news to the command immediately. A steady hand was the right choice. After another while, the speed of the converging black mist completely stabilized. The battalion commander helplessly told the situation exactly as it was in the mental link. It was faster in the beginning. Now it's slowing down, right? Wang Chongshan continued to ask after a moment of silence. What do you think can be done to increase the speed of the convergence of the black fog? The battalion commander scratched his head. He didn't know much about this stuff, to be honest. Nor was he sure that his opinion was correct. But since he was asked from above, he more or less had to say what he thought. So the battalion commander told the soldiers what they had discussed earlier. It might be useful if we take some more ink pills of a higher grade. There was a silence in the mental link that. It wasn't until the battalion commander began to wonder if the link was broken that Wang Chongshan's voice came again. I see. Leave 100 soldiers to keep watch near the crater. The others will return first. Yes. The battalion commander blinked twice and withdrew his mental link, then began to arrange the soldiers who remained behind. At this moment, inside the command headquarters, Wang Chongshan sat helplessly in front of his desk. He looked up at the group of staff officers in front of him. I think you all heard that earlier. Tell us the idea. The staff officers looked at each other, and for a moment they did not know what to do. They understand the current situation in Dingbei City. Not to mention Dingbei City, 5 or 6 of the surrounding nearby municipalities can't even take out a single Moshang Dan. Not to mention the higher grades. General, can we ask the Alchemist Association side to help refine some? A staff officer suddenly spoke up. Is it too late? Wang Chongshan asked as he looked at him. I don't know, but it's something to try. and there's nothing better to do right now anyway. Well, now go ask. On the other hand, inside the Capital Professional's second base, Fong Ji looked at the elixir in his hand. The face was expressionless as he casually tossed it aside. He improved the formula for the triple transformation poison pill and tried to refine it. As a result, the improved elixir was much more difficult to refine than the original, both in terms of effect and difficulty. Failure was normal though. Fong Ji had long been mentally prepared for it, so there wasn't much disappointment. Little Li, help me go to the warehouse and fetch some herbs over here. Here's the list. Fong Yi walked out of his lab room and said to a researcher, "Okay, team leader." The young man called Shaoli took the list and then darted out of the lab. "How is the situation on your side?" Fong Yi came to Wan Yu's side and opened his mouth to ask. Hey, it's okay. Wan Yu laughed and handed over the wooden box on the side of the room. This was the result of his morning's work. 50 in all. Not bad, very efficient. Fong Ji revealed an expression of surprise. Man, you really gave him a surprise. It was almost an impossible task for a low-grade alchemist to ensure a steady output of around 100 pills a day. But with the help of the assembly line, man, you managed to do it. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that he himself was good at refining elixirs in this area. On the side, Simunin, though slightly worse, was, however, he also managed to refine more than 20 of them in one morning, which was a very big improvement compared to the previous days. Chapter 115 Temporary Assignments. Fong Yi was satisfied with the duo's performance, and at this rate, after a few days they were able to deliver around 10,000 pills, a quantity that could be considered very impressive. Of course, Fong Ji's lab was too understaffed, compared to Elder Zhou's and Elder Wan's labs. It's just not enough on his side. It must be said that Wang Lao has optimized the manual assembly line to an incredible degree, but there were only a handful of alchemists in the entire country of China who could achieve their level, so in the end, they should still not be able to deliver 100,000 pills. And in addition to the elixir that needs to be delivered, Fong Yi had to improve the formula and medicinal properties of the triple transformation poison pill within a week, so that it could effectively remove toxins even at the ordinary level. That's the hardest thing to do. Fong Ji is a bit regretful now. Wouldn't it have been easier if they had chosen to refine a sufficient number of high-grade poison transformation pills in the first place? Thinking of this, Fong Ji sighed. He continued to start pondering the formula for the triple transformation poison pill. Half a day later, inside the lab, a phone rang abruptly. Fong Yi put down the materials in his hands and picked up his cell phone to look over. "Shirley, why are you calling at this hour?" Fong Ji was a bit puzzled, but he immediately pressed the answer button. The seductive voice of the beautiful young woman rang over the phone. "Fong Chase, you have a new mission." The first sentence by Fu came up with directly confused Fong Yu. "No way. I've got a few more tasks at hand here. And another one from above? The donkeys in the production team don't even work like that. And isn't the most important task the order from the U.S. Commonwealth? That, anti-buy. What mission?" Fong Ji asked tentatively. "Why don't you come to my office? It's not very clear over the phone." Pei Fu said slowly. "Alright, I'll go over now." Fong Yi hung up the phone after saying that. He then organized the information on his desk and headed out the door. 10 minutes later, Fong Yi arrived at Bai Fu's office. This beautiful woman was wearing a long snow-white dress today, and paired with the other party's somewhat demonic appearance, it looked like a great sense of contrast. However, Fong Yi wasn't in much of a mood to pay attention to the other party's attire. All he wanted to know now was what this new mission was. Sheriff put down a sip of coffee and, smiling, he said, "Do you remember that you once met an abyssal progenitor in Dingbei City?" Fong Yi froze, then nodded. Of course he remembered that. It was the first relatively big thing he had experienced since becoming a professional. "Did you refine a few ink scent pills at that time?" Bai Fu asked again. "Yes, those ink pills helped me get my first military honor." Fong Yi gave a smile. The longer he became a professional, the deeper Fong Ji's understanding of the rules of this era became. He was now very glad that he had earned a few military honors early on by virtue of his professional abilities. These military functions allow him to be free of the rules on many occasions. The so-called privilege. Of course, enjoy the privilege naturally have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Fong Ji is very clear about this point. The new quest has something to do with the ink Dan? Fong Ji quickly reacted. Could it be that I'm being asked to refine some ink scent pills? Pei Fu smiled and nodded. That's right. Has another abyssal progenitor appeared somewhere? Fong Ji asked with a frown. He had a deep impression of the abyssal protozoa, a very bizarre creature of the abyss. Each appearance brings a storm of bloodshed. No, not the abyssal progenitor. Shi Fu's expression suddenly became serious. It's something even more terrifying. Fong Yi sat up straight when he heard this. He hadn't really expected things to turn out like this. Ant White. Can I ask what exactly is going on? Instead of answering immediately, Bai Fu looked down at a piece of information on the desktop, and a few moments later, she lifted her head and said slowly, the level of secrecy on this is very high, but you can know that. Fong Yi nodded in understanding. See, this is what military honors are for. An abyssal monarch appeared in the secret realm of Dingbei City. Bai Fu uttered terms that Fong Ji had never even heard of. It couldn't be helped. Fong Ji still had a lot of things unclear to him right now, especially when it comes to something as highly classified as the Abyss. The abyssal protozoa looks as if it's known by a lot of people. But in reality, there weren't many professionals who had actually participated in the hunt for the abyssal protozoa, not to mention the fact that some of these professionals didn't know the difference between it and the Fae. The abyssal monarch. What is it? Fong Ji opened his mouth and asked. Pei Fu stroked his hair and began to educate him on the subject. In fact, at Fong Ji's level, this knowledge should be known. It's just that no one has ever told him before. The monsters in the abyss are divided into 3 classes, the abyssal warrior, the abyssal general, and the abyssal monarch, respectively. The abyssal monarch is most dangerous, and once it is allowed to break out of the secret realm, it's only a matter of time before a city is destroyed. Bai Fu's description caused Fong Ji to suck in a breath of cold air, a terrifying existence that was enough to destroy the city. At this moment, it was even in the secret realm of Dingbei City? He hadn't heard about it at all before. There is now General Wang Chongshan and an army of battle-hardened soldiers in the secret realm of ghosts in Dingbei City, but such a troop strength is completely insufficient to face the abyssal monarchs, and they're now blocked from advancing by a black fog. Black mist? Fong Ji asked suspiciously. Yes, the black mist. 10 minutes later, Fong Ji knew the whole story, which means that the ink scent pill is effective against that black mist. So now you need me to refine a high-quality ink scent pill to help General Wang and the others dispel the black mist? Yeah, that's right. Shiro nodded. No problem. How much is needed? Fong Yi immediately agreed. It was completely impossible for him to refuse such a thing, and to exaggerate a bit, the lives of the people of the city of Dingbei were now in the midst of these Moshang Dan. The more the merrier in 12 hours. Any need to speak directly to the warehouse side. From now until this time tomorrow, this will be the highest priority for the second base, said Shiraf dryly. Everyone will cooperate with you. Yes. Fong Ji nodded solemnly, then left Bai Fu's office. He had to hurry up and start refining that. Based on half an hour for a furnace of inken, 12 hours of sleeplessness could probably refine 24 furnaces, and each furnace was calculated based on a minimum of 6 pills. That would be 144 ink-scented Dan. About 30% of them are rare grade, and the possibility of a legendary grade cannot be ruled out. Ever since the alchemist rank broke through the 10th grade, Fong Ji then possessed the ability to refine a legendary grade elixir, and although the probability was very low, it was very likely to occur with a large enough quantity. Of course, it was still very much a matter of luck, and Fong Ji didn't have the luxury of appearing at a legendary level, just as long as there are enough rare levels to go around. Chapter 116 Living in Vain. At this moment, in the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, a staff officer stood in front of Wang Chongshan and reported in a loud voice. General, the Alchemist Association has recommended a master to us. The rare grade ink scent pill we used came from this master. Wang Chongshan's eyes lit up at his words, and he hurriedly asked after him, how is it? Has that master agreed to step in? Agreed. Master said he'd help us refine a batch of ink scent pills. Delivery in 12 hours. The staff officer sounded a little excited. Very good. Wang Chongshan nodded in satisfaction, his expression relaxing slightly. What Wang Chongshan didn't know was that he had taken several turns in the middle of this matter of finding Fong Ji to make pills. In the end, the task Fong Ji got was not too different from what they wanted Fong Ji to do in the first place. It started 5 hours ago, after Wang Chongshan and the others asked the Alchemist Association for help. Certain professionals in the association who had experienced the Dingbei City Abyssal Progenitor incident then thought of Fong Ji, so they immediately contacted Secretary Liu. Although they also have Fong's information and can contact Fong, but it's better to try to go through official channels for this kind of thing. Secretary Liu notified Zhao Hongwu after receiving the news. Zhao Hongwu didn't expect to end up coming to Fong Ji, and after considering it for a while, Zhao Hongwu felt that he couldn't seem to order Fong Ji around. Perhaps it couldn't be called an order, but rather Fong Ji's current status clearly had a more important mission. If he rashly looked over there, he didn't know if it would affect what Fong Ji was currently busy with. He really is too kind. I'm crying my eyes out. So eventually, Zhao Hongwu reported the whole thing to his superiors, and it highlights how crucial Fong Chase is in this. The top immediately made a decision. Since Fong Ji could play a key role in this matter, then just give him 12 hours. During that time, second base will unconditionally cooperate with Fong Ji. Do your best to come up with a sufficient number of inked pills, and then, Bai Fu came to an agreement with Fang Ji. The above also gave Wang Chongshan a promise of 12 hours, and things developed into what they are now. Originally, Wang Chongshan only wanted to seek help from the Alchemist Association, but he ended up finding it on the rightful owner. Returning to the lab, Fang Ji saw that Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan were handling the herbs. Other fellows played along. Team leader, we'll be able to prepare the herbs for the ink scent pill right away. Wan Yu didn't look up when he said this, still concentrating on the work at hand. You guys are moving pretty fast. Fang Yi looked at the crowd and said with a smile. Half an hour ago a researcher from Old Man Zhou's side sent over the herbs. Then Elder Wang personally came over to guide us a bit. Wan Yu said quickly. It's really full cooperation. Fang Ji whispered. Then came to the experiment table. According to Wan Yu, when Fang Yi hadn't yet promised Bai Fu that, the lab side was already preparing for it. And I have to say, the top really knew him well enough to know that he would say yes to this. Then let's get started. Fang Yi summoned the alchemy furnace with a flip of his hand. However, he didn't start refining immediately, but instead took out another seemingly less eye-catching stone. Wan Yu happened to finish handling the herbs in his hands at that moment, and he looked up and a shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. Team leader, this is the alchemy furnace strengthening stone? Yes, it's the strengthening stone. Fang Ji laughed a little, then brought the stronghold stone closer to the alchemy furnace. A stream of light slowly enveloped the alchemy furnace, and Fang Ji quietly waited for the. It wasn't the first time he had used this kind of thing, so naturally he was familiar with it. At this moment, everyone in the room was staring at the alchemy furnace in Fang Ji's hands. They had all heard of the alchemy furnace strengthening stone as well. It was a treasure that alchemists could only dream of. Even the original Zhou Shao couldn't get a few out. There are two more in Fang Ji's hand. He realized that this thing seemed to have become something he drew cards to keep, and half of the gold cards that came out every day were strengthening stones, as were those from the alchemy furnace, and those from the forging hammer. And seal charm pens are also available. A few minutes later, the strengthening stone was completely integrated into the alchemy furnace. An oppressive and flooding aura spread out in the room. Wan Yu and the others showed shocked expressions. They had seen a lot of alchemy furnaces. But there had never been one like Fang Ji. The group leader's alchemy furnace is also too fierce. A researcher muttered in a low voice. Or else they're the leader of the group. This furnace can produce 10 pills. Right. Well, almost. The team leader's one furnace is more than 2 of ours. Fang Yi heard the crowd's discussion and smiled, opening the earth fire instrument in front of him. Actually, if there weren't so many people around, Fang Ji still quite wanted to try out his green glazed red flame, which had entered the next stage after this period of containment. It can be briefly released externally from the body. Normally, if one uses a foreign fire to refine a potion, the success rate would all go up by anywhere from 10% to 30%. And the other most crucial part was that the foreign fire could enhance the quality of the elixir. If Fang Ji wanted to refine a legendary grade elixir, the foreign fire was a must. Are the herbs taken care of? Fang Ji turned his head and asked. Alright. Wan Yu immediately picked up the herbs that had been processed aside and it was handed to Fang Ji in the order in which it was refined. Fang Yi took it and quickly threw it into the alchemy furnace. A long alchemy began. 2 hours later, Fang Yi rubbed his somewhat dry eyes, grabbing a large glass of water off to the side. He took a drink. The alchemy furnace had been strengthened several times, and there was a very noticeable change in its size. So Fang Yi could now refine more than 10 pills in one furnace, and the 4 furnaces in these 2 hours directly messed up 50 pills. This hand shocked Wan Yu and the others beyond words. It also made Elder Zhou and Elder Wang, who had just come over, begin to doubt life. What the hell? It's amazing to get 50 out of 4 furnaces. Zhou Lao immediately felt that he had lived the first half of his life in vain. Wang Lao's mind would have been slightly better, but after he saw the quality of these 50 ink pills, his old face directly collapsed. 20 of those 50 are rare grade. I've never refined so many rare grades in my ING life. If it wasn't for the fear that cursing would affect Fang Ji, Elder Wang would have cursed out directly. What kind of youngster is there like you? You don't respect the elderly at all. Fang Yi didn't notice the change in both of their expressions. He only smiled at Elder Wang and Elder Zhou who were not far away, then continued to devote himself to alchemy. The two of them looked at each other, laughed helplessly, and didn't stay in the lab for much longer. They all still had their own missions, and they came over only to worry about what Fang Ji couldn't solve on his side. But I didn't expect this visit to see such a powerful scene. The two of them had to be people who had experienced great storms. Otherwise it was not impossible for their hearts to be shattered directly after watching Fang Ji's alchemy. Chapter 117 Refining completed. 5 hours later, Fang Ji felt a significant drop in his mental state. The most typical manifestation of this was his failure to control the flames. But with the blessing of his talent, the alchemy was still successful. and after 2 consecutive fumbles, Fang Ji realized that the triggering of the talent was indeed related to the technique he used to refine the elixir. The more standard the technique, the higher the probability of triggering the talent. The first 3 hours are when he's at his best. Several furnaces of elixirs basically triggered the talent of doubling the quantity and grade enhancement, and the probability was significantly higher than 30%. But these last 2 hours of elixir have been a bit of a downer. Although it was still godlike in general compared to the others, Fang Ji wasn't too happy with himself. At the 6th hour, Fang Ji took a god-solidifying elixir. This was the base's support for his intense alchemy, which was a good thing to not eat. The god-solidifying pill quickly stabilized Fang Ji's somewhat turbulent sea of consciousness. It eased his nerves that were a bit tired from the long hours of concentration on alchemy. After a slight reprieve, Fang Ji continued to devote himself to alchemy. As his technique became more and more skillful, the refining time of the ink scent pill was shortened by a few minutes. Now Fang Yi could basically complete a furnace of pills every 20 minutes on average. This speed is so terrifying that an average alchemist, even if he can make an ink-scented elixir, it couldn't have taken less than half an hour, and the success rate was touchy. After all, the ink scent pill was also considered a mid-grade level elixir, and as a cold elixir, many people may never try to refine it in their lives. After the 7th hour, Fang Yi heard a gurgling sound coming from his stomach. He raised his head and looked at his watch, realizing that it was already evening, but neither he nor the other alchemists had any thoughts of leaving. It's been going on for over 7 hours, and there's another 4 or so to go. It seemed a bit inappropriate to stop refining to go eat at a time like this. At least Fang Ji decided to go to dinner before anyone else could do so on their own accord. Fang Ji naturally saw what these people were thinking, and honestly, he was still quite hungry, but now it seems to be racked. So he began to wrestle with it as he refined the. And just as he was about to ask the fellows to call back a couple of meals, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Then a couple of staff members from the base came in pushing food carts. Fang Ji immediately froze. Good lord, that's too thoughtful. It's a direct delivery of food to your door. Following the food truck in with the staff was Elder Chow. This kindly old man took 2 quick steps to Fang Ji's side, but when he looked at the rows of wooden boxes on the ground, the smile on his face instantly froze. According to his projections, Fang Yi should be able to refine 14 furnaces in these 7 hours. That's about 150 pills. But how? The quantity doesn't match up. Although Zhou Lao was old, he could still do basic math problems. He carefully counted twice and finally determined the number of ink-scented Dan on the ground, 201. No, how can it be over 200? Zhou Lao frowned, starting to doubt my eyes and math skills. It can't be that far off in any case. Fang Yi glanced at Zhou Lao and realized that the other party was doubting his life, and secretly smiled in his heart. With that, he picked up the lunchbox on the side and quickly ate. Time was of the essence, and right now he didn't have time to delay. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Yi put down his lunchbox and started refining pills once again. 9 hours later, Fang Ji's eyes flashed. His arm suddenly went soft and the alchemy furnace tipped down towards the side. However, in the next second, Fang Yi came back to his senses and immediately held onto the alchemy furnace. A cold sweat broke out on his back. The long hours of alchemy had caused him to use up almost all of his mental energy. Now even the god-fixing pill couldn't save it. Besides, even the best pills are resistant after taking too many of them. Fang Ji now felt that he was becoming resistant to the god-fixing pill. The pill that originally helped him stabilize his sea of consciousness quickly now had to take a while to work. In 9 hours, Fang Yi refined the entire 20 furnaces, obtaining 240 ink-scent pills. This efficiency is truly horrifying. And out of those 240 pieces, 83 of them were of the rare grade, and 1 legendary grade even appeared. That's right, the legendary grade ink-scent pill. Fang Ji had really refined it. When this elixir was introduced, an incomparably dense cloud appeared in the sky of the second base, and there were flashes and jumps of thunder in the cloud. It was as if it was the legendary thunderbolt that immortal cultivators crossed. It seems that some kind of high-ranking being doesn't want this grade of elixir to be released. However, the thundercloud came and went quickly, and it disappeared after Fang Ji took that pill into his hands. Can it continue? Elder Zhou came to Fang Yi's side and asked with concern. It can come even if it's hard. Fang Ji squeezed out a smile on his somewhat pale face, and honestly, he didn't want to end it now. The front line was still waiting for these potions, and he'd only been given 12 hours up there. If we give up now, it's too hard to see. This is the time when you need to spell it out a little. The fate of Dingbei City and several surrounding municipalities is in his hands. Zhou Lao looked at Fang Ji, frowned, and slowly took out a porcelain vase from his pocket. This is a rare grade god-solidifying pill. Elder Zhou hadn't even finished speaking. Then he saw Fang Ji's eyes light up all of a sudden. He was instantly a little sorry that It felt that he shouldn't have taken this rare grade god solidifying pill out so easily. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Fang Yi's smile looked sincere, but Zhou Lao's heart ached for a moment. Take it, take it. Old man Zhou placed the porcelain vase in Fang Yi's hands. He then left the lab without looking back. He was truly heartbroken about his elixir. But at a time like this, Fang Yi's value was definitely higher than that one elixir. Moreover, with Fang Yun's current level, once he had the materials for the god solidifying pill, it shouldn't be a problem trying to refine some high-grade ones. After seeing Elder Zhou leave, Fang Yi took the rare grade god solidifying pill. This kind of grade was really much more effective than the common and rare grades, and after just a few seconds, he felt that his whole body had cleared up quite a bit. The groggy feeling from before disappeared without a trace. This stuff is much better than smoking. Fang Yi took a deep breath and continued to devote himself to alchemy. 11 hours later, he shut off the flames on the geophones and the last potion was placed on the ground. The refining was over, and though there was now half an hour to go before the 12 hours but the second base was already out of herbs for refining the ink scent pill. This kind of elixir is relatively rare. After all, the medicinal materials in the entire base could only be used for Fang Yu to refine for 11 hours. But of course, if it was an ordinary alchemist, he might not be able to use it up for several days and nights. That's all. You guys tally it up and send it over to Dingbei City. I'm sorry, Fang Yi said with a smile. Chapter 118 Legendary Great Ink Scent Pill. Inside the lab, several staff members quickly opened the wooden box that was displayed on the floor. Tallying up the quantity and quality of the inked pills, Fang Yi didn't refine any more legendary grade pills in these latter hours. However, it was already very amazing to have a legendary grade appear. Elder Zhou and Elder Wang had never produced a legendary grade in their entire lives of refining pills. When the news reached the ears of the two old men, Wang Lao, who was working overtime in the lab, broke into a fit of rage. According to the researcher in the house, Wang's hair stood up straight and it looks no different than a super scion. If it weren't for the fact that Fang Yi is now doing the country's bidding, Elder Wang might even go directly to fight to the death with Fang Yi. Of course, the move was still more of a joke than anything else. Elder Wang's face also showed a slightly complicated expression after he got angry, as if there was a feeling of despondency that the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves before them, and the waves before them were patted to death on the beach. There's also a sense of satisfaction that comes from being blue. Elder Zhou reacted in much the same way as he looked at Fang Yi and heavily patted his shoulder. Didn't say much. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the staff looked up and a staggering number was reported. 310 ink scent pills, of which 210 are rare grade, 99 are rare grade, and 1 is legendary grade. There was silence in the lab, and not a single word was spoken by the. All that could be heard was a ragged gasp coming from nowhere. That's genius. Real genius. Only heaven could refine so many pills in such a short period of time, and at a frighteningly high grade. Let's compare it to the triple transformation poison pills that we all make every day now. It was already very good for a normal alchemist to stabilize his daily output at 100 pills with the addition of an assembly line. While Fang Yi, it only took less than 12 hours to refine over 300 of them. It's a real people pleaser. Elder Wang saw that the several alchemists standing around him were showing expressions of frustration, a little speechless for a moment. These were all young talents he had discovered some years ago, and they were quite talented in the alchemy of pills. Elder Wang even felt that there were two people who could inherit his mantle in the future and become the premier existence amongst China's alchemists. But now it's really a heaven and a hell compared to Fang Yi. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a different animal. Elder Wang couldn't help but stroke his whitened temples. What do you think you guys are comparing with him? Come on, get in the spirit. Team leader Fang is a pervert. What are you guys comparing yourselves to him? Elder Wang said to the several disciples at the side. But the words fell on the ears of the disciples without much comfort. They would have thought highly of themselves. However, the mood at this moment was like practicing for tens of thousands of years and eventually becoming a heavenly soldier in general only to meet the Sun Wukong, who had created havoc in the heavenly palace. Many thanks, team leader Fang. A military leader shook Fang Yi's hand and there was gratitude in his eyes. He had watched Fang Yi alchemize pills the entire time, and knew how much the young man had given for them. It was a full 11 hours of intense alchemy, and he was tired even watching from the side. Not to mention Fang Yi himself. Hurry up and send it over. General Wang's side is probably already waiting impatiently. Fang Yi smiled and there was undisguised exhaustion in his eyes. In fact, this was still the result of his strong support. If he relaxed a little now, probably just slept right through the lab. This kind of mental exhaustion is different from the mental drain that follows the use of runes. The exhaustion was more akin to the sleepy feeling you get after not sleeping for 3 or 5 days in a row. The kind of feeling that you might fall asleep while walking along the road. Finally, a staff member left the lab with the elixir. Seeing that Fangji's state was not right, Elder Zhou called over Wan Yu, who was at the side, to whisper a few words, and then came to Fangji's side. You go and rest. I'll make arrangements for anything back there. Elder Zhou slowly spoke. The tone was filled with the concern of elders for their juniors. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Fan Yi was not polite and left the lab with Wan Yu's assistance. When he got back to his apartment, he lay straight down on his bed, and was soon in dreamland. Wan Yu carefully closed the door to the room and returned to the lab. 3 hours later, in the secret realm of the ghosts, Wang Chongshan received this batch of inks and pills refined by Fang Yi. General Wang, team leader Fang's side has not rested for 11 whole hours. And look at this. This batch are all rare grade inks and pills. A staff member pointed at the pills on the ground with a slightly proud expression on his face. If team leader Fang was so powerful, they, the low-level alchemists, were also honored with it, letting you look down on alchemists. In the end, you still came over to beg us. Wang Chongshan didn't notice what was going on inside the staff member's mind. And to be honest, he didn't care. He only wanted to see the quality of these ink-scented Dan now. Are these all rare grade? Wang Chongshan squatted down and opened a large box and asked. Yes, they're all rare grade. And there's a surprise. The staff member smiled and removed a small, palm-sized box from some layered box off to the side. This is? Wang Chongshan had a guess the instant he saw this box. A flash of incredulity flashed in his eyes as he stared at the staff member and asked. That's right, the legendary grade ink scent pill. The corners of the staff's mouth rose as they gently opened the lid of the box. A strong medicinal aroma wafted out. And Wang Chongshan saw an elixir that was pitch black and emitting a ghostly light placed firmly in the box. Legendary. Really legendary. A few military generals on the side revealed expressions of incomparable shock. In fact, the general who had been observing in the lab knew about the legendary grade elixir coming out of the world. But he played a trick and didn't inform Wang Chongshan and the others in advance. This led to the crowd's first reaction after seeing this elixir being disbelief. Naturally, it's legendary grade. Team leader Fang was blessed with a great spirit when he made the elixir. Successfully refined the world's first legendary grade ink flavor pill. The staff placed the wooden box into Wang Chongshan's hands, even with a pious expression on his face. In the eyes of some alchemists, this kind of success rate and quality of pills made by Fang Ji was already no different from that of a god. They even privately began to form the Fang Ji cult, hoping to improve their success rate and quality of pills by worshipping Fang Ji. Who can tell with things like metaphysics? Wang Chongshan held up the box with an excited look on his face. The ones they had used a few days ago were basically rare grade inkish pills, and there was only one of the rare grade. But now, there were nearly 100 of the rare grade, and one of the legendary grade. It would be a shame if the black mist could not be dispersed. Thank Master Fang for me. I will definitely pay a visit when things are over here, Wang Chongshan said solemnly. Then I will go back first and wish General Wang all the best. The staff bowed slightly and, turning his head, he headed beyond the secret boundaries. Chapter 119 Dispelling the Black Mist. In the secret realm of the spectral ghost, Wang Chongshan excitedly asked the soldiers to put away the ink scent pill. He then quickly walked to the command room, looked at the map on the wall, and began to determine where this batch of Emotion Dan would eventually be placed. Originally, they planned to place the Incan still near the crater. This way, the two batches of inks and pills worked at the same time and could disperse the black mist at the fastest speed. But now, it seems that this batch of Incan is of such a high quality, need to find the best spot for them, and the crater is slightly out of place there. The voices of the crowd in the command room discussed it endlessly, and it was not long before the idea of one of the staff officers was echoed by all. What would happen if they were placed directly in the black mist? In fact, at the beginning, Wang Chongshan and the others had ventured a similar thought, but something like the Abyssal Soul Seal was just too bizarre, and it was possible to lose one's life if one was not careful. So in the end, the Scout Battalion side adopted a more prudent approach. That is to say, placing the ink Dan outside of the black mist. And the crater was chosen because it was far from the barracks. Even if there is an accident, it will not affect the whole army. But it's different now. The ink scent pill has been proven to be effective against the black mist. Then wouldn't it be better to directly find a place to throw the ink scent Dan in to disperse the black mist at the fastest speed? And so very quickly. The crowd then decided on the location where the ink-scented pills would be placed, this time under a deep pool in the midst of the black mist. As for the Abyssal Soul Seal, Wang Chongshan decided to have the medical team accompany him. If there is an abnormality, he immediately steps in to save it, and as long as he moves fast enough, the Abyssal Soul Seal is not enough to be feared. Of course, there's a lot of details to be discussed about this plan. It's a war, after all. Wang Chongshan and a group of other officers needed to be responsible for the soldiers and the people outside the secret territory. and could not make decisions that seemed reasonable but were extremely dangerous in a single shot. Half a day later, with all the details finalized, the soldiers of the scout battalion set off once again. Their goal this time was a waterhole in the secret realm. According to the plan, the soldiers don't need to go too far into the black fog. The location of the waterhole had already been determined during the last exploration. As long as they threw the ink scent pill in and then quickly withdrew, the medical team is waiting just beyond Blackfish. The Senate used a mental link to observe the soldiers' status throughout the entire process, and if there was any abnormality the medical team would quickly begin to treat them. That watering hole is about 300 kilometers from the barracks. The scout battalion, known for its speed, would only take about 2 hours to arrive. And the reason the Senate chose that watering hole, it's because the black fog doesn't affect the army's combat if it converges on the water, which is obviously more appropriate compared to the plains. Wang Chongshan sat inside the command center and waited, as time passed by the minute, until a voice rang in his head. Reporting to command, the scout battalion has arrived before the black mist. Wang Chongshan's originally half-squinted eyes immediately opened. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Prepare to enter, and immediately withdraw if there is any abnormality. Yes. As the words fell, all the soldiers of the scout battalion organized their equipment and, after making sure that the ink scent pill was placed intact in their backpacks, they then resolutely entered the middle of the black mist. Inexplicable palpitations struck steeply, and all the soldiers felt chills run up their spines. But for the sake of the mission, they still followed the map's directions toward the waterhole. The black fog obscured the view, and the soldiers could not release their speed to advance. Luckily, though, it wasn't too far from the waterhole. To be honest, Wang Chongshan and the people in the staff department were even more nervous than the soldiers right now. The command room was quiet, and all of the top military brass had their eyes tightly closed, always keeping an eye on the status of the soldiers in the mental link. When the first point of light went out, the staff officers all subconsciously held their breath. According to the experience of the last time we explored the black mist, in the black mist, besides the Abyssal soul seal, there were other existences that could take a person's life. It's the unknown that's the most frightening. Calm down. Keep observing. Wang Chongshan's calm voice came from the side. Waiting is always the most agonizing, especially in this situation. The pressure in the hearts of the crowd was as if it was a huge mountain weighing people down. Finally, after a long time, a slightly tired voice came. Reporting to command, the scout battalion has successfully thrown all of the ink scent Dan into the water pool. Wang Chongshan immediately sat up straight when he heard this, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Immediately retreat. Don't linger much in the black mist. At this moment, in their mental link, the points of light representing the soldiers of the scout battalion had gone out by 20%. That percentage doesn't look like much, and it's a little less than the last time but every soldier was an elite, and Wang Chongshan only felt his heart ache immensely. Fortunately, however, the soldiers retreated without incident. The Abyssal monarch who was in the black mist seemed to be asleep, and surprisingly did not strike at the soldiers. And just as everyone was giving a sigh of relief, thinking that the mission had been successfully completed, a dozen soldiers suddenly wailed and collapsed at the junction of the black fog and the normal world. They were trembling, and greenish-black blood was coming out of their mouths and noses. The medical team guarding the side immediately stepped forward and frantically cast healing skills. But, even Holy Light Patriarch, Li Huiguang is powerless. One could only watch as the dozen or so soldiers lost their life breath and fell helplessly to the ground. In the meantime, the Incan began to take effect, and the black mist turned into a raging hurricane and began to whine around the waterhole. Although they were now situated at some distance from the waterhole, but the black mist was as if it had turned into a solid body at the moment, blowing the soldiers around with every turbulence. That's if they're still on the edge. If they're still in the black mist now, then the consequences are unimaginable. There was no time to grieve as the soldiers quickly withdrew in the direction of the barracks. After Wang Chongshan saw that a dozen or so points of light in the spiritual link had disappeared in an instant, his face immediately turned a little heavy. Lu Huiguang quickly reported the situation on the way out, and even he couldn't deal with the unknown injuries. The black mist is really a bit too scary. Fortunately, though, the legendary great ink pill was worthy of its grade, and in just 10 minutes or so, the entire black fog then thinned out a bit with the naked eye. Of course, the 99 pieces of the rare grade ink-scented Dan also played an inescapable role. After all, a single rare grade can attract a large patch of black mist. After a long time, the sky was darkening, and the momentum of the black fog rolling over still hadn't weakened in the slightest. Even though their vision was now obstructed, the crowd could still clearly feel the changes in the black fog, because they were now able to see plains and mountains that they couldn't see before. I didn't expect but in the end, I was able to solve the black mist by relying on an elixir. A staff officer suddenly lamented. This is no ordinary elixir. The respect for that Master Fong in Wang Chongshan's heart grew a few points thicker. Chapter 120 New Troops. 2 days later, in the second base of the capital, Fong Ji stared at his black eyes and walked out of the lab room that belonged to him. He slept for almost 10 hours directly after completing the task of the ink-scented pill. However, in the nearly 2 days since he woke up, Fong Yui had not slept a single minute, devoting himself to the task of improving the Dan formula. Honestly, he'd hate to break a minute into 2 or 3 right now, but even so, Fong Ji still felt that there wasn't enough time. Luckily, Kung Fu was not enough, and Fong Yi's struggles over the past few days had finally borne fruit. He had successfully improved a version of the Dan formula that used much cheaper herbs while enhancing the medicinal effects. That didn't quite meet Fong Chase's final requirements, though. He wanted to make the normal grade triple transformation poison pill also have the ability to lift moderate poisoning, but now that seemed difficult, or at least there was no way to do it in the short term. So Fong Ji stopped his research and walked out of the lab room. Of course, there was another very important reason, and that was that he was too sleepy to top it. After handing over the Dan formula to Wan Yu, Fong Ji dragged his heavy steps back into the apartment. At this moment, on the other side, in the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, Wang Chongshan's face finally brought on a smile. The black fog had dissipated more than 60%, and from where they were now looking deeper into the secret realm, a massive black shadow sits in the middle of the end. Just by looking at that shadow alone, the crowd could feel endless pressure. And next to this dark figure, a large semicircular object was emitting a shimmering light that, taking something that looked hundreds of meters tall. Even the Abyssal Monarch was like a dwarf in front of it. But the black mist hasn't completely dissipated yet, so they couldn't tell what the hell that thing was. And the Abyssal Monarch seemed to have released some kind of barrier. This made it impossible for them to see what was happening at the end of the secret realm. Wang Chongshan withdrew his gaze from the overlook. Looking to the staff officer aside, he asked, "What do you think it's doing?" "Maybe it's building up strength," the staff officer replied uncertainly. They really don't know much about the Abyss. To be honest, even if they occasionally dealt with each other on weekdays, an existence like the Abyssal Monarch was simply too terrifying. China also doesn't have much information about the other side so far. Prepare to attack once the black mist has completely dissipated. Wang Chongshan thought for a long time, slowly ordered. A group of staff officers all showed somewhat surprised expressions, and one even asked in disbelief, "General, is it really okay for us to take the initiative? Do we let the other side take the initiative? We are passive?" Wang Chongshan blared and immediately asked back. This staff officer stopped speaking at once. There was nothing wrong with what Wang Chongshan said. They can only be proactive now. Granted, they don't know much about the enemy right now, but only by taking the initiative can we try to avoid damage. And passive fighting is very unwise behavior. Of course, this attack was not a blind attack. Wang Chongshan and the others were, after all, elite soldiers who had fought hundreds of battles. Know how you should fight to maximize benefits and minimize losses in this situation. But they waited for 3 whole days. In the second base of the Dingbei City professionals, the two of them, Fong Yi and Zhou Lao, were sitting in the cafeteria, conversing with smiles on their faces, and with a hearty meal before them. There are whole cases of good wine that you would not normally be able to afford to consume. It was a simple celebration of celebrating the fact that the nation's alchemists had successfully concocted 50,000 triple transformation poison pills in 10 days. This amount is already half of the required amount. Moreover, nearly 10,000 of them were Fong Yi's improved elixir called True Elemental Poison Cleansing Elixir. After testing, the overall effect of the True Element Poison Cleansing Pill was much better than the Triple Transformation Poison Pill. The rare level would then be able to cure patients with moderate poisoning, and there was even a chance of curing heavy patients, which was perfectly adequate for the United States Federation. It's not like the top brass really wants to go all out to save the American Federation's professionals. Anyway, some terminally ill dead is dead. Nothing to be upset about, at least not on China's side. Fong Yi took a sip of the medicinal wine that was said to have the effect of prolonging life. A scowl instantly appeared on his face. "Holy, that's nasty." Seeing this, Elder Wang laughed and joked to Fong Yi, "This is good stuff. Not only will it prolong your life, but it will revitalize you." Fong Ji shook his head, revealing a speechless expression after trying to swallow the liquor in his mouth. "It's not like I can use this thing right now. That's what I thought when I was young." Elder Wang stroked his beard and a lewd gleam came out of his eyes. Fong Ji sighed and stopped paying attention to this oldly modest man. Elder Zhou on the side even revealed an expression of disgust as he silently moved to Fong Ji's side, pretending as if nothing had happened. He asked, "How did you come up with the idea of replacing the ice cloud dew with purple sulfur water?" I've done an experiment before. Many medicinal herbs can have a color-changing reaction with the yin-yang flower sap. The two instantly entered into a discussion, and Elder Wang immediately blew his beard and eyes out. Unhappy took a sip of his drink. At this moment, in the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, Wang Chongshan's army officially started to march towards the depths of the secret realm. The warrior battalion and the mage battalion naturally can't travel as fast as the scout battalion, so it would take them at least 3 days to reach the Abyssal Monarch's neighborhood. During this time, the Chinese High Command mobilized another army that, with the fastest speed possible, he arrived outside the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost. By now, the number of troops invested in this war with the Abyssal Monarch had reached 30,000 men. This number is really quite a lot. Even for the country of China is a force to be reckoned with. After all, after experiencing the period of great chaos, the population of the various countries on the blue planet had plummeted, and there were less than 700 million people in China, and most of those 700 million are in life occupations. Fewer than 100 million people have actually switched to combat professions, and even fewer have been able to join the military. What's the situation on Wang Chongshan's side? 2 days later, outside the Phantom Ghost Mysteries, a burly man with a metal mask covering his face asked the officer beside him, "Have reached Area K3? Less than 300 kilometers from the Abyssal Monarch." The officer glanced at the report in his hand and answered quickly, "Then let's go in as well," the metal-masked man said in a deep voice. Didn't they ask us to wait outside the secret territory?" the officer asked with some hesitation. "Poof," the metal-masked man snorted coldly. "What's the point of waiting outside of the secret boundary? If Wang Chongshan's troops really lose the battle, can we support them outside?" "I understand. I'll inform the troops now." The officer snapped to attention and a quick runoff followed. "Let's hope we can cut down on some of the casualties," the metal-masked man muttered in a low voice. There was an inexplicable glint in his eyes. "Honestly, it's a war that has a 90% chance of being lost. But they have to give it their all." Chapter 121 Past Events. In order to facilitate communication, the military hierarchy has divided the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost into 3 regions. They were the K area near the Abyssal Monarch, the H area near the entrance to the secret realm, and the I area where Mo Xiangdan was located. There's no pattern to this naming, as long as you can tell the difference. At this moment, Wang Chongshan's troops have reached the K3 area. It was considered to be truly deep in the middle of the secret realm. The army of more than 10,000 people was displayed in a vast manner, and its aura rose up to the sky. And yet here is a not inconsiderable distance from the monarch of the abyss. The reason why Wang Chongshan ordered the army to stop here was because the black fog that had originally dissipated a bit in the distance had once again converged, but not to the point of being that invisible. But the situation has more or less affected the march. Moreover, there were unknown dangers in the black mist, so it was impossible for Wang Chongshan to let the soldiers go in rashly. "General, should we use those ink scent pills we left behind earlier?" A staff officer stepped forward and asked. "Well, just use it here." Wang Chongshan nodded. The batch of Mo Xiangdan that Fang Yi had given them earlier hadn't all been thrown in the water pool. Wang Chongshan ordered the logistics side to leave behind dozens of common and rare grades, and he had speculated at the time that this black mist would most likely reappear. As expected, it's showing up now. However, under the attraction of the ink-scented Dan, the black mist that had just risen up in the distance quickly faded. It quickly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the crowd was finally able to see the appearance of that abyssal monarch. Those were extremely terrifying creatures, as if they were demons from the age of ancient myths and legends. And what was truly creepy was his pupils without a trace of emotion, as if they were gods looking down on ants. On top of that, what he was doing sent shivers down the spines of those who could see. Although they were now hundreds of kilometers away from the abyssal monarch, but some of the soldiers were adept at long-distance observation, and they saw plainly that the abyssal monarch was holding aloft the thick, hideous arms of the dance to that semicircle as if it were a sacrifice. That dance seemed to be filled with some kind of magic, and just by watching it for a few seconds, then some soldiers raised their arms in the same way, a frenzied expression appearing on their faces, their eyes red. Some of the middle-ranking officers saw this and immediately issued a warning, and the auxiliary battalion flashed up in an instant. A stream of light then surfaced, enveloping all the soldiers and adding mental defense to them. The hundreds of soldiers who were dancing around instantly calmed down, and they looked at each other with expressions of fear on their faces. "Everyone, don't stare at the abyssal monarch for more than 3 seconds, and pay attention to the status of those around you. Report any abnormalities immediately." The staff immediately issued the order. Auxiliary battalions are dispersed in small groups to each battalion. Ensure that the mental defenses are solid. Wang Chongshan stood in the middle of the group. With a grave face, he said to the staff officer beside him, "Notify all battalions to get ready. and set off immediately after the black fog dissipates. Understood. On the other hand, at the entrance of the secret realm, the army led by the golden masked man had already passed through the secret realm's door. It was assembled in the camp where Wang Chongshan and his men had been stationed before. Although there is no signal within the secret territory, and there is no way for cell phones and other communication devices to communicate with the outside world, still, the military has the means to be able to contact high command, and high-level runes do work well in certain situations. At this moment, inside the command room, the golden masked man received accountability from the high command. Who let you lead the army into the secret realm without authorization? If there's an accident, who is responsible for this? The masked man didn't reply immediately as he looked at the map left by Wang Chongshan on the wall. The mind silently calculates the next marching plan. In fact, he's not the type of general who doesn't listen to command. In fact, none of those who can sit in a high position in China are cuties. And the reason why the masked man blatantly disobeyed orders this time was because he was well aware of the power of the Abyssal Monarch. If anyone in this world knows the Abyssal Monarch best, it's the masked man. There's no second one, because he was a survivor of the last Abyssal Monarch incident. It was 15 years ago when an immensely powerful Abyssal Monarch appeared in the EU Union. The masked man, who had just turned 23 at the time, happened to be traveling there, and so he witnessed how the Abyssal Monarch destroyed a city. That's a memory he doesn't want to recall. No matter what, the Abyssal Monarch merely looked at the sky as countless meteorite showers fell down. The once bustling western city fell into a sea of flames in just an instant. The masked man fled frantically. Yet under the Abyssal Monarch's attacks, it was as if the world was a purgatory, and no matter where he fled to, it was not safe. This was the first time he felt a sense of powerlessness, and the Abyssal Monarch was as if he was the death god of extermination, destroying all hope of life. On that day, millions of professionals died in the West. On that day, dozens of cities fell. On that day, several of the once prosperous countries of the European Union nearly died. The masked man didn't know how he escaped, but all he could do was run. Run like mad. And run as hard as you can. Eventually, he escaped to a canyon. Yet just as he was about to take a breather, a rain of meteorites descending from the sky fell above the canyon, and a landslide completely covered him at the bottom of the mountain. Fortunately, the sky was the limit, and the huge debris formed a natural barrier at the bottom of the mountain. The masked man was very fortunate not to be injured, and the barrier held back the second collapse of the canyon for him. So he spent 3 difficult days in the collapsed canyon, and after 3 days, the masked man blasted through the rubble and left the bottom of the canyon with his strong flesh. But what appeared before him was a scene of woe and bloodshed, and he had come to a city that, the once boisterous city now has only collapsed buildings and broken limbs all over the ground, with countless survivors wailing and huddling on the ground in agony, searching for the bodies of their loved ones and friends. This is the monarch of the abyss, who has destroyed cities and nations with ease. Bring on the death. The masked man survived, but he realized at that moment that his face had been disfigured at some point, and perhaps it was the meteorite rain that had destroyed the canyon, or perhaps it was the power that the Abyssal Monarch had unconsciously exuded. He was fortunate, at least, not to have died away from home, but he was also unfortunate that, after seeing the power of the Abyssal Monarch, the masked man was skeptical of human power for the first time. Can humans really fight this powerful creature? The enemy was terrifying. How many other creatures this powerful were there in the abyss? And humans are now just barely able to fight against the secret realm, having never even seen the true abyss, not to mention understanding the enemies in it. The masked man had been wandering through the ruins for a long time, and he'd created a mask for himself out of a piece of metal, covered this herd up. Chapter 122 Finding Talent. The memory was incredibly painful, and the masked man took his thoughts back and, speaking slowly to the high command, he said, I know the Abyssal Monarch, and I may be able to find a way to fight him, but I must enter the secret realm and see him for myself. Other people might not be aware of it, but he knew it clearly. The Abyssal Monarch who destroyed over a dozen cities in the European Union in the first place isn't dead. It was as if the other party had come to play, and when they had had enough they left with a flourish. So he wanted to see that. The Abyssal Monarch that appeared this time was or was not the one he had met before. There was a long silence on the side of the Supreme Command, and then an old man's voice suddenly rang out. I know what you're thinking. But you're perfectly capable of communicating with us that, instead of trespassing on their own. The masked man didn't speak, and after half a minute, the old man spoke again. Let's leave it at that for now this time. You guys get ready to support Wang Chongshan in the secret realm. Report any anomalies promptly and we'll find a way to mobilize another army. The old man was about to hang up the communication when he finished speaking, but the masked man suddenly spoke up. It's useless to use human tactics against the Abyssal Monarch. Only high-level professionals can pose a threat to him. I suggest calling in professionals above level 40 from all over the country. Inside the administrative building of the capital military region, an old man with white hair revealed a bitter smile at his words. You've got a lot of nerve, and we'll take your suggestion into consideration on our end. But right now, your mission is to support Wang Chongshan and prepare to meet the enemy head-on. I see. The masked man nodded. Seriously. Hanging up the communication, the old man looked at the documents on the desktop and muttered, Manhwa, I hope you'll have good luck again. On the other hand, inside the second base of the capital professionals, Fang Yi yawned and greeted Wan Yu and the others, and then looked over the progress of the research on the materials for storing pills during this period of time. It had to be said that Wan Yu and Si Munan were very talented in this aspect of research. Once again, they have moved the experiment forward a great deal without guidance. The containers produced in the laboratory today can already guarantee that the medicinal properties of the elixir will not be lost by more than 20% within 3 months. This was very great progress, even far beyond Fang Ji's expectations. Great, great, you guys did a great job. In fact, you don't need to wait forever to verify the effectiveness of the material. There is a kind of acceleration rune that can speed up the flow of time in an area for a short period of time. But this kind of rune can't be drawn by every rune master. Fang Ji could naturally do it, but he can only speed up the flow of time by 10 times at most. That is, 1 day in reality and 10 days in the rune area. Of course, that speed was good enough for them now for the time being. Si Munan, you continue to experiment on the materials. Fang Yi put down his research report. Turning to the two, he said, Wan Yu, you come with me. Let's proceed to the second program. After saying that, Fang Yi turned around and went into his lab room. From there, he took out a thick pile of research materials, which were the thoughts on large-scale alchemy that he had taken the time to organize during this period of time. The artificial assembly line is, after all, a product of the hopelessness of. What can really bring alchemy into the industrial age must be machinery and runes. At least in Fang Ji's opinion, this is the only correct way of thinking. It's very difficult to do that. Though, Fang Yi has so far failed to find a truly effective idea. Come to the other side of the lab. Fang Yi commanded Wan Yu and a few researchers to move all the instruments here to one side. This was the place he had divided up to be used exclusively for industrialized experiments. In fact, if conditions permit, Fang Yi wanted a separate room to conduct experiments for this project, but he thought it would be better to produce a little something before he asked for it from the top. After all, he was a little ahead of his time and is thinking too much. They say 1 step ahead is a genius. 3 steps ahead is crazy. Fang Ji wasn't willing to let his reputation as a genius turn into insanity unless it was really necessary. Do you guys recognize any mechanical talents? Fang Ji stood in the open space he had packed out. Looking at Wan Yu and the others, he asked. Wan Yu and the others looked at each other and all shook their heads neatly. Don't recognize it. The mechanical thing is something that honestly not many people in the entire base understand. Wan Yu said slowly after thinking for a while. Fang Yi sighed at his words. He had previously understood the level of machinery in this era, and to be honest, the same as none. There might be some people who had lived from the age of chaos to the present who still knew more or less about mechanics. But those kinds of talents were too few, and after the secret realm had descended, there has been a period of time where the rules of physics on the blue planet have changed, and to put it in the words of the 3 bodies, physics doesn't exist anymore, so the radicals of the day discarded almost all knowledge of physics. Put all your energy into the destiny system to which the professional belongs. In retrospect, the decisions of those men cannot be said to have been absolutely wrong. They just made the choices that were most likely to succeed in saving themselves under those circumstances. But it's also indisputable that physics disappeared in this way. To be honest, Fang Ji guessed that the current executives must have some regrets about this. Trying to get back into physics though, even just the simpler mechanical aspects would be difficult. After all, the foundation is gone. I'll think of something. You guys can help me contact the Rune Master Association first. Fang Yi instructed them, then left the lab. Mechanical talent is rare, but there might be news from Whitehall's place that's why Fang Ji planned to go to Bai Fu and ask him. If he couldn't, he had one last backhanded move. Soon, Fang Yi arrived at Bai Fu's office and pushed open the door to the room. A fresh scent wafted in, and he sniffed it gently, feeling a sense of relief in his body. How about it? This incense of mine is not bad, right? Bai Fu pursed her lips and said with a soft voice. Fang Yu nodded. Not bad indeed. Auntie Bai really knows how to enjoy herself. Why did you come over all of a sudden? No new assignments in the last few days? Bai Fu poured a cup of tea for Fang Ji and opened her mouth to ask. Can I come if there's nothing wrong, Auntie Bai? Fang Ji blinked and asked very sincerely. It can come. Of course it can come. Bai Fu stroked her hair and, The joking expression on his face tightened and he asked, "Say, what can I do to help?" Fang Yi scratched his head and spoke slowly. "I would like to ask if you recognize any mechanical talents?" "Mechanical?" Pei Fu sniffed slightly and then he asked in puzzlement, "What are you looking for someone in this area for? Alchemy shouldn't be used." Fang Yi organized his words. Then he explained, "I'm going to improve the manual assembly line that Elder Wang and the others are using now, and see if I can replace some of the manual labor with machinery and runes. After all, machinery doesn't get tired, and runes don't make mistakes." Chapter 123 Beginning of the Attack. Mechanical. Rune. The waifu subconsciously repeated these two words. To be honest, she didn't know much about either of those things. The art of the art. Waifu specialized in management rather than research, so she didn't know whether Fang Ji's idea was right or wrong. However, since Fang Ji had brought it up, there was no reason for her to reject it right off the bat. "I can help you look for it, but don't get your hopes up. There are simply too few talents in this area, and even fewer registered." Bai Fu rubbed her brows and said somewhat helplessly. Fang Yin nodded and solemnly thanked him, as long as the other party was willing to help him find it. With Bai Fu's connections and abilities, how could he end up finding one that would be enough for the time being? After leaving Bai Fu's office, Fang Yi headed to the labs of Elder Zhou and Elder Wang. Although he hadn't agreed to the other party's offer to share his research progress since the beginning, there was still no problem with exchanging ideas. It really wasn't that Fang Ji was selfish, but as his research progressed, many of the ideas seemed a bit too crazy to the two old men, so it was better for him to do his own independent research. A day and a half later, inside the Phantom Ghost Mysteries, Wang Chongshan's army stopped in a depression only 30 kilometers away from the Abyssal Monarch. It's a rolling range of mountains, with just the right amount of terrain between peaks that it was impossible for Wang Chongshan to directly launch an attack on the Abyssal Monarch. They had been continuously rushing for several days, so they naturally had to take a break. At this time, the masked man's army also departed towards Wang Chongshan's location. The two had already communicated several times and clarified their next battle plan. In short, there are two options. It was Wang Chongshan who led the army to attack the Abyssal Monarch first, and if the battle went well, then let the masked man's army join the battlefield. Aim to kill the enemy at once. Secondly, if Wang Chongshan and the others were no match for the Abyssal Monarch at all, then the masked man should not put any more troops in his hand. They needed to preserve the living forces and prepare for the war of annihilation that might come. That's right. If Wang Chongshan and the others couldn't stop the Abyssal Monarch, then the enemy would most likely rush out of the secret realm next, and at that time, the masked man would have to go through the Abyssal Monarch city extermination event all over again. He didn't want to do it again by any means, but it wasn't something that was up to him, and he now needed to lead his army to the designated location to observe the outcome of the ensuing war. But the masked man wants to take a gamble on killing his enemies in the secret realm. "Is the stuff ready?" the masked man asked, turning his head and looking at the officer at his side. "It's ready." The officer nodded heavily and, a moment later he spoke again and asked, "General, do we really have to do this?" "What? Are you afraid?" The masked man looked at the officer, his eyes smiling. "No." The officer shook his head and said, "Just thought it was too risky." "Adventure?" The masked man looked up into the distance and there was exactly where the Abyssal Monarch was. How can you win without taking a risk when facing this kind of enemy? In the middle of the depression, Wang Chongshan pointed at the map in his hand and said, "The mage battalion came to this location and, relying on the terrain to launch a long-range attack. The warrior battalion prepares in advance and waits for 3 rounds of attacks before joining the battlefield, because they don't know the enemy's means of attack as well as their defenses. That's why warrior battalions that can only fight in close combat can't enter the battlefield in the first place. And according to the battle plan, the vast majority of the first 2 rounds of attacks launched by the mage battalion were benefit-reducing spells, i.e., attempts to cut down on the power of the Abyssal Monarch. But honestly, this doesn't always work, because the enemy is of such a high grade that the spells released by ordinary professionals really don't always have the desired effect. But quality doesn't come in quantity, and the staff conducted a projection that it was determined that if they cast enough spells, then even an existence like the Abyssal Monarch would be affected by the mitigating spells. 3 hours later, Wang Chongshan was sitting in the temporary command headquarters of. In a deep voice, he ordered, "Mage Battalion prepare. Attack in 10 seconds. At this moment, the Abyssal Monarch is still performing his bizarre dance of. The crowd could already see very clearly every movement of his jumps, and to be honest, the dance was ugly, even a bit of a hunt. But none of them would relax because of this. The more bizarre the enemy was, the more chilling the hearts of the crowd became. 10, 9, 8, 7. Wang Chongshan's voice resounded in every officer's mind. and the army was silent for a while. The mage camp was 25 kilometers from where they now stood, which meant that this is the team in charge of long-range attacks. As Wang Chongshan counted down, a bit of light had already flooded above the peak of the mountain. All the professionals of the mage battalion made their final preparations. Their spirits were tense, and each of their faces wore an expression of determination. The first to attack the Abyssal Monarch will most likely be retaliated against by their enemies. It was very likely that the entire army would simply be wiped out, but none of them flinched. At a time like this, someone had to step forward. It was high noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the camp of mages had their backs to the sun, leaving the Abyssal Monarch in a backlit direction. In fact, they don't know if it's helpful to do so. After all, a creature like the Abyssal Monarch most likely didn't rely on his eyes to observe his environment, and even if he did use his eyes, it was possible that they weren't constructed in the same way as human eyes, so it's still an open question whether the sunlight can block his observation or not. 4, 3, 2, 1. Chongshan continued to count down the numbers. In the mountain peaks, countless spells had risen up, vaguely shaking space in midair. It caused a ripple to appear in the air. 1. As the last words fell, thousands of spells suddenly arced through the target was none other than the dancing Abyssal Monarch in the distance. All that remained in everyone's gaze was the glittering arc of the heaven and earth seemed to be quiet at this moment. 15 seconds later, the spells landed on the Abyssal Monarch one after another. Wang Chongshan held his breath and stared dead on at the effects of those spells after they were blasted. However, the next second, everyone froze, because the scene that happened next was just beyond perception, only to see those spells all undergo an abnormal flickering when they were about to fall on the Abyssal Monarch. It then exploded with a bang and disappeared without a trace. That's right, those spells didn't even land on the Abyssal Monarch. It was as if an invisible barrier existed around him, and all approaching attacks would be blocked out by that barrier. This was a situation that no one had anticipated. Even the masked man didn't know much about it, because the Abyssal Monarch he had experienced didn't seem to have this ability. Chapter 124 Unconscionable? Wang Chongshan had a brief communication with the masked man, and after exchanging, Wang Chongshan learned a very bad news. According to the masked man, the Abyssal Monarchs he'd seen didn't have this kind of ability to withstand attacks. The monster that had once caused a bloody storm in the European Federation had easily blocked all the attacks of the professionals with just his flesh. So, it's a brand new, uninformed Abyssal Monarch, and this monster completely ignores the attacks of the mage battalion, still dancing that weird dance that he didn't know what to do with, even moving a few points more than when Wang Chongshan and the others saw it at the very beginning. The soldiers of the mage battalion hesitated for a moment. The battalion commander and other officers had to call command over the mental link. After 2 minutes of discussion on the staff, it was decided to continue the attack on the Abyssal Monarchs. Although the battle plan had gone awry, it would still be a bit disheartening to give up just like that. Counting down to 5 seconds, launch the second round of attack, a staff officer said over the mental link. The words fell, and the soldiers of the mage battalion dismissed the random thoughts in their minds. Reopening his hands, a wave of energy once again spread across the mountain peak. 5, 3, 2, the counselor's steady voice rang out over the mental link. In fact, he was far less calm than he appeared to be, but at a time like this, being at the top they must give confidence to the crowd. 1. The countdown ended, and a dazzling burst of light rose to the sky from the peak where the mage battalion stood. This time, the vast majority of soldiers chose their strongest occupational skills. Thousands of spells even directly dyed half of the sky in brilliant colors. The crowd's eyes moved with the trajectory of the spell as it traveled through the air. Until those spells landed on the Abyssal Monarch. However, the situation is exactly the same as last time. Those spells were originally extremely fast, but when it was about to fall on the Abyssal Monarch there was a sudden flash of. The crowd then saw that this swarm of spells that could have blown up a mountain peak looked like it had collided with some unseen barrier and exploded in midair without causing the slightest damage to the enemy. Everyone in the Senate was stony-faced for a while. In the face of such an unknown and powerful foe, ordinary thinking is simply ineffective. Wang Chongshan's face was grave, and he was about to open his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he suddenly noticed a black ball of light in the distance that had appeared at some point. He looked sideways and subconsciously blurted out, "What's that?" The people all followed his gaze at his words, and saw that in the midst of the army and the Abyssal Monarch, an ever-growing black light mass was rapidly approaching. That light mass had a terrifying devouring power. Wherever it passed through there was not an inch of grass. 2 seconds later, a staff officer was the first to react. Auxiliary Battalion. Defense barriers activated. Mental defenses activated. In the next second, A burst of energy fluctuation suddenly spread from the rear position in the army. A translucent barrier quietly rose up, enveloping all the soldiers in just a moment. At the same time, a cool breeze blew through the. Everyone felt a mental clarity. Defense barrier and mental defense activate at the same time. The battalion of warriors located at the front of the army stared deathly at the black mass of light that was approaching. It was the first attack from the enemy and they had to block it. A few seconds later, the black mass of light approached, and all the soldiers of the warrior battalion shouted out. The weapons in his hands swung out in unison, and thousands of sword lights and shadows like a tsunami collided with this 2-meter light mass. Where the collision took place, light exploded and intense energy fluctuations spread out in all directions like ripples. The air seemed to vibrate and a buzzing sound was heard in everyone's ears. All the soldiers felt was a powerful reaction force coming down their weapons. Like a typhoon it engulfed them instantly. But fortunately, the power contained in this mass of light was not as terrifying as it appeared to be on the outside, and although the blades and swords were swallowed up by it, a moment later, the mass of light exploded with a loud bang. It turned into a black rain of light in front of the army. That the casualties were much lighter than they had expected. Only a few dozen soldiers who were at the forefront were impacted by the mass of light and suffered non-fatal injuries, and a few soldiers from the auxiliary battalion quickly launched treatment. Wang Chongshan was secretly relieved in his heart when he saw this, but he immediately realized a few problems. When did the enemy attack? Why was he targeting the army and not the mage camp on top of the peak? If this attack can be blocked, what about the next one? But he hesitated for only 2 seconds before renewing his determination to. No matter what kind of attack the enemy launched, they could not retreat. So Wang Chongshan gave the order again in the mental link. Mage Battalion, prepare for attack. Monarch of the Abyss can indeed withstand all attacks from the Mage Battalion. But he doesn't seem to be as relaxed as he seems. And if he really didn't care, he wouldn't have attacked the army. 10 seconds later, the Mage Battalion's third round of attacks headed towards the Abyssal Monarch. This time, they finally got some results. Those spells containing terrifying energies had finally broken through the boundaries that had been unseen the previous 2 times. And the barrier around the Abyssal Monarch didn't work as well as it should have. And a few spells managed to land on it, though only a very few spells. But they did land solidly on top of the Abyssal Monarch's back. Bingo! Bingo! A staff officer shouted excitedly from within the temporary command headquarters. Wang Chongshan's eyes also steeply lit up. As long as they could hit, it meant that the enemy wasn't as strong as they thought. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath, looked at the Abyssal Monarch in the distance, and decided to continue his attack until the enemy makes their next response. Mage Battalion, prepare for 3 rounds of attack. And just then, the Abyssal Monarch, who had been dancing with his back to them, suddenly lowered his arm and the dancing stopped and slowly turned around. Wang Chongshan then noticed that the semicircular object above the enemy's head was shimmering with a pitch-black light, as if it were alive between one breath and the next. And then a voice rang in everyone's head. Griffin, how dare you offend the gods? This voice was magnificent and loud, but Wang Chongshan instantly reacted to it. It was the voice of the Abyssal Monarch, pretending to be a god. Wang Chongshan bellowed, his arm suddenly falling down, and the Mage Battalion on top of the mountain peak attacked again. Unconscionable. The Abyssal Monarch's voice seemed to contain some sort of magical power that, after he had said this, all the soldiers in the army experienced varying degrees of vertigo. Severe cases even went straight into a coma. Wang Chongshan also felt a turbulence in his sea of consciousness, but he snorted coldly, forcibly stabilizing the agitated spiritual energy. Chapter 125 Legion level spells. The enemy was much more powerful than they thought. Even if a few spells occasionally broke through the barrier and landed on the Abyssal Monarch, couldn't do much damage to him either. The opponent was able to fend it off just with his flesh. That is, the defense of the surface of his skin. 3 consecutive rounds of attacks fell, and the Abyssal Monarch shook his ugly, hideous head and a playful look was brought into his eyes. Wang Chongshan's expression was grave as he looked at the Abyssal Monarch dozens of kilometers away. The brain was constantly thinking of ways to break the situation. The oppression of the enemy was so strong that, even at such a distance apart, but that murderous and tyrannical aura was still coming towards them like a tidal wave. The officers of higher rank were better off, but the ordinary soldiers had already had men affected by the aura of a wide range of uncomfortable symptoms occur. The army was already down before it even fought. However, Wang Chongshan wouldn't give up because of this. They had been trying for so long. How can you just back off? After a moment of silence, Wang Chongshan gave the order in the mental link. Warrior Battalion, press forward 20 kilometers. Auxiliary Battalion to follow. Mage Battalion spells at the ready. Cover the Warrior Battalion. Yes. Answers from officers of all ranks came from the mental link. As the words fell, the battalion of several thousand warriors moved quickly, and they moved quickly too, neatly marching forward. The mage battalion on the other side was releasing control spells at a characteristic frequency. Wang Chongshan didn't know if these control spells would work, but as long as they could restrict the opponent for a while, it was fine. It was because he was in possession of a great killing weapon, the Legion level skill, Sword of Heavenly Punishment. There is another way to obtain professional skills, besides the fact that you can awaken one every 10 levels. That's by drawing cards through the fate crystals, and if you draw a skill book, then you can get additional profession skills. And almost all of the soldiers in the warrior battalion under him had mastered the same skill, the Sword of Heavenly Punishment. This was an elite unit that the country had spent a large amount of fate crystals to create. Under the superimposition of thousands of heavenly punishment swords, the warrior battalion under Wang Chongshan could easily destroy a grade B secret realm, and even the king of foreign beasts in a grade A secret realm could not resist. Even if it was an abyssal monarch, Wang Chongshan had the confidence to give the other party a hard blow. Of course, the price paid for unleashing such a skill was immense. After each release of the Sword of Heavenly Punishment, the caster will fall into a period of weakness of up to 3 hours. If it is in the outside world or some relatively weak secret realm is okay. But here, the warrior battalion may have come and gone. There were 7 battalions of warriors under Wang Chongshan's command who held the Sword of Heavenly Punishment, each with 1,000 men. That's 7,000 people. The way the army was organized in this era was different from the old days. Just as the administrative level of cities has been abolished from provincial to municipal, the army has now abolished the rank of regiment and above, retaining only the rank of battalion. At this moment, Wang Chongshan's mood was complicated. He didn't dare to think about the scene where those 7,000 soldiers of the warrior battalion died. It was his most elite troop, the most elite troop in the entire country of China. But now, they were likely to die here. The soldiers of the warrior battalion were well aware of this, but none of them flinched and all of them marched resolutely towards the target location. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chongshan's mind. Lao Wang, my troops will reach the K10 area in 5 hours. How are things on your end? This was the voice of the masked man. Wang Chongshan immediately heard it. He sighed and replied, I'm going to unleash the Legion level Sword of Heavenly Punishment, and the top has agreed. Sword of Heavenly Punishment. Honestly, the masked man was not the least bit surprised by Wang Chongshan's decision. He knew his opponent's army, and it was the only skill that could truly threaten the Abyssal Monarch. I wish you'd wait for me for a moment. The masked man spoke slowly. I also have a Legion level spell on my side that can support you remotely. Wang Chongshan revealed a surprised expression at his words. You also have Legion level skills? This was indeed a situation that he had not expected, because in Wang Chongshan's impression, although the masked man's army also possessed extreme combat power, it had never been heard that they also possessed Legion level skills. Realizing that the minimum standard for a Legion level skill is to have 5,000 people launching the same skill at the same time, and trying to gather 5,000 skill books was difficult even for a big country like China. That's why it was impossible for the masked man to have an army that could unleash Legion level skills without a sound. I drew a skill book. A legendary skill book. The masked man slowly explained. This skill is very special. It doesn't need everyone to learn it. In fact, as long as one person learns it they can activate the skill. Wang Chongshan was even more surprised when he heard this. A Legion level skill that can be activated as long as one person learns it? And it's still legendary grade? Well, I don't have to lie to you. But the conditions for the activation of this skill are harsh, and the failure rate is extremely high, but once it succeeds, I'm confident that I can severely injure the Abyssal Monarch. The masked man's tone was very firm without the slightest hesitation. Wang Chongshan was silent for a moment, then realized something. Immediately, he spoke up and asked, what happens if you fail? Failure. If I fail, I die. The masked man said calmly. Wang Chongshan froze. He had just thought of a similar possibility. That's why I opened my mouth to ask. But I didn't expect it to be true. No, I don't agree. Wang Chongshan said decisively. You can't die. Never. For the country of China today, there are too few high-level professionals who also have the ability to lead troops, and once the masked man dies, it will be a very heavy blow to China. The higher-ups have agreed. This is our only chance. The masked man didn't refute that. Just a calm narrative. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, and after a long time, he spoke softly, I'll wait for you. Let me know when you're ready. Good. With that word, the masked man ended the communication. Wang Chongshan leaned against the wall of the makeshift command room somewhat feebly, but after only 2 seconds, his eyes then regained their determination. They will make it. For sure. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away, on top of the plains, The Abyssal Monarch was quietly watching these humans. His gaze was playful with a hint of madness, as if he didn't care at all about these little gestures of the human. Yes, a march of a few thousand men looks like a small operation to him. In the midst of the abyss, he had hundreds of millions of creatures under his command, and compared to the horrors of the humans really are as small as ants. The Abyssal Monarch raised his head slightly, looking towards the semicircular object directly above him. The portal that. Abyssal Portal. Chapter 126 Sword of Heavenly Punishment and God-Destroying Spike. The Abyssal Monarch kept his mission in mind. He's not one of those abyssal creatures that's particularly good at fighting. According to the division of human professionals, he should belong to the auxiliary profession. But for the abyssal creatures, even the auxiliary professions are terrifying enough in their ability to. After all, this was the Abyssal Monarch, the most powerful existence in the abyss, and his mission is to open the abyssal portal. That was why he hadn't immediately attacked since he had descended on Blue Star. Opening the abyssal portal was a huge pain in the ass. Even an existence like the Abyssal Monarch would need to pay a huge price, and not every secret realm had the conditions to open a portal. So this Abyssal Monarch came to the secret realm of the Phantom Ghosts, a secret realm of exotic beasts that. It was also the case that the Phantoms had strange soul energies that were just right for opening the abyssal portal. And once the abyssal portal is fully prepared, then an endless army of abyssals could descend on Blue Star. And at that time, the humans on Blue Star would be slaughtered to death, and the planet would become the territory of the abyssals. Of course, Wang Chongshan and the others didn't know about this, and they were naive enough to think that as long as we solve the Abyssal Monarch we will be able to get through this crisis. At this moment, the Abyssal Monarch had made all the preparations, and he was waiting for the portal to be completely activated. According to the energy feedback on the portal, he would need to wait about 72 hours, or 3 days. The portal must not be subjected to an overly powerful attack from the outside during these 3 days, otherwise it is likely to interrupt the startup process. Regarding this point, this Abyssal Monarch was still very confident. There was no way a creature as weak as a human could break through him to attack the portal even if they put their lives on the line. The soul attacks and energy attacks he had casually unleashed earlier had caused those humans very great trouble, and the Abyssal Monarch felt that even if he stood here and did nothing, those humans couldn't beat him in 3 days. Warrior Battalion, halt on the spot and await orders. Sometime later, Wang Chongshan saw that the warrior battalion had arrived at the designated location. It was then ordered in the mental link. He had to wait for news from the masked man's side, and only when the other side was ready to. It was only then that he could order the warrior battalion to attack. At this point, the masked man is urging the army to move faster. They were less than 100 kilometers away from the target location, and could reach it in about half an hour or so if they were faster. While the mages are less physically fit, but combat professionals are any more than ordinary people. The speed of running under full power could easily get an Olympic medal in Fangji's time. Finally, 30 minutes later, the masked man and his army arrived at the designated spot. It's actually a long way from the Abyssal Monarch, but that skill the masked man gained could cast spells from extremely long distances away, so it was enough to come here. Inform the mage battalion to meditate on the spot and get ready. The masked man looked to the officer beside him and, slowly, the officer hesitated, wanting to say something, but finally nodded his head and turned away. The masked man took a long, drawn-out breath and, then from his pocket, he fished out a small palm-sized book that emanated a golden light. It was the skill book, that legendary grade skill book he had drawn, God-Destroying Thrust. According to the description of the skill book, he only needed to converge the spiritual energy of more than 1,000 professionals that a powerful attack against the soul could be launched, and the more spiritual energy gathered, the stronger the attack of the God-Extinguishing Thorn would be. Of course, there's a limit to what a person can take. If he gathered too much spiritual energy at the same time, then after launching an attack, his own soul would be crushed by that spiritual energy. In layman's terms, it's a disposable skill that kills you when you use it. The masked man had a calm expression and chose to study without the slightest hesitation. It's all come down to this, and there's nothing to hesitate about. Old Wang, my side is ready. When do you plan to launch the attack? The masked man asked over the calm. A few seconds later, Wang Chongshan's voice came. 10 minutes later. Okay, I'll join you in launching the attack. The masked man hung up the communication after saying that, looking to the 8 mage battalions before him. That's right, he's brought a full 8,000 mage professionals with him this time around, and there were 10 of them who were mid to high level professionals. All of these people's spiritual energy converged and the masked man believed that even the Abyssal Monarch couldn't resist. All of you, follow my spiritual frequency and share your spiritual energy with me, the masked man ordered in a deep voice. As the words fell, More than 8,000 soldiers immediately closed their eyes tightly and it was in high alignment with the spiritual frequency released by the masked man. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the second base of the capital's professionals, Fang Ji looked at the fate crystals in front of him, revealing a crying and laughing expression. What's this? How come I'm pumping out stuff I can't use? With that, he crushed the card in his hand, and bits of light scattered in mid-air. A scroll then slowly emerged. Glow ray, scroll, disposable item. It can fire a ray strong enough to destroy everything. Although it was written in the skill description, Fang Ji had reason to suspect that this enough to destroy everything is an exaggeration. Even if a legendary item is strong, it can't really destroy everything. He sighed, put the scroll away, and turned to leave the halls of destiny. Bai Fu had just called, informing him that he had managed to find a talented person who specialized in mechanics. Fang Yi planned to meet this person now. 10 minutes passed quickly, and in the secret realm of the phantom ghost, Wang Chongshan's eyes were as stern as swords. Ordered in a deep voice, all of warrior battalion, prepare the sword of heavenly punishment. In an instant, the 7,000 soldiers in the distance all raised their long swords in their hands and a suffocating aura emanated from the long blade. The next second, a burst of purple-black light traveled up the hilt of the blade. Slowly, it covered the sharp blade. The auras of the 7,000 warriors merged at this moment, and the light from their blades continued to coalesce in mid-air. In just the blink of an eye, the shadow of a long blade that was thousands of meters long appeared above the sky. Even though the skill is called Sword of Heavenly Punishment, it can be performed either with a sword or there is not the slightest difference in effect. That long sword shadow is so huge that even the masked man hundreds of kilometers away could see it clearly. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc. Then he slowly closed his eyes and, converging all the spiritual power of 8,000 people on top of his own soul, an incomparably sharp spike suddenly appeared above the sky, parallel to the long blade's shadow. Exuding an extremely terrifying aura. The spikes weren't as huge as the long sword's shadow, but their aura was completely unimpressive. It even has a tendency to overtake. Come on, the masked man bellowed in his mind. Chapter 127 Killing the Abyssal Monarch. Deep in the secret realm of the ghosts, before the monarch of the abyss, the shadows made by the two strongest human attacks looked away from the enemy, and the sky-charging aura stretched for hundreds of kilometers. The abyssal monarch's face changed slightly. He didn't expect the tiny humans in front of him to be able to amass such powerful attacks, and those two attacks looked as if they could actually cause him a considerable amount of damage. Humph! The abyssal monarch let out a cold snort, and his voice spread to everyone present. Wang Chongshan only felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, and in an instant, he was in severe pain. Yet the warrior battalion located at the very front of the line didn't react in the slightest. It was as if the cold grunt had no effect on them. No. It was impossible to have no impact. Wang Chongshan was very sure of that, and now the reason why those soldiers seemed to be okay now. The only explanation was, they had carried it off alive with their incomparably strong willpower. Wang Chongshan's heart was sour, but his eyes were incomparably firm. He took a deep breath and yelled with all his strength. Attack! In the next second, the long knife shadow was raised high in the air, and the cold light of the blade exploded and it suddenly chopped down towards the abyssal monarch. At the same time, the spikes behind the long blade let out an ear-splitting whine. The speed was extremely fast and in an instant, he arrived at the top of the abyssal monarch's head. This change was so fast that the abyssal monarch, who wasn't supposed to be good at fighting, couldn't react at all. All of his attacks come from his natural abilities, or from manipulating the power of the abyss that he was born with, and both of these tactics take time to activate. He had been brewing his previous attacks for a long time, so now the sudden attack abyssal monarch could only choose to resist it. Of course, even if it's a hard fight, he's sure he'll be able to resist it. Those humans had no idea of the horrors of the most powerful creatures in the abyss. At least from the abyssal monarch's point of view, the energies contained in those two attacks weren't fatal. It doesn't look fatal, at least on the surface. A breath later, the long blade shadow chopped down and the blade so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through space landed on top of the abyssal monarch's head. Immediately afterward, the spikes broke through the air and went straight into the center of the abyssal monarch's brow. The god-destroying thorn is a soul attack, so on the surface it appears that the abyssal monarch's brain wasn't damaged in the slightest, but the massive spiritual power that had gathered nearly 10,000 people instantly mashed his sea of consciousness into mush. Put! The long blade split open the abyssal monarch's head, and brain matter and blood burst out. It was as if a blood-colored flower had bloomed. The heavens and the earth are silent. All that could be seen in everyone's eyes was the shattered and cracked head of the abyssal monarch. Winning? A staff officer murmured, hope in his eyes. Wang Chongshan clenched his fist so tightly that his bones turned white and his nails even pierced into his flesh. The masked man looked away into the distance, his vision all but filled with the figure of the Abyssal monarch. Gradually, he felt the scene in front of him begin to blur, and a sense of powerlessness welled up from the bottom of his heart. The masked man understood that this was a sign that the soul was about to dissipate. He managed to unleash the god-destroying thorn, but the price was death. The masked man's expression tightened, his sight still firmly locked on his enemy's body. He wasn't afraid to die. He was only afraid that his strike hadn't killed the Abyssal monarch. He had to hold on, and only after the enemy he was watching actually fell could he die. A few moments later, deep within the secret realm of the phantom ghosts, that huge and ugly body shook a little. Arms hung weakly to the sides. For abyssal creatures, a damaged head is not a fatal injury, and given enough time, enough energy, and they can still grow a new head. But the Sea of Knowledge can't. It's kind of a big coincidence. Normally speaking, the Sea of Consciousness of abyssal creatures is not located in the skull, which means that their souls will not be dissipated by the destruction of their heads. The soul grows in the Sea of Consciousness, and once the Sea of Consciousness is ruptured, then the soul cannot survive in the world. The Abyssal Monarch is an anomaly. He's a secondary occupation, born with a strong Sea of Consciousness and a strong soul, coupled with the defense of his physical body. It was difficult to kill him, although he doesn't have powerful means of attack. But in contrast, he has a strong ability to survive. As long as one of the soul and the body exist, he is immortal. But coincidences happen. When the head is decapitated by a long blade, and the Sea of Consciousness is punctured by spikes, with his flesh and soul suffering heavy blows at the same time, he had no chance or time to react. He'd always thought he was strong, and the fact that the Abyssal Monarch was, indeed, strong. Wang Chongshan and the masked man, they were completely unable to break through his defense with their ordinary means. But the head is fragile, and so is the Sea of Consciousness, and when both places are attacked at the same time, even the mighty Abyssal Monarch was powerless. Death came so suddenly. The Abyssal Monarch's soul began to crumble, and he saw a look of surprise on the faces of the tens of thousands of humans in the secret realm, and he saw his flesh begin to fall toward the ground. His world was plunged into darkness, as if he had returned to the bosom of the abyss. Winning. We won. He's dead. The monster's dead. Cheers resounded throughout the secret world as the soldiers cried tears of joy and, throwing away the military cap that he wore on top of his head, Wang Chongshan took a long breath of relief, and the muscles and nerves that had been tense in his body only sort of relaxed at this point, and he held onto a wall to the side, feeling more relaxed than ever before. He's under so much pressure these days, with the heavy losses in the Black Mist. All of the mage battalion's ineffective attacks had left him feeling powerless on more than one occasion. Fortunately, he still had one more card, a card that was enough to pose a threat to the Abyssal Monarch. Wang Chongshan fixed his mind and suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Ranhwa, do you hear me, Ranhwa?" There was no response in the communication. The voice that Wang Chongshan wanted to hear did not ring out. "Ranhwa, you brat won't really be dead," Wang Chongshan muttered. Then he violently rushed out of the temporary command and ran towards the outer perimeter of the secret. Several of the staff officers on the sidelines froze, and they were just about to inquire that Wang Chongshan's voice could be heard coming from far away. "Send someone to check on the Abyssal Monarch, and don't act rashly until I return." As the words fell, Wang Chongshan's figure had already disappeared into the military camp. He's a high-ranking professional. It only takes a few short minutes to cross hundreds of kilometers at full speed. On the other side, two officers in the masked man's army were looking miserable, and the general, who was already unconscious, was assisted to sit down. "General, we won. Did you see that?" The officer whispered in Renhua's ear. He didn't see. Behind that mask, the corners of his mouth hooked slightly upward. A faint smile appeared. "Winning," Renhua repeated vaguely, already on the verge of dissipating his consciousness. Only vague, blurry sounds could be heard. "Renhua, do you really intend to die like this?" At that moment, an eardrum-blasting bellowing voice came from far away. Chapter 128, Saving Lives. "Renhua, do you really intend to die like this?" Before the words fell, a figure sped from the distance, and the crowd all raised their heads in surprise and, seeing another legend in the army, General Wang Chongshan was approaching the army at a very fast speed. A moment later, Wang Chongshan's figure came to a halt, revealing the other party's somewhat wretched figure. Several officers immediately opened their mouths and respectfully shouted, "General Wang." Wang Chongshan waved his hand and leaned down to look at Renhua, who had almost closed his eyes. The mask was still on the other man's face, and he could only see the clouded eyes. As far as he could remember, Renhua's eyes had always been sharp and intent, And now, there was only fatigue and a heavy deadness in the other's eyes. You've made a great achievement and you want to die so easily? Wang Chongshan spoke softly. Reaching out, he removed Renhua's mask. It was an extremely ugly face, with dense pits on the surface of the skin. The nose disappeared, leaving only 2 pitch-black holes, and the skin creased around the eyes. It makes the 2 eyes stand out quite a bit. Wang Chongshan's eyes did not change in the slightest as he looked at Renhua. Want to see more emotion in the other person's eyes? Renhua slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile if nothing else. He could no longer speak, but braced himself for a subtle expression. Wang Chongshan sighed softly, then took out a porcelain vase from his pocket. An elixir rolled down from the mouth of the porcelain bottle. Wang Chongshan picked up the elixir and placed it in front of his eyes to examine it for a second. Maybe this is the only thing that can save your life, he said. A handful of the elixir was shoved into Renhua's already unformed mouth. A couple of officers on the sidelines hadn't reacted to what was going on until now. They looked at Wang Chongshan in surprise, and then turned their heads to look at their generals with anticipation. Our general. Saved? An officer couldn't help but ask. Wang Chongshan didn't answer immediately, but instead stared dead at Renhua's reaction. To be honest, he wasn't 100% sure that he could bring Renhua back to life. This kind of injury above the soul was the most bizarre. Even the top auxiliary professionals in China had difficulty in healing the injuries on the soul, so he wasn't sure if this divine soul spiritual void pill would be effective or not. However, this was the only means Wang Chongshan had. This legendary grade pill was said to be able to repair the vast majority of damage done to the soul, but Renhua was obviously extremely injured in his current appearance. The soul may even have been on the verge of dissipation. He could only gamble that this elixir could save Renhua's life, and that if there was even the slightest chance that the Renval could have survived. Everyone was concentrating on Renhua, who was lying on the ground. Wang Chongshan even held the other party's hands in a death grip, not blinking an eye. Time is ticking away. Renhua's eyes, which were already almost closed, trembled slightly, and his face, which was already almost completely pale, gradually regained a little bit of blood color. Just a little bit. Wang Chongshan was overjoyed and hurriedly called out softly, Renhua, can you hear my voice? There was no reaction. Renhua didn't react in the slightest. Wang Chongshan's heart sank as he called out once again. A few officers off to the side also whispered the general's name. However, Renhua didn't move a muscle, and the fluttering eyelids just now seemed to be just an illusion on their part. Just as the crowd was about to despair, a voice suddenly came from outside the army, followed by a middle-aged man in a long robe with a mild and elegant look walked over quickly. The moment he saw the other party, a smile instantly appeared on Wang Chongshan's face. Glow, what brings you over? Holy Light Patriarch, Li Huiguang glared at Wang Chongshan. In a good-natured manner, he said, if it wasn't for Pony and the others calling me, I wouldn't have known this had happened. Wang Chongshan scratched his head, his expression slightly embarrassed. He just ran out too fast, and he's been saving people since he got over here. I really forgot to notify Liu Huiguang. Mind you, the strongest auxiliary professional in China had once saved many people who had been pronounced dead. Liu Huiguang didn't bother with Wang Chongshan, but squatted down to carefully inspect Renhua's body. A soft, warm white light surfaced and slowly enveloped Renhua's entire body. This power of holy light was completely harmless to the human body and also had the effect of stabilizing injuries. A moment later, Liu Huiguang sighed, a regretful expression on his face. The moment he saw the expression, several officers, including Wang Chongshan, seemed to have been struck in the brain by a heavy hammer as they stared blankly at Liu Huiguang, while Wang Chongshan pointed at Renhua. In a trembling tone, he asked, no, it's hopeless? It seems hopeless, at least for now. Liu Huiguang shook his head and said mournfully. Wang Chongshan's body swayed, and it seemed like he was about to sit on the ground, but Liu Huiguang's next words caused him to directly freeze in place. There is no way for me to awaken him, but that doesn't mean there isn't a way for someone else to do it. Su, what do you mean? Wang Chongshan's eyes widened. He's not dead? Liu Huiguang heard Wang Chongshan's question. Puzzled, he looked over at the other man. When did I say he was dead? Didn't you say it was hopeless? Wang Chongshan asked rhetorically. That doesn't mean he's dead. Liu Huiguang said rightfully. In my case, being hopeless and being dead are two completely different concepts, and being hopeless represents. Stop. I don't want to hear you rant about this. You tell me that. What exactly is Renhua's situation now? Wang Chongshan waved his hand and said impatiently. The soul was almost annihilated, but was hung by the elixir to its last breath. If there were more legendary grade elixirs, perhaps he would be able to live. But if not, in a month's time, he will surely die. I don't know. Ryu Hui Guang said slowly. Wang Chongshan let out a slight sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, there was still a month to go. Although legendary grade elixirs were hard to find, it wasn't something that couldn't be done for China. Send General Run out of the secret realm so that the best hospitals can treat him. Stabilize his vital signs at all costs. Understand? Wang Chongshan turned his head and said to the several officers at the side. Yes. Wang Chongshan nodded and was about to leave when an urgent voice suddenly sounded in his mental link. General, something's wrong. There's something wrong with that semicircular object above the Abyssal Monarch's head. Wang Chongshan was creeped out, and his gaze instantly looked into the depths of the secret realm. The semicircular object in midair that was perhaps 5 kilometers in diameter. At the moment, the object was shimmering slightly, as if it were breathing, and in its center, an extremely dark mass of light was slowly condensing, and an incomparably terrifying abyssal aura spread out from it. Wang Chongshan ran toward the ground where the semicircular object was located with a flash of his figure. He realized that the death of the Abyssal Monarch didn't mean it was over. Chapter 129 First Generation. Half a day later, in the second base of the capital city professionals, Fang Ji looked at the rough mechanical creation in front of him that looked like a child's toy, and his entire body fell into a state of stagnation. To be honest, the device in front of him was a bit beyond his expectations. The allegedly mechanically talented man seemed to have missed his point entirely. But again, this device seems to accomplish part of his goal. This conflicting feeling made Fang Yu somewhat unsure of what to say for a moment. Team leader Fang, do you think this device of mine is alright? Fan Xing rubbed his hands together and, somewhat nervously, he asked. Fang Yi rubbed his chin, and only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. Barely. It'll work. What Fang Ji wanted wasn't really complicated. He just wanted to create a running belt first. That's right. It's the assembly belt that's responsible for transferring items in a typical factory assembly line. And then on each side of this running belt are set up several utensils common to the treatment of herbs. A researcher or an alchemist can accomplish his or her share of the step by simply sitting in a fixed position. No need to get up or exchange utensils with each other. Finally, this setup needs to have the juicer with the centrifuge. Responsible for completing the final step of herb processing. Honestly, this setup, aside from the fact that the running belt requires a little bit of work, none of the other parts were of any difficulty, as they would have used these instruments and apparatus when handling herbs now. That is to say, Fan Xing only needs to combine these instrumental apparatus and running belts together and just leave places for people to work on the left and right. But he made a strange thing out of it, and it accomplished Fang Yishi's goal. But how Fang Ji looked so awkward. It was like a program full of bugs. You don't care how many bugs there were. Just run it right in the end anyway. The process is all wrong. The result is all right, says the device. Considering, however, that there has never been a similar device in this era, it's no surprise that the other side could build such a thing. But understanding is understanding, and it's time to change. Something like the assembly line has been tested by countless capitals in Fang Ji's time. It had been developed long ago and Fang Yi only needed to copy it. So he found a piece of paper and drew a very detailed drawing of the assembly line he had envisioned. The reason he didn't do it last time was because he wanted to see what the so-called mechanical talents of this era were capable of. But now it looks as if it's not really working. In fact, in Fang Yi's conception, the assembly line has to do much more than that. He planned to get rid of the pre-processing of herbs completely from manual labor through runes and machinery, meaning that the alchemist would only need to make pills with all their might and leave everything else to the assembly line. Maybe then it wouldn't be called an assembly line, but alchemy machine tools. Of course, he can't do that. Right now, can only retreat to the second best first get out a mechanical assembly line, so that the original 10 people can complete the work may only need 2 or 3 people to complete. And these extra people could form a new assembly line, greatly increasing the efficiency of alchemy. Fan Xing looked at the drawings, an expression of realization gradually appearing on his face. His earlier thoughts were a bit ran off the rails. Actually, it wasn't his fault. Fang Ji really didn't make it too clear in the beginning. No problem, team leader Fang. Leave it to me. I'll give you the finished product within a day. I'm sorry, assured Fanstar, patting himself on the back. Fang Yun nodded, and there were some emotions in his heart. I have to say, the professionals of this era are really good at some things. In the old days, a mechanical device would have required all sorts of preparations. It takes a specialized production shop to build it. But in this day and age, professionals can easily cut, weld, and assemble materials using only their own strength or professional skills. That is to say, a high-level mechanic is not at all inferior to an industrial mother machine. And even a low-grade mechanic like Fan Xing could do many amazing things. Please, feel free to come and ask me about anything you can't figure out. Fang Yi patted Fan Xing's shoulder. After waiting for the other party to leave, Fang Ji turned to look at the oddly rough device in front of him. There was a crying look on his face. What to do with this thing? After a few moments of agonizing, he suddenly had a thought, and waved his hand and called for two fellows that, pointing to the assembly line, he said, "Move it to the side of the old man Wang." The fellows were not sure what the group leader meant, but they complied with his orders. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at Elder Wang's laboratory with the device. Elder Wang looked at Fang Yi's side in surprise and asked in confusion, "Little Fang, what is this?" Fang Yi smiled mysteriously and said in a shocking tone, "Something that can double the efficiency of the assembly line." Elder Wang was stunned at the words and came to the side of the assembly line as if he was looking at a rare treasure. He scrutinized every detail of the assembly line, and soon realized that the thing wasn't too complicated. It's just a combination of their usual instruments and apparatus. "Are you saying that this thing can double our efficiency?" Elder Wang became even more puzzled. He was very skeptical about Fang Ji's claim, and to be honest, now that he was confident in his improved manual assembly line, with each person doing their own job, the efficiency of alchemy had reached a limit in his opinion. Unless he could simplify the steps of alchemy, but it wasn't that easy. So Fang Yi is now saying that an oddly shaped device can double his efficiency. Elder Wang is disbelieving. Fang Ji could of course see what the other party was thinking. He smiled faintly and didn't explain too much, simply ordering the researcher to move the assembly line to the corner of the room and then directing it. "Come 3 fellows, sit in each of these 3 seats," and 12 more alchemists, standing at the end of the assembly line. Fang Yi said as he aimed the end of the assembly line at the earth fire gauge. Elder Wang nodded, signaling the crowd to follow Fang Yi's command. Soon, everyone was in place. At this point, Elder Wang suddenly realized that Fang Yi was planning to use 3 researchers to supply 12 alchemists. How was this possible? You know, he's made many improvements. It was only then that the manual assembly line was finally optimized to the extent that 1 researcher could supply 2 alchemists. But now, Fang Yi was planning to use 1 researcher to supply 4 alchemists? You're kidding, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. In fact, this calculation is inaccurate because each of the fellows is responsible for a different process. It takes a minimum of 3 fellows to complete all the processes, so 1 fellow supplying several alchemists is a very non-standard statement. But it's easier to understand this way and visualize the efficiency of the assembly line. Chapter 130. How about staying with me for now? Granted, the initial assembly line made by Fanstar was pretty chintzy. The various aspects didn't quite meet Fang Ji's requirements, but it was still roughly complete in terms of functionality, so it wasn't too much trouble to demonstrate it to Elder Wang now. Place the herbs in this position, and in a moment I'll turn this handle that. The herbs will be automatically delivered to you through the conveyor belt, and you will put them back on the conveyor belt after you have finished with them. Understand? Fang Yi briefly recounted the working process of the assembly line. The dozen or so researchers nodded their heads in a slightly bewildered manner. They could understand what Fang Ji was talking about, but can't imagine the exact process. It's not really their fault. It's just that there's something weird and even counterintuitive about the pipeline that Fanstar produces. Normal people can't figure it out for the first time, and it's thanks to Fang Yi's experience that he knows exactly how this thing works. Let me operate it once and you guys will understand. Fang Yi smiled and signaled the crowd to do well. The handle next to the conveyor belt was then turned. Since this was a primer, Fang Yi didn't use runes to power it. Instead, they opted for the simplest hand-cranked drive. As Fang Yi turned the handle, the conveyor belt on the assembly line began to move. It was only a matter of seconds before the herbs were delivered to the researcher. But because of Van Sing's design thinking, these fellows would interfere with each other to varying degrees, so Fang Yi wasn't turning the conveyor belt very fast. At first the fellows had their hands full. Some don't even have time to process the herbs in front of them. Honestly, in Fang Chase's opinion, once a real assembly line is applied, then the processes that each of these fellows is responsible for should be more refined, or the processes should just be redesigned. But now, even if the conditions are not right in every way, the mechanical assembly line also still shows its superiority. Elder Wang looked dazedly at the researcher and alchemist who were so busy that they couldn't stop moving their hands and feet. It was quickly realized that this assembly line that Fang Yi had just moved in could really improve their alchemy efficiency. Even if the crowd was not skilled at the moment, as long as they were discerning, they could see the difference. Not long after, the pills came out of the oven, and several alchemists wiped the beads of sweat on their heads and, somewhat surprised, he looked at the elixir inside the furnace. There was no significant increase in the success rate, but it did save them some of their time. This time savings can be substantial if accumulated. Fang, I don't think we're all too skillful right now. Can't obviously see the difference between this device of yours and that assembly line of mine. Elder Wang stroked his beard and said slowly, why don't you leave it with me and, I'll have someone familiarize themselves with it and we'll see how it works. Fang Yi smiled in his heart as he heard this and had already read Elder Wang's mind. Don't you just want to leave the assembly line behind? The heart of the king's old man is known to all. He pretended to hesitate and moved his lips twice, not immediately agreeing to Elder Wang's request. Just kidding. It's not easy to pin down the other side again. How can we not do some favors? If it weren't for the benefits, he wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of moving the assembly line here. Seems like he didn't bother. It was always the two researchers in his own lab who contributed. Seeing this, Elder Wang immediately understood what Fang Ji meant, and he heatedly smiled. From a side cabinet, he took out 2 porcelain vases. These are 2 elixirs I've come up with idly. See if you can use any of them. Wang's expression is very calm, but the tone of voice with a slight fawning. If someone else had spoken in that tone, like Elder Zhou for example, Fang Ji would definitely feel prickly and scratchy and couldn't afford it. But Wang Lao, it doesn't matter. He's supposed to be this kind of old codger. It was not at all surprising that he could do such a thing and speak in such a tone of voice. Fang Ji. Then thank you Elder Wang. This assembly line will be placed here for now. I won't be able to use it for a while. Fang Yi reached out and took the elixir, saying very cheerfully. Elder Wang instantly revealed a smile, his wrinkles squeezing together. He saw a lot of things from this mechanical assembly line. Besides the fact that it could increase the efficiency of alchemy, he also saw a whole new way of thinking. It might not be accurate to say it's brand new, because Fang Yi had mentioned this idea to him and Elder Zhou at the earliest time. It was just that neither of them felt that this would work at the time. And now, Fang Yi had indeed brought out a finished product, albeit very immature, but it did turn his very first idea into a part of reality, to the point where Wang Lao had to seriously consider the feasibility of Fang Ji's thought process. At this moment, in the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, Wang Chongshan was standing inside the temporary command headquarters. Communications were established with the highest levels of the Chinese military. There's something very wrong with this semicircular object. I can feel the aura of the abyss emanating from it, and if I'm right, it's likely to be some sort of device that can connect to the abyss, Wang Chongshan said in a grave tone. A few moments later, an old voice came. I see. You guys first conduct a brief exploration of this object, don't be aggressive, and I'll immediately arrange for the relevant experts and professionals to come over from my side. Yes. Wang Chongshan hung up the communication and raised his head to stare at the huge semicircular object. Honestly, this thing's oppressive as hell. Ordinary low-level professionals couldn't even gaze at it for long. And the abyssal aura that the other party emitted from time to time made one feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if there was being targeted by something extremely malevolent. During these many half-days, Wang Chongshan and his army first disposed of the abyssal monarch's corpse. However, the toughness of the other party's corpse exceeded their expectations, and even Wang Chongshan could not easily destroy the skin on its surface. This also led to them not being able to cut the body up smoothly, and with the abyssal monarch being so large, trying to portage out of the secret world is a very difficult task. Having no choice but to order his soldiers to move the bodies aside to a place out of the way first, Wang Chongshan. Luckily, there was more open space here, or else such a large body placed in close proximity would be more or less uncomfortable. As for Manhwa's side, Wang Chongshan has already contacted the higher-ups. The best paraprofessionals will be treating him 24 hours a day and trying to find an elixir that can heal soul wounds all over the country. Although this kind of elixir was extremely rare, it might actually be possible to find it after rummaging through the entire country of China. While Runhua's army stayed in the middle of the secret realm, following Wang Chongshan's command, the abyssal monarch is dead. But it's not over yet. The semicircular object was obviously hiding a bigger secret, and they had to figure out what the hell it was doing. At that moment, Wang Chongshan suddenly heard a knocking sound coming from outside the door. Then came the voice of an officer. General, someone says he's seen that thing. Wang Chongshan was startled and said hurriedly, let him come here. Chapter 131 Abyssal Portal. A few minutes later, the officer then brought a very dark, thin and lean-looking soldier inside the temporary command post. The soldier seemed a little nervous as he snapped to attention and shouted, General, my name is Rud and I'm attached to the 2nd Auxiliary Battalion. Wang Chongshan nodded, reached out and pressed his hand in vain, and said with a smile on his face, don't be nervous. I heard from Qing that you've seen this semicircular object. Rud took a deep breath and calmed his somewhat nervous mood. Opening his mouth, he said, I've never actually seen it. Oh, Wang Chongshan looked at the other party suspiciously, waiting for his explanation. And he trusted his soldiers not to lie about it. It made no sense. I haven't seen this semicircular object, but I have seen the runes on it. I don't know, Rud explained. Wang Chongshan was slightly stunned, then he turned his head to look at the sky, and that object did have runes on its surface. But he was not a rune master, and still did not understand the meaning of those runes. Rudd continued, I'm a rune master. I once saw a similar rune in a book explaining runes. And if I'm right, this rune means teleportation. When these words came out, Wang Chongshan's entire body was creeped out. Transmission? Portal? Wang Chongshan instantly thought of this possibility. Are you saying that this is a portal? I'm about 80% certain that this semicircular object is a portal. I don't know, Rudd said with a nod. Wang Chongshan immediately frowned and sat back in his seat with an ugly face. If what Rudd had surmised was correct, then they were going to be in big trouble. A portal from the abyss, even for a cutie, could have guessed what it was for. Wang Chongshan stared at Lu De with a deadly stare. With anxious eyes and a solemn tone, he asked, Can you still find that book now? Lu De thought for a moment, then nodded and said, This book is called Rune Annotations. You should be able to find it from the down payment library. Okay, you go back first. I'll get someone to make sure, and if it's true, I'll give you credit. Wang Chongshan patted Lu De's shoulder and then had the officer send him back. After he was the only one left in the room, Wang Chongshan contacted the highest level of the Chinese military, reported the matter as it was. The executives acted immediately and arranged for someone to go to the library to look for it. 3 hours later, a professional who specialized in speed entered the secret realm, bringing the rune annotation to Wang Chongshan. Looking at the books in his hands, Wang Chongshan's face gradually turned ugly. Yeah, Rudd was right about that. The runes on the semicircular object were almost identical to those explained in the book, which meant that the unknown object above their heads was the abyssal portal. And according to the books, this rune has an activation time of 72 hours. Every 24 hours, the color of the light on it changes, and now the color is blue. Blue color, signifying that it is nearing completion of the first phase of activation. There are still more than 50 hours left before the complete launch. After realizing this, Wang Chongshan instantly stood up with a horrified look on his face. There's still over 50 hours to go before the abyssal portal is activated and complete. And by then, creatures from the abyss will pour through it into the secret realm and eventually into the real world. This will never work. Those horrible creatures have all sorts of bizarre abilities that normal professionals simply can't handle it. If they were allowed to enter the real world, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. An abyssal monarch can easily destroy a city, but thousands of abyssal creatures can simply exterminate a country. Nowadays, apart from China, the American Federation, the European Union, the Soviet Union and Russia, other countries simply don't have the ability to fight against massive abyssal creatures. And even these great powers must pay a huge price if they want to fight against the abyss. It's not out of the realm of possibility that it's going to fall apart as a result. This was something Wang Chongshan and the others could never accept. So 5 minutes later, all of the highest echelons of China knew about the abyssal portal. 10 minutes later, a meeting about the future fate of China was held in the conference room of the capital's Congress Hall. Fang Ji, who was in the laboratory, did not know about this, although his rank was no longer low. But it's not qualified to learn about things of this caliber firsthand. At the moment, he was pondering over the rune array on the experimental table. This is the shelf life rune array, which means it's used to store pills, the one that delayed the loss of the potion's medicinal properties. That rune array. After a period of experimentation, Fang Ji and the others had already determined the effect of the preservation rune formation. If it was combined with the materials that Wan Yu and the others had researched now, it could guarantee that the medicinal properties of the potion would not be lost by more than 20% within half a year. That's a pretty big accomplishment. It basically meets the minimum requirements of the executives for this project. Nowadays, the most commonly used containers can only store pills for 3 to 5 days, and once they exceed that, its medicinal properties will then be lost on a large scale and the effect will become extremely poor. This led to the fact that elixirs had never been a mainstream choice for ordinary professionals. Normally, most professionals would only purchase a small amount of elixir before entering the secret realm, and try to use them all up in the secret realm. Otherwise these pills would be wasted if they were left for a long time. And if Fang Yi can popularize his research results, then the professionals will definitely buy some pills in large quantities, which will not only skyrocket the status of alchemists, it also reduces the casualties of professionals in the secret realm, which can be said to be of great merit. Unfortunately, nowadays, Fang Ji's research could only be considered 2/3 complete. He hadn't yet narrowed down the preservation spells to the point where any container could be used. So Fang Ji must now complete this last step as soon as possible. Promote containers that can store elixirs for long periods of time as early as possible. More than an hour later, Fang Yi put down the sealing talisman pen in his hand. There was a slight look of excitement on his face. He had just found the right idea that successfully solved part of the problem of interference between runes. As long as he continued his research along this line of thought, Fang Yi felt that in about 10 days at the most, he could then shrink the rune array to the point where it could be used in most containers. Of course, it's not enough. Fang Yi's goal was to make the preservation rune formation usable in any container, and it would take at least another month to reach that goal. After all, there are all sorts of problems that might arise after the rune array has been reduced in size. He needed to solve this problem altogether to be considered done with the research for this project. At this moment, on the other side of the capital, inside a conference hall with elegant and exquisite decoration, a dozen or so of China's top leaders made a decision within 24 hours. Destroy the portal by all means and at all costs. Chapter 132 Runic Giant Cannon. When the order was given, the whole of China immediately took action. Dingbei City and several neighboring cities quickly mobilized one of the most powerful weapons in China to date, the Rune Giant Cannon. If Fang Yi was present, he would definitely be able to recognize what this Rune Giant Cannon was. That's the weapon he saw outside the secret door when he first came down to the secret realm. That was the last line of defense against the foreign beasts. And if the foreign beasts rushed out of the secret realm, the Rune Giant Cannon would kill all the enemies outside the door of the secret realm. This is a masterpiece in the field of runes in China. The life's work of a rare grade rune master. It could be said that the appearance of the Rune Giant Cannon represented that China had a real bottom line when facing the secret realm. Of course, this weapon has very obvious drawbacks. Although the Rune Cannon is extremely powerful, even when facing a Fey Emperor in the great and mysterious realm was not defeated, and there was even the possibility of killing the opponent. But the Rune Giant Cannon itself had a fatal drawback that's longevity. Each Rune Giant Cannon could only fire a maximum of 4 shots after it was created. After 4 cannons, the rune array at the core in the rune cannon will burn up and the entire giant cannon would be turned directly into a pile of scrap metal, and even the most powerful runesmith would not be able to repair it. And each Rune Giant Cannon is extremely costly and complex in its craftsmanship. Even the world's premier power like China is unable to manufacture it on a large scale. But China has a deep heritage, and countless talented people have emerged. It was only in the last 200 years that every city was equipped with runic mega cannons. After the order to destroy the Abyssal portal was given, the city of Dingbei and a few of the neighboring municipalities quickly mobilized more than 30 Rune Giant Cannons, a number that was enough to suppress a class of mystic realm. But the top brass still felt it wasn't enough, and once again ordered that a few of the more distant municipalities were ordered to redeploy all of their rune cannons to the city of Dingbei while ensuring the safety of the secret realm. 6 hours later, there were more than 60 Rune Giant Cannons in the Phantom Ghost Mystic realm. In fact, more giant cannons could be mobilized, but if they spent too much time on the journey, then ultimately there would be too little time left for them to attack the Abyssal portal. So in the end, the number of Rune Giant Cannons was fixed at 65. Deploying such a large number of Rune Giant Cannons in a secret realm was the most ever in the history of China. And in order to destroy a weapon of this level you need to consume an object called the Black Cloud Crystal. This was a rare class item that could only be obtained through card draws, and even China didn't have much stock of it. Based on calculations, China's current stock of Black Cloud Crystals could only support these 65 Rune Giant Cannons firing in unison twice. That's right, only twice. But no one bothered to count the preciousness of the Black Cloud Crystals at a time like this. The top management of China urgently contacted the other 3 major countries and exchanged a large batch of Black Cloud Crystals from them at a not-so-heavy price. At times like these, other countries are no longer in the mood to fall on their swords, knowing full well that once China couldn't stop the Abyssal portal, the monsters inside the abyss would definitely go after them after destroying China. The ruling classes of these countries are not little darlings. The ruling class of these countries are not little darlings. They still know the truth that there is no egg when the nest is upset. Take the previous encounter with unknown toxins in the United States Commonwealth. States have aided the Confederacy to a greater or lesser extent since learning of it. And although the elixir on the Chinese side was suspected of being deliberately delayed, it didn't go too far and fell within the realm of the reasonable. And this time China experienced an event that was significantly more horrific than that unknown toxin. The toxins can still be controlled by potions and elixirs. But Abyssal. There's even Abyssal PTSD on the OU side. And just hearing those 2 words is all over the place. That's why they gave China the most Black Cloud Crystals, which was quite generous. As for the American Federation side, honestly, they're still on their own today. Through the elixir from China, the top brass of the United States federal government has stabilized the situation for the time being. But as long as that unknown toxin couldn't find a means to counteract it, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Still, the U.S. Confederacy managed to cobble together some Black Cloud Crystals, and to this point, the Black Cloud Crystals in Hua's hands could support 65 Rune Giant Cannons firing in unison 4 times. 4 times down, even a great as secret realm would have to be blasted out of shape. The Fey beasts within it would definitely die or be injured. and Fey Beast Emperors would not be spared either. But even then, China's top brass still didn't have a clue in their hearts. But in such a short time, it was already very difficult for them to come up with so many rune giant cannons and black cloud crystals, and at this time, there were only over 40 hours left before the Abyssal portal was activated. If the rune cannon doesn't resolve the Abyssal portal, then they have time to think of something else. In the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, Wang Chongshan stood in front of a giant runic cannon. A bit of shock showed in his eyes. Even if he was a general, he had never seen so many runic cannons appearing at the same time. The hulls of those huge cannons reflected a palpitating light under the sunlight, and the black holes of the gun ports faintly carried the aura of death. With the efforts of thousands of soldiers, it took less than 3 hours for these giant cannons to arrive at a position about 5 kilometers from the Abyssal portal, their most lethal distance. And behind these huge cannons there were large boxes, one after the other. That's the box where the black cloud crystals are stored. Wang Chongshan commanded the soldiers to take out the black cloud crystal. Four stacks were then neatly placed behind each of the rune cannons. According to orders from their superiors, they'll be launching an artillery barrage on the Abyssal portal in 15 minutes. Fire 2 rounds in unison first to see how it goes, and if it works well then you don't need to follow up with those 2. But if 4 artillery strikes didn't destroy the portal, Wang Chongshan was a little afraid to think about this possibility. He took a deep breath and his gaze fell to the portal in midair. That huge semicircular object is glowing black right now. The black orb in it had even expanded several times, occupying almost 1/10 of the entire center of the circle. At this rate, by the time the black sphere completely fills that space, the Abyssal portal was expected to be officially activated, so they had to pick up the pace. Soon, the final checks on the rune cannon were completed. More than 600 soldiers stood neatly behind the runic giant cannon. At this moment, the muzzles of all the giant cannons were aimed at the portal in midair with great vigor. Wang Chongshan nodded and raised his arm to order in a loud voice. Rune preheat. The words fell. The soldiers neatly placed a sufficient amount of black cloud crystals on one of the rune arrays at the back of the giant cannon's gun mount. The black cloud crystal gave off a faint purple glow that. Then the runic arrays throughout the entire body of the rune giant cannon began to light up in sequence, as smooth and powerful as breathing. Immediately afterward, a massive light flashed up from deep within the muzzle of the huge cannon, which grew brighter and brighter and it gradually became dazzling. Chapter 133 All burned up. 65 rune cannons shone with light at the same time. It's like dozens of the brightest stars in the night sky. It was the time of nightfall in the secret realm of the phantom ghost. The faint twinkling of the stars in the night sky mirrored the ground, and it was truly a sight to behold, if anyone could have recorded it. However, everyone present had no intention of appreciating it, and Wang Chongshan snorted coldly in his heart. With that, he heaved his arm down. Shoot! He bellowed, and his voice carried over a distance of several kilometers in the vicinity. As a high-level professional, Wang Chongshan's aura was not comparable to that of an ordinary soldier. Waves of sound rolled out as dozens of soldiers simultaneously pressed the firing buttons of the giant rune cannons in front of them. In an instant, 65 columns of energy light suddenly shot out from the pitch-black barrels of the. It was as if 65 thunderbolts had appeared in the sky at the same time. The column of energy light was extremely fast and, like a soaring dragon, it instantly arrived before the Abyssal portal, and then exploded. The dazzling light even directly illuminating half of the sky. Those pillars of energy light had completely flooded the portal, and the explosions were deafening. The surrounding space even appeared to be vaguely shaken. In the next second, a violent shockwave spread out. The ground trembled. The lawn and soil flew. Surprisingly, the ground closest to the portal was cut down hard by more than 10 centimeters. Wang Chongshan stood firmly on the ground and squinted at the portal. The soldiers around him, on the other hand, were not as powerful as he was, and faced with a violent shockwave that, all they could do was hide behind the rune cannon and wait for it to be over. This scene was as if the end had come, and even the most powerful professional would be fearful. If that abyssal monarch hadn't died, it was estimated that seeing this scene would have caused his legs to tremble in fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the consumption of activating the rune giant cannon was too great, Wang Chongshan and the others really wouldn't have been willing to take their lives and fight for it. Regardless of the final outcome of this battle, China will lose one of its most deterrent cards in a short period of time. Time passed by, and the light in the sky finally began to dissipate. The darkness recovered the land. Wang Chongshan's face was unsightly, and his right fist was involuntarily clenched. As far as he could see, the immense portal was not destroyed. On the contrary, the other side still hangs steadily in the sky. From the looks of it, it's surprising that the portal didn't receive much damage under this attack. The black light representing the abyss on it was still flickering, and the black orb in the center was even more unchanged. But a closer look reveals that the main body of the portal, That is to say, a not particularly noticeable crack appeared on that semicircular object. Wang Chongshan and the others didn't know what material constituted the main body of the portal. However, it could also be judged from the fact that the other party had resisted the shelling hard, and it was an extremely strong material. This kind of damage, it's not enough, Wang Chongshan muttered. Then he looked to the giant runic cannon beside him. Second volley. Stand by. As the words fell, several hundred soldiers quickly returned to their positions and began to make preparations with clean movements. The first 2 volleys were planned from the beginning. Regardless of the damage to the portal, they'll all finish 2 rounds before they say anything. 5 minutes later, the rune giant cannon was ready, and Wang Chongshan once again ordered in a loud voice. Fire! 65 pillars of energy light roared out, heavily blasting above the main body of the abyssal portal. A violent and incomparable explosion reappeared, with flashes of light and ringing in the ears. The terrifying shockwave lifted the ground, and a deep pit appeared around the portal. Wang Chongshan stood motionless on the ground, his expression calm, though, but a vague sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Sure enough, after waiting for the light and smoke to dissipate, the abyssal portal was still hanging steadily in the sky. 2 rounds of flurry fire didn't make the portal fall, or even cause any noticeable damage to it. Wang Chongshan's eyesight was very good, so he could see that the cracks on the main body of the portal had densified by a few more points. But this level of damage isn't exactly hurting the portal, and the black orb hadn't changed at all. And to the naked eye it looked a few points larger than it had just been. Wang Chongshan gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with the staff officers and officers next to him before ordering in a cold voice. 1 more round. Since there was a change in the portal, it meant that their attack had worked, just rather poorly. Wang Chongshan was ruthless in his heart. They still had 2 more chances. They absolutely could not give up. In the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, on top of the plains, the 65 runic giant cannons roared once again. 2 rounds of flak completely lit up the sky. The explosion spread throughout the entire secret realm, and the terrain of the plains was completely altered by the shockwave. A huge deep pit even appeared under the abyssal portal, while slightly further away, the ground was lifted up, revealing the crimson soil inside. However, the situation didn't change. The abyssal portal was still there after the light dissipated. That black mass of light was also there, and the aura of the abyss was still strong. Wang Chongshan reached out his hand to hold the rune giant cannon on the side. He could feel the heady heat coming from the barrel, as well as smell the faint odor of paste. That was the smell that emanated from the giant cannon's rune array after it was burned. After the 4 cannons had fired in unison, the runic arrays of all 65 rune cannons burned to the ground. China had lost more than half of the rune giant cannons and all the black cloud crystals to this point. But, they didn't accomplish their goal. Some fleshly damage did appear on the abyssal portal. Now either one could see the craters and breaks in its main body, but that damage didn't stop the portal from activating. Wang Chongshan was somewhat skeptical, suspecting that the semicircular structure was not the main body of the portal. Otherwise the portal shouldn't still be hanging in the sky with a third of the entire structure broken. 65 rune cannons. 4 volleys. The abyssal portal can't handle it even if it's strong. It should have at least stopped starting, but for some reason the thing was still running. Wang Chongshan sighed, certain that their first step of the plan had failed. But it's not all bad news now. After all, they proved that the energy attacks like the rune cannon are still effective against portals. It's just that the number of attacks they can deliver is so small. And if there were 10 or 8 more of them, maybe the portal will just be destroyed. Wang Chongshan looked at the tens of thousands of soldiers in the distance, and his mind suddenly moved. What happens if we have another sort of divine punishment? Can you do damage to the portal? He gritted his teeth. At times like this, if there was even the slightest chance, he should try. All soldiers of the warrior battalion, on my command, advance to within 1 kilometer of the portal. Wang Chongshan didn't give orders in the spirit link this time, but directly shouted out in a loud voice. The sound spread vastly, and the 7,000 soldiers of the warrior battalion quickly ran towards the portal. Meanwhile, within the second base of the first payment professionals, Fang Yi put down his sealing talisman pen. Looking at the phone number on his cell phone, he scratched his head. Sharaf. Nothing good happens every time she contacts herself. Chapter 134 Heavenly Spirit Soul Birth Pill. Fang Yi picked up his cell phone and pressed the answer button, and Bai Fu's magnetic and seductive voice came through. Busy, team leader Fang? Fang Yi smiled and replied in a slow voice. Just finished working. What's wrong, Auntie Bai? I want to ask you, do you have any pills in your hand that can heal the soul? Sherv's tone didn't sound relaxed. Fang Yi immediately realized something and then asked. What happened? How many injuries? It wasn't me. Bai Fu sighed and said slowly. It was a general in the military that. Specifics. Come to me. You can know about this even at your level. Fang Yi frowned slightly, and after a moment replied, "Okay, I'll go over now." 10 minutes later, he arrived at the administration building and pushed open the door to Bai Fu's office. "Here you go, have a seat." Sheriff stretched out her hand and then he picked up a file from the table and handed it over. Fang Yi vaguely felt as if this matter was not simple. He took the document and was instantly startled after seeing a small line below the title of the document. It's a document from the Presbyterian Court of China, and it's a redhead document. He settled down and began to read up on the contents of the document. Fang Yi looked very carefully, afraid of missing important information. He watched for 10 minutes before stopping, then looked at Bai Fu with a shocked expression. "I can't believe this happened." Bai Fu nodded slightly and said in a heavy tone, "Yes, no one expected an abyssal monarch to appear in the territory of China. But the good news is that the military side managed to kill him. But one of the generals of the military is also seriously injured and has only a month to live." Fang Yi fell silent as he looked at the document for a long time before asking, "In other words, now only a legendary healing class item can possibly save this general's life?" "Yes, and it has to be an item that works on the soul." Bai Fu rubbed his brow and, somewhat helplessly, he said, "I've thought about it for a long time, and I think that only your side might have similar items, and Elder Zhou and the others. It's hard enough." Fang Yi took a sip of his coffee and didn't speak immediately. In fact, it is reasonable to say that Elder Zhou and Elder Wang they have lived long enough. There should be some legendary items in hand, and even if the probability of this item is low enough, if it's been around long enough, and the card draws are high enough, there's always one or two to draw. But now, listening to Bai Fu, there really isn't anything similar on the side of Elder Zhou and Elder Wang, or rather, the items they could bring out could not heal Renhua's injuries. As a matter of fact, Fang Yi's heart was slightly flustered right now. He wondered if he had been exposed for drawing a legendary card every day. This matter was different from the others, and it didn't matter if he showed even higher talent above alchemy. That's a legendary profession, after all. But if others knew that he could draw legendary cards every day, think with your heels and you'll know there'll be a lot of trouble. Bai Fu looked at Fang Yi and thought for a moment and asked, "If you are given an elixir formula, can you refine a legendary grade elixir?" Fang Yi sniffed and suddenly realized that Bai Fu was not looking for him because of the card draw. Rather, it was because he could refine high-grade pills that no one else could. He had just refined a legendary grade ink scent pill earlier. So now, Bai Fu wished that he could also find a way to refine another legendary grade elixir to save people. If that's the case, then this is a favor he must do. "What kind of Dan formula? Show me." Fang Yi raised his head and said with a firm gaze. A smile spread across Whitehall's face as she opened the drawer and took out a thin sheet of yellowed paper. "This is the Heavenly Spirit Soul-Born Pill, an elixir that is extremely difficult to refine. But if you can refine it and the grade is high enough, it should be able to heal Renhua's injuries." Fang Yi nodded and took the Dan formula and scanned it. With his talent, he only needed to see this Danmen to understand the entire process of refining the Danmen. There was no such thing as difficulty in refining with him, and there was no reason for Fang Yi to fail if he made a move. It was just that it would still take some luck to refine a legendary grade elixir. Fang Yi's current alchemist rank is 24. That's right. His frantic refining of the ink scent pill that day had sent his level soaring upwards by 5 levels, and at the same time, he had awakened his second occupational skill. But even so, there was no way he could strike out at the legendary level. The second skill of Fang Yi's alchemist profession was named Dan Formula Analysis. It is an active skill with a cooldown of up to 3 days. With the use of this skill, Fang Yi can understand every single detail in the Dan formula. Knowing the role that each medicinal herb plays in the alchemy process, and knowing the influence of the flame temperature on the formation of the elixir, it is even possible to improve and innovate the Dan formula to a certain extent. Yeah, that's what he's been doing before, only now it's presented as a skill. This would certainly be a good thing for Fang by and by. After all, if he were to improve the Dan formula in the future, explanation of Dan's formula, it can help him to go a lot less. But this skill doesn't help much with the current Celestial Spirit Soul-Born Pill. Unless he chose to improve this elixir. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's mind moved. If he could bring down the difficulty of refining the Heavenly Spirit Soul-Birth Pill, wouldn't that have a higher probability of appearing legendary? As he gradually went deeper and deeper into the Dan Dao, Fang Yi had realized something. If an elixir he mastered very purely, then the chances of this elixir triggering the talent when it becomes an elixir would be very high, and could even exceed 50%. But if this elixir he had just learned to make, then the probability of its triggering the talent when it becomes a Dan will not be more than 30%, with a high probability of only 10%. The logic is well understood, as if two gifted teenagers with exceptionally bright brains that one of them eats and drinks every day without paying attention to his studies, but with the help of his talent, he still scores high marks. And the other one, who studies hard every day and doesn't waste every bit of his talent at all. It is then clear who will achieve more in the future between the two. But wanting to master a very difficult to refine elixir very purely in a very short period of time was obviously unlikely. Alchemy was also a watery endeavor. And it wasn't true that Feng Ji was of the legendary level, but there was no way to melt a particularly difficult elixir right off the bat. He needed time. But time was what Renval lacked now. And the longer he dragged it out, the less effective the potion may be. Feng Ji stood up, a determined expression appearing on his face. Leave it to me. I'll take out a legendary grade Heavenly Spirit Soulborn pill as soon as possible. Pei Fu nodded heavily. Then I'll be counting on you. Feng Yi smiled and turned around, about to leave, when he suddenly heard the cell phone on Bai Fu's desk ring. He turned his head to look and found that Bai Fu's expression instantly became a bit ugly after he picked up the phone. Chapter 135 Turning in the Scrolls. Feng Ji stopped in his tracks at once, and his gaze fell on Bai Fu. Bai Fu's right hand holding the cell phone trembled slightly, her gaze growing more and more intense. And after a few moments, she put the phone down, her brow furrowing into a frown. What's wrong, Auntie Bai? Feng Yi asked softly. Phew. Bai Fu let out a long breath and looked at Feng Ji. The tone of his voice was devoid of the soft and charming emotions from before. Instead it became extremely heavy. It's not over for the abyss. Hearing these words, Feng Yi's expression was startled and he hurriedly asked after him. What's going on? Isn't the abyssal monarch dead? Shurv sighed, propping her elbows on the table and, slowly, he said, the abyssal monarch left behind an abyssal portal before his death. And according to deduction, this portal will be activated after 40 hours. 40 hours? Feng Ji exclaimed in shock, and his expression turned ugly. He'd never heard of the abyssal portal before, though, but the name conveys enough. 40 hours from now, the abyssal creatures will descend on the real world of Blue Star? Feng chased after him. Right. Pei Fu nodded heavily and, then he continued. Just now, the country drew 65 rune giant cannons to attack the teleportation portal, and General Wang also led his army in a round of attacks against it. But those attacks didn't destroy the portal, and now it's still in the process of being activated. Feng Ji's face changed several times when he heard this. He didn't particularly know anything about the rune giant cannon, but the fact that the state has chosen this kind of thing means that it is powerful. An army plus 65 runic cannons didn't even destroy the portal. What else can they do? Watching abyssal creatures enter China through a portal? Absolutely not. Feng Ji calmed his nerves and hurriedly asked, what can we do? Pei Fu revealed a bitter smile. What can I do? They can't seem to do anything. After all the cost to the state of not having the portal destroyed, what's the point of them being low to mid-level professionals? The atmosphere in the office froze for a while. Feng Ji didn't say anything, and neither did Bai Fu. The two men sat in their respective seats, their minds racing with ways they might be able to help the military. The rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. In the face of such a thing, no one in China can be indifferent. A moment later, Feng Yi's eyes lit up and he raised his head fiercely, his expression somewhat suppressed with excitement. Bai Fu was immediately attracted to Feng Ji's attention and looked over suspiciously. Feng Ji gulped and said in a slightly trembling tone, here I am. Maybe there's something that can help the military. As soon as these words came out, Bai Fu stood up in a flash, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Are you serious? Feng Yi nodded, then immediately said, but I don't have it with me right now. Need to go back and get it. Good. Go and return quickly and I'll report this news to the higher-ups. A look of excitement also appeared on Bai Fu's face. When Feng Yi heard the other party say this, he quickly waved his hand. Auntie Bai, don't say anything first. I'm not sure if that thing really works. In case it doesn't, wouldn't it be empty? Bai Fu exhaled softly, sat back in her chair, and said slowly, you have a point. I was a little too anxious. Well, I'll go first then. Feng Yi left the office after saying that, darted to his apartment. That's right. What he thought of was exactly what he had gotten from drawing cards earlier to obtain that scroll. Glow Ray. According to the scroll description, this is a one-time skill that it can fire extremely powerful energy attacks that are claimed to destroy everything, though Feng Yi is skeptical of this claim. But this was already the most powerful item he could get out right now. It was just that legendary level items were a bit eye-catching for a professional of Feng Ji's level. After all, they had only just become professionals for a short while. They shouldn't have drawn legendary items so quickly. Of course, history is not without its share of exceptionally lucky people who have struck gold in consecutive. Besides, there was no point in counting so much at a time like this. While Feng Ji and Bai Fu were trying to figure out what to do, inside all the professional bases across the country, countless higher-leveled professions began searching for items that might be able to destroy the abyssal portal. The secrecy of this matter was very high, but there were many people who got the news at the first opportunity. They didn't hold on to their brooms. All of them chose to take out their strongest items. And some of them even volunteered to do so. Hopefully I can get into the secret world and try it out for myself. Professionals have a myriad of skills, some of which can burn life to explode into a powerful blow that. There are also some skills that can only be used once in a lifetime and are extremely powerful. If the professionals with these skills all gathered to attack the Abyssal portal, it's also expected to do a fair amount of damage to the portal. But the top brass won't agree to fill it with human lives until the last minute. They are not at the end of their days yet. There is still hope for China and hope for humanity. Fangji pushed open the door of his apartment and quickly removed the scroll from the drawer. The specific information of the scroll surfaced in front of his eyes, and Fangji carefully browsed through it. After making sure there were no problems, he returned to the administration building with the scroll. Bai Fu seemed to be sitting calmly behind her desk, but in fact she was more or less anxious inside. Actually, it's more accurate to say that it's anticipation. She was expecting Fangji to bring over a truly useful legendary item. In this way hundreds of millions of people in China will have the possibility to live. Somehow, the teenager had become one of the backbones of this base. Not long afterward, the door to the room was violently pushed open, and Bai Fu stood up with a tottering, looking at Fangji with a face full of anticipation. Fangji took 2 breaths and handed over the scroll in his hand. Bai Fu hastily took it and examined it carefully. Then a look of surprise appeared on her face. From the item description alone, this is an extremely powerful scroll that, however, she was also not a professional specializing in combat, and had no way to judge the exact power of this scroll. But it's a legendary level anyhow, so the effect should be good. Sherf picked up her cell phone and quickly dialed a number. And a few minutes later, a young officer in uniform walked into the office. General Bai, I was ordered here from above to pick up something. The officer gave a standard military salute and said politely. Bai Fu nodded slightly and handed over the scroll. He then spoke. This is the scroll provided by team leader Fang Yifeng. Your military must record it truthfully. Please rest assured. The officer said and looked at Fangji on the sofa to the side. Hello, team leader Fang. You have done us a great favor by providing the ink scent pill, and the military will definitely keep your contribution in mind. No need to be polite. I just did what I should have done. Fang Yi smiled coyly. He really doesn't think he deserves much credit. But Bai Fu, who was on the side, blared and said in a loud voice. Chapter 136 Legendary Great Items. When the Abyssal portal is resolved, you will not lose any of the military honors you should give. I don't know, said Bai Fu with an airy voice. The officer nodded quickly and then left the office. The room was quiet again. Although Bai Fu had just said to solve the Abyssal portal, they all knew in their hearts that it's a thing of very little hope. At this point in time, it would be logical for the state of China to launch a civilization preservation plan. That is, leaving behind the fires of civilization. Once they ultimately fail to solve the Abyssal portal, at least human civilization won't disappear as a result. That's right, the Abyssal descent is even more terrifying than the previous secret descent. This is an Abyssal creature. Incredibly powerful and bizarre creatures of the abyss. But so far, Whitehall hadn't heard anything like that. That would suggest that the top brass are confident that they can fix the door. Fang Yi slowly stood up and looked at Bai Fu. I'll go and refine the pills first. Feel free to contact me again if you need anything. Okay, you go. Bai Fu nodded and watched Fang Yu out the door, then leaned back in her chair and the eyes were a little hollow. It has to work, Bai Fu muttered in her mind. Fang Ji returned to the lab. After instructing the crowd not to disturb him, he locked the door to the lab room. He wasn't going to leave the lab until he had refined the legendary grade Heavenly Spirit Soulborn pill. Just have the researcher bring it in on time for food and drink. Fang Ji sat down in front of the table and laid the Dan formula flat, then activated the skill, Dan formula analysis. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the Dan formula in front of him. Fang Ji immediately felt his mind clear for a moment. All the information recorded on the Dan formula was incomparably clear and regular. As soon as he had copied the pen and paper beside him, he quickly scribbled down a few lines that. These were the 2 thoughts that instantly popped up in his Dan formula parsing state. But this is only the idea. In the end, can improve the success also depends on the subsequent refining. Fang Yi continued to check the Dan formula, his thoughts becoming clearer and clearer. A medicinal herb was like a symbol in his eyes, and by constantly arranging and combining them, he was able to quickly find the optimal solution. Time passed by, and 5 hours later, Fang Yi raised his head and there was excitement in his eyes. That's right, these 2 herbs have similar medicinal properties and can be substituted for each other. There won't be any change in the medicinal properties of the elixir after the replacement. Fang Ji felt that he had found the right way to think, and with the added power of the skill, the speed at which he improved the Dan formula was several dozens of times faster than before. A moment later, Fang Yi called Wan Yu over and handed him a piece of paper filled with medicinal herbs. Fetch these herbs, quickly. Wan Yu nodded and immediately grabbed the door. Fang Yi refocused his gaze back to the desktop. He had already improved a version of the Dan formula. If there were no problems with the subsequent refining, he would be able to follow this formula to refine legendary grade pills. On the other hand, in the secret realm of the ghosts, Wang Chongshan raised his head and, looking towards the semicircular abyssal portal in mid-air. Actually, it's no longer accurate to call it a semicircle, because this immense and incomparable portal had become riddled with holes, with more than one half of the entire main body broken and shattered, but it still hadn't crashed down. Wang Chongshan commanded his army to unleash the sword of heavenly punishment twice. It did do some damage to the portal, but their attacks were clearly ineffective compared to the rune cannon. A moment later, Wang Chongshan turned his head and looked at the staff officer beside him. Any news from up there? The staff officer shook his head with a somewhat bitter expression. Not yet. Let's wait a little longer then. It takes time for the Elder Academy to collect high-quality items as well. Wang Chongshan withdrew his gaze and raised his arm to look at the time. Good. Inform the warrior battalion to prepare for the third sword of heavenly punishment. Yes, the staff officer answered. Then went forward to command the soldiers. Although Wang Chongshan was now without his rune giant cannon, but he and his soldiers still had legion-level skills, and the sword of celestial punishment, which came every few hours, could more or less do some damage to the portal. Sooner or later, if you do it enough times, you'll be able to destroy it. Soon, a long sword silhouette emerged in mid-air, and after a brief pause, the long blade shadow chopped heavily on top of the main body of the portal. There was a roar, and the portal appeared to tremble violently, and a clicking sound came from the Wang Chongshan saw a one-person high fragment dislodged from the main frame of the portal. The debris landed with a thud in the basin below the portal. After everything calmed down, Wang Chongshan commanded the soldiers to carry the piece of debris back. In the course of a day or so, they had collected a total of 5 such fragments. There are large and small sizes, all with a purplish-black sheen. This is something from the abyss. It has great research value, but compared to the massive size of the portal, this debris can only be considered its edge. Of course, this attack by Wang Chongshan and the others still didn't cause any fatal damage to the portal. Even though cracks were all over its main body, the black orb in the center was still coalescing, with no intention of dissipating at all. Alas, Wang Chongshan secretly sighed, then returned to the command room. At this point, with over 30 hours to go before the portal is activated, the various types of items collected by the country had already begun to be sent to the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost one after another. Wang Chongshan soon accepted the first batch, and at the entrance of the barracks, one box was neatly arranged. General, there are 23 items here, from 15 municipalities. I've checked, they're basically all legendary grade. An officer stood straight and said aloud. Wang Chongshan nodded slightly, then opened one of the boxes and looked inside. Inside was a small, dark red stone, and just by looking at it like this, one could feel an amazing heat emanating from it. This legendary item is presumably in the collection of some big shot. The information of the item quickly surfaced before Wang Chongshan's eyes, and he quickly skimmed through it. Then his heart was shocked. According to the item description, the stone, once energized, releases a flame of nearly 10,000 degrees Celsius, a temperature comparable to that of the sun. Worthy of being a legendary grade item, its power was beyond the imagination of the vast majority of people present. Wang Chongshan was in no hurry to use these items. Instead, they were opened in turn and carefully organized. Some of these items are very powerful, while others have bizarre effects. Some are even in conflict with other items, so using them all hastily will not always have the desired effect. It was precisely because Wang Chongshan was worried about this that he had to spend time categorizing and organizing. Sharpening the knife was a truth that each and every one of them knew. In a short time, 23 items of various shapes and sizes were organized, and Wang Chongshan looked at the officers and staff officers beside him and ordered in a deep voice. Use them in order of grouping, and stop immediately if any abnormality occurs. Understood. Chapter 137 Continuous Attack. Wang Chongshan and the others divided these items into 5 groups. 1, 2, 3 groups are all powerful scrolls, weapons, etc. These items do not conflict with each other and can be used all at once. Of course, you have to be a bit careful in using them. They're all legendary. After all, it is incredibly powerful, and if something goes wrong it could result in casualties, so you have to be very careful. While the 4th and 5th groups are various items with more specialized effects. Some require specific circumstances to be met in order to be most powerful, while others take a long time to prepare, or in the game's genre terminology, have a longer forward swing. In order to maximize the power of all these items, The staff has thought of various ways to. Almost all the means at his disposal were used. There was no way around it. Some of these items had trigger conditions that were too harsh. Take one of the scrolls they're preparing right now. It's a powerful ice scroll, but it needs to be infused with enough magic power to activate it. And it must be the ice magic of a rare level or higher professional. These two conditions are very harsh for the army, and it will never be ready in an hour or two. After all, there were only a few ice mages in the army, and their levels weren't very high. Inspiring such a legendary grade scroll was more or less a stretch. Still, there are some items that have very low excitation conditions. The first three groups of items are basically types that can be used immediately. 10 minutes later, the officers commanding the men began to form up under the portal. Some items can only be used at close range, while others must be used at a distance to be safe. So they're going to use the close ones first. On my mark, an officer shouted as he raised his right hand high in the air. Lang Shun. Several soldiers immediately became serious at the words, adjusted the item in his hand to an optimal angle. Release. With the officer's command, all four soldiers' hands flashed with an extremely dazzling light. In the next instant, four streams of light shot out, instantly arriving on top of the main body of the portal. An explosion boomed and the entire portal shook violently. Each legendary item was much more powerful than 65 rune cannons firing in unison. However, on the surface, the outburst of the four legendary items was rather less powerful than a giant cannon firing in unison. This phenomenon is not surprising, as various items utilize energy in different ways. The attack situations displayed were different, but the only thing they had in common was, they were all terrifyingly powerful. The 65 rune giant cannons and the warrior battalion's 3 rounds of Heaven's Punishment swords had only destroyed one half of the portal's main body. But now, the 4 legendary items had directly shaken the remaining one half. Yes, this one is really shaking things up. Wang Chongshan saw that the main body of the portal had suffered a massive breakage, and piece after piece of unknown metal fell to the ground. The whole semicircular frame looks like a dog-eared one. Yes, Wang Chongshan let out a low gulp, and his expression instantly relaxed a little. Just 4 legendary items could do this. They could still have a full 19 in their hands now, and the chances of destroying the legendary gate were high. Go on, get on the second set, Wang Chongshan ordered in a deep voice. Followed by, the 5 soldiers came to a position slightly further away from the portal. The items in their hands needed to be at this distance to maximize their power. The officer standing next to the 5 took a deep breath and, raise your right hand and shout, all hands on deck. Release. 5 streams of light suddenly shot out, and the terrifying energy fluctuations even caused space to distort. 3 minutes later, Wang Chongshan looked at the sky, which had regained its calm. Couldn't help but shake his fist. Okay, more. Under this round of attacks, the main body of the portal had basically shattered all the way to pieces. Even the black orb in the center appeared to tremble slightly, as if the speed of convergence had slowed down a bit. But again, on closer inspection, this slowing down seems to be an artifact that black orb still existed despite the fact that the main body had all shattered, and it had even gotten 2 points larger than it was just before they attacked. And the reason why Wang Chongshan was so excited was because, according to the judgment of some previous experts, as long as we destroy the main body of the portal, then the remaining black orbs are nothing to fear. There was no way that the defense and sturdiness of such a thing could match that purple black metal. The third round of attacks began, this time with 6 pillars of light. The heavens and earth roared continuously, and violent shockwaves spread continuously. If you looked closely, you could see that there were long swords, arrows, giant axes, and other forms in these pillars of light. Some of the legendary items are not disposable, so they can be used multiple times. They all have cooldowns or usage restrictions, though. The Senate plans to wait until after these 5 rounds of attacks are over, and if the portal still exists, just use these items that can be used multiple times to launch a 6th round of attacks. Wang Chongshan stared at the midair with a deadpan look of anticipation in his eyes. By this point, every round of attack they unleash threatens to destroy the portal. It would be a lie to say I wasn't thrilled to save everyone. However, a moment later, Wang Chongshan's eyes dimmed a few points. The black orb didn't disappear, even though the portal frame around it had fallen with complete damage. But it was still hanging in the sky and nothing had changed. Gather up those purple and black metals and then continue the attack. Wang Chongshan quickly calmed down and ordered in a deep voice. On the other hand, in Feng Zhi's lab, Wan Yu panted and placed the 2 large boxes on the floor, then gently knocked on the door of the lab room. Team leader, I've retrieved the herbs you asked for. Okay, leave it there for now. A refreshing voice came from inside the house and then it was quiet again. At this moment, inside the lab room, Feng Zhi frowned as he looked at the Dan formula on the table, his eyes full of thought. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. No way. Even if he was a legend-grade alchemist, it was impossible to completely simulate the entire process of alchemy in his mind. The changes between the medicinal properties were too marvelous, and Fang Ji's experience and rank was still lacking. A moment later, Fang Yi walked out of the lab room and took out all the medicinal herbs inside the 2 large boxes. He decided to refine it a few times to see what was wrong with his improved Dan formula. Fang Ji trusted his intuition. The intuition of a legendary alchemist could not be empty, and this kind of refining he couldn't possibly let anyone else intervene. Prone to some uncontrollable situations, so from the step of handling the herbs he planned to do it himself. As time passed by, Fang Ji composed himself and slowly processed the herbs, striving for perfection in every step. Only then would he be able to find the problems in the Dan formula and find his own problems. Chapter 138 Successful? Fittingly, Fang Yi suddenly realized a serious problem after handling all the herbs. That is, the medicinal properties of several of them were in conflict. Certain herbs undergo slight changes in their medicinal properties after treatment. This was a very complicated and easy to overlook point, so Fang Ji didn't realize it at first. And this change is not really a problem when placed in some basic elixirs. It didn't have any effect on the formation of the Dan, but if it was placed on an elixir of the level of the Heavenly Spirit Soulbirth Pill, then it would be a big problem. According to his current Dan formula, not to mention the legendary grade, it was hard enough to get even the rare grade. Fang Ji helplessly pushed the herbs on the table aside and took out the Dan formula to start studying it again. Dan formula analysis, S skill is still on cooldown. He couldn't speed up the progress of his research through his skills in the past 2 days, but Fang Ji believed that he had the ability to solve the problem as well. Half a day, Fang Ji had learned a piece of news from Mai Fu. The first 23 legendary items did not destroy the Abyssal portal. That thing that would bring disaster to Blue Star even if the main frame was completely damaged. But it also remained firm in the middle of the secret realm. Yes, the subsequent legendary items that, including some items with special effects, didn't destroy the black orb. This thing looks fragile, but it's terribly solid. Some experts have speculated that the black orbs serve as the portal's core. It should have some kind of abyssal trait that they didn't know about, and perhaps only a specific item could break that trait. In the secret realm of the ghosts, Wang Chongshan established communication with the highest level of the military. It was learned that the follow-up legendary item was on its way and would arrive within 3 hours at the most. There are 12 items in this batch, a reduction of nearly half compared to the previous batch. It couldn't be helped that there weren't as many legendary items in the entire country of China as one might think, and even fewer will end up being used for this. Even Fang Ji could only take out a legendary scroll, let alone the others. Of course, Fang Ji had 2 legendary grade weapons and a meteorite rain scroll in addition to the glow ray scroll, but those items weren't suitable to take out right now. After all, getting lucky to that extent would be troublesome. The soldiers soon finished cleaning up the battlefield, and in the meantime a second batch of legendary items was also sent over. Wang Chongshan had a vague premonition. That is, this batch of legendary items couldn't destroy that black orb either. He didn't know where he got this feeling from, but it just came to him inexplicably. Wang Chongshan shook his head, chasing away the random thoughts in his mind. The staff officer was then asked to categorize the new batch. These 12 items were soon divided into 3 groups. The first 2 of these groups are high-powered weapons and scrolls that can be used directly, while the last group is items with more specialized effects. As previously planned, the soldiers began to use the items in turn. Half an hour later, Wang Chongshan sat in front of the table at the command headquarters, his face very grave. Sure enough, his senses weren't wrong. The 12 items didn't destroy the portal. That black orb didn't seem to have changed much, but if you look closely, you can see that the speed at which the black orbs converged appeared to drop rather significantly, meaning that their attacks should still have had some effect, only now that the black orb had expanded to a full 15 meters in diameter. It wasn't far from completely paving over the entire portal, although the main frame of the abyssal portal had been destroyed by Wang Chongshan and the others, but there were still some arcane runes left in the sky, which seemed to be hidden as if they didn't belong to this time and space, and the black orb was right in the middle of these runes, expanding. Wang Chongshan calmed down for a moment, then dialed the communication of his superiors. Chief, the second batch of legendary items didn't work. There was silence on the other end of the comm for 2 seconds. Then an old voice came through. There are only 2 items in the third batch, and they'll be here by evening. Wang Chongshan froze for a moment at his words. Then his expression changed slightly. There's no more? No more. All legendary level items that could be a threat to the portal were sent over. I'm sorry, the pale voice replied slowly. Then, can we have some high-level professionals come over and try? Wang Chongshan asked again. Well, it's already being prepared. It's a big deal and it's going to take a little while. Wang Chongshan nodded slightly, understanding the chief's meaning. Yeah, If all the high-level professionals were transferred to the secret realm of the phantoms, that matter of the abyss descending could definitely not be concealed. And if a panic arose as a result, it would definitely be a big trouble for the country of China. I understand. Wang Chongshan hung up the communication after saying that. Time passed, and an hour later, Fang Yi stood up violently from the table and, with a delighted expression, he looked at the Dan formula in his hand. There should be no problem now, Fang Ji muttered. Reaching out, he picked up a couple of herbs off to the side. He had just re-improved the formula for the Heavenly Spirit Soul Birth Pill, simplifying some of the links and replacing some of the more rare herbs with cheaper ones. The difficulty of refining the Celestial Spirit Soul Pill dropped by about 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. For an alchemist of Fang Ji's level, it's the equivalent of turning a high school question into a junior or senior year question. And it's so much easier to get started. Okay, let's begin. Fang Yi took a gentle breath and he began to refine his own improved Heavenly Spirit Soulborn Pill. Although the herbs in the elixir had changed a bit, the overall medicinal properties of the elixir hadn't changed in the slightest. Moreover, after the difficulty dropped, he was able to skill the entire refining process faster. In this way, after a period of refining, Fang Ji felt that he was able to raise the chance of triggering his talent to about 50%. 50%. That's no joke. If one or more of the elixirs triggered the talent in succession, then the appearance of a legendary is something completely unsurprising. Fang Ji was now very confident. Of course, he also had to make sure that there was no problem with his improved Dan formula first. Some pitfalls don't come to the forefront right off the bat. It would only gradually become apparent after 2 refinings. Just like the problem he had found with the change in medicinal properties before. Half an hour later, Fang Yi extinguished the earth fire meter in front of him and opened the top cover of the Dan furnace. A wisp of medicinal fragrance wafted out, and all the alchemists and researchers in the entire room were instantly shaken in spirit. They looked over to where the leader of the group was, in amazement. A look of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. This medicinal fragrance. It's stronger than the medicinal fragrance of any of the pills the team leader has made before. What kind of elixir is the group leader actually making? Fang Yi's eyes burned as he stared at the pills in the furnace with a deadly stare. A few lines of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Chapter 139 Gentlemen, please. Rare class, rare class, rare class, rare class. Fang Yi swept his gaze over all the pills. Then a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. But soon he regained his composure. Judging from the item descriptions of the various elixirs now available, the improved Heavenly Spirit Soul Birth Pill did not have any obvious flaws or hidden dangers. Of course, it's not 100% certain from the first oven alone. However, Fang Yi felt that there should be no problem. Continue, Fang Yi murmured in his heart, then continued to start refining. Second furnace, third furnace. Fang Yi had refined 3 consecutive potions and was becoming more and more familiar with the process of refining the Heavenly Spirit Soulborn Pill. But unfortunately, none of these elixirs were legendary grade. He put away all the Heavenly Spirit Soulborn pills and rubbed his brow, decided to relax a little before continuing the refining. In good spirits, the pills that were refined were also more likely to trigger the talent. This was Fang Ji's feeling, and it was not supported by any theory. And at this time, as it was getting late, in the secret realm of the ghosts and demons, Wang Chongshan managed to receive the 3rd batch of legendary items, only 2 of them, and was able to carry them in a small box. Glow Ray, Thunder Roar. As Wang Chongshan looked at the names of these 2 items, muttering up, not bad, 2 purely offensive skill scrolls. When he finished speaking, he turned around and handed the scroll to the officer at the side. Prepare yourself. Start with this Thunder Roar. It has more damage range. Pay attention to safety. Wang Chongshan urged. Understood. The officer took the scroll and jogged out of the command room. At this moment, inside a secluded and magnificent hall, hundreds of professionals walked in one after another. They had different attire and amazing auras, and greeted each other with those around them with a puzzled tone in their voices. Why did you call us all here all of a sudden? I don't know. I'm planning to go down to the secret realm on my side. You guys, look at that. Is that person the 100 Demon King? Holy, that's still true. The wide hall was full of chatter and some powerful professionals that only existed in the mouths of the people had surprisingly come here one after another. Soon, the main door of the hall closed with a bang as the last high-level professional arrived here. Then, an old voice came out from the end of the hall. Good evening, everyone. Some people might not recognize me, so I'll introduce myself first. My name is Sun Hongyi. The voice spread throughout the hall, and all the high-level professionals turned their heads and looked to the end of the hall. There stood a slim and hale old man, who, though full of gray hair, however, the aura was as sharp as a sword pointing straight up to the sky. It's Sun Shuai. Is it really Sun Shuai? This is the first time I've seen Sun Shui in reality. Sun Shui is the honorific title for this old man. As one of the top leaders of the Chinese military, Sun Hongyi is truly the existence of one person under 10,000 people. Marshal Sun, what is it that requires you to come and speak to us in person? A short professional at the front of the line asked curiously. The crowd was actually thinking the same thing, although they were the strongest group of combatants in China. But there was also very little contact with the really big guys. Simply put, most of them are either loners or martial arts nerds. Usually, there was nothing else to do besides fighting in the dangerous secret realm. Not to mention Sun Hongyi's level of high-ranking officials. It's some of the lower-ranking officers in the military they don't have much contact with. Of course, there are some people who are on good terms with the military. For example, the short professional who had just asked the question. He could basically be considered a supernumerary member of the military, and often operated with the military on weekdays. And he was keenly aware that this time things were not ordinary. The military had never summoned them, the high-level professionals, on such a large scale before. You know, the ones who were in the hall now were all level 50 or higher professionals. There are 4 or 5 people above the 60th level, and these people are usually gods and goddesses. They've all been called in. It's not a small thing. That's right, there are actually only about 200 real high-level combat professionals in China. Excluding those who were in the military themselves, there were only about 100 free men left, which means, almost all of China's unofficial high-level combat professionals were now gathered in the hall. It's an extremely terrifying force. And it's no exaggeration to say that they could easily destroy a small country, and the professionals of those countries definitely didn't have much resistance. And such a terrifying force is gathered here at this moment. If not to attack other countries, that would be a problem in one of the secret areas of China. Some of the professionals' minds turned quickly, and they immediately realized the problem. At the end of the hall, Sun Hongyi clapped his hands, and then several officers came out from the back of They took a stack of documents that didn't look too thick and stood neatly next to Sun Hongyi. Send it down. Sun Hongyi waved his hand. The officers beside him immediately began to distribute these papers. The professionals reached out and took it in their hands. While reading it curiously, the hall was suddenly quiet, with only the slight breathing of the crowd. This silence did not last long, however, and in a few minutes a surprised voice came from the back of the hall. What? The Abyssal Portal? Is this true? The Abyssal Monarch, the Abyssal Portal, even appeared at the same time. Why didn't you tell us earlier? The professionals burst into conversation, the crowd not too skeptical of the document's authenticity. The Sun Hongyi is here. Can it still be fake? After a few moments of discussion, the crowd fell silent again. Sun Hongyi didn't rush to speak. Instead, he silently waited for these strongest professionals in China to digest the news. After a long time, a voice suddenly came out from the crowd. Something's wrong. It sort of spoke to the crowd. And indeed, something really big is going on. Sun Hongyi sighed slightly, looked at the crowd, and said aloud, Gentlemen, the situation is now at its most critical, and all we can rely on is the power of all of you to either destroy the portal, either that or let the abyssal creatures descend on China. On the blue planet, I'm sure we all understand the horrors of the creatures of the abyss. Those S***T have no intelligence. There is only the instinct to kill, and we must only stop them. We must stop them. Of course, besides our country of China, high-level professionals from other countries are also on their way. They'll be here by tomorrow morning at the latest. So the time for us to move is at noon tomorrow. You will launch simultaneous attacks on the abyssal portal. If you win, then China wins and Blue Star wins. If you lose, disaster strikes and the world is devastated. Speaking here, Sun Hongyi's voice took on a hint of choking as he scanned the circle. A deep stoop followed that held up the waste of a lifetime. Gentlemen, please. Chapter 140 Civilization Preservation Program. Sun Hongyi's voice echoed in the hall for a long time. None of these high-ranking professionals said anything, but the eyes gradually burned with a burning intent to fight. Yeah, it's the last minute. It's the last moment. They have to step up to the plate. They have to go for the jugular. Even if it's just for your own family to continue to live in peace. Just then, an occupier suddenly took a few steps forward and asked in a slightly agitated mood, Marshal Sun, how dangerous is this matter and what are our chances of surviving? Sun Hongyi sighed softly at his words, then slowly replied, there's no danger. Destroying the portal itself is one thing that is not dangerous. But, if we don't make it, then it's a real danger. I know. This professional nodded heavily and it seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Well, gentlemen, you have one more night to prepare, and at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, the military's flying machine will then take you all to the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost. Sun Hongyi met the gazes of the crowd and said aloud, if anyone is unwilling to participate in the The state won't force it either. Just meet everyone here at 4:30 tomorrow morning. You can dismiss now. After saying that, Sun Hongyi turned around and left the hall. The only people left in the vast hall were these powerful professionals. They looked at each other. All of them had the determination of breaking the boat in their eyes. Retreat? How can you back down at a time like this? It's impossible to back down even if the sky is falling. I'll go back and get ready first. One of the professionals also turned around and headed for the door. His body was filled with killing intent, as if he was ready to destroy everything. Then I'll go get ready too. The other professional followed closely behind. Anyone draw a card to go? Go draw a card while you can, in case you need it tomorrow. Let's go. Draw cards and hopefully get me a legendary. Anyone who needs pills, I have a few here that I can't use, so it's just the thing for everyone to use. Boost the fight a little. The hall was a mess, but not a single person chose to give up that. All trying to prepare for tomorrow in any way they can. At this moment, Sun Hongyi stood at the corner of the second and first floors and clearly heard the chatter of the crowd. He paused in his steps, a small smile bringing up the corners of his mouth. Rely on you guys. Sun Hongyi murmured softly, then took a step up the stairs. Late at night, in the secret realm of the spectral ghost, Wang Chongshan looked at the thunder raging in the sky with a somewhat speechless expression. No one expected the thunder roar scrolls to last this long. It had been going on for 6 or 7 hours since they had activated the scroll, and it looked like it would go on for a long time longer, but it worked out really well. The runes above the portal flickered briefly under the thunder's bombardment, and the convergence of the black orbs became a few points slower. General, are we just going to wait? A staff officer asked with some reluctance. Wang Chongshan glanced at him and said helplessly, or else, do you have a better idea? The staff sergeant shook his head, and he was just a little bit upset that it felt like a bit of a waste of time to wait around like this. After all, there was less than 24 hours left until the portal was fully activated. Have the warrior battalion come to the sword of heavenly punishment every few hours, and do nothing else superfluous. After saying that, Wang Chongshan returned his gaze back to the top of the teleportation portal. Perhaps, with their constant attacks, the activation of the portal has been delayed by but there was no way for them to be sure about this now. Even the best runesmiths couldn't accurately determine the portal's current state, though those runes take on a different glow at different stages. But for them, after all, they didn't know much about what was in the abyss, and no one would dare to bet on that. In the morning, at 4 o'clock, Fang Yi yawned and, from the side, he picked up the refreshing elixir and threw it into his mouth as soon as he could. He still hadn't refined a legendary grade elixir, but as he did so more and more often, the mastery of the heavenly spirit soulborn pill was also becoming more and more skillful. Fang Yi felt that his luck was never too bad, so sooner or later, he would be able to refine a legendary grade elixir. He had to hold on now. Just then, the cell phone on his desk suddenly rang, and he looked sideways to see that. Found out it was Peifu's number. Fang Yi's heart sank. Did something happen again? He copied his cell phone and pressed the answer button to ask in a hurry. Auntie Bai, what's wrong? Is something wrong? No need to be too nervous. Peifu's voice was a little tired and it sounds completely devoid of the softness it had before. It's good that it's okay. Fang Yi was slightly relieved that, and then continued. What's the status of the portal? Did the military make it? That's what I'm going to talk to you about. Peifu paused for a moment and continued. In another 3 or 4 hours, the high-level professionals from various countries will gather and launch an attack on the portal together, and the previously collected legendary items, including the one you turned in. It didn't destroy the portal. Hearing this, Fang Yi's heart was startled. The sturdiness of the abyssal portal was beyond his imagination, and according to what Bai Fu had said before, the country is a collection of dozens of legendary items. Those items could suppress almost all of the greatest secret realms in China when placed in normal times, but now they hadn't even destroyed a single portal. Then what should we do next? Fang Yi was now more or less in a state of confusion. He knew that things had come down to the wire, but none of the 3 legendary level professions he was proud of could help the front line. Bai Fu was silent for a moment before slowly saying, the higher-ups have just decided to launch a civilization preservation plan. Fang Chase, you're part of the program. Hearing this, Fang Yi's entire body instantly froze. Aunt Bai, are you saying, yeah, if the abyssal portal hadn't been destroyed, then you will leave China with the other members of the program and head to a hidden place to preserve the last of China's fires? Bai Fu's tone was calm. Fang Yi held the cell phone tightly and didn't speak for a long time. People are selfish. I don't believe anyone would want to die if they had a chance to live. But at a time like this, when everyone else was fighting for their lives, it was hard for Fang Yi to leave in peace, abandon the others and live alone. Call him stupid or not, or unable to see the situation. But Fang Yi, never felt that he was much more noble than the others. He understood that if the abyss descended, then the possibility that the whole of Blue Star would end up surviving would be only 1 in a million, and the others would have to pay with their lives to keep those of them safe. Fang Ji wasn't a saintly mother, but he didn't want innocent people to die for him either. Besides, this country was a place he loved dearly from the bottom of his heart, and in his time it was. This era too, China had never changed, and he was willing to shed his last drop of blood for this country. Can we, really, not save the others? Chapter 141 Hidden Places. Bai Fu sniffed and fell into silence, and Fang Ji didn't rush, just waited quietly. The country has actually done a lot. Pei Fu's voice rang out abruptly. The Presbyterian Church did a similar pre-planning a long time ago. If a crisis occurs again on the blue planet that cannot be dealt with by mankind, the state will organize, in the shortest possible time, a large enough number of craft to transporting everyone in China to the hidden land. There's enough room for 1 billion people to survive there. A second home for humanity, so to speak. But the environment there is harsh and there are many dangers, so if you don't have no choice, the executives are reluctant to abandon what is now a fairly secure home. But, just one day before the Abyssal Monarch descends on the hidden land saw a 100-year rainstorm that directly flooded 4/5 of it. By the time countries react, it will be too late. That is to say, there is only room for a little more than 100 million people there now, and if the nations divide it up amongst themselves, there will be very little land left for China. Hearing this, Fang Ji probably understood. What you mean is that the state is now forced to abandon some of them as well? Yeah, forced. In fact, the top brass have been trying to figure out how to restore the land in the hidden land, but until now it hasn't been done. Bai Fu's tone was filled with helplessness. She finally understands why the higher powers have not initiated the civilization preservation program, because if the land of the hidden land could be restored, everyone in China would be able to survive, and there would be no need for the so-called preservation of civilization. But the countries were unsuccessful, and the hidden place simply couldn't hold that many people right now. China's top brass could only make the final, most hopeless decision. Choose some and give up some. Of course, the top brass won't just give up so easily. The military has made a decision. If the high-level professionals can't destroy the abyssal portal, all of China's armies will be assembled in place in the shortest possible time, and they will build walls of flesh and blood with their lives to buy time for the evacuation of the people of the cities, and then the real war will begin. The Chinese military would do everything they could to delay the attack of the abyssal creatures, and perhaps they could still put together a chance of survival. Do both. The crisis is imminent. Fang Ji hung up the phone call with Bai Fu. His mind was a bit messed up. To be honest, all of this happened too suddenly, and until now Fang Ji felt that it was a bit unreal, but he also realized that if he didn't take the initiative to do something, he would regret it later. First, we'll refine the legendary grade pills, and then we'll go to the secret realm to check out that portal. Fang Yi quickly made up his mind, so he forced himself to calm down and devoted himself to alchemy. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in some unknown flying field in China, a flying machine took off with a bang. The goal was precisely the secret realm of the spectral ghosts of the city of Tingbei, and in these flying machines not a single one of the more than 400 high-level professionals from all over the world showed a smile. They were either sitting on their knees intoning their spirits, or looking out the window wondering what they were thinking. Only a very few people were talking to each other, and they were not loud enough to. It looked like they were discussing the skills they should use when facing the abyssal portal. The craft whizzed through the sky, slicing through clouds wherever it passed. It's the best flying machine in every country. Almost all of them are from destiny crystals. That is, from card draws. They were so fast that it took them just over half an hour to reach Tingbei City. The flying machine slowly landed in front of the door to the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost. A space has been dedicated here. The hatch opened, and more than 400 high-level professionals came out in a line. A burly, bald middle-aged man stepped forward and said aloud, "Gentlemen, the door to the secret realm is there. Please follow me." In the secret realm of the ghosts, under the abyssal portal, Wang Chongshan received an order from his superior. It was learned that high-level professionals from various countries had already entered the secret realm. His eyes burned as he stared at the sky in death. The thunderstorm brought about by the Thunder Roar scroll had finally begun to dissipate, and the sky was gradually becoming clear. The abyssal portal was showing visible damage from the constant barrage of thunder. And yes, some of those arcane runes were already on the verge of dissipating, but it was only on the verge of dissipation, not completely gone. That means the portal is still active. Where have the high-level professionals arrived? Wang Chongshan turned his head and, looking at the staff officer beside him, he asked, "Already within the K region and will arrive soon." The staff officer immediately replied. Wang Chongshan nodded. These people were worthy of being high-level professionals. Their speed was just fast. He had just received the news less than an hour ago, and these people had already crossed more than half of the Phantom Ghost Mystery Realm. Finally, when the thunder in the sky completely dissipated, these high-level professionals also came before the Abyssal portal. Wang Chongshan walked forward and greeted several familiar Chinese professionals. He then looked at the 400 or so people around him with a rare faint smile on his face. With them there, the hope of destroying the portal was a few more points higher. After everyone had gathered, Wang Chongshan came to all of them and his voice spread all around. Gentlemen, the portal is there. We've done our best, and we're counting on you for the rest. As the words fell, all the high-level professionals raised their heads and his eyes burned into the sky as he looked at the flickering runes and black orbs. Is that the Abyssal portal? Sure enough, the Abyssal aura is extremely dense. It looks like it's already faltering. Yeah, we'll definitely be able to bring it down if we step in. The crowd of professionals were talking, and a moment later, Wang Chongshan spoke again. I also have a legendary item here that can deliver a single powerful attack. Do you all intend to see the state of the portal after it has been attacked, or will you just strike? Hearing the questioning, the 400 or so professionals were torn between. However, two of the Western professionals with full blonde hair that looked almost identical suddenly stood out and said in a heavily accented Mandarin, "Let's try it first." After saying that, they let out a low gulp, and strong energy fluctuations erupted from their bodies. The blonde hair on top of his head was even more rooted and pointed straight up to the sky. If Fang Ji saw the scene, he would have exclaimed, "I'm going, Super Saiyan." The twins' aura grew stronger and stronger as their energy continued to converge upwards. A 5-meter-tall war god silhouette wearing golden armor gradually appeared in midair. This shadowy figure held a long sword in its hand and slashed heavily at the abyssal portal and the black orb. It's as if this blade could split through space. Carrying an incomparably violent force, it heavily chopped down on top of the abyssal portal. The heavens and earth roared. The portal shuddered violently, and one of the runes on it instantly went out. The entire black orb came to a halt in an instant. Chapter 142. It's done. The crowd on the vast plains all quieted down. They looked up at the portal, which had come to a sudden stop, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. Success? The portal stopped? Awesome. The twin verdict really lives up to its name. Murmurs grew, yet soon, the plains were quiet once more. For the portal, which had come to a halt, had suddenly shifted and the runes that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared, and the black orb that was no longer spinning flowed with light. The surrounding silky black chi slowly converged towards it. The portal wasn't destroyed. It's still functioning. What's going on? Yeah, it had obviously stopped. So why did it suddenly resume? Those present were all high-ranking professionals, but rank didn't mean everything. They know very little about the abyssal portal. Most of the people had just listened to some of the officers from China on the way to explain something about the portal. That is to say, they had absolutely no idea what the change that had occurred on the portal actually was. But as long as it's not a cutie pie, they can figure out what's going on. Simply put, the twins just failed. Their skills didn't work at all. The abyssal portal seems to have some sort of self-repairing ability. Even if they destroyed the runes on it, it wouldn't take long for the portal to recover and continue to gather the power of the abyss. Then don't hesitate. An incomparably stout professional over 2 meters tall stepped out from the crowd. Let's go together. I don't believe it can still recover. Yes, together. The other professionals chimed in. More than 400 professionals then stood apart and an invisible wave of energy spread out from above them. Wang Chongshan hurriedly commanded the soldiers to disperse backward. Their aura and energy were too strong. Ordinary professionals would be injured even if they were too close. A few moments later, more than 400 strands of chi rose up to the sky, and these people held the weapons in their hands and thirsty, icy, hot, and chilly auras all gathered together, and everyone's body flickered with a different color of light. Wang Chongshan knew that it was a symbol that the skill was about to be activated. Come on, show me how sturdy this portal really is. A professional standing at the front roared out. His body suddenly transformed into a pillar of fire that rose up to the sky, and the violent airwaves spread out in all directions. He said, the temperature was so high that it even melted the gravel underfoot. Kill! This professional yelled. The pillar of fire that his body transformed into rushed directly towards the abyssal portal in midair, and behind him, several high-ranking professionals were ready to. Some of them looked like cold ice that froze everything in the world, while others transformed into a barbaric beast that could not be named. Some are as sharp as long swords that can cut through mountains and rocks. In an instant, all of these ferocious and incomparable attacks landed on top of the abyssal portal. The sky suddenly changed color. The roar was deafening, and the violent shockwaves spread in all directions. Immediately after that, dozens and hundreds of attacks were also launched at the same time. The high-level skills of the high-level professions were almost destroying this heaven and earth. It didn't end there. The remaining 300 professionals unleashed their strongest skills as well. Wang Chongshan only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his body suddenly flew backward, as did the soldiers standing beside him. Luckily, none of these skills were aimed at them. But just the aftermath lifted dozens of kilometers of land around them. A violent tremor appeared in space, and dots of black light appeared around the abyssal portal. It was a spatial rift, more than 400 high-level skills literally tearing through space. It took Wang Chongshan a great deal of effort not to pass out, and the officers around him don't have that kind of strength. All the officers and men except him were buried in the mud, and it was fortunate that none of their lives were in danger, and in the nick of time, the soldiers of the auxiliary battalion opened a barrier that protected all the low and medium-level professionals present. Honestly speaking, no one would have thought that the power of those high-level skills would be so terrifying when they were aggregated. Originally, Wang Chongshan had already led them away to 20 kilometers away, but the violent shockwave still caused them all to suffer some minor injuries. The effect of the skill was still going on, and the whole plain was raging with storms, lightning and thunder, and there were even terrifying savage beasts vaguely roaring in the sky, attacking the portal again and again. Those runes that were originally still flickering with light finally began to gradually dissipate at this moment. 1, 2, 3. A dozen runes dissipated in just a few minutes. The black orb also showed some changes that the abyssal energy that had been gathered with great difficulty earlier also began to dissipate at this moment, and the entire orb shrank by several meters in a very short period of time. It wasn't easy. It was the first time a human attack had actually touched the black orb. An uncontrollable smile appeared on Wang Chongshan's face. Moreover, the attacks of the high-level professionals hadn't ended yet, and that kind of destructive energy was still continuing in the sky. On the other hand, in the laboratory, Fang Ji's eyes were red and his spirit was highly tense. He had been consistently refining the improved heavenly spirit soul birth pill for a long time now, and it had to be said that this level of elixir was not that easy to master even with the reduced difficulty. It's time to come. It's time for the legendary level to come. Fang Ji muttered in his mind. He felt like he was under a lot of pressure when he was refining this time. Unlike the last time he refined the ink scent pill, he always expects and then falls short again and again. And to be honest, by now, at times like this, he's even a bit numb. Fang Yi extinguished the earth fire instrument and then removed the alchemy furnace. Opening the lid of the furnace, he looked at the elixir inside. After a few seconds, a disappointed expression appeared on Fang Ji's face. Still nothing, Fang Yi muttered softly, and then he copied the herbs that had already been processed aside and threw them in. Regardless, he still had to continue refining, and only by refining a legendary grade elixir that it took Manhwa to be saved. An hour later, Fang Yi removed the alchemy furnace and somewhat numbly opened the lid. Casually, he looked toward the furnace, but in the next second, his entire body instantly sprang to life, his eyes glaring round and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward. Legendary level. Legendary level. Ha ha, I did it. Fang Ji laughed out loud. The mood was unbelievably soothing. He really succeeded. In just over 2 days, he improved the formula and successfully concocted a legendary grade elixir. That's an impossible thing to do. There had never been anything like this in the entire history of professionals in China. Fang Ji did it. He was an existence that no one had ever seen before, and most likely even no one would come after him. Fang Yi leaned back in his chair and dialed Bai Fu's number with a smile on his face. It's Fang Ji. What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? No, I do have good news. Chapter 143 Self-Healing. Good news? Bai Fu froze slightly, then thought of something that, hastily opening his mouth, he asked, It's pills? Fang Yi smiled faintly and pretended to answer very easily. Yes, it's a pill. I've refined the legendary grade Heavenly Spirit Soulborn pill. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Ji heard the sound of a collision coming from the other side of the phone. It seemed to be the rattle of a stool tipping over on the floor, and then it was followed by Bai Fu's continuous exclamation of surprise. Really? It's really a legendary grade Heavenly Spirit Soulborn pill. Fang Ji, you succeeded? Fang Ji did not respond immediately. Instead, he waited for Bai Fu's emotions to stabilize a bit before saying in an unmistakable tone of certainty, Yes, it's a legendary grade. Great. Bai Fu couldn't stop her streak of praise, then took a deep breath and, Speedy said, Wait for me in the lab. I'll be there now. With that, the phone was hung up. Fang Ji put his cell phone aside while walking out of his lab room. Wan Yu and the others were doing their experiments, and they all showed surprised expressions after seeing Fang come out, because for the past few days this leader of their group had been locking himself in his room and hardly ever came out. So coming out now, Could it be? Wan Yu rushed forward and asked expectantly, "Team leader, you succeeded?" Fang Yi revealed a smile at his words. "Yes, it worked." The crowd in the lab burst into excitement, waving their arms, and a roar of excitement of unknown significance escaped his lips. Fang Yi couldn't hide the fact that he wanted to refine a legendary grade elixir from these people in his own lab. However, they didn't know why Fang Yi had to refine a legendary grade elixir, and their excitement at the moment was only because the group leader had succeeded. A few moments later, Sherv arrived at the lab and Fang Yi handed the wooden box containing the Heavenly Spirit Soulborn pill to the other party, then said something that made Bai Fu almost jump out of her skin. "I'm going to take a look inside the secret realm," Fang Yi said with a calm expression. Although Fang Yi didn't say which secret realm it was, but Bai Fu knew exactly what the teenager in front of him was talking about. "No, you can't go," Bai Fu flatly refused, her expression serious, and there doesn't seem to be the slightest bit of wiggle room. Fang Yi frowned slightly. "The others don't know the situation well enough to do nothing. But I can't. If I, as a person in the know, do nothing, I can't live with it on my conscience." Bai Fu sighed slightly when she heard Fang Yi say that. She actually wanted to do something about it, but as a life professional, she was limited in what she could do. But Fang Yi is different. He can really do something about it. It was just that as a member of the Civilization Preservation Program, Fang Yi shouldn't have entered the secret realm, shouldn't have entered such a dangerous place. "I need to apply to the top," Bai Fu said after a long silence. Fang Yin nodded and asked again, "How is the situation now?" "I don't know. The latest hasn't been communicated yet, but those higher should have already attacked." Fang Yi pursed his lips at his words, always feeling a bit distracted. At this moment, on the other side, in the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, the sky was still shaking with the aftermath of various skills and flames, thunder, ice, whirlwinds, and a variety of other skill effects filled the plains. There were some high-level professionals who fell back to the ground from mid-air with expectant expressions on their faces. They had seen the portal change. Those runes of unknown significance dissipated, most of them under the continuous attacks, and the black orb had even shrunk by nearly 50%. Thinking along the lines of the best-case scenario, after the durations of all those high-level skills are over, this portal should have then reached the brink of collapse. All it would take then is a few more powerful skills to destroy it, and the worst-case scenario is acceptable. After all, the 400 or so high-level professionals present could still launch a round of attacks, and the power wasn't any weaker than this first time. So, the abyssal portal was dead this time. However, just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, the black orb in the sky suddenly contracted violently. It then swelled up again dramatically, expanding faster than even most people could react to. In the next second, the black orb suddenly exploded, and a berserk and incomparable abyssal aura instantly swept through the surroundings. Hundreds of occupiers couldn't dodge in time to be enveloped, and the dense to the extreme black airwaves forced everyone back. Wang Chongshan's face changed, and he hurriedly leapt up to support the two shaky professionals. "What the hell?" The crowd gave a look of amazement. A few seconds later, the high-level professionals who were enveloped in the black aura rushed out, and the combat uniforms on their bodies were all corroded for the most part, and some of them were even seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Wang Chongshan immediately waved his hand backward, and the auxiliary battalion and medical teams that were already prepared quickly stepped forward and began treating the crowd. A white glow filled with healing energy instantly filled the plain. "What's going on?" Just then, a professional suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise, and then the crowd looked up and, seeing that the runes on the portal that had been extinguished were lighting up in sequence, the abyssal aura slowly contracted, and the black orb, although it became smaller in size, but then it started spinning again. The portal activated. How could this happen? The hearts of the high-level professionals sank as they glanced at each other, and the expressions are all very hard to read. The attack just now did work, but the portal didn't stop like they expected it to. Instead, it repaired itself in a very short period of time. It even launched a not-so-powerful attack on the surrounding area. There should be a limit to its ability to make such repairs. A slim middle-aged man in a pitch-black combat suit came forward, looked at the portal and said, "It can't be repaired all the time. As long as we keep attacking, sooner or later, this restorative capacity will reach its limit." "Makes sense. Well, let's do it again then." The high-ranking professionals quickly united their thoughts as they regained their footing, and the aura on his body erupted once again. Only this time, there were only 380 or so high-level professionals left to activate their skills. There were more than 40 occupiers who had been injured by the abyssal aura they had just received, and were temporarily unable to launch a powerful attack. Realize that. Normally the abyssal aura couldn't do much damage to these high-level professionals, but the black aura emanating from the portal was too terrifying, and the abyssal aura contained within it was incomparably pure. A single strand of black chi could easily kill a medium-ranked professional. So it wasn't uncommon for those 40 or so professionals to be seriously injured by it when they couldn't dodge and defend in time. Fortunately, the auxiliary battalion and the medical team were able to provide timely treatment. That's why there was no attrition of high-level professionals. Kill! Dozens of professionals roared out at the same time. Their skills launched faster and, taking the lead, he rushed into midair and used a powerful attack on the Abyssal portal. Chapter 144 Skill Cooling. The heavens and earth shook once again as terrifying and incomparable energies exploded on the Abyssal portal. Countless thin black dots suddenly appeared. A rift appeared in space once again. The secret realm wasn't a normal world after all. Space was not as stable as the real world, and it became fragile under the continuous attacks of high-level professionals. The various energies that had just subsided reappeared, with flames, cold ice, fierce winds, and thunder crashing down. The portal appeared to shake even more violently than earlier. Their attacks are having an effect. After all, the portal couldn't really be unscathed even if it was sturdy. That self-healing ability was indeed buggy, but the attacks of high-level professionals were no joke. Wang Chongshan clenched his fists, his eyes red, physically and mentally exhausted. From the moment he entered the secret realm of the phantom ghosts, he hasn't had a proper day off, but now is not the time to relax. Wang Chongshan commanded the medical team while keeping a constant eye on the situation in midair. The explosion of the black orb just now had left him with an extremely serious psychological shadow. If we do it again, there might be casualties. This time, however, everyone was prepared, and after releasing the skill, almost all of the high-level professionals immediately withdrew to the ground, and in less than a minute, there were only a dozen professionals left in midair. There was nothing these professionals who stayed in midair could do. The skills they released were all persistent skills. There was no way to leave like the others. As time passed, and the raging energies set off by the skill began to subside. Once again, most of the runes around the portal went out. A dozen or so professionals who had been releasing persistent skills saw fit to leave the portal, and less than 10 seconds after they left, a terrifying wave of abyssal chi then spread out from the black orb. Fortunately they retreated fast enough or else something would really happen this time, because the black orb was spreading the airwaves even more ferociously this time than just now. The soldiers of the auxiliary battalion barely had time to hold up the protective barrier, but the next scene made everyone turn pale. The portal is back up. The extinguished runes relighted and the black orb began to spin once more. It's not over, is it? A professional directly cursed out in anger and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. Others thought the same thing. What the is this and how it just won't break? Wang Chongshan also let out a secret sigh. It was pretty much what he expected. This second attack still didn't work, but just then, a bald middle-aged man with a western face pointed into the sky and shouted, "Slow, the runes are recovering slowly." The crowd immediately looked up at the words, and after a few moments of careful observation, they all brightened up. Indeed, the speed of recovery of the runes in the sky was quite a bit slower than it was just a moment ago. They had been cursing here for half a day, and those runes had only just recovered. Well, there's hope. Again. A couple more times decided I could give the portal a shot down. Keep it on then. The professionals cheered each other up for a moment, and then they were ready to attack again. An hour later, in the second base of the capital professionals, Fangji received a call from Bai Fu. They've agreed to let you go to the secret realm, but you're only allowed to stay there for 10 hours. It's leaving on a flying machine in 10 hours. Fang Yi immediately understood when he heard these words. 10 hours. That is to say, if the portal isn't destroyed in 10 hours, then the people in the Civilization Preservation Program, will have to travel to the hidden lands, leaving a fire in the country of China. 10 hours would be enough, though, and he could more or less do something for the professionals in the secret realm. When will you leave? Fang Yi immediately pursued. In 15 minutes, you'll pack up just as a craft passes our way. I don't know, replied Pei Fu. Okay, hanging up. Fangji packed 2 large boxes with the various types of pills he usually refined, then flew out of the lab and arrived at the flight field in the base. More than 10 minutes later, a huge craft with a silvery white body landed on the flying field. Fangji immediately went forward and found a seat in the cabin. There was no one to protect him this time, and to be honest, with so many high-level professionals in the secret realm, taking out any one of them was much more powerful than the strongest professional in the base. So how would they need someone else to protect them? The craft was fast, and the capital wasn't that far from Dingbei City. Fangji felt like he had arrived at his destination after just organizing the elixir in the cabin. After getting off the flying machine, Fangji met the person who received him. It was a tall officer in a military uniform. Team Leader Fang. My name is Lu Bo and I'm in charge of everything in the secret realm. I'm sorry, Lu Bo said and held out his right hand. Fang Yi shook the other party's hand, then said with a smile, "Trouble you. No need to be polite. Follow me." Lu Bo smiled back, then took a big step away and, running towards the depths of the secret realm, Fang Yi immediately raised his leg to follow, and after running for some distance, he suddenly realized, this Lu Bo was also running too fast. At this speed, he would have to simply collapse halfway, and would not be able to reach the depths of the secret realm at all. But if you just concede, isn't it a bit too humiliating? Moreover, Fang Yi was worried that he would arrive too late if he was too slow, so he took out a vial of elixir from his pocket and poured it all into his mouth. These pills instantly turned into a thick medicinal liquid that flowed down his throat all the way to his stomach. After a few short seconds, Fang Yi felt filled with power, and his speed soared steeply. It directly surpassed Lu Bo. Lu Bo raised his eyebrows at the sight and his speed increased once again. Good. So you weren't doing your best before. You were taking care of me. Fang Yi thought in his heart. The duo thus traversed the secret realm, and after passing through a forest, Fang Yi saw the large black orb in the distance in the sky. Lu Bo stretched out his finger and pointed at the black orb and said, "That's the Abyssal portal. There was a frame around it, but we destroyed it using legendary items." Fang Yi nodded and continued to speed towards the depths of the secret realm. At this moment, the third round of attacks launched by the high-level professionals had already ended. Those terrifying energy fluctuations in midair had stopped. It's working. Those runes are recovering slowly enough. Yeah, it looks like 2 or 3 more times at the most will bring it down for good. But my skills are on cooldown right now. What about you guys? Mine too. The shortest skill has a 4-hour cooldown. The high-level professionals were talking, and the expressions on their faces weren't too good. They did achieve something, but now they're at an impasse. Skill cooldowns became a huge mountain that stood in the way of their success. Chapter 145 Beidou Shenlong Dan. Wang Chongshan and the others instantly realized a problem. If the skill isn't activated for a period of time, then the portal is likely to return as it was before. Their efforts now amounted to nothing. The only way to delay its activation is to keep the other side in a constant state of stoppage and self-repair by constantly attacking the portal. Warrior Battalion prepare. Wang Chongshan turned his head and yelled at the soldiers who had awakened from their stupor. The soldiers of the warrior battalion present quickly began to rally, despite the fact that they were still wounded. But military orders are like mountains, and not a single person on the battlefield flinches. These soldiers were injured by the aftermath of the skill during the first swarm attack of high-level professionals. To be honest, this could not be blamed on Wang Chongshan and the others. No one expected those skills to be that powerful. But luckily, the soldiers were largely healed after being treated by medical teams and auxiliary battalions. Soon the soldiers were assembled, and 7,000 men of 7 warrior battalions stood in neat formation. The dirt and blood on his body added a touch of ferocity. "Prepare the sword of heavenly punishment," Wang Chongshan shouted loudly. Before the words fell, all the soldiers of the warrior battalion's bodies flashed with the light of their skills. 10 seconds later, an immense and incomparable long blade shadow suddenly chopped down towards the portal. Explosions and collisions rang out violently, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. At this moment, at the edge of Area F, Fang Yi witnessed this scene in its entirety. His running speed involuntarily slowed down, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Lu Bo smiled faintly and pointed at the sky. "That's the Legion-level skill, Sword of Heavenly Punishment, performed by 7,000 professionals together. How about that? It's powerful, isn't it?" Fang Bai nodded and complimented. "Very impressive, indeed. Even from this far apart you can feel the terrifying energy that skill contains." The duo continued on, and after crossing a rolling mountain range, Fang Yi saw an army of 10,000 people gathered on the plains as well as a scorched basin. The distance from the mountains to the plains seems like it's not that far, but the two actually traveled for nearly an hour before arriving. Wang Chongshan had already received news of Fang Yi's imminent arrival. He had a heartfelt respect for this master who could refine legendary great ink scent pills, so he came to the rear of the army, ready to meet Fang Yi in person. On the plains, 2 black shadows rapidly approached, and then Wang Chongshan saw the legendary Master Fang. A look of surprise came over his face. And how could Wang Chongshan not expect this Master Fang to be so young? "Master Fang, long time no see." Wang Chongshan extended his right hand and, greeting warmly, he said, "I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really young and talented." Fang Yi shook the other party's hand and politely returned, "General Wang is flattered." Saying that, Fang Yi looked up at the abyssal portal in the sky. Opening his mouth, he asked, "How are things now, and is there anything I can do?" Wang Chongshan sighed and said slowly, "The situation isn't very good. Now that the high-level professionals have used their skills, they're basically on cooldown. Legion-level skills have just been used and are on cooldown as well. As for those legendary items, there's only one left now, named Glow Ray. Fang Yi froze for a moment at his words, then smiled and said, "That Glow Ray is mine." Wang Chongshan burst out laughing. "Ha ha. I didn't expect Team Leader Fang to have such a good thing in his hands. It's just a gadget that doesn't help much in the current situation." Fang Yi sighed. He could tell that at this point, Wang Chongshan and the others had already reached a point where they were somewhat at the end of their rope. It's possible to launch a few more attacks after a couple of hours, but within those hours, the portal is likely to return to the state it was in at the very beginning. After all, the thing is horribly self-repairing. Wang Chongshan shook his head with a bitter smile. After thinking about it, he said, "Can Team Leader Fang refine some elixirs for us that increase our strength in a short period of time, so that we can give the portal a few rounds of hard hits a few hours later?" "Of course, there's no problem." Fang Ji agreed with a full mouth. That's actually pretty much what he thought at first. Fang Ji had planned to use elixirs to help the professionals enhance their strength. Although they were all high-level professionals and normal elixirs were not very useful, but Fang Yi was a legendary great alchemist, capable of refining pills of extremely high quality. An elixir of this level could at the very least increase the strength of each of these high-level professionals by 2 to 3%. Don't underestimate this 20% increase in strength for a high-level pro. A strength of 10% was already terrifying. As an example, if an ordinary professional has a combat strength of 100, then he boosted it by 2 or 3% to 123 at most. But high-level professionals start with 1,000 combat power. Then his boost of 2 or 3% was equivalent to directly boosting out the combat power of 2 or 3 ordinary professionals. The base is different, so the lift is different. Of course Fang Yi couldn't concoct the elixir in the busiest place in the barracks. You must find a quieter environment for alchemy. So he was led by Lu Bo to a warehouse on the outskirts of the barracks. This place hadn't been affected by the previous battle, and it was perfect for Fang Ji to concoct pills. And the fact that all types of herbs were within his reach saved a great deal of effort. "Lu Bo, I can't be disturbed when I'm refining pills, so keep an eye on it for me in a while." Fang Yi smiled. Continuing, he said, "I will try to end the alchemy before the skills of the high-level professionals finish cooling down, so if there are any unforeseen circumstances, just knock gently on the door of the room." Lu Bo nodded heavily. "I know Team Leader Fang. Feel free to refine the pills at ease." After saying that, Lu Bo turned around and left the warehouse. Fang Yi closed the door of the warehouse and opened the dozen or so boxes containing medicinal herbs on the side. The medicinal herbs carried by the army side were quite abundant. After all, there were some alchemists in the auxiliary battalion. They would usually refine some pills that healed injuries or had other effects. But after Fang Yu had gone through all the herbs, he realized a problem. These herbs were the most basic herbs, which meant that he could only refine some basic pills. There are very few options. In this situation, Fang Ji quickly determined the elixir he wanted to refine. There was only one basic elixir that had the best effect and was less difficult to refine, the Beta Shenlong Dan. This elixir with a domineering name was indeed a basic elixir. The effect is simple: boost the taker's strength by 10% and mental power by 10%. Lasts for 5 minutes, maximum of 2 per hour. Of course, the elixir that Fang Yi had refined would definitely be a bit better in terms of effect. Begin! Fang Ji quickly finished handling the herbs and he then summoned the alchemy furnace in Qingli Red Flame. This time, he was going to use the foreign fire within his body to refine pills. Chapter 146 Another batch of legendary great items. Meanwhile, in addition to the party chase, the American Federation, the European Union, Soviet Russia started doing something similar. These countries would send in legendary items that they had collected within their own countries. That's right, and these countries have pulled out the stops, too. However, the overall national strength of the European Union and Soviet Russia was not as strong as that of China. So in the end, each country didn't take out a lot of legendary items. Still, it added up to a sizable number of over 80 pieces. When these items were delivered to Wang Chongshan, for the first time, this iron-blooded tough guy showed an incomparably shocked expression, which he had never shown before even if the fight had been messy and the situation had been complicated. However, he really didn't expect that those countries would take out so many things at once. In fact, China's top brass didn't expect this. At first, the countries only discussed a program and then gathered their men to begin preparations. But because of the limitations of communication, the countries of this era have a short lag in communication. Even though the nations have done their best to create large communication rune arrays, but it's not that easy to communicate across half of the blue planet. Normally, if China wants to communicate with the U.S. Federation, they need to prepare for at least 3 hours. That's why the specifics of the other countries didn't get back to China as quickly. And so the present situation has arisen. China didn't get the news until the countries had all their items ready and about to be delivered. But that's not particularly unusual. Usually something similar happens occasionally. Therefore, the Chinese side quickly made preparations to receive the legendary items and immediately sent the legendary items to the secret realm of the ghosts. More than 80 legendary great items. Wang Chongshan had never fought such a rich battle before. Quick, categorize these items and give me a hard time, Wang Chongshan said excitedly to the staff officer beside him. There was a suppressed smile on the staff officer's face. Previously, 40 or 50 legendary items had destroyed most of the Abyssal portal, and now with over 80 items, it wasn't a dream to directly knock out the portal. In less than half an hour's time, the 80 or so legendary items were divided into 4 groups. Without hesitation, the first set of legendary great items directly began to activate. A minute later, another violent tremor occurred in the heavens and earth. It was as if the end had suddenly come, as countless natural disasters manifested on the plains. Fang Yi was in the middle of the warehouse, and he only felt one explosion after another coming from the outside world. The sudden clap of thunder made him drop the herbs he was holding. What's going on? Fang Yi asked as he pushed open the warehouse door and looked at Lu Bo, who was standing in the doorway. Lu Bo hemmed and hawed and pointed at the portal. An hour ago, the general's side got the legendary items sent by the other countries, and now they're just starting to focus their attacks on the portal. Fang Yi's eyes lit up at his words and he hurriedly asked after him, how many pieces are there? There are 86 pieces, and experts have judged that this many legendary items can definitely destroy the portal. I don't know, Lu Bo said excitedly. Fang Yi smiled and shook his head. The judgment of experts was not always accurate. An existence like the Abyssal portal had never existed before, so anything could happen. But then again, that's over 80 legendary items. Even if you can't destroy the portal, you can make it lose that self-healing ability, right? Fang Yi actually knew very little about portals, or rather, almost everyone in this world knew very little about portals, but when faced with such an unknown presence, it was necessary to assume the worst. If 80-odd legendary items didn't destroy the portal, that last thing to rely on remains those powerful high-level professionals who are the last hope. So Fang Yi wouldn't stop refining pills because of the arrival of the legendary great items. Instead, he would also speed up. After all, time was running out. He could stay in the secret realm for 10 hours, at the most, and now more than 2 hours have passed. As for the timing of the portal's activation, although it now appears that the activation of the runes slowed down significantly after the portal was damaged, and the speed of the convergence of the black orbs dropped a lot, but everyone is afraid to gamble, so still counting on the previous time. It was now less than 24 hours until the portal was activated. Fang Yi returned to the warehouse and continued to refine the pills without stopping. He had just finished a furnace, and he had to say that the Qingli red flame was indeed powerful. It directly shortened the alchemy time by more than 30%, and the quality had also improved considerably. 10 of them in one furnace, and there are surprisingly a full 6 of the rare grade. Fang Yi wasn't sure if this was an outbreak of his luck, so he wanted to come back a few more times to see. As time passed, Wang Chongshan commanded his soldiers to use 2 sets of legendary great items in succession. More than 40 powerful attacks directly blasted a 2-meter-long spatial rift into the sky. That was a spatial rift. A spatial rift that could swallow everything. But space is extremely self-repairing. It was unknown how much stronger than the repair ability of the Abyssal portal. So in just a split second, that spatial rift disappeared without a trace. And this time, the Abyssal portal didn't start repairing itself right away. That ability seemed to have finally reached its limit, and Wang Chongshan and the others raised their heads and looked over with anticipation. They've been disappointed so many times, but every time it comes to this, they still look up, hoping to see the portal disappear. Above the portal, the runes that had been flickering finally all went out, and yes, this time it was all extinguished, and the huge black orb had shrunk by nearly 4/5. The surface was no longer even flowing with black light, and it appeared to have lost its activity. This is the first time they've ever hit a portal to such an extent that it's almost collapsing. Wang Chongshan couldn't help but slightly open his mouth as a smile appeared on his face. There were short exclamations of surprise from the surrounding soldiers, too, and, on the other hand, those high-level professionals glanced at each other with uncontrollable excitement in their expressions. Did it work? No, not yet. The black orb hasn't completely disappeared. The portal hasn't collapsed. It just lost its ability to repair itself. Now, then, the best thing they can do is to ride out the storm. Wang Chongshan raised his right arm and shouted, "Third group prepare." Fang Yi didn't understand what was happening in the outside world. He was now fully devoted to alchemy. The second furnace of pills had been completed, and 5 of the 10 pills were of the rare grade. He was now basically certain that the Qingli red flame not only had the function of shortening alchemy time, it also greatly increases the chances of his talent triggering. I should have known that I would have used the green glazed red flame when I refined the heavenly spirit soulborn pill earlier. Fang Yi said helplessly, then began to organize the herbs for the next furnace of pills. Chapter 147 Voidworm. The powerful attack from the third set of legendary items landed hard on the portal. The heavens and earth shook once again as a dozen or so thunderbolts exploded. A long, thin, black line appeared in midair, and upon closer inspection, beyond that long line was an endless nothingness, as if it were the end of everything in the world. The long line quickly disappeared, and the abyssal portal shook violently once more. Inside the warehouse, Fang Ji helplessly put down the alchemy furnace at hand. He had failed. For the first time since alchemy. It's not really a failure, and it's not like his talent didn't trigger. Rather, he took the initiative to discontinue this alchemy. The thunder just now was too loud, and Fang Ji was directly frightened to the point of being jolted. The alchemy furnace was almost about to come off, and there was also a momentary fluctuation in the Qingli red flame. The two are superimposed on each other. Fang Yi instantly realized that the probability of this alchemy triggering the grade enhancement talent would be very low, and the common and rare grade Beidou Xianlong Dan were very chicken ribs for high-level professionals. So why not take the initiative to stop this furnace and grab the next one and start it? Fang Ji handled the herbs while thinking about the thunder just now, and a moment later, he stood up and drew a few runes inside the warehouse he was in. The isolation rune, which could block outside sounds, gases and even attacks. This rune is considered to be a very comprehensive type of defensive rune net. However, because it consumed more spiritual energy, Fang Yu did not want to inscribe it at first, but now it seems, it's not going to work without some isolation. Hell knows when those thunders or other noises will come, and if it's any other time, Fang Ji didn't care about this kind of interference. Even if those thunderbolts struck his body it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as the talent was there, he will definitely succeed if he makes pills. But not now. He needs to make sure that the chances of his talent triggering, that's why it must be isolated from the outside world. The attack on the third set of legendary items ended quickly, and in the sky, that portal that brought endless terror had come to the brink of collapse, and everyone present could see it. The corners of Wang Chongshan's mouth curved up, and they finally saw the hope of victory now. If this continued, maybe the fourth set of legendary items could really destroy the portal. Continue. Wang Chongshan laughed twice and, the depression that had been building up was finally relieved a lot at this moment. The other high-level professionals also revealed smiles and began to whisper. In that case, we may not be needed anymore. It's not likely. This thing came from inside the abyss after all. Don't say such demoralizing things. It's best if you can knock it right off. The fourth set of legendary items activates and the attack is launched. Once again the sky was filled with violent storms, thunder and lightning. The golden spear containing terrifying power penetrated through the sky and landed heavily on top of the portal. The heavens and earth shook, and violent shockwaves swept all around. The ground that had already collapsed sank downward once again. The crowd all stared at the sky, hardening themselves against the shockwave and unwilling to take a step back. They can't see the portal exactly, though. It was because the strong attacks of the legendary items blocked the line of sight. Just then, everyone on the plains heard a crisp click. Broken? What shattered? What happened? There was a lot of chatter, and the click was very sudden. It wasn't even ringing in the ears, but as if directly in the mind. Wang Chongshan was about to say something in his heart. Instead, he saw that the black orb had undergone some sort of change in the gaps in the dozens and hundreds of attacks in the sky. He immediately fixed his eyes on only to see the black orb shatter into several pieces as if it was a broken eggshell. The black orb is broken? The portal's been sabotaged? Before he could rejoice, however, it was seen that something seemed to have burrowed out of the shattered sphere of the black orb. The others also noticed the somewhat bizarre scene. What the hell? It looks like a bug? Can't really see much, but it does look a bit like a bug. The sound of the discussion reached Wang Chongshan's ears, and he didn't speak, but instead looked at the sky without looking away. He could also see that the thing really looked like a bug. The attack in the sky began to dissipate, and to be precise, it was something that sucked up the attacks that contained terrifying energy. This scene fell in the eyes of the crowd, and in just an instant, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. A few short seconds later, all the visions in the sky disappeared without a trace. A huge snake-like creature with a body length of more than 10 meters covered in pitch black appeared in the sky above. Everyone held their breath, and their faces instantly turned extremely ugly. What's that? How is it that something like this appears after the black orb shatters? Wang Chongshan turned his head and looked at the group of high-level professionals at his side. Does anyone know what this is? It's Void Worm, a high-ranking professional said, lost in thought. An uncontrollable look of horror spread across his face. What is that? Wang Chongshan hurriedly asked after him. The professional gradually came back to his senses and pointed at the long black serpent in the sky. With a somewhat trembling voice, he explained, I've read in an ancient book that this is the void worm, which can open a portal when it grows up, and that black orb that, most likely its eggs. What did you say? Wang Chongshan was instantly shocked. You mean we fought for so long that we ended up helping the enemy hatch instead? Why didn't you tell me that thing was an egg? No, how can it be an egg? Has this void worm grown now? When will it grow? The murmurs instantly resounded throughout the plains, and Wang Chongshan didn't know what mood he was in right now. It was hard to fight for so long, only to find out in the end, all the previous efforts have been in vain. That so-called void worm still has the power to open portals, and this form of the enemy is more oppressive than that portal from its appearance alone. It hasn't grown up yet. The professional who just spoke suddenly exclaimed. We interrupted its hatching process, so this void worm is weak and frail. I've read in ancient texts that the real void worms are up to 100 meters long, spitting out a portal at the drop of a hat. But this one in front of us is only about a dozen meters. Even after devouring the energy in those legendary great items, it's also considered a very weak being. Hearing this professional say this, the crowd all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the enemy was no longer an extremely terrifying abyssal creature, and they absolutely could not afford to be careless. Is it true that if you kill it, the abyssal portal disappears completely? Chapter 148 Excitement. Is it true that if you kill it, the abyssal portal disappears completely? A muscular, high-ranking professional asked in a jarring voice. Yes, kill it and we win. The more knowledgeable professional replied. As the words fell, the flame of hope was once again lit in everyone's eyes. Now that really was the last shiver. Come on then. One of the professionals finished by leaping violently into the air and his skills had a shorter cooldown, and at this moment, he was already able to unleash a powerful attack. In the sky, the massive void worm turned its hideous head and a strange light flashed in the hollow eyes. As the most special existence among the abyssal creatures, the void worm has an extremely high IQ, and can ignore most physical attacks. It is a bridgehead for the abyssal races to attack other worlds, even if they don't grow up. Its combat effectiveness is also amazing. When the void worm appeared, the series of strange behaviors of the dead abyssal lord from before then all made sense. The other side's real goal is to hatch the void worm, and the main body of the portal's frame, including the surrounding runes with self-repairing abilities, were all designed to ensure that the black orb, that is, the void worm's egg, could grow smoothly. Now, Wang Chongshan and the others had broken everything that could protect the void worm. Then this horrible monster could only hatch early and complete its final growth in the outside world. At this moment, the professional who was the first to launch the attack had already closed in on the void worm, and this person specialized in fast blades that, a long blade was as continuous as a blizzard, and all the others could see was a burst of blade light erupting in the sky. The void worm could then be heard letting out an extremely unpleasant roar. The sound was extremely oozing, as if it was the screams of a severe ghost after suffering boundless pain. Most of the people in the room cringed. They just felt their heads spinning and an uncountable number of black threads appeared before his eyes. Mental attack. The rear auxiliary battalion moved forward quickly and a spell with dispelling and clearing effects splashed across the entire plane. High-level professionals aren't invincible. Some specialize in melee combat, while others specialize in spells. And mental attacks belong to very niche spells that most professionals didn't know how to do, and didn't even have many means of resisting such spells. But they had an entire auxiliary battalion behind them, with mass dispersal and clearing spells down. This kind of mental attack wasn't hard to neutralize. Still, this ability of the enemy puts all hearts on alert, with such power in just one roar. And what if it's an all-out attack? Actually, the people on the ground were fine. They were farther away after all, and the professional who had just leapt up in mid-air was out of luck. His long knife did cause a little damage to the void worm, but this damage was completely negligible for the void worm's massive size, and as the enemy hissed, he was almost right up against the void worm. So this professional was directly battered in the face by a mental attack that the entire person lost consciousness and fell towards the ground. Luckily, the professionals on the ground reacted to the reaching down. He caught it smoothly on the ground. At this altitude, to really fall through the air without being conscious, even a high-level professional would be injured. The enemy's attack was kind of a wake-up call for the crowd. This void worm looks weak, but its strength is beyond terrifying. They would have to focus their attacks or pay a large enough price to kill them. But Wang Chongshan soon brought good news. Ladies and gentlemen, pills that can raise your strength in a short period of time are already in the process of being refined. Within 4 hours, you'll have one in each hand. And at that time, it's our chance to attack the void worm. As soon as the words left their mouths, the high-level professionals became excited. If one could really be guaranteed for all hands, then what was a mere void worm worth? But right now, the most important thing for them was to find a way to restrict the activities of the void worm, or make it stop growing. The crowd looked up, and the void worm was writhing its long body at that moment, flying around in the sky. It seems to be quite happy. The enemy did not leave the area, nor did they launch the next round of attacks, just hovering in a fixed area of the sky. This kind of fishy behavior left the crowd in a daze. They really didn't get it. It's reasonable to assume that the pro just dealt damage to the void worm. The opponent should rage or at the very least launch 2 more rounds of attacks on the crowd on the ground. But the void worm completely ignored the pro. Even that mental attack was not performed again. How can I put it? The other guy seemed to care nothing about the injuries on his body. Oblivious to the crowd on the ground as well. The creature just wanted to fly and hover in the sky, and didn't seem the least bit threatening. So one of the professionals offered a less than robust guess. Do you guys think it just hatched and got a little overexcited? Not to mention, this guess actually makes sense if you think about it. After all, the void worm was still in its infancy, so it was only natural that its brain was not working well. Kids can play with a new thing for half a day when they see it, let alone the fact that this thing was born to fly. So in this case, is there no need for an immediate outbreak of head-on conflict with the enemy? As long as it drags on, until that strength-boosting elixir is delivered, they can then gather the strength of their entire team to directly cut down the enemy. Out of an abundance of caution, most of the professionals present agreed with the idea that because rashly striking out is likely to provoke this brain is not too good to make the worm of the void. At that time in case of any accidents will be more than worth the loss. But it's time to get ready. Wang Chongshan and his staff quickly worked out several plans, such as how they should respond if the enemy escaped or launched an attack. 3 hours had passed in a flash, and in the sky, the void worm was still dancing. Unlike before, however, its body had nearly doubled in size over the course of those 3 hours, meaning that the void worm should be about 30 meters long now. At this rate of expansion, in about 10 hours, the void worm can then grow to its full size. That's bad news. No one thought that after the appearance of the void worm, the time of the portal had even advanced. Those teleportation runes weren't supposed to be activated for another 18 or 19 hours. It had been assumed that by breaking the portal, it should all be over. But now it seems that the Abyssal portal is just one of the enemy's tactics. This portal with the power of teleportation on the surface and the void worm should have a complementary relationship. Take a wild guess. The very first Abyssal portal couldn't fully satisfy the Abyssal creatures. So the worm of the void was the real focus. What the Abyssal creatures wanted was a bigger, stronger portals, and such portals can only be opened by void worms. Chapter 149 Take your medicine. Extrapolating from the time while the portal was activated, the void worm will hatch just in time. Then the Abyssal creatures can send their advance guards over to protect the void worm and scout the surrounding area. 10 hours later, the void worm grows to its full size. He would then open a larger portal and allow an army of Abyssal creatures to descend upon the world. That's right, the void worm is the main focus, and the previous portal was just a small thing. After figuring this out, everyone's faces became ugly. But that's not a bad thing when you think about it. If they do let the portal open, then the advance guard of the Abyssal creatures would definitely engage the current high-level professionals. And even if they could kill all of their enemies, they would still have to pay a high price. So, void worm is not a bad thing for the high-level professionals who are in a vacuum in the secret realm of ghosts. At this moment, in the warehouse, Fangji put away the Qingli red flame in front of him. The alchemy furnace was slowly placed on the ground. He finished the last potion that, right now, he had a total of 236 rare-grade Northern Dipper Xianlong Dan, 105 rare-grade Northern Dipper Xianlong Dan, and dozens of ordinary grade. It's an extremely impressive amount of time. Over 3 hours of, Fang Yi had refined nearly 400 pills, and he alone was worth several manual assembly lines. The main reason why it was so efficient was because Fang Ji had once again strengthened the alchemy furnace. His card draws over the past 2 days had been very bad, with things like the strengthening stone, which on the surface didn't seem to be of much use, appearing in succession. However, after he threw the 2 alchemy furnace strengthening stones into the alchemy furnace, a magical change occurred. His alchemy furnace had produced a qualitative change in a very short period of time. Although the volume hadn't gotten too much bigger, the speed of refining pills had been shortened by an entire factor of 2. Coupled with the Qingli red flame, Fang Yi was now refining a furnace of pills in no more than 10 minutes. This speed is almost as if it's on, but it seems like he was already open. With the addition of the gift of, Fang Yi had accomplished a miracle using the green glazed red flame and the strengthened alchemy furnace. Nearly 400 pills, most of which were able to produce effects on high-level professionals. Fang Ji believes that when these pills go down, more than 300 high-level professionals could absolutely explode with heaven-destroying power. Soon, after a few minutes, the elixirs were delivered to the high-level professionals. A professional who smelled of curry frowned as he looked at the elixir in the box and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Rare grade Beidou Xianlong Dan? How did you guys do that? The officer smiled faintly, naturally unable to reveal Fang Ji's name. And in fact, the news of Fang Ji's arrival in the secret realm was only known to Wang Chongshan and the few officers around him. The others were not aware of it. It's a form of protection. After all, Fang Ji is extremely valuable to China. In case they were targeted by professionals from other countries, it was likely that they would bring unnecessary trouble. At the front of the line, Wang Chongshan held a note in his hand. It was written on it that Fang Ji had made arrangements for these pills. Professionals below level 55 take the rare grade Beidou Xianlong Dan. Professions above level 55 ate the rare grade Hokuto Xianlong Dan. While the only 2 legend grade elixirs in here were given to those 2 professions above level 60. In fact, normally, the rare grade Beidou Xianlong Dan would be ineffective against high-level professions as well. After all, it was only the basic elixir. But who is Fang Yu? A legendary alchemist was no joke. The elixirs refined by him could basically ignore such great limitations, and it would be more accurate to say that the elixir Fang Yi had refined was more perfect. So even the basic elixir could be effective on medium and high-level professionals. The grade will still limit the effectiveness of these elixirs, though. That's why it's best to take basic elixirs of rare grade and above at mid to high levels. The professionals moved quickly and swallowed all the pills in less than 2 minutes. At once, a vigorous power surged out from all parts of their bodies and mental power had also been strengthened to no small extent. The Beidou Xianlong Dan that Fang Yi had refined could increase their strength by 20% to 30%. For a high-level professional, this kind of boost was already terrifying. A look of surprise appeared on everyone's faces as they saw the item description that, realizing that the effect of this elixir should be good, but after actually trying it they realized that the effect was more than good. It was simply divine. The strength of the 300 or so high-level professionals present had increased by at least 20%, the most boosted by a little more than 30%, which was a bigger boost than they would normally get if they drove a spamming skill, and there's no side effects to this stuff. It lasts a little shorter, though. However, there were also 10 minutes if you took 2 in a row, and if you couldn't beat them in 10 minutes, then it was time to strategically retreat. After everyone finished taking the Northern Dipper Xianlong Dan, the offense began. The original attack was supposed to be launched by more than 400 professionals. However, dozens of them lost their ability to attack for various reasons, so in the end, only 386 of them engaged the Voidworm. Above the plains, more than 200 high-level professionals leaped high into the air and, while the remaining 100 or so raised their staffs in their hands, a layer of extreme oppression suddenly enveloped heaven and earth, a precursor to energy agitation. In the next second, dozens and hundreds of skillful blows appeared in the sky and on the ground. The attack they unleashed this time was more powerful and had a shorter preparation time, aiming to kill the Voidworm in one go. The Voidworm didn't react until the journeyman's attacks landed on their bodies. It stopped writhing all the time, and for the first time a look of wonderment appeared in its empty eyes. A few moments later, great swords, long swords, bows and arrows, thunder, flames, hundreds of attacks landed on its body at the same time. How had this newly hatched abyssal creature ever seen such a battle? And in fact, it's just now understanding its mission. Its brain IQ is just coming online. So faced with over 300 high-level professionals attacking with no desire to die, the Voidworm was truly unable to react. Normally, before it hatches, the advance force led by the Abyssal Monarch should have already occupied a relatively large area, and the Voidworm's safety was guaranteed. And after it's over 30 meters in size, beings of the abyssal creatures that specialize in space spells will then communicate with it and teach it the final step of the large portal. But now that the Voidworm has lost its shelter, and its brain is in a muddle, other than combat instincts and spatial instincts, other than that it's a mess. But even so, the high-level professionals didn't successfully kill it. Chapter 150 Portal? Yes. The enhanced skills of the high-level professionals didn't successfully decimate the Voidworm. This monster is immune to all physical attacks, which means that of all the attacks launched by the professionals, only energy attacks are effective. However, at first no one knew this, and the crowd's knowledge of the Voidworm was really limited, so it wasn't clear what kind of attack would be most effective to use. For insurance reasons, the vast majority of professionals used their strongest attacks, but some professionals only had purely physical skills, so their skills were completely ineffective. There are only about 200 skills that actually do damage to the Voidworm. This is indeed a large number as well, but relative to the Voidworm's current size, 200 or so skills inflicted damage that wasn't fatal. In the sky, the light of various skills constantly flashed and exploded. The void worm let out an angry hiss, but this time, its mental attack didn't work. This was because the auxiliary battalion had applied a barrier against mental attacks in advance for the high-level professionals. Before the huge head of the void worm, a dozen or so high-level professionals wielded their weapons in their hands. Slashed hard. However, in the next second, those attacks all fell short of the mark. As if the void worm was not in this space, its huge head flickered slightly, and all the attacks penetrated and passed through. It was as if what was in front of the crowd was just a remnant of the other side. By this point, all the professionals finally realized that the monster in front of them really was perfectly immune to attacks on a physical level. Retreat first, let the mages go, a professional shouted loudly, and then his body descended violently. However, they had only just fallen no more than 3 meters when the void worm in front of them violently turned its body and the huge serpent's tail crashed heavily into the body of a professional. Put! The professional spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his figure suddenly flew backwards. It's like a kite with a broken string. His best friend on the side rushed to follow, and quickly held him up. But the next moment the eyes of his best friend then turned red beyond recognition, and a mournful scream escaped from his mouth. No! No! With just one blow, the void worm killed a high-level professional, and it was also a melee-type professional who excelled in physical combat. Retreat! Retreat! The others hastily retreated when they saw this, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. The attack power of the juvenile body of the void worm was so strong. If the other party was allowed to grow further, don't hide your tricks. Use them all quickly, yelled a topless professional with muscles as perfect as those of a knife and axe. On the ground, all the high-level mages and long-range professionals had their eyes fixed. Indeed, you can't be hiding at a time like this. If the void worm rushes down, the physically weak long-range professions, had no ability to resist at all. A few moments later, violet energy fluctuations appeared on the ground and, one by one, the long-distance professionals mobilized the energy in their bodies as if they were crazy. And in just a few seconds, a ripple appeared in the space around them. That was caused by the energy gathering and then shaking the space. Come on, let's see what you've got, a professional shouted in a loud voice and the eyes were full of viciousness. He's put his life on the line, his longbow in his hand full of strings. A huge fiery red-bodied arrow slowly took shape, and the hot aura instantly filled half of the plane. It's a skill that burns life force to be used, and the moment the arrow is formed, a few strands of gray hair suddenly appeared on this professional's temples. The others had similarly used costly skills, and at their level, it's not particularly difficult to temporarily boost your strength some more. In the next second, a frenzy of skills swept across the entire sky. The powerful skills unleashed by more than 200 long-range professionals completely tore the space apart, and a huge hollow with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared. A look of panic appeared in the eyes of the void worm. It was not true that it was a powerful abyssal creature, but it was useless even if it was powerful in the face of such a large spatial rift. The void worm let out a low roar and suddenly opened its mouth wide and an illusory mass of light suddenly took shape in its throat. Before the professionals could react, the void worm violently protruded the light mass. It all happened extremely fast, and the moment the ball of light spat out, the body of the void worm had been mostly torn apart by the spatial rift. But it's resilient. This kind of injury that would have killed a normal fey beast long ago, the void worm was even able to move around. It even took the time to launch an attack on a professional not far away. That's right. After the void worm spat out that illusory ball of light, it turned its head again and attacked the high-level professionals on the ground with its tattered upper body. A silver stream of light shot out from the forehead of the void worm, reaching the ground in an instant. The high-level professionals rushed to dodge, but someone was still shot by the stream of light and directly lost an arm. Casualties, in the truest sense of the word, have begun. The professional who died earlier and the one who is now crippled both illustrate the point that the enemy is serious. At this moment, the spatial rift had begun to heal and the original 30-meter body of the void worm was churned up by the spatial turbulence to only 12 meters. While the illusory orb violently swelled after floating out a few dozen meters. Then surprisingly, a circular hole was propped up in the air. This hole was not a rift in space, nor was its interior one of infinite darkness and dots of starlight. Looking upward from the ground, a dark blue glow flowed from that hole, as if it were a curtain of water. What was that? It can't be a portal. Didn't the void worm not reach its adult body? On the ground, the many professionals couldn't help but murmur. They know so little about the void worm and the abyss, so there was no way to tell what the hole that the illusory orb had opened up was. But in the worst-case scenario, that thing really could have been a portal. Come on, Caddis, you guys go up and check it out. A Western professional yelled at his best friend beside him in a hurry. The middle-aged man whose name was Goddess let out a cold snort, and his legs violently stomped on the ground. He then leapt high into the air, and he was followed by a dozen or so other professionals who also had the ability to fly. Meanwhile, the other professionals aimed the weapons in their hands at the void worm that had already shriveled up a bit in mid-air. The other party looked like two worms from just a moment ago, and the sense of oppression on their bodies had almost completely dissipated. No one's going to let that relax them, though. Even a void worm in this form possessed the ability to kill any of them with a single strike. In the next second, dozens of attacks landed on the void worm's body, and the other party lowered its head and, shooting out stream after stream of silvery light, high-level professionals struck out and, using his strongest means of defense, he fended off round after round of attacks. Chapter 151. The Eighth Desolate Sword appears in the world. The two sides went back and forth, exchanging several rounds before. The professionals are starting to take visible casualties. There's no way around it. The void worm's attacks are too terrifying. That silver stream of general defense barrier can't be blocked at all, even if the flesh is sturdy. Professionals with extremely high defenses couldn't carry the continuous bombardment of streams of light. It's like an old-time laser weapon, a constant barrage on a single point that no one can carry it for long. Of course, the state of the void worms in the sky wasn't particularly good, either. It had already been seriously injured by nearly 200 spell attacks and spatial rifts before, and was now holding on entirely by virtue of its strong vitality. On the other side, a dozen or so high-level professionals had already closed in on the blue circular light screen held up by the illusory orb, and from the outside, there was nothing special about this blue light screen. However, they keenly sensed a strong abyssal aura from the light curtain. In the next second, a black sharp claw violently poked out from the light curtain, extremely abrupt. An arm then reached out as well. The skin on those arms was as rough as the bark of an old tree. There was also a strong smell of blood. Immediately afterward, the upper itself to which this arm belonged gradually squeezed out of the light curtain. How can I describe it? It's like a dry corpse that's been buried in the ground for thousands of years. The skin was dark and dry and cracked, and it was uncomfortable to look at. Abyssal creatures. This thing is an abyssal creature. That blue curtain of light was a portal. The high-level professionals present quickly reacted. Their faces changed greatly as the weapon in his hand had already greeted him. Whatever it is, just hit it. These high-ranking professionals are players who have come from a mountain of corpses and blood, and whenever there is a threat they will never be merciful. Black Moss looked at the dozen or so attacks that had suddenly descended on him. A flash of anger and disdain flashed across the ugly, hideous face. As the most skilled combatant of the abyssal sacred races, Black Moss had already been fighting in various worlds for hundreds of years, yet this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult situation. The abyssal monarch is killed in action, the portal is destroyed, and the void rush is on the verge of death. Any one of these 3 points taken out would be too much for the abyssal sacred race to bear, not to mention all at once, and in the end, this group of humans forced the void worm to force open the portal before it was fully grown. This was even more of a complete disruption to the abyssal sacred race's rhythm. Juvenile or even youth-bodied void worms can't open a full portal. Normally, a full-grown void worm could open a portal with a diameter of up to 100 meters or even hundreds of meters. But right now, there was only a measly 10-meter portal in the air. Black Moss thought as he lifted his dry arm and swung it lightly. Black barriers appeared out of thin air, directly blocking the attacks of a dozen high-level professionals. The crowd looked at the abyssal creatures in front of them and suddenly their faces sank. One of the high-level professionals let out a low shout, and his figure suddenly charged forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Black Moss's body. The spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out like a bizarre viper. Black Moss sidestepped slightly, his right hand opening into a claw and gripping towards the spear. Neither side was sure of the other's strength, so this attack was just a test run. Facing Black Moss's counterattack, the professional's speed did not diminish in the slightest, and just as his enemy's claws were about to grip the spear, a flame suddenly appeared and instantly spread throughout the spear. Black Moss's face changed slightly as it sensed that the flames on the spear contained an extremely terrifyingly high temperature. If you grip it up, you are likely to get hurt yourself. Unable to do anything else, Black Moss could only retract his arm, his body retreating sharply backward. Dodged this attack from the professional. The other professionals immediately followed suit when they saw this, and since the other party would be dodging, that meant the enemy wasn't as strong as they thought. A few moments later, the air was warring into a frenzy of a dozen or so high-level professionals frantically surrounded the abyssal creature. Black Moss is huge, and his attacks are powerful. Just one hit could disable a high-level professional, and in the continuous attacks, the two professionals could not dodge and It was slammed hard into the ground from mid-air. Don't hit it hard. Use your speed to maneuver around it. A level 60 or higher professional bellowed. Standing at 8 meters tall, black moss does have a lot of power, but it also has a very obvious drawback. That's a lack of agility. And humans just can't get away from black moss anytime soon with full speed. On the other side, on the ground, everyone noticed this abyssal creature that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Wang Chongshan heavily slapped the boulder beside him and turned his head towards the warrior battalion and shouted, "Everyone, prepare the sword of heavenly punishment." Facing this kind of enemy, it is very necessary to come up and turn on the big one straight away. Who knows what they might have up their sleeve? They must be pressed right into service. And besides Wang Chongshan and the others, the rest of the long-range professionals also shifted some of their energies to black moss. The void worm looks to be at the end of its tether. And by killing black moss and then closing the portal, then this crisis is over. Of course, Fangji wasn't idle right now, and he wasn't refining pills. Instead, he took out the 8 desolate sword that had been carefully hidden all along. Originally, Fang Yi was worried that his possession of the abyssal weapon would cause some trouble, but he accidentally realized that a third of the high-level professionals present possessed abyssal weapons. That said, this stuff isn't anything particularly taboo. He just hadn't been exposed to that level before. And according to the officer on the sidelines, the abyssal weapons have a miraculous effect against divine elemental creatures. Normal weapons drawn from the fate crystals, even if they're legendary, will be discounted when facing abyssal creatures. The power is less than 90% of what it could have been, whereas abyssal weapons don't have that nerf, and even sometimes 102% of the power. That was why most high-level professionals wanted to own an abyssal weapon. But, here's the problem. This 8 desolate sword of Fangji was not strictly an abyssal weapon. The 8 desolate swords were tainted with the abyssal aura only after they were corrupted by the abyss. Its own power was even more corroded to the 10th degree. Name, 8 Waste Sword, Abyssalized, Legendary. Description, originally the first of the 8 Wastelands set. It is invulnerable to cracking mountains and rocks. Fell into the abyss for unknown reasons. Power eroded by the abyss is 1 out of 10. Each time you use it, you have to pay a price. As you can see from the item description, the 8 desolate swords are normal weapons. It does not contain the power of the abyss. Therefore, Fangji was not sure how much damage the 8 desolate swords could actually do to the abyssal creatures. However, even so, the 8 desolate swords are still his strongest weapon, and as long as he pays the price, it shouldn't be difficult to kill an abyssal creature. Chapter 152 Two Monsters. The 5 minutes passed quickly. All of the high-level professionals present felt a rapid loss of power in their bodies, and then the crowd regained the strength they had before they took the Northern Dipper Xian Dragon Pill. The good news, though, is that the void worm has completely shriveled up, though it's not dead yet. But it couldn't perform any decent attacks either. Black Moss, who was on the sidelines, was furious at the sight of this. The void worms no longer had the ability to open portals, so their plan to attack the blue planet was considered to have failed for the most part up to this point. Black Moss immediately bellowed, and a series of words unintelligible to normal people came out of his mouth, after which a dense black aura spread out from his body, instantly pushing away all the attacking high-level professionals around him. In the next second, Black Moss's figure flashed and came directly in front of a professional. It stretched out its right hand and fiercely grabbed forward. Put! Blood splattered as the heart of the professional was firmly clutched in its hand. Black Moss grunted and threw the heart into the pitch-black mouth of the scarlet eyes swept over everyone present. The crowd of high-level professionals were shocked in their hearts and hastily backed away to pull away. And right at that moment, another dry arm poked out from within that blue curtain of light. The second creature of the abyss. Worst case scenario happens. There's probably more abyssal creatures behind that portal. If it dragged on any longer, those monsters would probably all descend on Blue Star. Hit hard, Wang Chongshan roared loudly, and beside him, all the soldiers of the warrior battalion raised their long swords and the shadow of the sword of heavenly punishment quickly took shape. The other high-level professionals released their respective skills once again. Black Moth's forward momentum was immediately interrupted, while the abyssal creature that had just drilled through the portal was directly battered in the face by a variety of skills. The purple-black blood flowed out immediately. Roar! Black Carlo wiped a handful of blood from his face and scarlet eyes stared at the crowd on the ground like poisonous scorpions. The abyssal creature that had just burrowed through the portal was named Black Carlo, and like Black Moss, it was a race that was extremely good at fighting, and with them, the race had a unified name, the Holy Race. The sacred race conquered all worlds, relying on the sturdy and incomparable teleportation portal, and as long as the teleportation portal remained, their armies would be able to arrive in a steady stream, and it wouldn't be difficult to take the district's Blue Star. But what the duo didn't expect was that the humans on this side of the blue planet actually have the power to destroy portals, and even the outer ring portal along with the void worms. The great plan of conquest of the Holy Nation went down the drain. Don't think they can get through the portal now, but the fact that the truly powerful warriors in the Holy Race were completely unable to pass through a portal that was only 10 meters in diameter. That is to say, the two of them were relatively average existences among the sacred race, and the larger the size of the sacred race, the more powerful the fight will be. But even then, Black Moss never gave those humans on the ground a second thought. They haven't failed completely. Just kill the humans with powers. They could still find a way to get their fellow saints behind the portal to send another void worm, and there was still a chance that the plan could be executed. So now, both sides want to kill each other in a hurry. Flying in mid-air, Black Moss and Black Carlo looked at each other, then accelerated violently and rushing directly at the long-range professionals on the ground. Those long-range professionals are as annoying as flies. Killing them would make everything so much easier. A few moments later, the two monsters were like wild wolves killing their way into a flock of sheep, and began a frenzied slaughter. They can take the life of a professional with every swing of their hand. Only a few professionals with exceptionally fast reflexes could survive the enemy's attack. In the sky, a dozen or so melee-type professionals roared in anger and rushed up, spent his life fighting for the others to get away from the two monsters. Blood was splattered in all directions, and bright red blood, and purple-black blood. Black Moss and Black Carlo are strong, but the high-level professionals weren't so weak that they were completely defenseless. Under the desperate efforts of the crowd, the two monsters soon suffered considerable injuries as well. But the injuries were somewhat insignificant compared to the casualties they had inflicted. 5 minutes, 15 people. On average, they kill 3 high-level professionals per minute. This speed is too terrifying. If we let the other side keep killing like this, 300 or so is just over an hour. Definitely can't go on like this. Some of the professionals who were closer to the monster were furious. Their energy fluctuations erupted and they bullied their way forward. And directly use your combat skills and high-level skills to engage the enemy in a hard-fought battle. While certain assassin-type professionals with stealthy abilities kept striking the joints of Black Carlo's and Black Moss's bodies through sneak attacks, they couldn't hit the enemy in the head or throat. One can only retreat to attack joints all over the body. The battle is getting more and more scorching. The high-level professionals of the Blue Star countries had no idea of retreating at all at this time. The enemy had already descended on their doorsteps, and to retreat now would be to be a traitor. Among these professionals, the high-level professionals of China were the most vigorous, or rather, the most desperate. A portal on your own doorstep, and if you don't put your life on the line, how could those professionals from other countries put up a fight? The battle became more and more gruesome, and more high-level professionals lost their lives. The basin on the ground got bigger and bigger as Fangji's face hardened and he kept thinking about what he could do. He gripped the 8 desolate swords tightly and looked at the battlefield not far away. Luckily, these two monsters haven't mastered that kind of mass destruction skill that, otherwise Fangji really couldn't continue to stay in the secret realm. In fact, by now, Fangji was basically certain that the 8 desolate sword in his own hand would definitely be able to kill that kind of monster. If he pays enough, then the 8 wasteland sword would be able to briefly detach itself from the state of being eroded by the abyss and regain the might it once had. That's the head of the 8 wasteland suit. As long as it hits the enemy in the vitals, guaranteed to kill a monster from the abyss as well. Yes, the 8 waste suit. Fang Yi knew the specific information about the 8 desolate sets from the mouth of an expert. It's said to be the most powerful suit ever produced from the fate crystals that, if someone was lucky enough to get it together, one person could easily destroy Blue Star. That's right. Destroy the Blue Star. So, as the 8 desolate swords, the first of the 8 desolate sets, it shouldn't be hard to kill a monster from the abyss. And after inquiring about the information about the 8 desolate sets, the matter of Fangji possessing the 8 desolate swords was naturally known by some of the professionals in the country of China and reached the ears of the higher-ups of the country of China in the rear. Soon, instructions were given from the top. By Yama, using the 8 desolate swords, slay the monster from the abyss. Yan Wang. Fangji turned his head and looked at the man under a black coat next to him. Chapter 153 Yama. Above the plains, the man in the black robe slowly arrived in front of Fangji. His robe had dirt and blood on it, folds and holes everywhere. Yan Wang was also a high-level professional, so naturally, he had also participated in the battle just now. If it wasn't for the orders from the top, he would have fought the enemy until victory or the end of his life. I didn't expect there are still good things in your kid's hands. Yan Wang patted Fangji's shoulder and a scar was clearly visible on the right cheek. Fangji suddenly couldn't speak. He seemed to have heard the words Yan just said somewhere before. And yet, the phrase didn't seem to bring any luck. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? Yan's words suddenly multiplied, and he smiled and there wasn't a hint of awe or fear in his expression. Captain Yama, aren't you afraid? Feng Ji mumbled and asked his thoughts. Afraid? Why be afraid? Yan laughed and, lowering his gaze to the battlefield not far away. I have millions of people behind me, why would I be afraid? Feng Ji froze at his words. Yeah, why be afraid? They were ready to sacrifice themselves here. As long as they can win, what's the harm in returning their souls to their homeland? Success doesn't have to be mine, but it does have to be mine. Yama was still smiling, looking very different from his previous appearance of being covered in a murderous aura. He reached out his hand and took the small palm-sized sword from Feng Ji's hand. This is the 8 Desolate Sword, Yen said, holding the small sword up in front of his eyes. From the moment he held the small sword, the instructions for using the 8 Desolate Sword appeared in his mind. By dispelling the power of the abyss with the power of the soul, the more one gave, the purer the 8 Desolate Sword would be. Until the 8 Waste Sword is completely free from the corrosion of the abyss. Until all of your soul is integrated into the 8 Desolate Swords. Yan looked at Feng Ji, and then at the nearly 1,000 soldiers around him. Finally, he landed his gaze on Wang Chongshan. This Iron General's eyes suddenly turned red. He and Yan were close friends. They studied together at the military academy. After graduation also had a partner for a period of time. Experienced large and small hundreds of battles. Life and death crisis is also a common thing. Later, the two went to different departments. Although they saw each other much less often. But when they had time they would sit and drink and reminisce together about the battles of their youth. It's all about manly camaraderie. It's not about pretentious words. Sometimes a look says it all. So now, Wang Chongshan felt his throat suddenly blocked. 5 high-level professionals have died so far in China. It doesn't seem like a large number. However, every high-level professional who wanted to grow up had to go through a lot of hardships. And it took several hundred years for China to have less than 100 high-level professionals. This is already an unattainable result for other countries. But if this continues, not only China, high-level professionals from other countries would also die in the secret realm. And if Blue Star didn't have these high-level professionals, the threat of the secret realm would expand without limit. The vast majority of countries in this world would be in chaos once again. The simultaneous eruption of the abyss and the secret realm would undoubtedly be extinction for the humans on the blue planet. So someone has to step up. Has to. King Yan nodded slightly, then took a large step toward the battlefield. At the same time, some high-level professionals in the battlefield began to fight for their lives. They had used extremely costly skills, and many of them had even directly burned their life force. The price of burning your life force is death. Everyone knows that. They didn't back down though, and frantically launched an attack on Black Moss and Black Carlo. Yen advanced faster and faster, and his aura grew more and more prevalent, and in the twinkling of an eye, he then became the existence with the strongest energy fluctuation in the battlefield. This change instantly attracted the attention of dozens of professionals around, and not far away. Black Moss suddenly turned his gaze to Yen, who was closing in, and a hint of surprise flashed through his scarlet eyes. This kind of energy fluctuation it had never felt before from any other human. It was a presence that could truly threaten it. Black Moss frowned, and his 8-meter-tall body accelerated steeply. In an instant, he crossed the entire basin and appeared in front of Yen. Yen lifted his head and looked into Black Moss's head and saw the scarlet eyes. You're good, you're strong. A rumbling voice suddenly sounded in Yan's head, and he raised his eyebrows and instantly realized it was the voice of the enemy. Thanks for the compliment, Yen said softly. My name is Black Moss, and I am the 2nd-level commander of the Sacred Clan Vanguard. Instead of striking immediately, Black Moss suddenly spoke to Yen in the midst of the fierce battle. Yama didn't ask meaningless questions, like why do you speak Chinese? Why didn't you attack? Perhaps these questions would have been necessary to ask if the occasion had been different. But right now, Yen just wanted this monster in front of him to die. Cut the crap. Before the words fell, Yama rose up in the air, black mist wrapping around his body. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The King of Hell is in full power, and he's going to claim his life today. In the next second, the 8 Desolate Sword bloomed with dazzling golden light, changing into an ancient long sword in a flash. The aura from the barbaric wasteland filled the air, and the strong aura caused the Black Caro not far away to be creeped out. Turning his head to look at King Yen in horror, Black Moss had the same look on his face, and he immediately realized something bad. However, before he could make a move, Yen had already moved. I only saw the black light intertwine with the golden light, and in a flash it came in front of Black Moss. The ancient longsword swung out and stabbed straight at Black Moss's head. Yen didn't use any fancy moves. It was just a matter of gathering all of his power on top of the 8 Desolate Sword. If you looked closely you could see that all the ferocious beast patterns on the 8 desolate swords blade began to faintly shine. It seemed to come to life. Black Moss looked horrified as he realized he couldn't move at all. And it was as if he was being stared at by an incomparably powerful ancient beast, and the sense of oppression went straight to his heart and mind. In this moment, Black Moss saw his own death. Roar! Not far away, Black Carlo realized something and rushed over with a loud roar. But all the high-level professionals around him were closing in on him. All sorts of skills greeted them as if they didn't want to die. And there were even people who directly blocked between the two with their flesh, causing Black Carlo's forward momentum to stop instantly. Roar! Black Carlo roared again and swung his huge arm to directly knock the blocking professional in front of him away. Blood was scattered in midair as those professionals stopped Black Carlo with their lives. King Yen took in the movements of the crowd in his eyes, and his eyes were ice cold and deadly, staring at Black Moss in front of him. He let out a hiss that sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Die! Chapter 154. Going forth and backward. Die! Yen hissed, and the 8 desolate sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely, and heaven and earth stood still at this moment. Black Moss's eyes widened. His original scarlet bloodthirsty gaze was now nothing but horror. His pupils flickered as he watched the 8 desolate sword's own eyes grow closer and larger. He could clearly see every single pattern of the 8 desolate swords. The lifelike patterns of the ferocious beasts could be clearly seen, but he couldn't move. It was as if his body wasn't his own from a moment ago. The blade of the sword approached, and a cold light appeared. Put! The tip of the 8 wastelands sword carried an unrelenting momentum that directly penetrated Black Moss's head. Purple-black blood shot out, forming a black cloud in midair. Black Moss felt no pain, only an indescribably cool sensation. Gradually, he felt his eyes become blurred and the figure in the black robe gradually enlarged. Blurred and illusory. Darkness descended, and the light in Black Moss's pupils disappeared completely. Dang! The 8-meter-tall body fell to its knees in a cloud of dust. Black Moss, dead. When King Yin saw this scene, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. The 8 desolate swords are really powerful. If everyone had one of these weapons, counterattacking the secret world to hit the abyss is just around the corner. But unfortunately, there was only one 8 desolate sword, and the cost of using it was too great. Thinking of this, Yen Wang raised his head, his gaze complex with emotions. He looked to the sky. The sky in the secret realm was not pretty at all. Not even clouds. He lowered his head again and looked at Fang Ji and Wang Chongshan, as well as the members of Yen Wang's squad. Everyone's eyes were red, and Xiaoli even cried out directly, because in her line of sight, Yen Wang's entire face had lost the color of blood that a normal human should have. It turned pale, and there was even a deathly aura surrounding the center of his brow. He's running out of time. Hades, of course, realized this, and the soul dissipated. The loss of life force was an amazing process. And while it wasn't the first time he had experienced it, it was the first time it had been as rapid as this one. Not far away, Black Carlo was incomparably furious, stomping his foot violently, a violent wave of air spreading and shocking away all the surrounding professions that pressed up. He then rushed towards Yen in midair like a madman. His speed was so fast that the professionals couldn't make a move in time even if they wanted to. Yen sidled his head, calmly looked at Heikaro, and violently raised the 8 desolate sword in his hand. An invisible pressure suddenly descended on Black Carlo's body. Black Carlo shuddered and jerked to a halt. He'd taken in the misery of Black Moss just now. Did this seemingly small human now have the power to do it again? Although the two sides had different life forms, Black Carlo could tell that the human in front of him was already at the end of his rope, but he didn't dare to bet on it. In case the other party could really give him another sword, he didn't have the confidence to block it. And just then, in the sky, that blue curtain of light rippled out once again. Fang Ji was the first to notice the abnormality in the sky, as he happened to be craning his neck at that moment, having held his head up so long that his neck was a little sore. He turned it. Seeing the blue curtain of light, there was an abyssal monster that was one size smaller than Black Carlo Black Moss and the others struggling to burrow out. General Wang! Fang Yi immediately exclaimed in shock. Wang Chongshan froze for a moment, then followed Fang Ji's gaze. Damn it, there's no end to it, is there? At this moment, outside the blue curtain of light, or portal, a monster as skinny as a monkey-like creature that had been corrupted for 1,000 years had fully burrowed out. One by one, other professionals noticed the situation. A rather feminine-looking male professional suddenly screamed, and then with a heavy stomp of his feet, he directly leapt up into midair and rushed towards the monkey monster. He couldn't stand it anymore. Now he just wanted to fight these monsters. On the side, a few professionals who were traveling with him rushed to catch up with them. The monkey monster noticed these rushing people coming. It hissed and turned into a black whirlwind to meet them straight on. Black Carlo's heart settled slightly the moment he saw the monkey monster. It seemed that their fellow saints behind the portal were trying to figure out what to do, so they weren't alone. Even though Black Moss was dead, the sacred race hadn't lost yet. Yen, however, had a sinking feeling in his heart, and raised the 8 desolate swords and violently charged forward a few meters. Straight to the front of Black Carlo's body. It was his last few seconds and he had to seize them. Black Carlo was still unable to move at this point. He finally knew why Black Moss had let his enemy slaughter him. The aura on that longsword was too astonishing, and after being locked by the longsword, he didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. The body was also completely immobilized. Without any hesitation, Yen raised his longsword and stabbed Black Carlo's brow just like earlier. The weakness of this humanoid abyssal creature is also its brain. The crowd had already determined this during the previous battle. The 8 Wastelands sword drew a graceful arc in the air, and the tip of the sword instantly arrived. It pointed straight above Black Carlo's brow. However, the 8 Wastelands sword stopped, stopping at the center of the enemy's brow without storing a single bit. In the next second, Yen Wang's body went limp and fell heavily towards the ground. On the ground, a dozen or so Chinese high-level professionals rushed to meet them. Reaching out, he caught the already dying Yen in his arms. The members of Yen Wang's squad were a bit farther away, but they also immediately came over. Shaoli cried with pear blossoms. Her face was incomparably sad, and a vague murderous aura surrounded her. Captain! Captain! Pear's mournful voice echoed around her as she reached out and, hugging the already dying Yen. Shaoli. Yan's voice was thin as a thread. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't cry. It's not pretty to cry, Captain. Oh. Pear covered her mouth and couldn't stop the tears from falling. Suddenly, outside the crowd, a teenager's voice rang out. Let me through! Let me through! In the next second, Feng Ji's figure appeared in the middle of the crowd. Next to him, Big Eyes gave him a seat. Yen struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his gaze cloudy as he looked toward Feng Ji. Before he could speak, however, he suddenly felt something more in his mouth. Then a cool sensation went down his throat and straight into his body. Just then, a professional with a full head of blonde hair ran over to the. With one hand, he gripped the 8 desolate sword in Yen Wang's hand. Feng Yu froze, and the others didn't react to what was happening. But in the next second, this foreign professional then rushed up into the sky, and the 8 desolate swords light flashed, and the surface that was already somewhat gray became dazzling once again. Apparently, the blonde professional had activated the power of the 8 desolate swords. And the price? Naturally, it's your own life. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Feng Ji was even more surprised. Surprisingly, there were people who chose to fight for their lives without the slightest hesitation after seeing what happened to King Yen. Chapter 155 1 for 1. At this moment, the blonde professional outfit had arrived in front of Black Carlo. Before Black Carlo could breathe a sigh of relief, the crisis struck again. He had thought he was going to die. I didn't realize that the scary-looking black-robed man had lost consciousness at the last moment. But before he could rejoice, the next human holding that terrifying long sword arrived in front of him. And although this human didn't look as good as that black-robed man, the 8 desolate sword in his hand was equally terrifying. On the other side, the monkey monster was entangled by dozens of professionals and couldn't get away for a while. It's fast, and its attacks aren't weak, but the pros are killing like crazy. It's a total fight for injuries, and even fights you for your life every now and then. It couldn't run away from the tangle of people even if it was fast. Wait. Black Carlo knew he was on the ropes. Hastily, he used his racial talent to roar in the blonde professional's mind. The blonde professional raised an eyebrow, apparently also not expecting this kind of monster to be able to talk. But he, like Yama, didn't hesitate for a second. The 8 desolate sword was raised high in his hand, and in the next second, he had stabbed at Black Carlo's brow. Black Carlo's mind was overwhelmed with anxiety and panic, but he couldn't do anything about it. One could only watch the tip of the 8 desolate swords get closer and closer to him. Put! The 8 desolate sword pierced into Black Carlo's brow, directly penetrating his skull. It's exactly the same way Black Moss died. A purple-black mist of blood exploded in mid-air, and the blonde professional laughed twice as it then fell straight to the ground. He's not as strong as Yama. That's why he lost consciousness almost instantly after inspiring the 8 desolate swords. The blonde professional's companions immediately surrounded him and hugged his corpse with grief. At this moment, above the plains was divided into 2 groups. One group was the Chinese professionals led by Yen Wang. The other group is a Western group led by blonde professionals. Feng Ji looked at Yen Wang with some confusion. What he had just given Yen Wang was the 9 Revolutions spiritual heart pill. It is also known as the strongest elixir that is known to live and die. The effect of the elixir was good, and Yen Wang's life breath quickly stabilized after he ate it. In other words, Yan's life is not in danger now. He survived. But the Western professional not far away wasn't so lucky. He didn't have the 9 revolutions spiritual heart pill. There were no other elixirs that could save his life either. The blonde professional took his last breath amidst the wails of his companions. The fight didn't stop with the two fighting for their lives. Although the two most powerful abyssal creatures were dead, the monkey monster was still there, and the blue light curtain was still there. More than 200 high-level professionals each used their own means to fight against the enemy who had fallen into a state of madness. Once Black Carlo was dead, the monkey monster abandoned the idea of breaking out of the encirclement and a black and red mist emerged from its body, and its power skyrocketed several times, each strike capable of seriously injuring the professional in front of it. It's really not as strong as Black Moss or Black Carlo, though it's much more agile. Instead, the various professionals dealt with it with a bit more effort than the first two. These monsters completely crushed human high-level professionals in terms of strength. That's why when facing agility-type monsters, the human side would become extremely overwhelmed. The death toll began to rise, and in a matter of minutes the 4 of the professionals who had surrounded the monkey monster then died. Feng Ji. Suddenly, a breathless voice entered Feng Ji's ears. The surrounding Hades squad members also heard the sound, and they turned their heads in surprise and saw the captain whose eyes had regained their color. "Captain!" Pear exclaimed softly, her hands involuntarily covering her mouth. "Captain, are you okay?" Big Eyes asked, wide-eyed and incredulous. "How can that be? Just now the captain has obviously lost consciousness. The breath of life was draining even faster. So why was he now refreshed in the blink of an eye? Wait, it's Feng Ji?" A pale-looking team member suddenly turned his head and, surprised, he looked at Feng Ji. In fact, Feng Ji's action of feeding the elixir to Yan Wan was not noticed by many people, because there was a lot of chaos around and the sound of Pear's crying attracted a lot of attention. Still, this member of the team noticed that he was the brains of the entire squad. That's why the gaze had been on Feng Ji's body. Feng Ji smiled slightly and made a gesture to the crowd, then leaned down and, in a low voice, he said to Yan Wang, "Captain Yan, you can't get up yet. The potency of the elixir hasn't been fully utilized." Yama nodded, closing his eyes slightly as his originally pale cheeks began to redden rapidly. The breath of life restabilized. Xiaoli cried louder at once, but this time, she was crying tears of joy. Big Eyes pulled Feng Ji's arm and asked in surprise, "Feng Ji, what did you do?" "I gave him a legendary grade elixir." Feng Ji quickly replied. Big Eyes scratched his head at that. Well, if it was a legendary grade elixir that could be found but not sought, then it would all make sense. In fact, the crowd didn't realize that for the party by party, refining a legendary grade pill wasn't particularly difficult now. But the less people knew about this matter now, the better. Otherwise the dead blonde professional would have been wronged. Of course, Feng Ji couldn't refine the 9 revolutions spiritual heart pill right now. The herbs required for this elixir were simply too rare. After the surprise, the people carried Yen towards the army where Wang Chongshan was, and it was at that moment that the Feng Yi suddenly sensed that the 8 desolate sword had been activated again. He stopped and turned his head in the direction of the monkey monster, where a stout, bear-like professional raised the 8-waist sword, his rough face wearing an expression of determination that was not going anywhere. Another person has chosen to fight for their life. In fact, the vast majority of the professionals present had the means to put up a fight. And so far, there were already close to 100 people who had burned their life force and unleashed death-defying attacks on the abyssal monsters. But none of them could really hit these abyssal monsters hard enough to, until the 8 desolate sword appeared in Feng Ji's hand. Although Yan Wang and the others did not publicize the 8 desolate swords, the professionals present were not cuties. They soon realized that it was an extremely costly weapon. But what's the harm in paying the price as long as you can kill the enemy? Who cares about the costs at a time like this? The Sioux Russian professional, who looked like a black bear, rushed to the monkey monster with a bang. He then raised the 8 desolate sword and violently stabbed out. Black and purple blood exploded in the air, and the monkey monster died on the spot. In the next second, the Sioux Russian professional also collapsed to the ground, his eyes rapidly turning lifeless. 1 for 1. No loss. So far, all 3 monsters from the abyss are dead. And Blue Star's side had paid for the lives of over 100 high-level professionals, a price that could not be described as heavy. Chapter 156 Glow Ray. But the crisis wasn't over yet. The blue curtain of light in the sky was still shining. Something else in it seemed to be trying to burrow out. All of the high-level professionals looked up at the portal that was about 10 meters in diameter. How can you turn it off? Who has a sealed skill? Hurry up and use it? Are there any high-ranking sealers? Everybody do something. The discussion among the professions grew louder. Yet soon the crowd realized that there were no players who specialized in sealing among all the high-level professionals present. It's not that there aren't high-level existences in the sealer class of professions. Rather, the sealers on the team are dead. One of them killed by Black Moss, and the other, in an attempt to restrain Black Carlo, had to burn his life to death. In other words, tens of thousands of people in the entire secret realm now didn't have high-level sealing skills. Wang Chongshan turned his head to his auxiliary battalion commander and asked sternly, "Is there any way on your end? Is it possible for everyone to cast the same sealing spell?" The battalion commander laughed bitterly, shook his head and said, "No, General. Only a very small portion of people can cast sealing arts, and all of them combined might not be as powerful as one high-level professional casting it." Wang Chongshan's face suddenly turned ugly. Something was obviously still brewing in that blue light curtain. You can't just come out with a monster and have a high-level professional go one for one. Just as the crowd was at a loss, in the sky, the blue curtain of light slowly contracted for a moment, and then a large, rough hand peeked out of it. Again? A look of sadness and indignation appeared on the face of a professional that he copied the 8 desolate sword on the ground and prepared to fight the enemy. But in the next second, that big hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. It's as if the progress bar got stuck halfway through loading. Everyone froze, and the professional holding the 8 desolate swords immediately stopped his hand movements. He was a second away from activating this powerful but deadly weapon in his hands. Time passed by, and the big hand never made a move. The portal hasn't changed at all either. Wang Chongshan frowned, intending to have his soldiers go over to see the situation. A high-level professional can trade one for one with an abyssal monster, so their lives are going to be used for something more useful. Old Li, get a man out from under your hand and go see. Just as Wang Chongshan's words were in mid-sentence, that big hand in the sky suddenly changed. Under everyone's gaze, the portal shuddered violently, and then the entire large hand retracted. The crowd's hearts rejoiced, which meant that the enemy's teleportation had gone awry in some way. They still have time to seal the portal. Come on, all those who have a way to try, a professional suggested. The crowd glanced at each other, and then dozens of people rose into the air and they didn't know if their skills were useful or not, but now was not the time to hide them. A few moments later, all sorts of light appeared in the sky. Dozens of skills with the power of sealing or confinement enveloped the blue light curtain from all sides. Although these professionals were not high-level sealers, but some people would still learn some skills related to sealing in order to enhance their strength. The sky began to shake, and the power of these skills was quite impressive. A burst of strong energy fluctuations spread out. However, compared to direct damage type skills, seal type skills don't do much damage to the surrounding area. They only affect the target object. However, after a period of time had passed without the slightest change in the blue light curtain, those skills dropped like a stone, not causing any damage to the portal. The professions that had released their skills all had ugly faces, starting to discuss their next plan of action with each other. They planned to use multiple skills to cooperate and form a huge sealing formation that might produce some results. And just as they were about to make their move, the blue curtain of light suddenly shook violently, and then a pair of huge, rough, big hands reached out, and those big hands raked the sides of the blue curtain of light one on top of the other. It seemed to be holding the curtain of light open. This sudden change startled all, and immediately after, amidst the astonishment of the portal was actually literally held open for several meters by those large hands. In just 2 minutes, the portal had expanded to nearly 20 meters in diameter. The hearts of all the professionals present sank. The portal expanding means that even bigger creatures in the abyss can burrow out, and monsters that are no bigger than 10 meters are that much harder to kill. If a few more stronger and bigger, maybe even the 8 desolate swords couldn't kill him, and a life for a life couldn't be done. Fang Ji's pupils contracted as a hint of despair began to well up in his heart. The endless creatures of the abyss were indeed desperate, and the means of the enemy were endless. And normal portals, void worms, portals summoned by void worms, and now this tactic. Everything was beyond desperate. It wasn't just Fang Ji. The other professionals also revealed helpless bitter smiles. They had done their best. Now only the last resort is left, to fight for your life. But in the face of such a terrifying enemy, is it really useful to fight for your life? Who's to say the enemy will disappear after they're done fighting for their lives? What if there's another portal? Morale began to slip. The crowd had been fighting for so long. Finally someone showed signs of not being able to hold on. These high-ranking professionals are all strong-minded people, but the strongest-minded people. Desperation also occurs in the face of an unbeatable enemy. They are not afraid to fight for their lives, only that their fight is meaningless. But there are still people who are not willing to just give up. With a loud roar, several professionals rushed up into the sky, aiming at the large hands on either side of the blue light curtain. If we could just cut off those 2 hands, maybe the portal would retract. However, a desperate scene occurred again. The attacks of these professionals were completely ineffective against those hands. No, that wouldn't be accurate. They still managed to cut off a bit of epidermis from the large hands. Wang Chongshan's eyes widened, his heart incomparably shocked. Even if they had just faced Black Moss and Black Carlo, the attacks of a high-leveled professional could have some effect. Every now and then, you can chip away at your opponent's flesh and blood as well. But why did this level of attack land on those large hands without any effect? He clenched his fist and suddenly thought of the last legendary great item in his hand. Glow Rays claimed to destroy everything. It might then be able to do some damage to the great hand. Wang Chongshan immediately ordered a soldier to activate the legendary scroll, Glow Ray. A thick and incomparable golden yellow ray suddenly shot out and the terrifying energy fluctuations directly tore through space and instantly struck the large hands on both sides of the portal. Chapter 157 Huge Monster. The moment the glow ray struck the hideous hand, heaven and earth seemed to be quiet for a moment. Immediately afterward, deafening explosions and shockwaves came at the same time. The surrounding dozen or so high-level professionals quickly retreated and looked at Wang Chongshan on the ground with some surprise. They didn't expect Wang Chongshan to have such a powerful item in his hands, and judging from this energy fluctuation right now, the power of this ray was extremely great, and it could well be considered in the first tier of legendary great items. Yes, there are highs and lows to legendary items. The simplest way to classify them is by their power, and the glow ray that Wang Chongshan had just used was considered to be the most powerful of all the legendary great items so far. Heaven and earth shook, and shockwaves spread in all directions with the portal as the center of the circle. The strong energy fluctuations directly stunned the hundreds of soldiers around them. Fang Ji was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect the glow ray he drew to be so powerful. If it wasn't for the several high-level professionals around him to protect him, he would probably have been injured by the aftermath of the rays. It's probably equivalent to the power of nearly 100 high-level professionals striking at the same time. Fang Yi silently totaled in his mind. Now that most of the profession's skills are on cooldown once again, it was a bit difficult to launch a collective attack on the portal as well as the large hand, but the confidence of the many professionals had at least returned a bit. After all, the glow ray really did achieve something. The crowd could now clearly see where the glow rays had hit the hand located above the portal was punched right through, leaving only a pitch-black hole. No blood came out, but the hand seemed to lose its strength and drooped limply. Yes, one hand left. Find a way to keep it. The despair of the professionals was somewhat alleviated. And since legendary items were useful, then they might be able to injure the other big hand if they put up a fight. In the next instant, however, the large, injured hand, which had become limp, suddenly shrank back and disappeared into the portal. And within moments, a large, intact hand came back out and resupport the top of the portal. Holy! Fang Ji's eyes widened. No, it really isn't over, is it? How many hands do you have anyway? Can't they all stick out at once? 2 of them sticking out at once. On purpose, right? The faces of all the professionals were also ugly, and the little hope that they had just seen fell away again at this moment. Still, there were those who stepped forward at such a time, and they bellowed out. The attack was launched directly at the portal. So what if you're desperate? So what if there's no way back? As long as he was alive, the battle was not over. They have trillions of compatriots behind them. If they give up, they'll be the sinners of Blue Star. It's the sinners of mankind. Even if you are desperate, you can't give up. An aura of life toward death began to rise in the hearts of the people. More than 200 high-level professionals gripped the weapons in their own hands. The expressions on their faces became more and more serious, and even took on a determined aura of going forward. Fight one more time. We can't just give up no matter what. A professional whispered. It was as if there were flames burning in his eyes. Fight! Everyone roared in their hearts and it then unleashed its own final attack on the portal that had expanded to nearly 30 meters. Fang Ji also offered up that legendary great dagger of his in a smooth manner. Although the power of this weapon was not considered to be in the top category of legendary items, it did not consume a great deal of mental energy to use it, so it's better suited to the current party chase. In an instant, heaven and earth stirred, and all kinds of skills began to converge and explode around the portal. A heart-pounding energy fluctuation appeared in the sky. It was the last moment, or the last resort of the crowd. If they failed again this time, they would really be out of options. Legendary items have been fought over, high-level professionals have been spelled out, and all means have been exhausted. But against this kind of enemy, 1-for-1 seems to have become a luxury, because you can't be sure how many enemies there really are. Fang Yi commanded the dagger to make a half-circle back in the air. It then zapped directly at the large hand located below the portal. Ding! As if the sensation of hitting metal came, the dagger was violently flicked away, and Fang Ji trembled all over. It felt like a mental trance for half a second. The recoil coming back from the dagger was too strong. Fang Ji took a deep breath and the controlled dagger attacked again. he was still quite full of spiritual energy now, and launching a few rounds of attacks would not be a problem. Although there was a huge gap between Fang Ji's strength and those high-level professionals, but legendary weapons more or less make up for it. However, time passed, but the expressions on the faces of the people became increasingly ugly. According to the intensity of the glow raised just now, those 200 or so skills of theirs should be able to directly knock out both of the enemy's hands. And it's true, these skills literally burst the tendons and bones of the enemy's large hands with a blow that blood and flesh flew about. But the worst happened. The enemy soon extended two more large identical hands from behind the portal. At this point, the portal had expanded to nearly 50 meters in diameter. The huge blue curtain of light brought a chilling sense of oppression to the bottom of one's heart. Roar! An incomparably ear-piercing roar came out from behind the blue curtain of light, and the sound resounded throughout the plains. Then, a large, crocodile-like head burrowed out of the curtain of light. The head was immense. The hideous skin and sharp teeth all revealed a sense of murderous tyranny. The iconic scarlet eyes looked at all the professionals in the ground as well as in the sky above. Just a glance, the crowd felt like they were in a monstrous sea of blood. The endless desire to kill seemed to engulf them. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone's ears were ringing with shouts of murder that seemed to come from the distant past. It was as if an army that had traveled through time was fighting, defying all odds. Fang Ji quickly reacted. This should be some sort of illusionary tactic in general. That army may have actually existed too. What the hell is this? A professional looked at the crocodile monster in the sky and a look of shock filled his face. The monster was enormous, and though the other had only burrowed out a head now, but just the head was as big as black moss, so his true size must have been even more terrifying. It turns out that the portal was expanded to 50 meters to allow monsters of this size to come out. I'm sorry, muttered one of the professionals beside Fang Ji. To be honest, a monster of this size, even the 8 desolate swords wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it. The 1-for-1 play will likely fail on that. The 8 Wastelands sword is strong, but it only has one piece. Unless one can put together the 8 Wastelands set. Otherwise it's really hard to say at this point. Chapter 158 Collapse. Within the curtain of light, the scales at the corners of the crocodile monster's mouth were slightly upturned. A horribly hideous smile was revealed, and everyone present could see the mocking intent in this smile. Fang Yi frowned a bit and commanded his dagger to stab directly at the crocodile monster's eyes. It wasn't just him. The other professionals also tried their hand at the enemy. Since the crocodile monster showed its head first, it had to be mentally prepared to be set on fire by everyone. In the next second, dozens of attacks landed on top of the crocodile monster's head. However, neither Fang Ji's attacks nor the spells of the others caused the crocodile monster an ounce of damage, and even the exploding spells didn't leave any traces on its scales. The enemy's defense was so strong that the professional's fire set couldn't even break the defense. Actually, the previous Black Moss and Black Kara were amazing on defense. However, they were not so powerful as to be perverted, and the professionals were able to destroy their flesh and blood or the surface of their skin if they manipulated their spells to focus their attacks. But this crocodile monster, the defense is really a bit perverted. Dozens of attacks were roughly equivalent to the power of a normal legendary item. It was logical that at the very least it should have left a few wounds on the surface of the enemy's body, but now there was nothing. How's this for a fight? How can I fight if I can't break the defense? Perhaps 200 or so professionals striking at the same time could break through the crocodile monster's defenses, to the point where that would be pointless, as the enemy was simply too large for small wounds to be much of a threat to him. The crocodile monster stretched out its crimson blood-like tongue and licked the part of itself that had just been blown up by the skill, and then its huge body began to gradually walk out from within the teleportation portal. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Unbelievably, it could be said that the abyssal creature coming out of the sky was magnified dozens of times. The upright crocodile. But unlike normal crocodiles, the creature had a pair of curled up, fiery red wings on its back that were oppressive. The thick hind limbs stepped on the ground as if they were two stone pillars that stood on top of. The several professionals with a body size of about 2 meters or so were like a small hand puppet in front of the crocodile monster. As the monster's entire body extruded out of the portal, an odor of blood so thick that it filled the air. Fang Ji felt uncomfortable just by taking a whiff, and his brain felt as if it was muddled with blood. He immediately withdrew backward, and the others did the same. Tens of thousands of people flew away from the plains and regrouped in the surrounding mountains. Some of the fortifications that Wang Chongshan had previously constructed on the plains were destroyed by the crocodile monster unintentionally whipping up its tail. Those fortifications were quite impressive in terms of material alone, but they were about as good as paper mache in front of the enemy. This shows that the crocodile monster is extremely strong. If this tail fell on a professional, it was estimated that it could directly hit the person's tendons and bones. How does this fight? Stilfon, Do you still have skills? No more. It's all cooling. The professionals were talking to each other, and the expressions on their faces were getting harder and harder, getting more and more desperate. In the face of an enemy that has no deadweight from top to bottom, Fang Ji and the others couldn't see any hope at all. Lost? The voice of a professional suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd. His head bowed, his body trembling. It seems to be under extreme pressure. Yeah, did it lose? Wang Chongshan clenched his fists, and the mental link in his mind had dialed the communication of the high level. After a moment, however, his expression became despondent. This is because there are no clear instructions from the top management, or rather, the top management does not know what to do. It's a fight that doesn't even make sense to fight for your life. The 300 or so high-level professionals present would not necessarily be able to stop the enemy's incoming attack even if they fought their way to the end. What can they do in this situation? Should we try again? Maybe we'll win the fight? Beat him by 1. And then what? What about the enemy behind us? The 8 desolate swords should be able to kill him, right? There's only one 8 wasteland sword, and that portal's 60 meters away. There's probably a lot more enemies back there. The murmur of the crowd was filled with despair. There are even people who are already planning to leave the secret land and return to the real world to see their family members for the last time. Or, secretly traveling to the hidden land. Fang Ji touched the meteorite rain scroll in his pocket and felt very powerless in his heart as well. The meteorite rain scroll is also a legendary item. But how useful can such an item be? In fact, for a monster of this size, it was difficult to kill an ordinary legendary item of power, and it was even a bit difficult to seriously injure it. Fang Yi, is there anything else you can do on your end? A voice suddenly came from the side. Fang Yi turned his head and, seeing that Big Eyes was looking at himself with anticipation, he let out a bitter laugh, then shook his head and said, "No, there's no way at all." Big Eye sighed and asked again, "Can the 8 desolate swords kill this monster?" "I'm not sure. This monster is too big," Fang Ji said with some hesitation. Big Eyes nodded, looking at the crocodile monster that had steadied itself on the plains of the heart had mixed emotions. He wanted to put up a fight and try, just in case. What if he could do it? And just as he hesitated, the crocodile monster moved, spreading his thick legs and, running towards the nearest mountain range. A strong wind whistled and a bloody aura wafted out. The professionals located on top of the mountain range quickly dodged, but the enemy was extremely fast and, each step taken was a distance of more than 10 meters, and in almost an instant, he arrived on top of the mountain range. The professionals launched control-type skills at the enemy as they fled. But those skills had almost no effect when they landed on the crocodile monster. Only a very small percentage of skills can slightly reduce his speed, but for the crocodile monster, this extremely minor skill effect only took a few seconds to undo, so he rushed to an area where the occupiers were the most densely populated with almost no obstruction. Roar! The crocodile monster let out a terrifying roar that, then in the split second when the vast majority of people couldn't react, he directly killed a dozen or so high-level professionals around him with a single fling of his tail. There was no resistance. The crowd was completely defenseless. Fang Ji saw that among the dozen or so high-level professionals who had just died, one person was actually a level 60 or higher professional. The strongest professionals on the blue planet were no match for the crocodile monster. So what about everyone else? Wouldn't it be a food delivery? We can't win the fight. We can't win the fight. A professional suddenly yelled, his eyes red, his hair falling haphazardly over his shoulders. Looks like a madman. The pressure was so great that finally someone couldn't stand the pressure and started to break down. However, just as a mutiny was about to occur within the secret territory, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Chapter 159 Beheading. Abyssal Crocodile Demon. It's even this kind of monster? The voice sounded a bit ethereal and seemed far, far away from them. Yet each one could hear it clearly, as if it were being spoken in their ears. Fang Ji raised his head in surprise and looked in the direction the voice came from, but there was nothing there. Wang Chongshan froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and his expression instantly changed to excitement. Beside him, a dozen or so high-level professionals from China gripped the weapons in their hands. The bodies seemed to be trembling a little. On the other side of the mountains, some professionals from other countries looked at each other and some uncertainty was discussed. Big Eye suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes full of disbelief. Fang Ji looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what had happened, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Who is the speaker?" "It's him, it's really him," Big Eyes muttered, his eyes staring at the sky in death. Fang Ji followed his gaze, and there was only a large blue curtain of light in the sky. Nothing else. A few seconds later, however, a black dot rapidly enlarged and it took a short breath to close in on the ever-spinning portal. At this moment, Fang Ji finally saw part of the features of this black dot. It was a person that. A man who didn't look very tall or even a bit scrawny. That's the guy who just spoke. Who the hell is he? Fang Ji's mind was filled with doubts. He didn't notice that Big Eyes was on the verge of pumping over with excitement at this point. And there's more than one like him reacting like that. Across the mountain range, nearly half of the 200 or so high-level professionals were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. And even some emotional female professionals cried out. Fang Ji's attention was now on the black spot in the sky, so he didn't see the reaction of the others. But a few moments later, he sensed something unusual, because after this black spot appeared, that crocodile monster, the abyssal crocodile monster unexpectedly stopped in place. Above the mountain range, there was surprisingly no sound except for the wailing of some injured professionals. Perverse? Too perverse. The doubts in Fang Ji's heart grew deeper and deeper, but before he could ask them, the black dot was seen accelerating violently, instantly arriving in front of the abyssal crocodile demon. Compared to this 40-meter monster, this person was as if he was an ant. However, Fang Yi had a strange feeling that person's aura was even stronger than the abyssal crocodile demon's. He was just standing there out of thin air, but he gave off a feeling as if it was a blazing great sun. The mountain that stood still, the abyssal crocodile demon, on the other hand, looked like a very ordinary foreign beast, completely losing its original sense of oppression. This sense of contrast made Fang Yu a little unable to adapt for a moment, and when he reacted, the figure in the sky moved again, only to see this person raise his right arm and simply swing out a punch. It was such a casual movement, such a light punch, but the next second, space exploded and a formless and qualitative but extremely terrifying energy blasted out in all directions with his arm as the center of the circle. The violent shockwave landed on the body of the abyssal crocodile demon even before the fist did. Snort! The abyssal crocodile demon's sturdy scales were as fragile as white paper under the effect of the shockwave. The scales that hadn't left the slightest mark even with the combined attacks of dozens of professionals were directly torn apart by the shockwave, revealing the purple-black flesh and blood underneath. Blood instantly sprayed out, and a fishy blood stench filled the air. In the next instant, the fist landed on the body of the abyssal crocodile demon. Boo! A dull ringing sound echoed throughout the secret realm, and Fang Ji tightly covered his ears. It felt as if a million bombs had exploded in his ears. He struggled to open his eyes, straining to see the figure's movements, but alas, after the man's fist landed on the monster, he couldn't see anything. The reason is simple. It's dark. Yes, the secret realm was suddenly plunged into darkness at this point. Fang Ji's sight and senses were all closed off. He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't see anything. Only an active mind proves he's alive now. This extremely unpleasant feeling lasted for almost 5 minutes. Then, Fang Ji's eyesight and senses were suddenly all restored again. But after he saw the scene in front of him, the whole person suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and almost fell straight to the floor. Some of the professionals even screamed out, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, on the plain before the crowd, the original monster that was more than 40 meters tall disappeared without a trace, leaving only a field of tattered flesh and blood and fragmented bodies. This man went so far as to, he killed the monster, and it killed the monster with such brutality. Purple-black blood flowed above the plains of a huge pool of blood soon formed on the ground. That silhouette just stood out of thin air at that moment, standing on top of the monster's mangled corpse. He was wearing a black combat suit, and from a distance, that combat suit wasn't tattered in the slightest, and the whole thing still revealed a faint glow. Who the hell is he? The shock in Fang Ji's heart was like a shockwave. He's desolate. Big Eye's voice came from the sidelines, his tone trembling and the tone was full of respect. Desolate? Fang Ji instantly reacted. The one who killed the enemy in an instant while wearing a black combat suit. Surprisingly, it was the strongest professional on the blue planet. Iraq. How did he get so strong? It was surprising that the enemy that hundreds of professionals were helpless against had only lasted less than 5 minutes in his hands. This kind of power was far beyond his imagination. Could a human professional really be this strong? It's almost as if it's on and off. He alone is equivalent to hundreds of high-level professionals. It's horrible. However, before Fang Ji could finish lamenting, the blue light curtain in the sky changed once again. A raging mass of black gas suddenly surged out of it. Desolate lifted his head and skimmed his mouth disdainfully, then violently rose into the air. At the same time, on the ground, the 8 desolate sword held in the hands of a professional suddenly flew up and turned into a stream of light directly appeared in the hands of the desolate. Fang Yi's expression changed slightly. The 8 desolate swords can kill a person. Nothing will happen to desolate, right? It was so hard for them to see hope. They couldn't despair again so soon. As it turns out, Fang Ji was overthinking it. Desolate as the strongest professional in the entire Blue Star. Of course he knew what the 8 desolate swords were. know how to use it too. Only to see him instantly arrive before the black mist, wielding the 8 desolate sword. He suddenly slashed through the black mist. A sword light appeared, and then the black fog disappeared without a trace with a swish. Desolate turned his head, his eyes deadpan on the blue curtain of light not far away. This portal with an ever-expanding diameter was 100 meters tall at this point. Chapter 160 Alone in the Abyss. In the sky, Arak stood quietly, without making any extra movements, but it gave the impression that he was the only one left in heaven and earth. Outside the portal, 2 large hands that had been bracing themselves against its upper and lower edges were about to retract. It seemed that 100 meters had reached the requirements of these abyssal monsters, but just as the 2 big hands were loosened, Desolate's figure flashed. With a movement that the crowd could not see at all, he instantly came before the large hand. The light of the sword flashed like the only candle flame in the darkness. Snort! The sound of cutting resounded throughout the mountains. The large hand that had been holding up the portal was thrown straight out and landed like a cannonball in the middle of the basin not far away. Upon closer inspection, the area where the large hand had been severed was smooth as a mirror, and not a single drop of blood had escaped. I don't know whether the strength of the Desolate is too strong, or the big hand is not a flesh and blood creature. After cutting off one of his hands, Arak gave a cold snort, and his body fell at great speed. In an instant, he came before another large hand. From the perspective of Fangji and the others, a fingernail cap on the big hand is bigger than the size of a eye. But at this moment, there is only one thought in the minds of the crowd: the other hand is also going to be broken. As expected, the next second, Arak swung out a sword. The sword light appeared again. It landed lightly on top of the large hand's wrist. This time, however, the large hand clearly didn't want to be left to its own devices, and it jerked back and, trying to dodge the cuts of the sword light, but it was ultimately too slow. Snort! As if the sound of a sharp blade slicing through paper came again, the other large hand was thrown away. The corners of Arak's mouth curved up, eyes fell on the portal that had stopped expanding. An angry roar suddenly came from within the blue curtain of light. Roar! Just as the crowd was covering their ears and trying desperately to resist the oppressive feeling of the roar, a voice like heavenly thunder suddenly rang out. Human! You're looking for death! Before the words fell, a black aura suddenly shot out from the blue light curtain. That black on was extremely fast. Fang Yi only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The black aura had already arrived in front of Arakan's body. Desolate raised an eyebrow and quickly sidestepped to avoid it. However, the black aura seemed to carry a tracking function that, after hovering slightly in the air, it stabbed again. Interesting. Desolate snorted coldly and raised the 8 desolate sword to slash downward. The sound of metal clashing echoed out, and the invisible fluctuations even brought up ripples in space. The black on stopped, and the crowd of professionals above the mountain range saw what it looked like. It was a pitch-black arrow, and an endless abyssal aura emanated from it. It seems to engulf the desert. Arak stared at the arrow, then flung it aside with a violent force. The arrow spun and landed on the ground, and the moment it touched the ground it unexpectedly exploded directly into pieces. The surrounding professionals' faces changed greatly, and they hastily braced their barriers for defense. It's a good thing that the power of this arrow has drained away most of otherwise the shards alone could kill dozens of high-level professionals outright. Arak turned his head and looked at the blue screen of light. To be honest, he didn't have much to do with this large portal. He'd have tried to close the portal a long time ago, if there was a way to do it, which still allows the abyssal creatures behind it to strike repeatedly. Desolation is really strong. It's no exaggeration to say, there were no more than a handful of people in the entire abyss who could stand up to him. But combat power was one thing, sealing the portal was another. Just as he was torn, another black aura shot out from within the blue curtain of light. This time 3 of them. The speed was extremely fast, and it came to him in an instant. Desolate did not dodge, raised the 8 desolate swords and danced a beautiful sword flower. Those 3 black ons were actually directly resisted by him. Fangji's eyes widened. The evaluation of Desolate in his heart was constantly refreshed. He was certain that the vast majority of high-level professionals present would not be able to withstand those black ons. Even if someone could block it, it would probably be extremely costly. But Arakan could have easily deflected it. Too strong, worthy of the name of the strongest professional in Blue Star. However, what happened next made Fangji a bit puzzled. Desolate stood in mid-air, holding a long sword in his hand, dashingly, but he didn't initiate the attack. It seemed to be waiting for the next move of the abyssal creatures within the portal, and the portal did the same, and the abyssal creatures didn't do anything about it. The 2 sides were in a weird stalemate like this. In the middle of the mountain range, all the professionals revealed puzzled expressions. They didn't even understand. According to the strength of Desolate, it wasn't impossible even if they fought their way into the portal. But why? Neither side was making a move right now. Time passed, and after about 10 minutes, Arak frowned and, with that, the entire person directly approached the edge of the portal. He couldn't wait any longer, and since he couldn't think of a better way of sealing it up, then just kill the portal and cut off its energy supply. Desolate raised the 8 desolate sword in his hand, and an incomparably dazzling light burst out from the sword. Fangji's heart was appalled, and in his eyes, that light surpassed the sum of all the other professionals before it. The light formed by those professionals who used their life force to stimulate the 8 desolate swords was less than 1% of the light in the hands of Desolate at the moment. Abyssal, disgusting creatures. An ice-cold voice came out from the mouth of Arak, and then, he raised the 8 wasteland sword and swung it heavily from top to bottom against the blue light curtain. The sword blade didn't enter the light curtain, but it actually directly sliced a large opening in the blue water like light curtain. Looking into the mouth, all you could see was endless darkness, but it was clear to Arak. Those abyssal creatures were in the middle of the darkness. He flung the long sword in his hand for a moment before taking a step about to enter the maw on the light screen. Human! Stop! A sound like thunder resounded in the secret realm. It was the abyssal creatures and the curtain of light roaring. Arak ignored it and continued to walk towards the light screen. Come in if you want to die. The thunderous voice rang out once more. Desolate snorted. His figure accelerated steeply and instantly disappeared into the curtain of light. At this moment, everyone in the secret realm stared blankly. This is too raw. Killed directly into the abyss alone. This is something that no one would dare to think about. And Fangji has never thought that Arak would do this. He had thought that this blue star strongest would just use some sort of skill or item with the power of sealing. That's awesome. Big Eyes let out an exclamation from the sidelines. Fang Yun nodded, his heart filled with respect for Desolation. However, he was also curious, why didn't Arak show up in the first place? If he'd gotten here earlier, maybe the pros wouldn't have had to fight for their lives. There will be more people who can survive. Of course, it's useless to think about this now. They can only wait for the dessert to return victoriously. Chapter 161. Can he come out? In the secret realm, Wang Chongshan commanded the soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield. That abyssal crocodile demon's corpse and the 2 large hands holding up the portal are valuable to study. It would be a valuable asset to the Blue Star countries if they could bring it back. While the soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, high-level professionals from various countries are sitting on their knees and recovering from their injuries as quickly as possible. Although they have a lot of confidence in Arakan, but they are still needed to fight in case something goes wrong. It's been an agonizing wait. Fangji had gotten some herbs from the army side that hadn't been destroyed yet, and barely managed to refine a batch of healing pills. After having the elixir, everyone recovered much faster. Some foreign high-ranking professionals noticed Fangji. Somewhat curiously, he inquired to the Chinese professional beside him, but after all, Fangji's time in this class was still too short. That's why most people don't know his specifics. And of course, even if they did, they wouldn't go into detail with these professionals. Fangji naturally didn't want to be the one to stand out, so most of the pills he had refined were put away. Only a small portion was given to those professionals, and I didn't expect it to be noticed anyway. Luckily, he didn't come across as particularly impressive. Moreover, most of the professionals were now focused on the battlefield, so it didn't take long for these people to discuss other topics. In the sky, the blue curtain of light suddenly stopped spinning. Just now the desert split the mouth has disappeared. The crowd looked up. The heart cannot help but be apprehensive. To be honest, Arak's behavior was a bit too risky. Even if he really intended to enter the abyss, there should also be some advance preparations, or at the very least, countries should be notified. Of course, the safest thing to do would be to bring Zeus along. However, since Arak came alone, it means that Australia's Super A-class secret realm has not been completely resolved. So in fact, the whole of Blue Star is a little worse than one would expect. This side of the abyss is indeed a big trouble, and if it's not solved well, most of the countries in the entire blue planet will fall. But Australia's Super A secret world is also a trouble that can't be ignored at all. That was the first Super A-class secret realm on the blue planet, and the foreign beasts in it were incomparably powerful. The fact that Desolate and Thunder God have been suppressing it for so long without solving it is enough to show the seriousness of the problem. It was getting dark, and the sun in the secret place left a beautiful fiery cloud in the sky. Some of the high-level professionals started talking about cooking, and there wasn't much to do right now. Might as well eat, drink and recuperate. Fang Yi looked at the soldiers of the logistics battalion in surprise. It's amazing that these people are in such a tough environment in the secret. Fried sugar color. That's right, they're making red meat. I have to say that Chinese people are a bit obsessed with food in some cases beyond imagination. While professionals from other countries search for the fruits of the secret realm, the logistics battalion's cooking class had already made a big pot of fragrant braised pork. What? You asked me where the ingredients come from? The answer, of course, is local. The secret realm is a small world that calls itself heaven and earth, and contains not only all kinds of exotic beasts. There are also creatures that are not found in the outside world, though most of them are inedible, though a very few are very tasty. Take for example the jade snow pig in the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, a snow-white body that. Creatures that look almost exactly like pigs are aggressive, but the meat is surprisingly exceptionally tender. Before the incident at the secret realm of the ghosts, this jade snow pig was considered one of the top ingredients, and now, the aftermath of the battle between the many professionals and the abyssal monsters had killed an unknown number of jade snow pigs. The soldiers of the logistics battalion could find their corpses from the mountains or the plains with little effort. Making a pot of braised pork is no problem. Naturally, professionals from other countries followed suit and enjoyed a meal. The meal ended quickly. Fangji sat on a big rock and looked up at the sky. There were dots of stars and huge portals that were impossible to ignore. I also don't know how the desolate situation is going, Fangji muttered. According to the previous arrangement, he was going to leave the secret realm of the phantom ghost in another 2 to 3 hours. Take a flight to a hidden place. But now it's different. Arak has killed the incoming abyssal monsters and attacked the abyss. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. So, there was no need for Fangji to leave immediately. After communicating with the higher-ups, Fang Yi managed to get a short period of free movement. As long as the situation was still within control, he didn't need to leave the secret realm, and it was fine for him to stay for a while longer. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. It's been more than 8 hours since desolation entered the realm. A portion of those present had begun to fidget a bit. To be honest, Fang Ji was also a bit worried. Who knew how many abyssal monsters were behind the portal? Who knows what's going on there? What if the desert doesn't come back? Though this is highly unlikely. Facing the abyss of the unknown, no one is 100% sure. Another day had passed, and above the mountain range, there were already some professionals who couldn't help but fly to the front of the light screen, and they wanted to try to contact Arak. A communication line exists in Arak's sea of consciousness all year round. Only a select few could contact him, though, and these professionals were just trying, though doing so was completely useless. And just as the crowd was getting a little impatient waiting for the blue light curtain in the sky suddenly trembled violently, and then, it unexpectedly began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The diameter had shrunk by almost 10 meters in just a few minutes. The approaching professionals quickly withdrew, looking at the sky with shocked faces. You know, the diameter of the portal hasn't shrunk since those two big hands appeared. It has been expanding from a dozen meters at first until it is now 100 meters. Now, however, the portal is really shrinking, and fast, and at this rate, in less than 2 hours, the portal will disappear completely. As luck would have it, an hour later, the portal was less than 40 meters in diameter. Gradually, however, someone noticed something unusual. Where's Desolate? Why hasn't he come out yet? Yeah, if it keeps shrinking like that he won't be able to get out in a while. Don't crow about it. Arak will definitely come out. This last professional who spoke glared at the surrounding crowd for a moment but his face betrayed his true thoughts. It would be a lie to say they weren't worried, but they couldn't help at all. One can only pray in the mountains. No one can open a portal like Arak. There was no one who could kill in such a situation. So, the mountain range was quiet for a while, waiting for the return of Arak. Chapter 162 Winning. Time passed by, and the portal's diameter soon shrunk to 10 meters. It's only 10 meters. This was the size of the portal when the void worm spat it out. All the professionals clenched their fists, and some couldn't hold back and, rising up into the air, he unleashed his skills directly at the portal. Let's all give it a try. Now that the portal is small enough we might be able to blast it right through. A tall professional yelled from mid-air. The other professionals nodded at that, so all kinds of skills were flung over. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder for a while, and the wind was howling. Yet even though the portal was now only 10 meters in size, its defense was still amazingly strong. Surprisingly, the siege of these high-level professionals didn't have much effect on it. Time passed, and the portal was still slowly shrinking. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The portal's only a meter in diameter now. This size, not to mention barren. It's just that a normal adult wouldn't be able to stand and walk out. An anxious look came over the faces of all the people that. A few of the professionals even started trying to go and expand the portal. The scene was more than a little comical, and it was clear that at the very beginning, everyone wanted to close the portal as soon as possible. But now, they have to find a way to expand the portal, or else the wasteland won't be able to get out. However, this was completely ineffective and the portal was still shrinking. 1 meter, 90 centimeters, 80 centimeters. When the portal had shrunk to 80 centimeters in diameter, an abnormal tremor suddenly came from it, and then the crowd saw that an opening was violently opened above the blue light curtain. In the next second, a figure suddenly sprang out of it horizontally. It stabilized itself in midair with some distress. It's Desolate. He's coming out. It's out. It's really out. The crowd of professionals roared with excitement, and Fang Ji also revealed an excited expression. In midair, Arai, dressed in a black combat suit, turned around, looking towards the portal that had shrunk to half a man's height. The corner of his mouth curled up. He raised the 8 Desolate sword in his hand and mouthed the words. A moment later, a burst of blue light shone from the 8 waist sword, and the Desolate waved his arm and thrust the 8 Desolate sword forward viciously. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the center of the portal. Ding! An extremely crisp sound came out as the tip of the sword pointed on top of the portal. In the next instant, the blue light screen of the portal cracked open as if it were glass. Desolate grunted coldly, and with renewed force in his hand, the 8 Desolate swords stabbed inward a few more inches. Human! I remember you! A thunderous voice suddenly came from within the portal, followed by the blue light curtain exploded with a bang. Fang Ji's eyes widened as a wave of ecstasy welled up in his heart, for at this moment, that portal in the sky had nearly dissipated, leaving only a teeny tiny blue semicircle. Winning? Did we win? The portal shattered. Not bad for a dessert. As the murmurs of the professionals came from his ears, Fang Yi couldn't help but smile. But it wasn't over yet. Arak didn't relax like the others. He looked at the blue semicircle in front of him, and instead his brow grew tighter and tighter. Things were more complicated than he thought. The portal hadn't disappeared even after the energy supply was cut off. This blue semicircle was a backhand left behind by the abyssal creature's desperate efforts, and even he could not easily destroy it. The professionals on top of the mountain range soon realized the situation was wrong as well. The mood that had been so excited suddenly sank. However, Desolate is also the strongest professional in Blue Star, and he threw out the 8 Desolate swords in his hand. A solution was thought of in a very short time. It's just that it leaves some not so small pitfalls, and it can be costly. But there's no time to think about that much now. Seal the portal first. We'll talk about the future later. After making up his mind, Desolate lowered his head, and the 8 Desolate swords in his hand violently began to shrink. It instantly shrunk to the size of a palm. Seal! Desolate shouted, holding the 8 Desolate sword in his backhand and stabbing it directly on top of the blue semicircle. In the next instant, countless runes lit up, directly forming a thick chain net, and then these chains bound the blue semicircle with the 8 Desolate swords as the center. Immediately afterward, these chains began to shrink and tighten, and the blue semicircle seemed to try its hardest to resist. But in the end, it couldn't be done. As the crowd watched, the blue semicircle slowly shrunk and it eventually turned into a small orb with a diameter of only 5 centimeters, the surface of which was covered with densely packed chains, barely emitting any light. It was only at this moment that Arak's expression finally relaxed, and his heart gave a slight sigh of relief. It was the first time he had ever performed such a tactic, and it seemed to be working well now. Did it work? I think it worked. Look at that blue orb tied up tight. Well, I've heard of this means of sealing, and it's said to be extremely difficult to perform, but now it looks as if the desolation should have worked. In the crowd of professionals discussing the sound, Arak slowly fell to the ground. Fang Ji didn't finally get a good look at the other party's appearance until now. It was a man around 30 years old. His posture is as straight as a pine, and his face is as deep as a knife and axe, with a clear and very three-dimensional silhouette. He stood there as if he were the Lord of heaven and earth. A majesty that could not be ignored emanated from his hands and feet. A head of long, dark hair was casually draped behind her, fluttering wildly in the wind. It accentuates his wild and uninhibited temperament. Is this the strongest person at that time? Fang Ji muttered in his heart, a shocked look in his eyes. Desolate swept a glance at the people present, then landed his gaze on Wang Chongshan. General Wang, with this matter settled, I should return. The voice of Arak has an inexplicable magnetism that is intoxicating to the ear. Wang Chongshan smiled and nodded. Tough on you. Come back to home when you have time. Well, sure. Era also smiled, then suddenly thought of something and, looking around again, he seemed to be searching for something. Not far away from Wang Chongshan, Fang Ziyuan was observing the combat uniform on Arak. Suddenly, he felt eyes looking over. He looked up and realized it was Arak who was looking at him. The two of them stared at each other, and Fang Ji's heartbeat abruptly slowed down by a beat. An invisible sense of oppression completely no less than that of an abyssal monster descended. A few drops of sweat instantly appeared on Fang Ji's forehead. Nice! An extremely soft voice reached his ears, and Fang Ji froze for a moment. Then he realized that it was Arak talking. Araku complimented me? He said I'm not bad? Fang Ji was surprised in his heart. However, before he had time to react, he saw Arak rise up into the air and disappear into the sky. Chapter 163. It's over. It's over. The crisis that came so close to affecting all of humanity is over. The Abyssal portal has been sealed by desolation. And for 10 years, there is no way that the Abyssal creatures will ever enter Bluestar through this portal again. But humanity has also paid an extremely heavy price. First, let's talk about China. At the beginning of the crisis, China mobilized 65 giant runic cannons, all burned up after a few rounds of flak. And then, General Runhua launched an attack to the death. And although he now saved his life, but it's still unknown when he'll wake up. Immediately afterward, China joined forces with countries around the world and sent nearly 100 legendary items to the middle of the secret realm, successfully knocked out the outer frame of the portal. Finally, all the high-ranking professionals from around the world have gathered here too. Attack after attack was launched, and the arrival of Arakan was successfully delayed at the cost of more than 100 deaths. The entire Blue Star only had a total of over 400 high-level professionals, and almost half of them were lost in this battle. It's better for a big country like China, and it's likely that certain small countries will be unable to suppress the secret realm after losing these high-level professionals. In fact, the battle almost set back Blue Star's overall power by decades. The event of the Abyssal creature invasion was over for the time being, but its effects were far from over. Next, the nations of the world will face a backlash from the secret world, and if they don't respond well, a lot of people are going to die all over the world. Half a day later, Fang Yi returned to the Blue Star real world with the large group. Wang Chongshan didn't have any time to rest at all. He had received orders from his superiors after leaving the secret realm of the. He was asked to lead the army to another secret area in China that was rioting in the shortest possible time. And those high-level professionals who were seriously injured and did not die were also staying in hospitals within the country of China, taken care of by the highest paraprofessionals as well as life professionals. Fang Ji said goodbye to Big Eyes and the others at the entrance of the secret realm. The members of Yama's squad would take their captain to the capital to recuperate, while Fang Yi himself planned to meet Zhao Hongwu. Now that you've come to Dingbei City, you can't leave without a word. There was, after all, a group of people here who treated him genuinely. And there was one more person Fang Ji intended to go to. At this time, a small team had already arrived outside the door of the secret realm. This was the security personnel that the capital side had arranged for Fang Ji, and the leader was none other than his old acquaintance, Captain Li. With Fang Yun's current rank, whenever he left the capital, he had to be protected by a security team. It's hard and fast. Fang Yi smiled and greeted several acquaintances, including Captain Li, then got into the official car parked next to it. Go to the Dingbei Municipal Government Building. Fang Yi spoke to the driver, and then closed his eyes and began to rest. Although he hadn't been in the secret realm for a long time, Fang Ji felt mentally exhausted and was somewhat unable to lift his spirits. He knew that it was the aftermath of exuberance. Half an hour later, Fang Yi arrived at the government building. Zhao Hongwu didn't participate in the previous battle, even though he was also considered a high-level professional. And it's still the fighting kind. But as mayor, he's first and foremost responsible for the people of Dingbei City. So all this time, Zhao Hongwu has been evacuating and resettling the people of Dingbei City. And from time to time, he dispatched the nearby armies. After all, there was more than just the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost in Dingbei City. The other class of secret realm was also big trouble. Fang Yi walked into the government building and smoothly met the haggard Zhao Hongwu. The moment he saw Fang Yi, a wide smile appeared on Zhao Hongwu's face. The brow that had been furrowed for some reason stretched. Fang Yi is here. Sit. Zhao Hongwu greeted with incomparable enthusiasm. Fang Yi also revealed an affectionate smile. Brother Zhao, how have you been doing? Zhao Hongwu sighed deeply with a complicated expression. It's not too good, but it's okay. We won. Yeah, won. Fang Ji nodded heavily. The two exchanged pleasantries and told each other what had happened in the meantime. And after a few moments there was a knock on the office door. Enter. Zhao Hongwu looked up, then smiled at the person at the door and said, Old Lu, look who's here. Fang Ji, what a long time no see. The person who came in was none other than Secretary Lu. This usually meticulous Dingbei City butler was full of surprises. Fang Yi stood up and smiled and nodded at Secretary Lu. He hadn't informed any of them of his visit, and it was a surprise for the two oldest brothers. The three of them just chatted casually in the house. The atmosphere was cordial and natural. Zhao Hongwu and Secretary Lu hadn't taken Fang Yu as an outsider in the first place. Besides, this talented teenager had a qualitative improvement in his status. Time passed and it was soon evening. Zhao Hongwu then greeted Fang Yi and went to eat. The three of them headed towards the cafeteria. Although the entire city of Dingbei was now empty of people, but some public officials are still sticking to their posts, including, of course, some staff members of the cafeteria. The master chefs who are still in the cafeteria are some former ex-servicemen and women. They were not willing to evacuate along with the ordinary people, as soldiers. Even if they were to die, they would have to die at the forefront of the battlefield. Sitting in the empty cafeteria, Fong Ji looked around while eating, and in a short while, the group joked and laughed as they walked through the cafeteria doors. Although he didn't recognize the leader, the people behind him were all familiar to Fong Ji. It was also at this moment that a young girl in the group looked in the direction where Fong Ji was. The two of them locked gazes, and the young girl's eyes lit up in a flash. A smile tickled on his clear and stunning face. Just now, while chatting in the office, Fong Yu learned that Wang Yingxue, who had once received training with him, Zhao Debao and the others did not leave Dingbei City. At first they were living in a base of professionals, waiting for their superiors to transfer them at any time. After all, emergency evacuation of the city's people was a very tedious task, and they were more or less capable of suppressing some of those with bad intentions as combat professionals. Later, when the evacuation work was completed, Zhao Hangu wanted to arrange for them to leave together. However, Wang Yingxue was the first to step forward and rejected Zhao Hongwu's proposal, and her reason for refusing was simple. If the enemy breaches the secret realm, then we won't be safe wherever we go. So I'm not leaving. I'm going to fight the enemy here to the end. Wang Yingxue's words were quickly supported by the others. So this talented squad of professionals stayed on to take care of some of the usual support work. It's been a long time. In the cafeteria, Fong Yi stretched out his hand and looked at the young girl in front of him. His heart was delighted. Long time no see. Wang Yingshue's cool voice came out as she stretched out her hand, and there was also an undisguised joy in his eyes as he gently shook hands with Fong Yi. Zhao Hangu looked at the two with an inexplicable gaze, then coughed gently. Ahem, the rice will get cold in a bit, so we'll catch up after dinner. Fong Yi smiled and signaled Wang Yingxue and the girls to go eat first. There was still more time anyway. It's not so bad for a little while. Chapter 164 Zhao Debao. After dinner, Fong Yi left the cafeteria under Zhao Hongwu's teasing gaze, heading to the current residence of Wang Yingxue and the others. Because most of the professionals in the professionals base have left Dingbei City, so to make it easier to work, the ones that are still here now live around the government buildings. That's why Wang Yingxue and the others would come to the government cafeteria to eat. After walking along the empty street for about 10 minutes, Fong Yi saw a small building with lights still on. This was the place where some staff stayed late at night before. Now it's just right for the professionals to live in for a while. Downstairs in the small building, Wang Yingxue was wearing a white knee-length coat, and the whole person looked clear and beautiful. Now that it's fall, the temperatures are starting to drop and it's more or less cooler at night time. The two met, nodded to each other, and then walked down the street in silence. Fong Ji recounted everything he had experienced in the secret realm of the Phantom Ghost, and although Wang Yingxue responded very little, still, there was a look of concern in his eyes. On this journey, it was mainly Fong Ji who was talking and Wang Yingxue who was listening. The duo seemed a little awkward in this mode of being together, but they both felt comfortable and natural. Time quickly came to midnight, and Fong Yi yawned. Feeling that his spirit had begun to dissipate, he bid farewell to Wang Yingxue and returned to the residence that Zhao Hangu had prepared for him. The next morning, at 10:30, Fong Yi woke up from his bed in high spirits. He then shuffled around and took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A few blind tones sounded and a somewhat timid voice came out. Is that Fong Ji? What did you want to see me about? It's Zhao Debao's voice. In addition to visiting his acquaintances, Fong Yi came to Dingbei City this time to contact this gifted teenager. It's me. Do you have a moment now? Yes. There are no field assignments today. Then come to know. 3, 5th 4th Street. I have something to talk to you about. Fong Yi hung up the phone after saying that. Inside the small building behind the government building, Zhao Debao looked at his cell phone with some confusion. He didn't know exactly what Fong Ji was looking for him for, but after dwelling on it for a moment, he decided to go over and take a look. He thought that Fong Yu's status would not harm him. Packing up, Zhao Debao quickly went out the door. More than half an hour later, he arrived at No. 3, 5th 4th Street, a villa area that it was usually used to receive leaders or high-level professionals from other cities, so the surroundings were quite beautiful. Zhao Debao had never been here before, or rather, he couldn't enter here with his status, although there weren't any of those posts or guards around now. Walking down the lush paths of Zhao Debao was still inexplicably a bit rushed. Number 3. This is it. Zhao Debao looked at the sign on the doorway and, stepping forward, he knocked gently on the door of the exquisitely atmospheric room. After waiting for 2 seconds, the door of the room opened automatically, and Zhao Debao raised his head and saw Fong Ji who was walking towards him. Here you are, Debao. Feel free to sit down. What would you like to drink? Fang Yi welcomed him in and asked with a smile. Zhao Debao sat on the soft sofa, rubbed his hands together, and whispered, "Water will do." Fang Yi smiled and poured him a glass of water, then sat down across from him. "We're also considered friends, so I'll just say what I have to say." Fang Yi did not beat around the bush. Straight to the point, he said, "I have a project here that requires the assistance of a mechanic. If you can meet my requirements, I want you to come over and help me." As soon as Fang Yi's words came out, a shocked expression appeared on Zhao Debao's face. He rubbed his hands together again, his face changing expression several times then as if he had finally made up his mind, he slowly asked, "What needs to be demanded? You can tell me about your talent first." Fang Yi smiled, and in his heart, he was vaguely looking forward to it. Zhao Debao's talent should be good, or else he wouldn't have been chosen by the higher-ups of Dingbei City. "I'm a rare class mechanic with 2 talents. The first is to increase the success rate of mechanical creations, and the second is an active talent to parse and understand the structure and principles of mechanical creations." Fang Yi nodded as he sniffed. Both of these were highly practical talents, especially the second one, very practical for mechanics. "What about your skills?" Fang Yi asked again. "I'm currently level 15 and only have 1 skill." Zhao Debao revealed a bitter smile and, slowly, he said, "Mechanical overload, which allows mechanical creations to perform at 200% for a short period of time, but it will be damaged after the duration." Fang Yi's eyes lit up. This was a divine skill, while it may not be of much use now. Later on, with a little mechanical rejuvenation, then the effect that this skill played out would definitely stun many people's jaws. "Good. When do you have time?" Fang Yu asked with a smile on his face as he slapped his thigh. Zhao Debao scratched his head and asked with some uncertainty, "Am I meeting the requirements?" Fang Bai nodded his head. Then he slapped his head. "I haven't asked you if you're willing to do that. After all, if you come with me, you might not be able to return to Dingbei City for a long time." Zhao Debao's somewhat excited expression froze on his face when he heard Fang Yi say this. He hadn't really thought about it just now. Being a native of Dingbei City, he had been living here for many years, and if he suddenly left, he would be more or less sad to leave. "Can I think about it?" Zhao Debao said with some embarrassment. "Sure, I've been setting up North City for the past 2 days. Just talk to me when you're ready." Fang Yi agreed very painfully. Originally, Fang Yi wanted to invite Zhao Debao for a meal, but none of the restaurants in Dingbei City were open right now, so the two had to make do with a meal at the cafeteria. After lunch, Fang Yi returned to the villa and dialed Wan Yu's number. He had given the duo some tasks when he left the lab, and now he had time to just check on the progress. Wan Yu's side quickly picked up the phone, and Fang Yi's face showed a satisfied expression after making some inquiries. "All projects in the lab are moving forward in a systematic way, although there have been a few minor problems, but overall it was good. In the event that the preservation rune set cannot be miniaturized for the time being, the Wan Yu and Si Munan extended the storage time of the elixir for about 2 more months by combining various materials. Next up, as soon as Fang Chase can finish miniaturizing the preservation rune set, then this project is considered to be basically completed. At least for the current China is enough." And another item, the assembly line that Fang Ji had been working on had encountered some difficulties, and although Fan Xing had managed to improve it a bit, according to Wan Yu's description on the phone, Fang Yi was certain that the improved machine did not quite meet his requirements. But Fan Xing's limited talent, coupled with his own absence, being able to do all this was already quite difficult, so naturally Fang Ji had no complaints. Chapter 165 Bringing up New People. Fang Ji stayed in Dingbei City for 2 days, and on the first day he met those old acquaintances of his. The next day was spent helping Zhao Hangu refine some pills, which were said to be stormy in Bei City during this time. Some of the professionals had not been able to receive good medical treatment after their injuries, and it just so happened that Fang Ji now had the time, so he directly helped relieve some of the pressure on the medical team. The next evening, Fang Ji met Zhao Debao. The somewhat restrained teenager stood in front of Fang Ji and said with firm eyes, "I want to go to the capital with you." Fang Yi raised an eyebrow at his words and asked with a smile, "Have you thought about it?" "Yes. Think about it. There's no room for mechanic development over here in Dingbei City. Only your side can let me realize my worth." Zhao Debao's changed from his usual rushed manner and fluently spoke his inner thoughts. Fang Yi was really happy now. He patted Zhao Debao's shoulder and, Jing solemnly said, "Don't worry, on my side, I can definitely give you a better development." Since everything on this side was understood, Fang Ji didn't stay much longer. Early in the morning of the third day he boarded the flight back to the capital after bidding farewell to Zhao Hangu and Wang Yingxue and the others. He was accompanied by a sports-suited Zhao Debao. This teenager was surprisingly carrying a backpack that was about the same height as his body. and Fang Ji thought that the book bag had grown legs on its own when he saw him at first. No. Are you moving? Fang Ji patted this huge school bag. Zhao Debao's entire body shook and nearly sat on his butt. Don't shoot. Brother Fang, don't shoot. Zhao Debao hurriedly stopped it and an awkward smile ensued. My mom said this is my first time out of town, so I should bring everything with me somehow. It's really a big treasure. Fang Ji shook his head helplessly. The large backpack was then taken off Zhao Debao's shoulders. Zhao Debao only felt his entire body suddenly loosen up. I'll hold it for you, though there's everything over at the capital. But this is at least a piece of Auntie's heart, so don't return it. Fang Yi dumped his backpack on the luggage rack on the side. The craft started up and the pair took their places in their seats. Zhao Debao seemed to be a bit excited and kept asking Fang Ji about the capital city. Fang Yixiang was patient and chatted with him at first, but then Zhao Debao's questions became more and more outrageous and run off the rails. Fang Ji really had a bit of a headache. Then he had to take out the drawing of the assembly line primaries that he had previously shown Fan Xing and forcefully diverted the other party's attention. Zhao Debao's entire body was creeped out after seeing the drawings, and then instantly became immersed. Oh, so it can still be done like this. Zhao Debao let out an exclamation while watching, but the lamentation was a little loud, and at once attracted the attention of the other passengers. Fang Yi hurriedly told him to keep his voice down. Don't look like you've never seen the world before. So for the entire rest of the flight, Zhao Debao held the drawings that Fang Ji had given him, didn't move a single glance away. Finally, at noon, the duo landed in the capital. In the short 10 years of Zhao Debao's life, he had never traveled far from home. If he didn't count the secret realm, the furthest he had traveled was only the outskirts of Dingbei City. So following Fang Ji to the capital at this moment was arguably the biggest decision he had ever made in his life. Brother Fang, where are we going next and how do we get there? Zhao Debao was obviously much more relaxed now, and his speech wasn't as formal as before. Come with me. Captain Li and the others should have already made arrangements. I'm sorry, Fang Ji said and lifted his leg toward the outside of the flying field. Sure enough, Captain Li and a bunch of his crew were already waiting at the door. The two 7-seater official cars had started up with a slight humming sound. Team Leader Fang, are you going to the lab or home now? Captain Li stepped forward and asked with a smile. Fang Ji twisted his head to look at Zhao Debao and asked with a smile. Do you want to go to the lab first? Better get you settled into your luggage first. Zhao Debao put down the drawings he had been holding in his hands and said with a face full of excitement. To the lab. I want to see this thing in the flesh. No problem. Fang Yu nodded his head and, turning to Captain Li, he said, take us to the lab and leave the rest. Okay, Team Leader Fang. The official car sped down the road, and Zhao Debao looked out curiously through the window, looking at the scenery outside. The capital is the capital, after all, and all sorts of tall buildings are everywhere. Some of the locations that only existed in the pictures in the newspapers made Zhao Debao show a yearning expression. You can always go around these places when we're free after a while. Fang Yi smiled and said to Zhao Debao, the capital is arguably the best preserved city in all of China to date. Even during times of great turmoil, the capital has not experienced much upheaval, so some of the attractions that were famous in Fang Ji's time still exist in this era. It's only changed slightly since a couple of restorations. Soon, the party arrived at the second professional base, and after passing the examination at the entrance, Fang Ji returned to his lab without incident. Since it was now noon, Simu Nan was the only one in the lab. The other researchers and alchemists went to the cafeteria to eat, while Simu Nan couldn't leave because he was conducting a research. Then you can only be silent and hold on to your position alone. Of course, the fellows will call her back with her meal. What's the point of starving the only girl in the lab? Let me introduce. This is the new mechanic in our lab, called Zhao Debao. Fang Ji first introduced Simu Nan and Zhao Debao to each other. The two of them greeted each other, and before Fang Ji had time to say anything else, it was then that he saw Zhao Debao had scurried to the other side of the lab. What was placed there was precisely the second version of Fan Xing's improved assembly line, the first version of which had already been given to Mr. Wang. The old codger was said to be so in love with the assembly line that he had to wipe it down himself every day. Fang Ji couldn't say that this was a defective product that he had unintentionally made. It can only be kept from the other side for now. Fang, this side should be the feeder. Zhao Debao soon realized that there was a not-so-small difference between the drawings in his hands and the real thing, and he circled the assembly line twice, then pointed to one end and said. Fang Yu nodded and walked up to explain to him carefully. The drawings do show a second version of the. However, Fan Xing obviously added some of his own ideas to the production, which was also requested by Fang Ji. As a mechanic of this age, Fan Xing actually had a set of his own understanding of the mechanics, and in order to be able to utilize 100% of the effects of the rune sets on the assembly line, the the assembly line itself needs some localization. So the final product was a little different from Fangji's conception. Of course, with his eyesight he could still easily see the full structure of the assembly line, so the two of them began to discuss it with each other. Chapter 166 New Skills. In the lab, the more Fang Yi talked to Zhao Debao, the more alarmed he became. This seemingly shy and nervous teenager once involved in his own field of expertise will be like a different person. Not only can easily keep up with the rhythm of the upper by one, even when talking is also clear. Even the occasional question Fang Ji asked required a reaction before he could answer. The two of them just chatted, and the time soon came to 1:30 p.m. Fan Xing wiped his mouth and came in from outside. Then at a glance he saw the group leader with a stranger looking left and right in front of his machine. Fan Xing was startled and hurriedly came up. Team leader! Fan Xing shouted, waking up Fang Ji and Zhao Debao who were discussing. Fang Ji turned his head and revealed a smile as he looked at Fan Xing and said, Fan Xing let me introduce you. Soon, Zhao Debao and Fan Xing got to know each other, and to be honest, Fan Xing didn't have much goodwill towards the teenager in front of him who looked to be less than 20 years old. So young, I guess the rank wasn't high. How much mechanical knowledge could he know? But he did not show this emotion, but joined in the discussion as if nothing had happened. As Fang Yi talked to the two of them, he suddenly heard his stomach growl. With that, I realized it was now 4 in the afternoon. Okay, let's call it a day. We'll go get something to eat first. Fang Yi took a long breath and looked at Fan Xing and Zhao Debao and said, Good. Fan Xing nodded and pointed at the assembly line and asked, Team leader, then the next improvements. Starting tomorrow, you and Zhao Debao will work together on the improvement of the. Feel free to communicate with me if you have any questions. I should be in the lab all this time. Fang Yi said after thinking for a while. Okay team leader. Fang Yi responded and waved his hand at Zhao Debao, and the two of them walked out of the lab together. Inside the room, Fan Xing's eyes flickered. Various thoughts in his mind. From the discussion he had just had, he realized that this teenager who didn't look too smart was actually very talented in mechanics, and if the two were at the same level, he definitely wasn't as outstanding as Zhao Debao. Gotta think of a way not to let you get too far ahead. Fan Xing muttered in his mind. Honestly, 4 o'clock or so is a very awkward time. Too early for dinner, too late for lunch. However, thinking that it was Zhao Debao's first time in the capital today, Fang Yi decided to take him to taste the specialties over here. After a steaming hot pot, Fang Ji again arranged Zhao Debao in a single apartment in the professional base. As the leader of the experimental team, this permission Fang Ji still had. Leaving from the single apartment, Fang Ji headed directly to the Hall of Fate. Draw card. Fang Yi chanted while doing so, he placed the destiny fragment in his hand next to the destiny crystal. Golden light flashed, and a card with a golden color appeared above the destiny crystal. Fang Yi reached out and took it, and then a surprised expression appeared on his face. Resource A la carte treasure chest. What the hell is this? Fang Ji looked carefully, and the item description instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, treasure chest of choice of resources, legendary. Description, you can choose any 10 items from this chest, all of which are of rare quality. Fang Ji's eyes widened. This thing just looked awesome. 10 rare level items is equivalent to drawing 10 purple cards in a row. According to the capital side, professionals draw cards twice a month. On average, it takes 10 times for a purple card to come out. To calculate 10 purple cards and 10 rare level items will take almost 5 years to draw. That's still the capital city's rich in resources for professionals. If it were any other remote city's professionals, it might take a month or 2 to draw a card, so it would take at least 10 or 8 years to draw 10 rare items. Fang Yi calmed his excitement for a moment, then opened the resource optional treasure chest. Fang Yi instantly realized what he should do. By selecting the virtual image of a certain item and holding it out, such item can be transformed from virtual to real. It's also considered a choice once. It's going to take some thinking about what to choose. Fang Ji muttered. In fact, he's got no shortage of ordinary resources right now. Whether it was the resource subsidies given to him by the state or the status of an experimental group, it was in order to bring in a lot of resources that were normally hard to get. So what he chooses now has to be what he needs and is hard to get his hands on at a moment's notice. Putting the treasure chest away, Fang Yi returned home. This disaster of the Abyssal creature invasion had cost him the legendary scroll and the 8 desolate sword. But there are still some gains to be made. That's right, the 8 desolate swords didn't belong to him for now. Arakan uses the 8 desolate swords to unleash a very rare sealing skill, and the price was the 8 desolate swords themselves. Until a way is found to close the abyssal portal once and for all, the 8 desolate sword had to be suppressed all the way in the secret realm of the spectral ghosts, and there was no way for Fang Ji to get it back in a short period of time. Because the 8 desert sword is Fang Ji's personal property, the senior management and the deserts have promised He would find a way to compensate Fang Ji and definitely not let him suffer. Fang Ji didn't have any opinion on this matter. After all, the 8 Desolate Sword itself was at a very high level. He also didn't have a way to dispel the power of the abyss, so he couldn't just use it once and put his life on the line. As for the harvest in the secret realm of the ghosts, it was the substantial increase in the profession level. Fang Ji's 3 professions now. The alchemist had risen to level 30. Forgers and runesmiths, on the other hand, are a bit lower in rank. The increase in career level naturally brought with it new skills, and Fang Ji had briefly looked at them earlier. It wasn't specifically attempted, and now I have the time just to mull it over. First was the alchemist's 30th level skill, Potion Promotion. This is a very powerful active skill that, the effect is to forcibly raise the grade of an elixir by 1 level. However, the cooling time is very long and you need a month between each use. In other words, Fang Ji was guaranteed to obtain a legendary grade elixir every month. With this skill, some very rare elixirs can be of high quality. After looking at the alchemist then looking at the Forge Master, the Forge Master's 10th level skill was named Accelerated Forging. It's a skill with a very simple effect that, as the name suggests, it can shorten the time of forging an item, and depending on the type and grade of the item, the time shortened after the skill takes effect will be different. It can be shortened by up to 60% and at least 30%. On the surface the skill doesn't seem strong, but in reality, it has overly strong skill effects. Normal forge masters who awaken accelerated forging, at most, it could only shorten the forging time by 20 to 30%, whereas with Fang Yi's skill, the starting point was 30%, and it could even shorten it by more than half at most. This allowed Fang Ji to continuously forge multiple powerful items in a very short period of time. It's anticlimactic. Chapter 167 Success. All this time Fang Ji had seldom performed forging, so his forger's rank had not broken through 20. It just came to 18. So that's the only Forge Master skill he has right now. Legendary professions are too difficult to upgrade. Although those powerful abyssal creatures provided a lot of experience, Fang Ji hadn't really participated in killing them after all, so his share of experience wasn't much. However, in terms of runes Fang Ji used them more frequently, and his own rune master level was in the teens, so this time it happened to break through to level 24. Rune Master level 20 skill, Eye of Formation. This is a passive skill with a strong, if not extremely strong, effect. After acquiring this skill, Fang Ji could then very easily see through the interfering resonance relationship between runes and runes, and directly find the loopholes in the rune set. In other words, Fang Ji could now continue to complete the improvement of the quality-preserving rune set. With the blessing of the Eye of Runes, he could quickly find ideas to improve the rune set and miniaturize it in a short period of time. This skill is a real solution to his immediate needs. It is estimated that the containers for long-time storage of elixirs will be completed soon. Early the next morning, Fang Ji had a simple breakfast downstairs before rushing to the lab. Almost all the experimenters and researchers in the lab have arrived. Fang Ji didn't specify the working hours of the lab, but these people usually arrived early and could be considered very motivated. Wan Yu, Si Munan, you guys are mainly responsible for the improvement of the container today, and without any surprises, I will come up with a miniaturized preservation rune set in a short time, and at that time you will have to conduct final experiments to make sure that the results can be as expected. Fang Yi said solemnly. Yes. The two nodded heavily. Fang Ji smiled and turned his gaze to Fan Xing and Zhao Debao on the side. You two figure out how to produce a third version of the assembly line in the meantime. I'm not asking for much. It's okay to be able to increase efficiency by 3% over the second version of the assembly line. Fan Xing and Zhao Debao glanced at each other after hearing this, then nodded as well. Yes, team leader. Alright, get to work. Fang Yi clapped his hands and turned around to enter his own exclusive lab room. He sat down at his desk and carefully looked at the research materials he had previously summarized and organized for the preservation rune set. At this moment, in Fang Ji's gaze, those runes changed and the connection between each rune and rune became clearer than ever, and some deeply hidden disturbances revealed themselves. Fang Yi's eyes lit up. Then he took out his seal talisman pen and tried it out in the air. As time passed by, the group of runes under Fang Yui's pen became more and more perfect and smaller, until, finally, the group of preservation runes shrunk to the size of a palm. Each rune was not yet as big as a peanut. Fang Ji's eyes were glowing and his heart was filled with joy. Finally finished for you. He took a long stretch and, turning his head, he suddenly realized that it was now after 9 p.m. I'll go. It's so late. Fang Yi was shocked in his heart. Then he slapped his head and, I didn't realize how quickly time could pass when I was immersed in research. He stood up, pushed the door open and walked out, leaving only Wan Yu in the lab. Everyone else has finished their research for the day. Wan Yu, why haven't you left yet? Fang Yi asked curiously. Team leader, I thought you hadn't eaten all day, so I left you a meal. Wan Yu smiled and took out a lunchbox from a side table. Fang Yi's eyes lit up and he patted Wan Yu's shoulder, then picked up his lunchbox and grubbed it up. Well, it's warm and just right. It looks like Man Yu warms up his lunchbox every once in a while, to make sure he gets a hot bite no matter what time he comes out. Why are you so meticulous as a big man? Have to say though, lad, you've gone wide. After dinner, Fang Yi wiped his mouth and he then handed over the rune set he had just completed into Wan Yu's hands. This is a miniaturized set of preservation runes. You and Simunin will find someone to carve it into the container tomorrow and try the effect. Okay team leader, I'll start first thing in the morning. Wan Yu took it solemnly and the heart was beyond shocked. The leader's so good, too, that he's finished miniaturizing the rune group. After how long it's been since then. He had more or less learned about runes and understood that every little bit of this rune set was extremely difficult, let alone shrinking it so small. The leader of the group was saying before that he had no ideas and kept failing. I didn't expect this to be completed just after returning from the secret world. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'll return first. Fang Yi patted Wan Yu's shoulder again and then turned and left the lab. Inside the room, Wan Yu looked at the rune set in his hands with both eyes glowing. It's so precise. The runes are like art when you put them together. He had never seen such an aesthetically pleasing rune set. Fang Yi yawned and returned home, and after a brief wash, he fell asleep. For the next few days, Wan Yu and Si Munan had been conducting tests and experiments on the rune set. They inscribed a miniaturized set of preservation runes onto a small porcelain vial slightly larger than the palm of their hand, and then simulated the passage of time through accelerating runes, ultimately coming to a startling conclusion. This miniaturized rune set is surprisingly much more effective than the previous large rune set. According to the results of the current experiment, this small porcelain vase can store pills for more than a year and a half, and in layman's terms, that is, within a year and a half, the potion will not lose more than 20% of its medicinal properties. This result was beyond the expectations of many people. After all, they had only thought of preserving the pills for a year in the first place, and now Fang Ji's side had directly increased the time of storing the pills by half. Good. Write me a report and I'll go get you guys credit. Fang Ji was in a good mood, not only because the experiment was successful, but more importantly, he discovered two very talented experimenters. Unexpected joy. Man Yu and Si Munan really had an unexpected joy. At first, Fang Ji was just pulling the tallest out of the shortest, but it turned out that he didn't expect to find two talents. This is considered drawing a gold card, Fang Ji thought in his heart. On the other hand, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao's side wasn't so smooth. Originally, according to yesterday's chat between the three, this assembly line only need to re-improve the design of some links can make a more significant increase in efficiency. But the actual operation of the matter, they found that it is far from being as simple as imagined. Something like the assembly line has a ring to it. Changes here and there need to be made. Otherwise there will be some errors in the application process. And machinery isn't human, after all, and can't accurately determine the state of each herb that. Once this herb is a little broken or strange looking, then the machinery makes a mistake in handling it. That's why Fang Yi said yesterday, getting machinery to handle herbs is an almost impossible thing to accomplish. Chapter 168 Acceptance and Reward of Merit. Fang Yi suggested a thought yesterday that, in his day and age, the really high-end assembly lines have automated all aspects of the process, with the worker playing only a supervisory role in most cases. That's why Fang Yi also wanted to design such an assembly line. As long as Fan Xing and Zhao Debao could solve some of the problems with how the machinery handled the medicinal herbs, then the efficiency of the entire assembly line would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Industrialized alchemy is also kind of on the agenda. But this is a little too difficult. Each herb looks different, some with long branches and some with short ones. Some only need stamens while others need petals. If one were to design a processing session for each common herb, then the whole assembly line would become so bloated that it wouldn't fit in one room. So they had to come up with a way to handle multiple herbs at once. Fang Ji could recall some of the assembly lines of his time. Most of the links in there can only be used for reference, though, as there are no computers in this day and age to program the pipeline for this leads them to design an assembly line that is a bit of a four-way street. But it's a good thing there are still runes in this era. In fact, when it comes down to it, the rune thing is really like a circuit board when it's miniaturized. The dense aggregation of runes did have an otherworldly beauty. Fang Ji's plan was to simplify the process of handling medicinal herbs through runes, categorizing some of the common herbs and grouping any that are treated in a similar way inside one process. This greatly reduces the complexity of each part of the assembly line, but it's a pain in the ass to do, at least for now. Through his observations over the past few days, Fang Yi realized that Fan Xing and Zhao Debao were very complementary to each other. Fan Xing is good with his hands and can hand rub out parts of an assembly line, while Zhao Debao is good at theories that. He understood some of Fang Ji's ideas at a glance, and could even come up with some ideas that made even Fang Ji's eyes light up, as long as the two worked together a little better. Fang Ji believed that they would soon be able to come up with a third version of the assembly line. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye it came to 15 days later. The report on the method of storing the elixir that Fang Yi had handed over to Bai Fu had already arrived in the hands of the higher-ups in China. This report should have been reviewed by the senior management a week ago, according to the normal procedure. But after China lost a third of its high-level professionals, the matter of suppressing the secret realm became troublesome. That's why the higher-ups have been focusing their energies on the secret realm this whole time. They must ensure the lives and safety of the people first. Everything else can be put on hold. But half a month isn't that long. On the side of the Presbyterian house, a commissioner was sent over soon after the report was seen. At the entrance of the laboratory, Fang Ji met the commissioner of the Elder Academy, a middle-aged man with very ordinary looks but a very calm temperament, Jinbo. Hello, Commissioner Jane. Fang Yi extended his hand and shook the other party with a smile on his face. Jinbo smiled broadly and said in an unhurried tone, I'll be troubling team leader Fang in the next few days. It's what I'm supposed to do. Let me introduce. These two are my secretary and Master Wei respectively. After getting to know each other, Fang Yi led Jinbo and his group of 3 into the lab. It's reasonable to say that for such an important research project, the acceptance team couldn't be more than 10 times larger. However, the acceptance process and staffing in this era was obviously very different from his own era, so Fang Yi wouldn't ask much. At this moment, in addition to Wan Yu and the others in the lab, there was also Elder Wang and Elder Zhou who had come over early. The two old men were full of smiles at this moment, looking at Fang Ji as if he was looking at his own child. Half a month ago, when Fang Yi told them that he had successfully crafted a container that could store pills for more than a year, their first reaction was disbelief. But after seeing the experimental data, Elder Wang and Elder Zhou's bright laughter spread throughout the lab. However, for insurance reasons, the two of them reran the experiment. It's not that Fang Ji is suspected of faking the results of his experiments. Rather, it is to confirm that all experimental data are correct. These containers are ultimately meant for thousands of professionals in China. Incorrect data can have immeasurable consequences. Besides, Elder Zhou and Elder Wang didn't want to leave the top brass empty-handed. Or rather, they wanted to protect Fang Ji. If there was a problem with this result submitted by Fang Ji, then some people with bad intentions might make an issue of it, which was a very troublesome thing. So, Elder Zhou and Elder Wang put down their side of the experiment. After soaking in Fang Ji's lab for 3 consecutive days, the final data obtained was exactly the same as the data in Fang Ji's report. Yes, great. Zhou Lao clapped his hands and looked at Fang Ji with great satisfaction. He and Wang Lao think differently than Fang Ji. They still preferred to solve the problem of elixir storage through the combination of materials. As it turns out, though, Fang Chase's thinking is a little better. Time returned to the present, and Zhou Lao looked at Jianbo with a smile on his face. Jambo, it's been a long time. Elder Zhou, you are still in such good spirits. Jianbo took 2 steps forward and, respectfully, he shook hands with Elder Zhou. Fang Yi looked at the two curiously, and Elder Zhou smiled. Slowly, he explained, the department that Jianbo was in before overlapped with the program I was in charge of at the time, and we've dealt with each other for several years. With Zhou Lao, this layer of relationship, a lot of things on a lot of things is much simpler. Of course, it is unlikely that Jianbo will relax his standards as a result. Fang Yi and Zhou Lao accompanied Jianbo in the experiment for 2 whole days. The acceptance of the experimental program was successfully completed. At noon on the 3rd day, in a box in the cafeteria of the professional's base, Fang Yi raised his wineglass. Smiling, he said to Jianbo, "Trouble Commissioner Jian in the past 2 days. I'll do one first." The meal was a good one, and none of the people drank too much, just enough to get the point across. In the afternoon, Jianbo and his group boarded an official car and returned to the elder house. Fang Yi stood in the lab and clapped his hands, smiling at the group of fellows. He said, "Everyone has worked hard this time, and I won't engage in any falsehoods. Let's come directly to the real thing." With that said, Fang Yi swept his gaze across. Seeing the anticipation in the eyes of the fellows, he paused and continued. Bonus, $150,000 each. Vacation, 15 days each. Wow. Yeah. All the fellows got excited and, for a middle-tier professional like them, whose occupational grade and rank were relatively average, 150,000 was not a small amount of money. The purchasing power of the Chinese currency in this era is very strong, and with this money, many of them then have the opportunity to take another step on the path of a professional. Fang Yi looked at the cheering crowd with a big smile. He then dropped his gaze to Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan on the side. These two are of great merit and should be heavily rewarded. Chapter 169 2 Military Honors. Because it is a national laboratory, Fang Yi has a lot of authority and resources. He'd already thought about the rewards for completing the project before. Moreover, the credit of Wan Yu and Simu Nan's side was actually not weaker than his at all if he were to put it hard. Both of you. The prize money is $600,000 each. Fang Yi burst out a shocking number when he opened his mouth. In this day and age, $600,000 was basically enough to purchase a fairly decent property in a more marginalized part of the capital. And yes, the economic situation in China was now very different from what it had been back when Fang Ji was there. Hearing this figure, both Wan Yu and Simu Nan sucked in a breath of cool air. Unbelievably, he looked at Fang Ji. They thought there might be quite a bit of prize money in this program, but they didn't think it would be this much. They had wondered how much they would have when Fang Yi said that each researcher in the lab had a bonus of $150,000 earlier, and now after hearing the figure of $600,000, both of them froze for a few seconds. Team leader. 60 million. Really? Wan Yu stammered and asked. Fang Yi smiled faintly. What am I lying to you for? Take what's given to you, he said, picking up 2 cards from a side table and, after a brief glance he gave one to Wan Yu and Simu Nan. There were also banks in this era, but there was a difference between bank cards and the ones Fang Ji had seen. What is placed inside the card is no longer a chip that can be read, but a rune array inscribed with special runes, through which the bank can then determine the identity of the cardholder, which is also reliable in terms of security. Thanks, team leader. Thanks, team leader. Wan Yu and Simu Nan were full of excitement as they received the bank card, both hands even trembling a little. But the two of you don't have a vacation. Fang Yi bared his teeth and smiled. The next experimental program will still require your continued participation, but I guarantee that if you follow me, you don't have to worry about the welfare above. You'll have what I have. Wan Yu nodded heavily, and Simu Nan also gave an excited Well, I'll spare you the superfluous words, and clear your hands of the work of. Then you can go home and rest for a while. Fang Ji's words were addressed to the fellows. Now that the next phase of the study has not yet begun, there is just time to give them a vacation. After the meritocracy was finished, Fang Yi turned his head and started discussing the assembly line with Fan Xing and the others. 3 days later, early in the morning, Fang Ji had just come out of his house when he received a call from Bai Fu. Fang Ji, come over to my place and I'll show you a few good things. Bai Fu's tone resumed the kind of seductive and charming feeling from before, and Fang Ji only felt itchy in his heart when he listened to it. Okay, Auntie Bai. He hurriedly hung up the phone and lifted his leg towards Bai Fu's office. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi sat on the sofa in his office. With a big smile, Bai Fu took out 2 awards from the drawer as well as a medallion that shone brightly. Fang Ji's eyes widened, instantly realizing what this was. By the look of you, you should have already guessed it. Bai Fu stood up and lightly moved her lotus steps. Walking to Fang Ji in a graceful manner, she placed both the award and the medal on the table in front of the sofa. Fang Ji held his breath and looked at the military commendation on the table. You've earned 2 military honors this time around. C and B. Truth be told, I haven't gained such a high grade of military honors in so many years, and you kid got them all at once. Bai Fu's tone sounded a bit sour. Fang Yi smiled and looked at Bai Fu and said softly, how about this C grade for you, Aunt Bai? If you want me to get laid off, just say so. Bai Fu glared at Fang Ji. It's not natural to give away something like military honors. Bai Fu was also just trying to joke around with the teenager in front of him. This Class C military merit is your reward for turning in a legendary item and saving Renhua's life. And that Class B military honor is your reward for participating in the resistance against the Abyss. Bai Fu pointed to the medal on the table and continued. This is the medal that comes along with the Class B military merit. And with it, you'll be qualified to stand in the auditorium on the National Day. Fang Yi lowered his head and quietly admired the medal. The main color of gold and red, the emblem of the state and the 5-pointed star shine in the sunlight. Even the pattern on the medallion chain is extremely elaborate. It was the first time Fang Yi had seen such an exquisite medal, and to be honest, he never thought he would one day be honored at such a high level by the state. Beautiful. He reached out and cupped the medallion in his hand. What was supposed to happen was that there was supposed to be a recognition ceremony for your group. The Elder Academy side will personally give you the awards. Bai Fu sighed and said, but now that the situation is special, the commendation assembly can only be postponed. Fang Ji frowned a little at his words. He vaguely felt as if something was wrong with the situation, so he hastened to ask, what happened? The secret riot can't be suppressed anytime soon. A touch of sadness surfaced on Bai Fu's face. For more than half a month, all the countries in the world have been trying to find a way, but there are too few high-level professionals this instant. Some countries are already completely unable to resist the secret realm with their own power. The state of China. including the American Federation. The European Union and the Soviet Union have sent troops to certain small countries, but this is not the way to go. We can't keep supporting those countries indefinitely, and there's a lot of pressure at home right now. Originally, any secret realm of grade A and B should be guarded by high-level professionals, but now that there are no high-level professionals in some secret realms, those foreign beasts have lost their deterrent. It's starting to get bolder. You should understand that if the whole of China's secret realm riots, the consequences won't be much worse than an abyssal invasion. Fang Ji nodded heavily. He understood what Bai Fu said about these situations, but it was reasonable to say that the more times like this, the more recognition should be arranged, and the more needed in times of crisis is such behavior to boost morale and cohesion. The act of postponing recognition, more or less unreasonable. I don't know the exact reason. The top must have their considerations. Shaking her head, Pave continued, but one thing I'm sure of is that you're going to be busy soon. Fang Yi stood up with a sniff. There's a new mission? Not yet. But since you've come up with containers for storing pills, then next the higher-ups must be planning to stockpile a batch of commonly used elixirs, plus those normally consumed in the military. Do you think the alchemist community will be busy as hell next? Bai Fu looked at Fang Ji and said slowly. Fang Ji sighed. It was indeed such logic. Looks like we'll have to get the assembly line out soon. He thought silently in his mind. Coming out of Bai Fu's office, Fang Yi wandered towards his lab. He felt that there was something fishy about what the higher-ups were doing this time, but he couldn't think of a specific reason. Don't think about it. Work first. Chapter 170 South Lake City. After returning to the lab, Fang Yi continued to ponder over the third version of the assembly line with Fan Xing and Zhao Debao. After so many days of discussion, the basic framework of the third version of the pipeline has been finalized. Next comes the more tedious part of link design. At the moment, there was an old man with gray hair inside the lab besides Fang Ji and the others. Feng, I don't think it's reasonable for you to design it this way. Isn't it better to put here again? Elder Wang looked at the drawing in his hand with a serious expression and pointed at a certain piece of it and said. Fang Yi followed the direction of the other party's finger and then nodded. Well, Elder Wang, you have a point. Let me think about it. After saying that, Fang Yi took the drawings to the side and discussed with Zhao Debao. Originally, Fang Yi hadn't thought of involving Elder Wang. After all, this kind of thing involving the three fields of mechanics, runes, and alchemy was difficult for the general public to understand. And besides, Elder Wang was getting on in years, and his thinking was definitely not as sharp and active as that of a young man. But what Fang Yi didn't expect was that Elder Wang had a good understanding of machinery. Even though he's not a mechanic, he can pop up with some very insightful ideas from time to time. There was even a time when they directly corrected Zhao Debao's thoughts that had already run off course. Fang Ji was puzzled by this. He had never heard anyone else mention this talent of Elder Wang's. If I had known that Elder Wang was capable of this, he'd previously designed the first version and messed around with Wang directly. So then one time over a drink, Fang Chui asked the question, Elder Wang, when did you learn this mechanical knowledge? Ha ha. Elder Wang laughed a few times and, very frankly, in fact, I was very obsessed with machinery when I was a child. And there was a time when I even stayed up for days and nights researching. Also built some less subtle gadgets. But then I awakened, alchemist, and this hobby had to be abandoned for the time being. After all, I'm very talented and highly regarded by the higher-ups. There were some similarities between that time and the present. The higher-ups were in dire need of some rarer elixirs, so I was temporarily appointed, and pounced on alchemy with all my heart and soul. The mechanical side of things got rusty, but then, as I got higher and higher up the ladder, I had fewer and fewer chances to get out in the usual way. I also got back into figuring out the mechanical side of things. But it's something that only a very few people know about, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Although Fang Ji felt a bit surprised. After all, the vast majority of people in this era wouldn't want to know about machinery. And with the fate crystals and the rune system, machinery was actually kind of useless. But this talent of Wang's was more or less a surprise. It's a big benefit to their current research. And at this point, Fang Ji also finally realized that. Why did Elder Wang come up with something like an artificial assembly line to improve the efficiency of alchemy in the first place? It's another angle of thinking that comes with drilling machinery that. It was an angle that Elder Zhou and the others would not have thought of at all under normal circumstances. But he hasn't had a complete education in the subject, after all. So the artificial assembly line that was eventually figured out was crude and rudimentary. Luckily, he met Fang Ji. Fang Ji brought with him the advanced ideas of his former life. In a way it even turns many people's imaginations upside down. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it came to 5 days later. With the persistent efforts of the crowd, the third version of the assembly line has been largely completed for the most part. Only some of the more tedious aspects remain to be designed and manufactured. And just as Fang Yi and the others were planning to complete the assembly line in one go, a single notice from the higher-ups moved the entire professional base. Effective immediately, all professional bases in the country of China are put on a state of combat readiness. All unofficial professionals are not allowed to enter the secret realm. Everything is focused on the stability of the situation. It's worse than expected. In the cafeteria, Fang Yi looked at Elder Zhou and Elder Wang in front of him and said slowly. Elder Zhou nodded, his brows furrowing involuntarily. I've heard that the foreign beasts over in South Lake City have already breached the secret realm gate. Elder Wang is not surprised by his words. Fang Ji immediately widened his eyes. When did this happen? Why haven't I heard about it? An hour ago. My dick sent me back a message. I'm sorry, said Elder Wang in a heavy tone. Fang Ji and Elder Zhou glanced at each other, a look of worry in their eyes. I guess we're going to have a mission here soon, Zhou Lao suddenly said coldly. Yeah, especially once this new type of container from Fang came out. The orders for pills will absolutely skyrocket. Elder Wang inhaled a mouthful of porridge and said slowly. How's the assembly line you guys got going? Zhou Lao asked as he looked at the two. It's going to take a little while. Elder Wang had a flash of light in his eyes. The final product can definitely startle you. Zhou Lao raised an eyebrow at his words and laughed out loud. Then I'll be waiting. At this moment, in the city of Nanhu, China, an army of 5,000 men was fending off the foreign beasts that kept rushing out of the secret realm gate. Those monsters were huge and numerous. Very easily the soldiers who pressed forward were repulsed. Next to the logistics park by the 3rd Ring Road in South Lake City, a bald, burly man was filled with anxiety, was talking non-stop to the other side of his cell phone, while at his side, a dozen staff officers stared at the sand table in front of them. Unceasingly, he deduced the next battle. South Lake City, the first city in China to be knocked out of the secret door by an alien beast. The Class B secret realm was too strong, and in the absence of a high-level professional to guard it, ordinary armies couldn't resist those terrifying alien beasts after all. And for another very important reason. That is, they don't have rune cannons. All the rune cannons in South Lake City were pulled to Ding Bay City before. So when the beasts riot on a large scale and rush out of the secret realm, the army can only use their bodies to top them. There's no way to repel it with a rune megacannon. At the moment, the swarms of alien beasts were closing in on the city center, and the soldiers were trying desperately to stop them. With his life he delayed the enemy's attack again and again. However, the number of soldiers was limited, and once it was spelled out, South Lake City would fall completely. Sir, support from Shijiang City is on its way, but we need to hold off the enemy for at least 3 hours. An officer ran in through the door and, looking at the bald, burly man who had just hung up the phone, he said in a loud voice. The bald, burly man's eyes lit up, and then he slammed his cell phone down on the table. In a stern voice, he shouted, inform the front line to stop the enemy outside the 3rd ring. The evacuation of the people of South Lake City will take another 2 hours. Yes. A staff officer stood up violently and ran towards the door after answering. The bald, burly man looked at the sandbox not far away and couldn't help but mutter. It must be blocked. Definitely. Chapter 171. Here comes the mission. West River City sent support. And that's good news. Indeed. But the bald, burly man's mood didn't relax in the slightest. The secret area was lost so quickly that the South Lake City Council didn't even have time to react to it. In order to ensure the evacuation of all the people in the city, the bald, burly man and his army would have to hold out for a minimum of 4 hours beyond the 3rd Ring Road. And now, 2 hours have passed. Honestly, the losses were greater than the bald, burly man could have ever imagined. He was well aware of the fighting strength of these soldiers under his command, and wanted to hold out for 4 or 5 hours. It was too hard, too much of a struggle. Something must be done. The bald, burly man dropped his gaze to the sandbox and, where the enemy's attack routes were clearly marked after they broke out of the secret realm, and now they were being blocked by the soldiers beyond Xiang Lake. There was a standoff for about an hour. Xianghu. The bald, burly man suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes and got up violently to the edge of the sandbox. From the sand table, it appears that there is a dam at the edge of the battlefield. If this dam is blown up, the water from Shanghu Lake can flow downstream, creating a natural barrier that keep the enemy out for a long time. But that would destroy the viability of the city of South Lake, and would require a very costly recovery afterward. The economic losses are even greater. The bald, burly man really didn't want to do this if he didn't have to. Let's see if there's anything else we can do. Just as the bald and burly man and the others were at a loss, outside the city of South Lake, a 15-member squad was running at an extremely fast speed. All of them were wearing dark red robes, obviously a hidden squad from China. We're still half an hour away from South Lake City. Everyone speed up. At the front of the group, A valiant female professional turned her head and said, "Yes," the team replied in unison. The female professional nodded and took out her cell phone and dialed a number, which was quickly answered. Her voice was slightly distorted in the gale. "General Meng, we have half an hour before we arrive in Nanhu City. Give me an idea of what's going on in the battlefield right now." Bald, burly man, on the edge of the Third Ring Road in South Lake City. General Meng, who was also known as General Meng in the mouth of the female professionals, stared with wide eyes and glanced at the number on the cell phone with some surprise. "Jubilee, you came to back me up?" After General Meng's surprise, ecstasy welled up within him. "Yes, but now is not the time for nonsense. Tell me the situation as soon as you can. Don't delay." Vermilion Bird's voice was clear and cold, and she said in a competent and incomparable manner, "Aha! The battlefield is now located at." General Meng described the situation to Zhu Yao in a rapid tone, then instructed somewhat uneasily, "You guys be careful. These monsters have very strange methods." "Well, don't worry. We have experience." Jubilee did a quick comb through her mind and then continued, "Keep in touch if there's a situation, and let's step up our rush." With that, Jubilee hung up the phone. General Meng sat in the command room, his mind slightly relaxed. With the help of the Vermilion Bird Squad, it's expected that things will get better. At least holding out until support arrives shouldn't be a problem. That would also eliminate the need to blow up the dam. That plan was a bit too costly. On the other hand, in the second base of the capital professionals, Fangji officially received the notification that it was determined that South Lake City had been attacked by the Fae. In the lab, Simu Nan's face was ugly as he stood in front of Fang Yi and said anxiously, "Team leader, I'd like to speak to my family." Fang Yi could feel the worry in Simu Nan's heart, and he patted this great general of his on the shoulder. Zhang said, "Don't worry about getting in touch. Talk to me if you have any difficulties, and I'll have someone take you back for a trip if necessary." Simu Nan looked at Fang Ji gratefully, then turned around and left the lab. There was no way she could have made the call from inside the lab. It was a completely inappropriate environment. Fang Yi looked at Simu Nan's departing back with some worry. From the day he called her in, Fang Ji knew she was from South Lake City. The parents have also been living in South Lake, and this time, the city of South Lake is facing a crisis. And her parents, as living professionals, there is a possibility of danger. Fang Yi sighed and decided to step in to help Simu Nan when necessary. This was, after all, the man under his own hand, who had done his best for so long that he could not possibly be indifferent in such a matter. And just as he was about to continue working on the assembly line, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Fangji pulled it out and saw that it was none other than Bai Fu's number. "Anti-White, what are the instructions? Here comes the mission. It's for official alchemists from all over the country. I'll text you the details and talk to me if you have any difficulties." Bai Fu hung up the phone after that, obviously having more important things to do. Fang Yi waited for a moment with his cell phone, and then a text message appeared on the screen. He fixed his eyes on it, and a look of determination appeared on his face. The content of the text message was very simple. It was about alchemy, and it needed pills. All kinds of pills. On it. The more quantity the better. This was something that Fang Ji and the others had guessed before. After the new containers were determined to be usable, the state began a large-scale levy of elixirs that, almost to the point of coming to terms with an increasingly complex and dangerous situation. After all, South Lake City wouldn't be the last city to be attacked by the alien beasts in the secret realm. Fang Ji put down his cell phone. His eyes fell to the assembly line on the side as well as Fan Xing and Zhao Debao who were busy around the assembly line. The two of them are designing a very important control link in the assembly line. So to speak, this control link is the hardest part of the entire assembly line and the part that takes up the most of their energy. So far, though, they haven't quite figured it out, and there are many difficulties yet to be overcome. Fang Ji frowned. According to this progress, the third version of the assembly line was difficult to manufacture as expected. If there was no assembly line, the speed of refining pills would be drastically reduced. It is estimated to be difficult to supply the amount consumed across the country. Since you can't do it all in one step, there are some trade-offs to be made. Fang Ji immediately made up his mind. "Stop," he said as he looked at the two men and spoke. Fan Xing and Zhao Debao immediately raised their heads and looked at Fang Ji in confusion. "There's a mission from above that requires us to provide a large amount of pills in a short period of time. But now the third version of the assembly line is experiencing difficulties." Fang Yi swept his gaze across and said slowly, "I need you to create a simple and immediately the version is ready for use." Fan Xing and Zhao Debao exchanged glances at the words, then fell into deep thought, and after a moment, Fan Xing was the first to speak. "How about improving on the second version and making a weaker version of the third? What about efficiency?" Fang Yi asked. "It's probably a 10% improvement over version 2. but the advantage is that it's easy to use. It's not too difficult to make. Fan Xing opened his mouth and replied. Chapter 172. How did it improve so much? Fan Xing's description was actually exactly what Feng Ji was thinking, but even in its simplified version, it's also still technically difficult, or at least not something you can get right away. So he looked at Zhao Debao, who was on the sidelines. The somewhat shy young man was well versed in theory. Feng Yi opened his mouth and asked, "How is it? Any problems with the technology?" Zhao Debao pondered for a while, then nodded his head, said, "The technical aspects shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it needs to be debugged, which will take about 5 days. 5 days, repeated Feng Yi. Brain pondered for a moment and said, "Let's make it first and see. If time is really too late, then we'll debug it while producing it." Good. Zhao Debao and Fan Xing both answered. No one noticed that Fan Xing's gaze flickered a bit, as if he was thinking about something. The order from the top caused the official alchemists from all over China to act quickly. And of course, the team of Old Man Chow. The fact that the profession of alchemist is valuable in its own right, like the apothecary of the American Federation and the, which, over in the European Union, they are both very well-rounded auxiliary professions. But the awkward part was that there had been no suitable storage container for something like an elixir previously. This leads to many professionals not purchasing elixirs on a large scale, although China has thought of some ways to do this. But until Feng Yi has accomplished something, the plight of the elixir has also remained unchanged. But things are different now. The container that Feng Yi's team had come up with had solved the problem of long-term large-scale storage of elixirs. So China naturally began to change its strategy and listed elixirs as an important strategic material. With this comes the elevation of the status of alchemists. This kind of enhancement might not be that obvious at first, but as long as some more time passes, the alchemist will definitely blaze up. Inside Wang Lao's laboratory, a somewhat rough and bulky machine was running, and around it, a dozen or so researchers were sitting or standing, all concentrating on the herbs in front of them. This is the first version of the assembly line, the very first primer that Feng Yi got up to, and to be honest, in Feng Yi's opinion, this thing was not even a semi-finished product. Many of the links in its design were faulty, and the parts were very rough, with an extremely high failure rate. But even so, this primer puts Wang's team miles ahead of everyone else. The pills he refined in one laboratory topped the sum of all the alchemists in one other city. In 3 short days, the pills submitted by Wang Lao's side then attracted the attention of the higher-ups as well as some well-intentioned people. In the House of Elders, a middle-aged official with a thin face summarized the report in his hands. Expression of growing amazement. He looked at it carefully many times, and finally made a few more phone calls. Finally, it was confirmed that the data in this report in hand was not falsified. It's so much? How did he do it? The middle-aged official muttered. He then fiercely stood up and walked towards a heavily guarded room within the elders' courtyard. Half an hour later, a small meeting took place in the conference room of the middle-aged official distributed copies of the report he was holding, then said slowly, "So far, we've received pills from a total of 15 cities. Among them, 15,600 pills of the basic category. Considering the proximity of the cities to the capital and the data reported by each of them, we can calculate that the 15 cities are averaging about 8,000 per day. Gentlemen, with 10 more cities of elixir yet to arrive, we got an average of nearly 10,000 basic elixirs per day alone, which is a very impressive number." The officials present looked at each other after hearing these words and then immediately began to calculate in his mind. 15 cities, 8,000 pills, which averages out to 500 pills per city. Immediately afterward, several officials who had a better understanding of elixir production snapped their eyes wide open. They remembered the previous production when they fulfilled the USF order. Although that triple transformation poison pill is not considered a basic pill, but at that time, someone also used it to calculate the approximate production capacity of various types of pills. But it's nowhere near the number of 500. How could it be boosted so much? An official asked with some disbelief. He looked over the report in his hands and his first reaction was disbelief. "It's true," the middle-aged official said in a deep voice. "The reason for the high production of it's because Elder Wang's lab over there contributes nearly 3 cities worth of production capacity on its own." The crowd in the room instantly fell silent as they stared, hastily turning the report back a few pages. Sure enough, the back pages of the report clearly stated the number of submissions made by Mr. Wang's team. A few seconds later, an official said in surprise, "Is it true that Wang Lao's side directly handed over part of the inventory? Where is the stock?" Most of the basic type of pills would not be kept for more than 10 days in a normal environment. Besides, there was no need for them to refine so many basic pills in advance. Another official countered. "I see that Elder Zhou's side has also turned in more than 500. although it's not as astonishing as Elder Wang's. But there are a lot of them. How's the situation over at Fang Yi? I just looked. It's less than 500, which is almost the yield of a city. The officials were all talking and were a bit puzzled for a while. From the report, just the amount submitted by the three teams of Elder Wang, Elder Zhou, and Fang Yi alone accounted for more than a quarter of the total production, which in the past was a quantity they simply did not even dare to think about. How did the production increase so much all of a sudden? The same thought bubbled up in everyone's mind at the moment, and the middle-aged official who had first begun to organize this meeting seemed to have guessed, and he rose to his feet and, looking at the crowd, he said, "Perhaps Elder Wang and the others have a method to increase the success rate of alchemy. I think we should send someone over to take a look." Well, that makes sense. The crowd agreed. Half a day later, Fang Ji was in the middle of refining pills in his lab room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door of his room. He put down the Dan furnace and walked out, and saw that it was one of the researchers from Elder Wang's side who was standing at the door. "Team Leader Fang, our team leader invites you over." This researcher bowed slightly and, very politely. Fang Yun nodded. "Wait a moment, I'm not finished with this furnace of pills yet." "Okay, Team Leader Fang, I'll wait for you outside first." Saying that, the researcher then walked towards the lab door. Fang Yi closed the door of the laboratory room and continued to refine the furnace of pills at hand. It wasn't difficult for him to temporarily pause his refining for a moment. Talent guarantees him 100% success anyway. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi took the Qingli red flame back into his body and poured out the pills from the alchemy furnace. Chapter 173. Here comes the commissioner again. Fang Ji's current alchemy efficiency was extremely high. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as there was no shortage of medicinal materials, his output alone in a day could supply all the combat professionals in the entire capital. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would not stop refining pills for a moment. Under normal circumstances, Fang Ji wouldn't be able to continuously concoct pills for more than 5 hours. This is to keep your mental state at a high level all the time. And in the last 2 days, in order to get a 2.5 version of the assembly line up as quickly as possible, Fang Ji's daily alchemy time was only a measly 3 hours. But even so, the number of pills he turned in wasn't small, just a little less than Zhou Lao. As for Zhou Lao's side, Fang Yi knew very well that the other party had directly copied Wang Lao's artificial assembly line. There is also a significant improvement in efficiency compared to before. That's why their three teams combined can directly account for a quarter of the total output of the 15 cities. But of course, their share should become smaller if you count those other 10 cities. But a fifth is also there. After packing up the alchemy furnace, Fang Ji walked out of his lab room. The researcher on Wang Lao's side was currently waiting at the door to take him. Fang Yi walked up and smiled. "Let's go," the researcher answered. Then while walking forward, he took the initiative to say, "Just now, a few commissioners suddenly came to the lab, and they said that they had some questions that they wanted to seek clarification from the group leader and you few." Fang Yi revealed a puzzled expression. "What's the problem? It seems like it's because there's a problem with the pills we've submitted in the past few days. I'm not too sure about the specifics. The leader of the group just asked me to come and see you," the researcher said truthfully. Fang Yi frowned slightly, not quite understanding what this researcher meant, but it didn't matter. Soldiers come and go. There was absolutely no quality problem with the pills they made. This Fang Yi could guarantee. The journey wasn't too far, and Fang Yi and the researcher soon arrived at the entrance to Elder Wang's lab. The duo pushed their way in and, at the first glance, Fang Yi saw several strangers standing next to the primary assembly line. Their temperament was out of place with the crowd in the room, and they were currently talking with Elder Wang. Fang Yi's movements as he entered the door naturally did not escape Elder Wang's eyes. This old codger instantly revealed a smile, the wrinkles on his face squeezing together. "Fang Ji, come. Elder Wang waved his hand and greeted him warmly. Fang Yi smiled and walked over. Then he heard Elder Wang introduce, "These three are the commissioners of the Elder Academy. They came over this time to take a look at our assembly line." Hearing these words, Fang Ji instantly became clear in his mind. It seemed that the situation was not as that researcher had said, that there was no problem with the elixir itself for those of them, and that what was problematic was the quantity that had been turned in. A commissioner with slightly graying hair took 2 steps forward and said with a sincere smile, "Team Leader Fang, we saw that the number of pills submitted over the past few days on your Old Wang's and Old Zhou's side was relatively high, so we wanted to come over to see if you guys had found any methods to increase the success rate. If there really is such a method, promoting it will also benefit the majority of alchemists and professionals." Turns out I didn't expect such a big surprise here. The graying-haired commissioner grew more and more excited the more he spoke, and the smile on his face blossomed. Fang Ji's heart was completely put back into his stomach at this moment. It's true, their teams have been a little too eye-catching in the past 2 days, And at the time when the pills were handed over, Fang Yi had vaguely guessed that Wang Lao's side was too ruthless. It would be strange for so many pills to come out at once without being noticed. This thing called the assembly line was created by Fang Yi. If you guys have any questions, just ask him. Elder Wang hemmed and hawed. Fang Yi shook his head helplessly, then chatted with these commissioners. As Fang Yi explained, the more the three commissioners listened, the more alarmed they became. They circled around the assembly line without stopping, and their mouths even let out two exclamations of surprise from time to time. This appearance was more or less unsteady, but Fang Yi understood it. Because the assembly line is something that seems like a very peculiar thing to the uninitiated. It can replace a lot of things that only human beings could accomplish before. Through a combination of runes and machinery, the mechanical foundations of the age were poor, very poor, and the average person was much less likely to think in that direction. So the advent of the assembly line is still extremely impactful. About an hour later, Fang Yi had finished introducing and demonstrating all the things in the initial assembly line, and then several people came side by side to the middle of a tea house in the base. It's amazing. The gray-haired commissioner was filled with emotion and, sitting in a wooden chair, he took a sip from his cup of tea. Fang Yi smiled, throwing in an even stronger message. I'm working on a more efficient assembly line right now, and I've already made some progress. Upon hearing these words, the three commissioners stared in disbelief, and the room fell silent. And the Elder Wang smiled without saying anything. His face wore an expression of pride if nothing else. While he didn't play a particularly large role in the third version of the assembly line, but this kind of thing is more or less associated with honor. A few moments later, the white-haired commissioner was the first to come back to his senses and, surprised, he asked, how much more efficient can the new assembly line be than the current one? How much more efficient? Fang Yi was silent for 2 seconds before he spoke up and replied, I can't guarantee it, but at least 30% or more. 30%, the white-haired old man subconsciously repeated. Then immediately realized the horror of the scale. Now Wang and his team are producing nearly 1,000 pills a day. If it was boosted by another 30%, it would be a direct boost out of a city's production. And that's just the minimum percentage. According to Fang Yi, the new assembly line is likely to be more than a 30% improvement in efficiency. Team leader Fang, are you sure you're not joking? The white-haired old man asked seriously. Fang Yi nodded heavily. Of course, I have no need to joke around about it. So, when are you going to come up with a third version of the assembly line? The white-haired old man continued to pursue the question. Fang Yi thought for a moment and sighed. Right now there are some difficulties on top of the technology. It's going to take some time. The white-haired old man was slightly disappointed in his heart at the words, but Fang Yi's next words revitalized him. But in the next few days I can produce a simplified version to make it easier for the state to get it out there. I'm sorry, Fang Yi said slowly. Elder Wan was still drinking tea with little expression, but after hearing Fang Yi say that, he suddenly coughed. Ahem, when did you come up with the simplified version? How come I didn't know about it? Wang Lao asked with a glare. Yesterday. Fang Yi bared his large teeth. Yes. The white-haired old man slapped his thighs and immediately became excited. A simplified version would be fine, too. The main thing now is to get the assembly line out there. Everything else can be put on hold. Chapter 174 Simplified. Inside the tea house, the three commissioners were full of excitement, looking at the teenager in front of them and couldn't stop praising him in their hearts. What a pillar of the nation. Team leader Fang deserves to be a legend-ranked professional. So extraordinary right out of the gate. The white-haired old man gave a thumbs up and said from the bottom of his heart. They also learned about Fang Yi's resume before they arrived. It was discovered that the teenager had made more than one contribution after awakening as a professional, both in Dingbei City and in the capital city, and that he had given a lot to the country. This time, they even took out a big killer. And honestly, in the opinion of these three commissioners, something like a streamline is enough to call it a meritocracy. Improving the success and efficiency of the nation's alchemists, combined with his latest containers for storing pills, pills would definitely become the pillar industry of China in the foreseeable future. Pills have many effects, curing the sick and saving lives, enhancing strength, stabilizing the mind, and it encompasses almost every aspect of the lives and battles of professionals. As long as it really develops as expected, China will definitely be able to get through this crisis. All three commissioners are confident. However, after thinking about it, the white-haired old man still asked with some uneasiness. Team leader Fang, how efficient is the simplified version of the assembly line you mentioned compared to the one Wang Lao is using now? How difficult is it to get started? In fact, it is mainly the second issue that the commissioner for gray hair cares about, because as he realized when he was in the lab just now, the difficulty of getting started on the assembly line wasn't particularly low. The average alchemist, including some alchemy students, need to study for a short period of time. Putting it in perspective, the cost of such learning is not that great, but there's a lot of pressure on the cities to resist the secret world right now. If the process of promoting the assembly line goes wrong, there is a good chance that it will have some impact on the current situation. Fang Yi instantly understood what the other party was worried about when he heard this. It's not really surprising that these commissioners would have this question. After all, the initial assembly line was rather anti-human in some parts of its design. It is natural that people who have never been exposed to this area cannot get started right away. But the fact is, there's no need to worry about that at all, because Fang Yi has improved many aspects of the assembly line since the second version, and those anti-human designs have all been eliminated. There are even special adaptations for professionals of this era. Professionals are, after all, superhuman beings. Many of the links that are designed based on the safety of the average person can be completely discarded, so that the entire pipeline can be designed to be bolder and more efficient. It's also easier to get started. So he smiled and said slowly, there's no need to worry about that at all. All aspects of the simplified version have been optimized compared to the primaries, and we internally think it should be considered a 2.5. Not only is there a very noticeable increase in efficiency, but the difficulty of getting started has gone down a lot. Even people who have never been exposed to an assembly line can master it in a very short time. The white-haired professional immediately showed a surprised expression. He had originally thought that the simplified version Fang Yi was talking about was a simplified version of the primaries, but it turned out that he didn't realize that it was still an upgraded version. That's great. When will team leader Fang be able to deliver the production process of the assembly line as well as the method of using it so that we can arrange for production? The white-haired professional said with a big smile. Fang Yi thought about it and gave a more conservative answer, because he wasn't sure how this simplified version of the assembly line was progressing right now, and he'd been refining pills ever since he'd come to the lab this morning. Haven't bothered to look at the progress of the pipeline study yet. Within 5 days, I will deliver all the samples as well as the information. Good. Then we'll wait for group leader Fang's news. The white-haired old man laughed twice. After the people in the room chatted for a while longer, the 3 commissioners got up and left. Fang Yi and Elder Wan walked side by side towards the laboratory. Elder Wang stroked his beard and asked with a smile, the third version of the assembly line is experiencing problems? Fang Bai nodded his head. Somewhat helplessly, he said, some parts of the rune set haven't been designed yet, and certain herbs will always encounter problems during processing. Well, I understand. Elder Wang pondered for a moment and, slowly, he said, and don't stress too much. What you're doing right now is going to turn an industry upside down or even have an impact on the entire community of professionals. Be more careful, be cautious, and don't let good intentions turn into bad ones. Understand? Fang Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard this. Then he realized something and hurriedly thanked Elder Wang. As a person who has been there, Wang Lao was very clear some of this cats and dogs. The professional community was not united, and if Fang Ji did something that really touched the interests of certain people, there is a good chance that it will be detrimental to him. Back in the lab, Fang Ji saw that Fan Xing and Zhao Debao were not working. One of the 2 men was resting, while the other was at his desk looking at the information in his hands in a daze. Fang Ji curiously walked up and stood between the 2 and clapped his hands. Fan Xing instantly came back to his senses when he heard the voice. He was resting with his eyes closed just now. Naturally, he didn't see Fang Ji come in, and Zhao Debao immediately stood up and put down the information in his hands with a slightly terrified expression. What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? Fang Yi asked with a smile. These 2 people are considered talents. In the face of talent naturally cannot call and shout. Fang Ji didn't want anything to happen at this time. Zhao Debao mumbled twice, and before he could speak, Fan Xing took the lead. Team leader, Debo and I were discussing the design of the 2.5 version of the assembly line. He thinks that this place should not be used in the second version of the design, and should be reorganized, but I think we're in a time crunch. It needs to be made finished first. Fang Yi nodded slightly and looked at Zhao Debao next to him. You want to change this place a bit? Zhao Debao scratched his head and said with some hesitation. I do think this place is a bit cumbersome. It could be appropriately simplified. When these words came out, Fan Xing was immediately displeased and, because he was the lead designer of the second version of the assembly line, and he created this link, and now all of a sudden he's being called cumbersome by someone else. How could he be indifferent? Where's the tedium? It's been like this for so long, Oklahoma. Fan Xing said in a quick tone. Normal people can definitely figure out this link. If you want to change it now, you'll have to make some adjustments elsewhere. It's too much of a delay. When Fang Yi heard this, he completely understood that Zhao Debao was a very sharp person in terms of theories. So after he realized that a certain part of the process was a bit cumbersome, he directly mentioned it. But naturally, Fan Xing didn't want to be embarrassed by the newcomer. The duo's conflict doesn't look like much, but it's actually a bit of a problem. Whoever the party chases favors may upset the other party, thus affecting the follow-up. Come, you first show me why it's tedious. Fong Yu stepped forward and came before the 2.5 version of the assembly line that was more than halfway done. Chapter 175 Conflicts. Zhao Debao immediately came to Fong Ji's side, then triggered a button on the assembly line. Fong Ji quietly watched his opponent operate, and soon after, Zhao Debao demonstrated to that more tedious step he was talking about. If we could just merge the two places, the efficiency of the assembly line could be improved a bit more, Zhao Debao said, and then picked up a herb and put it in. Fong Ji frowned slightly, still not commenting. Fan Xing, on the other hand, changed his expression slightly, realizing that what Zhao Debao said seemed to be correct. He did have some problems designing the link in the first place. Zhao Debao's movements were skillful, and as he manipulated the Fong Ji's furrowed brows gradually stretched out. It's really like what he said. Fong Ji thought darkly in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Fan Xing, who was on the sidelines. Fan Xing's expression was getting ugly at this point. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to admit that he had a problem. Rather, I find it a bit embarrassing to have this sort of thing pointed out to a newcomer. Besides, he hadn't really looked up to Zhao Debao since the beginning, and was even a bit hostile. Fong Ji sighed slightly in his mind when he saw this. It seemed that Zhao Debao's behavior made Fan Xing feel uncomfortable, but it's understandable. Zhao Debao is still young. After all, it's normal to be a little tender in dealing with people. I see what you mean. Fong Yu nodded, interrupting Zhao Debao's demonstration. Eyes intent on Fan Xing. I'll think about this place. The adjustments will come later. When Fan Xing heard Fong Ji say this, the expression on his face immediately looked better. Well, you guys finished the rest of the 2.5 version. I have things to do. After Fong Ji finished speaking, he returned to his lab room. To be honest, the whole thing made him feel a little bad. People are different, and Fong Bai and Bai understood this from the start. However, neither Wan Yu nor Sun Yunan had anything similar happen to them. Perhaps because of their respective personalities, although Wan Yu was occasionally a bit campy and ass-kissing, he didn't have any bad intentions in general. Simu Nan would have even less. This little girl doesn't fight for anything, a mind for nothing but research. But Fan Xing, Fong Ji had a feeling early on that he was a bit cautious and self-righteous. It was foreshadowed from the previous design of the first and second editions. So this is something that if it's not handled properly, it's likely to affect Fan Xing's work ethic for the rest of the day, until a better mechanic is found. Fong Yi naturally didn't want the other party to be centrifuged from him. Time quickly came to evening. Fong Yi finished the matter at hand, and on the way to dinner, he stopped by the Hall of Fate to draw a card. There are fewer people drawing cards at this time of year, so it's less likely to attract attention. In a small private room within the Hall of Destiny, Fong Ji looked at the flickering golden light in front of him. A look of anticipation crossed his face. He hadn't been able to draw out anything particularly useful in the last few days. I don't know if I can turn my luck around this time. Fong Yi reached out and took the card in his hand, and the golden light dispersed. A ring design emerged from the card. What's this? Fong Ji looked over curiously, and the details of the ring quickly appeared before his eyes. Name, Space Ring, Legendary. Description: the ring contains a space of 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. You can open it with mental power, but you can't put in animate objects. Fong Ji immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. I'll go. This is really good stuff. He'd speculated before that there might be similar storage equipment in the gold card but since I've never seen anyone use it, or even heard of it, that was why Fong Ji had never dared to determine whether the so-called spatial storage existed or not. Well, now that it's been established that this thing really exists, it's just that the probability of it is very low. Even with his talent for producing gold cards every day, it took a long time to draw one before he acquired one. Fong Ji joyfully put the ring on his finger, then controlled his spiritual power to probe over. In the next second, he felt a blur before his eyes as a large and somewhat misty space suddenly appeared. Is this 1,000 cubic meters of space? Fong Ji was shocked beyond belief, and for the first time, he had a materialized concept of a spatial ring. He tried to put the cell phone in his pocket, and for just a moment, the cell phone then appeared in the middle of the space in front of him, and with another movement of his mind, the cell phone returned directly to his hand. It's truly magical, Fong Ji muttered, then closed the storage space. With this storage space, many of the things he had previously drawn out that were inconvenient to take out could then be placed inside, with a great increase in confidentiality and security. Of course, since he hadn't seen anyone else with it so far, so it's usually better to use it sparingly so as not to cause some trouble. Coming out of the Hall of Destiny, Fong Ji first went to the cafeteria to have a meal, and then called Fan Xing. It's time to resolve the conflict between the two of them. An hour later, Fan Xing arrived at Fang Ji's home, sat on the sofa, and he rubbed his hands together in a slightly constricted manner. Fang Ji smiled faintly and poured him a glass of water, and then he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you yourself think about what Zhao Debao said during the day?" Hearing Fang Ji's question, Fan Xing instantly revealed a difficult expression. Fang Yi was not in a hurry either, just sipping his tea and waiting for the other party to speak. In fact, Fan Xing was now in a bit of a dilemma. He couldn't figure out exactly what Fang Ji was thinking. If the group leader really decided to adopt Zhao Debao's opinion, then his side should still go along with it so as not to cause the group leader's resentment. He wanted to target Zhao Debao for a bit, but he also didn't want to piss off Fang Ji because of it. "I think there's some truth in what Debao said over there." Fanstar started with a somewhat ambiguous statement. Fang Yi heard this sentence as considered to completely understand. Fan Xing more or less still somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because Zhao Debao had pointed out this flaw in public, making him feel that he had lost some face. But no matter what, the problems pointed out by Zhao Debao do exist. So he looked at Fan Xing and said in a deep voice, "I've been thinking carefully today. Although Zhao Debao's idea is not a problem, but after this link is improved it will change some other links along with it, impacting our current progress." Speaking here, Fang Yi paused for a moment, looking at Fan Xing's changing expression. He continued, "And the most important point is that we don't have time now, and the new link naturally needs to be debugged for a while, but there's a lot of pressure from above right now. That's why I decided to still use your previous design for the time being, and make a finished product to promote it as soon as possible." Fan Xing's expression stiffened for a moment, then the corners of his mouth rose in ecstasy. "The team leader still favors me. How can you, a newcomer, compete with me?" He thought darkly in his mind, the expression on his face growing more and more excited. However, Fang Yi's next words made him quickly calm down. Chapter 176 Starting Tests. But Fang Ji's expression turned slightly serious. "This approach is only a stopgap measure that. Our goal is to make the assembly line more efficient and more advanced. Whether or not Zhao Debao ever brings up the issue, subsequent to what we find in the design process must also be changed. Do you understand?" Fan Xing nodded repeatedly. "Team leader, I understand. Don't get emotional over Zhao Debao's behavior. We all have the same goal. That is, to design an assembly line that is enough to subvert the entire alchemist industry, and to become a part of the history of China and even the whole world. So occasionally when we encounter some problems, it's good for everyone to talk it out." Fang Yi said slowly, without much emotion in his tone. Fan Xing nodded his head busily. "Team leader, I understand. Well, it's good to understand." Fang Ji took a sip of tea and, continuing, "I plan to design every part of our assembly line as a removable module, which will also facilitate subsequent updates and repairs." "Module? What is it?" Fan Xing did not understand what Fang Ji meant for a moment. "I'll talk to you guys specifically tomorrow, so that's it for today." Fang Yi suddenly gave an expulsion order, looking like he didn't want to explain this too much right now. Fan Xing answered, then got up and headed for the door. As he was about to walk out of the room, Fang Ji's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Remember to talk to me if you have any thoughts. Don't keep them bottled up." Fan Xing's footsteps paused for a moment before he turned his head and said solemnly, "I know, team leader. Go." Fang Yi waved his hand. After he was the only one left in the room, Fang Yi sat down on the sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. After today's incident, it was expected that Fan Xing's heart would feel better, or at least he wouldn't work with emotions anymore. As for Zhao Debao's side, he didn't have so much on his mind, so he would simply talk to him tomorrow. However, Fang Ji also knew very well that this kind of thing should happen as little as possible. Otherwise it would be too torturous to have a heart-to-heart talk every time. "I hope you'll keep your mind on your work, or don't blame me for being unforgiving." "I don't know," Fang Yi said softly. The next day, Fang Yi came into the lab and spoke with Zhao Debao about his considerations. He then called both men to him and began to explain in detail what the so-called modularization was all about. Let's be clear from the outset that because runes existed in this era, so for the trimming, juicing, centrifuging and other operations of the herbs could be realized through the runes. And what Fang Yi wanted to do was to make the carrier that carried these sets of runes into a detachable module. If there is a more efficient or easier rune set at a later date, the assembly line can be upgraded by replacing only one module. Modular thinking, modular design. Fang Ji was little by little moving things from his own time to this time. Through his explanation, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao quickly understood Fang Yi's idea. The duo, as mechanics, had some differences in thinking above the people of this era, so one can quickly understand this relatively new idea. So the trio set about reworking the 2.5 version of the assembly line once more based on this idea. Such improvements are not troublesome, professionals are professionals. After all, they built the modular assembly line in just one day. The next step was the more troublesome debugging work, and Fang Yi called Wan Yu and Simu Nan over. Another dozen or so were borrowed from Elder Wang's lab. It didn't help that he'd given the fellows a vacation earlier. There are now only 3 researchers in the entire lab. Nowhere near enough for debugging needs. Wang Lao knew that Fang Yi had come up with a new assembly line and came over to join in the fun. The little old man circled around the assembly line 3 times, the light in his eyes blazing with. It's like seeing a beloved treasure. Fang Yi smiled as he explained the various aspects of the new version of the assembly line. The more Wang Lao listened, the more excited he became. You said, how did you grow this head? Elder Wang's tone was filled with awe. Fang Yi patted the assembly line in front of him, which was more than 10 meters long, and said with a smile, let's try it first. I don't know exactly what this assembly line can do now. Good. Elder Wang nodded heavily. Inside the room, 24 fellows sat on either side of the assembly line. Fang Yi began to direct them to familiarize themselves with the operation process in front of them. The 2.5 version of the assembly line still requires manual labor involvement, though compared to the first 2 versions, some parts of the process can already be fully automated, but even those that are fully automated have to be watched in order to ensure success. After everyone was ready, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao made a final inspection of the assembly line. It was determined that there were no problems with any of the mechanical aspects. Team leader, it's ready, Fan Xing said softly as he stood beside Fang Ji. Fang Yi responded and then gave the command to turn on the computer. A slight humming sound rang out, and the runes on the base of the assembly line lit up in sequence. The energy that was free in the air was quickly absorbed by the runes, and was then transmitted to all corners of the assembly line by the amplifying runes. Click 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 click, came a soft sound, and some of the assembly line's mechanisms were officially activated. All the fellows stood at attention, their expressions serious as they looked at the unfamiliar equipment in front of them. Beside them lay herbs that had been well sorted and categorized, and all these fellows have to do is to place these herbs in the positions prescribed by the assembly line. At the end of the assembly line, 10 alchemists were ready, and the ground fire meter was turned on. Steady, bright flames spewed from the dragon's head. Begin! At Fang Yi's command, everyone moved. At first these fellows were a little rusty and slow to operate the equipment. However, with the added power of the various rune sets, they still flew through a set of pills. Gradually, the fellows became skillful in their movements. After all, they had been exposed to the primaries, also probably understand how these devices work. Time passed, and the alchemists soon realized that their refining speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the herbs being delivered. The efficiency of the assembly line was too high, so high that it made them a bit frazzled. Seeing this, Fang Yi immediately contacted Elder Zhou, and 10 minutes later, the alchemists in Zhou Lao's laboratory all rushed over. Fortunately, Fang Yi had asked the engineering department to increase the number of earth-fire instruments in advance. Otherwise, he really didn't have the means to get so many alchemists to work together to make pills. Elder Wang called Elder Zhou, who had rushed over, to the side. Excitedly, he told him about the various aspects of the assembly line. The more Zhou Lao listened, the more alarmed he became. He hadn't paid attention to this aspect in the past 2 days. The other project at hand involved too much of his energy, and now that he saw the efficiency of the assembly line, Zhou Lao's entire body was suddenly energized. Chapter 177 Second Commissioning. As more alchemists joined, the assembly line gradually got on track. Furnace after furnace of pills were being refined. Fang Yi roughly estimated that with a sufficient number of medicinal materials and alchemists, efficiency has increased by about 20% over the second generation. However, just as Elder Wang and the others were checking the quantity and quality of the pills, a not-so-normal shrill sound rang out from one of the parts of the assembly line, and in the next second, a piece of equipment located in the center front suddenly jammed, and a wisp of blue smoke slowly drifted up. Fang Yi's face changed, and he hastily reached out and pressed the emergency stop button of the assembly line. There was a soft click, and the line came to a sudden stop. The researcher located in the center front stood up at once and moved away from the area where the faulty equipment was located. Everyone, back off! Fang Yi shouted loudly, and the other fellows quickly stopped what they were doing. But those alchemists cannot interrupt their alchemy. Fang Ji rushed forward, and the seal character pen appeared in his hand. A rune flew out to form a solid barrier in front of the group of alchemists. At this moment, all eyes are on the assembly line, the green smoke billowing. A faint burnt odor came from it. As a rune master, Fang Ji could sense that there were some minor problems with the assembly line right now. The energy of a certain rune group was so violent that it was almost on the verge of exploding. Is the problem serious? Elder Wang came to Fang Yi's side and opened his mouth to ask. Wait for the rune set to cool down. Fang Yi looked at the assembly line with a grave expression. After about 5 minutes had passed, the energy of the assembly line riot subsided and, thankfully, the assembly line did not end up exploding and there were no injuries or fatalities. It doesn't matter if the assembly line is damaged or not. It doesn't matter if it's damaged or not. It doesn't matter if it's damaged or not. The most important thing is that there must not be casualties during the research process. Otherwise many things will become troublesome. Fangji told the surrounding researchers and alchemists to move away, then came over to the assembly line. Reaching down, he snapped open the lid of the device. Inside, the rune set had twisted and distorted, and the smell of paste was overwhelming. Fangji frowned and looked at Fan Xing and Zhao Debao who had come over to the side. Any thoughts? Can you see what's going on? Zhao Debao had the same frowning expression on his face, and Fan Xing seemed to have noticed something that, pointing to a somewhat charred piece of metal next to the device, he said, "This place seems to be burning." The two of them looked in the direction that Fan Xing was pointing, and then nodded in silent agreement. It did burn. Zhao Debao also instantly realized that the rune group had just been overloaded for unknown reasons. The heat it carries destroys the module that carries it directly, and burns the surrounding connections as well. Fangji took a gentle breath and calmed down a bit. He then turned to Elder Wang and Elder Zhou. It looks like we're not going to be able to continue today. We need to re-improve the assembly line. Elder Wang nodded slightly and said with a smile, "No harm done. Just call us when you've changed." Elder Zhou was also smiling as he saw the true potential of the assembly line. So now the mood is good. It's not terrible to have problems, as long as they can be solved. The potential for streamlining is terrifying. It even made Elder Zhou begin to wonder if he had been too narrow-minded in these 100 years of his life, and hadn't even thought of using other ways to increase the success rate of alchemy. But then he discarded the idea. Not that he was narrow-minded. Rather, Fangji was simply too talented. The lab quickly quieted down and those researchers and alchemists who had been called in temporarily had already left, and Fangji and Fan Xing Zhao Debao removed the burnt rune set, holding it in front of their eyes and looking at it carefully. There was nothing wrong with the design of the rune set itself. Fangji could guarantee that this was a rune set that he had crafted after having the Eye of Formation, and there was absolutely no problem with the level of durability. So it should be the other parts that have problems. The three of them, Fangji, discussed carefully for half a day, and then recreated a rune set to try it out. Finally the problem was discovered. This rune set releases a certain amount of heat when running, and if outside, that heat would quickly evaporate and the rune set itself would be nothing out of the ordinary. But in the sealed environment within the device, this heat builds up and, eventually it exceeds the limit of the load module and burns itself out. It's not hard to get around this, either by putting it in an open environment either that or add a cooling unit to it. Fang Yi thought for a moment and decided to add a condensation rune around it, because he'd noticed a problem, and that was that it happened with the other runes, too. That said, other runes also build up heat after running for a while until they burn themselves out. This is a situation that is bound to happen. It's just a matter of time. So Fang Yi and the others instantly started to get busy. Fan Xing and Zhao Debao making a new assembly line. Includes rune-bearing modules, while party by party designs rune groups and adds condensed runes between each group. Because each rune group has a single function and a relatively small number of runes. So these runes couldn't be a rune array even if they were continuous. It would be more apt to say a rune group instead. The day passed again. Fang Yi and Fan Xing Zhao Debao had come up with another brand new assembly line. And this time, they had changed the material of the load-bearing modules, switched to a slightly more costly but more heat-resistant material. This is to prevent condensation runes from working in certain situations where they don't work. Streamlines don't have any major problems either. At least they don't explode. The commissioning of the new assembly line will soon begin, as the experience of the last. Therefore, Elder Zhou and Elder Wang directly brought a group of researchers and alchemists to Fang Ji's experiment. It's still like the day before yesterday, Fang Yi said with a smile. Good. Elder Wang nodded and gestured for the fellows to sit in their seats. The alchemist then came to take his place at the end of the assembly line. The situation was the same on Zhou Lao's side, and when everyone was ready, Fang Yi extended his hand and flipped the switch on the assembly line. The buzzing sound resounded again, because of the change in the carrying material of so the assembly line was humming and vibrating a little less this time. The fellows skillfully placed the herbs in front of them into the device. Fang Ji deadpanned at the more problematic parts of the assembly line. He had participated in the design from start to finish, so he knew exactly which runes were stable. Which runes are prone to problems. It doesn't help that some of the rune sets aren't inherently flawed. But in actual use there are always a little bit of small problems. Fang Yi, they have not found the cause of these small problems so far. Perhaps the root of the problem will be discovered when it is used for a longer period of time. the assembly line continued to run, and Elder Wang stood beside a group of alchemists, keeping his head down. He carefully counted the number of pills. Chapter 178 2.5 Version of Success. Time passed, and this time, the assembly lines ran for a full 3 hours without any problems. A smile gradually appeared on Fangji's face, and in his senses, all of the rune sets within the flow line were normal. There was not a single problem with the flow of energy, and the temperatures were stable and did not exceed the thresholds. But by now, debugging had to be suspended again, because there are no more herbs. The assembly line is just too efficient. Fangji had prepared nearly 5,000 medicinal herbs that they needed for 800 pills, and surprisingly, all of them were processed in just 3 hours. But then an awkward situation arises. These herbs have been processed, though, but the alchemist's side didn't use them all. It couldn't be helped. The time required to refine the pills was too long, and the increase in success rate was very limited. Fangji they solved the first and second steps of refining pills, but the final step, becoming a Dan, was still not a solution with an assembly line. In other words, Fangji and their current assembly line needed to be paired with a large number of alchemists to use. As long as the number of alchemists kept up, then they would indeed be able to concoct a large number of pills in a short period of time. As for the success rate, it's improved by about 10% if you do a rough calculation. That's one of the drawbacks of the assembly line, that it replaces a lot of rote work but the final alchemy still needs to be accomplished by the alchemist's hands, and each alchemist has a different success rate. So now there's this awkward situation. Fangji couldn't just watch those herbs being wasted after processing. This is because some herbs cannot be kept for too long after they have been processed. Come, let's refine these pills first. Fang Yi greeted up. He then joined Old Man Zhou and Old Man Wang in the alchemy. After all the pills were refined, Fang Yi and the crowd sat down together to review the debugging. According to my calculations, if there were 30 alchemists, it's not a big problem to refine 800 pills in 3 hours. It could even be a bit more. 1,000 is not impossible. Elder Wang was the first to speak. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. Fang Yi silently calculated in his mind. This was equivalent to each alchemist being able to refine 15 pills per hour, or 3 furnaces. That's a pretty staggering number. Normally, an alchemist would be considered good if he could complete a furnace of pills in half an hour, as they needed to handle the herbs and do a lot of preparation. But with the addition of the assembly line, the alchemists completely discarded all the superfluous steps they only needed to put the herbs into the furnace and then control the fire to wait for the pills to be formed, which was equivalent to turning into a ruthless alchemy machine. In this case, they could totally manage to refine 3 furnaces or even more in an hour. Because the process of alchemy would become more and more skillful, the mastery of the fire would become more and more precise. And of course, they'll level up. All of this stacks up to, it allowed these alchemists to still be able to concoct a large number of pills in a short period of time even when the success rate increase was not too obvious. But the debugging for the pipeline is not over until now. Fang Yi knew very well that once the assembly line was officially commercialized, then the enthusiasm of alchemists from all over the world will definitely be unprecedentedly high, and the assembly line will most likely appear to run all the time without stopping at all. He'd seen a lot of that in his previous life, where a piece of equipment would stay on and running unless it malfunctioned. So he needs to test the pipeline for extreme performance. Find out how long an assembly line works before it goes on strike. Any device has limits, and so do runes. This data must be tested and written in the manual before delivery. Now that time was tight. Fang Ji naturally didn't want to delay, so he called the warehouse side and requested more herbs. Half an hour later, dozens of large boxes were delivered. Fang Yi and Wan Lao Zhou Lao quickly checked the quantity as well as the quality of the various types of herbs. The assembly line was then notified to remain on. But before officially starting the alchemy, Fang Yi also found someone to call all the idle alchemists in the base over. Thanks to a previous notice issued by the state, all professionals who are now, both the official and unofficial ones, chose to wait for orders in the professionals' base, because it was uncertain if there were any other cities besides South Lake City that were also facing the same crisis of alien beasts next. So the professionals were ready to fight. At times like these, no one will run away, because running away is useless. Someone needs to step up to the plate. Then someone will surely come forward. Soon, 40 alchemists were gathered in Fang Ji's laboratory, and there was no way that the number of alchemists is indeed small. Alright, get ready to start. Fang Yi clapped his hands, signaling everyone to get ready. A few moments later, the assembly line started running again and the researchers followed the process of dropping herb after herb into the assembly line. Now that the assembly line is in a state of full capacity, and the limit tests have to be done to such an extent that otherwise the measurements will be less accurate. The time soon came to evening, and after 6 or 7 hours of continuous testing, These researchers and alchemists all looked a bit tired, and there was a noticeable increase in the error rate. Fang Yi immediately commanded the fellows to change their posts, and there were many people who operated the assembly line, perfectly suited for the rotation. As for the alchemist side, Fang Yi looked sideways at Elder Wang and Elder Zhou. It's our turn. Well, come on. Elder Wang nodded and got up to the side of the earth fire instrument. Elder Zhou didn't say anything, but his movements weren't slow either, and he quickly made all the preparations before refining. There weren't enough alchemists to rotate, so it was Fang Yi and the others who took over for these next 5 hours. The rest of the alchemists all went to rest, and then changed shifts 5 hours later. One of the 3 of them was a legend-grade alchemist, and the remaining 2 were rare-grade high-grade alchemists. Taking over the assembly line was no problem at all. Time passed, and with the insistence of Fang Ji and the others, the assembly line had been running at full capacity for more than 30 hours, and although everyone looked a little listless, their eyes all revealed excitement. The pills that these people had refined in 30 hours exceeded the sum of 15 days of 40 alchemists under normal circumstances in the past. Of course, the data was somewhat watered down by the pills that Fang Yu and Zhou Lao Wan Lao and others had refined, but even if you take out the 3 Fang Ji people, then the others had refined about 10 days worth of quantities during this time. This is the power of industrialization. Fang Yi looked at the assembly line in front of him with satisfaction, and Elder Wan was even smiling. In fact, by now, the assembly line can be stopped. This was because Fang Yi sensed that the energy flow of a certain few of these rune groups was having problems. Just not at the threshold yet, but it could go wrong at any time. Well, get ready to stop. Fang Yi spoke softly. Chapter 179 Delivery. As the words fell, all the people in the lab stopped their movements. Fang Yi also pressed the pause button on the assembly line. The device stops slowly and all the herbs that have been processed located in the equipment flow to the outlet. Fang Ji put all these herbs into his alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace of yours is really not small. Elder Wang came forward and observed Fang Ji's alchemy furnace. Average. Fang Ji smiled faintly. Turning on the earth flame instrument began to refine the last furnace of the elixir, because these last remaining herbs were a bit much. That was why Fang Yi could only personally take action to refine it out. This debugging is over here, so the others should go back and rest first. Fang Yi smiled and looked at the people in the room. Don't worry, the allowance for these 2 days will be paid out soon. The money will not be less. I'm definitely not going to let everyone work for nothing. Thank you, Team Leader Fang. Okay, Le Fang Group Leader, if there is anything at any time call me. The group of researchers and alchemists all smiled and arched their hands before leaving the lab. After only 5 people were left in the room, Fang Yi slowly sighed in relief. Fan Xing came over to Fang Ji's side and asked, Team Leader, we've considered this a success, haven't we? Fang Bai nodded. Well, it worked, but this is only the first stage. One can be happy that, but you can't be proud. There's a long road ahead. Well, I understand, Team Leader. Fan Xing solemnly responded. Elder Wang smiled amiably. You're becoming more and more of a leader now. Fang Ji smiled coyly at his words. Indeed, he was getting less and less like an 18-year-old now. Debo, you summarize the technical information on the 2.5 version of the assembly line. Write down the parameters and everything clearly and hand it over to me tomorrow. Fang Yi turned his head and said to Zhao Debao again. Okay, Team Leader, Zhao Debao answered. Hearing this, Elder Wang suddenly asked suspiciously. Fang Yi, who will write the manual? I'll write, Fang Yi said in a deep voice. The manual, or instruction manual, is actually a very cumbersome thing that, in this era, since there were no proper mechanical items, there was no standard template for instruction manuals, and in Fang Ji's memory, the instructions from his time could almost be copied directly. Of course, Fang Ji couldn't quite remember the specifics, but he could still remember part of the formulaic stuff, and how it was more detailed than what Zhao Debao and the others had written. It was already after 8 o'clock in the evening when Fang Ji and the others left the lab, getting ready to go to a nearby restaurant for a bite to eat. It wasn't the time to celebrate and they were so tired they really weren't in the mood to celebrate. After dinner, a few people parted ways, and Fang Yi returned home to begin writing the manual for the assembly line. Unconsciously, the sky had already dawned, and Fang Yi raised his head from his desk, finding myself simmering through. Damn, another all-nighter. Fang Ji rubbed his brow and stood up, somewhat shakily. Made myself a cup of coffee. He can't rest now. Today is the last day of the delivery date, which means that he's going to deliver the assembly line to the Presidio today. This matter can't really be left to anyone else, because besides Zhao Debao and the others, the rest of us know too little about the assembly line for something that's brand new and not too many people have been exposed to. The designer and the maker are missing. After casually dealing with a mouthful of breakfast, Fang Ji came into the laboratory. Zhao Debao and Fan Xing were already there. You guys are quite early. Fang Yi smiled and greeted them. Team leader, we've got the assembly line connections open. I'm sorry, said Fanstar in a quick tone as he stood up. Fang Bai nodded, because the assembly line was rather large. So if you want to change the place you have to break it down into pieces. And Fang Ji took this into account when they designed it. After opening the connectors, the assembly line was divided into 4 parts. It can be put in the middle of a normal van. Fang Ji lowered his head and looked at the time. Then he said to Fan Xing Zhao Debao, get ready to call someone to move it. It's time. Okay team leader. Fanstar nodded and, it then contacted a group of combat professionals who had greeted it before. The group were all power professions, each with a high bulge of muscle that, almost squeezing out of the dress. From a distance, such a group of people standing in the lab was still quite oppressive, carried by a host of power professionals. The streamer was soon placed firmly in the middle of the van. Fang Yi and the others were sitting in an official car in the back. The 2 cars started up and slowly drove toward the elder's home. In this car in the back, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao were sitting on top of the leather seats. His heart was uncontrollably nervous, and his expression stiffened slightly, looking a little fidgety. Fang Yi noticed the change in the expressions of the 2 of them and turned his head to ask with a smile. What's wrong? Nervous? A little. Zhao Debao lowered his head and whispered. Relax. The House of Elders is no dragon's den. Don't be afraid to say or do the wrong thing. Be bold. We are contributing to the country. Fang Yi softly relieved, though he's never been to the Presidium, either. But his life experience in his previous and current lives made him more or less calmer than the other 2. The convoy picked up speed and soon arrived in the center of the capital. Presbyterianism is the common name for it. Actually, the official term should be the highest administrative center of China. It was only because the 3 elders usually worked here that people preferred to call it the House of Elders. As for Fang Ji, their destination was an area on the outskirts of the elders' courtyard, the office where the Ministry of Public Works is located. The Ministry of Public Works in this era was a bit different from what Fang Ji knew, but things like assembly lines are still within their purview. The convoy had already obtained permits in advance, so they made their way unimpeded to the outside of the Ministry of Works building. After stopping at a wide area, Fang Yi saw several officials standing at the entrance of the Ministry of Public Works. With smiles on their faces, they flew to meet them. Fang Yi got out of the car and shook hands with the official walking at the front. This tall and thin-looking official with a decent face said with incomparable enthusiasm, Hello Team Leader Fang, my name is Shi Yun. I'm the Vice Minister and Chief Engineer of the Ministry of Works. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yi looked at the other party with interest and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, You, an engineer, is it an occupational name? Shi Yun obviously didn't expect the first thing Fang Ji asked to be this question. He froze for a moment and, then he smiled. Yes, engineer is the advancement of mechanic, but honestly, I don't particularly understand the mechanical side of things, and I was able to advance entirely by luck. Fang Yi smiled and nodded his head, but in his heart, he didn't quite believe Shi Yun's words, and the other party's self-effacing sentence. You'd be a fool to actually believe that. Chapter 180 North Desert City. After a few people have gotten to know each other, Fang Yi then commanded the accompanying professionals to unload the assembly line placed on the van. Shi Yun has arranged the location in advance. There were several warehouses of huge size on the first floor of the Ministry of Industry building, and Shi Yun deliberately vacated one of them and remodeled it a bit. In fact, in Fang Yi's opinion, this kind of remodeling doesn't matter. The assembly line doesn't require much from the environment, as long as it's big enough. Under Fang Yi's command, the assembly line was quickly reassembled. Fan Xing and Zhao Debao made a careful inspection of the assembly line. This was to prevent problems after reassembly. Fang Yi and a group of Ministry of Public Works officials were certainly not idle during this period. He distributed the parameter information prepared by Zhao Debao as well as the manual prepared by himself to a group of officials respectively. With his explanation of these officials quickly understood the general situation and the process of using the assembly line. And in the course of the explanation, Fang Ji also realized that Shi Yun and the other official were extremely comprehending. You can even do it to the extent that you can learn by example. After realizing this, Fang Ji could not help but sigh in his heart. If Wham had been on a better footing, if some information had been preserved during the original pandemonium, he wouldn't have needed to invent something like the assembly line. These high-level and mechanically related professions are perfectly fine to mess around with, but it can't be helped. The originally promising mechanics had no ground to live in this era, and they could only repair things they couldn't figure out. The principles of that were drawn from the destiny crystals. Honestly, it makes them look more like mechanics than mechanics or engineers. Even Shi Yun, who, even as an engineer, it's not like what you do on a regular basis is research. Aside from his administrative duties, most of the time he's compiling repair manuals. Help low-level mechanics understand how to repair and maintain those vehicles, flying machines, and other items. So far, China hasn't been able to replicate those items drawn from the fate crystals. There seems to be some kind of unknown rule restricting humans in this era. Maybe one day people will figure it all out, but not now. However, the assembly line made by Fang Yi is not within this limit, and for the first time, Shi Yun and the others saw the power of machinery with their own eyes. Fang Yi stood at the outlet of the assembly line, while Zhao Debao and Fan Xing stood at the inlet of the assembly line. Although the two of them didn't know how to make pills, they knew how the assembly line should be used, so a temporary cameo as a researcher is no problem at all. With Shi Yun's command, the assembly line immediately went to work, and since this was a small-scale demo, it didn't take many people that. The three of them are enough for Fang Ji, as herb after herb was thrown into the assembly line. Shi Yun and the others instantly saw how efficient those rune-driven machines were. In just a few short minutes, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao then achieved a feat that a dozen or so alchemists were unable to do. Shi Yun and the others were looking at it with straight eyes. Before the advent of concepts like the assembly line, Shi Yun and the others actually didn't know much about the specifics of alchemy. There was a huge gap between professionals and professionals, and there was a not insignificant influence of grade and rank. Therefore, although the state has done some statistics, there are some discrepancies between the final figures and the actual situation. And after Fang Yi publicized the assembly line, Shi Yun and the others had specifically gone to understand the specifics of each step in alchemy, understanding each and every difficult point of alchemy. So they were surprised to find that the assembly line that Fang Yi had come up with worked excessively well. It works a lot better than the assembly line on Wang Lao's site at the beginning. As an engineer, even if you haven't made machinery with your own hands, Shi Yun also had a certain theoretical foundation, so he could clearly feel the twists and turns of that first-generation assembly line in Wang Lao's lab. And all those twists and turns disappear in front of this so-called 2.5 version. In Shi Yun's opinion, it wouldn't be an easy job to improve all those shortcomings. Fang Ji and the others are really good at what they do. This demo didn't last very long. Shi Yun and the others were only there to make sure that the various pieces of information submitted up by Fang Yi were correct. As the demonstration ended, Fang Yi also withdrew from the outlet of the assembly line. Minister Shi, do you think this assembly line of ours is alright? Fang Yi asked with a smile. Okay, of course, too good. Shi Yun applauded and several of the surrounding officials also revealed expressions of satisfaction and surprise. Now this is actually the third version of a simplified product, because time was so tight that. So there are some issues we haven't had time to resolve. Fang Yi scratched his head and said. Shi Yun waved his hand. It's already exceeded our expectations, and if we can spread it out, then China will soon have no shortage of elixirs. Yeah, and paired with the new type of container you were working on earlier. Team Leader Upper. The pills are also free from the pressure of storage. Another official smiled and said. Team Leader Fang. You're pushing for a change in China's pills with your own strength. No, you are exaggerating. Fang Ji immediately showed an embarrassed expression. I only played a leading role. This is the result of countless researchers, not my credit alone. Team Leader Fang is too modest. An official laughed out loud. Next, the crowd made its way to the conference room of the Ministry of Public Works. Simple snacks and drinks had been prepared here in advance, and Shi Yun greeted the crowd and sat down, then looked at Fang Ji and said, you youngsters should prefer drinks for snacks. Unlike us, who would just like to have some light tea. Fang Ji laughed, and was about to make a joke along the way. As a result, the door of the conference room was suddenly heard to be slammed open, followed by a young official rushing in with an anxious expression on his face. Shi Yun's face became a bit gloomy all of a sudden, but he didn't say anything heavy. Instead, he slowly asked, what happened? In such a hurry? The young officer took 2 breaths and the tone of his voice flew. North Desert City has been attacked by foreign beasts. The mayor of North Desert City is asking for help, and the senior management has informed the Ministry of Industry to start producing weaponry with full force immediately. At these words, the conference room fell silent. Shi Yun froze for 2 seconds, then immediately reacted as he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and saw the 3 missed calls displayed on it. When he was observing the assembly line, he put his cell phone on mute so as not to hold back outside interruptions. I didn't realize I had missed such an important message. Fang Yi leaned his body forward slightly. Minister Shi, do you have something more important? The Ministry of Works, in addition to the duties previously described, actually has a very important duty. That was to coordinate the nation's weapons and equipment manufacturing. Only Shi Yun was not in charge of this aspect, so he didn't mention it to Fang Ji and the others. Chapter 181 One Retreat at a Time. Yun was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I might have to excuse myself." Fang Yi smiled unconcernedly. "It's alright, Minister Shi. You probably know all about the streamline, and I'm always in the capital. So you get busy and we'll talk more about it later when we have time." Yun revealed a slightly forced smile. "Okay, thanks for understanding." With that said, Yun and the group of officials got up and left the conference room, and before walking out of the room, as if he had suddenly thought of something, Yun twisted his head and said slowly, "Team Leader Fang, you can go back and rest for a while. If I'm right, your strength may be needed next." Fang Ji froze for a moment, and although he didn't understand what Yun meant, he still nodded. This meeting was a bit rushed, but Fang Ji didn't have any grievances. This assembly line of his is important, but it doesn't matter if this is put on the back burner compared to what's going on everywhere. A few days ago, South Lake City had been attacked by the alien beasts, and Fang Yi had been studying the assembly line for the past 2 days, so don't really know much about the situation over there, and at this moment, North Desert City is once again in trouble, and honestly, the situation seems to be more serious than expected. After handing over all the information to another official in charge of the assembly line at the Ministry of Public Works, Fang Yi then took Fan Xing and Zhao Debao and left the Elder's courtyard. Back in the lab, Fang Ji's mind suddenly resounded again with the words that Yun had said when he left the conference room. "If I'm right, your power may be needed next." This sentence seems to be very understandable. Fang Ji is an alchemist. The concocted elixir could cure the sick, save people and enhance their strength, so the country naturally needed his power. But Fang Ji always felt that things were not that simple. After returning to the lab, Fang Yu and the others took a short break and started to figure out the third version of the assembly line. The 2.5 version of the assembly line they just delivered was the result of a compromise that still requires follow-up studies. At this moment, in South Lake City, the Vermilion Bird Squad was standing on top of the roof of a tall building. The eye swept over the dismal scene below. Corpses. Endless corpses. Corpses of either humans or foreign beasts like rolling hills. The heavy odor of blood wafted out, and the ground was filled with the broken walls of various buildings. They held the phase attack. The army of South Lake City and the army that came to reinforce them managed to hold the attack of the alien beasts, but they also paid an extremely heavy price. And even with the help of the Vermilion Bird Squad, this price is also heavy. The good news is, the Vermilion Bird Squad managed to close the secret realm gate with a legendary grade sealing scroll, but the bad news is that this sealing is only a stopgap measure that, unless China could gather a team of high-level professionals to counterattack back, it wouldn't be long before the alien beasts fought their way back out again. But China doesn't have that many high-level professionals right now. The secret realms of other cities also needed high-level professionals to suppress them, especially North Desert City, which needed those high-level professionals even more than they did. "Captain, we received a notification from our superiors ordering us to head to North Desert City immediately to support Yin Wang's squad." Captain Jubilee frowned at his words, and his cool voice rang out from the roof of the building. "It looks like things are worse than expected in North Desert City. Otherwise the higher-ups wouldn't have allowed 2 secret realm squads to appear in a city at the same time. As one of the most powerful forces in China, the stealth squad normally operates separately. Vermilion Bird Squad should head to another city facing a crisis after assisting South Lake City. In Jubilee's opinion, the probability is that they're headed for Kawasaki City, but the orders from above made it clear to depart immediately and assist the Yin Wang squad. "Let's go. Don't delay." Vermilion Bird shouldered the large sword that was as tall as a man at his side and turned around and jumped off the tall building. The wind whistled in his ears, and there was a flash of fire in Jubilee's eyes. On the other side, in the middle of a rolling snowfield in North Desert City, thousands of foreign beasts ran wildly with heavy steps, and the snow that was more than 10 centimeters deep was like nothing in front of them. The local army of the city of Northmore had gathered on the other side of the snowy plains of the. A tight defensive formation was formed, but the situation was far more dire than it so appeared. As a matter of fact, the secret realm in North Desert City has always been the one with the most critical situation among all the secret realms in China. The number of high-level professionals stationed here on weekdays was also the highest. On the one hand, it's because there exists 1 grade A secret realm and 3 grade B secret realms in the entire territory of North Desert City. Too much pressure on the defense. On the other hand, because of the environment here, more than half of the 12 months of the year were in cold temperatures, and many professionals were not adapted to the environment here, and could only utilize 70% or even less of their 10% combat power. Before the Abyssal portal incident, China had set up the most defense forces in North Desert City, more than the city of Dingbei, but with the burning of a great number of rune cannons, the sacrifice of high-ranking professional. After all, Bayamo City had not been able to resist the counterattack of the Fey Beasts, and had become the second city in China to be attacked by the Fey Beasts. But it was clear to all that this was not negligence or inaction on the part of the city of North Desert. They have no better way of doing it. Indeed, in the view of the senior, it was already a miracle that Bayemo City could hold out until now before being attacked by the beasts, and in their estimation, it was very likely that Bayemo City wouldn't be able to hold out for even a week. And the scene just above the snowy plain where the group of foreign beasts attacked was not an isolated case. This time, a full 3 secret realms of alien beasts had all rushed out, including that most threatening greatest secret realm. The armies of North Desert City were dispersed into 3 groups, each one fending off a secret realm. Counting from the time of the accident in the early hours of the morning, they had so far fended off dozens of attacks from the alien beasts. An untold number of bodies were left in the multiple snowfields, and the defenses retreated and retreated. To be honest, the situation on the North Desert City side was also anticipated by the top brass, and some advance planning was done. But when it all actually happened, the crowd realized that the situation was far more critical than imagined. If we let the beasts attack like this, sooner or later, the North Desert City's army won't be able to withstand it. Even though this place is vast and sparsely populated, it can't be left to the beasts to roam. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yama's squad, along with the army, charged the thousands of alien beasts that were attacking. They were so much stronger than the soldiers, and their cooperation was so much more tacit, that a single glance at Yen Wang's squad then killed their way into the hinterland of the alien beasts and searched for the leader of the group, the commander. The blood stained the snowy plains as red as the plum blossoms blooming in the cold winter. The beautiful, bloody, unbelievably beautiful. Meanwhile, in the second professional base of the capital city, Fang Ji's eyes burned as he looked at a rune set on the table, and an uncontrollable joy surged in his heart. He's just finished one of the hardest rune sets in the 3rd edition pipeline. This is a very critical development. Chapter 182 Meeting and Preparing for a Counterattack. There was really a light flickering in Fang Ji's eyes at the moment. That was the change that appeared after the Eye of Formation was catalyzed to the extreme. This skill is truly a godsend, and without it, Fang Ji felt that he would not be able to complete the creation of this rune set in a short period of time. The interference between the individual runes alone would be enough to give him a headache for a while. And now that this most difficult rune set is complete, the next remaining rune group is much simpler, as it is a general control rune that coordinates all aspects of the assembly line. In Fang Yi's opinion, this master control rune was somewhat similar to the control circuits he had come into contact with in his previous life. Or to put it more dramatically, this thing is the equivalent of a CPU in a computer. Of course, the total control rune that Fang Ji had produced now was still very rough. It simply cannot be compared to a CPU, the crystallization of the highest human intelligence. Try the effect, Fang Yi muttered. Getting up, he called Fanstar over. Go make sure the 3rd version of the assembly line is in good shape. I'm going to try a rune set in a little while. Okay, team leader. Fan Xing nodded in response. Fang Yi and the others had previously made a framework for a 3rd version of the pipeline. Since Fang Yi proposed the idea of modularization, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao collaborated to improve a framework based on the 2nd version. As long as the rune sets and bearer modules are in place, then the framework can be shaken up and it became the 3rd version of the assembly line. Fang Yi activated the master control rune set, observing the connections between each rune. After making sure everything was in order, it was picked up and walked towards the frame of the 3rd version of the assembly line. By this point, Fan Xing and the others were increasingly marveling at the genius of the group leader. Modularizing the runes was a godsend. The two of them quickly carted the available rune sets onto the frame. Instead, Fang by and by, he gestured at the side of the assembly line for half a day before he started to do it. The Master Control Rune Group is a rune group that has never been seen before. Fang Ji didn't know if it would do anything unexpected after activating and driving the other rune sets, so he had to be very careful from the time of installation. This test lasted a full 3 hours. When Fang Yi looked up from the assembly line, the sky outside had already come to late night. How's it going, team leader? Fan Xing asked eagerly. Neither he nor Zhao Debao left, because the two were well aware of the importance of total control of the rune team pipeline. Fang Yi let out a long breath, and a smile then appeared on his face. Better than expected, he said slowly, looking slightly tired. Indeed, 3 hours of concentrated debugging would feel overwhelming even to him. Great! Fan Xing clapped his hands, and Zhao Debao also had a joyful look on his face. I'll continue to refine the master control rune set next. Your task is to figure out how to improve the mechanics of the 3rd version of the assembly line. Fang Yi looked at the two people in front of him and said with a smile, the 3rd version of the assembly line is not the end of there's a lot of room for optimization here. Yes, team leader, today's research came to an end here. Fang Ji felt his brain drowsy. It seems that as soon as you relax you fall asleep. He rubbed his brow and steeled himself to return to his home. Then he collapsed straight into bed and fell into sleep. The next day, over a snowy plain on the edge of North Desert City, a blood-red-colored craft came whistling, and after circling the air twice, it determined its position and slowly landed. The vehicle's engines spewed jets of energy at extremely high temperatures. The snow on the ground was melted in an instant. Boo! The landing gear of the craft stepped smoothly above the ground. The hatch opened and Jubilee stepped out first. At a glance, she saw the black-robed man who greeted her. It was a member of Yama's squad. "Captain Jubilee, I didn't expect you to land directly here." Big Eyes walked up and bowed his head slightly. Facing the strongest female professional in China, he was more or less in awe, nothing more, mainly because the other side is so violent. 5 years ago, Vermilion Bird had once killed his way into a grade B secret realm all by himself and stayed inside for 7 whole days. Only after killing all the foreign beasts in the entire secret realm did he come out. According to the description of those who subsequently entered the secret realm, that whole secret realm was like a purgatory. The flames destroyed everything as far as the eye could see, and the corpses of the Fae were reduced to almost nothing but charcoal. The air was so thick with the smell of sulfur that normal professionals couldn't breathe. Big Eyes didn't enter that secret realm, but if he hadn't been gifted with a special talent, it was actually considered the realm of normal professionals, so he could imagine the terror in that secret realm, and naturally, he was in awe of Vermilion Bird. Jubilee looked at Big Eyes and nodded her head slightly. The cool voice seemed even colder in the cold wind. "Landing here saves time. Well, take me to Hades." Big Eyes was busy nodding his head and the eyes subconsciously looked towards the blood-red craft and the streaks of alien beast corpses behind the craft. Jubilee landed directly on top of the battlefield with his men, and if the war here hadn't already ended, it was expected that they would go straight to war with the Fae. The woman had always been like that, as if she was born to fight, yet the human side still hadn't won the previous battle. So this area, including the hundreds of kilometers of land behind it, had been turned into the territory of the Fae. The armies of China retreated and retreated, giving way to a land full of broken limbs. The blood froze in the cold temperature, like bush after bloody bush. Soon, the Vermilion Bird squad and the Yen King squad converged, and Yen King sat in a makeshift tent that recounted for Zhu Yao the predicament that the Chinese army was now facing. There are too many enemies, and too few soldiers from China, especially high-level professionals. There were too few high-level professionals who could fight 1 against 100 on the battlefield, and when the enemy launched an endless attack, the Chinese army was really out of power. Jubilee listened quietly, and at first made no comment. It wasn't until after Yen spoke of the military's next plan that she slowly opened her mouth. "I see. Now it's a matter of needing someone to hold back the Class B mysteries, so that the rest of the troops can focus on dealing with that class of secret realm, right?" "Right. The task of our 2 squads is to hold back those 2 level B mysteries respectively. The longer it takes, the more chance the military side will have to counterattack." Yen nodded and said, "Counterattack?" Vermilion Bird raised an eyebrow and a subtle expression appeared on the heroic face. "Can we really counterattack back?" "Well, it should be able to." Yan's tone seemed a bit understated. Honestly, he thought the odds were that the army side wouldn't be able to counterattack back. But yesterday, when he talked to the somewhat jaded-looking general, the other had a confidence beyond the ordinary, as if, given time, counterattacks aren't hard to come by. Yama didn't ask more questions, because it wasn't his duty, and he and Jubilee had to deal with it's those 2 Class B mysteries. Chapter 183 Going to the Ministry of Industry again. In the tent, both Vermilion Bird and King Yen fell silent. After a few moments, Vermilion Bird was the first to speak. "When does it start?" "Tomorrow at the latest. The Fae herd needs to rest as well," Yen said in a deep voice. Jubilee nodded, then got up and prepared to leave. "Call me anytime. I'm going back to rest." The room quieted down and Yen was the only one left. He sighed and reached up to rub his brow, where it still ached. The aftereffects of the Abyssal portal incident hadn't been completely eliminated, and even with Fong by Fong's elixir, he's not back to peak form either. Soul wounds are the hardest to heal. Yen estimated that it might take years for him to recover. On the other side, in the highest administrative center of China, in the conference room of the Ministry of Industry building, an officer is doing a debriefing. As of now, 15 groups of forgers in China have begun work on the Forge Masters Association has stated that it will do its utmost to guarantee the supply of weapons and equipment, and that the Rune Cannon factory will be able to get 3 Rune Cannons off the production line within 5 days. After debugging, it can be sent to North Desert City. The officials reported for a full 10 minutes before stopping, and from the main seat, the 3 ministers looked at each other and an undersecretary at the same level as Shi Yun slowly spoke. The number of runic mega cannons is too small to make a decisive difference in the war. 3 huge guns, which might have been sufficient for suppression in ordinary times, but now that the enemy was attacking in groups, the mega cannon's attack is overly focused and not particularly useful. I remember that there seems to be some breakthroughs on top of the potion. This vice minister suddenly turned his head and, looking across the room at Shur Yun nodded and, in a deep voice, he said, the Fang Yi experimental group has produced a mechanical runic artifact called the assembly line, which can greatly increase the efficiency of alchemy. As long as the raw materials keep up, it will soon be possible to refine the elixir needed by the North Desert City's military. That's good news. The crowd was slightly relieved at the words, and just then the formal minister sitting at the end of the conference room nodded slightly, and his voice carried throughout the room. In the morning, General Zhang from North Desert City got back to me. He has mastered a powerful skill on his side, but it requires a large number of weapons. At these words, the entire conference room fell silent. After a few moments, one of the officials asked excitedly, how powerful is this skill? Can we counterattack the secret realm? According to General Yang, yes. Minister Zhang said slowly, another piece of good news. And the faces of the people in the room looked a little better. But then they thought of another problem. Where will the weapons General Yang needs come from? The Forgemasters Guild does hold some of the technology but it's still stressful trying to make a lot of weapons in a short period of time. Did General Zhang's side say the exact number of weapons needed? An official with primary responsibility for weaponry spoke up and asked, 100,000 pieces or more. The more the better. No cap. Minister Zhang said slowly. The official frowned at the words. If in the past, it was still easy to come up with 100,000 pieces of weaponry from the Ministry of Labor's side. But in that time the country has consumed as much weaponry as it has in years. Even the Ministry of Works doesn't have much left over. Besides, it's not just Northmoor that needs weaponry. Other cities need it, too. By giving so much to North Desert at once, there will be a shortfall in other cities. The situation deteriorated too quickly, and although China reacted quickly, however, there was still a shortfall in various material reserves in a short period of time, which was not due to a lack of previously stockpiled materials, but rather too much depletion. 25 cities have consumed immense amounts of supplies in this short period of half a month. This shortage could continue for a long time if a more efficient way of making it, like elixirs, cannot be found. I'll talk to the Forgemasters Association over there, but this amount of weaponry may take a few days to complete. The official did some math in the notebook in his hand, then said slowly. Minister Zhang shook his head slightly, reducing the quotas for other cities first. Get the weaponry to North Desert City as fast as you can. And if the other cities have a problem with it, have their mayors come talk to me personally. Yes, Minister. The official nodded heavily, and there was some helplessness in his heart. When has China ever fought a war so unprofitable? Half a day later, in the capital's second professional base, Fang Yi installed the modified master control rune on top of the assembly line. The previous commissioning process wasn't all smooth, although it eventually accomplished its goal but there were a few hiccups in the middle. These issues must be addressed or they may evolve into failures when used later. In addition to that, Fang Yi also drew some other links of the rune set some parts of the 2.5 version of the assembly line still require manual labor, but on the third version, Fang Yi plans to eliminate the manual labor involvement, make the assembly line essentially fully automated, but it's still very difficult to reach that goal, and it's an exaggeration to say that Fang Yi was going to make his own circuits, program them himself, and debug them himself, and any one of those steps getting stuck would delay a lot of time. The two of them, Fan Xing and Zhao Debao, were not slow in their movements. It took less than a day to optimize the framework for the third version of the pipeline. The study is progressing steadily, and at the current rate of progress, within about a month, they were then able to get the third version of the assembly line made. Of course, this was under the premise that everything was going well, and Fang Yi had actually always had a feeling that is, it may not be long before he gets caught up in other events. It's a complicated situation right now, nationally and globally. And while research requires a smooth environment, perhaps when the situation deteriorates again, he'll need to take on new assignments, as he did before. Go ahead and conduct research in other areas. The truth was just as he had expected. 2 days later, Fang Yi received a call from the Ministry of Public Works, and the caller was none other than Shur Yun, with whom he had been in contact. In general, Baifu was in charge of Fang Yi's communication with the rest of the country. If there were any new instructions or tasks from the higher-ups, it was always communicated to him by Baifu. It was a matter of process and rarely violated by anyone. But this time it was different. Shur Yun had bypassed all the processes and contacted him directly. This made Fang Yi feel something was wrong. In the lab, Fong Yi held the phone with a serious expression as he listened to Shi Yun's words. Team Leader Fong, I don't know if you have the time right now. There's something on our end we'd like to check with you. Shi Yun's words were polite, and the feeling of a high-ranking superior of a country was completely inaudible. Fong Yi looked at the assembly line on the side, then slowly said, there's time. If the division minister has something to say, just say it. Well, this is something that requires you to come to the Ministry of Public Works. Our car is already on its way. I'm sorry, Shi Yun said in a deep voice after a moment's pause. Chapter 184 Improvement of Rune Cannon. Fong Ji held his cell phone, and the expression on his face froze slightly. And you need to go to the Ministry of Public Works yourself? What's the matter? Fong Ji had originally thought that Shi Yun and the others were trying to ask themselves about the matter of having an assembly line for pills, but now it seems as if that's not the case. The situation seemed to be more complicated than he had expected, but since the other party had spoken in person, then there was no reason for himself to refuse, so Fong Yi immediately agreed. About 10 minutes later, he was in an automobile bound for the Ministry of Industry. In the car, Fong Yi dialed Bai Fu's phone, hoping to learn some information from the other party, but Bai Fu said she didn't know much about it, though she thought it might have something to do with the worsening situation now. Fong Ji hung up the phone helplessly. Bai Fu was talking crap. He wasn't a cutie pie. Mr. Fong Chi, more or less guessed the situation. The speed of the car was very fast, and it didn't take long for Fong Yi to see the magnificent building of the Elder Academy. The building of the Ministry of Industry is situated on the periphery of the entire administrative center, and the automobile passes through the straight streets of the interior of the. It came to a steady stop at the entrance to the building. At a glance, Fong Yi saw the official in charge of greeting him at the door, Shi Yun. I didn't expect him to come in person, Fong Yi muttered in his mind, then got out of the car and walked over. It was only then that he noticed that there were two other officials standing behind Shi Yun. The two men were dressed in dark blue work uniforms, standing not so visible in the shadows. Division Minister, this time I was called over. Fong Yi had not yet finished. Shi Yun had then interrupted with a smile. Let's go inside and talk. This is not the place to talk. Shi Yun turned around and walked towards the building. Although Fong Ji was filled with curiosity, since the other party did not intend to speak now, he couldn't be bothered to keep asking. As the group walked around the building 7 times, Fong Ji felt like he was about to get dizzy when he turned around. Shi Yun finally stopped. Fong Ji raised his head and realized that he was now standing at the entrance of a small conference room. Shi Yun turned around and smiled. What about this time? It's actually kind of an unkind request, he said, pushing the door to the conference room open and Fong Yi saw a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair sitting inside. The other party was wearing a black leather jacket and his hair was meticulously combed. This is the supreme head of the Ministry of Public Works, Minister Ma, Shi Yun introduced, leading Fong Yu inside. This is Team Leader Fong, isn't it? What a talent. Minister Ma smiled and looked at Fong Ji. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fong Yi sat down in the conference room. Until now, he didn't know exactly what these people were looking for in him. But look at this. I guess it's not a small thing. A moment later, the conversation came to a head, and Minister Ma looked at Fong Ji. Slowly, he opened his mouth and asked, Team Leader Fong, I wonder if I don't understand the Rune Giant Cannon. Fong Yi sniffed slightly, then shook his head. He didn't really know anything about this stuff. Not at all. Minister Ma did not have the slightest surprise in his heart when he saw Fong Ji's actions. The Rune Cannon is the most powerful weapon in China. It's highly classified. It would be really surprising if Fong Ji said he had an understanding. I've seen your runes on the assembly line, and honestly, it's really great that I've never seen such a subtle rune formation before. Minister Ma did not mince words of praise in the slightest, and in a deep voice, he stated the purpose of calling Fong Yi over this time. We agree that you have what it takes to improve the Rune Cannon, so I hope you can continue to utilize your talent above the runes and do your part for China. Fong Ji's eyes widened, while his mood was suddenly agitated. He was interested in the Rune Cannon before, but he just never had the chance. Now the opportunity backfires on the doorstep. I can try. Fong Ji nodded heavily. The Rune Cannon factory is located on the outskirts of the capital, and is guarded by an army of. No one without permission is allowed to even come close. Fong Ji entered the Rune Giant Cannon factory without any problems under the guidance of an official from the Ministry of Public Works. The moment he pushed open the door, Fong Ji directly froze in place. It's a very large piece of plant. From the outside you can't really imagine that it's such a big space inside. But, much of the interior of this plant is empty. Those materials, as well as the staff that made the Rune Cannon, only took up less than half of the space inside the plant, and they only had a very rudimentary few rune-powered devices on hand. Fong Ji fixed his eyes on the. It was found that most of those staff members were forging masters, and there were only a few rune masters, and they were all old men with white hair who were already old. Rune Giant Cannon. As the name suggests, it's a weapon powered by runes. However, in Feng Zhi's observation, the runesmiths who truly played a decisive role only accounted for 1/10 or even less of the entire group. This has led to extremely low productivity at the Rune Mega Cannon Factory. It also explained why China had only possessed around 100 Rune Giant Cannons in the past few decades or even centuries. Team Leader Feng, please come in, let me introduce you. A middle-aged man who looked like the person in charge walked up and smiled as he spoke to Feng Yi. Feng Zhi nodded slightly, then followed the other party around the plant. Honestly, there's not much to spin. Feng Zhi can read a lot of things at a glance. The legendary Forge Master and legendary Rune Master granted him superb eyesight. Factory Director Sure. Why are there only so many runesmiths in the factory? After listening to the other party's introduction, Feng Yi finally couldn't help but ask this question. Plant Director Sure sighed and said helplessly, you should be able to tell that the runes within the Rune Giant Cannon were so complex that there was no way for a young Rune Master to grasp them. Only a high-level Rune Master can draw it out. We've thought about this some before, even tried to simplify those runes, but it's never been possible to do it. There's no way to expand capacity if you can't simplify the runes. Feng by and by nodded. Factory Director Shure's statement was similar to what he had guessed. It's true that it's because runes limit the development of runic mega cannons. So, as long as I simplify the rune or make it less difficult to draw, then the capacity of the Rune Giant Cannon will be increased? Feng Yi looked at Factory Director Shure and asked. Well, it is. Factory Director Shure reached out and took a set of rune arrays from the side. Minister Ma has already spoken to me. He said that you are the most talented rune master China has ever seen, and that only you can help us. Feng Yi scratched his head as he sniffed. Good lord. Minister Ma's evaluation of himself wasn't really low. It's not clear where he gets this confidence in himself from. Feng Zhi knew that he was talented, but talent and practice were two different things. He is indeed confident, but not blindly arrogant. I'll give it a try. Feng Yi took the rune array and came to the side to start pondering over it. Factory Director Sure nodded, then turned towards the old rune masters with gray hair. Chapter 185 Improvements. These runesmiths had noticed the teenager a long time ago, but there's no way they're going to drop what they're doing and ask someone else about it. And at this moment, they saw the director of the factory, Mr. Sure, coming towards this place. So one of the busy runesmiths immediately asked curiously, Plant Manager, who is this man? The Ministry of Public Works called it over, saying that it can improve the giant cannon rune array. Factory Director Sure took a drink of water and said to the runesmith in front of him, Oh, there's still this kind of ability. This old man immediately revealed a surprised expression. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said slowly, Young people are open-minded and it might actually work. Plant Director Sure nodded approvingly. That's right, that's what I was thinking. As time rolled around to the afternoon, Feng Zhi returned from the rune formation. With a serious expression, he looked towards the forges that were constantly busy within the plant. In fact, in Feng Zhi's opinion, it wasn't just this rune formation in front of him that affected the output of the Rune Giant Cannon. The small workshop-style production methods of those forges also had a non-negligible impact on production. But the key issue remains these rune arrays. Feng Zhi could tell that there was a lot of room for optimization, and the Eye of Formation allowed him to see a lot of things. First, there's the issue of the interference of the individual runes in the Mega Cannon rune array. Although the rune master who invented this rune formation was also a genius, he obviously hadn't figured out the laws of interference between the runes. This leads to a lot more loss of energy in the direct flow of runes for nothing. Even if Feng Zhi didn't simplify the rune formation, and just resolve the interference in it, then the power of the Rune Giant Cannon could also be increased by about 20%. Of course, the priority now is not to increase power. The production is not going up. That little bit of power doesn't do much at all. Honestly, simplifying the Mega Cannon runes isn't a simple matter of. This was a very complicated rune formation, and even Feng Zhi needed to comb through it properly to master it. That's right, even if he was a legendary rune master, there was no way he could immediately realize this rune formation. Seeing the problem is one thing, fully grasping it is another. This really wasn't a job that could be accomplished in a moment. Feng Yi looked at the time and, realizing that it was already after 6 in the evening, he had only eaten one meal today, so now his stomach felt empty inside. Just in time. Just then, Plant Director Sure came over with a smile. Come on, try our meal here. Then I'll interrupt. Feng Zhi wiped his hands and followed Factory Director Sure outside. At this very moment, a small meeting is being held in the Elder Academy's Ministry of Public Works building. The attendees were none other than Minister Ma, Minister Sure, and others whom Feng Yi had met in the morning. On the main seat, Minister Ma's face was heavy as he looked over the report in his hands. Is the shortfall in weaponry that big? What did the Forge Masters Association say? After looking at it for a while, Minister Ma asked in a deep voice. The Forge Masters Guild has indicated that they don't have much to offer. Almost all of the forges were now working overtime to make weapons and equipment, but they still couldn't supply such a huge amount from so many cities. An official said helplessly, should we gather some of the high-ranking Forge Masters together to exchange? Let's see if there's anything we can do. I don't see much point in. Those Forge Masters didn't have any results in this area some years ago, and now they're suddenly asked to come up with a way to do it. Difficult. Too difficult. Yeah, and those Forge Masters have their work cut out for them these days. Getting them to drop what they're doing to come to a meeting is probably not something a lot of them would be happy about. A kind of officer discusses it feverishly. So what do you guys say? There's no way to forge enough weaponry in the allotted time if we wait like this now. Can't you help with the Rune Makers Guild? Didn't they say that they had researched some runes that were more effective? I've asked around, and the yield of those runes is very low, and while it improves the efficiency of the forge some, but it's just as good as nothing for the current gap. You guys, can that elixir assembly line be improved a bit, into something that will aid in forging? Speaking of which, someone suddenly rang up the running gag sent over by Fong Yi. That stuff is amazing and seems to be able to be used for more than just alchemy as well. Shi Yun nodded heavily when he heard this. In fact, he had this idea before the meeting, but considering that perhaps others had a better idea, he didn't blurt it out. At this moment, after hearing that someone had the same idea as him, Shi Yun finally couldn't help himself. He coughed twice, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and then looked at Minister Ma, who was in the main seat. With a smile on his face, he said, Minister, I think we can ask Fong Ji about this matter. He is a legendary forge master. After all, should be able to make some suggestions. Fong Ji? Minister Ma muttered with his head down. To be honest, he felt that this young man was a little too comprehensive. First Alchemy. After that, it was runes, and now even forging had to go and ask him, as if there were no other talents left in China. But Minister Ma is also aware that it's not really a case of China being empty of talent. Rather, Fong Ji's performance was too eye-catching. Or rather, he was indeed a genius that could not be found in 1,000 years. 3 legendary professions alone in one can be called unprecedented. Let me think about it. Now that Fong Yi has just gone to work on the giant cannon rune, it wouldn't be right to call him back so soon. Minister Ma said slowly. That night, Fong Ji slept directly in the dormitory at the back of the rune giant cannon factory, and early the next morning, he then heard the extremely clear sound of beating iron, the sound of the forges crafting the body of the rune giant cannon. Fong Ji got up from the bed. After briefly washing up and eating breakfast, he continued to start thinking about the giant cannon rune formation. On the other side, the war between North Desert City and the Fae has broken out once again. The Vermilion Bird Squad and the Yen King Squad had hardened themselves against the attacks of the 2 level B mysteries with their unparalleled combat power. But the situation on General Zhang's side wasn't too optimistic. The Ministry of Works did squeeze out the weapons they needed. However, General Zhang did not unleash the legendary skill that was said to be able to knock back a greatest secret realm, because in his judgment, these very average quality weapons do not utilize 100% of the skill's effects. So General Yang temporarily suspended his plans for a counterattack. It's not the best time. No decision in war can be forced. The war in North Desert City lasted a day and a night. Because of the support from the other cities' armies and the 2 hidden squads, they weren't defeated too far this time. In the early hours of the next day, as the herd of foreign beasts retreated, this round of war finally came to an end. General Zhang stood in the command room with an indescribably heavy expression. This time the losses were less than the previous 2. But those fresh lives were never returned. Chapter 186 Another mission? The news from North Desert City quickly traveled back to the capital, and Minister Ma sighed deeply as he looked at the battle report. General Zhang didn't activate that skill because the quality of the weapon wasn't enough. Honestly, this would be a provocation and an insult to the Ministry of Public Works in normal times. But Minister Ma knew that General Zhang definitely didn't mean that. He simply felt that skills couldn't be wasted like that. So, still looking for Fong Yu? Minister Ma muttered softly. Those old guys are really good at what they do, but they can't figure out an assembly line. It seemed that if you wanted a large quantity of weapons and better quality weapons, you could only go to Fong Ji. So after dwelling on it for a while, Minister Ma contacted Shi Yun. Tell him to contact Fong Ji as soon as possible and take the time to come to the Ministry of Public Works. Shi Yun immediately understood what Minister Ma meant, so he put down the phone and left it for Fong Ji to call. In the Rune Giant Cannon Factory, Fong Yi had just finished summarizing a set of rune formations. He split a whole set of giant cannon rune formations into 5 parts, each part simplified separately. It's a lot less difficult to deal with when it's all finally done and then put together. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, the cell phone beside him suddenly rang. Fangji froze for 2 seconds as he looked at Shi Yun's name displayed on the screen. Not in such a hurry. I've only just started working on the rune cannon. You guys got a call from this deadline? But then he realized that Shi Yun might be looking for him for something else, so he pressed the answer button. After a few moments, Fangji put down his cell phone with a somewhat strange expression. Shi Yun asked him to go to the Ministry of Works again, and to be honest, he had a bad feeling about it. But there was no way for Fang Yi to refuse, so he could only pack up his things and talk to factory director Shi. He then walked out of the plant and got into the official car that had come to pick him up. 2 hours later, in the conference room of the Ministry of Works, Minister Ma smiled and looked at Fang Ji, asking slowly, Team Leader Fang, I wonder if you know anything about the weaponry used in the military these days? Upon hearing the question, Fang Ji hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Don't really know. I just seen the soldiers use it a couple times before. Bring it up for Team Leader Fang to see. Minister Ma waved his hand and the two officials standing in the doorway immediately carried up a bundle of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. Fang Ji looked at the densely packed weapons on the table and didn't know what to say for a moment. These weapons were not brand new just out of the factory. Rather, they are all battle-hardened and worn almost to the point of being unusable. Fang Ji could even see the traces of blood, if any, on certain weapons. He lowered his head and scrutinized the weapons. In fact, Fang Ji had observed the weapons that the soldiers used on a daily basis when he was conducting special training in Dingbei City before. And to be honest, the quality of those long knives looked very average to him. The forges of this era did possess very amazing powers, and he was very aware of that. Under the action of the forging hammer, those solid materials could easily be changed into other shapes, so it wasn't difficult for people in this era to acquire a weapon that. But another problem also arose, and that was that although there were more high-grade forgers than alchemists, but there's no way to give all soldiers an awesome weapon. The soldiers were using very ordinary service weapons. These weapons could be built by any forger above level 10. In this day and age, low forging difficulty means average quality. Still the same problem, there are no standardized industrial processes in this day and age that. Weapons manufacturing continues to be a small workshop model, which makes it difficult to supply everyone's needs in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. Its risk resistance is too poor. So, Fang Ji had already vaguely guessed the reason why the Ministry of Public Works was looking for him this time. What do you think of these weapons? 10 minutes later, Minister Ma looked at Fang Yi with a smile on his face. The teenager in front of him no longer had the initial blank expression. Instead, he looked as if he was thinking about something. Fang Ji was silent for a moment after hearing the question before opening his mouth to reply. Honestly, in my opinion, these weapons work, but only just work. Fang Yi's comment was unceremonious. Now at a time like this, the other party definitely didn't want to hear those words of praise when they called themselves over. If it were up to you, how would you forge these weapons? Minister Ma continued to ask. The fact that Fang Ji possessed the profession of a legendary forge master was not a secret in the high-level circle. You can always find out if you ask around. And yesterday, the Ministry of Public Works, after realizing that the shortage of weapons is not something that can be solved in the short term, it was suggested to have the high-level and high-rarity forgers brainstorm a bit, or have them take out some of their stock to see if there was a way to ease the pressure on the Ministry of Works a bit. The proposal was supported and opposed. The high-level forgers were all busy forging various weapons right now, asking them to drop their work at hand to discuss a proposal that might not come to fruition. Honestly, a little delayed. Granted, the sharpening of the knife was not done, but no one had done it for so many years before. Now all of a sudden these people have to come up with a way out. It's hard. Too hard. Unless an outsider carries the banner at a time like this and seeks a way out for the forge. Then someone remembered Fang Ji. If you let me. Fang Ji frowned slightly. It's all right. Speak boldly. Any idea? Minister Ma still has that smiling expression. Fang Yi thought for a moment, then met Minister Ma's gaze. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked, has the situation become critical to this extent? First it was the rune giant cannon, and now it's the entire forging industry? You may not be aware of how dangerous the situation is in the whole of China right now. The pressure on the defense of the cities was immense, and the weapons and equipment available on the side of the Ministry of Works were limited. We need more powerful weapons, or more efficient forging methods, Minister Ma said slowly. The tone didn't sound like much emotion. He was worried, but couldn't show it. Fang Ji nodded slightly. That is to say, you wish to solve the current lack of weaponry through my legendary forge master talent? Indeed, there is such an idea. But I also know very well that you specialize in alchemy. Too little effort is poured into the forge above. Fang Yi scratched his head. Yes, knowing that he majored in alchemy and still made such a big show. You don't really want to. Just as Fang Yi was brainstorming, Minister Ma turned his words around, said something that made Fang Ji a little surprised but not so much. But I see your potential in the potion assembly line. Fang Ji, you might be able to help us turn this situation around now. Minister Ma's voice reached Fang Ji's ears. It's really like this. A wave rippled through Fang Ji's heart. Chapter 187 50% down. What made Fang Ji feel surprised was that Minister Ma really wanted to pin his hopes on him. In fact, Fang Ji hadn't shown much talent as a forger before, so he would really feel surprised that the other party would choose him. And unsurprisingly, Fang Ji, upon seeing those weapons, I had already made a guess when I heard what Minister Ma had said earlier. These people need their own power, and only themselves, to change that. At least he'll do better than the ones he's doing now. Minister Ma smiled and continued. I'm well aware of what those old guys can do. It wouldn't be difficult to give them some time to forge powerful weapons, but we don't have the time right now, and powerful equipment isn't universal. Maybe it was the potion pipeline that gave him the idea that it could also be that the current group of forgers really can't meet the needs of China. Anyway, no matter what, this Minister Ma eventually chose Fang Ji. I'll admit, I had an element of gambling. Minister Ma sighed softly, but I hope you can help us. Fang Ji was silent for a moment, then nodded. The other party had put his words to this point. It was certainly impossible for him not to help, and the more important point was that he did have the ability to do so. Industrialization. Something Fang Ji had considered a long time ago. The potion assembly line was one of the signs that alchemy had moved into industrialization, and forging, in fact, was more suitable for industrialization than alchemy. I can try, Fang Yi said solemnly. He didn't put words in his mouth, because no one can guarantee how long it will take for something like industrialization to bear fruit. Good. Minister Ma revealed a bright smile. Feel free to mention any needs you have. Full cooperation from our side. Leaving the Ministry of Works building, Fang Ji wandered through the streets inside the Elder Academy. In fact, he's feeling a lot of pressure right now. Although Fang Yi had thought a lot about the current situation in China, also understand where they should go next. But when those tasks really press on, he still inevitably felt the unprecedented pressure. One wrong step could cost China dearly, and he had to walk on thin ice. Fang Ji took a deep breath and rubbed his face fiercely. It then returned to the professional's base. It's going to take a little while for the Mega Cannon Rune array to be simplified. What he had to do now was to use the fastest speed to form the Forge Lab first. The promised talents and supplies from the Ministry of Public Works were quickly sent to the base. Bai Fu directly granted him a room next to the alchemy lab that was also not small in size. In this way, Fang Ji had 2 laboratories of his own in the base. In the new forging lab, Fang Ji looked at the dozen men and women in front of him. There was a faint smile on his face. Welcome, everyone, and I'm not going to make any false claims here. This newly formed laboratory of ours has only one purpose, and that is to solve the current shortage of weapons and equipment in China. All of them responded in unison. Fang Yi had actually considered this aspect a long time ago. The industrialization of forging must rely on one of the most crucial things, the lathe. Machining cannot be separated from the lathe. Want to improve the efficiency of forging? Fang Ji must get a lathe out in the shortest possible time, even if it's the simplest. He had some thoughts, but it was hard to say if these people could understand them. Fang Yi thought for a moment and decided to briefly talk to everyone today first, to see who was more receptive. Just in case someone has a talent for it, I plan to make a device that will. Fang Ji had only wanted to speak briefly, but with the crowd's support. Surprisingly, he got more and more energized, and spent 3 raw hours explaining all the general conditions of the lathe. The dozen or so men in the room were all talented in mechanics or in forging. After listening to Fang Ji's thoughts, they all fell into a state of shock. Lathe? So there is such a thing. The material is processed with rune-controlled equipment, and after obtaining rough blanks which are then processed by the forge master. And some ordinary weaponry didn't even need to be processed by the forger anymore. The lathe could finish it. Of course, the lathe is a very complicated thing, judging by Fang Qi's description of it. There are many difficult points within it. And although the crowd has a concept, they don't have many ideas. This thing has never existed, and it's really and truly hard to tell from descriptions alone. Fang Yi told the crowd to prepare according to their individual thoughts first. He would not force everyone to follow his way of thinking, that would stifle the creativity of the crowd. Coming out of the forging lab, Fang Ji came to the alchemy lab on the side. The third version of the pipeline seems a bit slow overall because it doesn't have him in it. However, Fang Yi is not in a hurry. Now that the 2.5 version of the assembly line has not yet been promoted, there is still plenty of time left for the 3rd edition. After making sure that some of it was in order, Fang Yi took a car and headed to the Rune Giant Cannon Factory. He wouldn't forget this task of his. the lathe and the assembly line would take some time. However, the simplification of the rune cannon is a short-term endeavor. A day later, Fang Yi had simplified nearly half of the runes of the giant cannon. With all the runesmiths gazing in awe, he drew a simplified giant cannon rune formation with his own hands. The power has increased a little, and the difficulty of drawing has decreased by 20%. Art. This is art. A rune master with white hair held the rune array that Fang Yi had drawn, and there were actually hidden tears flashing in his eyes. He had studied and researched giant cannon rune formation since he was a child, and it was only now that he finally realized that turns out this thing can be changed that way. I've lived these 100 years for nothing. Fang Yi quickly waved his hands at his words. Not so much, not so much. I just happen to have a talent in this area. He wouldn't dare talk nonsense. These runesmiths aren't getting any younger. What if I say the wrong thing and someone smokes me over? Fang Yi stayed at the rune giant cannon factory for another day, and after simplifying the entire rune formation once again, he did the drawing by hand. This time, the power of the giant cannon rune formation had increased by 1.5 to 20%, and the difficulty of drawing dropped by a full 50%. It's an extremely scary ratio, and it's no exaggeration to say that now that any rune master above level 30 could complete the drawing of this rune array, the number of people who could build the rune giant cannon would increase exponentially in the future. This is the most leap-forward enhancement since the introduction of the rune cannon. There had been rune masters and forgers who had optimized giant cannons before, but none had ever been able to achieve the level of Fang Yi. According to plant manager Shi's projections, in the future, the production efficiency of the rune cannon would be increased by more than 200%, and as long as they were given a certain amount of time, there would no longer be a shortage of rune cannons in China. Chapter 188 Industrial Mother. Team Leader Fang. How do you think we should thank you? Factory Director Shi held Fang Yi's hands and said excitedly. I'm also doing this for the sake of the country. Plant Director Shi doesn't have to be like this. Fang Yi felt like his hands were clamped in a vice. He tried to break free for a moment, only to find that Shi's grip got tighter and tighter. Don't worry, Team Leader Fang. Not a single penny of the credit that belongs to you will be lost. Factory Director Shi continued. Fang Yi once again struggled backward a bit, and this time he finally retracted his hand. Looking at the reddened fingerprints on his hands, Fang Yi sighed somewhat helplessly. This thank you is overwhelming. Factory Director Shi looked at Fang Yi's expression and seemed to realize something as well. He smiled sarcastically for 2 seconds. He then accompanied Fang Yi towards the door. After leaving the rune giant cannon factory, Fang Yi directly rushed to the forging laboratory. He really hadn't had time to pay attention to what was going on inside the forge lab for the past 2 days. I also wonder if these forgers and mechanics have come up with something along the lines of what he had in mind. Pushing open the door of the laboratory, Fang Yi saw at a glance a strange-looking device surrounded by the crowd. From the looks of it, the thing looked nothing like what he recognized as a lathe. Is it or isn't it? Fang Yi curiously walked forward. At this time there were already 2 researchers who noticed Fang Yi. They turned around with an excited look on their faces. Team Leader, come and take a look. This is what Master Ding made according to your request. Master Ding? Fang Yi sidestepped his head, looking over to a rather mature-looking, standing next to the device, young man, Ding who is only 24 years old this year, but from his looks alone, it's not at all an exaggeration to say he's over 40. Hearing the others say that, an embarrassed expression appeared on Ding Hu's face, but paired with the overly mature face he had, the expression was a little hard to describe. Fang Yi's heart shivered as he coughed twice and hastily diverted his attention away. Introduce me to how this thing works? Okay, Team Leader. Ding Hu came to the front of the device and began to demonstrate it to Fang Yi. This device was named Automatic Forge No. 1 inch by Ding Hu, and to be honest, the name is a little too middle of the road, but considering that there was no such thing as a lathe or machine tool in this day and age, Fang Yi didn't say anything else. It would not be too late to change the name when he really made something that met the requirements later. Ding Hu's demonstration didn't last long, as the device's function was actually quite singular, or rather, he just figured out how to combine a few of the ideas Fang Yi had once mentioned, but Fang Yi also admitted that being able to actually build his thoughts was a skill. After the demonstration, Fang Yi asked Ding Hu to take apart the casing of the device. He intended to take a good look at the rune sets and mechanics within it. With the efforts of the crowd, the shell of the device was quickly removed. The internal structure of the fully automatic Forge No. 1 inch was completely exposed to Fang Yi's eyes. The mechanics are passable. It's this rune set that's so rough, Fang Yi commented after looking at it for a while. Ding Hu scratched his head and looked at the several rune masters on the side of the room. Those few people's expressions suddenly turned subtle. He's a machinist, so he's primarily responsible for the mechanics of this device. And the rune sets inside are the work of those runesmiths. It took the crowd 2 days of collaboration to finally come up with something like this. The result was passable and rough in Fangji's mouth. To be honest, if Fangji wasn't at a much higher level than them, they would have jumped up long ago. Come, let's talk about it bit by bit. Fangji summoned the seal talisman pen and, pointing to one of the rune sets, he said, just as they were mulling over the lathe, another war broke out in North Desert City. However, this time, the scale was a bit smaller, as the alien beasts in one of the Grade B secret realms hadn't come out in full force. It was just a tentative attack. This was good news for General Zhang and the others, and the Vermilion Bird Squad repelled them even more easily. It then smoothly supported the frontal battlefield. Thanks to the Vermilion Bird Squad's strong combat power, for the first time the frontal battlefield was divided from the enemy. That's right, they didn't fall back this time, but hardened themselves against the enemy's attack. On top of the snowy plain, the corpses of the alien beasts and the corpses of the soldiers were spread across hundreds of meters. The strong odor of blood ran straight through his nose. The temperature in North Desert City has now reached over 20 degrees below zero. Even fresh blood would freeze in a very short period of time. And Vermilion Bird and Yanwang stood side by side on the snowy slopes, looking at the tragic battlefield. The expression was indescribably grave. If we keep fighting like this, sooner or later, General Zhang's side won't be able to withstand it. Yanwang said softly, we'll have to do it even if we can't. This snowfield is 100 kilometers or so back to the countryside. The foreign beasts absolutely cannot cross this last line of defense. Vermilion Bird said decisively. Do you have any ideas? Yan asked slowly. Looking toward her, Vermilion Bird pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, there's nothing I can do about it. That battle in Dingbei City consumed all of my legendary items, and I haven't drawn out any new ones in the past few days. Yan sighed at his words. Then we can only rely on that scroll in General Zhang's hand. There's no telling when the Ministry of Public Works will send over the latest batch of weapons. The state will certainly not give up on this place, so all we have to do now is hold on to it. Hold on until the moment when there is hope to come, Jubilee said firmly. Yen nodded and lowered his right hand that was rubbing his brow. Naturally, he wouldn't give up. Just the thought of dead soldiers made him feel a pang of heartache. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Forgemasters Association in the capital city, thousands of forgers sweated naked in the forging room. They'd been working tirelessly for the past few days, forging a batch of weapons with a lot of desperation. It wasn't just these forges in the capital, but people in other cities were also fighting for their lives. But to be honest, there's still a big gap in the weapons, and too little time was given from above. Or rather, the rate of deterioration of the secret realm in the various cities was too fast, and in any case, it was impossible for them to forge so many weapons in just a few days' time. In an effort to close the gap as quickly as possible, some of the old reclusive guys have come out of the woodwork. And of course, they won't be able to refine those ordinary weapons. The loss of high-level professionals in the fixed North City is just too great. The weapons of these people alone would be enough to keep the forges busy for a while, not to mention the other needs. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. In the forge laboratory of the second professionals base in the capital, Fangji looked at the redesigned and manufactured equipment in front of him and sighed quietly. Time is too short to do much more than that, but compared to a human forging, the industrial mother machine he made could definitely increase efficiency by tens or even hundreds of times. Chapter 189 The Terror of the Industrial Mother Machine. That's right, Fan Yi named the first lathe they built the Industrial Mother Machine. It's a bit of an exaggeration to call, because this device in front of the crowd is still quite different from a real industrial mother machine, but it doesn't matter. There's no real industrial mothership in this day and age. Anyway, Fan Yi can call it whatever he wants. From the outside, this industrial mother of all machines looks like a huge rectangular box of, but if you take its shell apart you can see the incredibly subtle mechanics and intricate runes inside. That was a rune set that Fang Ji had worked tirelessly to design, with varying functions. However, the combination is able to work rough materials into the user's desired shape. It's not enough, of course, but for the time being they can't do more than that. The time is too short to. Even Fang Ji would have a hard time making the mother machine have more features. But for the current community of forgers, Fang Ji leading these people to produce something was also enough to save them nearly 40% of their time. Yes, forging and alchemy are similar. In a way, the prep work can take up a good amount of time for the whole process. And what they're doing is leaving that prep work to the machines to do. Professionals just need to focus on forging or alchemy. In Fang Yi's conception, the future elixir assembly line and industrial mother machine were to do more and more. Even participate in the actual alchemy and forging process. Come on, let's do one last debugging. Fang Ji looked at the results of the first 2 debugs and, putting down the report and looking up, he said, They're going to try to eliminate as many problems as possible during the commissioning process. Even though there wasn't much time left for them now, Fangji still wanted to try to do it perfectly. The last commissioning lasted more than half a day. Fangji continuously checked the state of each material, making sure that their precision and shape after processing were up to standard. I have to say, the runes still work well in this era. Once the rune set is molded, there is nothing that can easily go wrong, and there is no wear and tear. Unless the rune-bearing module is destroyed. Otherwise a rune set can last a long time. But the problem is that Fangji has no way to program the rune sets. In other words, he can only make the industrial mother machine perform a fixed output without any way to customize some parameters. But now that they're going to make some standard weapons out of industrial motherships, so this drawback is not a problem. After debugging, Fang Yi found that the stability of the mother machine is not a problem. However, after a long period of continuous operation, a short period of overheating may occur, resulting in a reduction in output efficiency. Team leader, this rune set is hot. One of the runesmiths reached out and touched then it shrank back with an electric shock. It's fine. I have a way. Fangji was now glad that he had crafted the assembly line before. With experience in this area, otherwise there would have been some real delays as a result. At first Fang Yi considered this problem when designing the industrial mother machine. But what he didn't expect was that the industrial mothership emitted several times as much heat as the assembly line. Those smaller condensation runes had no way of suppressing that heat. So now Fang Yi needed to draw bigger condensation runes to make sure the temperature of the industrial mother machine was in the right range. In the end, half a day later, Fang Ji and the others completed all the debugging work of the industrial mother machine. It can be delivered. Fang Yi smiled and looked at the crowd. Though the thing before him was still quite different from what he'd imagined. But it's good enough for what's going on right now. Fang Yi picked up his cell phone and dialed Shi Yun's number. Minister Shi, we've made something over here. Come over and take a look if you have time. Because of the sheer size and weight of the industrial masters, therefore, Fang Yi didn't really want to move it to another place. And after changing the place, it was a bit delayed because he had to debug it again. Shi Yun didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. So an hour later, Fang Ji met Shi Yun and a few fellow officials in the lab. Looking at the never-before-seen equipment in front of him, Shi Yun's face revealed an expression of surprise. He didn't expect Fang Ji to be able to make something that looked so impressive in such a short period of time. If this thought of Shi Yun's was known to Fang Ji at this time, it was expected that Fang Yi would laugh and tell him, "You're surprised too soon. Team leader Fang. What is this? Industrial mother machine." Fang Ji hemmed and hawed, pointing to the equipment directly in front of him. He said, "Let me demonstrate, and the division minister should be able to understand." Good. A bit of anticipation rose in the division minister's heart. Fang Yi waved his hand, signaling the crowd to turn on the industrial mother machine. He then came to the side of the division minister and explained every step that the crowd had done. A few moments later, Shi Yun saw something pop up at the output position of the industrial mother machine. He walked up and picked it up. It was the embryo of a long sword, forged of fine iron, and looking, though somewhat roughly, but the whole still presents a sense of killing. He turned his head sideways in surprise, and his gaze fell on the iron block on the ground. 10 minutes, and an iron block can be turned into a sword embryo? Shi Yun's heart was incomparably shocked. This efficiency, this ability, even if he didn't particularly understand the forge, he could clearly understand the horror of it. The other official, on the other hand, was directly exclaiming in shock after reacting. He took 2 steps forward and directly snatched the sword embryo from Shi Yun's hand. After observing for a few moments, the officer laughed aloud. "Ha ha, with this equipment, we won't have to worry about the lack of weapons anymore." These officials are well aware of the current situation in China. It also knew how valuable the things Fang Ji produced were. This industrial mother machine, is it difficult to make? Shi Yun looked at Fang Yi and asked urgently. "Not really. I've got the details of how it's made right here. It can be accomplished with the cooperation of a level 20 or higher forge master and rune master." Fang Yi said with a smile. He's designed rune sets that are easy to draw. Ordinary runesmiths could easily master it after familiarizing themselves with it. As for those mechanics, which are complex to say the least, and simple to say the least, while it may be a little difficult to get started at first, once you figure out one of them, then the rest are easy to understand. Great. I'll go back and arrange for someone to start making it and try to get it out there as soon as possible. Shi Yun clapped his hands, a satisfied expression on his face. In fact, the industrial mother machine made by Fang Yi couldn't play much of a role in what happened in North Desert City. This is because it will take some time for it to be popularized and used on a large scale. The industrial mother machine, like the elixir assembly line, is not something that can be popularized in a day or two. And naturally, the country wouldn't pin its hopes entirely on Fangji and the others. Chapter 190 Shocked Forgemaster Association. Human potential was infinite. Shi Yun had always believed in that, and the facts proved that he did have the right idea. The groups of forgers in the cities have gone completely dry and crazy in the past 2 or 3 days. They had built hundreds of thousands of pieces of weaponry under the association's organization, and the best quality batch of these weaponry had already been sent to North Desert City. In fact, Shi Yun also regretted a bit. If he had involved Fangji earlier, maybe more weapons could be forged on the association side in these 2 or 3 days, supporting North Desert City while easing the pressure on other cities. Of course, Shi Yun knew that it was useless to regret, so his only idea now is to promote this industrial mother machine, and as long as China resists at this stage, then later on, the potion assembly line and the industrial mother machine would give China's national power a leap forward. After handing over the production process and parameters of the industrial mother machine to Shi Yun, Fangji said goodbye to the crowd. He'd barely slept in the last few days, and now with a jolt of relaxation felt like his eyelids were fighting. Seeing Fangji off, Shi Yun immediately returned to the Ministry of Industry with all the forges and runesmiths within the laboratory. Minister Ma had already received Shi Yun's message earlier, so he notified the Forgemaster Association in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the top management within the association was already waiting in the meeting room of the Ministry of Works. Shi Yun went upstairs while making sure the information was complete. Then he pushed open the conference room door. A 2-hour-long meeting with Minister Ma and the executives of the Forgemasters Association. Early evening. Several large trucks filled with supplies suddenly appeared at the gate of the Capital Forgemaster Association. The few professionals guarding the gate frowned, as they hadn't been informed of For a while it was hard to know whether or not to open the door for these supply trucks, and just as they were about to notify the leaders, a sharp-eyed professional saw their leader open the door and step out of the car behind them. Open the door, the professional hastily greeted. The supplies truck made it inside the association without incident. Some of the forges that were resting immediately gathered around, and they rubbed their fists, ready to unload from the top of the cart. They'd seen supply trucks every day for the past few days, so naturally they weren't strangers to the stuff. But before the crowd could do anything about it, they saw a leader jump out of a car and, with a look of excitement on his face, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Come on 5 forges of level 30 or higher, and borrow a few more over at the Runesmith's Guild. There's a goodie delivered." The crowd looked curiously at the leader. Something good? What good stuff? The leader didn't explain, but just smiled mysteriously, and then commanded the crowd to start getting busy. Half a day later, more than half of the forge masters had gathered in the association's plant. They were intensely curious about the large rectangular box before them, because according to the leader, this was something that could increase their alchemy efficiency by 10 or even dozens of times. To be honest, most people don't believe this when they first hear it, but seeing the leader's look of conviction, the crowd could only follow the forger, who was said to be from a laboratory, to make this thing called the industrial machine. The finished product didn't look like anything special, but the leader nodded in satisfaction and said to the forge master from Fangji Labs next to him, "Start the demo, please." This younger-looking forger smiled faintly. "It's no trouble." With that, he took out a piece of iron ingot and placed it on the inlet end of the industrial mother machine. Controlling the output are several rune sets with a single function, and by selecting one to activate it, then the industrial mother machine will process the iron ingot according to the processing corresponding to this rune set. Because of time constraints, Fangji didn't come up with a freely programmable rune set, so the output of the industrial mother machine only had a few shapes. But for the current community of forgers, these fixed kinds are good enough for now. What China needs now is a large number of weapons, not the more complex tailor-made kind. A few moments later, when the iron ingot turned into a long knife embryo appeared in front of the eyes of a group of forging masters. These smiths who had been working on iron for their entire lives were wide-eyed, with unbelievable expressions filling their faces. They are experienced veterans of the. It's natural to know that pre-processing is a pain in the ass, and even though low-level forgers can afford to do some of this work, people will make mistakes. It gets tired, and this device doesn't. A forger couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and took a few steps forward to check out the blade embryo. The shape is very standard. Just need to do the final processing to become a qualified long knife. This forge master couldn't help but feel emotional. The leader was right. It really is a good thing. The forgers all got excited and they started to make various attempts on the industrial mother machine. Soon all present had mastered its use. The foolproof method of operation makes it extremely quick for all to get started, even though they can't understand the principles of those rune sets. However, by memorizing the functions corresponding to each rune group you will be able to use them without any problems. Well, starting today, Some of the forges in Group D have been set aside to learn how to make the industrial mother machine in Batchet, while the others continue to complete their forging tasks. The leader clapped his hands and said to the crowd. At this moment, in the office on the top floor of the association's building, the general president of the Forge Master Association looked at the information in his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. Very well, with this, the task explained above should be completed very quickly. He spoke softly, looking up at the secretary who had been standing in front of him, informing the local associations to complete the study and manufacture of industrial master machines in the shortest possible time. In 10 days, I want to see the number of weapons and equipment produced doubled. The secretary immediately stood up straight. Yes, President. On the other hand, in the second professional base in the capital city, Fang Yi discussed some details of the third version of the assembly line with Wan Yu and Zhao Debao. He's mostly focused on the forge side of things right now, so the third version of the pipeline needs to be worked on by the lab side itself. However, Fan Xing, Zhao Debao, Wan Yu and Si Munan had all understood the idea of improving the assembly line. Leave this matter to them. Fang Yi is also very assured. Although then he personally lead the production is a little slower, but 2.5 version for the time being is also enough to use. They don't need to be in too much of a hurry either. On the other hand, on this side of the forging lab, Fang Ji was working hard to improve the rune set. He needed to implement the free programming function for rune sets as soon as possible, so that forges would be able to use them more easily. He's got some ideas now. However, it was still a bit difficult to bring it to fruition by himself alone. So Fang Yi contacted the higher-ups and asked for some more high-level rune masters from the Rune Association side. Chapter 191 Worse than a donkey. After having the Eye of Formation, Fang Ji could clearly see the flow of energy between the runes, and see the interfering relationship between the individual runes. It gave him some deeper thoughts, like, for example, figuring out how to summarize the laws of the runes, draw runes with a more scientific and rational mind. At this stage, most runesmiths still rely heavily on experience when drawing runes. The relies on certain less precise laws that have been passed down by word of mouth. These experiences, while useful, have also limited the development of runes, and according to the sources, runes hadn't made any major progress in almost 10 years, and the runes people commonly used now were still the masterpieces of that genius rune master from 10 years ago. What Fang Ji wanted to do now was to take the rune from start to finish, through his skills, comb through it from the inside out and make the rune a thing without secrets. At this moment, in the base, dozens of rune masters from the Rune Master Association looked at each other. They had just heard words from that young man's mouth that were shocking beyond belief. Refreshing the runes? Explore the secrets of the runes? Even the strongest rune master in China right now wouldn't dare to say that. However, there were some people who had heard of Fang Ji's name. Those runesmiths who had been involved in the lab project were instantly excited. These people had seen the set of runes drawn by Fang Ji. The seemingly artistic arrangement of the runes left an indelible impression on them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Fang Ji's runes had completely subverted their understanding of runes. Compared to those exquisite and incomparable sets of runes, what they usually drew was not as good as the sketches of elementary school students. Fang Yi stood in front of the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions and reactions. He didn't move and smiled. He then picked up a baseplate engraved with runes from behind himself. I know some people don't believe what I just said, Fang Yi said while placing this substrate in the hands of the nearest rune master. Take a look at this, and tell me what you think after reading it. Hearing Fang Ji say that, this rune master lowered his head and a shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face as he looked at the substrate with runes engraved on it in his hand. He subconsciously raised his head as if he wanted to confirm it with Fang Ji. Fang Yi smiled and nodded, signaling him to continue reading. This rune master gulped, then returned his gaze to this runic substrate. A moment later, he shivered as if he had been electrocuted. When the others saw him in this state, a trace of curiosity rose in their hearts. What do you see? Does this rune have any side effects? Fang Yi waited for a while longer before he opened his mouth and asked, well, finished reading? The rune master shivered and raised his head, his eyes all full of unbelief. Fang Yi didn't ask for anything else, but pointed to the person next to him. Pass it on to the next person. The rune substrate was passed around in this manner, and soon everyone in the room had seen it. Fang Yi looked at them and asked aloud, tell us the idea? Quiet. Very quiet in the lab. Not a single person talking. These runesmiths were still in a great state of shock. They've just seen a set of runes that can't even be described in terms of subtlety. Those runes were arranged on the baseboards as if they were made in heaven. And the bottom line is this. They didn't feel any interference on that set of runes. Runes interfere with runes. And this is something that even the newly converted runesmiths know. There are no runes in this world that don't interfere with each other. It's just the magnitude of the interference that will vary. However, These runesmiths had not sensed a single disturbance on this rune set. It's as if the runes were meant to be one and the same, and that's how they should be drawn. Feng Ji looked at the expressions of the crowd and the corner of his mouth curved up. The rune set he's holding now is the best thing that's happened to him in a while. The interference between those runes cancelled each other out, surprisingly reaching a delicate balance. The lack of interference means that there will be little to no loss of energy within this rune group. The power of the rune set will be unleashed 100%. Feng. Team Leader Feng. Is this the rune set you drew? Finally, a rune master couldn't help but inquire, even bringing in honorifics. Without a doubt. It's me. Feng Yi nodded his head and said rightfully, and it really should be taken for granted, since no one in the room had ever seen a rune set like this before. Never even heard of it. Some of the high-level runesmiths in the Rune Masters Association had exchanges with the strongest runesmiths in China as well. Even that kind of existence had never drawn this kind of rune set without any interference. Feng Yuni directly subdued all the rune masters on the scene with his first strike. These people instantly stopped doubting the words Feng Ji had said earlier. If there is another person in this world who can decipher the secrets of the runes, it would be none other than Feng Baiwan. In just a few minutes, these runesmiths were firm in their thoughts. Follow Feng Ji dry. This is a chance to go down in history. Whoever stops it is in a hurry. Team Leader Feng, do what you say, I'll fully cooperate. One of the runesmiths suddenly stepped forward and said in a loud voice, speaking with great righteousness, as if that was the idea in the very beginning. Everyone else who heard it cursed in their minds. They wanted to say the same thing, and it's just that this kid got the jump on me. Feng Yi revealed a happy smile and clapped his hands together. Good. Then today, our rune lab will be official. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was already applause in the lab, and the faces of all the runesmiths similarly brought on expressions of happy excitement. Feng Yi reached down and pressed his hand falsely, then continued, I plan that within a month, complete a simple compendium of rune groups, clarifying the interference relationships between individual runes, quantify it with numbers, evaluate it. This mission is going to be heavy, but it's also critical, and if we can accomplish that, then the subsequent research will go very well. Feng Ji said a lot in one breath, summarizing just 3 main points. Sort out the interference, clarify the laws, and crack the principles. It didn't seem like much, but the crowd sucked in their breath as they listened. These 3 points sound as difficult as they are, so to speak. No rune master had ever dared to think such a thing, but these people added a few more points of confidence after seeing that completely undisturbed rune group. Perhaps, following this young man in front of them could really do it. Thus, from this moment on, Feng Ji had 3 laboratories, led 3 experimental groups each responsible for a different project. To be honest, Feng Ji had never imagined that he could achieve this level. He's not really a production team donkey anymore, because donkeys can at least rest, but he basically can't. Chapter 192 10,000 Final Break Preparation. A day later, above the snowy plains of North Desert City, the group of foreign beasts once again attacked, and this time, General Zhang was prepared to use that legendary item. The Ministry of Labor has compressed the number of weapons in other cities. The priority was given to sending them weapons of good quality and in sufficient quantity. These hundreds of thousands of weapons were the basis of their counterattack on the greatest secret realm. The legendary item that General Zhang obtained was a scroll called 1000 Ultimate Breaks. The effect of the scroll is simple. It absorbs the weapon and turns it into energy which is then exploded out. A terrifying energy field was formed within a 50-meter radius. And the reason why General Zhang wants so many weapons is because this scroll has another feature that is, the more weapons absorbed, the more energy released, and the greater the range of the energy field. Although the Fey beasts in the greatest secret realm were powerful, they couldn't resist the legendary scrolls yet. There are just too many of them, though, so the energy field released by the scroll can't be too small, otherwise it might as well not be used. And this time, the Ministry of Public Works brought over a sufficient number of weapons. General Zhang finally made up his mind to unleash this legendary Great Scroll. At this moment, both the Vermilion Bird Squad and the Yen King Squad were already at their predetermined positions waiting for orders. Their mission was simple, to hold back the attacks of the 2-level B secret realms and buy time for General Zhang and his army. The rolls can't be instantly activated because there are so many weapons that even if one absorbed 100 weapons a second it would take a long time to absorb all these hundreds of thousands of weapons. So General Yang needs someone else to buy him time. The soldiers, on the other hand, had to block the attack of the alien beasts in the greatest secret realm, which was honestly difficult. In several previous wars, soldiers filled in and topped off with their lives. But it still allowed those foreign beasts to break through one line of defense after another. And this time, they couldn't retreat even one step, for the range of the 10,000 final breaks is ultimately limited. And if the soldiers retreat, That would result in a big reduction in the effectiveness of the skill. So this time, they had to hold out and would definitely hold out. The soldiers were naturally well aware of the objectives of their mission. And indeed, from the time they entered the army, they were then ready to die for their country. And death was never something so terrible for these soldiers. Above the snowy plains, tens of thousands of soldiers stood neatly, and the aura emanating from his body melted the large swathes of white snow around him, revealing solid black ground. In order to completely resist the attack of the Fae, the 3 cities surrounding North Desert City had sent a large portion of their troops over, and these soldiers were divided into 3 teams, lined up in a hand position on top of the snowy plains. The enemy's line of attack is fixed, and as long as the men aren't dead, then they should never be allowed to take a step into North Desert City. Toward noon, as the sun gradually rose into the main sky, in the city of North Desert, even on a sunny day it doesn't feel much warmer. In the distance, at the end of the snowy plain, a black line appeared abruptly. The cluttered sound of treading on the ground rang out from far and near, the black line rapidly approaching. Surprisingly, they were thousands of giant wolves over 1 person tall with pitch-black bodies. The raging aura of the giant wolf's charge kicked up an endless blizzard of. It was as if a horrible avalanche had appeared out of nowhere. The tens of thousands of soldiers in the 3 teams looked at those giant wolves without the slightest expression of fear and panic on their faces. The soldiers of the warrior battalion raised their weapons in their hands, and colorful flames of energy light rose from their bodies. And behind them, the soldiers of the auxiliary battalion had already released a variety of enchantment skills. At once, the entire army's aura went to another level. The giant wolf approached, and a terrifying blizzard rushed up into mid-air. It was as if the savage beast had opened its bloody mouth about to devour everything on the ground. In the next second, the soldier who met the attack head-on bellowed, and all the energy in his body exploded in an instant. The 2 sides collided heavily in this instant. Hisses, screams, and clashes of blades resounded through the heavens and earth. In the command room, General Zhang's eyes flashed out a golden light, and the scene on the battlefield suddenly appeared in his mind. Tragic. Beyond tragic. The blood of humans and Fae formed a slimy stream on the ground, and it was cold in North Desert City. So even the hottest blood will cool down instantly. It's almost time, General Zhang muttered, then put away his pupil skill and got up and went outside the command room. In front of him was a huge warehouse that, stored inside were the very same hundreds of thousands of weapons sent by the Ministry of Public Works. General Zhang took a deep breath. From his pocket, he took out a scroll interwoven with gold and silver, 10,000 final breaks, a legendary grade item, and the most powerful one of the legendary grade. Swish! General Zhang unrolled the scroll in his hand, and in the next second, a terrifying suction force then erupted out from the scroll, and the weapons in the warehouse instantly transformed into a stream of light drilling into the scroll. General Young roughly estimated that it was found that it would take roughly 20 to 30 minutes to absorb all of these weapons. In fact, General Zhang was helpless. The attack form of 10,000 final breaks was rather special. It wasn't a straight line, but a semicircular field of energy, so there was no way for him to activate the scrolls ahead of time. Otherwise there would be no need to wait so long now. The location of the battlefield would change, and the 10,000 final breaks would need to be released once the absorption was complete. You can't change the position even after releasing it, so General Zhang must always keep an eye on the battlefield, looking for the perfect moment to strive to wipe out the enemy all at once. The battle was white hot from the start, and on the frontal battlefield the tens of thousands of soldiers had already completely fought with the enemy, and the edge location where the Vermilion Bird Squad and the Yen King Squad were located was equally miserable. But they are, after all, the strongest covert squad in China. Even when facing thousands of foreign beasts, they were not at all defeated. But this time, the number of enemies was clearly several times greater than before. So Vermilion Bird and Yen King didn't have any extra energy to help the front battlefield. As time passed by, General Zhang looked at the scroll in front of him and anxiety rose in his heart. And at this point, half of the weapons in the warehouse had already been absorbed by the scrolls. Yet there were some not-so-good conditions on the frontal battlefield, that the enemy was too numerous, and that the ferocity of the attack exceeded the expectations of the frontline commanders. So the soldiers were gradually showing signs of weakness, and although they wouldn't be defeated for a while yet, the position of the battlefield was slowly moving backwards. The commander of the front line apparently realized this as well, and with a quick turn of his mind, he quickly figured out how to. A few moments later, the 3 armies on the front battlefield gradually began to shrink. The mage battalion located at the rear released thousands of negative spells, and the enemy's attack became sluggish. General Zhang's heart was slightly relieved at the sight. Then he looked at the scroll in front of him. Soon, The 10,000 final breaks will be ready soon, said the man with a gleam in his eye. That, the entire scene of the entire battlefield in its entirety instantly appeared in his mind. Chapter 193 Counterattack. At last, after a blinding flash of white light, the 10,000 final breaks scroll had absorbed all the weapons in the warehouse. General Zheng fixed his eyes on the scroll, which at the moment was floating in mid-air on its own. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from it. He flashed a smile, and the battlefield scene in his mind quickly shifted, and it was then fixed on one of the most scorched areas of the frontal battlefield. There were tens of thousands of foreign beasts here, almost 2/3 of the number in the entire greatest secret realm. The secret realm seems to have some sort of balancing mechanism. The more powerful the secret realm, the fewer the number of foreign beasts within it would be, and there would normally be no more than 100,000 foreign beasts in a greatest secret realm. General Zhang and the others have fought with alien beasts many times before, so right now, there were at most 60,000 to 70,000 foreign beasts in the greatest secret realm, and the number of foreign beasts that appeared in the frontal battlefield this time was at least 30,000 to 40,000 heads. If it was before China experienced the Abyssal portal incident, this number of alien beasts could have been completely suppressed. But now it was being repulsed by the Fae over and over again. Everyone's hearts were holding fire. Holding the scroll in his hand, General Zhang's figure steeply disappeared into the command room. His fire was even greater. Those dead soldiers were a source of pride for the family. Behind them, the city of North Desert is even more of a hometown. You will not return until you break the secret world, General Zhang roared in his mind. His speed had soared to the limit, and in just a few minutes, he then appeared in the middle of the battlefield. At this moment, there were already soldiers and foreign beasts that had noticed him. The faces of the crowd suddenly revealed expressions of surprise, and the group of foreign beasts let out hissing roars that implied a warning. However, before they could react, General Zheng had already moved, only to see him standing in mid-air. His right hand swung out violently. A golden scroll landed directly on the densest part of the group of foreign beasts. In the next instant, a surge of energy erupted from the scroll. The semicircular berserk energy field suddenly spread, reaching a diameter of 30 meters in just a few seconds. The soldiers tangling with the alien beasts instantly understood the general's intentions, and they quickly retreated. Pull your legs out and run. But soon they realized that energy field wasn't doing much damage to them. This is another feature of the 10,000 final breaks, where the user can circle the target of the attack. Only this designated target is harmed within the energy field. Unspecified ones do not feel the slightest abnormality. It was precisely because General Zheng understood this that he released it in the place where the soldiers and foreign beasts were densest. At this moment, the energy field had reached a diameter of 60 meters, and countless alien beasts were wailing within it. It then turned into a puddle of blood and water and died outright. The crowd was overjoyed at the sight of this scene. The commander of the front line also gave the order for a full counterattack at this point. Offense and defense are easy to type, and that's now. On the other hand, in the second professional base of the capital, Fang Yi placed a rune substrate on the table. Looked to the group of runesmiths in the lab. Yesterday we measured the interference values between 10 runes, using the bright light rune as a reference. Our task today is 20 species. Do you all have any confidence? Yes. The crowd of runesmiths shouted in excitement. Fang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then got up and came to a device. It's a device he built using the Eye of the Formation, which has a rune set with 0 interference within it. That Fang Yi named it Rune Set 0, and these runesmiths will connect other baseboards with runes engraved on them to Rune Set 0, observe the disturbances within it and record them. Finally, they removed the rune from within the device and connected it to the bright light rune for another test. Based on the results of the 2 tests, they were then able to calculate a numerical value for this rune. That lower values interfere less with other runes, higher values interfere more. And the reason why the bright light rune was chosen is because this rune is extremely disruptive. It was the most disruptive rune they found today. The 2 limit tests most accurately determined the disruption value of a given rune. This was the method Fang Ji and the others used to conduct the test. The runic lab was quickly busy, and Fang Ji yawned as he arrived in the forging lab. The research on the industrial mother machine had to continue, and he couldn't afford to be lazy for a minute now. Well, how are these rune sets working out? Fang Yi came to a rune master's body and asked. Not so good. Not too far off from the prediction. This rune master shook his head and, helplessly, it's okay, keep trying. It's not a job that can be done overnight. Fang Yi patted his shoulder, then came before the 2nd generation industrial mother machine. It says it's 2nd generation, but now it's just an empty shell. The mechanics inside are just lookalikes and don't work the material with sufficient precision. And the only reason they came up with such a thing was to test the effectiveness of various rune sets. Fang Yi came up with the idea of drawing a programmable rune set, but since this was brand new territory, that's why the crowd tried for a long time without mapping it out in its entirety. In desperation, Fang Yi made a simple programmable rune set first. He always had to see if he was thinking right or not first. However, after a few attempts, he found that he still needed machinery to go along with his ideas if he wanted to realize them, not just a few rune sets alone. So he organized a group of forgers to straighten out a prototype for a second-generation industrial mother machine. By testing the usability of the rune set through this prototype, the mechanics in the rune set can validate and progress each other in the process. After watching the progress on the forging lab side, Fang Yi came back to the elixir lab, and to be honest, the most reassuring thing to him now was the potion lab. Man Yu and the others, although sometimes a little campy, but still very dedicated in his work. In particular, the fame and fortune that came with the delivery of the 2.5 version of the assembly line stimulated a few of the group that had always been more marginalized. They realized a very crucial truth: there was meat to eat by following Fang Yi. So even without the supervision of Fang Yi, the few people in the elixir lab were also practically living in the lab, and they were desperately trying to come up with the third version of the assembly line as soon as possible. Become a true figure in the history of China. Half a day later, the war in North Desert City came to an end. Under the power of the legendary Great Scroll 10,000 final breaks, those foreign beasts in the Great Secret Realm almost lost the possibility of attacking North Desert City. They are living beings too, and they feel fear, so when a fellow human dies beside them, as the humans came roaring in, the beasts eventually chose to retreat. And the Vermilion Bird Squad and the Yin King Squad happened to have repelled 2 foreign beasts in the Class B Mysterious Realm at this time as well. So the army of China carried an unrelenting momentum into the midst of the Great Secret Realm and unleashed a massacre on the fleeing alien beasts. Chapter 194. The end. The war in North Desert City has finally come to a close. It was a large war with a total of over 50,000 troops committed. For China now, this level of war is really not small. And with more resources paid for weapons, there's no way around it. You have to pay something to get a quick fix. But the good news is that there won't be any more riots in North Desert City's Class A secret area anytime soon. This was because tens of thousands of soldiers, including the Hidden Squad, had almost killed the alien beasts in the secret realm. With the exception of some particularly powerful giant wolf kings, the other weaker giant wolves were no match for those angry soldiers. Of course, thanks to the 10,000 final breaking scrolls, there were many giant wolves that were directly scared out of their wits. The resistance is significantly weaker than it was initially. The more powerful a secret realm is, the more similar the foreign beasts within it are to humans. It's not so much that they look like humans, but the way of thinking and emotions will gradually converge to humans. According to Arakan, the powerful Fate King in that super great secret realm was no longer weaker than humans at all in terms of intelligence, and would even use some plots and tricks, which was bad news for all the countries in the world. But for the time being, no country has the energy to pay attention to that super A-class secret realm. They can't even handle their own domestic affairs. The same goes for China. The crisis in Bayamo City is solved, but things didn't immediately get better in the cities. Dead high-level professionals and veterans don't just turn up out of thin air, so to speak. For the next not-so-short period of time, all of China will face the threat of a secret riot. But it's not like there's no glimmer of hope. The elixir assembly line and industrial mother machine led by Fang Yi would alleviate much of the pressure on the country of China. As long as we wait until these devices are popularized, China will enter a phase of rapid development. With no shortage of elixirs and weapons, the lack of high-level professionals would be effectively alleviated. At that time, even if there were some secret realm riots, China would be able to send its army to suppress them. The mortality rate, on the other hand, will be much lower than before. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed quietly. It was the dead of winter, and the snowflakes were drifting. The buildings of the capital were covered with a snowy white veil. With 5 days to go before the new year, the atmosphere of the New Year's festivities fills the streets and alleys. As Fang Yi walked out of the lab, he caught a glimpse of the red lanterns that had been hung on both sides of the street at some point. The red lanterns that shimmered with a shimmering light stood out against the white snow. It's almost the new year, Fang Yi muttered softly. He's been in the lab for a while now, barely out of it at all. Naturally, I don't know how much has changed out there, and the reason he left the lab today was because of a phone call. Half an hour ago, Zhao Hangu called him and told him he was in the capital. If Fang Yi has time, we'll have dinner together tonight. Fang Yi looked at the work at hand and finally nodded. There's no rush. All the work's been arranged. The next 3 labs contained essentially time-consuming rote work, and his presence or absence had little impact. so Feng Ji walked out of the lab. In the cold wind, he walked towards a hot pot restaurant that was very close to the professional's base. You have to have hot pot in winter. Steaming hot pot, tender slices of lamb, thick sesame sauce. These things make your mouth water just thinking about them. There were quite a few people at the hot pot restaurant, and there were about a dozen tables lined up at the door. They seemed to hold the same idea as Feng Ji. However, Zhao Hongwu had come earlier, so he was already sitting inside the store at this time. When he saw Feng Ji come in, he smiled and waved his hand. Having not seen him for a long time, Zhao Hongwu's entire body didn't seem to be in particularly good shape, at least in Feng Yi's opinion. The man in front of me was a little haggard. This kind of performance from him was abnormal. High-level professionals had extremely strong physical qualities. Staying up all night and whatnot wasn't a big deal at all. And Zhao Hongwu like this was clearly a sign of excessive mental exertion. What's wrong, brother Zhao? It looks like you don't have much energy. Feng Yi sat down at the table and, taking his own jacket off, he asked curiously. Don't mention it. This period of time is killing me, Zhao Hongwu said in a lifeless manner. Then he waved his hand to signal the waiter to serve. Feng Ji could roughly guess what state Dingbei City was in now. With the return of the previously evacuated populace, things were estimated to be so many that they would reach a horrifying level, and it was no wonder that Zhao Hongwu would be so haggard. All these things made Feng Ji's head ache just thinking about them. The two of them ate and chatted, quickly drying off 2 pounds of lamb. Professionals generally had big appetites, especially high-level professionals like Zhao Hongwu. The amount of food was even bigger. 1 or 2 pounds of lamb was just an appetizer for him. From the conversation, Feng by and by learned that there were already some pill assembly lines and industrial master machines in Dingbei City now. The quantities are still small, though, so the overall effect isn't particularly noticeable. But in Zhao Hongwu's plan, after the year, Dingbei City will officially introduce or manufacture these two types of equipment on a large scale, and probably by February next year, Dingbei City will be able to realize self-sufficiency in pills and weapons. Not only the city of Dingbei, but also other cities have seen some developments during the month. The city of North Desert has recovered a little, while some cities that were already in pretty good shape are starting to grow rapidly. After a bottle of white wine went down, Zhao Hongwu's face turned a little red as he looked at Feng Ji, eyes slightly misty. What a surprise, when a freshly awakened professional has now grown to this extent. Zhao Hongwu's tone was filled with gratitude and emotion. Feng Yi smiled and poured another glass of wine for the other party. To be honest, he was grateful to Zhao Hongwu as well, when he had just crossed over. If it wasn't for Principal Wang Wenyuan and Zhao Hongwu coming to his aid, he might have really been snowed under and suppressed by Zhou Shangyang. In this world there was light and there was darkness. Feng Ji knew this very well, and people of Zhou Shangyang's kind are, after all, a minority. And if any country in this world can ultimately defeat the secret world, Feng Ji believed that it must be Huagua. Late at night, another blizzard descended, snowflakes dancing and swirling in the air then slowly falling. At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Feng Yi laced the stumbling Zhao Hongwu and slowly walked towards the guest house. There is a prescribed resting place for officials like them who come to the capital to report on their duties. That's why Feng Yi wouldn't bring him to the house. And beside the two of them, Secretary Ryu rubbed his hands together, trying to pick up Zhou Hongwu, but it was rejected by Feng Ji. It's fine. This part of the road isn't far. I'll do it. Feng Yi smiled and, looking at the flakes of snow falling under the light of the street lamps, there were some emotions in my heart. Half an hour later, Feng Yi left the guest house and took a cab back home. He collected the somewhat pretentious jumble of emotions in his mind, and after washing himself he lay down on the bed and, soon fell into dreamland. Tomorrow, still a day of struggle. Chapter 195 New Year's Eve. The new year will be here soon. Amidst the joyous congratulations of all the, Feng Yi ushered in his first new year after crossing over. Some of the customs of this age differed from those with which he was acquainted. Still, Feng Ji felt a strong sense of closeness, and for the first time ever, he's given other people red envelopes as a leader. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. You know, Feng Yi had only given red envelopes to the younger members of his family before he crossed over. Each hair made his heart feel like it was bleeding. And it's different now. He doesn't care how much money he sends out, because money is just a string of numbers to him now. In the lab, all the forgers, runesmiths, alchemists and researchers who received the red packets were filled with joy. It's extra money. Money they didn't expect. Thanks, team leader. Wanyu excitedly gripped the red envelope. The fingers of his right hand stroked over the seal, tangled for a moment and, it didn't end up opening. Feng Yi laughed at this. Open it and see how much it costs. Wanyu scratched his head in embarrassment, then opened the red envelope. After seeing the thick pile of money inside, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and froze in place. After a long time, Wan Yu shivered and looked up at Fang Ji. Team leader, this is too much. Fang Yi laughed once again. Take what is given to you. After that, he proceeded to give out red envelopes to the others. Enough of a leader. After the heated atmosphere in the room had subsided a little, Fang Yi then uttered another sentence that excited the crowd. As of today, our lab is on vacation. Your round-trip tickets and airfare will be reimbursed by the lab, so everyone go back and have a good New Year's Eve, and we'll go back to work afterward. Fang Yi waved his hand and spoke these words with incomparable boldness. In his previous life, he had, on many occasions, worked overtime during the annual holidays, and the unscrupulous bosses squeezed his wages, and the overtime allowance was hardly ever paid. In this life, he swore he could never be that kind of unscrupulous boss that you should not miss out on any of the benefits that should be arranged for your employees, and you should also try to raise the standard. Actually, Fang Yi wanted to give everyone a vacation 2 days ago, but he only revealed the idea before it was directly dismissed by Wan Yu and the others. He still remembered clearly what Wan Yu had said. Team leader, we haven't finished the experiment yet, and now I don't want to go back even if you give us a vacation. To be honest, Fang Ji had never seen such a work-loving employee at all in his previous life. He could sense that Wan Yu's words were definitely not meant to leave any good impression on him. The boy is indeed full of nothing but experiments. Or rather, he's trying to get the vast majority of the third version of the assembly line done before the new year. This way, only simple commissioning work will be required after the first of the year before formal delivery to the senior management. Fang Yi certainly understood that the 2.5 version of the assembly line was only a stopgap measure for the emergency situation in the first place. The third version of the assembly line is the real qualified product. After all the testing they've been doing in the meantime, the efficiency of the third version of the assembly line can be increased by nearly 5 times compared to the 2.5 version, which is a very impressive figure, and with a higher degree of automation, except for some particularly critical aspects that need to be monitored by someone. All other segments can be fully automated. Not only the Elixir lab, but the other 2 labs hadn't finished the work at hand, either, so Fang Yi had no choice but to let them work for 2 more days. So this dragged on until today. Seeing that there were only 3 days before the New Year's Eve, Fang Ji could only take out the frame of a team leader, ask them to stop working and hurry home for the new year. Under the threat of a red envelope, all the researchers in the 3 labs set off for home with smiles on their faces. As for Fang Ji, he has no relatives left in this era, although he would like to have a hot spring festival. But here, he was just alone after all. The lab was empty, and Fang Ji sat in his usual seat. Reaching out, he fished out a pack of cigarettes. He's rarely smoked since crossing over. For one thing, it's really bad for his health. Secondly, because he didn't have a smoking habit in this body, so it was better not to smoke when he could. But now Fang Yi suddenly wanted to smoke. Flames emerged at his fingertips. Fang Yi lit the cigarette, while taking a hard sip. In fact, Fang Yui wasn't the only one who stayed in the lab and didn't go back. Some of the professionals are equally alone, and they come together every year to hot off the presses. We ate, watched the spring dinner and did the program in the base. And this year, there is one more person in this leftover group. It is the last half-year's emergence of the Fang Yi, the Fang team leader. It was the first time that Fang Ji participated in this kind of New Year's event, and to be honest, it was a bit different from what he had imagined, but happy is really happy, too. For 3 whole days, Fang Ji drank for 3 whole days. When you open your eyes, you drink, and then you go to sleep. And when you wake up, you drink again. After 3 days of the cycle, he finally couldn't hold out any longer. In the cafeteria, Fang Yi leaned against the back of his chair, his face full of rawness. I really can't drink anymore. If I do, people will be lost. He waved his hand and said to a vicious-looking professional in front of him who was actually quite kind at heart. Ha ha. Don't bully our team leader Fang, or else I won't give you any pills to eat later. Another professional chimed in. How would I dare? Just tell me, who in this entire group of people in the base would dare to bully team leader Fang? The fierce-faced professional wore a disgruntled expression. Yes, no one bullies me. I punish myself for getting drunk every day. Fang Ji rubbed his eyebrows. It felt like the brain was still aching. He sighed and fished out an elixir from his pocket and threw it directly into his mouth. The elixir turned into a medicinal liquid that flowed down his throat, and Fang Ji instantly felt better. Originally, there was no such category as an antidote to alcohol inside the elixir, but Fang Ji really can't stand the drinking these 2 days, and has no choice but to work out an elixir that nourishes the body and has an antidote to the effects of alcohol. Time for rest always passes quickly, and before we know it, the new year is over. Fang Ji finally came to his senses completely. Thinking back to the first few days, when he felt he was awake no more than 6 hours a day, even if there was an antidote to alcohol, it wouldn't help. There was no way. It was too hard to drink. On the 8th day of the first month, a group of researchers who had gone home for the new year returned to the laboratory one after another. Fang Yi came to the door early to greet the crowd. The first to arrive was Zhao Debao, a shy teenager who gave Fang Ji a hug. A gift was then pulled out of the backpack. Fang Ji took it with a smile and realized that it was actually 2 bottles of good wine from Dingbei City. Considering that this was a token of Zhao Debao's appreciation, he could only accept it. Once again, the crowd's enthusiasm for work exceeded Fang Ji's expectations. Several hundred people in the 3 laboratories surprisingly returned on the 8th. To know, Fang Yi cannot specify the time. Just tell them to arrive before the 10th day of the first year will be fine. Chapter 196 Version 3 Assembly Line. The crowd coincidentally chose to arrive a day early, and the start time was a day earlier than Fang Bai and Bai had envisioned. On the 9th day of the first month, the 3 laboratories were officially in operation. Fang Yi and each lab clarified the next research focus and sorted out the difficulties involved. Judging by the progress of the available research, the Forge Lab's second-generation industrial mother might not have a major breakthrough in the short term, as how far the industrial mother could go depended on the progress on the Rune Lab side. In their previous studies, they found that programmable rune sets are extremely demanding in terms of interference, the value of which is still in the process of being determined. These 2 labs are now in a complementary state, and as for the side of the Elixir Lab, Fang Ji realized that the 3rd version of the assembly line was in the final step of production. The rune set used in the assembly line is not as complex as that of the industrial master. Moreover, Fan Xing and the others were obviously a bit more experienced, so the progress of the Elixir Lab was indeed incredibly fast. Of course, this was also due to the efforts of Wan Yu and the others before New Year's Eve. Team leader. There shouldn't be any problems now except for the 2 rune groups over here that are still a bit sluggish in their coordination with the mechanical structure. Fan Xing pointed at the assembly line and said softly. Fang Yu nodded and looked closer at the 2 rune sets that Fan Xing had mentioned. This part of the process is still more important in the whole pipeline. So Fang Ji and the others had to find a way to get rid of it. Do you guys have any thoughts yet? Fang Yi looked at Fan Xing and Zhao Debao who had been silent on the side. He's now in the habit of asking people around him what they think when he's faced with a problem. Perhaps this is a leadership paradigm. Zhao Debao was silent for a moment, then he gently shook his head. He can't see exactly what the problem is right now, so he can't give a guideline. Since it's not even clear what the problem is, let's try it the dumb way. Bit by bit, Fang Yi immediately clapped his hands, and the crowd then began to get busy. At this moment, inside the highest administrative center of the capital, a report was sent to the 3 elders of the Elders' Court, and they flipped through it while discussing the next course of development for China. Suddenly, the Grand Elder saw the data on a report and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. At this moment, the second elder happened to raise his head, so he naturally took in the change in the Grand Elder's expression. He raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Which data is in question? No, there's no problem. I just didn't expect. The Grand Elder let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect these things to be so effective. Oh, hearing this, both the second and third elders came to be interested, and they turned their heads sideways and, seeing that the Grand Elder was holding exactly the number of pills and weaponry produced in the last year, the first numbers were normal, yet the last month's numbers spiked exponentially. It's because of the assembly line and the industrial mother machine? The second elder immediately realized that this is his area of responsibility, so just by looking at the data he can figure out why. Fangji is a really nice young man. I think we can let him try that thing. Maybe we can make something out of it. The Grand Elder suddenly looked up and said. The second elder and third elder's breath stuttered at the words, and then they coincidentally revealed expressions of surprise. Really let him come? The second elder subconsciously asked. I think it's fine. After thinking for a moment, the third elder nodded his head and agreed with the Grand Elder. The second elder didn't say another word. Instead, he got up and took a stack of somewhat yellowed papers from one of the room's filing cabinets. It's been 10 years since the last time it was unsealed. The second elder softly lamented. The Grand Elder smiled, nostalgia showing in his gaze. Yeah, time goes by so fast. Let him try. I think there might actually be a chance. The third elder took those papers and, the tone was soft but firm. The three people in the room made a decision, and the Grand Elder gently tapped a button on the table. There was a rhythmic knocking outside the door of the room. Then a stalwart-looking middle-aged man walked in, slowly stepped in front of the three rulers of China, and slightly lowered his head. Xiao Chang. You give this to Minister Ma of the Ministry of Public Works. He knows what to do. The second elder handed over the yellowed pile of papers on the table. The middle-aged man called Xiao Chun took it respectfully with two outstretched hands. Then his eyes swept over, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. As the secretary of China's top leader, He knew exactly what these papers represented. I see. Xiao Chang's tone carried a hint of imperceptible excitement. At this moment, above the Blue Star, the 4 classes secret realms within the United States Federation had all experienced riots of varying degrees, and in the face of such a large-scale attack by alien beasts, even a powerhouse like the U.S. Commonwealth has some trouble dealing with it. It can't be helped that the countries of the world don't have any spare capacity to support other countries right now, or that the big countries merely possess the ability to protect themselves and cannot spare their hands to help those small countries. As for small countries, it's good to be alive. In fact, the state of China does not want to see such a situation. Those small countries had made some effort during the Abyssal portal incident before, and now that they were in trouble, it was only logical that they should help out as well. It's just that there's really no spare capacity in China these days, either. One after another, there were constantly cities in the country that were attacked by alien beasts, and although the army side was able to quickly suppress them, the number of times they came was so high that the pressure is also enormous on the Chinese side. Fortunately, the assembly line and industrial mother machine that Fang Yi led the team to come up with have been officially put into production. Cities can recover quickly with these 2 devices. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. In the pill lab, Fang Yi and the crowd had done the final round of debugging for the 3rd version of the assembly line. As the equipment stops running, a look of relief and joy crosses the faces of the crowd. Successful! The 3rd version of the elixir assembly line was officially complete. That problem they found earlier eventually found its way to the crux of the matter with the attempts of the dumb way. Fang Yi and the Rune Lab side redesigned a batch of rune sets, which eventually worked out smoothly. They then proceeded to debug the 3rd version of the pipeline. After 10 days of hard work and solving some minor problems, finally today, they announced the successful development of the 3rd version of the assembly line. Wan Yu, Fan Xing, the 2 of you organize the information. Then tomorrow go to the Ministry of Works to deliver the 3rd version of the assembly line. In the laboratory, Fang Yi looked at the few people in front of him and said with a smile, "Yes, team leader." Fan Xing and Wan Yu glanced at each other, their expressions both slightly agitated. "Alright, that's it for today. Everyone take a break." Fang Yi clapped his hands, and then he turned around and left the elixir lab. Just after walking out of the lab, Fang Yi encountered Elder Wang, who was walking towards him. The other party's face had an expectant and inquiring expression that actually looked a little cute. Chapter 197 Tanks? Elder Wang, what are you doing? Fang Yi stopped and looked at the other party knowingly. Elder Wang immediately gathered his expression and clutched one of Fang Yi's hands and asked, "How is it? Did you get it out?" "Take a guess," Fang Yi said with a smile. "Hey, you kid is still giving me riddles." Elder Wang blew his beard and then he craned his neck to look into the lab. However, the lab door was locked and he could see nothing. "Still hiding with me? Hurry up and say it." Wang Lao withdrew his gaze and, patting Fang Yi's shoulder, Fang Yi laughed twice, then nodded his head and said, "Got it. Just finished it. It will be delivered to the Ministry of Works tomorrow." "Great." Elder Wang let out a low roar of excitement, and then he rushed towards the laboratory, with a look that was not at all like an old man of 100 years or so. "I have to say, the physical fitness of a professional is really good." Fang Yi laughed and shook his head, and with a turn, he turned into the Rune Lab. After half a month of hard work, a lot of work has been accomplished on the Rune Lab side of things, too. Most of the commonly used runes have had their interference values measured, leaving only a few runes that are usually used less often yet to be measured. And after these tasks are completed, Fang Yi and his team will look for the reason why the interference value appears. Understand how runes work. It was a very difficult job, much more difficult than any project Fang by Fang had ever done before. But they have to do it. How difficult it is. Only by understanding how runes work. It is the runesmith who draws the true soul of the runes. In layman's terms, it was that everyone could draw the most efficient rune sets and rune arrays that didn't waste a bit of energy. And at that time, the runes of China would be incomparably powerful. And things have been slow on the Forge Lab side for a while now. There's no way around it. There hadn't been any major breakthroughs in runes. And even Fang Yi had a hard time drawing a rune set that wasn't buggy at all. It was true that legendary rune masters were powerful, but Fang Yi wasn't a god. He made mistakes too, especially now. As his research deepened, he realized that there were many places that even a legendary rune master would need to understand for a long time. Only after the Rune Laboratory side had finished determining the interference values of all the runes and understood part of the principles could Fang Yi design a more perfect set of runes and complete the production of the second generation of the industrial mother machine. Near noon, just as he was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, Bai Fu's phone suddenly called. Fang Yi pressed the connect button. After listening to a few words, he turned directly to a small private room in the cafeteria. Pushing open the door of the room, He saw the middle-aged man sitting beside Bai Fu at a glance. The teacher? Why did he come straight here this time? Another mission? Many ideas popped into Fang Ji's mind at once. Here you are, Fang Ji. Sit. Bai Fu smiled and got up, pointing to the seat on the side. Fang Yi responded. Then he met Shi Yun's gaze. It was a gaze that was hard to describe and seemed to have a lot to say. And just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire, Shi Yun had already spoken. Fang Ji, I came over this time for a very important matter. He wiped his mouth. The expression turned solemn. I want you to tell the truth. Well, I will definitely tell the truth. Fang Ji nodded heavily. What do you think of the secret realm? Shi Yun suddenly asked a question that seemed irrelevant. The secret realm? Fang Ji froze for a moment, then remembered the events he had experienced in the secret realm. To be honest, he hadn't entered the secret realm very many times, but each time it made him feel as if he had traveled between life and death. It's hard for people coming from a time of peace to immediately accept the existence of the secret world. Those horrible beasts killed countless of their own countrymen, destroying the city and the people's hope of surviving. If possible, Fang Ji hoped to find a way to end the secret realm, find a way to destroy the abyss once and for all. But it was all very difficult, and he tried hard but saw little hope. Fang Ji was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I don't have anything else to say about the secret worlds. I just want them gone. Maybe there are some rare resources in the secret world, but those resources simply don't compare to the price paid by China. A smile gradually appeared on Shi Yun's face as he heard Fang Yi's calm and powerful words. Yeah, things like that should just go away. Although Bai Fu didn't know what kind of drugs Shi Yun was selling in his gourd, but she seemed to vaguely guess what was going on, and there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Fang Ji, you eat some food first, afterward follow me to the Ministry of Public Works. Shi Yun collected his expression and didn't continue the conversation. Fang Ji was now in a state of confusion, but a free meal was still necessary. Shi Yun and Bai Fu had ordered a hearty meal that would go to waste if they didn't eat it. After winding down, Fang Yi followed Shi Yun in an official car. In the car, Fang Yi couldn't help but open his mouth and inquired, Minister Shi, what is it that you wanted to see me about this time? You'll see in a minute. It's good, but I can't say it's entirely good. I don't know, said Shi Yun with a light laugh. Fang Yi immediately cursed. The Riddler in his heart. The thing I hate most in my life is riddlers. Soon, Fang Yi and Shi Yun arrived at the Ministry of Industry, and the two of them walked into a conference room. Surprisingly, a dozen officials from the Ministry of Public Works were seated inside, and Minister Ma was among them. It was a bigger battle than the last time he came over. Fang Ji instantly became a bit nervous. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed that the one that could make Shi Yun so incoherent was presumably some highly secretive mission, but now it seemed that this mission was even more difficult than he had imagined. Have a seat. You can look at this first. Minister Ma pointed to the seat beside him. He then handed Fang Yi a stack of somewhat yellowed papers. Fang Yi took it in his hands, and when he read the first line on it, his whole body was creeped out. The pupils suddenly shrunk. It's a tank. At this moment, what Fang Yi was holding in his hand was clearly the design drawings of a tank. He didn't know much about the military and didn't know exactly which model of tank this was, but from the parameters labeled on the drawings, this was at the very least a type of main battle tank that had been in service in China. After the shock, Fang Yi hurriedly flipped backward through the entire dozens of pages. A very detailed description of the manufacturing process of the various parts of the tank. This is the two words. Fang Ji realized something just after they left his mouth. Then he swallowed back the latter words. He couldn't reveal the fact that he knew about the tanks, and from the looks of things, it's very highly ranked and classified, and he should have never heard of it before. Well, what do you think about this stuff? Minister Ma crossed his arms and he asked in a calm tone. Fang Yi took a deep breath and made himself act as if he was seeing a tank for the first time. Chapter 198, A Challenge. This is 2. The party by the hour didn't even know what to comment on. Honestly, he didn't expect the Ministry of Works to give him such a thing. What is this going to make you do? Build the tanks? Just as Fang Yi thought of this, he heard Minister Ma's words coming from the side. Can you read? Can you read it? Of course I can read it. Fang Yi nodded lightly. I can probably see what this is. Of course he wouldn't tell the truth. Yet he didn't realize that after those words were uttered, the Minister Ma actually showed an expression of incomparable surprise. Can you read it? That's great. Fang Ji immediately froze. Minister Ma continued to speak. If all departments fully cooperate with you, there's no chance of getting it built. Fang Yi frowned as he sniffed. Building it. To be honest, it was a bit difficult. Other than that, it's the power of the tanks that he can't fix. The drawings didn't show how the engine would be built, which was a problem he realized at the outset. There's no way a tank can move without an engine. It's like a runic cannon. Tanks can also only be placed in fixed locations. It's not actually impossible to get a steam engine, but trying to drive such a large object, ordinary steam engines simply couldn't do it. And another key point is that there was no coal or oil in this era. Fangji didn't know if these two resources existed underground and hadn't been explored yet. He had consulted some information, and it turned out that since the time of the Great Disruption, coal and oil had disappeared as if out of thin air. So trying to figure out the power plant for a tank is a very difficult thing. All he could think of was to use runes to power it, like a car or a flying machine nowadays. But those things are drawn from card draws. No one has yet been able to reproduce the drawn object. The structures inside seem to be incomprehensible to normal humans. As a result, Fang Yi needed to design the tank's power plant from the ground up. And a tank has a weapons system, a steering system, a defense system. These are difficult, and even with drawings they are not that easy to build. Fang Yi was silent for a long time, and finally nodded slowly. I can try but not sure when we'll get it built. He actually wanted a challenge. See if it's possible for you to build the tank from scratch. No man could refuse such a thing. At least not Fang Yi. He's thought about replicating some of the weapons from his own time in this era before. But honestly, there are so many restrictions on all fronts. Not to mention that, just things like gunpowder alone he hadn't seen here before. Without gunpowder you can only start with runes. But runes, this stuff is way harder than gunpowder. Good. Since you agree, let me briefly talk about what the countryside is thinking. Minister Ma looked at Fang Yi with delight. All departments will unconditionally cooperate with you. The supplies will be deployed at your discretion, and we'll find you whatever personnel you need. The country has only one goal, to build tanks as soon as possible. This is our hope to counterattack the secret realm. Fang Yi placed the tank drawing back on the table, then nodded heavily. This is indeed the hope of a counterattack on the secret world, and if dozens of tanks that, he believed that ordinary secret realms simply couldn't top it. It's hard for high-level professionals to grow up, but tanks, if you can build them, then it would be entirely possible to win by sheer numbers. Walking out of the meeting room of the Ministry of Industry, Fang Yi rubbed his eyebrows, full of the many difficulties in building a tank. Looks like we're going to have to get a new program started over at Rune Labs. The first thing that needs to be solved is the tank's power problem, Fang Yi thought in his mind. Soon after, Fang Yi returned to the professional's base, and at the main entrance, Bai Fu was looking at Fang Yi with a smile on his face. Auntie Bai, why are you staying at the door? How cold it is? Fang Yi asked as he wrapped the clothes around his body. Waiting for you. Bai Fu let out a light laugh, then led Fang Yi towards the base. I've gotten the message and am now calling for a warehouse to be packed out. I don't know, continued Bai Fu. Then please Auntie White. I need to transform the warehouse into a factory and a testing ground that, the area occupied is estimated to be larger. Fang Yi said after thinking about it. That's okay, there's no shortage of free space on the base. The two of them talked and chatted, and soon arrived at the place that Bai Fu had demarcated in the professional's base. This was originally an unoccupied warehouse covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. To be honest, the area isn't that big. It's fine if it's used as a factory, but as a testing ground it's a bit of a stretch. Bai Fu realized this as well, so she carved out another large swath of land around the warehouse and, in the end, Fang obtained 10,000 square meters of land. With the help of many professionals, the buildings and facilities on these lands were quickly demolished. Eventually all that was left was the bare concrete. Fang Yi had divided this testing ground belonging to him into two areas. The smaller areas are for laboratories and factories, while the larger areas are used for commissioning and testing later on when the tanks are built. Although the tanks were still 8 rods away, Fang Yi had already prepared the place in advance, and then party by party came into the Rune Lab and the Forging Lab. Have the crowd move all the existing research materials and equipment into the test site. The abilities of professionals are truly rare, and thanks to the efforts of architect, several laboratories that met Fang Yi's requirements were soon completed. These professionals are really born with the holy body of earth and wood. Fang Yi sighed with emotion. The runesmiths and forgers were then directed to install the equipment in the required places and commission it. There's no need to move the elixir lab over, and things like assembly lines won't be used for a while. We'll talk about it later when we have time. Soon the first step in the preparations was completed, and the moving delay was not very long. The main reason is that some equipment needs to be commissioned several times after a change of location to ensure that its internal structure has not been damaged by moving. What are you going to do next? Bai Fu asked softly as she stood beside Fang Yi. Fang Yi thought for a moment and took out the drawings in his hand, quickly finding a few of them. This side of the Forge Lab will build these parts first, and I have other plans for the Rune Lab. After saying that, Fang Yi called all the forges together, and then the drawings of these parts were issued to them. Your task for this period of time is to build these things according to the parameters marked on the drawings. Fang Yi looked at them and said aloud, I know that some of them are more difficult to manufacture, but big has to be done, and in 10 days at the most, all these parts have to be built. When they heard Fang Yi say this, the crowd of forgers immediately widened their eyes. Chapter 199 Forging Codex. These forgers were all elites, and although their ranks were not particularly high, their eyesight was definitely good enough, so they realized at first glance how difficult it was to make what was depicted in these drawings. It's not an exaggeration to say that before there was an industrial master, any one of these parts will take almost 2 to 3 months. Forge masters do have the ability to work the desired item through the forge hammer. But they also need a little bit of polishing to make the item fit their requirements or to produce new properties. And the items given to them by Fangbai are extremely demanding in terms of precision. Those accuracies alone require a lot of work from the crowd to accomplish. Not to mention the shape and other requirements. But now with the industrial mother machine, 10 days is not out of the question for completion. After exchanging ideas with the group of forgers, Fang Yi called the rune masters over again. Next up is one of the toughest projects of all. Fang Shi felt that with these runesmiths he had on hand the odds were that he wouldn't be able to finish, but it was good to let them work on it. Fang Yi had already asked Bai Fu to contact the Rune Master Association. There are higher level runesmiths over there, and some of the old timers might have had a go at this at one time or another. Since the state has said that it fully supports, then both people and supplies would be sent over to Fang Yi at any cost. Looking at the 20 or so rune masters in front of him, Fang Yi thought for a moment and opened his mouth to slowly say, I need you guys to figure out how to create a power unit powerful enough to drive a 30-ton object. Hearing Fang Yi's words, the rune masters present instantly clamored. You're kidding. 30 tons. The biggest repulsor rune set right now can't even do that. 30 tons is just the initial target, with 40, 50-ton objects to follow, so this is a difficult job. Fang Yi's voice gradually raised. Do you guys have any confidence? The room was quiet, and the runesmiths glanced at each other and the expressions changed by turns but none of them spoke. Fang Yi sighed. I know that this is a very, very high goal, but you guys have to understand. The sooner this rune formation is researched, the sooner the threat to the secret realm will disappear. What we're going to do next is an extremely powerful weapon. While possessing no less power than the rune cannon, it also has the flexibility to maneuver. And if you think about it, if such a weapon were to be introduced, are ordinary secret realms still a threat? Fang Yi spoke softly, and the more a kind of rune master listened, the brighter his eyes became. And soon, a fighting spirit then rose up in the hearts of the people. Yeah, if this kind of weapon comes out, what's a secret area in the district? Team leader, let's do it. The people present were not cuties. They quickly understood the value of this weapon. Compared to those forge masters, this group of rune masters didn't seem to have their brains spinning that fast. Maybe it was because they usually had less access to weapons, so they didn't react at first. Okay, now that it's clear what we're going to do next, let's get started. Fang Yi clapped his hands and looked at the people in the room with a determined expression on his face. In fact, he didn't know how to do it more securely, but it was easy enough to break down the drawings. Starting where it looked good to do so was the only way he could think of. Fang Yi came from his own time, more or less know a little bit about tanks. There are a lot of difficult points, but most of it is well documented, except for the powertrain. A day later, high-level forges and runesmiths from all over the country arrived in the capital. Because of the existence of the industrial machine, a part of the relevant professions in each city can be liberated. Commit to something else. Fang Zhizhang had found a group of such professionals, who were basically mid to high-level existences, can quickly get up to speed on relevant research projects. After placing them all in groups in various laboratories, Fang Ji left the tank proving ground and headed to the Hall of Destiny. During this period of time, although he insisted on drawing cards every day, the things he drew out were pretty mediocre. Of course, it may be a bit Versailles to say that, but it's true. Some of the ones that seemed useful to others, such as item strengthening stones, were very average to him. What Fang Ji had drawn out during this period of time wasn't all strong fossilized stones, but some weapons or something really wouldn't be of much use, and he wanted something that would solve his current difficulties. Well, Fang Ji also knew that it was difficult, and there were actually quite a few types of legendary items. It had been hard enough to draw out the Dan Dao tome last time, and it was thought that it would be hard to draw out other aspects of the tome. There aren't many professionals in the halls of fate. During this period of time, the secret realms of each city were in a state of blockade, and some lower-level professionals simply didn't have the opportunity to go there and hunt foreign beasts in exchange for destiny crystals. So naturally, they wouldn't stay in the hall much longer if they didn't have an abundance of fate crystals on hand. It's fine if others don't ship, but if they do, how hard would it be? Fang Ji glanced around the hall, then chose a cubicle with no one nearby. He stood with his hands folded in front of the destiny crystals and prayed. Then he brought the destiny crystal in his hand over. In the next second, golden light erupted, and Fang Yu held the golden card floating in midair in one hand. The pattern of a book slowly appeared on the card, and Fang Ji held his breath for a moment. Specific information about this gold card soon appeared before his eyes. Name, Forging Codex. Description, a tome that records the true nature of forged items in the world. Study it, and you will become a first-class master forger. After Fang Yi read the 2 lines of text, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Holy, it really pumped out. Kung Fu! Fang Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was such a pleasant surprise. He had thought he was going to get nowhere again today, but he didn't expect a shot in the arm. Smoked a good one straight out of the box. The last standout cannon directly solved the problem that had been troubling him for a long time. And this time the Forge Codex should be useful. I think. Tanks are still very demanding for forging. After all, if you can find some tips from this book and understand some of the principles of forging, the speed of tank building should increase quite a bit. Fang Ji joyfully put away the Forging Codex while leaving the Hall of Destiny. It was now evening, so he thought better of it and returned directly to his home. According to the physical fitness of a professional, one less meal doesn't matter much. Sitting in front of the desk, Fang Ji couldn't wait to flip open the Forging Codex. After reading just the opening chapter, Fang Ji's entire body sank into it. The Forge Codex is worthy of being a legendary book. It explains in depth and concisely many things that Fang Yi had only half understood before. Gradually, Fang Ji realized that what they were working on now could perhaps be tried from another angle. Chapter 200 Unstable Engine. With Fang Yi's command, the oddly shaped device in the center of the lab let out a roar that, then behind it some massive rock slowly shook and moved forward a short distance. The crowd held their breath, and Fang Yi clenched his fists. The device continued to roar, and that boulder continued to move a short distance then it stopped where it was and didn't move again. Fang Ji frowned, realizing that this might be the limit of this device. Sure enough, the boulder didn't move another inch no matter how much the device followed up with a boom. The runesmith next to him stepped forward and hesitated for a moment before pressing one of the device's buttons. In the next instant, the roar of the device suddenly amplified. An even more surging force came out from within its body, and the boulder once again moved a small distance under the sudden force. But that's the ultimate shiver. There is no way for the device to pull the stone anymore even in overclocked state. Fang Yi waved his hand, signaling them to turn off the device. Now this overclocked state can't last too long. Failure to do so will cause irreversible damage to the internal rune array. Is the data all recorded? Fang Ji asked with a sideways glance. For the record, the engine can pull a 20-ton rock 5 meters at full power output, and another 3 meters in overclocked condition. Fang Bai nodded. This engine was built under his watchful eye. So the problems within it he could see at a glance. First of all, there's the problem of unstable output power. It stands to reason that since the engine is capable of pulling a rock at full power output, it shouldn't stop after a short distance. Instead, it continues to slowly pull forward. Guess right. However, the repulsive force rune array within it was not able to output power steadily for a long period of time due to some unknown factor, which resulted in the stone not being able to move too far. And once the power was reduced, then the stone will stop where it is. And overclocking is just a desperate measure. The engine can't be overclocked for long periods of time, unless there is a particularly critical situation. Besides, up to now, Fang Yi and the others still haven't solved the engine's material problem. The materials used in the engine now before the crowd are not really up to par in terms of parameters. The Forge Lab side has been searching for all kinds of metals from all over the globe to try out for this period of time. Whether it was already present in Blue Star or found in the secret world, the lab accepted it all. But until now, they still haven't found an alloy with the required properties. Fang Yi also flipped through the Forging Codex from cover to cover, only to find that there was no suitable alloy in this book either. While all this is bad news, they are not without their share of it, either. The forges have discovered that 2 metals exhibit some unique properties under certain conditions, and if they can combine them and bring out those qualities, maybe the material for the tank's outer armor will take care of it. The research continued, and Fang Ji jumped into the development of the tank with a single-minded focus. Finally, half a month later, the crowd found a recipe that successfully developed an alloy that can be used as tank armor, with high strength and good toughness. Only that the current smelting technology is not particularly mature for the time being, so the production of this alloy is somewhat low. Of course, that's not a problem. The group of forgers spent a few days rebuilding the industrial mother machine and quickly increased the production of this tough steel alloy. At least at their stage of research, the industrial mothership was producing enough. Upon completion of the outer armor alloy study, Fang Ji and the Forge Master put their energies back into the development of engine materials. Fang Ji hated to break himself into 2 halves right now. Otherwise, There was really no way for him to juggle both rune and forging research at the same time. Luckily, the runesmiths have found some ideas that they tried to add some other rune sets that could generate thrust to the repulsion rune array, and after much debugging, the interference values between these rune sets are kept to a very low level. This has resulted in a considerable rise in the output of the engine. The stability has also improved a bit, though it still can't drive anything over 30 tons for long periods of time. Still on the subject of materials, Fangji sat down on a stool in the lab and thoughts kept running through his head. If you can't break through the material limitations, then the tank will stay stuck at that step. In fact, he wasn't even worried about the guns on the tanks, because his previously improved rune mega cannon could be placed perfectly among the tanks. That is, as soon as they can fix the engine, then the tank is even finished most of the time. The rest of the assembly and debugging, although it will be more tedious, but that's just a matter of time. Not that it was all that difficult. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a change in Hepping City attracted everyone's attention. A Fey Beast King somehow suddenly killed out from the depths of the Secret Realm. He directly broke through the defense of the Secret Realm's army, and even hardened himself against the 3 runic giant cannons without dying, but only suffered serious injuries. And after it breaks out of its adversity, it goes straight for the kill, charging wherever there's a crowd. Haiping City's military reacted quickly, mobilizing their troops in the shortest amount of time to round up and kill the Fey King. However, the defense of this Fey King exceeded everyone's imagination. The stealthy squad rushed through the night, and engaged in a head-on fight with the Fey King. But after paying the price of 2 people being seriously injured, the crowd realized that there was something fishy about this Fey King. Or rather, its own level wasn't particularly high, but its defense was really strong and perverse. However, the foreign beasts of that secret realm weren't known for their defense, which meant that this Fey King was abnormal. There was definitely some sort of external factor that caused it to mutate. In order to figure this out, another covert team set out overnight to. After many life and death battles, they finally went deep into the secret realm and found the culprit that had mutated the Fey King. It was a very peculiar mass, as if it were some kind of soft-bodied creature that was breathing continuously. From the outside, the thing took on an overall purplish-black color. The volume was about a man's height, while at the bottom of it there was a very noticeable gaping hole. It seemed to have been partially torn off by something with great force. This stealthy squad had never seen anything so peculiar, either, and they pondered for a long time. Finally decided to bring this back, but how to bring it back was another problem for the crowd, because this thing was soft and it's very difficult to try to carry it straight back. So these team members took to the ground. A large wooden box was crafted from the most common wood in the secret realm, and fortunately, the soft green creature was not aggressive and not too heavy. After making sure it was placed smoothly in the crate, the stealthy team set off on their way back.